Chapter 1. Who am I really? In the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire, Douluo continent, a young man, clad in green attire with cascading black hair and a striking presence, gazed at an elderly man with graying hair. Are you certain? If we proceed this way, will the sky blue vine martial soul truly undergo a mutation? Indeed, the sky blue vine martial soul is a formidable plant-type martial soul. If it can mutate, why couldn't it rival the likes of the blue silver emperor? Bear in mind, our sky blue vine martial soul is unique. There cannot exist another individual in this world who possesses it, save for the branch of the Jiang family. This is precisely why our clan has yet to achieve greatness. Jilin, dressed in green, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Certainly, a control-type soul master, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. The sky blue vine martial soul has every reason to be formidable. Yet, it is exceedingly rare, and the conditions for mutation are exceedingly strict. One must sever ties with the Jiang lineage to strengthen our Ji lineage and acquire greater power. That man, does his sky blue vine martial soul exhibit mutation? The young man inquired, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Jilin. That fool has perished for the sake of that woman, and we have eliminated the child as well. What talk of mutation remains? Jilin replied, indignantly waving his hands. He had the opportunity to become the youngest Title Douluo, ha ha ha. Yet he insisted on defying fate. What a fool. The young man erupted into boisterous laughter, disregarding decorum. Ah, Jiang Nan, do not blame my ruthlessness. The mutated sky blue, vine martial soul must be ours. Jilin produced a crystal ball to assess soul power. Go forth. Ji Hui, your martial soul shall undoubtedly be the mutated sky blue vine. The young man's expression ignited with excitement as he focused on the green-haired little girl. Yes, father, the little girl replied coldly, a hint of disdain curling her lips as she placed her hands on the crystal. Boom! A gray sky blue vine materialized beside the girl. The crystal shone brilliantly before gradually dimming. Level 6 soul power. With the illumination, both Ji Lin and Ji Zhuang felt their hearts leap. It has indeed mutated. I never anticipated that the child of Jiang Nan could truly be grafted onto Ji Hui. Ji Lin laughed heartily. The ancient texts do not deceive me. Yet, how is it that Ji Hui's soul power is merely level 6? Ji Zhuang furrowed his brow. It appears the direct lineage has not been extinguished. The sky blue vine is indeed a peculiar martial soul. One must eliminate those of the same root to augment their own strength. Ji Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ji Zhuang huffed, and 8 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black appeared around him. If killing 2 is insufficient, then I shall annihilate his entire family. If one must do it thoroughly. If it is to be good, it must be the best. He turned and departed. In the dimly lit yet opulent corridor, a maniacal laughter echoed. The mutated sky blue vine martial soul. Ha ha ha. In the southern region of the Heaven Do Empire, in the province of Fasnuo, within the village of Holy Soul, a youthful boy with a fresh visage sprinted across the mountainous terrain, a massive boulder strapped to his back, causing the entire hillside to tremble. He relished the thrill, the exhilaration of dashing across the earth with wood upon his back. Since birth, he had embraced the notion of speed in all endeavors. Should an ordinary person witness Jiang Luoran in such a state, they would surely be taken aback. Was running with a load of several hundred pounds? Ah, third brother still training, I see. Not too busy today. Jiang Luoran set down a massive log and turned to Tang San. He understood that Tang San was a time traveler, a man who had traversed dimensions and was around 30 years old. With a repertoire of Tang Sek's secret arts, including the Xian Jade Hand, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and Guanyin Tears, he was a formidable figure. Yet, this fellow yearned for discretion, though he was laid bare before Jiang Luoran, who saw through his facade. I too am a time traveler, having crossed over after finishing Douluo continent, he mused. However, he was merely a month younger than Tang San. Perhaps the transmission had been slightly delayed, resulting in his need to refer to Tang San as third brother. Upon awakening, he had been taken in by Old Jack of Holy Soul Village. He had once inquired of Old Jack whether he had encountered any of his kin during his rescue. Old Jack had replied in the negative, though his expression suggested he knew more than he let on. It was of little consequence. Jiang Luoran would eventually extract the truth from him. Indeed, I merely practice aimlessly. Are you off for a run again, Luoran? Tang San's brow furrowed. Jiang Luoran surmised that he had sensed the inability to break through the Xian Tian Gong, which troubled him. Look at this words from a 6-year-old child. In merely practicing aimlessly, he said, diverting the conversation. Quite right, one must be cautious of the early bird that gets the worm. Yes, with the weather so fine, I shall run a few more laps. My legs are growing stronger. Jiang Luoran hoisted the massive log once more. Then, Luoran, I shall take my leave. I need to prepare dinner for father. Tang San waved as he stepped back. He did not know Jiang Luoran well, yet the other exuded an unsettling air of someone who saw through everything. Moreover, his speed was astonishing, as though fatigue were a foreign concept to him. Yes, yes, hurry along. Eat while you look too thin, Jiang Luoran remarked, not significantly sturdier than Tang San himself. After circling the mountain 3 more times, Jiang Luoran gasped for breath this time. He was truly exhausted. Time to eat. Today, I shall eat old Jack out of house and home. If he dares to serve me a meager meal, I shall send him flying today. A promise is a promise. Oh, by the way, the martial soul awakening ceremony is in 3 days, right? Let's see what my martial soul will be. As a time traveler, Jiang Luoran was naturally ambitious. He had never considered leading a tranquil life. He was a time traveler. He could not squander resources. If he was to act, he would aim for greatness, aspiring to become divine. Thus, he trained daily from dawn to dusk. In truth, Jiang Luoran gradually discovered his exceptional speed and grew fond of it, intending to cultivate it further. As for the notion that only 2 out of 10 individuals could awaken their martial souls, Jiang Luoran remained somewhat apprehensive. Though he was a time traveler, there was no guarantee he could indeed awaken a martial soul. What if he failed? Where would that leave his foreknowledge of the plot? Considering this, Jiang Luoran diligently exercised each day, hoping it would aid in the awakening of his martial soul. Hey, old Jack, I'm back, Jiang Luoran called out as he noticed the neatly arranged meal on the table. Eat well, and refrain from mimicking the foul language of those outside. An elderly man with bright eyes and a stooped figure approached, leaning on a cane. He was none other than old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Did you go to the Wulin branch in Nodding City to find the soul master who awakens martial souls? Jiang Luoran inquired as he shoveled food into his mouth. Who? Old Jack responded. Bewildered, who was this awakening soul master? The one responsible for awakening martial souls, Su Yuntao. Isn't their martial soul a lone wolf? That must be him. Jiang Luoran feigned deep thought. Old Jack shook his head helplessly. Take your time eating. I will go find Xiao San to discuss some matters. Chapter 2. The Chaotic Winds. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Luoran traversed the land with a 100-pound log upon his back. Initially, he had utilized stones for weight training, but as time passed, the stones no longer sufficed. Ultimately, he resorted to that old tree outside his door. For 6 years, Jiang Luoran had engaged in daily physical training to enhance his own strength. It is essential to understand that even Tang San had relied on numerous Tang sect secret techniques to narrowly escape danger on several occasions. Throughout these 6 years, Jiang Luoran had not received any fortunate gifts, which attested to his need for self-reliance. With a multitude of dangers looming ahead, could he afford to remain idle? Relying solely on martial souls and soul rings to act recklessly was a sure path to peril. Combat and duels were not as simple as they seemed. Myriad possibilities lay within. Third brother, Jiang Luoran, concluded his training and knocked on Tang San's door. At this hour, Tang Hao should still be asleep, so there was no need to worry about waking him. After all, he was a Title Douluo. Should he ever become displeased, one sweep of that hammer could cost him his head. On several occasions, he had witnessed old Jack admonishing and scolding Tang Hao, even appearing to consider taking action. Jiang Luoran had always felt a pang of anxiety for old Jack. He feared that one day Tang Hao might reach his limit and, with a single blow, obliterate Holy Soul Village. Old Jack constantly praised the Soul Sage, extolling their virtues and strength. Yet here was Tang Hao, a Title Douluo, being berated. What a stark contrast. He even claimed that Tang Hao was the most useless in their village. How so? If Holy Soul Village harbored a few gods, let them emerge for all to see. It's you, Luoran. I'm busy and don't have time to play outside, Tang San replied, well aware that at over 30 years of age, he could not frolic about like a child. I know, do I seem like that kind of person? I merely thought you might want to learn forging techniques, so I came to take a look, Jiang Luoran remarked. Truth be told, he was genuinely eager to witness the chaotic wind hammer technique in action. He had always read about it, but reading alone offered little insight this time. He was determined to see it with his own eyes. Certainly, engaging in learning is entirely feasible. However, I find myself uncertain of my capabilities. Moreover, he is already in his 30s. Can he truly run about like a child, completely bare, while exclaiming, on the Title Douluo, ha ha ha? Forging technique. I'm just about to ask my father to teach me, Tang San declared, pointing to a piece of iron or nearby, rich in iron essence. I aspire to assist my father in the future. Jiang Luoran smiled. Feigning ignorance, go ahead. Pretend all you want. I shall not expose you. It is clear you intend to create hidden weapons for the Tang sect. In truth, Jiang Luoran understood Tang, saying while he had claimed to be a traveler from another world. But who would believe such a tale? And with such concealed abilities, it is better to keep them hidden. Then, third brother, may I watch you forge? Jiang Luoran beseeched, his expression one of earnest desire. Of course, but my father has yet to awaken, so you will have to wait a moment. Tang San replied, just as Tang Hao emerged from within the room. Reeking of alcohol, his thick brows and large eyes contrasting with his disheveled hair, presenting a rather weary appearance. No, it seemed more akin to one who had lost a partner. Jiang Luoran, unfazed, greeted him with a simple hello, uncle, feeling less constrained than during their first meeting, as he knew that, under normal circumstances, the man would not strike him, unless he could not restrain himself. Tang Hao responded nonchalantly, lifting a bowl of rice porridge to his lips. Father, may I have that piece of iron? Tang San inquired, having already examined the ore, which was rich in iron essence. Do you wish to become a blacksmith? Tang Hao set down his bowl. Yes, I want to assist you, Tang San asserted with unwavering conviction. You are still too young. Wait until you can lift a hammer before learning the forging technique from me. Tang Hao's gaze turned somber. Perhaps becoming a blacksmith is not a bad choice after all. I can do it now, Tang San insisted, noticing Tang Hao's disbelief as he lifted the heavy iron hammer with ease. Tang Hao was taken aback. How could such a substantial hammer be wielded by a mere 6-year-old? Was he endowed with innate strength? Father, can you teach me forging now? Tang San asked, his eyes gleaming with innocence as he looked at Tang Hao. Tang Hao was a decisive man, eschewing frivolous words. All right, little San, let me ask you, how many hearts does a person possess? Father, doesn't a person have only one heart? Tang San pondered, having spent over 30 years trying to comprehend Tang Hao's words. No, a human has 3 hearts, Tang Hao explained, patting the muscles of his calves. They are located in each of the 2 lower legs and one in the center. Father, I do not understand. Tang San was perplexed. I will demonstrate once. Observe carefully, Tang Hao declared, lifting the heavy hammer and standing firmly. To exert the greatest force, all 3 hearts must work in unison. Starting with the 3 hearts, they transmit power to the legs, then to the waist, followed by the shoulders, and finally the hands, enabling one to deliver a formidable strike. As Tang Hao swung the heavy hammer, it trembled slightly before he unleashed a mighty blow. Boom! A wave of crimson energy erupted, causing the entire house to shake, and both Tang San and Jiang Luoran staggered backwards, barely maintaining their footing. They watched as the iron ore on the forge became concave, having shed many impurities. Tang Hao did not set down the hammer. He utilized the recoil to pivot, driving the hammer down once more. Do you understand now? Jiang Luoran was aware of the technique. The storm hammer method would only grow more powerful with each strike, an unstoppable force. Using force against force? Tang San mused thoughtfully. However, achieving this is not as simple as it seems. Precisely, see if you can give it a try. Tang Hao encouraged, handing the hammer to Tang San while glancing at Jiang Luoran, mindful that the storm hammer technique was a sect's secret art, not to be disclosed. Yet, he reasoned that a mere 6-year-old child could hardly master such a forging craft at a glance. Tang San raised the hammer high, mimicking Tang Hao's stance, expanding his stance and activating his hearts, channeling power through his legs, waist, shoulders, arms, and hands. Boom! Sparks flew as the room shook once more. Although the iron block did not indent, it had turned a brilliant red. Tang Hao was astonished. How could a novice achieve such results? Little did he know that Tang San practiced the crane catching dragon technique daily, giving him a solid foundation. Boom! Tang San struck again, leveraging the force. It seems you have grasped the technique. There is no shortcut to mastering this hammering method. The only way to improve is through practice. This will enhance your control and strength over time. Tang Hao waved his hand for him to continue. The legs? It appeared that the legs were the source of all power. Jiang Luoran felt elated. He had been training his legs since childhood, and those 2 hearts should be quite formidable. May I give it a try? Jiang Luoran stepped forward, a pleading look on his face. Tang San turned to Tang Hao, who nodded. All right, Luoran, give it a go. Tang Hao shook his head, wondering how a 6-year-old could lift the hammer. Little San attributed it to divine strength, owing to his mother. Thus, it should influence Little San's physique. Jiang Luoran took the hammer from Tang San, positioning himself for the strike. He pulled his hands back and then raised the hammer high, perhaps due to the development of his legs. He felt an inexhaustible surge of power rising within. 3 hearts, legs, waist, shoulders, arms, hands. Boom! A cascade of sparks erupted as the iron block glowed even brighter, showing signs of indentation. This indicated that a strike was more powerful than Tang San's. Wow! Tang San realized his own strength, combined with the crane, catching dragon, and mystic jade hand techniques, paled in comparison to Jiang Luoran's might. It was evident that Jiang Luoran's efforts had borne fruit indeed. The two hearts in his legs were exceptionally strong. Tang Hao said nothing as a Title Douluo. He had witnessed countless extraordinary feats. However, was the storm hammer technique truly so simplistic? It was implausible. This child was rather peculiar. How could he wield the storm hammer with such strength? Jiang Luoran twisted his arm, using the recoil to deliver another blow. Boom! The room reverberated with the sound of tremendous force, indeed surpassing his previous strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Luoran hammered away a total of 26 times, only halting when he felt his strength waning. Tang San was left speechless. He had struck 26 times in a row. Tang Hao's emotions stirred slightly. Luoran, what do you usually do? Jiang Luoran wiped away the sweat from his brow. I love running with the old tree at the village entrance. I've been doing it for 4 years now. Perhaps that is how I have developed my 3 hearts. Chapter 3. The Mystery of Origins at Last. Tang Hao experienced a moment of enlightenment, displaying an expression of peculiar understanding. No wonder you wield this hammer technique with such formidable strength. Jiang Luoran felt a chill run down his spine. Tang Hao's gaze was unmistakably laced with murderous intent. Had he truly learned the chaotic techniques of his sect? Would his adversary resort to silencing him permanently? Luoran, you can wield so many hammers? Tang San inquired with an air of composure, fully aware that his opponent spoke the truth. Each day was filled with rigorous training and running. Today, there was also a need to forge numerous agricultural tools. Come over and lend a hand. Tang Hao gestured towards them. Jiang Luoran and Tang San stepped forward, seizing the iron hammers to commence their work. In an instant, the house trembled incessantly, resonating with the sound of airwaves. It was not until nightfall that they concluded their labor. Brother San, did old Jack come to see you today? Jiang Luoran inquired, taking several sips of water. Indeed. Grandpa Jack mentioned that in 3 days, the Soul Master awakening ceremony will take place. I also inquired about numerous Soul Master-related matters, Tang San replied, as he prepared the ingredients for a porridge. Soul Master? Tang Hao mused, revealing a fleeting glimmer of solitude. Well then, Brother San, Uncle, I shall take my leave. Jiang Luoran quietly retreated, pondering why old Jack did not share the specific details with him. What could he be planning? Jiang Luoran returned to old Jack's home, picked up the congee on the table, and began to drink it. After a day of labor, his stomach was already growling with hunger. The Tang family was too impoverished for him to dare stay for a meal. Slow down, you are always in such a hurry, old Jack said as he slowly approached, serving him another bowl. Old Jack, I must ask you, are you concealing something from me? Jiang Luoran inquired, smacking his lips. No, old Jack replied, his gaze drifting, seemingly hesitant to speak. Surely you must know something about who I am, Jiang Luoran pressed, directing his gaze toward the knives in the cupboard. I truly do not know. Please do not compel me further, old Jack lamented. How can a 6-year-old child be so difficult to deceive? Old Jack, I merely wish to inquire about my origins. Is that too much to ask? Jiang Luoran advanced toward the knives. The two locked eyes for a moment. Ah, old Jack sighed. Perhaps it is indeed inappropriate for me to withhold this matter from you. What child would not desire to know the identity of their biological parents? No one wishes to exist in this world without understanding their roots. Jiang Luoran sat upright on the stool, attentively listening. That day, the rain fell in torrents, and our village's soul sage suddenly vanished, warning me to keep the villagers indoors. I nodded eagerly in agreement. He was adorned with 7 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black, and then he soared into the air. The sky was ominously overcast, as if dense fog was awakening, casting an oppressive atmosphere. I waited anxiously for the return of the soul sage, but instead, I beheld a man, battered and bruised, approaching Shahan village. Who was he? This was the crux of the matter that Jiang Luoran understood. The man still bore his soul rings, which I clearly discerned as 8. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. He was drenched in blood, his eyes filled with terror and streaked with crimson. In his arms, he cradled a child whose heart had been shattered. It was a horrifying sight, one I had never witnessed before. I could not fathom what trials the Soul Douluo had endured. Although the child's heart had been reduced to fragments, astonishingly, there was still a faint breath. I declared that the child was beyond saving. Suddenly, the Soul Douluo radiated a brilliant golden light, an ominous glow emanating from his torso. I witnessed all 8 of his soul rings transform into a resplendent gold. Ultimately, he bestowed these 8 golden rings upon the child. A month later, the child miraculously survived, while the Soul Douluo coughed up blood repeatedly, pleading for me to take the child in. I offered him a place to recuperate, but he claimed he could not recover, stating that he wished to die in the North Sea. However, I had never heard of such a place, and so he departed. Old Jack waved his hand. Was I then the child with the shattered heart? So, the North Sea, was it? Jiang Luoran seemed to recall something. What was the martial spirit his father wielded? Old Jack looked up, deep in thought, and replied, it was a type of vine, golden in hue, adorned with sharp thorns, evoking both fear and sanctity. The sky blue vine, perhaps? Jiang Luoran pondered. No, the sky blue vine is green. How could it be golden? What martial spirit could that be? Enough of such thoughts. You were still but a child. In 3 days, the awakening of martial spirits would take place. And then he could try to see if he might become a soul master. Old Jack certainly hoped Jiang Luoran would attain this status. To be powerful is far better than to be weak. I understand. Jiang Luoran rose to clear the table, his heart laden with thoughts. Frankly, even in a new world, he could not neglect the significance of his parents. Moreover, his father had sacrificed 8 soul rings and a soul bone to save him. What of his mother? In 3 days, he would behold his martial spirit, and then all would become clear. 3 days later, Jiang Luoran and Tang San walked together, making their way towards the Spirit Hall branch, which was merely a quaint wooden cabin. Within the Douluo continent, there are numerous Spirit Hall branches. Luoran, I am so thrilled. I have no idea what my spirit might be, exclaimed a youthful voice. Erwa rushed over, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San, and with a beaming smile, directed his attention towards Jiang Luoran. It's just a hoe. What are you so excited about? Get lost. Jiang Luoran firmly pressed his face and shoved him aside. How could such a petty individual look down upon Tang San? Child, I advise you to cultivate a discerning eye. Do not judge a person by their background. Instead, delve deeper and observe the essence of the individual. Besides, Tang San merely wishes to remain low-key. He is the scion of a prestigious lineage among the 3 great sects. Is there anything wrong with such heritage? Jiang Luoran felt it unnecessary to squander time with him. A man clad in the attire of the Spirit Hall approached, his lips curled in a smug smile, his demeanor exuding arrogance. How many children are there this year? Old Jack hurriedly approached, addressing the Spirit Master with utmost respect. Greetings, esteemed Master of Spirits. This year, there are a total of 9 children. Very well, I understand. Have them stand in a line. Su Yuntao, the young werewolf, arranged 6 black stones on the ground, forming a hexagonal symbol, signaling for the first child to step forward. Children, this esteemed individual is the Master of Spirits from the Spirit Hall. Grandfather hopes that one of you will become a soul master. Old Jack smiled. I am pressed for time. Let us commence swiftly. We have already traversed 7 or 8 villages. It is not often one encounters a soul master, Su Yuntao lamented. Realizing Old Jack repeated this sentiment annually. All right. Old Jack hastily retreated. Chapter 4. Awakening the Martial Soul. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Spirit Master, and I shall serve as your guide on the path to becoming soul masters. Remember, regardless of what you witness, do not succumb to fear. A purple aura emanated from Su Yuntao, and a purple energy sphere materialized at his brow. Gradually, his muscles swelled, and a purple lone wolf appeared behind him, with 2 soul rings of white and yellow descending. The children trembled, intimidated by the overwhelming presence and authority he exuded. They had never encountered such a spectacle. The foremost child hastily retreated. At my age, achieving the status of a great soul master is indeed a rarity. Su Yuntao chuckled narcissistically. Jiang Luoran's expression was grave. While Su Yuntao possessed commendable talent, he still paled in comparison to Tang San. Tang San, however, observed with keen attention, his heart devoid of fear, merely filled with curiosity. He pondered whether the bottleneck he faced in his Xiantian skill was related to the soul rings and soul power. A worthless martial soul. Blue silver grass. A worthless martial soul. Uncle, what is this? A martial soul? A worthless martial soul. Next, upon reaching this point, Su Yuntao felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, realizing that no soul masters remained here. It was now Tang San's turn. He stepped towards the hexagonal awakening formation. With a hum, a vibrant blue silver grass martial soul appeared in Tang San's right hand. Jiang Luoran observed as Tang San's left hand crackled with lightning, manifesting a diminutive hammer, which he swiftly suppressed. That was the Haotian hammer. Blue silver grass. Alas, Su Yuntao sighed, shaking his head, another useless martial soul. Uncle, may I test my soul power? Tang San inquired, eager to ascertain the extent of his abilities. Although Su Yuntao was reluctant to squander time, he conceded. Very well, you may proceed. Tang San placed his hand upon the crystal designated for testing soul power, and at once, it erupted in a brilliant radiance, dazzling to the point of being blinding. A moment of silence enveloped the onlookers, leaving them at a loss for words. Child, this is innate full soul power, Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment, only to follow with a sigh. What a pity, what a pity. You possess a useless martial soul. Innate full soul power. Tang San found himself bewildered. Does this not merely echo my Xiantian skill? Could it be that in this world, Xiantian skill equates to my soul power? Indeed, even at the time of my awakening, I had attained a 2nd-level soul power. Su Yuntao's pride swelled. This is quite commendable. You must understand that a soul master, even with a modicum of soul power, can continue to cultivate and gradually advance. My aptitude holds boundless potential. I may well become the head of a branch in the future. A dreamy smile graced Su Yuntao's face. Yet, the martial soul bears greater significance. Just as you and I, though you possess innate full soul power, The blue silvergrass is a worthless martial soul, rendering cultivation impossible. Conversely, even with merely first-level soul power, my future remains exceedingly promising, Su Yuntao remarked, somewhat sheepishly. Jiang Luoran couldn't help but let out a soft, muffled chuckle. That blue silvergrass can actually evolve into the blue silver emperor. It's just that your status is insufficient to awaken its true imperial form. All right, last one, Su Yuntao said indifferently, gesturing for Jiang Luoran to step forward. Boom. Jiang Luoran stood within the hexagon, and suddenly, a gray vine materialized in his hand, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. What is this? Tang San approached. A useless martial soul. It must be an old tree root, Su Yuntao gestured dismissively. Indeed? Still, not a single soul master has awakened. So be it. I shall take my leave. Jiang Luoran discerned that it was unmistakably the Tianqing vine, albeit with an unusual hue, indicating a mutation. How could one possibly believe that the ancient tree roots would fill one's mouth? He could sense the terrifying control capabilities of this martial soul. Test my soul power. Jiang Luoran commanded as he raised his hand. With such a useless martial soul, how much soul power could one possibly possess? Su Yuntao hastily produced the soul power orb, urging Jiang Luoran to proceed with the test quickly, for he had other matters to attend to. In an instant, the room was engulfed in a dazzling radiance, blinding in its intensity, 4 times more ferocious than Tang San's soul light. Was this yet another innate full soul power? Su Yuntao's composure shattered. How could someone with innate full soul power be entrusted to a useless martial soul? What innate full soul power? My friend, I am directly at the level of a soul master. The lack of discernment was truly alarming. Jiang Luoran sighed in exasperation. As long as I am granted a soul ring, I shall immediately ascend to the rank of soul master, he thought with delight. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's decision to unleash this little wolf man was clearly intended to wreak havoc upon the talented. After all, their schemes against the Douluo continent had been in motion for quite some time, and warfare was imminent in just a few years. Master of War Spirits, are there any awakened martial souls in our village? Old Jack inquired with hopeful anticipation. Ah, Su Yuntao gestured towards Jiang Luoran and Tang San. These 2 children possess the rare innate full soul power, yet their martial souls are deemed useless. With a wave of his hand, he indicated his desire to say no more and exited the room. Old Jack approached with his cane. Little San, do not be disheartened. Though you possess a useless martial soul, you are endowed with innate full soul power. I have decided to allocate the village's educational quota to you, he consoled Tang San. In truth, Tang San remained unperturbed, for he possessed dual martial souls and innate full soul power. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Little San, you are simply too remarkable. So wise at such a tender age? It is unfortunate that your father has no worthy martial soul to pass on to you, Old Jack remarked, his expression turning sour at the mention of Tang Hao. Jiang Luoran scoffed, remarking that Tang San's exceptional talents were merely a result of his fortunate lineage, which bestowed upon him a multitude of gifts. How else could one so young achieve divinity? The Haotian hammer and the blue silver emperor, each a rarity. Not to mention the soul bones. Coupled with his possession of the Tang sect's secret techniques, it was as if he embodied countless advantages. Achieving godhood, indeed, often rests upon one's background. These factors have undoubtedly saved Tang San on numerous occasions. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Luoran, do not lose heart. Your severe injuries must have affected your martial soul and innate potential. The remaining study opportunity is rightfully yours as well. Old Jack patted Jiang Luoran's shoulder reassuringly. Jiang Luoran chuckled, despite her serious injuries. After all, she is now a member of the Soul Clan and must possess a certain aura of status. Well then, Old Jack. Third brother, I shall go train. Yet, a sense of urgency twisted in her heart, and her entire being felt utterly discomfort. Hoo. Jiang Luoran embraced the gnarled roots of the ancient tree at the village entrance, gasping for breath as if engulfed in flames or swept away by a tempest. A group of children, witnessing his peculiar state, erupted into laughter, pointing and mocking him, finding his demeanor utterly ridiculous. As night descended and the village lay shrouded in silence, Jiang Luoran's entire being flickered with an ethereal glow, his form wavering in and out of focus. Gradually, his arms became enveloped in layers of heavy white feathered scales, followed by his legs until his entire body was shrouded. His visage resembled that of a mythical fish from the depths of the ocean, while his physique mirrored that of the majestic rock. This was the Kuenping. With a thunderous sound, a spectral Kuenping materialized behind Jiang Luoran. The howling winds roared, causing the village entrance to tremble. The ground beneath him fissured. Could this be the beast martial spirit, Kuenping? Jiang Luoran mused, for as a being from Earth, he was well acquainted with the legend of the Kuenping. Was he not also a dual martial spirit? The Kuenping, capable of soaring over 80,000 miles, with a mere flap of its wings could unleash cataclysmic forces. Presently, it remained in its juvenile form, its spectral manifestation lacking purity, a consequence of not possessing a soul ring. Yet, if one were to acquire a true martial spirit and its corresponding soul ring in the future, what sensations might that evoke? Jiang Luoran has now acquired soul power, yet he lacks the necessary soul rings. In the realm of Douluo continent, does the Kuenping beast martial soul still exist? Jiang Luoran was astounded. He had never encountered such information in the text he had perused. The Kunpeng must surely be an ultimate martial soul. However, it would be unwise to imbue the Kunpeng martial soul with soul rings at this moment. Currently, I possess dual martial souls, and I must cultivate in accordance with the requirements of having two. First, I shall focus on the mutated heavenly blue vine martial soul. As for the Kunpeng martial soul, I shall set it aside for now. Once I ascend to the rank of Title Douluo, I will directly endow it with 9 red soul rings. Furthermore, is the mutation of the heavenly blue vine martial soul a fortuitous development or a detrimental one? It is essential to recognize that mutations can yield both positive and negative outcomes. For instance, Tang San's master, Yu Shaojiang, exemplifies a case of a negative progression. Let me experiment, Jiang Luoran thought, as he activated the mutated heavenly blue vine martial soul. Before him, the grayish-blue vine appeared extraordinarily resilient, akin to steel, radiating a cold, solitary brilliance. Jiang Luoran aimed at the ancient tree root before her, binding it. With a resounding thud, the venerable root was instantaneously torn apart by the gray-blue vines, disintegrating into countless fragments that cascaded to the ground. Chapter 5, The Silent Sleeve Sword. Jiang Luoran, Old Tree Root. What happened to the promised restraint? Can we still enjoy ourselves? Let's return to being human. You deceiver. Jiang Luoran then retreated several steps, pondering whether it was not a constraint. How could it have directly shredded apart? He witnessed with his own eyes as the gray-blue vine pierced into the roots of the ancient tree like reinforced steel, spiraling inward before ultimately shattering from the inside out. This implied that as a control-type soul master, not only could he manipulate the vine, but it could also be wielded as a weapon. How extraordinarily useful! Jiang Luoran laughed heartily. Did Jiang Luoran truly need to rely on his hands while advancing and vanquishing foes? However, activating the gray-blue vine martial spirit also demanded considerable soul energy. It was impossible for Jiang Luoran to unleash a multitude of vines. Having contemplated everything, he felt a sense of stability. With more than 3 months until the start of his studies, he was determined not to squander this time. Although the ancient tree root had broken, he had acquired the gray-blue vine martial spirit, which could be further enhanced. After awakening his martial spirit and soul power, Jiang Luoran sensed a profound transformation within his body. Previously, he could only manage to carry 100 pounds of the ancient tree root while running. Now, he effortlessly lifted 300 pounds of the gray-blue vine. This was without utilizing any soul power. If he were to harness it, he could likely withstand 1,000 pounds of force. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary beast martial spirit. The Kunpeng. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Luoran, burdened by the weight of 300 pounds of sky-blue vine, sprinted swiftly, traversing the rugged terrain beyond the village. Is Senga home? Jiang Luoran knocked on the door of Tang San's residence. Senga, what are you up to? It's been a month. Tang San brushed off the sparks from his apron, gesturing towards the table where a silent sleeve arrow lay. Indeed. He was crafting a Tang sect concealed weapon, the silent sleeve arrow. Its lethality was nothing short of astounding. Jiang Luoran observed intently. Tang San, mistaking Jiang Luoran's astonishment for ignorance, explained, I have named this device a concealed weapon. It is called the silent sleeve arrow. Senga, allow me to assist you. Jiang Luoran exclaimed, lifting a hammer. Though I may not be adept at assembling the apparatus, I can certainly forge for you. Ever since awakening my martial soul, my strength has increased remarkably. If Jiang Luoran were to take charge, it would undoubtedly expedite Tang San's progress in crafting concealed weapons. Well then, thank you very much, Tang San nodded. Although Jiang Luoran's hammering technique is rather crude, he is capable of addressing formidable challenges when faced with resilient iron. After all, merely creating silent wrist-mounted arrows is insufficient. One must also forge exquisite steel needles. Bang! As Jiang Luoran lifted the hammer and swung it down, a cascade of sparks erupted, cascading downward. The air rippled with force, shaking the very foundations of the buildings. For a continuous month after each training session, Jiang Luoran diligently assisted Tang San in forging the silent wrist crossbows. From the initial 20 swings, he had progressed to over 60. Jiang Luoran had become increasingly adept at the chaotic wind hammer technique, mastering its nuances with exquisite precision. This technique even allowed him to engage foes beyond his level. Considering that Tang Hao was merely at level 90, with 8 spirit rings, he had the capability to defeat the spirit Hall's Qinshu and Ji. This hammer technique had indeed become a means of self-preservation. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that his dual martial souls did not possess the hammer's attributes. Despite his arduous training in the chaotic wind, he feared it might ultimately be rendered futile. Third brother, I have returned, Jiang Luoran announced as he knocked on Tang San's door, observing the latter drenched in sweat. Ah, it's Luoran. Tang San exhaled deeply. Look here. He held up 3 silent wrist crossbows, inviting Jiang Luoran to admire them. Did you truly create these? Jiang Luoran gasped, recognizing the arduousness involved in forging even a single piece. After a month of relentless effort, they had finally produced most of the components for 3 silent wrist crossbows. Moreover, Tang San insisted on achieving the utmost precision. Even the intricate wind pattern engravings took considerable time to carve. Indeed, I toiled throughout the night. They have only just taken form. Tang San yawned, clearly entranced by the craftsmanship. though he deliberately avoided disclosing certain aspects to Jiang Luoran. While Jiang Luoran was aware of the component manufacturing process, he remained oblivious to the assembly, which was critical. The secrets of Tang Sect's hidden weapons could not be revealed, for that was the code they adhered to. How about it? Have you tested their power? Jiang Luoran understood the rules of the Tang Sect, though he was formidable. He was not rude enough to attempt to learn the secrets of their hidden weapons, initially intending to fabricate the components and then devise an excuse to leave. He saw no need to pursue the matter further given Tang San's current state. I have equipped each silent wrist crossbow with 5 silver needles. These are lethal hidden weapons. Yet I hope you will use them for self-defense, Tang San said, handing one of the silent wrist crossbows to Jiang Luoran, indicating it was rightfully his. Regardless of whether Jiang Luoran believed in the weapon's efficacy or desired it, this silent wrist crossbow was his due. After observing Jiang Luoran for several days, Tang San realized he was not like the ordinary children of the village. He was remarkably perceptive, reflecting on their previous interactions. Jiang Luoran had not exhibited the typical aversion towards him. An intriguing individual, indeed. Jiang Luoran comprehended the potency of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Possessing the silent wrist crossbow was akin to having multiple lives. Furthermore, it was an excellent tool for assassination. He grasped it firmly, strapping it onto his arm. Allow me to instruct you on its use. Tang San affixed the silent wrist crossbow to his own arm, signaling Jiang Luoran to follow suit. Then I shall trouble you. Third brother, Jiang Luoran replied as they ascended the mountain together. Hidden weapons are those that are launched covertly. If the enemy is aware, they cease to be hidden and become overt. Tang San pointed towards a falling leaf. Focus, align your heart, eyes, and mouth with the target, ensuring they are in a straight line. When you have your aim, do not hesitate. Be swift, fierce, and precise, then release the silver needles. With a firm squeeze, Tang San propelled the silver needle forward. The needle soared like a streak of white light, striking true upon the leaf's stem and penetrating the trunk, embedding itself in the tree behind. Jiang Luoran nodded, acknowledging the impressive piercing power of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, which indeed lived up to their reputation. In addition to the silver needle, it is also known as the bone-piercing needle. Tang San retrieved the needle. Have you grasped it? I understand. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, merely wishing to witness its power. As for the operational requirements, he was already well versed. In the following days, Jiang Luoran continued his training, even dedicating his spare time to strengthening his leg muscles. Regarding speed, he had awakened the Kunpeng martial soul, which rendered him significantly faster than Tang San when employing the ghost shadow perplexing technique. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Luoran, burdened with over 500 pounds of sky blue vines, sprinted through the forest, the sound of his footsteps echoing like rhythmic thuds. Weaker soul beasts scattered in all directions. It is only under pressure that one can find motivation. Thus, he opted to run amidst the low-level magical beasts in the forest, seeking to awaken his own potential. Chapter 6. Better to chase you to death. A month later, Jiang Luoran and Tang San awaited Old Jack at the village entrance, carrying bags of naan as they engaged in a discussion about the utilization of hidden weapons. Old Jack approached, his face aglow with joy, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, his smile unwavering. This year, the village proudly celebrated the emergence of 2 soul masters, and it would be disingenuous to claim a lack of pride. Soon, they would have the opportunity to boast to the village heads of neighboring communities. Grandpa Jack, Tang San called out, rushing to assist him, concerned for his mobility. Little San, Luoran, Old Jack exclaimed, his face brimming with hope. Once you both attend the Junior Soul Master Academy, make sure to study diligently. Grandpa awaits the day you become soul masters. Jiang Luoran smiled faintly. If she were to claim to be a soul master, it is likely that Old Jack would not believe her. Grandpa Jack, is there still a Junior Soul Master Academy? Tang San inquired. Little San is truly astute, unlike Luoran, who only excels in running. Upon entering the Junior Soul Master Academy, you require not only 6 years to complete your studies, but also your soul power must reach level 20 to be considered a graduate. After that, you may continue to advance and join the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, which entails significant expenses. Of course, there are also advanced Soul Master Academies. However, for impoverished individuals like us, such aspirations are futile, as they cater exclusively to the nobility. Old Jack spoke more than usual today. He felt it necessary to impart some knowledge to the children. And what about the soul rings? Tang San sensed that his inability to break through with the Xiantian skill was somehow tied to the soul rings. Each soul master must acquire a soul ring for every 10 levels to progress to the next stage of cultivation. There are many types of soul rings. The white one signifies a 10-year soul ring, while the yellow one represents a 100-year soul ring. That is all I know. Acquiring a soul ring is a significant event for every soul master and serves as a symbol of status. Old Jack reminisced about the soul saint from his clan. Tang San understood. Thus, the higher the age of the acquired soul ring, the more formidable it is. The first soul ring a human can bear has a maximum age of 100 years, and Tang San resolved to obtain a 100-year soul ring. Jiang Luoran is a soul master, determined to confront a 1,000-year-old spirit beast to obtain its soul ring, thus creating an extraordinary existence within the Douluo continent. Xiao San, Luoran. Do not overthink, nor burden yourselves excessively, Old Jack remarked. Your grandfather harbors hopes for you. If you can successfully acquire 2 white soul rings, I shall be exceedingly pleased. He seemed to envision his village being protected by 2 soul masters. Throughout their journey, old Jack shared numerous tales, all revolving around the peripheries of soul masters. Yet when delving deeper, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon reaching the entrance of the Notting City Soul Master Academy, old Jack hesitated. The items here were beyond the means of those in poverty. Greetings, we hail from the Holy Soul Village. Old Jack presented an authorization letter from the Spirit Hall. Our village has 2 students wishing to study at your esteemed institution. The gatekeeper expressed disdain, snatching the document from old Jack's hands to scrutinize it. Ah, blue silver grass. Ah, an old tree root. 2 innate full spirit powers. The gatekeeper's laughter was almost tear-inducing. This is personally endorsed by a master from the Spirit Hall, undoubtedly genuine. Old Jack suppressed his anger, enduring the humiliation. You, with your nonchalant demeanor, what does it signify? Holy Soul Village? Spare yourself the delusion. Do you expect me to believe your village has a Title Douluo? If you could boast a soul sage, I would personally challenge a million-year spirit beast. Seeing old Jack's ignorance of the rules, the gatekeeper refused to allow them entry. You, old Jack, are truly incensed. This is a soul sage, the pride of your village. How dare you insult us thus? Return the document. I shall seek justice at the Spirit Hall. The gatekeeper knew the truth but would not let old Jack off easily, as he had not yet pocketed any coin. Aren't you the village head of Holy Soul Village? Try to take it back from me. Old Jack, leaning on his cane, pursued the gatekeeper, shouting for his document. The gatekeeper fled, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Luoran stood before the gatekeeper. Delivering a swift kick to his head, the gatekeeper coughed blood, collapsing onto the ground like a rag doll, feeling as though he had been struck with steel. What are you? Seeking death? Jiang Luoran taunted, stepping on the gatekeeper. Despite old Jack having sustained himself for 6 years, witnessing such a scoundrel bully him was intolerable. Not having dispatched him with a single blow was already a concession to the master. How dare you strike the gatekeeper of Notting Academy? Such audacity. The gatekeeper attempted to protest, only to have Jiang Luoran's foot thrust into his mouth. Garbage is merely garbage, fit only for guarding the gate, Jiang Luoran declared, not holding back. Today, I shall chase you to your end. Your existence is of no value. The gatekeeper panicked. Could this mere child truly seek to end his life? Was there no law to uphold? Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes, his eyes dull and lifeless, approached slowly. Luoran, enough. Stand down. Old Jack rushed forward, fearing for the child's actions. The child's temperament was too fiery. The master picked up the Spirit Hall document from the ground, and upon the first glance, he was astonished, quickly suppressing his emotions. This is a Spirit Hall document. You are the students of Holy Soul Village? Old Jack explained the circumstances to the master, pleading for leniency towards Jiang Luoran. The master, infuriated, glared at the gatekeeper. If there is another incident, do not return. Yes, yes, the gatekeeper scrambled away. Old Jack felt relief. He had encountered a sensible person indeed. I beseech you to accept these 2 children, he implored. You 2 follow me. The master nodded at old Jack, leading Jiang Luoran and Tang San through the gates of the academy. Hello, teacher. Tang San thought it prudent to express his gratitude, given the man's assistance. Teacher, I am not a teacher of this academy. The master waved his hand. I shall guide you to some seats. Then why are you here? Jiang Luoran inquired. I merely seek sustenance at this academy. If you must address me, you may call me master, he mused. As for my true name, I have nearly forgotten it. Master? What distinguishes that from a teacher? Jiang Luoran pressed further. Master is merely a title, while a teacher is singular. In the Douluo continent, one can only acknowledge one person as a teacher. The master paused, smiling. Unless you wish to recognize me as your teacher. Jiang Luoran and Tang San gazed at the master, silently inquiring if there was anything worth their learning. Very well, allow me to share my conjecture, the master began, first directing his attention towards Tang San. Your martial soul is blue silver grass, yet you possess innate full soul power. I surmise that you harbor another exceedingly potent martial soul. Am I correct? Tang San glanced at Jiang Luoran, recalling his father's admonition to keep secrets from outsiders. Now, however, his revelation seemed inevitable. Accepting the truth, Tang San released his martial soul, revealing a hammer imbued with lightning in his left hand. A Tang surname? Such a martial soul? The master pondered, as if sensing a deeper truth yet hesitating to draw conclusions. Master, what troubles you? Tang San inquired, noting the incredulous expression shared by his father and the master. Addressing him as master indicated Tang San's acknowledgement of his wisdom. To discern his dual martial souls from a mere list was no small feat. Such an individual was indeed worthy of his respect. Do not worry. Quickly retract your martial soul, the master urged, recognizing Tang San's potential. You are Jiang Luoran, with a martial soul of old tree root, also possessing innate full soul power. Let me see your martial soul. With unwavering trust in the master, Jiang Luoran unleashed his gray-blue vine, resembling reinforced steel. The master's face registered shock as he examined the vine's rigidity and heft. How is this possible? What martial soul is this? Chapter 7. Yu Xiaojiang. This should not be. The master sensed the energy emanating from the vine. It was not the typical blue silver grass. However, I can assert that this is by no means a useless martial soul, nor merely old tree root. Its resilience, strength, weight, and sentience are exceptionally suited for control, indicating a strong capability. Is it a mutated martial soul? Master, observe. Jiang Luoran directed his attention to a nearby old tree trunk, demonstrating the gray-blue vine. The old tree, seemingly exasperated, braced itself. With a resounding thud, several vines pierced through, swiftly elongating and disintegrating the trunk into splintered wood that fell to the ground. Fortunately, no one else was nearby. Otherwise, it would have drawn unwarranted attention. The old tree root had ensnared the old tree? Remarkably, this was sharper than most blade-type martial souls. Moreover, this concealed controlling martial soul was ideally suited for stealth operations. It was akin to a control-type soul master coupled with an agile attack-type soul master. The master recognized the martial soul's advantages and vast potential. I suspect this is blue silvergrass, Jiang Luoran stated solemnly. Blue silvergrass? Are you certain? The master questioned. Intrigued. The blue silvergrass martial soul possesses formidable control abilities and is considered commendable among plant control-type soul masters. Yet, its lack of prominence stems from its rarity, being a lineage passed down in isolation. Is that so? I admit my ignorance regarding the blue silvergrass martial soul due to its elusiveness, thus hindering my research. The master mused, gazing at the gray-blue vine. Could it be a mutated version of blue silvergrass? Master, I possess another martial soul, Jiang Luoran proclaimed, summoning the Kunping beast martial soul. A white aura enveloped him, swirling like a hurricane around his form. Behind him, a colossal ethereal Kunping materialized, exuding an overwhelming presence. The Kunping martial soul? An ultimate beast martial soul? The master seemed to grasp the implications, rendered speechless. I never anticipated the existence of a Kunping martial soul. Master, what do you know? Jiang Luoran inquired. Let us set that aside for now. The master approached them, speaking in hushed tones. You must ensure that no one discovers you possess dual martial souls, and refrain from revealing your martial souls before others. Tang-san, focus on cultivating your blue-silver grass martial soul. The hammer should remain untouched for now. Luoran, you shall refine the old tree root. However, we cannot call it that. Let us bestow it a name. The master looked at Jiang Luoran. What about Blood Fiend Vine martial soul? Considering the nature and abilities of his martial soul, Jiang Luoran found the name fitting. Very well, it shall be known as Blood Fiend Vine, destined for greatness in the future. The master imparted his wisdom, cautioning Jiang Luoran against complacency. Remember, no matter how exceptional a martial soul may be, without diligent cultivation, it remains merely a squandered gift. I have taken note. Jiang Luoran nodded. There are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. Tang-san was astonished, realizing he was not alone in possessing a dual martial soul. Jiang Luoran's was a mutated martial soul and an ultimate beast martial soul. Master, I have one more question. How did you discern our dual martial souls? Tang-san felt compelled to understand the reasoning behind the master's insight. The master smiled. I once investigated 647 individuals with the blue silvergrass martial soul. Only 16 possessed soul power, and none exceeded the first rank. Yet here you are, both endowed with innate full soul power. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of martial souls, soul power correlates directly with the quality of the martial soul. Higher soul power indicates a stronger martial soul, and given that your martial soul is blue silvergrass, it is evident that you possess another formidable martial soul, proportionate to your innate full soul power. The same applies to Luoran. Is that so? Tang-san and Jiang Luoran exchanged enlightened glances, finding the master to be remarkably credible. Master, I pay my respects to you. The master nodded, recognizing their potential. He then turned his attention to Jiang Luoran, noting that his Blood Fiend Vine martial soul could indeed be considered dual class, along with the formidable beast martial soul, promising boundless future achievements. However, one aspect remained perplexing. Could an individual with an ultimate beast martial soul possess another martial soul? If the second martial soul were not extraordinarily powerful, it could not coexist alongside the beast martial soul. There is no need for such reverence. In time, you may simply call me master. The master assisted them to their feet, smiling warmly. Once a master, forever a father, Tang-san affirmed resolutely, accepting the gravity of the moment. Very well. I shall guide you to the registration office for new students. The master signaled for them to follow. Additionally, as you both possess innate full soul power, it is imperative to acquire your soul rings promptly. The first soul ring should be around 100 years. The limit for a 10th level soul master's soul ring is 423 years. Exceeding this could be perilous, potentially leading to catastrophic results, especially considering your tender ages. Master, I share your thoughts. Tang-san nodded, determined to devise an optimal soul ring configuration. The master acknowledged his wisdom, noting Tang-san's maturity and understanding was beyond that of a mere child. Master, I believe my first soul ring should be a millennium. Moreover, I require 2. Jiang Luoran stated, feeling a sense of trust in their newfound mentor. One should not doubt those they choose to rely upon. 2 millennium soul rings? Why? The master was taken aback. Tang-san was equally bewildered, questioning Jiang Luoran's rationale. Luoran, remember that what suits you is ultimately the best. What does he think the soul rings are? Because I am an innate full rank 40 soul master, Jiang Luoran declared, channeling his soul power to substantiate his claim. He was laying his cards on the table. Additionally, I require 2 black 10,000-year soul rings. I can tolerate 1 millennium soul ring, but 2? And then 2 black 10,000-year rings? Please, allow me to express my disbelief. Tang San, do not deceive me, I am not a child. The master, My back. What a revelation. The child cannot be salvaged. Is there truly a congenital soul master at level 40 in this world? Who is he? A favored child of heaven. Upon sensing Jiang Luoran's overwhelming soul power, the master and Tang San were convinced. Is this real? How could this be possible? Am I not dreaming? This completely overturns my core competitive theory. I realize I have a long journey ahead of me. There is much knowledge that eludes me. The master breathed heavily, acknowledging that it was you who made me aware of my own inadequacies. I never anticipated that a congenital soul master could exist. Luoran, are you truly at level 40 from birth? No wonder the soul power sphere shone so brilliantly during the test. From the moment Tang San awakened his martial soul, he gradually came to understand Jiang Luoran. This child is truly exceptional. Contemplating deeply, one cannot help but feel a sense of dread at the thought. For the past 4 years, Jiang Luoran has diligently trained his body and cultivated his abilities with remarkable perseverance. What is his ambition? Is he aiming for the heavens? I indeed possess a congenital level 40, yet I can sense that a significant portion of this soul power has transferred to my other beast martial soul. This also explains why the blood fiend vine cannot be released in bulk. The available soul power is merely at the level of a dozen. Jiang Luoran's expression turned serious. Yes, it is likely due to the greater strength of the beast martial soul, and moreover, beast martial souls are inherently domineering, particularly those of the utmost caliber. The master mused. Chapter 8. Humiliation. Even so, is it truly permissible to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring on the first attempt? Luoran, you must consider this carefully. Perhaps you are unaware of the dangers associated with absorbing soul rings, the master thought, finding Luoran's words astonishingly audacious. The first 2 require a millennium, while the latter 2 demand 10,000 years. Is he truly a madman? Starved for affection? Teacher, I have contemplated this matter. As a congenital soul master, my first soul ring can indeed surpass human limits. Furthermore, I possess another ultimate beast martial soul, granting me a physical prowess significantly exceeding that of the average individual. Moreover, most of my soul power resides within the beast martial soul, thus I am confident in my ability to absorb these soul rings. Jiang Luoran resolved that even if the master forbade him, he would attempt it nonetheless. Such stubbornness. Having trained in the village for years, Luoran's physique is likely far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with his status as a congenital soul master, Tang San pondered briefly before suggesting, Luoran, I recommend you absorb a soul ring of around 700 years. This way, you not only have the opportunity to break the historical records of Douluo continent, but also avoid unnecessary risks. What do you think? It is quintessentially Tang San, whose analytical perspective always seems reasonable, straddling the line between advantage and retreat, forever leaving himself an escape route. The master regarded Tang San with appreciation before turning to Jiang Luoran. Training? I am not privy to your regimen. Do enlighten me about your current situation so that I may form a judgment. Since the age of 2, I have been carrying stones weighing over 10 pounds, gradually increasing the weight over 4 long years. Upon the awakening of my martial soul and soul power, my physical constitution advanced significantly. I am now capable of carrying around 300 pounds of blood fiend vine while running through the little magic beast forest, Jiang Luoran stated truthfully, without utilizing soul power. What? You primarily focus on physical training? At merely 6 years of age, you can run through the forest carrying over 300 pounds without employing soul power? The master found this to be extraordinary. Had he not known of Luoran's ultimate beast martial soul, he would have sent him to a research institute. No, I prefer speed. It is only under immense pressure that I can train for such swiftness. Jiang Luoran's leg muscles were impressively developed. Speed. What is your current unburdened running speed? The master felt as though he could hardly recognize this newly accepted disciple. While Tang San may not rival Jiang Luoran, he was no slouch either. Were he to showcase his abilities, the master might very well be rendered speechless. Are these two even human? Traversing the grounds of Nodding Academy, the master brought them to the new student registration area. This location, situated at the bottom of the teaching building, was managed by 2 young individuals responsible for welcoming new students. The master placed the Martial Soul Hall certification on the table and addressed the young man before him. Teacher Liu, these are today's 2 work-study students. Please take a look. The master spoke in a calm tone, masking his emotions. The master has arrived. Why do you personally attend to the work-study registration? We can handle it ourselves, Teacher Liu chuckled, though his smile concealed a hint of sarcasm and mockery. The master ignored Liu and turned to Tang San and Luoran. Settle in. I shall take my leave. Jiang Luoran and Tang San spoke in unison. Yes, master. Master? You refer to him as master? Lu Lao Shi, noticing that the esteemed figure had walked away, erupted into laughter. You mustn't call him that indiscriminately. He is not a teacher at the academy. We have not erred in our address. He is indeed our teacher, Jiang Luoran replied with utmost seriousness. Haha. Lu Lao sure chuckled heartily. You wish to take him as your master? Are you unaware of the esteemed figure's reputation? Or are you ignorant of the rules of Douluo continent? It is important to understand that one can have but a single master. Otherwise, one would be ostracized by the soul masters. Meanwhile, Wang Laosher examined the Wuhuan temple certification. Tang San, Wuhuan blue silver grass, innate full soul power? Jiang Luoran, Wuhuan old tree root, innate full soul power? Haha, two seemingly inferior Wuhuan. Yet with innate full soul power? My heavens, this is utterly astounding, simply extraordinary. Perhaps the esteemed figure is indeed suited to be your master. As you are both peculiar in your own right. Jiang Luoran initially intended to intervene, but was halted by Tang San. Teacher, may I have your signature? Teacher Lu remarked while signing. The master is theoretically unparalleled. It remains mere rhetoric without substantiation. When one is devoid of strength, one resorts to such superficial matters for self-comfort. The audacity to propose the so-called 10-core competitiveness theories is truly embarrassing and shameless. Teacher Wang harbored considerable discontent towards the master. Jiang Luoran and Tang San halted their steps, unable to contain their indignation. How could they endure this? Their esteemed teacher had been scorned by two mere novices. The crux of the matter was their ignorance. If Lu Erlong were to overhear this, how many times would they meet their demise? Hey, I see no fault in calling the master our teacher. Jiang Luoran gestured towards them, his demeanor reflecting a petty jealousy. Who are we to disdain? We are merely students, and our pursuit is knowledge. The teacher's strength is inconsequential to our studies. Individuals like you, devoid of decorum and morality, how could you possibly cultivate worthy disciples? Teacher Lu regarded them as if they were foolish, exclaiming, You are far too young and know nothing at all. If one could apprentice under a powerful teacher, you would be free to select soul rings at your discretion during hunts, without the burden of resource scarcity. Remember, the age of a soul ring is the ladder that determines a soul master's achievements. Teacher Wang pondered aloud, if the master were to assist you in acquiring soul rings, you would likely struggle even to slay a 10-year soul beast. However, given your martial spirits, perhaps 10-year soul rings are all you require. Chapter 9. Wang Xing wept. We will obtain soul rings, and the master will devise a way, Jiang Luoran asserted confidently. Mark my words, within 2 decades. Under the master's guidance, we shall ascend to the rank of Title Douluo, he proclaimed as though stating an undeniable truth. Title Douluo? Or perhaps 2 of you? Teacher Wang thought he might burst with laughter. Was it a common trait among those associated with the master to be so humorous? Child, have you not yet awakened? Throughout the continent, even the presence of a soul Douluo is scarce, let alone a Title Douluo. Never mind, you should leave at once. Teacher Lu dismissed them with disdain. Watch closely, the master's name will shine brilliantly because of us. Jiang Luoran and Tang San departed quietly, deeming it unnecessary to squander their time and diminish their own worth. How could 2 frogs at the bottom of a well grasp the truths of the vast sky above? 2 useless martial spirits, yet they acted so self-importantly. Truly absurd. I await your brilliance. Ha ha ha. If that day ever comes, I shall have you, a Title Douluo. Slap me across the face. Even coal balls would suffice. Teacher Lu grumbled, torn between exasperation and amusement. I shall partake in 2, Teacher Wang chimed playfully. Jiang Luoran and Tang Sin arrived at the bottom of the dormitory, which comprised 7 stories, with the work-study students residing on the first floor for the sake of convenience and maintaining the cleanliness of the academy. Within the first floor, there were 7 dormitories, with the 7th dormitory designated as the residence for the work-study students. As Jiang Luoran opened the door, she was met with the scornful gaze of a youth whose demeanor was far from amiable, a hint of disdain and mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you the new work-study students? I am Wang Xing, the leader of the 7th dormitory. Luoran frowned at this declaration, while another young man emerged. Introducing himself as Liang Wan. Allow me to elucidate the rules of the 7th dormitory. He gestured towards Wang Xing, declaring, This is our leader. He oversees everything. However, Jiang Luoran swiftly interrupted the flow of the conversation by delivering a powerful kick that sent Liang flying. The speed of her movement left the onlookers momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. What are you doing? Wang Sheng exclaimed in fury, taken aback by the abrupt aggression. Despite their intentions to intimidate the newcomers, they had not anticipated such a fierce response. Our leader Wang Xing is a level 9 soul master, wielding the Shadow Wolf spirit. Jiang Luoran delivered a swift kick, sending the bystander Ding crashing against the dormitory wall. With a cold smirk, he declared, Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to engage, do so, or leave. Astonishingly, who truly held the authority here? Who was the one being bullied? Such a lack of emotion, perhaps a yearning for affection? Wang Xing, bewildered, soon recalled something and inquired. What is your martial soul? My martial soul is an ancient tree root, while my 3rd brother's is blue silvergrass, Jiang Luoran replied with calm assurance. The master once remarked that the title of ancient tree root could serve as a shield against unwanted attention. Remain humble, remain humble, remain humble. What? Blue silvergrass? Ancient tree root? Ha ha ha. A group of followers erupted into laughter, having anticipated a formidable presence, only to discover a feeble martial soul. What a relief. Hey, newcomer. Mind your manners, particularly you. Wang Sheng retorted, his arrogance returning as he pointed at Jiang Luoran's nostrils. The days are long. I shall savor the torment of your character. In this realm of Douluo, everything was dictated by strength. Moreover, let me bestow upon you a nickname. Third brother, what a bold name. It won't grant you beauty. Henceforth, you shall be known as Little Third. As for you, Wang Sheng slapped Jiang Luoran's face with an air of superiority. We shall call you Dirty Egg. Look at you, so unkempt. What are you even worth? Jiang Luoran scoffed disdainfully at Wang Sheng. He had no desire to instigate trouble, yet should the other party insist on provoking him, he would not shy away. Are you dissatisfied? You seem quite fiery. Shall we engage in a duel? Using your ancient tree root? Wang Sheng laughed heartily, dismissing Jiang Luoran's martial soul with derision. Or perhaps we should all join in. A feeble martial soul is the same, no matter how many. The followers cheered. And Wang Sheng remained unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, signaling Tang San to keep his distance, asserting that he could handle the situation himself. You are not worthy of my martial soul. A phantasmal white shadow struck Wang Sheng's face, sending him staggering several meters back. Wang Sheng, taken aback, felt beads of sweat trickling down his brow as his right arm trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, he had managed to defend himself with his martial soul, for the force of that kick was substantial enough to send him flying. There is still some strength left. However, he lamented the disgrace of his useless martial soul. After all, he was the leader of the 7th dormitory. Come on, I shall make you weep. In a flash, Jiang Luoran darted behind Wang Sheng, throwing a punch that met only air. It seemed his fists were lacking. Would he be forced to rely on his feet in future battles? Since training with the whirlwind technique, Jiang Luoran had felt a considerable enhancement in the strength of his arms, coupled with his weight training. He believed his punch could easily deliver a force equivalent to 100 pounds, without the infusion of soul power, of course. Yet, therein lay a critical flaw. When it came to punching, his speed fell short. Wang Sheng, unwilling to hesitate any longer, unleashed the full force of his martial soul. Suddenly, a purple lone wolf materialized behind him, exuding a chilling aura that was profoundly unsettling. Without further ado, he launched a swift strike. The purple, eerie energy burst forth, transforming his hand into a foreboding wolf claw. Was it formidable? Jiang Luoran remained utterly unmoved, as if patiently awaiting the attack. With a forward thrust of his leg and a tightening of his waist, he pushed forth his fist against Wang Sheng's wolf claw. Bang! Wang Sheng had summoned all his strength. The might of his martial soul was not to be underestimated. Just as onlookers anticipated Jiang Luoran's imminent flight, they beheld a shocking spectacle. This newcomer was managing to suppress Wang Sheng with bare hands. Had he even activated his martial soul? They mused that even if he had, it would be of little consequence. In truth, they had not grasped the reality of the situation. Wang Sheng, feeling the impact, remarked that it felt less like striking flesh and more akin to hitting a steel plate. A tremendous force pushed against him, threatening to dislocate his entire arm as he stumbled back several steps. What did this signify? The opponent still possessed stored power, having not yet unleashed his full potential. This is impossible. You haven't even used your martial soul, let alone any soul power. How could you possibly be stronger than me? Wang Sheng's panic was palpable. What is this? Jiang Luoran would not engage in trivial conversation with him. Instead, she delivered a swift kick aimed directly at Wang Sheng's face. He was utterly incapable of evading or defending himself as he watched the swift, white figure approach, its speed magnifying with each passing moment. Thud. Wang Sheng's neck was violently twisted, and he spun uncontrollably for several rotations before crashing against the dormitory wall, the impact resonating loudly. Fortunately, the martial spirit remained active. Otherwise, Wang Sheng feared he might have met his demise. Jiang Luoran let out a cold smile, stating, I have yet to exert my full strength. Are you still coming at me? Wang Sheng struggled to rise from the ground, his face a canvas of shock and confusion as he stammered. Was that a soul technique? Right? Perhaps he was unaware that tears had already begun to form in the corners of his eyes. Chapter 10. My name is Xiao Wu. The younger brothers recoiled in astonishment. What kind of formidable individual was this, who could reduce Wang Sheng to tears without even invoking his martial spirit? And he claimed he had not used any force? What would happen if he truly did apply his strength? Wang Sheng had lost. He had been defeated. I concede. From now on, you shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory. Oh, so that's how it is. We are work-study students, often looked down upon or bullied. Thus, we devised a rule. Whoever is powerful becomes the leader and protects us. So that is the case. Tang San approached and patted Jiang Luoran on the shoulder. You've worked hard, Luoran. Please help them out. Tang San was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. Despite having lived 2 lives and possessing the secrets of the Tang sect, he was momentarily unable to rival Jiang Luoran. This child had a wild spirit. Moreover, his physical prowess surpassed his own by a significant margin. If one were to discuss the cultivation of techniques such as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Xian Yu Hand, Xian Tian Gong, or Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, Tang San believed that only then could he contend with Jiang Luoran. Yet even then, victory was not guaranteed. The innate level difference of 40 levels was simply too vast. He was a natural-born soul master. Third brother, have you forgotten? My soul power. Jiang Luoran raised an eyebrow, signaling Tang San to understand. He did not wish to disclose the level of his soul power. The graduation requirement for Nuoding Academy was to reach level 20 and possess a soul ring. Once Jiang Luoran acquired a soul ring, he would be able to graduate directly, even surpassing the usual requirements. Even if I were to exert my full strength, I fear I would not be able to best you. Before you leave, take the lead for now. Tang San smiled. What is it with Jiang Luoran's soul power? Wang Sheng was perplexed, feeling that something was amiss. Why must you leave? You have only just arrived at the academy. Indeed, I will soon graduate. My purpose here is merely to obtain a certificate. Jiang Luoran seemed to recall something and added, rest assured, before I depart, I will ensure to teach those rascals a lesson. Wang Xing and several younger brothers were left in a daze. This newcomer, was he too stubborn? Perhaps excessively so. Did he believe that defeating Wang Xing meant he could single-handedly take on Nuoding Academy? One must understand that compared to those in higher grades, Wang Sheng was not even fit to pull up his pants. As for the notion of graduating immediately, everyone simply thought Jiang Luoran was boasting. Brother Jiang, think twice. It is one thing to be youthful and reckless, but being overly arrogant is courting disaster. You must know that those in higher grades are increasingly formidable. I, Wang Xing, fear that if I do not caution Jiang Luoran, we might find ourselves facing a corpse by tomorrow. Fear not, they will undoubtedly come to us themselves. Just watch. Jiang Luoran waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. He seemed to be eagerly anticipating their arrival. Wang Sheng was puzzled as to how Jiang Luoran could possess such confidence. However, with Jiang Luoran's demeanor, they had already accepted him as their leader and felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. Tang San, however, did not exhibit much surprise. Indeed, Jiang Luoran was exceptionally strong. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? A girl rushed over, dressed in a lovely pink dress, her fair complexion and adorable demeanor resembling a ripe peach, complete with 2 long rabbit ears atop her head. The younger brothers inside the dormitory turned their heads to gaze at the girl, each one blushing shyly. She is truly beautiful. How can one be born like that? Can we cohabit with the opposite gender here? Tang San inquired of Wang Xing, who also felt incredulous. Third brother, Wang Sheng observed Jiang Luoran addressing Tang San as third brother. Regardless of their respective strengths, respect was due. After all, they were work-study students and had only this dormitory. Moreover, being young, there was no explicit rule against cohabitation. Tang San understood. In the Douluo continent, everything relied on strength, and status spoke volumes. Even if others wished to show pity, they would find it impossible. Fortunately, he was present. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that this group of budding youths in the dormitory would not. Jiang Luoran remained unfazed, aware that the girl was named Xiao Wu and destined to be Tang San's future wife. Come on, hurry up. This is our 7th dormitory's rule, Wang Sheng urged, jabbing Jiang Luoran's arm to prompt him. As Wang Sheng felt the robust strength of Jiang Luoran's arm, his expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? Is this a 6-year-old child? How can he be this strong? You must be joking. Are you asking for a beating? Jiang Luoran lifted his foot, causing Wang Sheng to retreat in fright. It's a couple's quarrel. Why should I meddle? Sango, it's your turn. To hit is to show affection. To scold is to express love. Wishing you both a century of harmony. What? Tang San, bewildered, pondered how Jiang Luoran's words always left others in a daze. He glanced at the expectant gazes of those around him and sighed. All right then. The girl revealed her innocent, bright eyes. Noticing that no one paid her any attention, she glanced at the sign on the door, 7th dormitory, and declared, I am Xiao Wu, the dancer. A silence ensued. Had she indeed not gone astray? Then why was she being ignored? Hello. I am also new here, a member of this dormitory. My name is Tang San. Tang San, feeling shy as if it were his first romantic encounter, inquired, what is your martial spirit? My martial spirit is a rabbit, Xiao Wu responded with a smile. A cute rabbit. What about you? Then our martial spirits are quite the culinary pairing. Tang San gestured towards Jiang Luoran. This is our leader, Jiang Luoran, whose martial spirit is an ancient tree root, while mine is blue silver grass. Ah, I wouldn't dream of eating an ancient tree root. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue. Upon seeing Tang San's refusal to budge, Xiao Wu appeared puzzled. What? Aren't you going to let me in? Well, you see, we have a rule in our dormitory. New students must spar a little. So it's a bit awkward for Tang San to say. Is that so? Are you certain? Xiao Wu tossed her luggage onto the bed within the dormitory. I am certain. Let's begin. After a moment's reflection, Tang San thought that he could always yield to this girl later, making sure not to harm her. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she hadn't fought in ages. Then let's do this. Before Tang San could fully comprehend, Xiao Wu bent her legs and dashed towards him, aiming a strike at his head. Though her speed was remarkable, she moved with the lightness of a leaf, her strength seemingly minimal. Tang San executed the ghost shadow phantom, weaving through her attack in an S-shaped arc, successfully evading her. He could have easily countered her kick with a punch, but considering she was a girl, he hesitated, opting instead to dodge. Xiao Wu midair spun gracefully like a bullet. Despite lacking a stable footing, she propelled herself towards Tang San as if anchored to the ground. This time, she altered her approach, executing a downward split kick. With no opportunity to change her maneuver, she pressed on. Tang Sen aimed to subdue her, striking towards her shoe heel while carefully controlling his strength. Just as his fist neared her heel, Xiao Wu, like a slippery eel, coiled around Tang San's waist with her legs. Impossible, Tang Sen exclaimed, utterly astonished. In such a situation, it was unfathomable for a person to change their attack pattern so fluidly and agilely. Was she made of water? Chapter 11. Jiang Ji's Bow of Strength. Oh no. Jiang Luoran recognized Xiao Wu's next move, a bow of strength. Tang San stood no chance against it. Even if Xiao Wu merely pressed her feet against Tang San's back, it would be more than enough to incapacitate him. Jiang Luoran discerned that Xiao Wu had not engaged in combat for an extended period, leading her to become overly exhilarated. She was in a state of panic, unable to control her strength. Wang Sheng and his companions stood in stunned silence, questioning the nature of the cordiality displayed between the two. Tang Sen had previously stated that his prowess was inferior to that of Jiang Luoran. However, for someone capable of eliciting such brotherly affection from him, there must be a degree of skill involved. Yet, what was unfolding here? The postures of the two were exceedingly suggestive. Tang San was taken aback. His body had been ensnared, and this was not mere ambiguity, but rather a lethal strike. Wang Sheng and his foolish comrades simply failed to recognize such combat techniques. He had been careless from the very beginning. Yet, combat is combat, with no opportunity for a second chance. Moreover, Tang Sen felt that even if given another chance, he would not be confident in overcoming Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, use your waist bow. Jiang Luoran transformed into a fleeting white shadow, his muscles tense like a kuanping breaking free from confinement. Xiao Wu was astonished. Despite her inability to restrain her power, how could her opponent still direct a waist bow strike at Tang San? Did he not fear for his life? Furthermore, how had he anticipated her use of the waist bow? As she watched Jiang Luoran's figure darting towards her, Xiao Wu began to comprehend the situation. Could it be that Jiang Luoran employed a shoulder strap punch, utilizing a touch of the chaotic wind technique, with 3 hearts operating in unison? The application of the chaotic wind was merely to enhance the speed of his strikes. As for the force behind them, Jiang Luoran could not exert his full strength and had to significantly diminish it. He feared that even Xiao Wu would be unable to withstand the force of his punch. A simple yet unadorned white fist intercepted the kick aimed at Tang San's lower back. Xiao Wu felt a tingling pain shoot through her legs, and as her expression shifted, she was propelled into the air. Her physical coordination was exceptional, allowing her to spin freely mid-air like a projectile before landing gracefully on her feet. Luoran, thank you. Tang San understood the situation and was grateful for Jiang Luoran's quick intervention. Your strength is remarkable. I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle it. Xiao Wu, shedding her previous tension, smiled sweetly. She was astonished. For Jiang Luoran's allowance for her to employ her soft techniques implied that the ease with which he struck was beyond her capability to block. Was he a beast? Your soft techniques are impressive, specifically designed to counter strength-based opponents. However, if the disparity is too great, they may not suffice to subdue the enemy. Jiang Luoran elucidated the essence of soft techniques. Soft techniques? Wasn't that a soul skill you just used? Tang San inquired, astonished. Indeed, it was not. It was merely my soft technique, an attack utilizing my body and flexibility, Xiao Wu clarified. I concede. Tang San stepped aside. I did not win either. If I were to truly engage him, she gestured towards Jiang Luoran, I would not prevail. He is the leader of our 7th dormitory, known as Jiang Luoran. Wang Xing briefly introduced. Oh, then by the rules, should I not address you as leader? Xiao Wu entered boldly and took a seat on Tang San's bed. That's fine. Once I leave, you'll be the leader, Jiang Luoran replied nonchalantly. The 8 members of the 7th dormitory gathered together, introducing themselves in turn, though they were of different grades. They were all work-study students. Wang Sheng, as an upperclassman, kindly share the details of the academy's situation. Xiao Wu addressed the group, assuming a commanding presence. We work-study students are responsible for cleaning the academy, and the specific areas are assigned by the teachers. Typically, Xiao Wu, San Good, and Ran Gu will be tasked with cleaning the playground. There are 6 grades in the academy, and since you all are newcomers, you belong to the 1st grade. In the morning, there are 2 classes, one cultural and one related to martial spirits. As for the afternoon, it is freely allocated. Being work-study students, we usually seek part-time jobs outside during that time. To graduate, one must reach level 20 and become a first-ring soul master before the age of 16. Wang Sheng succinctly explained the academy's regulations and structure. However, Jiang Luoran had grown weary of such matters. Why concern oneself with so many trivialities? Is living not enough? Moreover, at our Nuoding Academy, there are far fewer teachers than students. The entire academy comprises 16 classes across grades 1 to 6, with 32 students in each class. Yet, there are only 13 teachers, making it quite common for classes to be held without an instructor. As for us work-study students, we merely integrate into a particular class, officially. We are labeled as students, but everyone knows we are merely auditors. After sharing this, Wang Xing recalled an important matter. Ran Gu, may I pose a question? The energy generated during your 3-way battle was extraordinarily intense. As a rank 9 soul master, I cannot fathom why I feel inferior to you. Wang Sheng was genuinely perplexed. Tang San and Jiang Luoran exchanged knowing smiles. I possess innate full soul power. Jiang Luoran chuckled. I too possess innate full soul power. Xiao leaped over, exclaiming. You all have innate full soul power? So do I. Wang Sheng interjected. What did my ears just register? Innate full soul power. Surely, that cannot be correct. Are we certain it isn't merely a fantasy? All 3 of this year's work-study students boast innate full soul power? If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would find it utterly unbelievable. This is unprecedented. Why should the dean concern himself with those pretentious young masters? He should simply allocate resources to nurture these 3 prodigies. Wang Sheng's heart, along with those of my companions, can scarcely endure this revelation. It defies logic. Though we are devout believers in the martial soul hall, my goodness, it is truly difficult to fathom. I have never before encountered anyone with innate full soul power. Judging by Wang Sheng's expression, he is on the verge of tears. Jiang Luoran, winky face, why are you getting so worked up? Did someone cut your flesh? Jiang Luoran and his companions made their way towards the classroom building, with Wang Sheng pointing them in the right direction before departing. Upon entering the building, they immediately drew the attention of others, albeit with expressions of mockery and disdain. 016. This is our classroom. Xiao was about to step inside when she was halted by a rugged-looking man, flanked by 4 lackeys. Look who has arrived. Ah. Lu Qing pointed at Jiang Luoran and his companions, saying he had heard that 3 work-study students were coming to their academy. Do you possess martial souls? Show them to me. We cannot allow just anyone into our classroom. Oh, and what martial soul do you possess? What level of soul power do you have? Jiang Luoran stepped in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu. He had declared that before leaving, he would teach a lesson to all those who look down upon work-study students. My martial soul is the mighty golden bear, with soul power at level 16, Lu Cheng boasted arrogantly, his demeanor dripping with contempt. What are you wearing? Aren't you embarrassed? Look at you, a pauper, truly filthy. I wonder if you carry any germs. His lackeys erupted in laughter, deriding Jiang Luoran and Tang San, while the surrounding classes observed the spectacle with keen interest. Tang San, unwilling to engage with such petty individuals, chose to leave the confrontation to someone as formidable as Jiang Luoran. Oh, a mere bear is making such a fuss? Would a few more levels of soul power elevate you to the heavens? Jiang Luoran thought to himself, realizing that merely defeating one bear was of little consequence. He needed to provoke more individuals into the fray. What do you mean? Lu Qing roared, unleashing his martial soul, which revealed a fluffy koala radiating white light. You newcomers should sever your own legs, so I don't have to dirty my hands. What a mighty golden bear you claim to have. That is clearly a cat. Jiang Luoran raised an eyebrow, surveying his surroundings. Is there truly no one capable of a fight in this academy? Shall we all join forces? If not, I can give you a hand. Chapter 12. Mockery. His tone of exasperation made those around him feel as though they might bleed from frustration. Lu Cheng was considered an exemplary third-year student, having awakened his soul power at level 3, a commendable feat. Yet this newcomer, the work-study student, had the audacity to claim he was weak and sought to rally more people for a collective assault against him. Had he taken some illicit substance? Or was he simply delusional, thinking he was in the countryside? Curious about the commotion, Qiao Tianjiao approached, regarding Jiang Luoran with a dismissive gaze. Just a work-study student. What aspirations do you have to reach such heights? What a hullabaloo for a mere work-study student. Lu Fengjing chimed in. The 3 prominent third-year figures had now convened, and the work-study students were in grave peril. It was important to note that despite being only in their 3rd year, their strengths had already reached the level of 6th-year students. Jiang Luoran listened to Wang Xing's words, realizing that it was indeed these few individuals who led the oppression against them, looking down upon the work-study students. Tang San furrowed his brow. This was certainly beyond his capacity to confront, leaving everything to Luoran. Even Xiao could not claim to be a match for them. Lu Cheng, a soul master of the assault system at the 16th rank, wielded the martial spirit of the mighty golden bear. Qiao Tianjiao, a 16th rank battle soul master, possessed the martial spirit of the radiant iron fist. Lu Fengjing, a 16th rank control system soul master, commanded the martial spirit of the iron chain. The 3 were closely bonded, summoning their martial spirits in the corridor outside the teaching building, where weaker souls had long been subdued, some even gasping for breath. Seeing Jiang Luoran's expression of calm, Lu Cheng mistakenly believed he was afraid, laughing heartily. Afraid, are you? Work-study student, kneel and lick my shoe, and sever your own legs, and I shall spare you. Why waste words? If you wish to fight, then come. I shall crush you. Jiang Luoran gestured nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. The 3 sensed something amiss. This work-study student had come from the countryside and likely had never even seen a soul master, let alone one of their caliber at the 16th rank. Usually, children from rural areas would be petrified by such a confrontation. Yet, the calmness he displayed was evidently genuine. What gave him such composure? This was troubling. The opponent must possess a hidden card, or perhaps a formidable martial spirit. Boy, reveal your martial spirit, Qiao Tianjiao inquired with a hint of trepidation. I am Jiang Luoran, a work-study student from Holy Soul Village, aged 6, with the martial spirit of the old tree root. Jiang Luoran replied with a beaming smile. The work-study student from Holy Soul Village. 6 years old. Old tree root. These titles unequivocally marked him as a nameless individual. Initially, the three harbored some apprehension. But upon hearing Jiang Luoran's self-introduction, their serious expressions instantly relaxed. Haha. I am 6 years old. Holy Soul Village. Haha. Holy Soul Village. Old tree root. Is it a martial spirit of unknown origin? How rare. Lu Cheng coughed a couple of times, struggling to contain his laughter, thinking they had encountered a formidable character. Only to find it was merely a work-study student. Oh, a work-study student with a bad temper. I see you, little cat, like to make a fuss. Jiang Luoran fixed his gaze on Lu Cheng, no longer hesitating. With a single, unadorned kick, devoid of any flashy display, he unleashed pure strength. No one expected Jiang Luoran to initiate the battle in such a manner. Lu Cheng was suddenly met with a blinding white light that expanded, engulfing his entire vision. In an instant, his martial spirit shattered, the white soul rings dimmed, and he felt 3 ribs fracture, accompanied by a deep footprint on his chest. Brother Lu? Brother Lu? His companions rushed to support Lu Cheng, who had completely lost consciousness, devoid of any sensation. Jiang Luoran cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Tianjiao and Lu Fengying, asserting that he possessed innate full soul power. What do you think? Is it sufficient to serve you young masters? Full innate soul power? Such a rarity across the entire continent. Xiao Tianjiao, witnessing Jiang Luoran's moment of distraction, felt a surge of anxiety and, in a fit of impulsive anger, delivered a kick that shattered Wu Huan. The soul ring of Lu Cheng fell to the ground. Must you be so ruthless? It was merely a single kick. Lu Cheng is not made of glass. In other words, Jiang Luoran is a formidable force. The previous display was undoubtedly a soul technique. Lu Fengying remarked as he glanced at Xiao Tianjiao. He cannot continuously employ soul techniques, even with innate full soul power. We must unite to defeat him. Very well. Lu Fengying summoned chains, and a white soul ring ascended from his feet to his waist. No, I did not employ a soul technique. For I have yet to acquire a soul ring, Jiang Luoran thought, intending to make them comprehend their defeat clearly. It is inconceivable. The old tree root martial spirit is not a beast martial spirit. How could it possess the strength to incapacitate Lu Cheng with a single kick? Wang Tianjiao expressed her indignation. Ah, Tang Sen chuckled lightly. Indeed, Luoran lacks a soul ring, so stop deluding yourselves. If he had just utilized a soul technique, why were there no fluctuations of soul power or the emergence of a soul ring? Lu Fengying was astonished. Could it be that one's physique could rival that of a soul master with a martial spirit? Unleash the soul technique. Let us attack together. Xiao Tianjiao summoned a white soul ring to reside at her waist, proclaiming her dominance. It had long been rumored that Xiao Tianjiao absorbed a soul ring of 70 years. Who would have thought it was true? Her aptitude is indeed remarkable. At such a tender age, achieving this level is astonishing. With a swift leap, Xiao Tianjiao advanced without any ostentation, embodying a fierce red aura of dominance and a tempestuous wind of her punches, aimed squarely at Jiang Luoran's chest. The student worker is surely doomed. The opponent wields a soul technique of 70 years. The disparity is too great. It is no wonder that others seek to live with dignity in the Douluo continent. One must demonstrate their strength. Precisely, that student worker, relying on innate full soul power, believes himself invincible? Just glance at his previous arrogance. He deserves to be humbled. Tang San and Xiao Wu did not exhibit any notable reaction. They were acutely aware of Jiang Luoran's capabilities. Yet, if Luoran were to miscalculate his strength and severely injure his opponent, how would he explain it to the teacher? Jiang Luoran's legs tensed, and with a powerful thrust, he shot forward with a resounding bang, much like a Kunping soaring to great heights. Xiao Tianjiao sensed an impending disaster. Jiang Luoran was soaring even higher than he, and judging by his posture, he intended to strike from above. Xiao Tianjiao exclaimed in alarm. Realizing that in his preoccupation with unleashing his soul technique, he had underestimated his opponent, forgetting the inherent weakness of an assault-type soul master. Unless he had truly locked onto a target, his soul technique would be rendered ineffective, particularly for someone like him, whose soul technique was typically difficult to retract once unleashed. Moreover, the current situation appeared to indicate that it was not merely a matter of missing. If Jiang Luoran were to land a kick from above with adequate force, Xiao Tianjiao would undoubtedly be left severely injured. Iron chains intertwined as Lu Fengying summoned a white soul ring, one that had endured for over 80 years. Its sealing effect being comprehensive and extraordinarily resilient, almost indestructible. 3 black chains surged upward, swiftly restraining Jiang Luoran's movements. Yet it did not end there. The chains wrapped around Jiang Luoran's entire body like creeping vines, even ensnaring his minor acupoints. Fengying, Xiao Tianjiao rejoiced, realizing that in the heat of battle, the control-type soul master proved to be remarkably effective and steadfast. What a joke. Retreat quickly, I can't maintain control. Lu Fengying exclaimed, his hands clenched tightly, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 13. Xiao Tianjiao was taken aback. Even a soul technique that had endured for over 80 years could not subdue his opponent? Was this country bumpkin raised in the dirt? Such resilience. Bang. Before Xiao Tianjiao could evade, Jiang Luoran had already broken free from the iron chains. A control-type soul master? Not quite capable. I have borne heavy burdens since childhood, having carried far more than a mere dozen pounds. These individuals are far too weak. Lu Fingjing's attack had drained most of his soul power, and with Jiang Luoran's escape from his chains, his own energy was even further depleted. Now, Lu Fingjing was utterly exhausted, his legs trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianji was struck in the chest by Jiang Luoran's fist, his body flying like a marionette with its strings severed, crashing through the door and tumbling outside. Who are these people? So overconfident, daring to challenge me. Jiang Luoran was unafraid of trouble. What did it matter if he left others injured? How dare they obstruct my entrance to the classroom? Jiang Luoran contemplates matters differently than Tang San, unable to achieve a win-win situation while clarifying all constraints. Naturally, he lacks the intellect for such feats. Otherwise, how could he survive on Earth, perpetually berated by his boss? However, he possesses his own solutions. These remnants of incompetence remain as they are, regardless of who instigated the issue. In a few days, when Jiang Luoran acquires his soul ring and ascends to the rank of soul sect, even the dean will be compelled to show him respect. To be crippled? Excuse me, what is that? Is it truly serious? Please inform me how I should compensate. This is Douluo continent, where status and strength speak volumes. Luoran, Tang San approached, a confident demeanor indicating he had devised a solution for Jiang Luoran. You were too lenient. They're utterly detestable, and we have not provoked them, Xiaowu exclaimed, indignant, as she had never endured such humiliation before. Xiaowu, I am older than you. Jiang Luoran replied, fully aware that Xiaowu was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, though he chose not to divulge this. From now on, you shall call me Brother Ran, and this is third brother, your future mentor. All right, then you must protect me, Xiaowu bounded to Tang San's side, linking her arm with his like he were her prized candy. Of course, right, third brother? Jiang Luoran flashed a sly smile. Knowing Tang San's outward honesty belied a fierce protectiveness of his beloved, he would do anything for her. Is this how we acknowledge siblinghood? Very well. I shall be your elder brother, Tang San sighed, without a hint of disdain. Luoran's character was not lacking. He was measured, albeit with a temper. Xiaowu, sweet and charming, was merely mischievous, not a bad girl at all. In his past life, he had no friends or family to remember him, and he passed away unnoticed. Such a fate was heartbreaking. In this life, he would rectify that. Now, let me show this waste what it means to be untouchable. Jiang Luoran declared as he stomped on Lu Fingjing's face, exclaiming, You were truly pathetic. Are you even a control-type soul master? The spectators around were in utter disbelief. Their worldviews shattered. Could a working student rise to prominence? The long arrogant Lu Qing, Xiao Tianjiao, and Lu Fingjing were being utterly trounced by a single individual. One was carried away by his lackeys, another was likely lost to the winds, and the last lay on the ground like a defeated dog, humiliated and labeled as trash. The working students are formidable. The working students are fierce. The working students are rising. The strongest in the academy were not just the elite. There was also Kaiyao from the 6th grade, the true powerhouse of this institution. Do not fantasize about gaining respect. Weakness is weakness, Lu Fingjing seethed, struggling to contain his anger. Who is Kaiyao? I told you all to come together. Jiang Luoran lamented, frustrated by the wasted time with these fools, who could barely keep up. Ugh. Lu Fingjing could no longer withstand it, blood spilling forth as he questioned the absurdity of Jiang Luoran's reasoning. Is he even human? Is this how a person speaks? Release him, and I may spare your life. A young man with flowing black hair approached, clad in the school uniform, hands shoved into his pockets, exuding a rogue's demeanor. A smirk danced on his lips, disdainfully regarding Jiang Luoran. Kaiyao, I didn't expect him to show up. In Douluo continent, strength was revered, and powerful soul masters were sought after by all women, regardless of their looks. You are Kaiyao? What are you boasting about? Come here and fight. Jiang Luoran gestured, refusing to release Lu Fingjing and instead pressing his foot deeper into his face, leaving a lasting impression. Do not court death. Kaiyao remained unfazed, as Lu Fingjing had little connection to him. If you become my subordinate, spare me the nonsense. Jiang Luoran interjected, kicking Lu Fingjing aside and leaping towards Kaiyao. A confrontation was imminent. The new first-year working student was set to clash with Kaiyao. Kaiyao, shedding his previously cold demeanor, was taken aback by the speed of a mere 6-year-old child. Before he could react, Jiang Luoran's fist struck his right cheek. Boom. Kaiyao was launched into the air, spinning thrice before crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Kaiyao, can you still fight? If not, I shall toss you into the trash bin, Jiang Luoran threatened, poised to attack. Wait. Kaiyao scrambled to his feet, touching the imprint left by the punch, fury igniting within him. I will teach you to respect a soul master. A golden aura enveloped Kaiyao as his hair billowed, and a tiger materialized behind him, marking a drastic shift in his presence. An 18th-level battle soul master, a 10-year soul ring emerged from his feet, hovering at his waist. This white soul ring tinged with yellow was clearly a 10-year soul ring nearing a century of age. Tang San and Xiaowu maintained their composure, uncertain if Jiang Luoran could withstand Kaiyao's prowess, especially given that Jiang Luoran lacked a soul ring and could not unleash his full potential. Tang San ready to silent arrow, prepared to intervene should Jiang Luoran find himself in peril, at which point, no one would comprehend the unfolding chaos. Jiang Luoran gestured for Kaiyao to make his move, displaying an unwavering confidence. Today, he intended to secure a victory that would leave no room for doubt. Are you not going to awaken your martial spirit? Kai Yao inquired, perplexed, seemingly unaware that he was an 18th-level spirit master. Without activating his martial spirit, he would surely be unable to withstand Kai Yao's might. Do not flatter yourself, Jiang Luoran retorted dismissively, as if regarding an insignificant insect. Kai, my dear brother, this student's martial spirit is merely an old tree root. Moreover, without a soul ring, he possesses no means of attack. It is not you who stands unworthy. Laughter erupted among the younger members, rallying support for Kai Yao. So be it. Do not blame me then. If I must incapacitate this student, so be it. Kai Yao sneered. As he unleashed the formidable illusion of a golden tiger, Jiang Luoran's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The aura of the tiger was intensely oppressive, akin to a sharp blade poised against his throat. The air became almost unbearable, slicing through him like a knife. Chapter 4. A clash among four, each fighting for themselves. Jiang Luoran stepped forward with his right foot, his leg forming a bow shape, as three hearts pulsated in unison. His leg, hips, waist, shoulders, arms, and fists moved as one, delivering a powerful strike. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. When Tang San witnessed Jiang Luoran's punch, he had already retracted the silent wrist arrow, murmuring softly, "It is over." Third brother, what did you say? Xiao Wu grasped Tang San's hand, indicating her confusion. Kai Yao felt his tiger claw shattering. No, it was not merely the claw. His right fist had been crushed, the bones collapsing under the force. The overwhelming pain rendered him dazed, the punch expanding until it obscured his vision, leading him into unconsciousness. Luoran, just how immense is your strength? Xiao Wu gazed at the dazed Kai Yao, her heart heavy with pity. You have managed to wield the hammer technique to such an extent, I never anticipated it. Tang San smiled, acknowledging the truly remarkable effect. With a single, formidable strike, Jiang Luoran incapacitated even an 18th-level battle soul master, shattering not only the opponent's physical form, but also their soul techniques. Third brother, lacking a hammer or similar martial spirit, I can only channel my strength through my fists. Jiang Luoran lamented with a furrowed brow. However, the chaotic hammer technique, being a hammer style, pales in comparison when executed with my fists. What is the chaotic hammer technique? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Is that the name of this hammer style? Does it perhaps hold a deeper story? Jiang Luoran suddenly fell silent, inadvertently revealing the chaotic truth. It was impossible to deceive Tang San. Ah, Brother San, you and I, he began, listen to me, it's not what it seems. Jiang Luoran had intended to attribute the words to old Jack or mention that he had heard them from Tang San's father. However, he had never told a lie before. And just as he was about to fabricate a story, his tongue faltered. It was too late. With Brother San's intellect, how could he not overthink? The optimal moment for explanation had already slipped away. Luoran, Xiao Wu, let us enter the classroom. Tang San, ever perceptive, sensed that something was amiss with Jiang Luoran. There was still time. He resolved to take things slowly, without rushing into conclusions. Jiang Luoran sighed, contemplating the formidable intellect of Tang San, which was truly unsettling. He should have been the one in a position of advantage, yet today, he found himself subdued. In contrast, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware, her innocent and charming demeanor unchanged as she walked away. Gather the injured, Tang San commanded his subordinates with a cold gaze, tinged with an undercurrent of menace. These individuals had sustained their wounds during a friendly sparring session. Their injuries served as undeniable proof. Did anyone harbor dissent? Or perhaps envision an alternative scenario? All opinions were welcome. No, it was indeed the result of a bout among these four, each fighting fiercely in their own corner, delivering blows that were all too real, creating a scene drenched in bloodshed. Absolutely. These were prominent figures from Notting Academy. How could they engage in a brawl within the confines of the classroom and cause property damage? Their quarrel had arisen as they vied for supremacy in the upcoming Notting Soul Master competition. Their mutual disdain had led to this absurdity over such trivial matters. Just then, a youth approached, his face reflecting profound sorrow. Tang San was taken aback. Was it truly so coordinated? Had a plausible excuse been crafted for him? He had anticipated that a fight would be necessary. These individuals were indeed wise to recognize the shifting tides. How remarkable. Jiang Luoran was taken aback, an actor indeed. A true powerhouse of talent, it would be a travesty not to acknowledge such a king among men. Just look at that expression. That eloquence, one might easily mistake it for authenticity. These are all potential candidates for the coveted Oscar, and Jiang Luoran truly wished to bring them back down to earth. That would be quite a lucrative endeavor. But I digress. Third brother, there's truly no need for such complications. Jiang Luoran gestured dismissively. You and I could simply follow the teacher to procure soul rings and then advance directly to the soul sect. When we return, not even the dean would dare to challenge us. Tang San articulated what Jiang Luoran was contemplating. Indeed, that is my intention. Jiang Luoran replied from his seat in the classroom. Have you considered that the teacher enjoys comforts at Notting Academy, and the dean has not objected, but rather supports him? First and foremost, we should not burden those who assist us, should we? You injured those children. Can their families simply overlook it? Would they not seek retribution from the dean? Are we not creating trouble for him? Though Tang San could be ruthless, he was also the epitome of reason. He reciprocated kindness with gratitude and held grudges against malice. Jiang Luoran's eyes sparkled with brilliance. So, you allow them to engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario, embroiling themselves in chaos. The more they argue, the more disorderly it becomes, with families clashing against one another. And those 4 individuals have already rendered themselves powerless. What explanations can they possibly offer? As for the academy, as long as we remain, who would dare to file a complaint? Even if the principal were to uncover the truth, he would merely suppress the information, unwilling to attract discord to himself or tarnish the reputation of his own institution. For this is the unyielding rule of the Douluo continent. Even the most benevolent must adhere to it. With the passage of time, who would still recall this incident? Should anyone attempt to resurrect old grievances by then, we would likely no longer fear those 4 families. Indeed, it is as such. Tang San nodded subtly. Though he appeared composed, his heart was in turmoil. How could Jiang Luoran perceive his scheme? Third brother, your logical reasoning leaves me speechless, Jiang Luoran remarked with a faint smile, revealing his pragmatic nature. What? If others bully us, we cannot retaliate? What are you all discussing? Xiao exclaimed, indignantly linking her arm with Tang San's. Tell me about it. Jiang Luoran smiled and said, I am referring to third brother. He then turned his gaze towards Tang San. Third brother, I do not perceive this as cruel at all. From the very beginning, they intended to incapacitate us. They themselves stated that once we are rendered powerless, it would pose no consequence to them. Moreover, you and Xiao currently lack the strength to confront them. If I do not act decisively, we shall suffer the consequences. Therefore, one must cut ties where necessary. I had resolved this from the outset. If I am not mistaken, you have already prepared to discreetly employ the silent wrist crossbow, have you not? Indeed, Tang San nodded. Inflicting harm upon others is preferable to suffering oneself. This world is not as pure and benevolent as we might wish it to be. We must survive. Survival is the future. It is everything. It is beauty. Through this incident, the students of Notting Academy became acutely aware that 3 formidable experts had arrived among the working students. Strangely, no one spoke of Kai Yao and his companions anymore. As if they had never existed. The working students no longer faced disdain or humiliation, for they were shielded by their leader. Even the litter on the ground had diminished. Now, who would dare to carelessly discard trash or provoke the working students? That would be tantamount to challenging their leader. Wang Sheng wept in Jiang Luoran's embrace throughout the night, as though he had been robbed of his virtue. Jiang Luoran understood that he felt wronged, bearing visible marks of distress. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu had gone to the practice field for a duel, and Jiang Luoran refrained from interjecting, merely advising them to be gentle. The master arrived at dormitory 7, declaring that Jiang Luoran and Tang San should prepare, for they would embark on a journey to the soul-hunting forest the following day. As for those who would assist in acquiring soul rings, the master had already made the necessary arrangements. Jiang Luoran was uncertain whether it was Flinder, Zhao Wujia, or Lu Erlong. When it came to capturing soul rings, Zhao Wujia was not particularly effective. As for Lu Erlong, his temperament was far too volatile. One might even say excessively ruthless. Flinder, on the other hand, exhibited a steadiness that inspired hope. Perhaps it would be him. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that the master would seek out Lu Erlong. Jiang Luoran and Tang San readily agreed. The master had previously advised Jiang Luoran to avoid causing trouble, clearly indicating his awareness of the events that transpired during the day. Yet, the master refrained from chastising him. Jiang Luoran interpreted this as the master's subtle suggestion to remain low-key. Tang San, what direction do you intend to take with your blue silver grass? The master inquired. As it was his duty as their mentor to help his disciples clarify their future paths, they had acquired a certain level of knowledge, and the master had imparted much wisdom. Martial souls are generally categorized into 2 types, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Although blue silver grass is classified as a plant-type martial soul, it also falls under the category of weapon martial souls. Furthermore, weapon martial souls are further divided into various direct lines. I, Tang San, have yet to decide, he replied. Let me outline the potential directions for you. Your martial soul is suitable for reconnaissance, control, food, or combat. The master elucidated. Despite Tang San's quick wit and agile mind, he found himself at a loss regarding the development of his martial soul and the training here. If forced to make a choice, he truly did not know what to select. Master, which direction do you think I should choose? Tang San asked. Chapter 15. The soul-hunting forest. The master replied candidly. I have already made up my mind. Your blue silver grass should develop towards control. This is because blue silver grass consumes very little of your soul power, making it one of the most energy-efficient martial souls. Control, on the other hand, requires endurance. Additionally, blue silver grass can absorb the majority of soul rings without any rejection phenomenon. For example, if a beast martial soul attempts to absorb a poison-infused soul ring, it will experience rejection. Since martial souls are living entities, absorbing a toxic soul ring would transfer the poison to the host, resulting in self-poisoning upon successful absorption. However, as a plant, blue silver grass can completely absorb toxins. Moreover, your thinking is remarkably mature and stable, making you well-suited to be a control-type soul master within the team. The master observed. Very well, I shall develop towards being a control-type soul master, Tang Xin decided, though he did not fully place his trust in the master. As this was his own cultivation journey, he considered that aligning with the Tang sect's hidden weapons, the control type might indeed be the optimal choice. Jiang Luoran had advised him extensively on this matter, suggesting he choose the control path. This made Jiang Luoran increasingly suspicious in Tang San's mind. Now, let us discuss Luoran. How do you plan to cultivate your blood fiend, Vine Martial Soul? The master asked. The blood fiend, Vine Martial Soul possesses strength, hardness, and toughness comparable to steel and can be utilized as a spear. It is a fusion of two factions within weapon martial souls, control and agility. However, I have decided to forego the agility advantage and primarily cultivate as a control-type soul master, aiming to enhance the resilience of the blood fiend vine until it reaches a point where it cannot be severed, Jiang Luoran confidently declared, demonstrating his profound understanding of Douluo continent. Cannot be severed? Just how tough would that be? The master exclaimed in astonishment. This individual seemed to possess an insatiable desire for self-protection. Nonetheless, if the blood fiend vine were to be reoriented towards control, combined with its inherent hardness, it might indeed achieve a remarkable level of toughness. However, to suggest it could be uncuttable was an exaggeration. Such a formidable martial soul simply does not exist. Even if it is a mutated variant of the heavenly blue vine, then why not consider the agility path? The master probed. If the blood fiend vine were to take that route, it could potentially become a formidable weapon. Because I do not require it, Jiang Luoran replied earnestly. I possess a second martial soul, and my physical attributes are excellent. I lack for offensive means. Hypothetically, if I were to incorporate an agility-focused blood fiend vine, I could indeed kill from 100 meters away. As my level increases, I might even cause silent deaths from 1,000 meters. However, that is unnecessary. I only need to control my opponents to their demise. What could be more gratifying than defeating those who cannot resist? This left everyone momentarily speechless. Are you serious with this line of reasoning? Tang Xin nodded, recognizing the truth in Jiang Luoran's words. He already possessed offensive capabilities. Why not ensure an additional layer of security? A steady and cautious approach is the path to longevity. All right, I understand, the master nodded. While the logic was sound, he felt a lingering sense of dissonance. You should return and rest. We shall meet tomorrow at the school gate. Perhaps it is merely a generational gap. The master mused silently as he departed. Goodbye, master. Jiang Luoran and Tang Xin returned home. Early the next morning, Jiang Luoran and Tang Xin set out from the school. They had already communicated with their homeroom teacher the previous night and secured a leave of absence. The master, unable to sleep due to the weight of his thoughts, awaited them in a wooden chair at dawn. Without further ado, the three boarded a carriage and set off. Master, are we heading to the soul-hunting forest? Jiang Luoran inquired. Indeed, but before we venture to the soul-hunting forest, we must gather some supplies. The master instructed, signaling for the carriage to halt. What he termed preparation was, in fact, the procurement of 20 pounds of white radishes, along with some water and cured meat. Once they had gathered their supplies, they continued their journey toward the soul-hunting forest. Jiang Luoran posed few questions, for he was largely knowledgeable. In contrast, Tang Xin continuously inquired, eager to grasp a deeper understanding of various matters. Master, could you elucidate the issue of soul ring longevity? Tang Xin questioned, perplexed as to why soul rings were distinguished by color if they were all soul rings. If it pertains to longevity, what then accounts for their differences? A rare smile graced the master's face, appreciating the astuteness of the inquiry. The distinction among soul rings generated by different tiers of soul beasts lies in the augmentation of attributes and capabilities bestowed upon the soul master. Hypothetically, from a quantitative perspective, your blue-silver grass martial soul adopts a control-oriented path. If you were to acquire a 10-year soul ring, your blue-silver grass martial soul's controlling efficacy would increase by 10, and this principle extends further. This elucidates why family members pursue higher-tier soul rings. So that is the reason. Tang Xin nodded in comprehension. However, one must personally slay the soul beast to absorb its ring, and the soul ring can only linger for an hour. The master elaborated further, recognizing the challenges they were about to face. Soul beasts are exceptionally difficult to vanquish. A single individual's strength may prove insufficient. Thus, the necessity for a team of soul masters arises. If they were to form a party, the teammate in need of the soul ring would merely need to deliver the final blow to obtain it, deducing the rationale behind this. Tang San reasoned. Indeed. You are quite astute, Xiao San. You shall undoubtedly become an exceptional control-type soul master, the master commended, patting Tang San's head. But master, if we were to sustain grave injuries, or if the soul ring were to face an assault, would it shatter? Or can it be reshaped or repaired? Jiang Luoran had long wished to pose this question, having found no mention of it in any text. Confronted with this query, the master faltered, admitting, I have yet to encounter any cases of soul rings being destroyed. I am uncertain if they can be reshaped, and even more so, whether they can be repaired. However, once a soul ring is absorbed by a soul master, it transforms into a spiritual entity, merging with the master. I believe the soul ring would only shatter upon the death of the soul master. This could merely serve as a reference point. I shall take heed of this in the future. The explosion of soul rings within the Haotian sect should be considered as the extraction of the soul ring and its energy from the body to achieve such a feat. The master, with his extensive experience in this field, could even hypothesize with remarkable accuracy. The reason Jiang Luoran posed this question was that he recalled a moment when a man had sacrificed himself to save his father. That man unleashed the energy of a soul bone, transforming all 8 of his soul rings into a resplendent gold. Furthermore, he infused all the energy from his soul rings into Jiang Luoran's body, resulting in the man's forfeiture of his soul rings. What extraordinary power is this? To Jiang Luoran's knowledge, only Oscar and Ning Rongrong's martial soul fusion technique possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased. Setting aside the notion of resurrection, the act of relinquishing all 8 soul rings raises the question of what mystical art this could be. Jiang Luoran remained oblivious, and perhaps the master was as well. Naturally, Jiang Luoran would refrain from mentioning soul bones, lest the two regard him as an oddity. It was imperative not to appear overly astute. Within the vehicle, the clamor of voices was distinctly audible. They had evidently arrived in a bustling commercial district. I am a level 29 Grand Soul Master, adorned with 2 decade-old soul rings. Join my team, and I shall lead you directly into the soul-hunting forest. What say you? No? Allow me to inform you, for just 2 more gold coins, I can escort you into the soul-fighting forest. Rest assured, I am your personal expert, capable of fending off even a 10,000-year soul beast. What? Safety concerns? I assure you, I shall be the last to depart. Fear not. Oh, just 3 gold coins. Hasten and pay so I may join your ranks. Are you familiar with the 3 great sects? What? You are not? Then what are the lower 3 sects? Let me enlighten you. The Sword Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is my master. I have inherited his profound teachings and now stand as an invincible presence. Solitary as snow. The reason I request 10 gold coins for our alliance is simply my desire for a formidable opponent. I am too lonely. Do you doubt my words? Lo and behold, my master even introduced me to the prize jewel of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This is a testament to his appreciation and trust in my capabilities. The master led Jiang Luoran and Tang San down, casting a glance at the chaotic marketplace. Upon hearing such declarations, the 3 were rendered speechless. Teacher, Tang San remarked, observing the bickering individuals. Given the proximity to the soul-hunting forest, it was only natural that a multitude of soul masters congregated here. Those who frequented this place were typically individuals in search of soul rings. Thus these soul masters sought to earn a few gold coins by recruiting others to aid in their quest for soul rings. As for the nonsensical banter, it was merely their desperate attempt at self-promotion. The master sighed in resignation. Chapter 16. The young and the madman Jiang Luoran understood that life on earth was similarly tumultuous, with individuals tirelessly striving for a living, gradually losing both respect and their sense of self. Tang San had never encountered this place before. He gazed at the bustling crowd, where each person seemed embroiled in disputes or engaged in exchanges of self-interest. By the way, little San, I present this belt to you, the master said, offering a belt embedded with 24 jade stones to Tang San. This is a soul guide, a storage type. Thank you, master, Tang San replied as he accepted the belt, feeling its quality and appreciating its craftsmanship. This item has been in my possession for many years. I cannot even recall how long. It has remained unused, and I hope to pass it on to you. Within each jade piece, there exists a cubic space. Let us give it a name. The master affectionately patted Tang San's head. Tang San, not one to hesitate, accepted the elder's gift graciously. Master, let us call it the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Conveniently, he placed all the heavy items he carried into the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Before the master could respond, a commotion erupted nearby. A lecherous man was claiming to be the principal of an academy. This man, with oversized glasses and a bold hairstyle, had scruffy facial hair obscuring his mouth and wore a cheap, coarse coat. Flender. That's Flender. Jiang Luoran recognized him. Is it because we are near the soul-hunting forest that you sell a piece of bacon for 10 gold coins? Why don't you just rob someone? I'll report you for this. One must not be too greedy, especially as a soul master. Flender pointed and threatened, appearing ready to resort to violence. Are you accusing me of greed? Look at the soul-hunting forest, fraught with danger. We are risking our lives for money. And you claim to be a principal? With your demeanor, you misguide the youth. The shopkeeper retorted, slamming his hand on the table while brandishing a kitchen knife. Indeed, the state of the world has deteriorated. Soul masters have become so base, Flender incessantly argued, refusing to relent. Their quarrel escalated, growing increasingly intense. Jiang Luoran sighed, recognizing Flender's unchanged avarice. The master approached and patted Flender on the shoulder. No need to buy anything. I have already procured enough outside. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Flender abruptly turned, his anger dissipating. Perhaps in that moment, he resembled an elder. Xiao Gang, you've come. It has been a long time since we last met. Indeed, it has been quite a while. The master rarely inquires about others, but this time, I have 2 promising talents. I wish to seek your assistance so they do not go to waste. Is it as you mentioned in your letter? 2 innate full soul power? Flinder looked towards Jiang Luoran and Tang San. Such individuals are rare across the continent, yet you have encountered two and taken them under your wing. Let us go. The bacon has been purchased, the master said, leading the way with Flinder following behind. Flinder shook his head. You always manage everything so well. I flew here quickly and thus missed out on some bargains. It wasn't my intention to avoid buying from you. This is Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy. The master introduced to Jiang Luoran and Tang San. Greetings, little monsters. Those lacking in aptitude are not worthy of my assistance. Flinder smirked mischievously. Hello, principal. Both Jiang Luoran and Tang San simultaneously acknowledged him. All right, let us proceed into the soul-hunting forest. The master interrupted Flinder, signaling him to refrain from further questions, as they would all eventually enter his tutelage, so there was no need to rush. As they exited the commercial district, the uproar faded into the background, with towering, ancient trees flourishing on either side, clearly over 100 years old. A long fence extended, with rows of armored warriors standing guard outside, brandishing weapons, even from a distance. One could sense a chilling aura. The master retrieved a black insignia from his pocket, the material unknown. It bore the images of a hammer, a sword, and a dragon. Noticing Tang San's confusion, the master explained, the soul-hunting forest is not open to everyone. One must demonstrate their worth to enter and hunt for soul rings. Flinder smiled. As for this insignia, it is a unique token of the Spirit Hall, with various uses. Observe the symbols, the hammer, the sword, the dragon, each represents a Title Douluo. Even the Spirit Hall holds them in the utmost esteem. These symbols signify the current upper three sects. The insignia I possess only reveals a single dragon, denoting it as a third-tier token, which still grants access to most of the soul-hunting forest. The master gazed at the insignia with a hint of sorrow. Without further ado, they entered the soul-hunting forest. The master stated, now we shall allocate roles. Flinder is I shan't discuss his level, but his strength is sufficient to deal with soul beasts of 9,000 years or more. Flinder politely bowed and smiled in acknowledgement. Soul Saint. Although Tang San sensed Flinder was not an ordinary individual, his eyes brimming with soul power, he had never imagined him to be a soul saint. Is this what the village chief often spoke of? A soul saint is said to be an unstoppable force among 1,000,000 soldiers. Jiang Luoran remained silent. He was far too familiar with this place to feel any excitement. Then, the master uttered a statement that left Flinder utterly astonished. Flinder, please assist Luoran in hunting a millennium soul beast. Flinder's previously smiling countenance immediately darkened. What? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? All right, off you go. The master divided some cured meat and handed it to Jiang Luoran. As for me and Little San, we are not particularly useful in acquiring a millennium soul beast, so it would be best for us to part ways and regroup at the entrance. Moreover, with the cured meat in your possession, Flinder will not stray far. This was directed at Jiang Luoran. Isn't this lad hunting for his first soul ring? Xiao Gang, are you trying to push him to his limits? Why not a 10,000-year or even a 100,000-year beast? Flinder felt his worldview shattering. What an absurd notion. How utterly preposterous. He muttered in disbelief, even as an elder. This is daunting. As they walked, the master explained, Luoran's situation is unique. I refrained from mentioning it earlier, fearing it might deter you from coming. He possesses innate soul power at level 40, coupled with exceptional physical attributes. The master patted Flinder on the shoulder, deliberately omitting the mention of another extraordinary martial spirit. Innate level 40 soul power. Is this some kind of joke? But has Xiao Jiang ever deceived himself? Never. After sensing the soul power emanating from Jiang Luoran, Flinder was left astounded. Goodness, is there truly someone with innate level 40 soul power in this world? Must it be so brutal? I am an elder. No wonder Xiao Jiang had written to request assistance in helping a student acquire a soul ring. At that moment, he had wondered what kind of student would require the help of a soul sage. His visit was merely a reunion after years apart. Now, he understood. He had encountered a favorite child of destiny, an exceptional prodigy among prodigies. Are you sure? To grant him his first soul ring and it be a millennium one? Flinder's jaw nearly dropped. What will this child become in the future? They could hardly fathom it. Though it was somewhat risky, the master advised. Aim for a beast that is just over 1,000 years old. Do not go too high. Strike fiercely to instill a desire for death in the soul beast, as this will aid Luoran. Be cautious, and if things go awry, withdraw swiftly. This is madness. They're all insane. This is a millennium soul ring. How could they dare to aspire to such a feat? Yet Flinder was equally reckless. Otherwise, how could he have founded Shrek Academy? Involuntarily, he felt a surge of excitement. He displayed a devilishly charming smile. This is exhilarating, witnessing a miracle on the Douluo continent. Luoran, follow me. Flinder, ever the pragmatist, acted decisively without hesitation. Jiang Luoran bid farewell to Tang San and the master before following Flandra. Tang San was puzzled. How could this teacher possibly know a soul sage? And so well at that? What kind of person could he be? Little San, we should take our leave as well. The master summoned 2 yellow soul rings, and a blue and white pig emerged. This was Rosan Pao, the master's martial spirit. The master's expression turned bitter as he explained, Little San, this is my beast martial spirit. Allow me to introduce my martial spirit. His name is Rosan Pao, which you may also call San Pao, due to his unique attack pattern. He can only unleash his power 3 times within a certain time frame, hence the name San Pao. My martial spirit has undergone a mutation, known as a failed mutation in this case. Ro San Pao is an example of such a failure, while Luoran's blood fiend vine, despite its rough and sinister appearance, possesses formidable strength, categorizing it as a successful mutation. Chapter 17. The Armored Scale Tortoise Beast. I apologize, Master, for touching upon a painful subject, Tang San said, remorseful. It is of no concern. There is no need for your apology. The Master waved away his concern. San Pao, lead the way. The blue and white Ro San Pao, with wide, expressive eyes, wagged its tail and sniffed the air as it moved. Strangely, despite its rotund figure, it was surprisingly agile. Let us hasten our departure. We must exit quickly. This place is perilous. After all, the Master and Tang San ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest. As they approached the century-old soul beast territory, San Pao suddenly emitted an urgent cry. A formidable soul beast is near. What scent is that? Tang San detected a faint aroma of tea, his expression shifting as he covered his mouth and nose. Master, there is toxic gas. The rustling sounds grew more pronounced as Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eyes, peering into the distant thicket where a pair of glimmering, dark green diamond-shaped eyes emerged, sending chills down his spine. The sight alone was enough to raise the hairs on his body. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a triangular snake head slowly enlarging before them. The Master lit a torch, inhaling sharply, a mix of excitement and trepidation in his tone. Is that a mandala snake? Should I consider this misfortune or good fortune? The Master's expression turned grave. I initially intended for you to hunt a 300-year-old soul beast, but if it is indeed a mandala snake, a century's experience would suffice. Though even that could prove challenging. I can only hope it's 100 years old. If it's 200, we must flee at full speed. Understood, Master. Tang San nodded, having discreetly readied his silent darts, prepared for battle if necessary. The Master approached cautiously, torch in hand, striving to ascertain the age of the mandala snake. Provoked by the flame, the triangular snake had lifted, its forked tongue flicking in and out as it hissed menacingly at San Pao. Suddenly, the mandala snake lunged with incredible speed. Attack, San Pao. Unleash your thunderous blast. With a resounding noise akin to thunder, San Pao unleashed a powerful attack, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. Though the mandala snake was swift, San Pao launched its onslaught before it could evade. The mandala snake was sent tumbling, and the Master focused intently on the creature, trying to gauge its age. However, in an instant, the Master's eyes widened, pupils constricting as he shouted to Tang San. Little San, run. Without hesitation, Tang San turned and fled alongside the Master. The Master chuckled ruefully, realizing their luck had turned. They had encountered a 400-year-old mandala snake. Its length reached 4 meters, definitely a 400-year-old beast, one that he could not hope to contend with. As Tang San observed the mandala snake closing in, escape seemed impossible. He leaped into the air. Damn. The Master halted, fear gripping him as he glanced back. What is happening? Little monster, I suggest you absorb that 900-year-old soul beast. Flander remarked coldly, I would prefer you not to perish so soon. It was known that even a 900-year-old beast could shatter the record for the first soul ring configuration in Douluo continent. Principal Flandra. I am capable of handling a 1,000-year soul ring. It is not arrogance. Rather, I am confident in my adaptability. Jiang Luoran felt an unprecedented void in his body, without any fear of being overwhelmed. Are you truly so confident? Flandra felt a twinge of anxiety. This is nearing 1,000 years. Are you certain you can withstand it? No, it is not mere confidence but certainty, Jiang Luoran replied. Principal. We shall venture into the depths of the soul-hunting forest and hunt a 1,000-year-old armored scale tortoise beast. I have long since devised this plan. Jiang Luoran was determined to tackle formidable challenges. The blood fiend vine would undoubtedly become an immensely resilient entity. The millennium-old armored scale tortoise? Flander furrowed his brow. That was indeed a formidable adversary, and a seasoned one at that. It appeared that Xiao Gang had shared quite a bit with you. Are you venturing into the realm of control? The armored scale tortoise is not insurmountable, but Flander, being a soul sage, found himself somewhat vexed by the prospect of facing such aged foes. Very well, let us proceed. Flander, cradling Jiang Luoran, summoned his all-martial soul and soared toward the depths of the soul-hunting forest. However, they remained at the fringes. Should they delve deeper, they might encounter soul beasts nearing the millennium mark. At that juncture, Flander might not be able to escape unscathed. In critical moments, Jiang Luoran could always be a liability. The surroundings were a blur as the trees swiftly receded, a resounding rush filling the air, indicating a powerful gust. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous soul beasts. Yet either their age was insufficient, or the beast showed no interest. Within a patch of yellow earth in the forest, Flander deposited Jiang Luoran onto the ground and gazed at the massive earthen cavern before them. So the old foe was indeed here. It was a millennium-old beast. And Flander chuckled heartily, little creature, your soul ring awaits. I shall slay it, and you may absorb its essence shortly. If you find yourself unable to absorb it, I shall take it as a jest at my expense and waste my time. I will not hesitate to deal with you accordingly. Then I thank you, Dean Flander. Jiang Luoran replied with a serene smile. Do you really think I would need your assistance? Should I fail to absorb the soul ring, I would rather explode myself. Nevertheless, Jiang Luoran was confident in his ability to absorb it, bolstered by the presence of those 8 golden soul rings. Boom. The golden, purple, and black rings shimmered as the azure owl manifested behind Flander, his eyes instantly brightening, enveloped in a mist of blue energy. Without further hesitation, Flander charged forth, seizing the millennium-old armored scale tortoise and unleashing a barrage of strikes. The colossal earth cavern was, in fact, the lair of the armored scale tortoise, resembling a terrestrial turtle. Its scales formed from naturally occurring earth. While its appearance was unassuming, it served as its means of survival. Its shell was even more robust than that of typical serpentine scales. As for its offensive capabilities, they were virtually non-existent. It could only endure the onslaught. Boom. Flander's form crackled with turbulent blue soul power, relentlessly bearing down upon the battered armored scale tortoise. Was it truly this resilient? Flander had already invoked his soul skills. Did he truly need to employ a second skill to vanquish a millennium-old soul beast? Would that not be rather humiliating? Bang, bang, bang. An endless cascade of azure light flickered as the owl marshal's soul joined the fray. The armored scale tortoise was stripped of its protective layers, its flesh exposed. With nowhere left to hide, how would it defend itself now? Flander struck with unyielding force, showing no mercy, resembling a cold-hearted veteran. The armored scale tortoise was battered and flung about, unable to catch its breath before Flander unleashed another wave of torment upon it. It was in utter despair. Jiang Luoran initially intended to utilize the blood fiend vine for assistance. However, this was a battle of soul sage caliber, and he could only contribute to a limited extent. You wretched creature, how can you possess such formidable defenses? Flander exclaimed in fury, his hands aching from the effort. As a distinguished soul sage, should he not be able to effortlessly vanquish a 1,000-year soul beast? Roaring in defiance, the mountain-armored turtle beast raised its fists, prepared to confront Flander in combat. Jiang Luoran chuckled softly upon hearing that the pangolin-scaled turtle beast possessed a gentle temperament, rarely prone to anger. Yet, here was Flander, an extraordinary character, capable of provoking such a docile creature. How audacious! With a swift motion, Flander knocked it to the ground, relentlessly striking with his wings, determined to incapacitate it today. Indeed, he was a soul saint. In the face of sheer power, Flander emerged victorious. The pangolin-scaled turtle beast could only endure the beating, its body marred with wounds and swellings, and its most cherished earth scales stripped away. It resembled a colossal, naked monstrosity, utterly disheveled. After exhausting himself, Flander leaped off the creature, wiping the sweat from his brow. I shall not employ my second soul skill. It is my principle. This dirt has truly worn me out. Do take a look. If it is insufficient, I shall deliver a few more blows. Thank you, Dean. Please rest. I shall handle the remainder. Jiang Luoran stepped forward, soaring 3 meters into the air, and delivered a powerful kick to the pangolin-scaled turtle beast. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent hurtling backward, crashing through 3 earthen hills before finally collapsing. Its spirit shattered. What was up with this little one? Both the elder and the younger were far from amiable, lacking any semblance of compassion. In the next life, may I never endure such an existence again. Chapter 18. The Millennium Soul Ring. Jiang Luoran understood that not only did she need Flanders to extinguish her will, but she also needed to take action herself, thereby intensifying the desire of the soul beast to perish. This would ultimately benefit her absorption of the soul ring. This reflects a psychological principle deeply rooted in the essence of Chinese civilization. Jiang Luoran must master the art of flexible application. Moreover, he must remain ever vigilant of his identity as a time traveler. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Luoran leaped onto the back of the armored tortoise beast, relentlessly striking its face with a series of powerful blows until it succumbed to death. Staring at the deep pit before him, Flander was utterly bewildered. Was this an act of a mere human? Moreover, how could this youth possess such formidable strength? Each punch must have carried at least 200 pounds of force, comparable to that of a soul master exceeding the 20th rank. Observing his reckless and fervent assault, Flander pondered if such endurance was simply a matter of good fortune. Once the beast lay lifeless, Jiang Luoran delivered a final strike with the bloodthirsty vines, ensuring the armored tortoise beast was completely vanquished, thus completing his task. A violet soul ring erupted from the creature's body, an ancient soul ring of a millennium. Are you certain you are prepared? Flander approached, noting that the soul ring could remain for an hour, allowing for further preparation. During this time, I shall protect you. Thank you, Dean. But I believe I require no further preparation, Jiang Luoran replied, settling into a meditative posture to solidify his martial spirit. Dozens of bloodthirsty vines unfurled and encircled him, while the violet millennium soul ring descended, radiating a shimmering purple light at his waist. Speak boldly, if you must. Do not presume my assistance is free of charge. You shall owe me in the future. Flander grumbled, clearly irritated. I am not one to suffer losses. Until I extract every last bit from you, I shall not be called Flander. Now, to satisfy my hunger, I shall find some cured meat. As soon as Flander departed, Jiang Luoran's demeanor turned grave. Indeed, this Millennium Soul Ring was not easily absorbed. In terms of energy, he felt no concern. His body was in a state of emptiness. impervious to the risk of being overwhelmed. However, the resentment within the soul ring loomed large. Even a worn Millennium Soul Ring bore a resentment that Jiang Luoran could hardly withstand. A white aura enveloped Jiang Luoran, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. Within his consciousness, he felt a haze, but as the fierce winds surged forth, a wave of refreshing clarity washed over him. The pressure diminished, the resentment weakened, and his physical condition had never been more invigorating. Energized, the Millennium Soul Ring seemed to sense the dominance of the Beast King, gradually merging with Jiang Luoran's body. This was unexpected. Although Flander had been rough and merciless, surely no soul beast would willingly integrate itself into a human. Furthermore, despite having slain it himself, there should still be some lingering animosity, right? The armored tortoise beast could not possess a tendency for self-destruction. What could be the reason behind this? With no time to ponder further, Jiang Luoran's depleted body felt replenished by the influx of soul power, bathing him in a sensation akin to a rejuvenating hot spring. This feeling compelled him to shout in exhilaration, despite never having experienced such a luxury in his previous life due to financial constraints. His blood coursed rapidly, his heart beat robustly, and every organ within him reverberated with vitality, while his muscles underwent a gradual transformation. He had grown stronger. Jiang Luoran could sense that he was not only experiencing a surge in soul power, but his physical form had also doubled in strength. No, it was even more than that. The sensation of ecstasy persisted as the blood demon vines underwent a transformation. The tendrils thickened and became robust. Although the thorns did not continue to grow in strength, they had become more resilient. The gray blood demon vines ceased to expand and remained at an optimal thickness. With purple luminescence swirling within the slender vines, their minute thorns nearly invisible to the naked eye. They had become aesthetically pleasing. The previous blood demon vines had been rather coarse, but the current ones exuded an alluring and opulent beauty, resembling a weapon soul befitting a woman. The purple soul ring melded into Jiang Luoran's body, signaling a successful absorption. He slowly opened his eyes and took a moment to appreciate his new physique. Exhilarating. Are you ready? Only an hour remains, Flander remarked nonchalantly, chewing on a piece of cured meat as he glanced at Jiang Luoran. If I find out you cannot handle it, I will ensure you pay for it. When Flander departed, he noticed Jiang Luoran seated in a meditative posture and assumed he was merely cultivating, unaware that Jiang Luoran had already begun the absorption process, let alone that it was complete. Jiang Luoran gracefully unfurled a bloodthorn vine in his hand, shimmering with an enchanting interplay of violet light. To his astonishment, a purple soul ring emerged from beneath his feet, swirling and settling at his waist. A millennium-old soul ring, a level 20 control system soul master. Has it truly come to fruition? What an extraordinary phenomenon, to successfully absorb a millennium soul ring on the first attempt. Flander, visibly astonished, dropped a morsel of flesh from his mouth onto the ground. Well, this is indeed intriguing. Thank you, Dean Flander. Jiang Luoran approached with a smile. Without your assistance, I would never have had the opportunity to absorb this Millennium Soul Ring. Your soul power and robust physique are certainly factors in absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring. But I suspect there is more to it than meets the eye. What else is hidden within you? Flander furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about the young man. Jiang Luoran had indeed perceived the 8 golden soul rings in his consciousness, yet he refrained from disclosing this to Flander. He knew the Dean's cunning nature would compel him to uncover the truth. That gust of fierce wind was the greatest advantage in my absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring. Fierce wind. Flander chuckled heartily, recognizing that Jiang Luoran himself might struggle to articulate it. In that case, let us take our time. Soon, when we find Xiaogang, you shall share with us what your first Millennium Soul skill is. Very well, let us hunt our next target. With his newfound experience, Jiang Luoran contemplated a 5,000-year soul ring for his second. This was not merely a fleeting whim. After reaching level 20, he felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical capabilities. 5,000 years, certainly feasible. Are you certain? Absorbing 2 Millennium Soul Rings in a single day. Do you truly believe you can manage it? Indeed. This time I shall absorb the soul ring of the illusory celestial tree with an age of 5,000 years. Jiang Luoran understood the principle of moderation. He sought resilience that could withstand flames, resist frost, and endure blades. To achieve this, flexibility, internal strength, and rigidity must all develop harmoniously. Control to the utmost, he asserted, setting a modest target for the future. To dominate a Title Douluo, controlling them to the point of existential doubt. 5,000 years of the illusory celestial tree, you say? I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you wish to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring? Flinder's demeanor shifted, his gaze becoming piercing. The illusory celestial tree is a plant-type soul beast, adorned with a peculiar visage upon its bark, said to transform into any face to beguile the hearts of many. It is a tree of sinister allure, reveling in death and consuming all it can kill, exuding lethal toxins. However, in the presence of Flinder, it stands no chance. The Dean's formidable cat-eagle martial spirit repels the toxic miasma effortlessly. Furthermore, Flinder's unyielding disposition remains unencumbered by attachments, rendering the illusory celestial tree's deceit ineffective. He is indeed a ruthless individual. Apologies for the trouble, Dean. Jiang Luoran's expression was resolute. He had initially contemplated absorbing the soul ring of the gentle-boned deer. But in comparison, the illusory celestial tree presented a more favorable option, especially considering Flinder's temperament, which made it easier to vanquish. In battles, strategy often hinges on countering one's opponent rather than sheer strength. After traversing the dim marshes, Flinder halted in midair. This is the place. Stay close to me and do not believe anything that happens. Principal, I understand, Jiang Luoran acknowledged, aware that he could not inflict harm upon a 5,000-year soul beast at this moment. Yet the silent wrist crossbow in his hand would prove invaluable. Jiang Luoran had perused the original text and had also listened to the master speak of the principal's weakness, the spectral visage of the illusory, heavenly demon tree. In a moment, I shall ensnare it. You need only strike with all your might, he instructed. The most formidable aspect, after all, is often where its vulnerability lies. What is gained here can also lead to destruction. Chapter 19. Inexplicable in truth, the master had already outlined the soul rings suitable for Jiang Luoran during their journey. One was a 1,000-year-old magma-armored beast, and the other was the warden dragon horse. Neither of these soul beasts was particularly formidable. Thus the absorption process would significantly diminish Jiang Luoran's peril. It could be said that Jiang Luoran was entirely contravening the master's wishes. However, the master was merely considering safety. Had he witnessed Jiang Luoran absorbing these two powerful soul beasts, he likely would have remained silent. As for the remaining two soul rings, the master firmly declared that Jiang Luoran would not be permitted to absorb them. This matter required careful deliberation. Who has ever witnessed someone ascend to the rank of soul master in a single day? Such an occurrence would be utterly extraordinary and could potentially lead to physical rupture. Moreover, soul rings are inherently perilous. Absorbing 4 in a day defies logic and places undue strain on the individual. If one does not court disaster, one shall not meet it. It appears that Shao Gang has imparted considerable knowledge upon you, even revealing the shortcomings of the illusory, heavenly demon tree. A wicked smile crept across Flandra's lips as he sensed its aura. Flandra dissipated most of his soul power, retaining only a little over 30 levels of energy. Alongside the feeble essence of the cat-eagle spirit, Jiang Luoran secretly cursed the old fox, astonished that he would attempt to deceive the enigmatic celestial demon tree by luring it forth. The collision of actors was palpable. Flandre had not only teamed up with the masters to vanquish monsters, but was also rich in practical experience. Flandre, what brings you here? Zhao Wuji emerged from the purple mist, wearing a naive expression as he scratched his head. Who is this beside you? Jiang Luoran's gaze intensified as he beheld the short man before him, whose muscles appeared ready to burst forth, veins prominently visible, and whose countenance exuded an air of lewdness. Zhao Wuji. A wicked smile curled upon Flandre's lips. Was he attempting to deceive him by transforming into Zhao Wuji? Yet their acquaintance was superficial, and he still owed this scoundrel several months' wages. Flandre, however, became even more resolute in his actions. Had it been Lu Erlong, he might have hesitated. Jiang Luoran, trust you? Nonsense. The two had long conspired to engage in battle upon meeting, regardless of the form the illusory demon tree might take. Furthermore, what is Zhao Wuji doing here instead of remaining in the academy? Such a lazy individual should be napping, not involved in this. The illusory demon tree is gravely mistaken. Flandre, I am addressing you. What are you doing here? Zhao Wuji pointed at Jiang Luoran, inquiring, who is he? A new student? Oh. The illusory demon tree even recognizes Flandre's status as the dean, demonstrating the remarkable skill of its transformations. Flandre, what is the matter? Speak. Why that expression? Zhao Wuji appeared bewildered, and before he could react, Flandre charged forward, aiming a punch at his head. Have you lost your mind, Flandre? What are you doing? Zhao Wuji panicked, raising his fist to intercept Flandre's strike. In that instant, dozens of blood vines shot forth from Jiang Luoran's hands, resembling purple ribbons that, with sparks flying, ensnared Zhao Wuji like a dumpling. As for his fists, they were directly immobilized. Principal, incapacitate him, Jiang Luoran shouted, realizing the potency of the illusory demon tree, as the struggle was nearly overwhelming. It is worth noting that Jiang Luoran's blood vines had been enhanced by a millennium of soul rings. Zhao Wuji was astounded. The tendrils unleashed by the 6-year-old could momentarily restrain him? There was no time for contemplation, as Flandre's fist crashed into Zhao Wuji's face. The battle escalated fiercely. With each punch, Flandre drove Zhao Wuji's head into the ground, creating a deep pit and sending dust flying. Zhao Wuji could only watch as his face approached the state of a pig's head. Still trying to deceive me? How skilled you've become. Instead of divining, you waste your talents on this soul beast. Flandre rolled up his sleeves, drenched in sweat, grappling with this bizarre situation, feeling as if he were unable to make any impact. Flandre, what are you doing? Stop. I am Zhao Wuji. You've gone mad, Flandre. Attacking me in front of outsiders. I'm done. Zhao Wuji spoke in fragmented sentences, his face marred with injuries. Don't hit my face. Don't hit my face. Jiang Luoran unleashed a dozen bloodthirsty vines, fortifying the bindings, even silencing Zhao Wuji. Principal, I am here to assist you. Zhao Wuji, rendered voiceless, could only widen his eyes in astonishment, expressing his dismay with a silent gaze. Jiang Luoran delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wuji's face, mercilessly rubbing it in. How thick is this bark? He raised his fist and, alongside Flander, struck Zhao Wuji's head with tremendous force. The battlefield was brutal, the ground shattered, and deep pits were scattered everywhere. The primary issue was Zhao Wuji's incessant writhing. Ah, Principal, look, he asked, crying. Jiang Luoran feigned sympathy while continuing to pummel Zhao Wuji's form. Let it be. Do not forget it is the enchanting celestial tree, adept at ensnaring hearts. Regardless of what transpires, do not be swayed. Today we shall vanquish him. Flander intensified his assault, preparing to unleash his soul skills. Indeed, Principal, I nearly fell for it. Just observe those tearful eyes. Such theatrics could earn him an Oscar. Jiang Luoran was particularly earnest as he scooped up a handful of dirt and pressed it into Zhao Wuji's mouth, refusing to relent. Let us suffocate him today. If this continues, his desire for death will grow more fervent. Very well, I shall strike a few more blows to diminish his will to survive. This will aid you in absorbing the soul ring, Flander suggested, pointing to the old willow tree nearby. Once the moment is right, simply wield the willow to finish him off. Zhao Wuji's grasped the situation. These two were hunting for a soul beast. They sought his demise. Do they not possess a conscience? Alas, they have none. I am still young. I still have dreams. Despair gripped Zhao Wuji's heart. I wish to die. Luoran. Look at this gaze. How human it appears. Zhao Wuji's is a stalwart man, who would not shed a tear nor succumb to despair without pay, let alone display such an expression. This must be a counterfeit. Let us eliminate him swiftly. Flander summoned forth his soul power. Luoran, you are still young. You will inevitably face many trials and tribulations. Once you have made a decision, do not regret it. He is a fraud. Wuwa, Zhao Wuji's lamented. Are you certain? You're insane. You're killing people. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Yet his mouth was bound by Jiang Luoran, leaving him no opportunity to explain. Principal, I understand now. Jiang Luoran sighed, realizing his own naivety and mistaking this for a genuine human. Alas, the Douluo continent is truly a treacherous place. I must exercise caution, absolute caution. This cannot be. Zhao Wuji's panicked. He was truly at his limit. Breathing became laborious, his body was gravely injured, and he was on the brink of coughing blood. Was he truly to be chased to death by an old willow tree today? His tenure as a soul sage was a complete failure. He must resist, for himself, for the honor of hundreds of soul sages. Zhao Wuji's erupted in fury, breaking free from the blood vine, only to be met with another kick from Jiang Luoran, crashing him into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Have 5,000-year soul beasts become this formidable? Flander engaged in direct combat with soul power. Did he think he could ascend? Never have I witnessed such chaotic movements from a soul beast. Luoran, swiftly retrieve the old willow. I am Zhao Wuji's. I am Zhao Wuji's. Zhao Wuji scrambled to evade Flander's forceful strikes. Stop. He is Zhao Wuji's. The master and Tang San rushed over to halt Jiang Luoran and Flander. Why are you attacking your own? The enchanting celestial tree can even speak now. Who is considered one of your own? We are humans. You are soul beasts. Do not attempt to beguile me. Still mimicking Shao Gang? Haha. You are lacking in skill. Flander continued his assault. Luoran. Today is unfortunate. I've encountered 3 heads, and I shall slay them all. Choose a suitable one. The third soul skill, a purple soul ring, arose from Flander's feet, radiating a blinding brilliance, overwhelming the area. Chapter 20. Enchanting Celestial Tree. You have lost your mind, Flander. I am Yu Xiaojing. He is Zhao Wuji's, and this is Tang San. What do you intend to do? The master was in a state of panic. They cannot be slain for such absurd reasons. Haha. Why not summon the 2 dragons as well? Flander laughed heartily. Let the enchanting celestial tree perish. Flander, cease immediately. I am Zhao Wuji's. Will you slay me too? Zhao Wuji's lay on the ground, struggling to speak while gasping for breath. He was weakened. Nonsense. Zhao Wuji's is not within the academy. He has long ventured out, and I do not fabricate lies. Flander seated, his third soul skill fully charged. Did I not return upon receiving a letter from the master? I even came to the hunting soul forest to assist you. Zhao Wuji's panicked. Do not unleash your soul skills. Flander, come to your senses. Luoran. Everyone, listen to me. Tang San, wise as ever, immediately perceived the anomaly. The enchanting celestial tree can only mimic human appearances, not their forms. Even a 10,000-year enchanting celestial tree cannot attain the state of a real person. Furthermore, unless it is a 100,000-year soul beast, none possess the ability to speak human language. You have reduced this soul master to this state. It seems you have acted with lethal intent. Given the nature of his wounds, had he truly been an enchanting celestial tree, he would have revealed his true form long ago. Indeed, Zhao Wuji's presence here is due to my having sent him a letter requesting assistance. After all, we have entered the depths of the hunting soul forest. I do not wish to jeopardize the lives of such talented individuals due to my own negligence. Additionally, I was unaware of Zhao Wuji's presence in the academy. I did not mention him in your letter because I had not considered the potential danger at that moment. I later sent Zhao Wuji's another letter, but I thought it unnecessary to inform you, believing Zhao Wuji's was still within the academy, and he received the letter. As you know, just hadn't arrived yet. In hindsight, I should have been more forthcoming. The master sighed, realizing this farce had escalated considerably. Flander, they are indeed genuine. We have made a grave error. Jiang Luoran gazed at the blood on his hands. It was Zhao Wuji's blood. Would the unmoving king truly kill his own? I have heard he possesses a fearsome temper. Surely, he did not strike too harshly. Flander's face turned pale, his expression shifting dramatically. This must be a misunderstanding. Oh dear. Just look at who struck him. This is a calamity. Wuji's. Are you all right? Zhao Wuji's replied. You were the one who struck me. And yet it is you who offers me comfort. A person must retain some dignity. Humph. Flander, do not feign concern. You are the one responsible for this. Zhao Wuji's was furious. And that little brat. I'll take care of him now. Why must you harm Jiang Luoran? Because Zhao Wuji's has a temper. He is not one to be trifled with. As for Flander, he could not match him at the moment, and besides, he still owed him wages. In this day and age, those who owe money are the true overlords. Wuji's. Do not act impulsively. This is a soul master who has just shattered the miracles of the Douluo continent. His future accomplishments are boundless, Flander pleaded, embracing Zhao Wuji's. Enough of this ruckus. The master and Tang San approached, though the master appeared somewhat frail at that moment. Luoran, what soul ring have you absorbed? Jiang Luoran was aware that the master had been poisoned, yet he had been rescued by Tang San. Master, I have absorbed the essence of a millennia-old armored turtle beast. As Jiang Luoran unleashed his martial spirit, a violet soul ring materialized from beneath his feet, lingering at his waist. Violet. A millennium. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment. Who are you? Is your first soul ring truly a millennium? Even the master, who could foresee the outcome, along with Tang San, found the situation utterly perplexing. However, they chose to remain silent. Some things are best left unexplained, and inquiries ought to be avoided, for everyone harbors their own little secrets. They were his mentors, his companions. Well, I hope you remain humble and steadfast. The master gazed into the sky, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. Luoran, you must understand that there are realms beyond realms, and never assume you are the strongest. And you, little San, do not act impulsively. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the distance, the sounds of battle growing increasingly intense. A fantastical sky demon tree descended from above, crashing down and creating a substantial crater. Flander, wielding azure soul power, dove downwards, stirring up waves of cerulean energy. It was an overwhelming display of force. With a single punch, he shattered the demon's visage. Flander, relentless and fierce, grasped the demon's face and forcefully plunged it into the ground, uprooting numerous ancient willow trees in his wake. Jiang Luoran and the others observed as Flander unleashed a furious assault on the phantasmagoric demon tree. The chilling sound of its anguished cries sent shivers down their spines. As the creature writhed in agony, desperately attempting to lunge at Jiang Luoran with the intent to slay her. Luoran, run! Flander exclaimed, realizing his grave error in hurling the phantasmagoric demon tree in their direction. Wuji, how are you faring? The master sought Zhao Wuji's assistance. Zhao Wuji, battered and bruised, struggled to articulate his words. In his current state, he was utterly incapable of rushing to Jiang Luoran's aid. I can't keep up. Jiang Luoran's expression was icy and stern. Since you have come personally, I shall accept you. Silent darts whistled through the air with a series of sharp sounds. These exquisite silent darts, tied to finely crafted iron needles, operated with remarkable speed, showcasing an intricate assembly of minuscule components. To the naked eye, the needles glimmered with a silvery arc, exuding a chilling aura, reminiscent of a famished serpent poised to strike. Merciless. With a swift motion, two needles sliced through the air, barely perceptible. Like whispers of a gentle breeze. A sharp crack echoed as one struck the root of the enigmatic demon tree, while the other pierced its ghastly visage, extinguishing its life. It is unfathomable to conceive how a slender needle could penetrate the very essence of the enigmatic demon tree. Such formidable piercing power is truly astonishing. Jiang Luoran gazed at the tranquil Tang San. The bone-piercing needle he had launched was intended to save himself, deftly avoiding the ghost face and striking the root of the illusory sky demon tree. What an exquisite technique. It was truly remarkable. Tang San also turned to Jiang Luoran, nodding in acknowledgement and praising his skill's advancement. He had previously thought that the other would miss the illusory sky demon tree, thus wasting a bone-piercing needle. The master was astonished. How had it suddenly perished again? Just moments before, the mandragora serpent had met a similar fate. What was truly happening here? Luoran, are you all right? The master inquired, his brow furrowed. Teacher, I'm perfectly fine, Jiang Luoran replied after a moment's reflection. I was terrified just now. That old tree lunged at me. Flander examined the illusory sky demon tree, searching thoroughly, but it had ceased to breathe, and he could not ascertain the cause of its demise. Indeed, Flander had been in a state of panic, his focus entirely on Jiang Luoran, with little regard for the subtle gust of wind. As for Zhao Wuji, in his current state, he was hardly observant of such matters. The appearance of the soul ring confirmed the possibility of absorption. The master frowned. Luoran, did you slay it? I was petrified. Perhaps my first soul skill was activated. Jiang Luoran feigned ignorance. The secret of the hidden weapon was something he and Tang San had agreed to keep confidential. The master glanced at Tang San, perplexed at their similar manner of speaking. First soul skill? What is it? Flinder and the others gathered around, eager to witness Jiang Luoran's inaugural 1,000-year soul skill. For a soul master, one's soul skills are typically shared only with the closest confidants, and Jiang Luoran's ability to attain a soul ring was solely reliant on them. He trusted them. Though he could be ruthless, his heart was kind. Chapter 21. North Sea. My first soul skill is called creation from nothing, Jiang Luoran declared, pointing at the stout old tree beside him. Everyone, please observe. Old tree, not you again. Buzz. The purple soul ring whirled, radiating a mesmerizing glow as the blood-slaying vine in Jiang Luoran's hand vanished. Strands of resplendent purple smoke enveloped the old tree, thickening until the entire tree was shrouded in a layer of violet light. Binding. Jiang Luoran exerted a firm grip, and violet light erupted from within the tree, transforming into dozens of bloodthirsty vines that shattered the sturdy old tree into fragments. The ancient tree stood there, seemingly bewildered. The remote manipulation, while resulting in the bloodthirsty vines becoming robust and difficult to sever, did not yield particularly remarkable effects. The master observed the vines, his brow furrowing as he remarked, this initial Millennium Soul Ring should not be so trivial. The application of the mountain armored scale turtle beast was already commendable for enhancing the quality of the martial soul. Fran stepped forward, being a control-type soul master. Luoran, how much of the bloodthirsty vines can your first soul skill endure? Tang San sensed something amiss. Teacher, Brother San. The range of this creation from nothing can extend to a mile in circumference. Moreover, once activated, I can release the bloodthirsty vines at will, in infinite quantity. Provided I can afford the consumption, Jiang Luoran smiled. It is crucial to understand that with this ability to create from nothing, he could essentially disregard his opponent's attempts to obstruct him in actual combat, controlling whomever he desired. This was akin to wielding a spatial black hole, commanding the entirety of the situation. What? The master was astonished. Unlimited release? Are you saying you can unleash all the remaining bloodthirsty vines? With the enhancement of soul power and the amplification from the soul ring, both range and quantity could increase in the future. Tang San nodded in agreement, acknowledging its significant potential. Indeed, Jiang Luoran bowed to Fran, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Principal. Without you, I would not have been able to absorb this soul ring. Jiang Luoran understood well that, despite his formidable talent, he could not succeed without assistance. Had he not followed Tang San or encountered the master, how could he have attained such progress? As for repayment, a mere monetary gift to Flandra would suffice. The value of a present lies not in its cost but in its sentiment. Thus, the Millennium Soul skill was indeed commendable, and with the master's approval. Its only drawback was the lack of self-protection. It is essential for a control-type soul master to bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding their team. I shall exercise caution, master. Jiang Luoran declared as he approached the illusory heavenly ghost tree, deep within the soul-hunting forest, keen to absorb its energies without unforeseen complications. With a resounding thud, a purple soul ring descended from the bloodthirsty vine, swirling around Jiang Luoran's waist in a dance of fluctuating light and shadow. This was the 5,000-year-old illusory heavenly ghost tree. The malevolent energy of this soul ring was not overwhelming, but its murderous intent posed a risk of corroding its absorber. The master was elated. Tang San had recently absorbed a 400-year Mandragora serpent soul ring with his plant-based martial soul, blue silver grass, affirming one of his 10 theories. What then would happen if Jiang Luoran, in his capacity as a control-type soul master, attempted to absorb a soul from the illusory heavenly ghost tree? This scenario was also addressed within the master's theories, and the conclusion was clear. It was entirely feasible. While control-type soul masters may not be suited for absorbing offensive-type soul rings, their martial souls possess the capacity to select abilities that align with their nature. In simpler terms, the bloodthirsty vine would now have the autonomy to choose the aspects that best suited it. Of course, the illusory heavenly ghost tree possessed dual capabilities, one of adaptability and the other of lethal violence. Should it solely embody the latter, Jiang Luoran would undoubtedly fail to absorb it and risk backlash. A soul beast with a singular development path was not included in the master's 10 theories. The purple soul ring trembled ominously, resembling a precarious iron hoop, and Jiang Luoran frowned, a bitter expression crossing his face. Flandra, how many years of soul ring is this? The master inquired, suddenly recalling something. 5,000 years, as requested by Luoran, Flandra replied, patting his head in realization of his oversight. What? He dares to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring at such a young age? Is he not afraid of being overwhelmed? Zhao Wujia exclaimed, astonished. Nonsense. He is merely 6 years old. Flandra, how could you heed the words of a child? What does he understand? The master said, growing agitated. Master, may I suggest that Luoran take a pause? Tang San interjected. Impossible. Once the absorption of a soul ring begins, it cannot be halted, the master replied, visibly anxious. I must devise a solution. Tang San furrowed his brow, silently lamenting, Luoran, you must rely solely on yourself. Don't fret, Xiao Gang. He has already absorbed a soul ring just over 1,000 years. This time should be manageable as well. Flandra restrained the master, signaling him to remain composed. It is precisely because he absorbed a newly minted 1,000-year soul ring that I am so anxious, he continued. Tell me, Flandra, have you ever witnessed a soul master absorb 2,000-year soul rings in a single day? The master waved his hand dismissively. If he possessed sufficient soul power, he would likely have acted already. Flandra's eyes widened in alarm. You mean, indeed, Luoran's soul power is already at its peak. He requires time to acclimate. Otherwise, why would I refrain from allowing him to absorb 4 soul rings? Have you ever seen someone ascend to the rank of soul master in a single day? The notion was absurd. Miracles exist to be challenged, yet no one can surpass them, let alone leave them behind. The master's face bore the weight of his lifelong shame. Xiao San, remember, this world operates on fairness. Only through diligent effort can one attain their desires. A heavy silence enveloped the group. They dared not raise their voices, lest their presence disturb Jiang Luoran. Their sole course of action was to vigilantly protect him, doing everything in their power to prevent the soul beast from approaching. It was as if Jiang Luoran had already set one foot into the realm of the dead. Within his consciousness, a vast expanse of white enveloped him, reminiscent of wind or clouds, imparting an indescribable sense of grandeur. The silhouette of a man reappeared, and without uttering a word, Jiang Luoran knew this was his father. The man continued forward, never looking back or pausing, as if journeying toward some distant destination. Jiang Luoran called out, yet received not a single response. The man turned his head slightly, murmuring 2 words, Beiming, Beiming. Jiang Luoran stood in a daze. His entire being and the 36 acupuncture points within him functioning at an astonishing pace, blood coursing through his veins with fervent intensity. His soul energy indeed persevered. Yet, his body continued to absorb soul power, every inch of his skin greedily drawing in the essence from the soul rings. Akin to a camel that had languished in thirst for countless years. Yet, his body was undeniably saturated with soul energy. Jiang Luoran understood that it was not the blood fiend vine absorbing soul power, but rather the Kunping martial spirit that was drawing it in. With a resounding thud, the violet soul ring radiated brilliance. It no longer wavered precariously, but stood firm alongside another millennium soul ring, majestically perched atop the blood fiend vine. It was a triumph. The master faintly perceived the emergence of a white gale, which dispelled the murderous aura of the illusory, heavenly demon tree. What could this possibly be? Luoran, how do you feel? Tang San inquired, noticing that Jiang Luoran, despite having absorbed the soul ring, remained seated and motionless. He must be consolidating his realm. Let us wait a moment longer. Flinder sensed the presence of the soul beast and commanded, Zhao Wujin, you remain here. With that, Flinder transformed into a cat-like eagle and soared into the skies. Chapter 22. Departure. An hour later, Jiang Luoran abruptly awakened, murmuring the words Beiming. Teacher, third brother, and also. Jiang Luoran was rendered speechless as he beheld Zhao Wujia's predatory gaze. Zhao Wujia remarked, it still aches, doesn't it? Luoran, how do you feel now? I trust there are no lingering after-effects? Tang San inquired, having perused the tomes provided by the master, which chronicled the various adverse reactions one might encounter when absorbing a spirit ring. I'm perfectly fine, third brother. It's merely the sudden surge of soul power that is a bit disconcerting, Jiang Luoran replied as he rose from the ground. Luoran, do refrain from acting impulsively in the future. Otherwise, no one will be able to rescue you, the master admonished with a hint of ire. One cannot expect to achieve great results overnight. Take your time. Jiang Luoran smiled wryly, realizing that this master still cared deeply for both him and Tang San. I acknowledge my mistake, dear teacher, but I am inherently impatient. If given another chance, I would make the same choice. Jiang Luoran's words elicited a chuckle from the master. Is there truly someone so obstinate in this world? Such a rarity. You are called Jiang Luoran. Zhao Wujin felt the need to reclaim his presence. I have heard whispers of your predicament. The martial soul, old tree root, possesses the ability to absorb millennium soul rings. And you are a member of the innate full soul sect. How could a soul saint such as myself be bested by a mere soul master? An explanation is warranted. This youth, though endowed with remarkable talent, holds an uncertain future. Yet, this is the Douluo continent, where countless prodigies have met untimely ends, and many have been overshadowed, falling victim to unforeseen calamities. Should I fear him? Not at all. It is Zhao Lasher speaking. Jiang Luoran smiled. How do you feel now? I assure you, the principal and I were entirely unaware. Otherwise, we would not have acted against you. I extend my sincerest apologies. Jiang Luoran had no intention of engaging in trivial talk. A strike was a strike. What? The soul sage couldn't possibly have overlooked it? Empty rhetoric was of no avail. There was no room for sophistry. He could only offer some form of restitution for the inflicted harm. After all, he was acutely aware of what Zhao Wujia lacked the most, and what he feared the most. Do not address me as Teacher Zhao. I am not your mentor. Zhao Wujia, brimming with pride, thought that had it not been for the presence of the master, he would have already dealt a severe blow to Jiang Luoran. This indignation was insufferable. Perhaps severing a leg would suffice. Even if Flanders were to reprimand himself, he would not resign from his position as a teacher. After all, the other party was devoid of funds and could not afford another instructor, particularly a soul sage. Moreover, he still owed wages. Contemplating such a substantial sum, a smile involuntarily crept upon Zhao Wujia's face. Teacher Zhao, I shall make amends. I assure you, in 10 years' time, you will be able to walk freely and openly throughout the entire Tiando Empire. What do you think? Jiang Luoran's smile bore a hint of coldness. If memory served him correctly, Zhao Wujia's reputation had soared due to the Shrek 7 monsters. By then, it would be far more than merely traversing the Tiando Empire. He could boldly stride into the spirit hall itself. Who would dare to harm him then? Thus, Jiang Luoran merely reiterated the existing narrative. His promise was nothing more than a statement of fact. Zhao Wujia was taken aback. This was indeed what he had contemplated within the recesses of his mind. He had been obscured for so many years that he could scarcely count them. You must understand, I have countless enemies. Who dares claim they can ensure my safety while I walk the streets of the Tiando Empire without concern? Zhao Wujia pondered, interpreting this as an implication that Jiang Luoran would grow powerful in the future and assist him. No, I merely state a fact. I do not assert that I must take action. However, I can assure you, this event will transpire, Jiang Luoran remarked, refraining from boasting about his future strength. The Douluo continent was fraught with peril, laden with thorns and obstacles. He dared not proclaim he could survive until the end. Tang San, armed with various hidden weapons and the secret techniques of the Tang sect, had only then secured his place among the divine. Jiang Luoran may lack certain advantages, yet fortunately, his innate talents are commendable. Given the current circumstances, he might just seize a chance to excel. Are you certain? Understand that this is a promise made to a soul sage. Do you comprehend its implications? Should your vow remain unfulfilled, even if the Title Douluo stands by your side, you are destined for death, hunted down by countless soul masters. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief. He is untamed and has a fierce temperament. But that does not preclude him from adhering to the customs of soul masters. Indeed, Jiang Luoran appeared nonchalant, as if he had merely sipped refreshing water. All right, but where is Principal Flander? Let us depart swiftly. I have an unsettling feeling that the soul-hunting forest harbors dangers. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from afar. A colossal purple wing, vast enough to obscure the sun, grew increasingly larger, crashing down upon a blue-feathered cat eagle, creating a profound crater upon impact. What are you standing there for? Move. Flander, covered in wounds, had bravely confronted the massive soul beast to buy Jiang Luoran some time. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and he endured countless blows, sustaining grievous injuries. Hurry, the master urged as he grasped Jiang Luoran and Tang San, desperately fleeing. He had once teamed up with Flander and Lu Erlong, and together, the trio had traversed numerous perilous soul beast forests. Despite the vast difference in power, the master's speed was hardly inferior to theirs. Wait for me, Zhao Wujia called as he hoisted Flander onto his back, racing towards safety. Flander, where's your wallet? I will only take my share, so hand it over quickly. Take me out of here, and I shall settle your wages. Flander gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, his vision blurring. Did he even have any money? He could scarcely claim to possess a single copper soul coin. Upon returning, he would brew a cup of starry sky tea for Zhao Wujia, followed by a discussion on the intricacies of life. Thud, thud, thud. The presence of a millennia-old soul beast permeated the soul-hunting forest, its overwhelming aura inducing dizziness, rendering limbs weak and blood surging uncontrollably. Jiang Luoran and the others coughed up blood, collapsing onto the ground. Beiming. No, this is the soul-hunting forest, not the Stardow forest. Jiang Luoran was convinced of the immense size of a 10,000-year soul beast, yet he could only catch a glimpse of a singular violet wing. What transgression could possibly summon such a creature? In the entire soul-hunting forest, there was likely but this one 10,000-year beast. Move on, do not look back. Jiang Luoran bellowed as he and Tang San hoisted their master and dashed towards the exit. The combined swiftness of the Kunping and the elusive ghost shadow was executed with remarkable precision, resembling a streak of blue and white light. Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, though formidable in strength, could not match their pace and trailed behind Jiang Luoran and the others. However, this served as a fortuitous shield against the oppressive presence of the 10,000-year soul beast. The five narrowly escaped from the depths of the soul-hunting forest. The gatekeepers hastily shut the great door and informed the spirit hall. Frand, did you discern what kind of soul beast that was? Zhao Wujia gasped for breath. Despite his battle-hardened experience, he could not disregard the pursuit of the 10,000-year beast. In the face of imminent death, who could afford to ponder the nature of the beast? I didn't see clearly, Frand replied, his irritation palpable. Why did I even intervene to shield Jiang Luoran from the soul beast? This is entirely contrary to my principles. Moreover, Why did every interaction with Jiang Luoran leave him feeling foolish? Fortunately, he had summoned Wu Jie with a letter. Master was still in a state of panic. Had it not been for Zhao Wujie's resistance, they would have undoubtedly met their demise in that perilous situation. It seemed the inner sanctum of the Soul Beast Forest was indeed a realm not to be entered lightly. Master feared death, as well as the potential downfall of prodigies like Fran and Zhao Wujie due to his influence, and he was most terrified of the loss of his two disciples. In his final moments, he thought of Lu Erlong, yet he could not shake the weight of his worries. It could be said that the majority of his will to live stemmed from her. All right, Xiao Gang, that soul beast we encountered was certainly not a 10,000-year one. Otherwise, how could I have possibly dealt with it? Fran gestured dismissively. Now that we have secured the soul rings, it is time for Wu Jie and me to return. There are numerous matters awaiting us at the academy. Jiang Luoran nearly burst into laughter. There were no students left in the academy, so what could possibly be the matter? Flander's lies were utterly ridiculous. Well, you may leave. The master remained as aloof as ever, returning to his usual calm demeanor. There was no need for further words, nor did he desire to speak. The separation between men was simply that uncomplicated. Flander hesitated, glancing at Tang San and Jiang Luoran, then resignedly said, "All right, Wu Ji, let us depart. You two youngsters, should you aspire to become formidable soul masters, you are welcome to join our Shrek Academy in the future. However, you must pass the assessments." Zhao Wuji turned to follow Flander. The two of them vanished like a flash of light. Let us also take our leave. The master did not inquire about Jiang Luoran's second soul skill. Having narrowly escaped death, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He was utterly exhausted. Chapter 23. Forcing my hand? Where did Xiao Wu and the others go? Tang San retrieved a 24 bridges bright moonlight from his satchel and tied it around his waist. They say that one's appearance can elevate one's stature. Though Tang San could hardly be called handsome, he nonetheless appeared quite spirited and healthy. Third brother. Let us put down our bags and go. Jiang Luoran feigned calmness, waving his hand. Seeing Tang San's disbelief, he added, I know where they went. Following Jiang Luoran outside, Tang San listened to the cacophony of voices around them. The work-study students had grown so bold as to directly challenge the sixth-year leader, Xiao Da. It was said that two of the work-study students had previously incapacitated the trio of Lu, Qiao, and Kai. They certainly had the audacity to be arrogant within this academy. Aside from Xiao Da, they were the only ones of note. This had all transpired 10 days prior, and it was rumored that the master had taken them to hunt for soul rings. Just imagine, could the master truly be considered a combatant? Engaging a 100-year soul beast might not guarantee victory. The likelihood of their return was slim. At this rate, how much more audacious could the work-study students become? This time, it was a first-year girl challenging Xiao Da. She was likely to be defeated. As the two upperclassmen conversed, Tang San listened intently, glancing at Jiang Luoran. It's just beyond the woods on the back mountain. I'll take you there. Jiang Luoran sprinted a couple of paces before stopping Tang San, a cunning smile gracing his face. Third brother, this time we'll just strike without explanation. Tang San understood, nodding with a smile. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should they dare to harm Xiao Wu, they deserve to be vanquished. Wang Sheng. What is the meaning of having a little girl stand in for a duel? Xiao Da feigned strength, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that the work-study students had no capable fighters left? Xiao Wu pouted her cheeks in indignation, appearing quite angry, yet retaining a certain charm that was not intimidating. Is it only bluster from the sixth-year students? If they wish to fight, then let it be. Xiao Wu, will take you down one by one today. Xiao Da, being perceptive, noted Wang Sheng, who was notoriously unruly, willingly following this little girl. There had to be a reason behind it. Could she be a formidable opponent? Unlikely. She did not seem to possess such prowess. Xiao Wu, do not act impulsively. Xiao Da is a level 19 soul master, on the brink of becoming a great soul master. We should wait for Rangu and Sangu to return. Wang Sheng pleaded. Are we still waiting for those two work-study students? They are likely already dead. What soul rings could they possibly acquire following the master? They have probably become mere appetizers for the soul beasts. Furthermore, even if they did return, what could they achieve? After all, Xiao Da was the leader of Nuoding Academy, and his disposition remained proud and aloof. You speak nonsense. How could my third brother possibly be dead? Xiao was incensed. Whoever dared to speak ill of Tang San would face her wrath. Jiang Luoran delivered a powerful kick that sent one of the subordinates of Xiao Lao Da flying. With so many individuals obstructing the way, what was the meaning of this? Are you compelling me to take action? And those two work-study students? Xiao Lao Da furrowed his brow, but soon erupted in laughter. After all, having merely acquired the first soul ring, they were still vastly inferior to him. You all go ahead. He had not anticipated that the adversaries would be so audacious as to storm into his subordinates' camp. What audacity fueled their courage? I shall be the first. Lu Long declared, summoning a golden staff over a meter in length, charging directly toward Jiang Luoran. Unless I leave you incapacitated today, I shall not bear the surname Lu. No one is concerned with your surname, Jiang Luoran retorted, stepping forward with a swift motion, his waist coiling as he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at the golden staff. Lu Long smirked maliciously, daring to confront his martial spirit. This was a weapon spirit, exceedingly resilient. It would be a miracle if the opponent's hand remained unbroken. Moreover, was he a fool? Would he not summon his own martial spirit? With a resounding impact, Jiang Luoran's white fist collided with the golden staff, and the smile on Lu Long's face began to fade into a bitter grimace. The force of the white fist gradually overpowered the golden staff, pressing down with an overwhelming urgency. How is this possible? The sound of the impact echoed once more. Jiang Luoran exerted a powerful push, sending Lu Long tumbling over 10 meters away. His tiger's mouth ruptured and his expression contorted in agony. Xiao Laoda observed intently as a punch struck the formidable Lu Long's golden staff, realizing the reason behind their victory over Kai Yao and his companions. There was indeed some strength to be reckoned with. Lu Long whirled his rotating staff, creating a circular tempest around him, the fierce winds howling as he approached Jiang Luoran. This was his first soul technique, and he had no intention of conceding. Let the challenge commence. Jiang Luoran surged forward, leaping into the air and delivering a flying kick towards the dazzling whirlwind of golden light. More of a tenacious soul technique. Xiao Laoda and the others could only stare in astonishment. With a resounding thud, the kick landed, altering Lu Long's countenance as his golden staff shattered. A tingling sensation coursed through his body as if struck by lightning, leaving him no time to contemplate before he was sent flying once again, crashing into the ground several dozen meters away and creating a large crater. Ling Feng approached. Xiao Laoda, allow me to engage that work-study student. Xiao Laoda sensed the gravity of the situation and shook his head. No, it must be me who steps in. In a battle of this caliber, your involvement would be futile. Jiang Luoran rushed towards Xiao Laoda, showing no intention of halting his advance. With a swift kick, he sent Ling Feng soaring. Just as Ling Feng attempted to summon his martial spirit to evade, it was too late. He was propelled several dozen meters away, losing consciousness in the process. Xiao Laoda's expression shifted dramatically. Do you students intend to overturn everything? This startling scene left the onlookers in shock. Ling Feng even had the chance to utilize his martial spirit before being struck down. The sound that had just echoed was unmistakably that of bones breaking. It was not a matter of upheaval, but rather establishing dominance, as Jiang Luoran unleashed a punch directed at Xiao Laoda. Xiao Qinyu, a level 19 spirit master, with the martial spirit of a Simba lion, proclaimed his name, effectively declaring war while also showing respect to his opponent. Xiao Qinyu was thoughtful. He was unaware of his adversary's martial spirit. Thus, in engaging, it was customary for the opponent to disclose their martial spirit and soul power. When the time came to fight, he would then be able to gauge their capabilities. A golden aura shimmered as Xiao Qinyu's hair danced in the wind, and a robust, majestic golden lion materialized behind him. He was well aware of the rules. This was a principle of the Douluo continent. Unless the opponent showed utter disdain and initiated combat directly, it was obligatory to announce one's name. Jiang Luoran let out a cold laugh. Since you wish to adhere to the rules, very well. I am Jiang Luoran, a level 21 soul master of the control system, with the martial spirit of an ancient tree root. Xiao Qinyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What did you just say?" The others around him were equally stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if struck by a sudden thunderbolt. A level 21 soul master of the control system? Surely, we must have misheard. Could it be that a celestial being had descended among them? Xiao Qinyu waved his hand dismissively, his eyes filled with skepticism. How is that possible? Your qualifications have already reached a graduation standard. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Jiang Luoran smiled wryly. He was now a 30-level Great Soul Master. The reason he claimed to be only at the 21st level was merely to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. At times, maintaining a low profile could spare one from a plethora of troubles, and moreover, it contributed to longevity. As for his soul rings, he would never reveal them unless faced with perilous circumstances. After all, they were a millennium old. Jiang Luoran would be foolish to flaunt his soul rings indiscriminately. Who would seek death or self-destruction in such a manner? Whether others believed him or not was inconsequential. He shook his head, affirming that he was indeed not a mere 21st level soul master, but rather a 30-level Great Soul Master. Chapter 24. Sweeping away the disciples, did it matter whether they believed him or not? What did he take this duel for? The opponent boasted of possessing 2 soul rings. Yet it was reasonable to surmise that such an achievement was not without assistance, particularly from a master who had aided in hunting soul beasts. 10 years of effort would be commendable. Why not showcase your soul rings and martial spirit? Xiao Qinyu glared furiously, perhaps questioning the authenticity of the claims. After all, reaching the realm of Soul Master at merely 6 years of age, so close to becoming a Great Soul Master, was a feat few would accept as truth. Such an occurrence had never been recorded within the entire Nodding Soul Master Academy. Xiao Qinyu roared, charging forth with his golden lion claw. His momentum was terrifying, and the golden aura surged, causing weaker students to retreat in fear. Do I even need to unleash my martial spirit to defeat you? I won't even expend my soul power. Jiang Luoran felt the overwhelming force emanating from him, powerful and raw. Yet, as a 30-level Great Soul Master, he remained unfazed. He leapt forward, executing a kick with all his might. Bang! As Jiang Luoran's formidable leg struck, Xiao Qinyu was taken aback. The force surged like a tidal wave, visibly dimming the Simba lion martial spirit, showing signs of fracture. Was it forged of iron? This was a state of complete domination, with the martial spirit nearly on the brink of collapse. Xiao, do not hold back. Show this work-study student some respect. Xiao, incapacitate this boastful madman. Xiao Qinyu was a clever individual. His father was the Lord of Nodding City, which explained his audacity within the academy. Having absorbed some of his father's authority, Xiao Qinyu had heard often that there were certain illustrious families one should neither provoke nor underestimate. With a single step, Jiang Luoran could discern the depth of the matter. There were previous instances where the scions of the four prominent families were rendered powerless, yet the principle suppressed the incidents. One could only imagine the formidable backing of the opposing party. They were no ordinary adversary. They were either a madman with an impressive lineage or an unequivocal fool. Are you truly a work-study student? Xiao Qinyu retreated in succession, his expression one of astonishment. All eyes were drawn to the crimson streaks trickling from his right arm. Jiang Luoran, feigning an air of arrogance, anticipated such inquiries, intending to mislead them into believing his depth. Was it not permissible for a work-study student to grow stronger? It was difficult to fathom that such a visage could belong to a mere work-study student. With an aeronaut, one had no choice but to release it. Xiao Qinyu remained vigilant, adjusting his strength to avoid inflicting harm. It was imperative to gather intelligence on the opponent before making a move. If Lu Long's assault was fierce and swift, then Xiao Qinyu's charge resembled a bomb detonating, a white soul ring pulsating at his waist. Tang San remained unperturbed, continuing his battle against Xiao Qinyu's subordinates. Would Luoran falter? Absurd. Who had ever seen a grand soul master fall to a soul master? Xiao Wu, however, was in a state of disarray, clamoring for Luoran to stand down, for she wished to face Xiao Qinyu. This was a soul technique. The earlier momentum had not been so volatile, and now it seemed he was prepared to go all in. Indeed, it was a confrontation of brute force. So be it. Jiang Luoran leaped, descending to meet Xiao Qinyu's mighty fist. This time, he eschewed his chaotic tactics, opting instead for a straightforward clash of strength. Yet, this time Jiang Luoran harnessed his soul power. He dares to counter Xiao Qinyu's lioness claw with his bare fists? Is he courting death? Before he could finish his thought, Tang San struck him down with a punch. Resolving this was paramount, for he too was a formidable opponent. In an instant, Tang San found himself encircled by Xiao Qinyu's underlings. The work-study students contemplated intervening, but their lack of strength rendered them helpless. Thus, Tang San summoned his martial soul. The blue silver grass, as a yellow century-old soul ring manifested at his waist. In that fleeting moment, his power surged significantly, and his spirit became invigorated. Let it all come. A century-old soul ring. The underlings buzzed with excitement. Xiao Qinyu pondered whether to employ his claw strength, convinced that even if the opponent was formidable, a single strike from him would undoubtedly incapacitate them. But would those behind him agree? Before Xiao Qinyu could reach a conclusion, their fists collided. With a thunderous sound, a brilliant white light and a fierce golden flame erupted simultaneously, the shockwave cascading outward, leaving the surrounding spectators struggling to maintain their footing. Jiang Luoran stood resolutely in place, utterly motionless. In stark contrast, Xiao Qinyu found himself retreating step by step, carving a furrow into the ground. And only after a dozen steps did he manage to regain his footing. The instant he sensed the overwhelming force emanating from his opponent, he resorted to utilizing his clawing strength. Yet, even this proved insufficient to inflict any harm upon his adversary. The opponent's fists were as unyielding as iron. If one were to draw a metaphor for Jiang Luoran's punching power, it would be akin to a torrent of molten lava encased beneath the earth's crust, silent until provoked. Yet once unleashed, utterly uncontrollable. In this moment, his subordinates found themselves disoriented, unable to discern direction, for the formidable image of Xiao Qinyu loomed large in their minds. Witnessing him being overpowered was beyond their comprehension. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, dissipating the 21st level of soul power, and coldly declared, "It is over. If you remain unconvinced, I shall leave you severely injured." I concede, Xiao Qinyu exclaimed, scrambling to his feet in a state of panic. "You shall be the leader of our Nodding Academy from now on." He called out to his followers behind him, address him as boss. "Greetings, boss." The group bowed deeply to Jiang Luoran. The work-study students truly were extraordinary. No, Jiang Luoran said, pointing at Xiao Wu with a hint of exasperation. "This is my sister. Do not be deceived by her youth. Her strength surpasses even mine. If you seek a leader, you would do well to acknowledge her." Jiang Luoran did not speak falsely. Indeed, Xiao Wu's prowess surpassed his own. It is essential to remember that she is a 100,000-year soul beast, whose wrath could shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Sister Xiao Wu, how is third brother?" Jiang Luoran approached Tang San, signaling that all was well. He could sense the power bestowed by the soul rings, along with the means of enhancement, which filled Tang San with joy, a joy marked by a sudden enlightenment. The mysteries of Xiantian Gong, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Xianyu Hand, and hidden weapons were finally unveiled. These elements had seamlessly integrated with the very essence of the Douluo continent. "Luoran, third brother, where are you headed?" As they prepared to depart, Xiao Wu emerged from the crowd. Xiao Wu, third brother, and I have important matters to attend to. You may enjoy yourself." Jiang Luoran departed with Tang San. "Luoran, aren't you bringing Xiao Wu along?" Tang San furrowed his brow, uncertain as to why Jiang Luoran chose not to include her. The spirit hall tests soul power. granting soul master medals to those who become soul masters, along with a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin. It is worth noting that a single gold soul coin is equivalent to a year's living expenses for an ordinary family. However, Xiao Wu is a soul beast and of such tender age. Would Kashuno, the head of the Nodding City Spirit Hall, refrain from reporting their information to the Spirit Hall headquarters? Should Bibi Dong sense something amiss, he would be unable to contend with her. Jiang Luoran and his companions are merely human. If they are discovered, it matters little, for it can simply be regarded as the audacity of youth. Should anyone dare to challenge them, they could retreat to the Holy Soul Village with Tang San. After all, with the Title Douluo guarding the village, there may even be soul saints hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to vanquish them. Haven't many spoken of old Jack as a divine emperor? Why not press him a little, to reveal his true form and ascertain the truth? However, he might indeed be a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Such a visage is rather daunting to contemplate. Chapter 25, Becoming a Great Soul Master. The Martial Soul Branch Hall in Nodding City is an imposing edifice, boasting a width of over 100 meters and soaring to more than 30 meters high, comprising 3 levels in total. The entire structure is adorned in a shade of yellow, with the emblem of the Martial Soul Hall depicted as a sword. Following Master S explanations, Tang San understood that this was the most modest branch hall in Nodding City. The 2 individuals stationed at the entrance appeared devoid of soul power, illustrating just how remote Nodding City truly is. The hierarchy of the Martial Soul Hall is contingent upon the status of the city. Greetings, esteemed uncles. We are students from Nodding Academy, Tang San said, shaking his school uniform slightly. Our teacher has sent us to register for Soul Master certification. Upon noticing Tang San's uniform, the 2 men exhibited expressions of envy. Please, proceed inside. Go to the reception room on the 1st floor and seek Master Matthew to assist you with your registration. Thank you. Jiang Luoran and Tang San replied with gentle smiles as they entered. The lofty dome, standing over 30 meters high, exuded a grand and majestic aura, emanating an indescribable sense of sanctity. This atmosphere immediately enveloped the thoughts of Jiang Luoran and Tang San. Although Jiang Luoran had read about these descriptions in books, she had never witnessed them in person. All around her were ancient paintings and totems, their backgrounds shimmering with brilliant gold, imparting an air of both opulence and antiquity. Crystal glass adorned the windows, allowing sunlight to refract through and illuminate the murals with a resplendent charm. Are you not Su Yintao? Who saw Jiang Luoran and Tang San? What brings you here? What has happened with Yutao? Inquiring of the female soul master whom Su Yintao seemed to be interested in. She possessed a commendable figure and an appearance that was above average. She might have assumed that Jiang Luoran and Tang San were scions of a prestigious family, come to the spirit hall to awaken their martial spirits. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware of her thoughts, bitterly smiling to himself. If she hailed from a prestigious family, it was unlikely she would be awakening her martial soul at this branch hall. He knew the girl's name was Cici. Ultimately, she became lost amidst the crowd. After all, in the Douluo continent, strength is paramount. Cici harbored grand aspirations and was unwilling to settle for mediocrity as a soul master. This ambition was not inherently negative, and Jiang Luoran found it commendable. Since one lives in this world, one should strive passionately. However, if the pursuit of power comes at the cost of losing one's humanity, that is a different matter altogether. Cici, these are the 2 children I mentioned before, both possess innate full soul power. Su Yintao exclaimed excitedly. I thought you couldn't become soul masters, yet here you are, already with your first soul ring? Indeed. Master Yutao, we are here to register as soul masters. Tang San replied with a polite smile. Could you kindly inform us where to go? In such situations, Jiang Luoran typically remained silent, as his words tended to be too blunt. What? Yintao mentioned you were only 6 years old and have already become soul masters? Cici exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. What are your martial souls? Indeed, such prodigies were a rarity, even in the Tiando Empire, let alone in Nodding City. Blue silvergrass, Jiang Luoran pointed to Tang San, then gestured to himself. Old tree root, both are considered useless martial souls. He had no desire to engage in further conversation with this woman, as they needed to focus on their training and tend to the injured master. As expected, Cici's expression shifted from delight to cold indifference. Blue silvergrass, old tree root. What potential do such martial souls hold? Cici, please wait. I shall take them without troubling Master Yintao further. Master Masuno is in the reception room on the 2nd floor. Let's proceed. Jiang Luoran bid farewell to Tang San and departed. Upon pushing open the grand golden door, a voice echoed through the spacious chamber. Who is so impudent? Apologies, Master Masuno. We are here to register as soul masters. Tang San bowed respectfully. Register as soul masters? Are you certain you are not here to awaken your martial souls? Masuno motioned for them to enter. Awakening martial souls? Tang San glanced at Jiang Luoran, who was holding a shimmering blue silver grass in his hand, adorned with a yellow 100-year soul ring resting at his waist. The testing crystal radiated brilliantly, revealing a soul ring over 400 years old. Can blue silver grass absorb soul rings? Masuno exclaimed, astonished. What a remarkable individual you are. What is this soul ring? It belongs to a mandala snake, Tang San replied earnestly. It is a plant-type martial soul, capable of absorbing animal soul beasts, as my teacher, the master, once stated. Tang San was eager to validate the master. Masino, fully aware of the master's teachings, nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Tang San as a commendable disciple. Suddenly, a series of splendid purple bloodvine tendrils enveloped Jiang Luoran, manifesting before everyone. 2 purple soul rings rotated swiftly, coming to rest at Jiang Luoran's waist. The pressure in the room intensified. Even Masuno, at rank 31, felt a wave of pressure. Purple soul rings? 2 of them? Whose first and second soul rings can possibly be purple on the Douluo continent? Masuno rushed over, bewildered. What is happening? Purple? Is it 1,000 years? My first soul ring is from a 1,000-year-old armored scale tortoise, and my second soul ring is from a 5,000-year-old illusory sky devil tree, Jiang Luoran stated solemnly. My teacher, the master, has mentioned that plant-type martial souls can absorb malevolent soul beasts. The necessity of registering as soul masters was undeniable, especially since Jiang Luoran lacked financial means. Masuno would certainly report on their soul rings and soul power. He was unperturbed, for if worst came to worst, he could always return to the village. Pressure only serves to forge a hero more swiftly. All right, I understand. I will register you both as soul masters and grand soul masters now, Masuno declared, presenting 2 black tokens to Jiang Luoran and Tang San. Thank you. We shall not linger, Jiang Luoran replied, guiding Tang San swiftly towards the exit. If he were a soul zone now, he would fear nothing. But currently, he was merely a grand soul master. Wait, Masuno's eyes shimmered with intrigue. Would you care to join the Spirit Hall? Consider how many soul masters aspire to this. You will gain access to abundant resources. And there are dedicated individuals to assist you in hunting soul rings. No, we are unwilling to entangle ourselves in the disputes of the Spirit Hall, Jiang Luoran boldly replied, though he trusted that Masuno would not harm him. Moreover, that Pope Qian Xuanji could turn on his own disciples was nothing short of monstrous. Could he truly lead Tang San into their fold? Nonsense. If humanity has been forsaken, what remains to admire? Furthermore, the Spirit Hall would likely collapse within a few decades. Why should they lend their support now? The instigator, Tang San, stood beside him. The Spirit Hall would inevitably fall. Tang San was puzzled by Jiang Luoran's resolute response, though he too had never considered joining the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Master Masuno, but we are not ready to join just yet. Think carefully. This is the Spirit Hall, an opportunity of a lifetime, Masuno urged. Why not return home and discuss it with your parents? If you truly wish to join, come find me. He was unwilling to let these 2 prodigies slip away. Luoran has no parents, and I lack a mother, while my father is the village blacksmith. So the prospect seemed bleak. Tang San bowed apologetically. Jiang Luoran had not anticipated Tang San's resolute stance. Had he discerned something? Matthew was rendered speechless. What kind of deity was this, who had lost even his family? Brother San, let us depart. Jiang Luoran expressed a desire to follow Tang San. He was now contemplating whether to divulge everything to Tang San. Chapter 26. Work at Nodding Academy in the Master's office. Excellent. You have registered as soul masters, ensuring monthly support. The master lay pale upon the bed, clearly suffering from the after effects of snake venom. However, Tang San had assured that he was no longer in grave danger. Master, the Academy's curriculum is of no use to either Luoran or myself. We wish to study with you in the mornings and work in the afternoons. What do you think? Tang San poured a cup of water for the master, standing beside Jiang Luoran. The master chuckled bitterly. With my guidance, it is only natural for you to find Nodding Academy's teachings lacking. Moreover, I have long wished to convey this. Do not squander time on mere learning. What truly matters is strength. Master, we have confirmed 2 of your 10 theories and submitted them to the Spirit Hall. Matthew assured us he would handle it, Jiang Luoran noted, believing the master would be most concerned about this matter. As expected, upon hearing this, a grim smile twisted the master's pale face. He felt a surge of excitement. These 2 disciples were indeed worth his efforts. Very well. I shall only occupy 2 hours of your morning. The remainder is yours to allocate as you wish. The master did not wish for them to become mere theorists without influence. Shao-san, what are your plans? We have decided to work at the blacksmith shop in the afternoon. My father taught us a set of hammer techniques. This would not only allow them to continue cultivating their inner strength but also earn some income. Tang San was uncertain if the master would approve of their decision. Hammer techniques? Hammer techniques? The master's eyes gleamed with interest. What could Tang Hao possibly impart? Surely it is a disheveled method. Work diligently. This hammer technique must be refined with care and not neglected. Ah? Tang San was bewildered. Did the master imply that this hammer technique held some significance? Yes. We shall certainly practice diligently. For Tang San, this technique was merely a stepping stone to enhance his Xiantian skill. As for any other value, he was truly unaware. And as for Luoran, you are already eligible for graduation. The master coughed twice. I will assist you with the graduation process. Master, I do not intend to return at night. I shall reside outside or perhaps at the blacksmith shop. Jiang Luoran recalled the relentless pursuit by that ancient soul beast. For some inexplicable reason, a force within him compelled him to return. Very well, it will save time. Focus on your cultivation and do not become arrogant. The master had already warned Jiang Luoran on more than one occasion. You may go. Jiang Luoran smiled wryly, acutely aware of his fear of neglecting his sole master duties. Indeed, the master would always ensure one recognized their own shortcomings. I know where there is a blacksmith shop. I shall lead you there. Jiang Luoran quietly departed with Tang San. Luoran, you seem to possess considerable knowledge. Tang San began to feel more at ease with Jiang Luoran, lowering his guard significantly. Brother San, there are many things I am still unaware of. Jiang Luoran's words dashed Tang San's hopes of further inquiry. On the streets of Notting City, at the blacksmith shop. Upon hearing Jiang Luoran's words, Shi San's expression softened. They were both from humble backgrounds, and he felt a pang of sympathy. Furthermore, these two wore the uniforms of Notting Academy. All right, if that is the case, you may assist here in the afternoons, serving tea and water. Such tasks should be manageable, right? Shi San pondered for a moment. However, the wages will not be high. Think it over. Very well, we appreciate it, Uncle San. Jiang Luoran and Tang San expressed their gratitude. Uncle San. Shi San was puzzled. How do you know everyone here calls me that? I have heard about your good reputation on this street. Jiang Luoran smiled. Ha. The blacksmiths erupted in laughter, while Shi San shot them a glare. Focus on your work. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to ale. Upon hearing Shi San's words, the blacksmiths were reinvigorated, each seizing their hammers to continue their labor. Shi San lifted a hammer, forging the raw iron before him. I am called Shi San. You may refer to me as Uncle San. If you work here, your meals will be on me. And I shall give you a silver soul coin each month. What are your names? I am Tang San. He pointed at Jiang Luoran. And this is Jiang Luoran. My father is the only blacksmith in our village. He taught us how to forge. Forging? Shi San was taken aback. Such young children. What could you possibly learn about forging? Brothers, these two new lads claim they know how to forge. The blacksmiths burst into laughter, finding it hard to believe that these two appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. Brother San, Uncle San is currently cleaning the impurities from the raw iron. Let us assist him. Jiang Luoran picked up 2 hammers, tossing one to Tang San. He had always prioritized strength. Strength proves all. The hammers were taller than the boys themselves, making it hard for the blacksmiths to fathom how they could wield them. Could it be they truly knew how to forge? Without hesitation, Tang San grasped the hammer, and both boys stepped forward with grandiosity, exuding the aura of true blacksmiths. Shi San dared not hesitate, hastily retreating from the forge. What strength! Truly, you are the sons of blacksmiths. Jiang Luoran and Tang San's eyes sparkled with intensity as they exhaled audibly, suddenly swinging their iron hammers with fervor. Bang! The 3 hearts synchronized their rhythm, their feet firmly planted on the ground, calves surging with power. As they pivoted, the massive hammers soared through the air in a graceful arc, crashing down upon the block of pig iron. Each strike resonated, capturing the attention of the onlooking blacksmiths. The formidable duo continued their relentless assault, one executing a swift turn to bring the hammer down even heavier upon the glowing iron. Having collaborated before during the crafting of silent darts, they had developed an unspoken synergy. Bang, bang, bang. Their strikes continued unabated, while Shi San stoked the fire beneath the iron. The scene they created was etched into the memories of the blacksmiths. The hammer seemed to dance, tracing circles in the air. The pig iron quivered in response, producing a melodious thunderous sound as Jiang Luoran and Tang San worked in harmony. Ultimately, they transformed the entire block of iron into a component shape. After 37 precise strikes, they finally reined in their strength, the hammers having spun through the air multiple times. Shi San found himself at a loss for words. Such an intricate process would take even his seasoned 15 years of experience a full day to accomplish. Could this be the pinnacle of forging techniques, known as wanpifing? He was astounded and fetched each of them a cup of water. Wanpifing? Tang San's gaze sharpened as he turned to Jiang Luoran. This phrase had been uttered by Luoran before. Uncle, what is wanpifing? Shi San, brimming with excitement, explained. Wanpifing is a method of continuous striking and forging, utilizing momentum to amplify force. I thought it had been lost to time. I never imagined you two would master it. Sensing Tang San's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Luoran refrained from divulging too much. He knew he could not reveal everything, for it might ruin Tang San's life. Should he disclose his burdens of hatred, family, and identity? No, absolutely not, not at least for now. If such thoughts occupied Tang San's mind, would he still maintain his current composure? It might even hinder his progress in cultivation. Chapter 27. Return to the forest. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Jiang Luoran made his way toward the soul-hunting forest. This time adequately provisioned with enough supplies for a full day. The spirit hall had distributed a gold coin. Tang San had intended to say more, but Jiang Luoran reassured him that in due time, he would explain. There was no need to rush. Tang San, perceptive and wise, understood that Jiang Luoran bore him no ill will, and thus nodded in approval as Jiang Luoran departed. Without the spirit hall's insignia, the spirit master's token was insufficient for entry into the soul-hunting forest. It appeared he would have to rely on his second soul skill. Jiang Luoran gazed toward the ranks of soldiers wielding weapons in the distance. Fortunately, the guards did not seem overly formidable. If Master and Tang San were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly think Jiang Luoran had lost his mind, having survived last time. Was there any reason to walk into danger again? With his second soul skill, shadow following, Jiang Luoran smirked, knowing it was this very skill that emboldened him to venture into the soul-hunting forest. Shadow following allowed the bloodthorn vine in his hand to transform into an illusory figure, bearing a resemblance of 50% to his true self. Duration, 1 minute. As his soul power increased, so would the similarity in duration. Additionally, the user could mimic the soul skills and martial souls of others. This was already quite formidable, akin to Oscar's 7th soul skill, Mirror Sausage. However, it could only replicate the abilities of soul masters whose power was beneath that of the user. Anything beyond that was unachievable. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that if he could replicate the abilities of the Title Douluo at this moment, he would be unstoppable. However, such a feat was unattainable. The rewards one reaps are commensurate with the efforts one invests. The Douluo continent is both ruthless and just. For now, he decided to emulate the soul beast of the old tree trunk. Jiang Luoran chuckled softly. The old tree trunk responded with a sense of numbness. Unwavering as a shadow, Jiang Luoran raised his hand to summon strands of bloodthirsty vines. With the second soul ring now enhancing the bloodthirsty vines, they appeared even more translucent. The originally opulent purple now enveloped in a delicate, transparent pink hue. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that the blood fiend vine was not only incredibly resilient but also possessed remarkable toughness. Suddenly, a radiant purple-pink glow materialized, revealing a dreamlike old tree trunk spirit beast before Jiang Luoran, waiting for her command. Advance! Jiang Luoran instructed, pointing at the row of soldiers armed with weapons. After all, this level 30 old tree trunk spirit beast possessed the combat strength equivalent to a grand soul master, and it charged forward without hesitation. What is that? It's a spirit beast, a century-old one. Quickly, intercepted. They realized it intended to rescue the spirit beast within the soul-hunting forest, and they needed to eliminate it. The soldiers immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed forward en masse. However, some soldiers hesitated, fearing potential danger from the city walls, suspecting that this might be a diversion for an even more formidable foe lurking behind. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that gaining entry was no simple feat. Yet he was resolute. With a flourish, he invoked his first soul skill, creation from nothing. 2 violet soul rings materialized simultaneously, enveloping him in an exquisite sensation of invigoration. As an inexhaustible force surged within him, igniting an ardent desire to engage in battle. Swiftly, dozens of blood fiend vines erupted forth, ensnaring the remaining soldiers, particularly around their eyes. The soldiers were primarily on guard against the escape of soul beasts, tasked with safeguarding the entrance, and thus, they remained oblivious to the threat posed by the soul master. Consequently, their combat prowess was rather limited. Jiang Luoran might be the first soul master in history bold enough to assault humans for the sake of entering the soul-hunting forest. Lacking a key, he resolved to scale the wall. With a vigorous leap, he soared, his training in running enabling him to reach a height of 3 meters. At last, he caught sight of the wall's summit, entwined with the blood fiend vines. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of electricity emanated from the top, and the resilient blood fiend vines remained undestroyed for the time being. Jiang Luoran's expression was one of astonishment. He dared not hesitate. With a vigorous pull on the blood-devouring vine and leveraging his waist strength, he soared into the soul-hunting forest. Suddenly, he recalled how Tang San ran in such a manner, reminiscent of a secret agent, exuding an air of coolness and charm. Having watched numerous espionage films on Earth, he found this style rather appealing. It is, in fact, difficult to envision someone as aloof as Tang San being attracted to a girl as sweet as Xiao Wu. Perhaps he yearned for the warmth of tenderness, simultaneously desiring sweetness and gentleness in his life. Jiang Luoran smiled wryly and shook his head, pondering how he had suddenly become so indiscreet as to gossip about Tang San and Xiao Wu. Regaining his composure, he reasoned that since the purple soul beast resembled a bird, its relevance to him must lie within the Kunping martial soul, or perhaps within the 8 golden soul rings. Setting aside those thoughts, he understood that he would soon discover the truth upon encountering it. Focusing on his martial soul, a beam of white starlight emerged from his brow and descended above his head. A surge of white energy enveloped him, and a fierce wind materialized as a soul beast, resembling a fish in face and a bird in form, manifested behind Jiang Luoran. I cannot yet soar, as I lack the soul rings, he reflected. But by summoning the Kunping martial soul, my strength and speed are instinctively enhanced. Jiang Luoran transformed into a streak of white light, dashing deeper into the soul-hunting forest. He aimed to minimize contact with other soul beasts. If unavoidable, he would resort to his second soul skill to hold them at bay. Charging forward, he dispatched a dozen 10-year soul beasts and 2 century-old ones. However, he soon found himself being relentlessly pursued by a millennium-year soul beast, the human-faced demon spider. The spider's 8 appendages morphed into waves of purple energy, viciously assaulting Jiang Luoran's back, intent on tearing him apart. Buzz! Jiang Luoran's garment was torn by the face-slaying spider. Had it not been for the protection of the Kunping martial soul behind her, she would undoubtedly have perished from that strike. The face-slaying spider possesses a frenzied bloodlust in its nature, earning it the reputation of being a madman among soul beasts. Jiang Luoran felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He dreaded encountering such a lunatic. Despite his utmost caution, he found himself face to face with this menace, and worse still, it was while it was devouring a soul beast. With the Kunping martial spirit awakened, and realizing he could not escape, he resolved to fight. Utilizing his momentum, he leaped backward, landing atop the head of a human-faced demon spider. Bloodthirsty vines ensnared it. Whoosh! 8 bloodthirsty vines temporarily ensnared the 8 lethal legs of the demon spider. Jiang Luoran pivoted, declaring, "Today, I shall ensnare you." As if conjured from thin air, 2 violet soul rings materialized, spinning and radiating dazzling light. Buzz! A figure of Jiang Luoran, enveloped in a purple-pink aura, charged forward, exuding a white protective energy, utterly unafraid of the demon spider's deadly limbs. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch upon the demon spider's head. Bang! This blow struck the demon spider with tremendous force, creating a deep crater beneath it. This was the might of the Kunping martial spirit. To be precise, it was a half-strike. Hiss! The human-faced demon spider thrashed wildly, yet the bloodthirsty vines restrained its movements. Make full use of every resource. Jiang Luoran and his summoned doppelganger simultaneously unleashed the power of creation from nothingness. Over 30 bloodthirsty vines surged forth like a tempest, entangling the entire body of the human-faced demon spider, coiling around its limbs and organs, binding it tightly like a zongzi. Having exhausted its spiritual energy, the doppelganger dissipated into the air. The human-faced demon spider hissed furiously, its massive form completely immobilized. The writhing mass of crimson vines swayed ominously. For now, it was powerless to break free. Then, a distant sensation struck Jiang Luoran. The ancient tree root had perished. Frustration gnawed at him. Was the ancient tree root too formidable? Or were the guardians too feeble? Ancient tree root, still think you can devour me? Today, I shall send you to your demise. Enraged, Jiang Luoran roared. The 2 violet soul rings upon his body blazing with radiant brilliance. His strength surged instantaneously, his battle will escalating relentlessly. Boom! With the Kunping spirit manifesting behind him, Jiang Luoran delivered a powerful kick to the cocooned human-faced demon spider, straight toward its grotesque, arachnid visage. Jiang Luoran did not forget, therein lies its weakness. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a fierce kick, his leg enveloped in a resounding gale of white energy. Perhaps it was due to the swiftness of his movement, but a whistling sound emanated from his leg as it struck the face of the man-faced demon spider. With a resounding thud, the bloodthirsty vine was shattered, its remnants splattering everywhere, while the man-faced demon spider plummeted to the ground, rolling over a dozen times before colliding with numerous ancient trees, finally coming to a halt. Chapter 28. Is the nine-tailed wind-bell bird my sister? Not dead yet. How many millennia has it endured? Jiang Luoran gazed upon the mangled visage of the man-faced demon spider, its face dripping with toxic green blood, the acrid scent of poison wafting through the air. Jiang Luoran suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Could it possibly be any more revolting? Hiss, 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 the visage of the demonic spider shrieked. Its voice akin to the wailing of tormented souls, a cacophony reminiscent of anguished spirits from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. This is a disaster. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Jiang Luoran had long since lost his strength, his body drenched in a cold sweat as he half-squatted on the ground. The journey had drained his soul power to the point of utter exhaustion. He had utilized his soul techniques 3 or 4 times. Fortunately, being at level 40 in the full soul sect, his soul power was significantly more robust. Otherwise, he would likely have perished on the road by now. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that if no one came to his aid, his fate would soon be sealed. Jiang Luoran refused to perish. At least not by the hands, no, the fangs, of the face-eater spider. With a thunderous motion, the monstrous arachnid righted itself, shaking the earth and trees. Its venomous gaze burned with malice, strands of viridian blood dripping from its mandibles, reeking of decay. Jiang Luoran understood with utmost clarity that the monstrous faceless demon spider was poised to feast upon him. A resounding boom echoed from afar, akin to the heavens striking the earth as a tempest roared forth like a cataclysmic tide. What colossal soul beast could possibly generate such a tumultuous surge? The sound of Jiang's howl materialized, transforming into tangible sound waves that surged toward the heavens, shattering countless clouds as his resonant call lingered in the air. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously as if shrouded by an impenetrable veil. The body of this soul beast was capable of obstructing the sun for a radius of 1 mile. The faceless demon spider, with utter disregard, prioritized the consumption of Jiang Luoran, its 8 lethal legs resembling windmills as they lunged towards him. The pressure intensified, as if an enormous, impermeable hand was relentlessly pressing against his chest. Bang! Jiang Luoran witnessed with his own eyes the overwhelming purple wings that struck fiercely against the body of the human-faced demon spider, obliterating it into a cascade of green blood, leaving not a trace of flesh behind. Even the most resilient legs of the spider were reduced to mere ashes. With a thunderous roar, the ground split open, a massive chasm stretching forth until it reached Jiang Luoran's very feet. The soul beast within several miles silently receded, and it was unmistakable that this avian creature was the sovereign of this realm, the timeless soul beast of the soul-hunting forest. Jiang Luoran summoned 2 soul rings, straining his gaze towards the heights, eager to discover the identity of the soul beast. Before him stood a colossal avian creature, exhibiting a semblance of human intelligence, diligently cleansing its wings by the lakeside, having just vanquished a human-faced demon spider. The nine-tailed wind bell bird. Jiang Luoran's heart raced with exhilaration. This was one of the few soul beasts perched atop the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Its lineage could only be compared to that of the Titan giant ape. Although Master had yet to cover this in his lectures, Jiang Luoran had perused case studies on the nine-tailed wind bell bird. This majestic creature descended from the ancestral bird Kuanping, possessing traces of its lineage, embodying an inherent elegance and a fondness for purity. To discern the age of a nine-tailed wind bell bird, one must observe its tail. In its juvenile phase, it boasts but a single feathered tail. With the passage of 10,000 years, this tail grows, transforming from purple to red after a century of existence. Jiang Luoran gazed at the tail of the nine-tailed wind bell bird, which boasted 5 resplendent, violet feathers that shimmered brilliantly. The sight was dazzling. Abruptly pulled from the enchanting surroundings, Jiang Luoran retreated repeatedly. A 50,000-year spirit beast. What a jest. The defensive measures of the soul-hunting forest could, at most, restrain a spirit beast of merely 10,000 years. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Had it been a spirit beast of 10,000 years, Flan would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Exquisite and opulent, the nine-tailed wind bell bird appeared enchanting, resembling a divine creature dusted in luminescent powder, harmonizing beautifully with the moonlight at that moment. Do we know each other? Jiang Luoran inquired as she finished cleansing her wings. Since she refrained from harming him, there must be a reason behind it. You probably have yet to discover who your parents are. The nine-tailed wind bell bird radiated a purple glow, gradually transforming into a woman in her 20s. Her complexion was fair, ethereal, her facial features exquisite, adorned in a shimmering purple gown. It was remarkable. Whether due to bloodline or cultivation, the spirit beast's human form appeared truly transcendent and otherworldly. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. To transform into a spirit beast, one must be a 100,000-year-old creature. How could this nine-tailed wind bell bird achieve such a feat when it was only 50,000 years old? Furthermore, how could it speak human language? Aware of the myriad questions swirling in her mind, Miss Sichuan approached, introducing herself. Your mother, Yi Beibei, is my esteemed mistress. And I am Fenglinger. As for the ability to manifest human traits, it is a gift bestowed upon me by my mistress's enlightenment. You are so diminutive that I can scarcely perceive you. I feared that I might inadvertently crush you while speaking, hence my transformation into human form. Fenglinger wore an expression of disdain, her face seemingly inscribed with the words you are far too weak. Jiang Luoran, mother? Yi Beibei? Mistress? Moreover, what do you mean by that disdainful gaze? Who among us is the master, and who is the servant? I find myself somewhat bewildered. So why are you here? As far as I know, the most formidable entity in the soul-hunting forest is merely a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Fengling raised her hand and struck Jiang Luoran on the head, exclaiming, How foolish you are. Of course, I have been waiting for you. How could someone as intelligent as our master give birth to such an imbecile? It must surely be Jiang Nan's fault. It has to be. Jiang Luoran, who prides herself on her unparalleled intelligence, found herself unexpectedly ridiculed today. Fengling, what brings you here to wait for me? Are maids now so formidable? By virtue of seniority, you ought to address me as sister. As for my waiting for you, it is merely a matter of necessity. Fengling revealed a bitter expression. I had hoped for your Kuanping martial soul to awaken, so that you could take me back to the northern underworld. But now, it seems that is no longer feasible. At such a level of weakness, how could one possibly return to the northern underworld? Northern underworld? Jiang Luoran had a faint understanding that this opulent woman undoubtedly knew far more than old Jack. Perhaps she was even directly involved in the matter at hand. He found himself adrift in this world, without a clear beginning or end, unaware of who his kin might be, or even what he truly was. Sister Linger, what on earth is going on? Could you elaborate a bit more? At last, Jiang Luoran had found someone who seemed to comprehend the situation. This letter was entrusted to me by your father to deliver to you, Fenglinger said, extending the envelope to Jiang Luoran. He should have already departed for Beiming. However, given his current condition, there is a high probability that he may perish along the way. Jiang Luoran unfolded the letter. Luoran, I have betrayed my family, implicating all those connected to me. Over the past few years, I have endured much, teetering between life and death. Perhaps I am simply too weak. I cannot foresee the man you will become, but I fervently hope you grow strong enough to support your mother. I apologize for having nothing to impart to you, nor any means to assist you. There is no need to investigate my past or lineage. Let those memories turn to ash and disperse. Please forgive me for not being able to share everything with you at this time. After all, you are still young, and I fear it may disrupt your cultivation. As a man, regardless of your perceived weakness, dare to soar bravely onward. I must depart, journeying towards the North Sea, hoping to catch a glimpse of your mother once more. This is the essence of farewells among men. The enchanting Jiang captivated Jiang Luoran profoundly. After perusing the notes left by his father, he discerned their vague implications, which deliberately skirted the truth. It was evident that his father had been ensnared by treachery and was now embarking on a journey towards Beiming, determined to uncover the reality behind it all. Jiang Luoran resolutely turned away. Do you know where Beiming is? Feng Lingo grasped his arm. Allow me to enlighten you. The realm of Beiming can only be reached by those who awaken as Kunping. It lies far beyond reach, without the swiftness of a Kunping. One could spend a lifetime traversing yet never arrive. You may wonder why I am here, enduring this wait for you. Sister Linger, is your speed insufficient as well? Jiang Luoran furrowed his brow, pondering the vast distance to Beiming. Feng Lingo smiled wryly. By the time I arrive, I fear I would have transformed into a spirit beast of countless years. You must understand, once a certain speed is attained, one can transcend the void. This is a feat exclusive to the Kunping. Upon awakening, a Kunping can soar 800,000 miles in a single flap of its wings. Even then, it requires a day of flight to reach the destination. Alternatively, one could say that Beiming is an uninhabited realm, detached from the Douluo continent. Jiang Luoran's jaw nearly dropped as he absorbed the information regarding Kunping. He had gained a modicum of understanding, yet an air of urgency enveloped him. Although this father, whom he had never seen, felt rather nebulous and lacked significant emotional ties, these few words alone conveyed that he was indeed a man. Chapter 29, the time of cultivation that was his father, whose fate was unknown, traversing the path of Beiming alone. How could he find peace? Despite his ignorance of the precise route to Beiming, there was also Yi Bei. Who exactly was she? According to Feng Linger's description, she seemed to be a person of considerable importance. Enough with the wild thoughts. Feng Linger interjected with exasperation. Focus on your cultivation. Once you awaken your Kunping martial soul, we shall journey to Beiming together. Because of you, I can't even return home. As for your father, fret not. It is not certain that he will meet a dire fate. Feng Linger rolled her eyes, though she too could not predict the outcome. When the time comes, a mere gesture from you could allow you to traverse a decade of your father's journey. Can you elaborate a little? Jiang Luoran inquired as he crouched down. Indeed, fretting served no purpose. As a man, he was aware of his responsibilities. To be concise, she replied, the master has instructed me not to divulge too many details. Yi Bei is the chieftain of the Kunping clan, known as the Beiming King. Your father once saved her. They separated only after misfortune struck. And I was left here to await your arrival. The master tasked me with protecting you, little one. Feng Linger sighed. This place is far from ideal. Do you wish to return? Of course I do, Jiang Luoran responded instinctively. However, you cannot yet. Perhaps you should stay here to cultivate with me. It could expedite your progress. Furthermore, I can teach you some Kunping techniques, which will enhance your combat abilities. The notion of cultivating alongside a formidable spirit beast was enticing. Jiang Luoran reflected on Tang Hao and Tang San, who seemed to have had similar experiences. Yet, Master had not mentioned this aspect. Was there no opportunity to verify it? Surely a mind as astute as the Master's would not overlook such a detail. Moreover, aside from the Tang family, none seemed to have such a close rapport with a 100,000-year spirit beast. All right, I shall come here after my work shifts, Jiang Luoran decided, his speed allowing him to traverse the distance in mere minutes, even accounting for the time spent dealing with the guards. Swift movement was indeed advantageous. Observing Feng Linger's delicate visage, furrowed brows brimming with melancholy and nostalgia, Jiang Luoran sighed. Rest assured, I will ensure your return. First, take care of yourself. In your current state, you cannot even defeat me, Feng Linger remarked, recognizing his youthful naivety as she patted his shoulder. Make the most of your time and cultivate diligently here. Jiang Luoran's eyelids twitched slightly. Did you challenge him? One must possess the prowess akin to Contra. Ahem. This is a man's promise, no longer hesitating. Jiang Luoran squatted down, concentrating on his martial soul. His current endeavor was not to enhance his soul power, but to assimilate it. He aimed to procure his third soul ring. In the days that followed, Jiang Luoran lived in tranquility. During the day, he attended the master's lectures for 2 hours, followed by sparring sessions with Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the afternoons, he worked at the blacksmith shop, honing his skills in the chaotic wind hammer technique. He had already achieved the ability to strike over 40 consecutive blows. In truth, he harbored a bold idea of how to solidify the blood fiend vine. If successful, employing the chaotic wind technique in actual combat would become a distinct possibility. Yet, it remained merely an idea for now. In the afternoons, he ventured deep into the soul-rending forest to train with Feng Lingo, focusing on soul power, combat techniques, the utilization of the Kunping martial soul, and rigorous training methods. This routine became almost habitual. Jiang Luoran bore the weight of an ancient tree root exceeding 600 pounds on his back. The immense burden obscured his figure to the point where he seemed nearly invisible. Sister Lingo, is this truly feasible? I find myself utterly fatigued. Indeed, Jiang Luoran was once a fervent practitioner of rigorous training. However, he humbly admitted that he could not endure the pressure of training methods akin to those employed by Feng Linger. Do humans not have a saying that a man should never admit defeat? Hurry along, I shall ensure your safety. Feng Linger remarked with a sense of serene contentment as she savored the nectar that Jiang Luoran had brought her. Jiang Luoran gazed at her irresponsible expression, as if she were proclaiming, your life or death is of no concern to me. All I desire is to return home. Feng Lingo, bang, bang, bang. Jiang Luoran trudged through the Soul Hunter forest, burdened by the weight of an ancient tree root exceeding 500 pounds. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him. He had been running since the afternoon, until the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. Hurry, faster, urged Wind Bell, cheering him on. Bang. Jiang Luoran had succumbed to shock, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. Feng Lingo had grown accustomed to this. Each time, he would lie here for half an hour. Then commence his practical training. This time, he persevered longer than before, commendable, indeed. Half an hour later, upon the conclusion of the assault, one must not relax. By observing the opponent's breathing, one could discern whether they were injured. Even with a clear understanding of the opponent's breath, do not be deceived. Continue to deliver a follow-up strike. It must be swift, otherwise, refrain from striking at all. Once one decides to engage, speed is of the essence. Feng Linger, evading left and right, thought him foolish. Having already extended his leg, it was inevitable she would predict the angle of his next attack. Jiang Luoran, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, mused that he did not wish to strike this delicate flower of a girl. A punch to her lovely face would be akin to crushing a blossom. Yet, could one truly afford to ponder such sentiments amidst battle? With a sudden movement, Feng Lingo launched a punch toward Jiang Luoran, catching him off guard. He turned to defend himself, but her jade fist seemed to curve, landing squarely on his face. The force of her blow shattered dozens of ancient tree trunks, sending them tumbling into the river before Jiang Luoran finally paused. Continue. Feng Lingo expressed her frustration. Sister Lingo, is this how all spirit beasts are trained? Jiang Luoran exclaimed in despair. Aren't you afraid of training yourselves to death? Firstly, spirit beasts have no limitations on life, unless slain by humans. Secondly, our cultivation entails doing nothing. This training regimen is tailored specifically for you, Feng Lingo replied, her hands clasped behind her back. But how do I utilize the Kunping martial spirit? You keep insisting I activate it, but it consumes so much stamina, Jiang Luoran lamented, touching the wounds upon his face. I have been teaching you. The time simply has not yet arrived, Feng Lingo said, transforming into a flash of purple and striking Jiang Luoran once more. Jiang Luoran's expression transformed, his breath becoming labored, as he took another punch to the face. I just warned you to be cautious and to remain vigilant. Feng Lingo frowned. Then I shall take this seriously. Jiang Luoran leaped into the air, diving down to summon his Kunping martial soul, delivering a swift kick. Bang. Feng Lingo remained unfazed, calmly observing the increasing brilliance of the white light. The force was insufficient, and the speed lacking. I have been waiting for several seconds, she remarked, as she casually waved her sleeve, sending Jiang Luoran flying into the sky. Over the past few months, Jiang Luoran had faced such training daily, strengthening, reinforcing, and enhancing. He had absorbed a plethora of theoretical knowledge from the master. The chaotic winds had struck him 68 times. The ancient tree roots had increased from over 500 pounds to more than 1,000. For a brief moment, he could spar with Feng Linger, though luck played a part in it. As for speed, from the blacksmith shop to the soul-hunting forest, with the activation of his Kunping martial soul, Jiang Luoran could reach his destination in merely 10 minutes. His soul power had also been nearly fully absorbed. Chapter 30, The Passing of Time 6 years later. Notting Academy was on holiday. Tang San and Xiao Wu had graduated. This meant that there was no longer a need to attend the master's theoretical classes or the blacksmith shop. Jiang Luoran, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, returned to the sacred soul village for a brief 2-day stay before hastening towards the soul-hunting forest. The bond between these two is currently quite sweet, and Jiang Luoran wishes to avoid being a third wheel. Before departing, he left 20 gold coins with Old Jack, instructing him to indulge in lavish feasts without any concern for expenses. Old Jack was deeply moved, shedding tears of gratitude. For the past 6 years, Jiang Luoran has made it a point to return once a year, gifting Old Jack 20 soul coins each time. Over these 6 years, much of his existence has been spent under the rigorous training of Feng Linger. Sister Linger, add another 100 pounds. The youth, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, possesses a countenance that is not conventionally handsome, but radiates a refreshing and sunny demeanor. The most striking feature about him is his eyes, which are vividly expressive, though there lies a fierce intensity at the corners that is not easily discernible. Quite impressive, even with over 3,000 pounds of weight. You can run as if gliding effortlessly, Feng Linger remarked, her demeanor slightly pleased. She remained clad in her purple dress, her complexion as fair as jade. Initially, she had thought him to be a timid child. Thud, thud, thud. The weight of over 3,000 pounds rushed through the forest, compelling even ancient soul beasts to retreat. The ground beneath Jiang Luoran's feet was indented from his passage. With Feng Linger's assistance, Jiang Luoran acquired his third soul ring, derived from a 10,000-year-old blood demon fish scale head. Feng Linger also advanced to a 6,000-year soul beast, growing 6 purple feathered tails. The blood-killing vine, now transformed, wore a pinkish-purple hue, adorned with layers of shimmering scales, exhibiting remarkable resilience, equivalent to a second layer of protection. It was impervious to fire, water, blade, and hammer, marking a significant advancement. The soul skill acquired was a comprehensive control effect, named Blood-Killing Demon Prison. However, the master remains unaware of this soul ring, amidst their exchanges. He did not inquire, nor did Jiang Luoran find the opportunity to disclose. Tang San and Xiao were privy to the information and urged him to remain humble, cautioning against any display of boastfulness in front of others. Jiang Luoran comprehended these principles. After all, one had lived for 100,000 years, and the other for over 30, yet they still perceived Jiang Luoran as a mere child. Bang! Following the completion of their running session, Jiang Luoran engaged in a sparring match with Fenglinger. In their initial clash, both retreated simultaneously, their fists generating waves of air from the friction. Neither utilized soul power, for if they did, the mere pressure from a 6,000-year soul beast would be sufficient to crush Jiang Luoran. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoran charged forward. He had surpassed his former speed, moving with a swiftness comparable to that of a Soul King, and he was notably a speed-oriented Soul King. As a flash of white light approached, Fenglinger remained serene. The white light, accompanied by a fierce gust, heralded a sidekick. Fenglinger displayed a look of disappointment, not finding joy in recognizing her opponent's move. She raised her fist to counter the incoming kick, only to realize that the attack had missed. A fleeting shadow darted towards her face, propelled by an imperceptible fist wind. Fenglinger executed a nimble leap, propelling herself into the air and evading danger. Then pressed down with one leg, striking towards Jiang Luoran's head. Jiang Luoran's expression was one of astonishment. This was a technique previously imparted by Sister Linger, leveraging inertia. She harnessed the power of the wind, complemented by her own weight, strength, bodily coordination, and angle. With such a leg strike, it could deliver damage akin to that of a steel blade. Evading was no longer an option. To resist with soul power would be far too unmanly. Jiang Luoran spread his arms wide, adopting a lunge stance, while three hearts pulsated in synchrony within him. In the brief moments as Fenglinger's delicate legs bore down, he seized the opportune instant. His waist, shoulders, and arms aligned harmoniously as he grasped her leg, leaving no time to appreciate its softness. With a sudden jerk, he pulled back. The force was deftly executed. Fenglinger's leg was ensnared, rendering any escape futile. Jiang Luoran would not afford her such an opportunity. In a decisive move, Fenglinger delivered a lethal strike aimed at Jiang Luoran's throat, forcing him to defend himself and thereby providing her a chance for liberation. Jiang Luoran tilted her head to evade, a fortunate maneuver indeed. The opponent's other leg was poised to strike, but Jiang Luoran lowered her entire body, pinning Fenglinger firmly to the ground. To dominate the adversary, one must be willing to invest an equal measure of effort. This, too, is a form of combat technique found on Earth. Jiang Luoran is not endowed with the same abundant resources as Tang San, possessing neither the Xian Tian skill, the Xian Jade Hand, the ability to control cranes and capture dragons, nor the ghostly shadow technique. Thus, he compensates for his lack of innate talent with diligent effort. Despite having access to numerous remarkable assets, Tang San continues to train tirelessly. What grounds does he have to rest? Through rigorous training akin to a hellish ordeal, Jiang Luoran gains the upper hand when sparring with Tang San. However, one must not underestimate Tang San's potential. The treasures he possesses are destined to manifest their true power in the later stages. The current superiority does not guarantee a permanent advantage in the future. Jiang Luoran was determined to train relentlessly. In the world of Douluo continent, the weak could not survive. As for soul rings and soul skills, those were merely external factors that couldn't determine one's ultimate fate. He understood clearly that possessing a 10,000-year soul ring didn't grant one the right to act recklessly. A faint scent of jasmine drifted from the other person, causing Jiang Luoran's cheeks to flush. Yet, he dared not loosen his grip. It was a paradoxical sensation, both intoxicating and terrifying, a strange yet pleasurable contradiction. Who taught you that move? I certainly didn't, Fenglinger remarked calmly, though a hint of satisfaction flickered in her heart. At least this boy was no longer just taking hits. He had improved. That technique is called borrowing strength to counter strength. I learned it from a hammer technique called chaotic whirlwind. If mastered, it could allow me to fight above my level, Jiang Luoran explained. This move was just a small application of its principles. Good. Keep learning and adapting. Don't just rigidly follow my methods, Fenglinger praised. Seeing your progress, I can afford to wait patiently. You promised to take me home within 10 years. Of course I meant it, Jiang Luoran replied firmly. Then, after a pause, he added, as for the chaotic whirlwind technique, I can teach you sometime if you'd like. Lingerjia, he continued, do you know which soul beast's soul ring could solidify my bloodvine? After 6 years together, the two had grown close. And Jiang Luoran now regarded her as family. Despite her occasional teasing, she was reliable in the end. I'm a soul beast. I grow stronger naturally. I don't need to learn chaotic whirlwind, Fenglinger replied. As for solidifying your bloodvine, a savage swamp ox should work. As a 60,000-year soul beast, her knowledge was vast. Jiang Luoran knew, however, that he would need Tang Hao's permission before teaching Fenglinger the chaotic whirlwind technique. After all, it was a family legacy, and respect was necessary. He couldn't just casually pass it on without consideration. Since Fenglinger wasn't interested, he let the matter drop. As for the savage swamp ox, he committed it to memory. Boom. A surge of violet soul power erupted, sending Jiang Luoran flying backward. He crashed through dozens of boulders before finally coming to a stop. Fenglinger flicked her long purple hair over her shoulder and straightened her robes. I'll concede this round to you, she said lightly. Using soul power was merely to test your physical endurance. Jiang Luoran revealed a bitter expression, as if he had just suffered a blow to his kidneys. You are remarkable. Whatever you say is undoubtedly correct. What did you say when you arrived? That you would be attending Shrek Academy? Feng Linger inquired while sitting by the lakeside. Indeed. Once I leave, it seems I won't be able to see you until the holidays, Jiang Luoran replied, stretching his limbs as he settled beside Feng Ling. Oh, then go ahead. Do not cease your training. There are always others beyond you. Do not allow yourself to feel overly confident. Feng Linger suddenly interjected, as if bidding farewell to a loved one. Jiang Luoran chuckled bitterly, increasingly resembling an elder sister. Are all of you from the Kunping lineage so familiar with each other? What does familiar mean? Feng Linger inquired, puzzled. Never mind. Take care of yourself. After tonight, I shall depart, Jiang Luoran said as she lay down. While I'm gone, do not let anything happen. This place, aside from being a bit secluded, seems quite uneventful, Feng Linger observed, glancing around. Perhaps I could capture some ancient tree root soul beasts for a conversation. Ancient tree root. Jiang Luoran felt an urge to laugh. The soul-hunting forest was vast. And with a 6,000-year-old soul beast commanding such a large territory, it was indeed secluded. As night deepened, the two fell silent, each succumbing to slumber. Chapter 31. The Malevolent Eye-White Tiger. Dai Mubai. After bidding farewell to Feng Linger, Jiang Luoran set forth on his journey alone. Unwilling to trail behind Tang San and Xiao Wu, for it was too heart-wrenching. Their sweetness was overwhelming. To make matters worse, Xiao Wu had approached him in the morning, asking for his assistance in booking a lover's hotel. With a wry smile, Jiang Luoran reluctantly acquiesced. The Rose Hotel stood before him. Its entire structure was of vibrant crimson, 3 stories high and 100 meters wide, unmistakably an upscale romantic retreat. Surely, there must still be rooms available, Jiang Luoran pondered. Knowing that Dai Mubai was expected to arrive by noon, and by reserving a room now, he could likely avoid any encounter with him. To be candid, Jiang Luoran found solace in observing the enchanting Feng Linger by the lakeside, where the gentle breeze at midnight was refreshingly cool. The stimulating scent of roses was not to his liking, nor did he fancy such girls. Pushing open the glass door adorned with rose motifs, Jiang Luoran approached the front desk. I would like to book a room for the night, he stated, clearing his throat. I believe you have only one room left, the best one. The front desk attendant was momentarily taken aback, finding the young man peculiar. Yet, who among the hotel's clientele wasn't he? Indeed, this was the last available room, priced at 1 gold soul coin per night. Is that all? Jiang Luoran was momentarily speechless, as if he were a seasoned patron, though he had merely read about such places. Here you go. The attendant, having never encountered Jiang Luoran before, assumed he was merely attempting to feign maturity. Here is your room key. The attendant placed the key on the counter and took the gold soul coin. Excuse me, are there any more rooms available? A youth with golden hair cascading down to his neck, well-built and possessing a single eye with dual pupils, appeared, flanked by 2 girls, exuding the air of a wealthy scion. Dai Mubai. Sir, I'm afraid we have no more rooms. The last one has been given to this young man. The front desk attendant hastily explained, eager to appease. Oh, clearly, he is just a child. How can you entrust him with a room? Dai Mubai scrutinized Jiang Luoran, contemplating the potential consequences should the youth prove irresponsible. Yes, you're right, sir, the attendant stammered, understanding the implication. Young man, would you consider relinquishing your room to this esteemed guest? No need. Let us settle this with a soul master duel. Jiang Luoran directed his gaze toward Dai Mubai, surprised that a confrontation was still on the table. If it was to be a duel, then there was no need for further pleasantries. Very well. I have practiced quite a bit with Sister Linger, he replied confidently. A soul master? The attendant gasped, realizing the weight of Dai Mubai's status as a soul master and how he had been forced to accommodate. Was this youth also a soul master? Oh, you are a soul master too? Dai Mubai's interest piqued as he pushed aside the 2 women beside him. I shall indulge you today, my esteemed sir. The attendant trembled. This is a small establishment. If either of you causes damage, I shall bear the cost, including the room fee. Jiang Luoran smirked. I aim to teach you that women deserve respect as well. Dai Mubai's proud demeanor suddenly turned cold. Could the youth's lavish display of confidence truly indicate he was a soul master? Then let us see. With a flurry of tension, the ambient soul energy in the room surged, causing glass, tables, computers, and chandeliers to shatter. You? Dai Mubai was astonished. He sensed that the opponent's soul power surpassed his own and was extraordinarily robust. Yet, the young man's appearance suggested he was merely in his teens. Had he begun training from birth? No. I must maintain my composure, he thought, determined to uphold his earlier bravado. I want to use a soul ring, Jiang Luoran said softly. Very well, I shan't use a soul ring either. Dai Mubai assumed the youth was merely concerned about damaging the establishment. I want to employ soul power either, Jiang Luoran declared, preparing his stance for an attack. What? Even Dai Mubai, though not the brightest, grasped the implication. Was this an affront to his abilities? It is you who disrespected women, Jiang Luoran replied, clenching his fists. If you wish for my respect, then demonstrate your strength. Well said. Dai Mubai took the initiative, launching a punch toward Jiang Luoran's face. Jiang Luoran extended his arms, delivering a swift kick toward his opponent's fist, the sound of the fierce wind resonating as the floor beneath them was scraped and damaged. In just a single exchange, Dai Mubai discerned the depth of his adversary's prowess. This individual possessed a wealth of practical combat experience. The earlier display of clenched fists was merely a ruse for his benefit, as one cannot ascertain the true nature of another upon first meeting. Conversely, Dai Mubai had presumed that Jiang Luoran was poised to strike. He had fallen into a trap. What was even more daunting was the evident mastery Jiang Luoran exhibited, both in combat experience and fighting techniques. It was clear that he was an expert. Not only did he possess superior skills, but he also adeptly bewildered his opponents before combat, regardless of their inferiority. This demonstrated that Jiang Luoran was exceedingly cautious, even when facing weaker opponents. He would exert his utmost effort. A fierce tiger pouncing on a rabbit will still unleash its full strength. Such a person undoubtedly ranks as a formidable expert. With little time for contemplation, Dai Mubai retreated several dozen paces, his feet carving a long trench in the ground beneath him from the force exerted. He shook his injured arm, while the man's pupils dilated in shock. Thankfully, he had refrained from provoking words earlier, or else he would have offended a far more powerful soul master. Come again. Jiang Luoran's expression remained impassive, a lesson learned from Earth. In battle, one need not display emotions, even anger must not be revealed. Sensing the chill emanating from his opponent, Dai Mubai knew he could not afford to be careless. His greatest asset lay in his fists as he summoned his soul power for a direct punch. Jiang Luoran did not evade or conceal himself. Instead, he surged forward, meeting the incoming fist with a decisive kick. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai was propelled backward, crashing into the wall and creating a substantial breach, resulting in a dislocated arm. If the initial kick resembled the weighty impact of a hammer, then this subsequent strike was akin to the tumultuous roar of a tidal wave, capable of overwhelming all strength within a person's body. Such disparity, this was the essence of disparity. Jiang Luoran did not find it particularly remarkable, for it merely represented his combat skills. As for soul power and soul techniques, they were merely his trump cards for survival. With this in mind, Dai Mubai resolved to hold nothing back. Engaging with such an opponent while restraining himself would only serve to diminish his own dignity. Second soul technique, White Tiger's fierce light wave. As the overwhelming pressure akin to a tsunami descended upon him, the shimmering golden projectile surged forth. Jiang Luoran's fighting spirit ignited, and he unleashed his self-named technique, the Cloak Fist. This technique, derived from the principles of the chaotic cloak hammer method, was a powerful strike he had thoroughly tested. Its might was formidable, hard-hitting. Dai Mubai scoffed, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. He had no intention of showing mercy. Soon enough, he would render Jiang Luoran incapacitated. The surging wave of light erupted towards the ground. Bang! Jiang Luoran's fist struck the golden light with force. His physical fortitude honed by Feng Linger's rigorous training. While he could withstand the impact, it proved to be quite the effort. Crack! A resounding noise echoed as the golden energy burst forth in all directions, shattering the surrounding structures. Jiang Luoran utilized both hands. Was he truly tearing through the light with his bare hands? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of powerhouse was this? In truth, Jiang Luoran could easily leverage his soul power and the advantages of his soul rings to overpower Dai Mubai. However, such an action would draw too much attention and risk exposure. Boom. The luminous sphere dissipated, transforming into streams of golden ash that scattered across the vicinity. The entire hall lay in ruins. Dai Mubai, feeling a sense of pride, believed he had to exhibit some strength, especially considering Jiang Luoran's attire suggested he was not of affluent origin. Perhaps he was a wealthy individual reluctant to spend, or merely a humble youth striving for discretion. Shall we proceed? Jiang Luoran observed Dai Mubai, who appeared somewhat fatigued. I wish to make one last attempt, Dai Mubai declared as he advanced, invoking his third soul skill. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Boom. The energy within the room surged dramatically, enveloping Dai Mubai in a radiant golden aura. Behind him, his martial soul materialized, a robust, dual-eyed tiger, even more formidable than a raging bull. The white tiger's claws gleamed menacingly, its exaggerated musculature accentuating its ferocity. Black stripes adorned Dai Mubai's body, resembling a tiger's hide. The aura of the tiger radiated a chilling intensity, compelling onlookers to flee in terror, unable to endure the spectacle any longer. This is my third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Once activated, my defense, attack, speed, and agility will all double for half an hour. I am a level 37 Battle Soul Sovereign, and with this comprehensive enhancement, I am here to challenge you. Chapter 32. A glimpse of brilliance. Very well, I shall grant you dignity. I am a level 43 Ring Battle Soul Sovereign, with the martial soul of an ancient tree root. Jiang Luoran refrained from summoning his martial soul, deeming it unnecessary at this moment, since Dai Mubai had disclosed his identity and the details of his martial soul and soul skills. Jiang Luoran felt obliged to reveal his name as per the customs of the Soul Master community. However, maintaining a low profile remained paramount. A 10,000-year soul ring would undoubtedly intimidate his opponent. Level 40? You possess such power? Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His previously sharp gaze now clouded with confusion. Indeed, age does not dictate prowess, yet such a stark disparity in soul power could not be overlooked. This matter must be reported to the dean. Regardless of the young man's background, such an affront could not be tolerated. Indeed, according to protocol, Jiang Luoran need not employ his soul power or skills. He bent his legs and launched into the air, arms extended wide in a grandiose display. This combat technique, taught to him by Feng Linger, was known as Kunping Kill. Regardless, once my white tiger diamond transformation is activated, the power becomes uncontrollable. I advise you to utilize your soul power, Dai Mubai warned, his fist clenched tightly, golden soul power surging forth to envelop his entire being. If his earlier strikes resembled falling boulders, he now embodied an unignited bomb ready to explode. Gentlemen, gentlemen. The front desk attendant was on the verge of tears, lamenting the chaos that had erupted within the building, where countless youths had congregated. After such a disturbance, who would dare return? Seeing that his pleas fell on deaf ears, the attendant hastily departed, leaving the area entirely to them. Boom. Jiang Luoran swiftly positioned her fists forward, harnessing inertia, grace, and the velocity of impact. Adopting a stance reminiscent of a kunpeng descending from the heavens, her fists met Dai Mubai's golden giant fist imprint. This was nothing short of a fierce, unadorned clash of raw power, devoid of any embellishments. A thunderous explosion resonated, causing the entire building to tremble, and the structure began to collapse. With the front desk long reduced to mere fragments, Jiang Luoran stepped back 2 paces, her expression remaining indifferent. Dai Mubai retreated 5 steps, shattering several rose-patterned tiles beneath his feet, revealing a look of disbelief. Could even the golden titan of the white tiger compel you to exert your soul power? Dai Mubai was genuinely astonished. With his innate talent, how could he suffer such a crushing defeat? It is worth noting that the opponent was several years his junior. Is there truly someone beyond every person? How many individuals possess such extraordinary talent? No, do not doubt your own capabilities. I merely find it inconvenient to disclose my soul power and soul rings. This does not imply that I completely overshadow you. As for combat techniques and strength, they are merely the result of my rigorous training. You are still remarkably strong. Jiang Luoran relaxed her tightly clenched fists. She was impressed. Dai Mubai was indeed humbled. How many in this world can claim victory without arrogance, even at the cost of their own dignity? Indeed, by virtue alone, the opponent commanded his respect. Very well. Today I concede, he thought, as Dai Mubai dissipated his martial spirit, returning to his original form. He was not someone who could not accept defeat. And considering the opponent's gracious demeanor, what purpose would further discord serve? Jiang Luoran remained silent, merely nodding slightly. You mentioned your martial spirit is an old tree root? Dai Mubai inquired as he prepared to depart. Indeed, is there a problem? Jiang Luoran replied. Not at all, I am simply quite curious. I intend to inform the academy head upon my return that I have discovered a prodigious talent. Which academy do you belong to? I do not belong to any academy yet. Jiang Luoran surmised the thoughts of his interlocutor. We shall certainly meet again. Indeed, we will meet again, Dai Mubai acknowledged. Well aware of the principal's temperament, a promising talent must be recruited without delay. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Luoran had no academy affiliation made the prospect even more enticing. Young man, allow me to impart one last piece of advice. Some women do not deserve respect. You are formidable, yet do not allow compassion to be your downfall. Dai Mubai remarked as he left the 2 ladies behind. But can we carelessly pick up and discard women who do not warrant respect? Jiang Luoran shook his head. Suit yourselves. Sir. The young man at the front desk and the manager hastily approached, timidly casting glances at Jiang Luoran. The identity of a soul master holds great reverence in the Douluo continent. Even a mere soul master possesses a far more distinguished status than an ordinary person, even if that individual is a scion of a wealthy family. Before Jiang Luoran, these individuals dared not exhale audibly. Knowing that Dai Mubai was a soul honored of level 37, the fact that this young man had effortlessly defeated him without even employing a soul ring was a chilling thought. How powerful must he be? What elevated status did he possess? Do not dwell on it, Jiang Luoran said coldly. I shall compensate for any losses incurred. The room is ready. Dai Xiao has already made the payment. Please rest assured and enjoy your stay. We have also prepared refreshments and companionship for you. The manager bowed deeply, his demeanor obsequious. Luoran, this is splendid. Xiao exclaimed as she bounced in. Not bad at all. Tang San followed closely, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Luoran. Third brother, here is the key. Jiang Luoran said as he picked up a golden key from the table and handed it to Tang San. Rest easy. I must take my leave. Sir. The manager gestured toward the young ladies serving drinks, indicating their willingness to attend to Jiang Luoran. It should be noted that serving a soul master is a privilege, one that even surpasses that of a soul honored. Which girl would not wish to offer their services? They all displayed expressions of delight. The room is indeed for this esteemed gentleman. You may inquire with him. Jiang Luoran patted Tang San on the shoulder before turning to depart. Big brother. The presence of a formidable soul master calling someone big brother signifies what? Does it imply that the other is even stronger? The manager was nearly in a daze. Sir. he exclaimed repeatedly. You all, Xiao glared with hostility, get lost. Tang San is an upright individual. Tang San, perplexed, could only sigh. However, he had a vague inkling that Xiao harbored feelings for him, and that was precisely why she had reserved this room to distance herself from Luoran. Where will Luoran stay? Perhaps we should invite him to join us, Tang San suggested as he and Xiao descended the stairs. Given his free-spirited nature, he is likely resting on the rooftop, Xiao remarked, fully aware of Jiang Luoran's habits. If I were to invite him to stay with us, he would refuse. Indeed. Jiang Luoran lay atop the city lord's rooftop, contemplating the whereabouts of Beiming. He had previously inquired with Feng Linger, but she had refrained from answering, claiming she would provide the information once Jiang Luoran awakened his Kunping martial spirit. Perhaps she feared he might impulsively venture to Jiang'an. Yet, it seemed excessive to withhold even the scenic details of Beiming from him. In Feng Linger's words, Beiming appeared to be a forbidden realm. Jiang Luoran has lived to this moment, unburdened by any attachments. From Earth to this place, he has remained free of concerns, confusedly standing on the Douluo continent. He leads an aimless existence, devoid of a stable foundation or family ties. A pervasive sense of emptiness. Indeed, it is the feeling of void. Given this reality, he resolves to strive for strength. His soul power is nearly depleted, and his first consideration for the fourth spirit ring is the barbarian bull swamp beast. The chaotic cloak can turn the tide at critical moments. This technique must not be forsaken. Additionally, the silent dart serves as a means of self-preservation. Chapter 33. The true Shrek Jianggu. Are you mistaken? Shrek Academy must be situated in a prestigious location. Why have we come to this small mountain village? Xiao exclaimed, her feet aching. They had come at the behest of their master, who had declared that the principal was indeed the soul sage who would accompany them in hunting for spirit rings. Thus, Tang San and Xiao believed that the rival academy must possess considerable renown. Anything could be misjudged, but I will never mistake Shrek Academy. Follow me, Jiang Luoran declared. Pushing aside the branches of the thicket and stepping forward, Tang San utilized his purple extreme demon eye and indeed perceived signs of habitation. As the trio approached the heart of the small village, they found it even smaller and more dilapidated than Holy Soul Village. An elderly man, over 60 years of age, sat in a makeshift wooden shelter, which bore a sign stating Shrek Academy enrollment. This must be the place, Jiang Luoran urged them to line up promptly. A lengthy queue stretched before them, numbering over 200 individuals. These children were all accompanied by their parents. The enrollment fee was 10 gold soul coins. And the old man's sharp gaze and formidable soul power radiated strongly. However, only those above the great soul master level could discern such power. Surely this cannot be what the master referred to as Shrek Academy? Xiao questioned, her expression one of doubt. This scale seems smaller than the Nuoding Primary Soul Master Academy. Jianggu, Sangu, could it be a scam? It cannot be, if it were a fraud. They would not possess the Academy emblem. Jiang Luoran pointed to the green badge on the elder's chest, which signified Shrek. The Academy emblem can only be acquired through an application to the Spirit Hall, without distribution from the Spirit Hall. It cannot be considered a legitimate Soul Master Academy. Since we have already arrived, let us observe, Tang San reassured Xiao. A noblewoman, frowning and indignant, confronted Jiang Luoran. Is this the academy that claims graduates can become barons of the empire? Her husband sighed in resignation. This is what the Spirit Hall proclaimed. But these conditions are utterly dismal. The young boy blushed with embarrassment. Father, mother, I do not wish to study here. Let us go to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps the true academy does not reside here, the man lamented, concerned that his son, considered a genius, should not be overlooked. Such sentiments echoed throughout the village, as every applicant shared their apprehensions. Jiang Luoran continued to wait, harboring little resentment in his heart. He had not considered these individuals to be narrow-minded or laughed at them. Even if time passed and Shrek Academy gained notoriety because of them, it mattered not. Shrek did not aim to make those who had not joined them regret their decisions, nor did it seek to bring sorrow to those who had abandoned it. Shrek was merely a monster academy, nothing more. For these youths, given their qualifications, it was unlikely they could gain admission to Shrek Academy. Thus there was no need for anger. Those meant to leave would inevitably depart. In truth, after millennia of triumph, Shrek Academy had gradually lost its original intentions. Of course, every entity undergoes a cycle of rise and decline. Jiang Luoran found little fondness for the Shrek Academy of the distant future. The internal students and teachers had grown overly cunning, having lost the fervor and determination to nurture monsters. The true essence of Shrek lay in unity and kinship. As the youths approached the desk to register, the elder's eyes sparkled brightly, though he feigned a languid demeanor. The registration fee was merely 10 gold soul coins, placed into a box. The youthful father hastily produced 10 gold soul coins and deposited them in the adjacent wooden box. The elder pinched the boy's fingers and shook his head, declaring his age unsuitable, bidding him to leave. The boy hesitated, glancing at his father. Generally, boys in their teens do not possess the maturity of Jiang Luoran or Tang San. If all possess such intellect, then Douluo continent would indeed be a perilous realm. Teacher, my son has just celebrated his 13th birthday. Please make an exception. The father pleaded with a forced smile. Rules are rules. You do not comprehend, Shrek. We explicitly state that we do not accept anyone under 13. Depart quickly. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Let us go, but return the registration fee. The father retorted defiantly, igniting his temper. Mubai. Someone is causing a ruckus, wanting a refund, the elder scoffed. Mubai leaped down from a tree. Summoning his martial soul along with 3 soul rings, his soul power surging dramatically, overwhelming the crowd with pressure. If you wish for a refund, defeat me, and I shall return it in full. In a contest of soul masters, strength dictated all. 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring materialized. Who would dare to stir trouble now? The boy's father seized his son and fled. He had never anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential place would be guarded by a soul emperor. A steady stream of youths came forward to register. While the elder maintained an impassive expression, this particular boy's father tossed 10 gold soul coins into the box, saying, Teacher, please proceed. The elder pinched the boy's fingers, declaring him 12 years old, eligible by age. Although his soul ring was also 100 years, we cannot accept him. The boy was perplexed, and his father even more so. Teacher, our child is a standout even in a junior soul master academy, and he possesses a 100-year soul ring. I am well aware. But the academy still cannot accept him, the elder elucidated. Ultimately, this child is an ordinary individual. We do not accept ordinary people. We only accept monsters. Do you comprehend the meaning of the word Shrek? We only accept those who are obsessed with cultivation, those who are monsters among soul masters. Monsters? Everyone was taken aback. The teacher's words were utterly bewildering. A soul power below level 21, age exceeding 13, and a first soul ring lacking a century's worth. These were the criteria for admission. Did you all hear that? Daimubai explained from the side. Most were left in shock, unable to contain their exclamations of disbelief. How many in the world could meet such standards? Their criteria were even stricter than those of the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. No, it was more than strict. It was terrifying. Dad, what is happening? The youths lamented. I believe they have lost their minds. In such a place, they enforce these standards. Are they selecting heirs for the empire? Many parents, accompanied by their children, turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, Tang-san realized that this was the Shrek Academy the master had directed them to. Only monsters were accepted. Ordinary individuals need not apply. Though the academy appeared shabby, its determination to forge the strongest monsters was undoubtedly noble. As the complaints continued, the elder rose to his feet, suddenly producing a dragon pattern staff. Accompanied by 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black. This elder was indeed a powerful soul emperor of level 60 or above. Everyone was overwhelmed by his imposing presence, scarcely daring to breathe. It is worth noting that even within the entire Baloch Kingdom, such high-ranking soul masters were a rarity. With a mere tap of the dragon pattern staff upon the ground, the earth trembled as he regarded the next applicant, urging them to continue. The previously disgruntled parents fell silent. Who would dare to offend a level 60 soul emperor? They could only flatteringly gaze at the elder, not daring to utter another word. Upon reflection, one might find it terrifying that those responsible for admissions were all soul emperors of level 60 or above. What of the teachers here? Would there be soul saints among them? As for the number of students admitted, the elder scoffed, indicating that it was of no concern. Those who could not pass would not be allowed entry, not a single one. Those entering the second round would be exceedingly rare, and parents could not accompany them. Chapter 34. The Astonishing Youth. Ah, so that's how it is. They only accept monsters. How intriguing. Xiaowu exclaimed excitedly. Tang-san smiled. Realizing why the master had urged him to attend this academy, Shrek Academy was indeed extraordinary. Luoran, have you been here before? You seem quite familiar with the place. This academy is quite renowned. It's just that the admissions are exceedingly stringent, Jiang Luoran shrugged, indicating his accustomedness to such inquiries. Jiang Luoran was nearing the old man, and, in comparison, also encountered Daimubai. Upon recognizing Jiang Luoran, Tang-san, and Xiaowu, Daimubai's eyes instantly brightened. He crouched down to converse with the old man, occasionally gesturing towards Jiang Luoran and the others. The old man nodded repeatedly, displaying moments of astonishment, followed by a sardonic smile. Daimubai sighed, shaking his head. The old man disregarded his words, suspecting him of fabricating stories. Next, they both gestured for Xiaowu to go first, as she had been eagerly anticipating her turn. This is 30 gold soul coins, our registration fee, Jiang Luoran announced, extracting the coins from his pocket and placing them into the old man's wooden box. After assessing her age, the old man pinched Xiaowu's fingers, instructing her, release your martial soul for me to see. With a poof, pink light enveloped Xiaowu as her rabbit ears perked up, her soul power soaring until it reached the 29th level. 2 yellow soul rings appeared, settling around her waist. Excellent physique, promising aptitude, the old man remarked, his gaze revealing rare admiration. You may enter. Next. Third brother, you go next, Jiang Luoran urged. We've waited long enough. After your test, you and Xiaowu can head inside. I'll find you shortly. He nudged Tang-san forward. Reluctantly, Tang-san recognized that Jiang Luoran had taken on the role of the elder brother, always prioritizing him and Xiaowu, even though he was technically the second. However, he was perceptive enough to realize that Jiang Luoran was trying to facilitate a connection between him and Xiaowu. All right, I will, Tang-san said, stepping before the old man and extending his right hand. Suitable age, very good. The old man replied, then frowned, but have you cultivated any soul skills? Indeed. Tang San refrained from disclosing the nature of his soul skills. The old man then crouched down to examine Tang San's calves, noting the well-developed muscles. He smiled. Without a doubt, this student is a keeper. Show me your martial soul, and you may enter. Tang San nodded, and the blue-silver grass erupted like a surging python. Enveloping him, 2 yellow soul rings manifested around his waist, causing the air to tremble with energy. Is blue-silver grass capable of such rapid cultivation? And with century-old soul rings? The old man was no longer merely pleased, he was exhilarated. Enter now. Next, Jiang Luoran extended his right hand towards the elderly man, expressing his gratitude. The old man, initially suspecting that Jiang Luoran sought to curry favor, merely snorted in disdain and remained silent. However, upon feeling the boy's fingers, he was taken aback. How could a mere 12-year-old possess such formidable strength? I have already stated my case, yet you refuse to believe. Dai Mubai waved his hand. Stepping back, I can sense someone behind me who is quite compatible. I shall take my leave. If I am not mistaken, with a mere kick, you could easily exert over 1,000 pounds of force. The old man furrowed his brow, pondering whether rigorous training had begun in childhood. Even so, I must assess your potential, reveal your martial spirit for me to see. The old man's heart raced. There were indeed many promising talents this year. Very well. Jiang Luoran raised his hand, and a multitude of glimmering, purple-pink blood fiend vines surged forth, enveloping him entirely. With the discerning eye of a soul emperor, the old man could immediately ascertain the resilience of the vines. This martial spirit was quite impressive. Was it not the sky blue vine? Purple, black. 3 soul rings emerged from Jiang Luoran's feet, ascending until they floated at his waist, causing the air to thrum with intensity, compelling those of weaker prowess to kneel. Level 40. A soul master. 2,000-year rings and 1 10,000-year ring. Dai Mubai, who had been escorting Zhu Xing, turned to the old man with a beaming smile. Only to be struck dumb by the astonishing scene before him, his smile frozen and replaced by an expression of disbelief. The old man, having lived a long life, had only 1 10,000-year soul ring, while the boy's 3rd ring was, astonishingly, also 10,000 years. Yet, this was not the primary concern. The real question was how could his first ring reach 1,000 years? There was no choice, it was the rule, and Jiang Luoran did not wish to show off. This is inconceivable. Who exactly are you? How do you cultivate? The old man began to suspect that Jiang Luoran was not of this world. I understand the situation is rather peculiar. May I explain later? Jiang Luoran glanced at the onlookers, who regarded him with expressions of sheer astonishment. Among them, some would undoubtedly gossip about this extraordinary event, for it had shattered the conventional views of Douluo continent. Very well, I swear by my title as Soul Emperor, that anyone who dares to divulge this matter shall face dire consequences. The old man glared fiercely, and all present averted their gazes in fear. Allow me to escort you inside. Dai Mubai led Jiang Luoran and Zhu Xuqing into Shrek Academy. Zhu Xuqing regarded Jiang Luoran with incredulity. Even she had never encountered someone quite like him before. Greetings, Jiang Luoran felt the need to adopt a more modest demeanor. Otherwise, he knew his life would be in jeopardy. I am Jiang Luoran. We shall be classmates from now on. In truth, the soul rings were not of utmost importance. I merely had the fortune of luck. As for soul power, anyone can cultivate from a young age. Zhu Xuqing nodded with a smile, fully understanding his sentiment. You, maintaining such a low profile from our very first meeting, you always leave people guessing. Dai Mubai shook his head, realizing that Jiang Luoran was indeed a formidable individual, perhaps concealing even more secrets. How curious, I am quite astonished, Zhu Xuqing remarked coolly. I am Zhu Xuqing. Before Jiang Luoran could respond, a distant voice called out. Sausages for sale. Delicious sausages for sale. Oscar sausages, a bargain at 5 copper soul coins for one. An apparently middle-aged man, seated on a sausage cart, approached. His face adorned with a beard, yet his skin remained surprisingly fair. Indeed, the mouth-watering aroma of the sausages wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Jiang Luoran turned to Zhu Xuqing and inquired, would you care for something to eat? The reason he refrained from asking Dai Mubai was due to his understanding that Dai Mubai would decline. No, thank you. Zhu Xuqing, unaccustomed to being invited for a meal, felt somewhat awkward. I will have 2, please. Jiang Luoran approached the vibrant barbecue stall run by Oscar, requesting, make it 3, if you will. Certainly. You truly have an eye for quality, Oscar replied with enthusiasm. After placing 2 silver soul coins into Oscar's stall, Jiang Luoran eagerly consumed 3 sausages. Feeling the need to replenish himself, the intensity of his daily training left him perpetually hungry. Even after satisfying his appetite, he knew he would soon feel hunger again. Luoran, you shouldn't eat those sausages. Dai Mubai arrived, while the 3 sausages had already found their way into Jiang Luoran's stomach. Jiang Luoran was well aware of what the other party meant and reassured them, assuring that they would certainly enjoy the food eventually. The sausage was indeed quite delectable. All right then. Dai Mubai called over Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, instructing them to proceed directly to the 4th assessment without wasting any more time here. Chapter 35. Revisiting the original intent. Isn't this inappropriate? Although Tang San was not a rigid individual, he was certainly not one to cut corners. Brother San, let us go. Jiang Luoran remarked, savoring the glossy ham sausage. Shrek Academy had its rules. Those whose spirit power exceeded level 25 could be exempted from the second and third rounds of the examination. Even if Mubai wished to show favoritism, he had no opportunity to do so, as the instructors here were quite strict. Indeed, it is true. Dai Mubai was oblivious to how Jiang Luoran had acquired such thorough knowledge. Let us assume that the other party had taken the time to learn about the academy. Shall we proceed then? Tang San understood Jiang Luoran's character. He was not one to act carelessly. On what grounds do they receive exemption from the tests? Exactly. We refuse to accept this. Shrek is a dark academy, a deceitful one. They must have some insider information. A group of teenagers clamored. Their youthful appearances contrasting sharply with Jiang Luoran and his companion's maturity. Just because you cannot do it, does not mean others cannot either. Dai Mubai seized the spirit power testing crystal and tossed it to Ning Rongrong. Buzz. The crystal instantly radiated brilliance, revealing level 26. Zhu Shiqing took the crystal next. And the light shone once more, displaying level 27. Xiao Wu and Tang Sen each grasped the crystal, and the glow intensified even further, revealing level 29. Jiang Luoran grasped the testing crystal with a single hand, and with a resounding crack, the brilliance emanating from the crystal shattered, its radiance blindingly intense, level 40. The children undergoing the assessment stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene before their eyes. Surely, if they were ordinary individuals, they would find it impossible to believe what they witnessed. Today was truly surreal. Oh, my eyes. This cannot be. We are merely 12 years old. How could anyone possibly attain level 40 soul power? You are not human. You are mad. Even Ning Rongrong, who had just encountered Jiang Luoran, was taken aback by the astonishing revelation. Jiang Luoran feigned indifference as he placed the shattered testing crystal upon the table. Child, return home and have your mother prepare some rib soup for you. It will aid in your growth. After all, with the Soul Emperor's decree, today's events must remain undisclosed. Moreover, he would eventually join the Shrek Academy, and the matter of soul power would inevitably come to light. As long as he remained wary of outsiders, all would be well. Follow me, Dai Mubai declared with audacious confidence, striding towards the fifth examination arena with the demeanor of a young master. Dai Lada. What does the fourth assessment entail? Tang Sen inquired, trailing behind him. The fourth stage is all about practical experience. While some students possess commendable martial spirits and considerable soul power, many have been sheltered in a sugar-coated bubble throughout their lives, possessing little understanding of the outside world, let alone practical combat. Such students are simply not admitted to the academy. The pampered, regardless of their background, are uniformly rejected. Dai Mubai remarked with a hint of cynicism. These newcomers might very well be the last batch. My goodness, it appears these students are not merely eliminated, but rather selectively chosen. Is this academy secretly cultivating imperial weapons for the empire? Or perhaps, selecting the next emperor? Xiao Wu pondered aloud. Moreover, with such stringent criteria, how many students does the academy actually have? Not only Xiao Wu, but also Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Tang San were utterly astonished. The academy's standards feel akin to selecting a bride. Does the headmaster of this institution lack affection? Dai Mubai chuckled ruefully, since its establishment over 20 years ago. Shrek has admitted a mere 42 students. That averages slightly over 2 per year. If all 5 of you are accepted this year, it would set a new record. Currently, including myself, there are only 3 spots remaining. 3? Tang San gasped, having never before encountered such an academy. Dai Mubai found the situation amusing and remarked. Across the entire Douluo continent, we may very well be the only institution where the number of teachers exceeds that of students. Haha. Jiang Luoran was fully aware of everything. The only person present who was unfazed was him. The mouths of the others could hardly contain their astonishment. Without students, there would be no income. Tang San always managed to pinpoint the fundamental issue. Otherwise, why do you think the academy is situated in this quaint mountain village? Does our principal not desire to reside in a better locale? Dai Mubai waved his hand, expressing his helplessness. Can we not lower the standards of the academy? I see a considerable number of people outside, Xiao Wu inquired, lacking understanding. Dai Mubai's lips curled into a smile. The principal had once stated, better to be selective than to settle for mediocrity, asserting that even if Shrek were to close its doors, they would never accept worthless individuals. Allow me to inform you of the graduation criteria of our academy. Each student must reach at least level 40 and attain the rank of Soul Master before the age of 20 to graduate. The academy has admitted a total of 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. All 14 of these graduates have become renowned figures globally. Among them, the most outstanding is currently serving as an elder in the Spirit Hall, holding authority second only to the Pope. The others who did not graduate either perished while hunting soul beasts prior to reaching level 40 or rendered themselves incapable through reckless training. At this point, Dai Mubai displayed a look of respect, clearly holding the principal in high esteem. We are fortunate to be studying here, Tang San smiled. For those with aspirations, challenging obstacles only serve to ignite their enthusiasm. Rigorous training cultivates both a resilient spirit and formidable abilities. The Ballot Kingdom once sought to sponsor us, on the condition that all Shrek graduates would serve them. The principal outright rejected the offer, and the matter nearly escalated into a conflict, Dai Mubai lamented. Tang San found it hard to believe that the rough-hewn middle-aged man who had hunted the 1,000-year soul ring alongside Luo and just a few years ago was now the principal of the school. What is wrong, Tang San? You appear perplexed, Dai Mubai remarked. It was the principal who assisted in obtaining Luo and 1,000-year soul ring. My teacher informed me of his identity, Tang San chuckled. No wonder, the principal has always valued talent highly. Dai Mubai gazed at Jiang Luoran, noting his extraordinary constitution. It is essential to understand that the ability to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring hinges on one's capacity to endure it. Jiang Luoran possesses immense strength yet remains unassuming. Who knows what else he has in reserve? This individual is not to be trifled with. Dai Mubai led them to an open area, Zhao Laoshi. I have brought the students. They have been excused from the second and third trials. A burly man approached, slightly shorter than Tang San, yet his muscles were astonishingly large. With fingers as thick as a rod. His eyes, though aged, sparkled with intensity. So it's you lot, Zhao Wujia spoke with a tongue-twisting manner. Casting a fierce glance at Jiang Luoran. I suddenly wish to alter the rules. I will personally assess your fourth trial. Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback. Did they know Zhao Laoshi? Judging by his demeanor, there seemed to be some animosity involved. Zhao Laoshi, this might not adhere to the regulations. Dai Mubai interjected on Jiang Luoran's behalf. What regulations? Shrek is a monster. Monsters abide by no rules, only a strict educational system and rigorous training objectives. Zhao Wujia erupted in a fit of unbridled rage. Mubai, you informed them of my information, allowing them to contemplate their strategies. Zhao Wujia, last time. I was nearly beaten to death by a willow tree. This time, I must unleash my fury. It's perfect for quenching my thirst for battle. You are in for quite a challenge. Zhao Laoshi seems to harbor a grudge against Luoran, thus seeking to duel with you. Dai Mubai refrained from elaborating further. Could he really claim that because of Jiang Luoran, they all had to face Zhao Wujia? Such words would lack team spirit. Moreover, Jiang Luoran's character certainly deserves loyalty. Chapter 36. Since it's caused by me, Part 1. Zhao Laoshi. Is he formidable? A soul emperor, perhaps? Xiao Wu pointed to the elderly man outside the village. If he were a soul emperor, I believe we wouldn't stand a chance against him. Zhao Wujia snorted coldly, tossing an unlit incense stick to the ground. You will only need to endure for the duration of a stick of incense, as long as at least one of you remains standing. I will permit your admission to the academy. Dai Mubai wore a bitter smile as he turned to Jiang Luoran and the others. Don't celebrate too soon. Zhao Laoshi is not a soul emperor. He is a soul saint of level 76. Jiang Luoran stepped forward, his martial soul being the mighty King Kong bear. Exhibiting no flaws, and he is a power-type soul master. Our only winning strategy is to stall him, exhausting that incense stick. After all, this predicament arose because of me. A soul saint? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances, speaking in unison. He looks rather young. How can he possess the strength of a soul saint? Tang San was even more astonished. Village Elder Jack often spoke of soul saints, and he never anticipated he would be fortunate enough to encounter one today. The last time he met was with Flanders, although he had seen Zhao Wujia. He had only witnessed him being beaten and nearly dying. It is crucial to recognize that a soul saint is a being who can traverse freely among millions of soldiers. Age? It hardly signifies anything, just like Luoran, Tang San, and their peers, who were indeed exceptional among their contemporaries. Dai Mubai continued. Zhao Laoshi is also known in the Soul Master community as the Unmoving King. The Unmoving King? Everyone was taken aback. For one must possess significant prowess to earn a title in the Soul Master realm. Such a prominent figure serving as a teacher here is simply overwhelming. Time is of the essence. Let us introduce ourselves. Tang San gathered everyone around. I am Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, a level 29. Second ring control type soul master. Xiao Wu. My martial soul is a rabbit, a level 29, second ring assault type battle soul master. Zhu Zhiqing. My martial soul is the nether cat. A level 27, second ring agility type soul master. Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, a level 26, second ring support type soul master. Jiang Luoran. My martial soul is the old tree root, a level 40, third ring control type soul master. The identity of Jiang Luoran is well known, and his soul rings and martial spirit have been witnessed by many. For now, I shall set aside my questions and inquire later, as the situation is rather peculiar and warrants consultation with my elders. Are you from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Tang San was filled with excitement at that moment. The teacher had mentioned that if one were to encounter a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in battle, they must be dealt with first. Moreover, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is renowned as the most powerful auxiliary martial spirit on the Douluo continent, a coveted ally on the battlefield. Don't look at me like that. Let us first address our current predicament. Ning Rongrong said shyly. My 2 soul rings provide enhancements in speed and strength. How much? Tang San inquired with a grave expression. Each attribute is enhanced by approximately 30%. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. Truly. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is highly sought after. As with each additional soul ring, an extra 10% enhancement is granted. This effectively disregards the soul power levels within the Douluo continent. However, the 7 treasure glazed tile school faces an unspoken challenge. They can only possess 7 soul rings throughout their lifetime. The battle strategy became clearer as the two control-type soul masters conferred on their tactics and formations. It is widely acknowledged that control-type soul masters are the soul of the team. Xiaowu and Xu Qing were to flank from the sides, avoiding direct confrontation. You are agility-type attackers, perfectly suited to counter Teacher Zhao. You should be able to escape freely. Jiang Luoran promptly directed the two agile attackers. Rong, stay behind. I will ensure your safety. Tang San turned to Jiang Luoran. I will take the lead, and you adapt as the situation unfolds. No, Brother San. I understand you are looking out for me, but this situation arose because of me. So I shall take the lead, Jiang Luoran insisted. The hardness of the bloodthirsty vine, alongside my combat skills and experience, is ideal for the offensive role. You, Brother San, are best suited to maneuver the battlefield. Luoran, you are simply flattering me. Tang San dismissed. In terms of combat awareness, they were nearly equal. His reluctance to let Jiang Luoran take risks was commendable. Tang San also had many trump cards, instilling confidence in his ability to shield his companion from calamity. Very well. Luoran shall lead the offense. Just be cautious, for this is a level 76 battle spirit. Tang San was not one to be overly rigid. He understood the need for decisive action. Rest assured, I will lead the charge. This is also Teacher Zhao's wish. Jiang Luoran declared as he stepped forward, bloodthirsty vine. With a resounding hum, dozens of purple and pink bloodthirsty vines surged from the ground, entwining around Jiang Luoran's form, resembling a solitary prince engulfed by enchanting tendrils. Purple, black. 3 soul rings illuminated. Zhao Wujie's lips curled in disdain, his gaze growing increasingly serious. He acknowledged that even he had never encountered someone like Jiang Luoran. Indeed, as Flander had said, this youth had shattered the norms of the Douluo continent. Upon their return from the soul-hunting forest, they had discussed this youth at length, but dared not speak too loudly for fear of attracting trouble. Although this youth had once bested him, such talent should never have led to his expulsion from Shrek Academy. The air thickened with soul power, enveloping the entire academy. It is important to note that this pressure came from 2,000-year soul rings and 1 10,000-year soul ring. The 7 treasures are renowned, bringing forth power. For beams of 7-colored light fell upon Jiang Luoran, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Qing. They instantly felt a refreshing warmth permeate their bodies, enhancing their strength. 7 treasure glazed tile school? Zhao Wujie's expression grew more animated. My Shrek Academy has fallen on hard times for years, yet today we welcome such promising talents. I am eager to see what strategy you devise. The 7 treasures are famed, granting speed anew. Another 4 beams of 7-colored light descended upon the group, their expressions transforming as they felt significantly lighter. They could sense the moment the light enveloped them, rejuvenating their organs and skin. Let us not delay any further. It will soon be dark, Zhao Wujie declared as he lunged towards Ning Rongrong to swiftly neutralize the auxiliary soul master. I will block, Jiang Luoran shouted, executing his cape punch. Coincidentally, Zhao Wujie had been eager to confront Jiang Luoran, and this time he intended to send him to the hospital. Without hesitation, he concentrated his fist's power and struck. In a stunning turn of events, although Zhao Wujie used only raw strength without soul power, it was far beyond what a soul master could withstand. Logically, the expected outcome would be that Jiang Luoran would be sent flying by a single blow. The collision of the 2 fists, one large and one small, produced a fierce clash, generating layers of white airwaves due to their immense power. Jiang Luoran harnessed his soul power. Before this embodiment of sheer strength, he had no choice but to engage or face a relentless barrage of blows. However, Zhao Wujie understood that a control-type soul master could not possibly possess such formidable might. Even the fiercely offensive Daimubai, upon unleashing his martial spirit, would falter against a single strike from him. Thus, let him endure a few more blows to ascertain the depths of his strength. Chapter 37. Let him fall because of me, Part 2. Boom. 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 The clash between Zhao Wujie and Jiang Luoran resounded with thunderous echoes. Waves of force emanating from their encounters, creating deep craters and fissures beneath their feet. It was inconceivable. This young boy, even with the augmentation of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, could not possibly match his ferocity. Zhao Wujie's expression grew numb, as a rank 76 battle soul saint. Even without his soul power, his strength was incomparable to that of a soul venerable. Once more, Zhao Wujie unleashed his fists, abruptly shifting his palms. This was where his true prowess lay. Upon sensing the opponent's imposing aura, Jiang Luoran withdrew his fist and lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick toward Zhao Wujie's iron palm. Jiang Luoran and Zhao Wujie simultaneously experienced a surge of immense power, causing their vital energy to surge tumultuously. As though a heavy stone were pressing down upon their chests, Jiang Luoran's feet tingled as her shoes disintegrated, causing her to retreat 5 steps before finally regaining her balance. Zhao Wujie's palm trembled as if struck by lightning. He was unable to withstand the force and stumbled back 4 steps, ultimately finding himself seated upon the recliner where he had rested moments before, allowing him to steady himself. Jiang Luoran was caught off guard as he solemnly gazed at Zhao Wujing, inwardly muttering, impressive. Zhao Wujing was utterly bewildered by the situation. Wasn't he a control-type soul master? How could he be fiercer than Daimubai? It seemed that control-type soul masters could even engage in dual combat now. A preliminary calculation indicated that the power behind that punch undoubtedly exceeded the strength of a level 40, even accounting for the enhancements from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The residual force could not possibly originate from Jiang Luoran, as he was a control type and should not possess such overwhelming offensive capabilities. After exchanging over a dozen punches and a probing kick, Zhao Wujing began to grasp some aspects of Jiang Luoran. Both the density of his bones and the resilience of his muscles had undergone specialized training. Defense, attack, speed, Jiang Luoran possessed them all. Not only was Zhao Wujing perplexed, but even Tang San and others could not comprehend the sheer force displayed, as Jiang Luoran was able to trade blows with the formidable level 70 immovable king. This was astonishing. Although Zhao Wujing had not activated his soul power, everyone was aware of it. Ning Rongrong glanced at the 7 treasure glazed tile tower in her hand. Perplexed, thinking perhaps her enhancements were excessively powerful. In truth, even Tang San and Xiao Wu were uncertain about where Jiang Luoran had cultivated his skills. They merely enjoyed sparring. And in Tang San's words, Jiang Luoran was quite peculiar, changing daily and becoming increasingly formidable. It was truly baffling. Although you are a control-type soul master, do you possess the strength of an attack type? Zhao Wujing pondered, realizing he had never encountered such comprehensive training resources. Even if Jiang Luoran were to retrain, he could not guarantee that the other party would achieve the current level of power. Therefore, it had to be specialized training. If it was specialized training, then his mentor must be a figure of high caliber, at least of the Title Douluo rank. Ning Rongrong was bewildered. So, it is indeed his own strength? Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, hidden in the shadows, recognized that Jiang Luoran's steadiness provided them with a greater opportunity for a sneak attack. Indeed, I have undergone specialized training. Jiang Luoran stepped forward, addressing Zhao Wujing. If you wish to strike against our support soul master, you must first contend with me. Very well. It is hard to imagine the trials you have endured to acquire such formidable strength, Zhao Wujing replied with growing interest. It seems I must take this seriously. With that, 7 soul rings began to rotate around Zhao Wujing's waist, emanating a terrifying pressure that shattered the ground beneath him and caused nearby structures to tremble as if they might crumble. Regardless, Flender hasn't yet paid me. Jiang Luoran steeled himself, summoning 3 purple-black soul rings that encircled him, an overwhelming sense of power washing over him, sharpening his mental clarity. This was the might of the soul rings, soon followed by the emergence of the power of a level 40 soul master. Though it could not rival Zhao Wujing's soul power fluctuations, it was sufficient to hold its ground. Blue silvergrass bind. Tang San flicked his wrist, unleashing a dozen strands of blue silvergrass that coiled around Zhao Wujing like constricting serpents, ensnaring him in a tight embrace. Bloodthirsty vines entwine. Jiang Luoran targeted various limbs and vital points, unleashing dozens of blood-red and purple vines that overwhelmed the blue silvergrass, fortifying their defense against Zhao Wujing. The hardness and control of both the blue silvergrass and the ancient tree roots made Zhu Zhuqing and the others break into a cold sweat. Indeed, they were all monsters. There was not a single ordinary person among them. The blue silvergrass and ancient roots had reached such an extraordinary level. Moreover, was it even possible for ancient roots to be so aesthetically pleasing? A deafening roar echoed from within the massive plant mass, signaling the activation of the first soul technique. The immovable king body. Boom. A burst of golden light erupted instantaneously, a wave of energy cascading outward, revealing Zhao Wujing's visage twisted with rage beneath the blue silvergrass, his eyes menacingly piercing, particularly the golden great bear of strength looming behind him, its mere gaze imposing an overwhelming pressure. As the blue silvergrass exploded, though the bloodthirsty vines bore slight cracks, they remained intact. Zhao Wujing was taken aback. Even after utilizing his first soul technique, the opponent's vines were still unscathed? Roar. Like a lion, Zhao Wujing scoffed, smashing through all the bloodthirsty vines with a single palm strike. Xiao Wu leaped into the air, dashing toward Zhao Wujing like an arrow loosed from a bow. Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, her pink high heels struck Zhao Wujing's face, throat, and temple 3 times, resonating with a powerful impact, though Zhao Wujing remained unmoved, wearing a look of amusement. Is that all the strength you possess, little girl? Zhao Wujing smiled. Then let me show you true power, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Twisting like a boneless serpent, wrapping her legs around Zhao Wujing's temples, her hands planted firmly on the ground, poised to launch him into the air. However, Zhao Wujing remained unfazed, maintaining his position, curious to see what tricks she would employ. Tang San flicked his wrist, sending a strand of blue silvergrass upwards to disrupt Zhao Wujing's footing, utilizing the paralysis toxin of the blue silvergrass to diminish his resistance. This blue silvergrass is remarkably resilient, Zhao Wujing remarked, even as he was carried away. With this, Zhao Wujing became susceptible to Xiao Wu's assault. With a powerful arch of her back, Xiao Wu aligned her strength, propelling Zhao Wujing away with a forceful kick. As Jiang Luoran observed Zhao Wujing soaring in the sky, he appeared to lack coordination. With a sudden leap, he propelled himself into the air, hastily delivering a punch to bring his opponent crashing down to the ground. Even in the most disconcerting heights, Zhao Wuji was not someone Jiang Luoran and his companions could easily subdue. He swung his right arm to block Jiang Luoran's left punch, retaliating with a fierce strike aimed at Jiang Luoran's temple. To Zhao Wuji's astonishment, Jiang Luoran, after executing his left punch, swiftly withdrew and transitioned his technique in midair, transforming his fist into a kick. Under normal circumstances, such agility would be beyond the capabilities of an average individual. It demanded extraordinary reflexes. With a resounding impact, Zhao Wuji was sent crashing into the ground, creating a 2-meter-wide crater, debris scattering and dust erupting, causing the entire village to tremble. A strike well executed. Zhu Zhuqing descended like a shadow, trailing a violet afterimage. Her black iron claws radiated an aura of chilling menace. Upon nearing Zhao Wuji, she swiftly sought out his weaknesses. With a flurry of movements, her claws danced like blades flashing in the night. Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew grave as her relentless assault, akin to a tidal wave, failed to inflict any damage upon Zhao Wuji, merely shredding his garments. Zhao Wuji stood amidst the dust, his countenance unchanged, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to unleash her fury upon him. Every technique she employed seemed futile against him. He resembled an indestructible iron mass, impervious to harm. With her second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws, Zhu Zhuqing's graceful form twisted through the air like a flowing ribbon, her yellow soul ring illuminating her newfound strength. If her earlier strikes had been akin to glimmering blades, the Phantom 100 Claws now resembled a torrential flood unleashing countless shards of stone. Possessing formidable penetrating power, Zhu Zhuqing, being a rational woman, decided to unleash her claws upon a single point, given Zhao Wuji's lack of defense. With a series of thunderous impacts, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. Realizing with horror that one of her claws was aimed directly at his vulnerable area, unforgivable. With a furious roar, he unleashed a shockwave that sent Zhu Zhuqing flying. Seizing the moment of Zhao Wuji's distraction, Tang Sen charged forward, employing his second soul skill, Ghostly Serpent Parasite. A thick, serpentine mass of red-blue-silver grass enveloped Zhao Wuji, while a silver sword appeared at Tang Sen's feet, thrusting towards Zhao Wuji's vulnerable area. Are you trying to ensure your own extinction? Zhao Wuji bellowed in fury, as the soul power of a soul sage erupted, shattering the blue-silver grass into fragments. The terrifying shockwave caught even Tang Sen off guard, sending him hurtling away. Humph! Let me teach you unruly brats a lesson, Zhao Wuji declared, effortlessly sending Xiao Wu flying with a palm strike and kicking Tang Sen aside. After exchanging several blows with Jiang Luoran, he no longer hesitated, launching him into the building across from them. The sheer power of a soul sage was overwhelming, its ferocity undeniable. Glancing at the unconscious Xiao Wu, the injured Tang Sen, and the dazed Zhu Zhuqing, he couldn't help but feel a pang of responsibility for the turmoil unfolding. Realizing the chaos stemmed from his actions, Jiang Luoran resolved to confront Zhao Wuji directly, leaping from the building and firmly planting his foot on the incense. Chapter 38. This battle is mine. Tang Sen, witnessing Xiao Wu's injuries, felt a sharp pang in his heart. He had vowed to protect her. But what if today, Zhao Wuji was their adversary? Could he still safeguard Xiao Wu? Dai Mubai cradled Zhu Zhuqing, while Ning Rongrong held Xiao Wu, both perplexed as they regarded Jiang Luoran. As the incense burned down to its halfway point, Jiang Luoran stamped it out with his foot. The awake individuals were left bewildered, unable to comprehend Jiang Luoran's intentions. Just as Tang Sen was about to act, pain surged through his wounds. Brother, please take care of Xiao Wu, Jiang Luoran called out, advancing towards Zhao Wuji. This battle is mine. Oh, what do you intend to do? Zhao Wuji responded, a mocking expression crossing his face. If a group could not defeat him, what hope did one individual have? One must weigh their aspirations for heroism carefully. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that, even if they pressed on, victory eluded them. The unconscious Xiao Wu, the frail Zhu Zhuqing, the soul power-depleted Ning Rongrong, and the injured Tang Sen, all were burdens he could not ignore. Since this predicament arose due to his actions, he would bear the consequences himself. Luoran, do not overexert yourself, Tang Sen cautioned, understanding Jiang Luoran's character, that he preferred to shoulder the responsibilities alone. Everything was poised to restart, and they were ready to fight. Jiang Luoran unclenched his fists. Jiang Luoran would certainly not be so arrogant as to engage in battle with the Soul Saint. That would be tantamount to courting death. However, while he harbored no illusions of certain victory, he felt confident that he could at least delay the opponent. Consuming the time of a single incense stick would suffice. With this thought, a sudden smile crossed Jiang Luoran's face. This was originally an act born of Tang Sen's fury, yet here he found himself undertaking it. And what of them? Zhao Wujia was, of course, referring to the incoming freshman. Jiang Luoran glanced behind him, remaining silent. If they disagreed, he could not represent them. Luoran, you should go for it. We are all teammates. Ning Rongrong was the first to speak. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, offering no further comments. Tang Sen turned to Jiang Luoran, stating, if you lose, we shall depart together. Jiang Luoran suddenly recalled a profound statement made by his master. one does not need to seek out formidable allies, but rather, one should find companions who can be relied upon in times of need. In a more pragmatic light, it could be said that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing have the option to venture elsewhere. Conversely, he, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, are left with no choice but to attend Songhui Academy. Upon reflection, the challenge is indeed formidable. Gaining entry into Shrek Academy requires enduring the scrutiny of a soul sage for the duration of an incense stick's burning throughout the entirety of Douluo continent. Such stringent prerequisites are likely unparalleled. Jiang Luoran turned his head, his expression resolute as he declared, "If I lose, we shall depart together." "Then let it be," he continued. "I am eager to witness how you endure beneath my hand for the duration of a stick of incense." Zhao Wuji's 7 soul rings illuminated brilliantly from top to bottom. To restrain under the onslaught of a soul sage, one must commit fully. Ultimately, the soul abilities must flow uninterrupted, executed at the highest caliber throughout. This, Jiang Luoran could achieve. With no reservations, he unleashed his 40th level soul power, the purple, and black rings lingering steadfastly at his waist. If Jiang Luoran's previous aura resembled a surging tide, his current soul power resembled an alluring swamp, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Come forth," Jiang Luoran advanced, each step fracturing the ground beneath him. "Then I shall indulge you." With the first soul ability, Immovable King Body, Zhao Wuji pondered that defeating his opponent too soon would diminish the thrill of the encounter. It was far more exhilarating to engage without the use of his martial soul. Jiang Luoran had long surmised that Zhao Wujie held him in disdain and would undoubtedly be the first to strike. He pivoted towards Zhao Wujie's rear and delivered a swift kick aimed at his vulnerable region. A strike to the crucial point. In this regard, Zhao Wujie could not possibly refrain from defending himself. The unmoved king, once set into motion, would unleash a formidable force. Enraged by the repeated targeting of this sensitive area, Zhao Wujie recalled that it was precisely this provocation that had previously ignited his fury, allowing him to sweep away all in his path. Zhao Wujie activated his second soul skill, the yellow glow of his second soul ring illuminating the air, Mighty Diamond Palm. He had awaited this moment. Jiang Luoran unleashed his first soul skill, creating something from nothing. As the violet soul ring radiated brilliance, the bloodthirsty vines in his grasp transformed into a purplish mist, vanishing into thin air. Before Zhao Wujie's palm strike could manifest, as golden light continued to surge, he found himself ensnared by over 30 bloodthirsty vines. Given the potency of a millennium-old soul skill, it was implausible for Zhao Wujie to extricate himself instantaneously. With a fierce glare, he persisted in releasing the mighty diamond palm. Jiang Luoran raised a colossal stone with both hands and sprinted towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. Was this not the same maneuver used previously when the willow tree had pursued him? Such audacity. It was time to show him a lesson. With a swift motion, Zhao Wuji unleashed a palm strike. A golden imprint of his hand erupted, clashing against over 30 intertwined tendrils of purple and pink bloodthirst. The impact resonated, shaking the earth and causing the village to tremble once more. Several instructors from the academy rushed out to ascertain the commotion. The shattered stone rained down upon the buildings, stirring up a cloud of dust, and even the teaching edifice succumbed to the onslaught. Was this a brawl or the demolition of the school? Dai Mubai could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, knowing that upon the return of the principal, a reprimand would surely follow. Humph. Did he think that such antics would render him invisible? Zhao Wuji seized Jiang Luoran by the tattered collar of his garment, proclaiming, "I've got you now, great strength palm." The golden imprint once again surged forth, aimed squarely at Jiang Luoran's face. In the aftermath of the strike, Zhao Wuji experienced a pang of regret. The force was excessive, would it not end in fatality? Yet, retraction was no longer an option. A hint of sorrow flickered across his visage. He had hoped for a promising contender, yet it turned out to be a mere sham. This is dire. Tang San and the others watched in horror as Jiang Luoran was ensnared, with the ferocious golden imprint hurtling towards his countenance. It was over. Anyone caught by Teacher Zhao had no chance of escape. Dai Mubai, typically not one to rush to conclusions, found himself uttering this grim observation. Bang! Jiang Luoran transformed into a swirling mist of purple smoke, dissipating into the air, her soul force vanishing like that of a specter. This was a soul skill. Even the most naive among the onlookers comprehended its significance. This was Jiang Luoran's soul skill. With the doppelganger present, one must wonder about the whereabouts of her true self. Not only the students, but even Zhao Wujin was taken aback, recognizing the prowess of this soul skill. A smile crept upon his lips, fueled by excitement. The greater the aptitude of the students, the more he relished their potential. Yet, where was her true form? Amidst the ruins of the collapsed building, Jiang Luoran was illuminated by the glow of her second soul ring, a sneer gracing her lips. This was far from over. The violet smoke enveloped Zhao Wujin completely, from his calves to his armpits, from his back to his wrists, and from his head to his heels. The blood fiend vines surged forth like an unrelenting tide, ensnaring Zhao Wujin entirely, specifically targeting his acupoints to prevent any premature escape. But what of it? This was merely a game of restraint. Zhao Wujin began to struggle, and indeed, the blood fiend vines were remarkably tenacious. This soul skill represented the fusion of the first and second soul skills. while its function remained unchanged, both the soul force and its quantity had been altered. Jiang Luoran's cold smile betrayed her confidence. This was the final blow. Jiang Luoran lifted the building and hurled it towards Zhao Wuji's head. Following this, he leaped forward, executing the Kuanping strike. Utilizing his fifth soul skill, gravitational compression, Zhao Wuji stomped his right foot fiercely. From his center, an expansive area of several meters transformed into a realm of darkness. The bloodthirsty vines shattered, gradually crushed by the overwhelming force of gravity, annihilated. With a mighty shout, Zhao Wuji's unleashed a punch that obliterated the building. Under the weight of my gravitational compression, no one could move freely. Bang! Jiang Luoran descended in a straight line, his entire being resembling a majestic Kuanping, effortlessly gliding through the air. With arms outstretched, a torrent of white winds erupted, howling fiercely, an overwhelming force surging forth. Indeed, the reason he hurled the building was merely to stir up dust, obscuring the vision of all observers, concealing the presence of his second martial soul. As for Zhao Wuji's fifth soul skill, gravity compression, Jiang Luoran chose to disregard it entirely. Subjected to hellish training daily, how could he possibly falter? The inertia, his innate strength, the coordinated angles, the wind's force and velocity, all conditions of his martial soul converged into one. Kuanping strike. Crack. At the sound, Zhao Wuji could only recall a blinding white light, tumultuous and grand, embodying a sense of expansive vigor. The sound of shattering echoed, marking the destruction of his soul skill. Zhao Wuji's right fist collided with the white light. Moments ago, he had been unleashing his soul skill. Now, with no time to wield his soul power for defense, he was left to rely solely on the raw strength of his body. The impact of their fists met, forcing Zhao Wuji to stagger back several dozen steps. His fist trembling and his right arm numb, clearly indicating the significant force of the blow. Chapter 39. Exquisite Tactics. Jiang Luoran dispersed his martial soul, knowing full well that defeating Zhao Wuji in a single strike was unrealistic. His second soul skill, Shadow Follow, activated. Two identical Jiang Luorans charged simultaneously toward Zhao Wuji's front and back, both launching punches. Humph! Do you only dare lurk behind me? Zhao Wuji channeled his soul power, convinced the figure at his rear was the real Jiang Luoran. Without hesitation, he struck with a palm. The Jiang Luoran behind him dissolved into violet mist, clearly an illusion. Zhao Wuji refused to believe it. He couldn't possibly fail to detect the opponent's true form. Impossible. What was happening? Was this some trickery? Or had his own mind begun to falter? Jiang Luoran transformed his fist into a palm. Indeed, I was just behind you moments ago. But what if a person's speed could be so swift as to allow them to exchange positions within the span of a single second? The third soul skill, Blood Fiend's Demon Prison. The black soul ring shimmered, emanating an aura of terrifying pressure. Are you suggesting that your speed can surpass the interval of my strike? Zhao Wuji's pupils dilated. A mass of blood-red vines enveloped him, obscuring all light. What manner of speed permits one to traverse within the confines of their own attack? Does he not fear the fatal risk of a miscalculation? Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, merciless palm strikes descended upon him. Jiang Luoran would not relinquish his most vital attribute, speed. He now focused his assault solely on Zhao Wuji's abdomen, employing the modified technique of the wind cloak, known as the cloak palm, whose power could be deemed unparalleled at this moment. Hundreds of palms surged forth, creating a tempest that shattered Zhao Wuji's protective barrier and struck at his corporeal form. The collective control skill of the 10,000-year spirit ring proved to be astonishingly formidable. Daimobai could hardly believe that such a seemingly delicate vine could ensnare teacher Zhao entirely. Tang San and Shao were well aware that Jiang Luoran possessed a third spirit ring, and it was indeed of 10,000-year caliber, though they had never witnessed him unleash it. This individual was excessively understated. Tang San pondered that perhaps he himself had also been overly reserved. Within this blood fiend magic prison, there loomed an atmosphere reminiscent of a murky swamp, accompanied by an insidious allure that sought to usurp the flesh of mankind. A swamp-like pull? Zhao Wuji finally comprehended the entirety of the situation. From the outset, Jiang Luoran had been orchestrating his involvement. This third spirit skill was not the ultimate move but had been activated from the very beginning. Thus, if everything was indeed rational, the crux of the matter likely lay in the impending danger zone. With the unmoving king body, the mighty Vajra palm, and gravitational compression, Zhao Wuji could no longer afford to remain passive. The blood fiend vines, akin to small mountains, transformed into layers of purple mist, rapidly dispersing as the ground collapsed inch by inch, with trees and debris flying chaotically. From within emanated a myriad of golden rays, threatening to erupt this place. The soul power intertwined with the air surge with each passing moment. Jiang Luoran directed his final strike towards Zhao Wuji's abdomen, executing a swift backflip that suspended his body in midair. His second soul skill, Shadow of the Pursuer, manifested as the ancient tree root soul beast emerged from the ground, striking true beneath Zhao Wuji. A resounding hum echoed as the tree roots spread like a deluge, disrupting Zhao Wuji's three soul skills and ensnaring him, propelling him skyward. Was his second soul skill merely a duplication? Ning Rongrong found herself increasingly perplexed. This was a replication soul ring, a rarity indeed, as Dai Mubai, well versed in such matters, recognized its exceptional nature. Moreover, This soul ring, in conjunction with Luoran's profession, would yield even greater efficacy. What was amiss? Zhao Wuji felt as though his strength was being siphoned away, leaving him somewhat feeble. After all, the mere ancient tree roots should not have been sufficient to unsettle him. It was also peculiar that Zhao Wuji had not released his soul power in advance, otherwise, he would not have been caught off guard. Had I not mentioned that the Blood Fiend magic prison was merely a group control skill? Jiang Luoran descended from the air, executing a role that brought him before the ancient tree roots. The Blood Fiend magic prison not only triggers control effects but also influences one's constitution, emotional state, and combat fervor, even siphoning the energy of the restrained. Though the energy drained was modest, it was the subtle synergy that proved advantageous. I am the immutable king. Impervious to temptation, Zhao Wuji declared, bewildered. I know full well that you cannot be corrupted by darkness. Thus, I have focused all effects on draining your vitality. Jiang Luoran replied, climbing the ancient tree roots, a sly smile gracing his lips. The fragrant incense was nearing its end. This declaration further astonished the onlookers. Could his third soul ring also manipulate attributes against different opponents? This was akin to a living soul skill. Bang! Jiang Luoran delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Wujia's face. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujia was struck squarely on his right eye, instantly turning his complexion a vivid shade of crimson. Recognizing the splendid opportunity, Jiang Luoran refused to relent. With a swift motion of his waist complementing the strength of his shoulder, he unleashed another devastating blow, targeting the same eye once more. This was excessive. Zhao Wujia, summoning his strength with determination, transformed his soul power into a swirling vortex of golden energy that radiated outward, shattering the ancient roots around him inch by inch. Jiang Luoran ensnared Zhao Wuji's lower leg with both hands, delivering a sudden and forceful kick to his left knee, simultaneously exerting pressure downward. Locking his elbow against his opponent's neck. No matter how formidable one may be, one cannot alter the sensitivity of their physical faculties. Zhao Wuji felt a tingling sensation in his knee, his balance once again compromised. Jiang Luoran achieved his objective, propelling Zhao Wuji towards the ground, where debris flew and the earth trembled, revealing a 3-meter-wide gaping chasm before the onlookers. Amidst the swirling dust, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed. As Jiang Luoran straddled Zhao Wuji, his fist raining down like hammers with relentless force. Zhao Wuji, momentarily dazed, bore bruises of varying hues upon his face. Enough. From the start, Zhao Wuji had underestimated the situation. By refraining from utilizing his soul power and falling prey to Jiang Luoran's cunning, he inevitably faced dire consequences. Even if Zhao Wuji had merely activated his soul power without employing any soul techniques, he would not have been subjected to such a beating. Jiang Luoran contemplated scooping up some soil to stuff into his mouth. Since Zhao Wuji had suggested letting it go, he refrained from provoking him further and hastily retreated. How humiliating. This was truly a moment of disgrace. Moreover, the entire faculty and student body were watching. Oscar, come here, Daimubai communicated through his soul power. Shortly thereafter, a man with graying hair and a bushy beard appeared, holding 2 roasted sausages, his demeanor exuding a lack of vitality. What's wrong, Big Dai? Upon seeing so many beautiful women, he instantly perked up, only to then notice the disheveled Zhao Wuji. Who are you? How did you end up in our academy? Zhao Wuji glared menacingly. Come to class tomorrow for practical training. Even Oscar, despite his simplicity, recognized Zhao. Teacher Zhao, I'm an auxiliary system soul master. I don't require practical training. Can't an auxiliary master contend against a strong attack-type soul master? Zhao Wuji abruptly snatched the sausage from Oscar's hand and shoved it into his mouth. No tardiness allowed. Huh, what on earth is this? Oscar grimaced as he watched Zhao Wuji stride away, casting a bitter glance at Daimubai. Is our teacher Zhao lacking in wits again? What nonsense is he spouting? You won't be able to attend practical training tomorrow, Jiang Luoran remarked while munching on Oscar's sausage, then glanced at Zhao Wuji's departing figure. Teacher Zhao, no matter who calls you tonight, do not go out. Zhao Wuji walked away with an air of nonchalance, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. Why is everyone so peculiar? Oscar decided not to delve deeper. After all, only a madman could understand another madman. Chapter 40. The Evil Fire Phoenix. Following the intense midday battle, Jiang Luoran and his companions were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Wuji, unwilling to linger any longer, refrained from engaging in further conversation and departed. As he left, he caught sight of Xiao Xian standing in place with an iron pot, laughing at him. Zhao Wuji harbored resentment, vowing to arrange a comprehensive practical class for both teachers and students in the future, where he would unleash his formidable presence and see who dared to speak out again. The fiery glow of the evening sunset streamed into the dilapidated boys' dormitory. Jiang Luoran awoke in a daze, only to find Tang San standing by his bedside. You're awake? Tang San gestured toward a plate on the table, which held a sausage. This is from Xiao Ao for you. Thank you, Jiang Luoran said as he seized the sausage and bit into it. The meat-based martial soul greatly aided his self-repair. Moreover, it was quite palatable. Luoran, can you actually eat this? Tang San asked, astonished. He had heard from Daimubai about the sausage's history. The reason he had served it to Jiang Luoran earlier was that Oscar had put his heart into it and wanted to check if Jiang Luoran would eat it first. In any case, he was going to consume it regardless of any incantations associated with it. Jiang Luoran waved his hand dismissively. He had experienced hunger before. During training, he couldn't even drink water. However, after training, Feng Lingo would return with a large assortment of meat. About that, Tang San hesitated momentarily. Let us return to the main topic. How's your injury? Do you require any special treatment? After all, you faced off against Teacher Zhao, a soul saint, directly. That must have been overwhelming. I was utilizing my soul abilities the entire time, consuming the highest energy throughout. Now that I've eaten the sausage, I'm fine. Jiang Luoran indicated that he needed no further assistance. Brother San, do you have something troubling you? I always feel as though I am ensnared in a fog. Tang San replied, furrowing his brow. And about Xiao Wu, I feel a great deal of remorse today. There's no need for that. If it were you in my position today, taking on Teacher Zhao would be entirely feasible, Jiang Luoran remarked, as if recalling something. You are only 12 years old. There is a long journey ahead of you. Don't become too entrenched in this moment. But I still cannot accept it. Tang San's expression morphed into one of distress. Jiang Luoran realized that Tang San had developed feelings for Xiao Wu. Otherwise, he would not behave in such a manner. Had she perhaps been too zealous in fostering their relationship? Jiang Luoran gazed up at the dim sky and suddenly recalled that Zhao Wuji was destined to face a calamity this evening. No. It should be termed as a disaster of monumental proportions. Whether he could withstand the impending blows depended solely on whether Zhao Wuji heeded his counsel. In truth, Tang Hao was also reminded of the sight of Xiao Wu and Tang San, much like he in the late Ayin, being pursued by the spirit hall. Feeling utterly powerless to protect Tang Ayin, which fueled his ire towards Zhao Wuji. Nevertheless, in the aftermath, Tang Hao imparted some knowledge to Zhao Wuji, encompassing techniques befitting power-oriented soul masters. He even entrusted his own son to them. Degu, let me tell you, the last place we visited had an exceptionally fine figure. And the voice was delightful as well, I assure you. What, you doubt me? We frequently go there, you know. Oh, when did you become so hesitant? I simply asked if you're going out tonight. I can guarantee that you won't be able to resist once you see her. This is the boys' dormitory. The soundproofing is rather inadequate. Moreover, Jiang Luoran's altercation with Zhao Wuji caused considerable damage to several buildings, including that 1-meter-tall teaching block that stood in the way. Some remarks could even be overheard by the girls' dormitory across the way. Hey, fatty, don't spout nonsense. I have never been there. You can't just throw accusations like that. Dai Mubai's anxious voice rang out. All right, you are pure and untainted, the pristine young master Dai. How is it that just one day apart? You seem like a completely different person. Was it not you who always clamored to go? Now that people are waiting for you, you choose not to go. Well, I shall indulge myself tonight. Can you possibly be any louder? Do you wish for the girls' dormitory to hear you? If you are going, then go quickly. Make yourself scarce. Is it not that I am a bit short on funds lately and thought to borrow some from you, young master Dai? Moreover, Sui Hua is still waiting for me back in the village. I must see her first. Jiang Luoran did not need to guess. She was well aware that the commotion outside was caused by Ma Hongjun, a senior from Shrek Academy. However, such chaotic thoughts were not something she dared to entertain. Where could one find women in the dead of night? Now, he was off to the village entrance to find his girlfriend, Sui Hua. This was a complicated affair. Everyone possesses a darker side. Yet after transgressions, we must endure the bitter fruits of our past actions. Just as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing remained at odds due to such matters, Ma Hongjuan's fate was even more tragic. He had lived his entire life unmarried. Even upon achieving godhood, he remained eternally separated from his beloved. If you dare to mention these matters in my presence again, you shall face my wrath, he declared. All right. The pristine and noble young master Dai, since you've paid, your word is law. Luoran observed that Tang San did not quite comprehend the situation. Is there a dispute among classmates? It's nothing, third brother. Men will inevitably reach a breaking point, Jiang Luoran replied as she rose from the bed, suddenly sensing something amiss. Third brother, where is Xiao Wu? She and Rong Rong are taking a stroll at the village entrance. They mentioned wanting to familiarize themselves with the area since they will be enrolling here soon, Tang San remarked, oblivious to any underlying issues. That's bad news. That chubby guy is surely going to get beaten. Jiang Luoran stretched languidly. Come, third brother, let me take you to see a play. A play? I'm utterly perplexed. There are hardly any villagers here. Who would perform? At the village entrance, a cacophony erupted. Young lady, mind your own business. Sui Hua loves me. Ma Hongjun, with his wild red hair and stout frame, shouted. You scoundrel, you bully this girl. My sister Xiao Wu cannot stand by idly. What will you do about it? Xiao Wu stood her ground, tugging at Sui Hua, who was dressed in plain attire. Hongjun, please stop arguing. We are simply not meant for each other. I implore you to cease your pursuit. I have come to bid you farewell today. Look, even she says so. Why do you persist? I feel embarrassed for you. Xiao Wu asserted, holding Rong Rong's hand with righteous indignation. Don't cause me trouble. If you don't understand the situation, refrain from speaking out of turn, Ma Hongjun retorted. Growing agitated. My sister Xiao Wu will not let this go. She is ready to fight. Xiao Wu's fists were clenched, ready for confrontation. Do not harm Hongjun, please. Do not harm him. Just leave. Sui Hua's complexion flushed as she pleaded, It's not as you imagine. I simply cannot bear it. I am unworthy of Hongjun. Suehua, Suehua. Do not leave. Upon seeing Suehua flee, Ma Hongjun's expression soured, pointing an accusing finger at Xiaowu. This is all you're doing. Why stir up trouble? What is this nonsense about bullying virtuous women in broad daylight? I have never encountered such shamelessness before. Xiaowu declared defiantly. Come on, Sister Xiaowu. I will make you submit today. She unleashed her soul power, aiming a punch at Ma Hongjun's face. Ning Rongrong believed Xiaowu was merely putting on a brave front. But to her astonishment, the confrontation escalated. She quickly stepped aside, ready to activate the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda if needed. What if she is beautiful? Today, I will drag you to my side. Ma Hongjun bellowed, raising his fist to meet Xiaowu's delicate punch. Luoran, should we intervene? Tang San asked. His demeanor cold as he drew a silent dart from his sleeve. Third brother, that red-haired fellow is also a member of Shrek. Moreover, Xiaowu can undoubtedly overpower him. If it comes to it, we can join in. Jiang Luoran had brought Tang San over to show him the caliber of Shrek Academy students, allowing him to acclimatize. As he would eventually become a tactical master, she decided they would hold back for now. Despite the texts indicating Xiaowu could defeat Ma Hongjun, uncertainties loomed, and she wanted to ensure Tang San's peace of mind, watching closely to prevent any unforeseen mishaps befalling Xiaowu. Jiang Luoran adeptly harnesses his prescient awareness, ensuring that no grave mistakes occur. Bang! Ma Hongjun and Xiaowu exchanged blows, both retreating with expressions of confusion. You are a soul master too? He inquired. Indeed. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of Sister Xiaowu. With a graceful leap, Xiaowu propelled herself into the air, launching towards Ma Hongjun with the speed of an arrow. A wicked smile crept upon Ma Hongjun's lips as he regarded Xiaowu, a desire to seize her rising within him. Rather than retreating, he advanced, his hands reaching out towards her. Surprisingly, despite his stout stature, his movements were anything but sluggish. Chapter 41. The chain of devastation. Upon seizing Xiaowu's delicate fist, Ma Hongjun's expression gradually soured. He had never anticipated that such a petite girl could possess such formidable strength. Typically unscathed, Ma Hongjun took a step back, releasing his grip as he plotted a sneak attack. However, he was unprepared for Xiaowu's remarkable agility. She clung to him like a silken cloth, her body coiling around his. Realizing that close combat was not his forte, Ma Hongjun bent his legs, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, rendering Xiaowu powerless to counter him. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Xiaowu swiftly retreated to avoid potential harm. This was precisely what Ma Hongjun had been waiting for. His body ignited in flames, and a yellow soul ring materialized. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, he exclaimed, leaping from the ground and unleashing a frenzied stream of fiery energy towards Xiaowu. She quickly deduced the nature of her adversary's abilities and dodged to the sides. Yet the fiery line seemed to possess a tracking mechanism, following her every move. Scorch marks began to mar her skin, and her pink shoes caught fire. This diverged significantly from the original narrative. Had not Ma Hongjun always cherished beautiful girls? Jiang Luoran and Tang San exchanged glances, and in an instant, they transformed into streaks of meteors, hurtling downward. Bang! A sudden, solid object intercepted the fiery assault. Was there someone else? Ma Hongjun, brimming with confidence, believed no one could withstand his Phoenix Fire line, and he unleashed it with even greater ferocity. Who cared about the identity of his opponent? If he were to eliminate them, it would merely be due to their own weakness. Buzz! The fierce flames surged forth like a torrential river, possessing not only an exceedingly high temperature, but also formidable impact. Jiang Luoran stood resolutely, wielding a shield forged from blood-fiend vines, unwavering in her stance. Luoran. Xiaowu had yet to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a blue figure emerged, moving with ghostly agility. Tang San appeared with commanding presence, teleporting beside Ma Hongjun, executing the technique Xian Yu hand, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Tang San's hand transformed into a jade hue, exuding an almost imperceptible chill. He seized Ma Hongjun's face with a firm grip, tightening his wrist skillfully, compressing Ma Hongjun's visage before lifting it effortlessly. The scene appeared rather comical, with Ma Hongjun resembling an irate fire rooster, expressing discontent with the heavens as he furiously spewed flames. Particularly amusing was the expression on his face. You all. Ma Hongjun sensed the situation was amiss and hastily retracted his first soul skill, preparing to flee. How could Jiang Luoran allow him to escape? Speed was his forte. With a burst of energy, he leaped effortlessly to the side of Ma Hongjun, suggesting a friendly sparring session among brothers. In an instant, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Ma Hongjun flying. Tang San let out a cold chuckle, coordinating with Jiang Luoran for a seamless relay. With a deft roll, he soared to Ma Hongjun's side, raising his fist to strike towards his opponent's face. Ma Hongjun, caught off guard by the force of the blow, toppled to the ground. Truth be told, he was momentarily dazed from the impact. Jiang Luoran crouched low in a lunge stance, fists resting on his hips. With a sudden explosive push of his legs, boom, he launched himself like a cannonball, striking Ma Hongjun square in the face once more. Before Tang San could even land from his descent, he swooped down and seized Ma Hongjun by the throat. while Jiang Luoran yanked at his thigh. Together, they hurled Ma Hongjun into the ground, following up with a flurry of punches that left his face swollen and bruised beyond recognition. Likely even his own mother wouldn't recognize him now. Ma Hongjun had to admit, this was perhaps the most brutal beating he had ever endured in his life. Ning Rongrong had witnessed Jiang Luoran's ferocity before, but this level of combat prowess was almost inhuman. And Tang San? Just as ruthless, holding nothing back in a fight. Are they going to kill him? Ning Rongrong whispered anxiously to Xiao Wu. I don't know, maybe they thought I was in danger, so they went all out? Xiao Wu murmured, her gaze fixed on the massive dust-filled crater ahead. Still, being protected like this left a warm, sweet feeling in her heart. Boom. The ground split apart as Ma Hongjun's body slammed into the fissure, his eyes rolling back, foam bubbling from his mouth as he gasped raggedly. Never in his life had he been beaten like this. Never had anyone treated him with such relentless, unyielding force. It was like a merciless barrage, leaving no room for recovery. Had they not held back, he might not have survived. Hongjun! Hongjun! Cui Hua cried out, rushing forward to help him up. Who are you people? Why would you do this to him? She had regretted her earlier harsh words, and, hearing the commotion of battle, hurried back. As an ordinary girl, she couldn't help but admire a soul master, especially one willing to marry her. Sure, he was a bit of a flirt, but she didn't feel cheated. After all, in the Douluo continent, even the lowest-ranked soul warriors held noble status. The only thing she couldn't handle was that aspect. She simply felt unworthy of a soul master's attention. Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. He was harassing you just now. We were helping you. Am I late? Dai Mubai arrived, taking in Ma Hongjun's battered state and immediately understanding the situation. Tang San, Luoran, calm down. He is also a student at Shrek Academy. What? Ning Rongrong finally understood why this place was called Shrek. It was full of bizarre people, even a kid who tried to force himself on common girls. At this age, were they even still boys or already men? Jiang Luoran chose not to voice his thoughts. Indeed, he had been rather heavy-handed earlier. Let me explain, Dai Mubai began. Adjusting his head, this is Ma Hongjun, the third member of Shrek Academy. His martial soul is the evil fire phoenix, which is exceptionally unique. Consequently, he possesses an irresistible desire towards women. Dai Mubai endeavored to phrase his words delicately. As for Cui Hua, you have misunderstood her. She simply cannot endure being with Ma Hongjun, which often leads to their quarrels, a commonplace occurrence. Upon hearing this, aside from Jiang Luoran, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong displayed expressions of disbelief. Such a martial soul exists? A desire so potent? This is alarming. Particularly, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong instinctively took several steps back, fearing their appearances might be scrutinized by him. The thought of having to share classes with such an individual, wondering if he would incessantly dwell on them, was unsettling. It's not the thief one fears, but the thief's obsession. Dai, is this truly the case? Tang San asked, taken aback. Indeed. Dai Mubai gestured dismissively. There is no alternative. Ma Hongjun is hardly behaving like a person right now. His face is swollen to several centimeters in height, and his already small eyes are nearly obscured. His entire red attire is tattered, marred by numerous bruises. Ma Hongjun could not allow himself to lose face in front of his woman. He felt compelled to retaliate. The flames of desire continued to rise within him, affecting not only his intimate urges but also his temper. Calm down, fatty, Dai Mubai cautioned, restraining Ma Hongjun to prevent impulsive actions. His concern was not for Ma Hongjun's wrath but rather for his own safety from further beatings. Dai, this is a matter between men. You need not interfere, Ma Hongjun asserted staunchly from his masculine standpoint, unwilling to yield regardless of the circumstances. Hongjun, cease this. Let us go. Cui Hua urged. Cui Hua, do not concern yourself with this. Tonight, I shall not go out. I will visit your home. Ma Hongjun mistakenly believed that she was reconciling with him. His spirits lifted. After all, being with her cost him nothing. Jiang Luoran and Tang San were astonished. Such unbridled passion. Even after being beaten to such a state, they still had the energy for amorous affairs. Let's settle this according to Shrek Academy's rules. Jiang Luoran stepped forward. Today's matter must come to an end. The rule of Shrek Academy is that there are no rules. Second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. Ma Hongjun flicked his wrist, sending a fiery bird soaring toward Jiang Luoran. Bring it on. Jiang Luoran summoned strands of bloodvine, swiftly wrapping them around himself before charging toward the flaming avian. Boom. An explosion erupted instantly, sending waves of fire surging like tidal waves 100 meters high. The sheer intensity of the heat was unparalleled, a rarity in this world. 2 waves of bloodvine had already burned away, and now a third was being consumed. Yet Jiang Luoran remained expressionless. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the charred vines and escaped the inferno. You're right. Shrek Academy's rule is that there are no rules, Jiang Luoran sneered. Why should I confront your blazing phoenix head-on? Who are you? Ma Hongjun frowned in confusion. From Sylvan Academy? Chapter 42, Whales in the Night Fatty, their new students. Dai Mubai interjected, pulling Ma Hongjun back. This one is Jiang Luoran, already a 3-ringed soul elder at level 40. The one behind him is Tang San, a 2-ringed great soul master at level 29. Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong. At level 40, he could graduate after obtaining his next soul ring. Are you sure he's only 12? Ma Hongjun stared as if witnessing something inhuman. The world is vast, full of surprises. Then again, if Ma Hongjun knew the truth of their martial souls, perhaps he wouldn't be so shocked. His understanding of waste martial souls was, after all, quite profound. Dai Mubai shrugged helplessly. Hongjun, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Suewa's voice was resolute. This is truly goodbye. We were never suited for each other. Suewa. Please, Ma Hongjun's face twisted in anguish. As if enduring the cruelest highs and lows of life. Dai Mubai nudged Ma Hongjun's waist with his elbow and whispered, Fatty, still going out tonight? Right on his wound. Ah, boss Dai, be gentle. Ma Hongjun rubbed his bloodied injury. Not tonight. All my fire's been drained. Go by yourself if you want. Rare indeed, Fatty. Dai Mubai slung an arm over Ma Hongjun's shoulder, but the latter, with a mournful expression, shook him off and trudged toward the boys' dormitory alone. Ugh. You boys are impossible. Xiao Wu huffed, standing behind Tang San. Rongrong, let's go. Let us hurry. Ning Rongrong tugged Xiao Wu's hand. You wouldn't believe it, this morning. Some gray-haired man, the one with the sausage martial soul, kept staring at me like he wanted to see right through me. Tang San exchanged a glance with Jiang Luoran before following the two girls out. Boss Dai, let us head back too. Jiang Luoran pondered for a moment. Tonight? I'm bolting the door shut. Why? Dai Mubai assumed Jiang Luoran felt unsafe. Don't worry. This place may look shabby, but even the weakest instructor is at least a level 60 Soul Emperor. No one would dare cause trouble. No. I'm worried someone might start wailing in the middle of the night and wake you all up. Jiang Luoran met Dai Mubai's gaze, and for a moment, the two locked eyes in silent understanding. Zhao Wuji, get out here. Ah, Your Eminence. To what do we owe? Boom. 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 A shockwave like a bursting mountain flood engulfed Shrek Academy. The thunderous roar, deep as a war drum, reverberated through the entire village. And then, the relentless, earth-shaking booms continued. Jiang Luoran was jolted awake, his expression one of exasperation, as he had already warned against venturing outside. Why engage in self-destructive behavior? The following dawn, the 8 members of Shrek Academy stood in formation on the playground, lined up neatly. The pitiful Zhao Wujie stood at the center, a target of ridicule from the other academies. Uncle Oscar, do you think our academy has any soul masters of the Soul Douluo level? Xiao inquired eagerly, recalling something. Call me sausage vendor, Oscar, he replied, ruffling his hair. Do you think Soul Douluo are as common as cabbages? There are hardly more than 100 across the continent. As for Title Douluo, there are only around 10 combined from both continents. They are not easily encountered. Xiao Wu's expression softened with relief. That is good. That is good. She had assumed that the teachers here possessed extraordinary qualifications, leading her to believe that there might be Soul Douluo level masters among them. A piercing sound echoed as a blue-winged owl descended, and Flander landed, dispersing his martial spirit and adjusting his worn attire. The principal has arrived. Dai Mubai called to silence the crowd. Flander surveyed the new students, cleared his throat, and announced, This year, we welcome 5 new students to Shrek. Your presence here signifies that you understand the Academy's rules. You cannot train according to ordinary standards. At Shrek, we will forge you into true monsters. His words were refreshingly novel, filling the hearts of the audience with anticipation. Wujie stepped forward. Flander instructed Zhao Wujie to commence the first lesson, intensifying the training regimen. Can't you see the newcomers are better than before? Zhao Wujie's eyes gleamed mischievously, though the forced smile tugged at his injuries, causing him pain. Gather around. It's time to allocate training. Seeing this, Oscar burst into laughter. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, as support-type soul masters, what should you focus on training? Zhao Wujie queried sternly. Targeting them first. Endurance, he stated. You must possess ample stamina and abundant soul power to assist your teammates. Oscar had learned this well. Incorrect. I discovered something yesterday. Support-type soul masters require not only stamina but also combat prowess, Zhao Wujie asserted, clenching his fist. Combat prowess? Oscar was taken aback, bewildered by Zhao's revelation. Exactly. Now, you and Ning Rongrong will run 30 laps around the village. No, 50 laps. No, we must add more until you nearly collapse, then return to practice moving stones. Zhao Wujie ordered, sending them off. Ning Rongrong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had never encountered such an eccentric teaching method. Oscar weakly gestured for Ning Rongrong to keep up. Mubai, you need not attend today's practical lesson due to your physical condition, Zhao Wujie remarked, adjusting his waist. Still sore from the previous day's exertions. Luoran and the others lift those massive stones and practice repeatedly. Each one weighs over 100 pounds. Luoran, you are special. I have prepared a stone weighing over 1,000 pounds just for you. Begin. Zhao Wujie smirked. Tang San has a father. He cannot be provoked. But you, there are no exceptions. Jade must be carved to become a gem. 1,000 pounds. Jiang Luoran scoffed. What is so difficult about that? Additionally, I have 2 more announcements. In a few days, specialists will arrive to instruct you in training. You all have practice tonight, so conserve your energy. Flander said as he turned to leave. Dinner will be prepared by Xiao Xian. To train monsters, one must do so in the most formidable environments. The Great Spirit Arena is the only choice, allowing them to combat adults. Jiang Luoran seized a 1,000-pound iron stone with ease, akin to a spirit beast roaming the earth, and pursued Oscar. This spectacle astonished everyone, even Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were left bewildered. They were aware that Jiang Luoran had been training in secrecy, yet the specifics remained unknown to them. This demonstrated the intensity of Jiang Luoran's usual training regimen. Zhao Wujie initially intended to humble Jiang Luoran to bolster his own reputation, but the latter effortlessly hoisted over 1,000 pounds of iron stone as if it were mere cotton, running with it as well, intensifying his own training. This signified, in essence, Teacher Zhao, your training is far too simplistic. I feel it necessitates enhancement and augmentation. Such an act was surely intended to provoke frustration in Zhao. Upon witnessing Jiang Luoran racing towards them, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were left dumbfounded. Was this truly how he had always trained? Chapter 43, Soto Grand Seoul Arena. It was time to depart. Flander and Zhao Wujie led the way, signaling the students to follow. Are we going outside to learn? Xiao Wu questioned, puzzled. Is it to engage in combat? It was indeed to the Soto Grand Seoul Arena, with Dai Mubai being the first to follow. Having arrived at the academy earliest, he was well acquainted with the dean's temperament. Flander nodded, affirming, indeed, we are heading to the Soto Grand Seoul Arena. I have told you, you are all extraordinary. Conventional training will not suffice. Real combat is the most effective means of honing one's abilities. Through each perilous encounter and every trial, one can only grow stronger. Tang San and the others were unaware of what the Soto Grand Seoul Arena represented. Yet Ning Rongrong was fully aware. It was a place where danger lurked, often filled with individuals missing limbs and facing grave injuries. Which instructor would dare to send their students here? Surely, Dean Flander had lost his sanity. Even the most extreme teaching methods could not reach such a level of madness. Outside the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena, towering walls encircled the area, forming a grand circular structure, resplendent in gold, rising several meters high and spanning hundreds of meters wide. It exuded an air of magnificence reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. This was the Soto Grand Seoul Arena? In 2 lifetimes. Tang San had never beheld such a splendid locale and architecture. In fact, in his previous life, such structures and designs were non-existent. Xiao Wu and the others displayed expressions of wonder, finding it exhilarating. Zhu Zhiqing's gaze, however, glimmered with a cold light, as she sensed the underlying aura of danger concealed beneath the gilded exterior. Let us enter. Flander boldly stepped forward, as if entering his own abode, and proceeded inside. The group followed, observing with keen interest. Mubai, explain the rules to them, and then go directly to the arena. There is no need for a report. Also, remember what Flander mentioned earlier, Zhao Wujie instructed, signaling for Dai Mubai to remain behind before joining Flander in the lounge. Very well. Dai Mubai felt somewhat disheartened, now resembling a mere guide without any remuneration. Big brother Dai, is this place meant for combat? Tang San inquired. Jiang Luoran elucidated for Dai Mubai that shortly. We would need to collect our badges, which would be upgraded based on our points. The hierarchy of these badges, from lowest to highest, is as follows: iron, copper, silver, gold, platinum, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Luoran, have you been here before? How do you know this so well? Dai Mubai remarked, acknowledging Luoran's insight. The esteemed dean also mentioned that before graduation, we must at least obtain the Silver Soul badge. As for Luoran, his prowess is formidable, and being at level 40, he must secure at least the Gold Soul badge before graduation. Failure to do so would prevent graduation. Tang San and Xiao Wu reflected, as they were still uncertain about how to acquire these points. What if I expose my soul rings at the Soto Arena? Jiang Luoran inquired, emphasizing the significance of the question. Furthermore, there is the matter of soul power. A 12-year-old possessing level 40 soul power seems quite extraordinary, does it not? I wonder if there are any scholars in the Douluo continent who specialize in human anatomy. If such individuals exist, they would undoubtedly take an interest in me. The dean has instructed that this place is dim and that one cannot neglect the use of soul skills. Otherwise, one cannot ensure their own safety. Moreover, patience is not a hallmark of Shrek Academy. He encourages you to unleash your full potential and fight fiercely. Any problems that arise, he will address. Dai Mubai patted Jiang Luoran on the shoulder. With such reassurance, Jiang Luoran felt at ease. Acquiring the Gold Soul badge should pose no challenge. So, Luoran, do you know how to obtain these points? If it involves combat, how many points does one earn per battle? Tang San asked. Jiang Luoran nodded. After all, he was Tang San, whose intellect was indeed remarkable, immediately discerning the crux of the matter. Winning a match earns 1 point, yet losing a match deducts 1 point. Furthermore, each Soul Master is permitted to engage in only 1 match per day, although they may participate in various categories, singles, doubles, and teams. Thus, the maximum number of matches one can partake in daily is 3. To elevate from Iron Soul to Copper Soul, one requires 100 points. Progressing from Copper to Silver demands 1,000 points, while ascending from Silver to Gold necessitates 10,000 points, and so forth, as Jiang Luoran elucidated. Dai Mubai found himself increasingly perplexed by Jiang Luoran. It was evident that he had prior experience. Securing victory in the first match yields 1 point. Yet a continuous winning streak garners 10 points. Should one achieve more than 10 consecutive victories, the reward escalates to 100 points. Surpassing 100 consecutive wins results in 1,000 points, and this pattern continues. I see, Tang San mused. Daimubai, what is your current score? Daimubai's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, I currently possess only 2 points, along with the Iron Soul badge. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were taken aback. How could someone of Daimubai's caliber still be at the Iron Soul level? What formidable strength must the opponents in the Soto Great Soul Arena possess? Surely, they would not falter there. Daimubai explained. I began participating in the Great Soul Arena games when I reached level 29, and to date, I have engaged in 56 matches. My record stands at 29 wins and 27 losses. Initially, at level 29, I would typically secure victories, but upon reaching level 31, my opponents were Soul Masters. All above level 37, and my wins became scarce. Thus, it became clear that upon attaining the rank of Soul Master, one could no longer compete in the arena designated for Great Soul Masters. Fortunately, Daimubai's clarification restored some confidence among the group. However, Jiang Luoran still held a distinct advantage. With a cunning glance, Daimubai remarked, You are at level 40 but have yet to acquire your 4th soul ring. According to the rules, you will still face Soul Masters. With your prowess, you should be able to remain undefeated among those at level 40. His words awakened a realization. Daimubai was indeed correct. As long as Jiang Luoran refrained from obtaining the 4th soul ring, he would undoubtedly navigate through the competition with ease. Armed with the highest soul power and his own combat skills, he could continue to achieve victory. This was a secure strategy, akin to invincibility. Yet, it is prudent to remain vigilant. There are always those more formidable lurking beyond. We must exercise caution and not underestimate the situation. It is crucial to recognize the inherent dangers here. Nonetheless, there is no need for undue trepidation. Should we encounter an insurmountable opponent, we shall fight back. Although Jiang Luoran professed the importance of not being complacent, he harbored a profound confidence within. This was his customary principle, to neither underestimate nor fear any challenge. Jiang Luoran, Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong collectively acquired a silver soul fighting badge, preparing themselves for the upcoming competition. Jiang Luoran stepped into the No. 7 Soul Arena, observing his surroundings. The arena was expansive, featuring hundreds of battle platforms, each a small venue, all enclosed. The host, flamboyantly dressed with a striking hairstyle, stood atop a flying platform, exuberantly announcing, Welcome to the number 7 platform, where 2 contestants, both formidable soul respect level fighters, will face off. The display screen illuminated with combat details, Control System Soul Master Jiang Luoran versus Agility System Soul Master Mia Xiaowai. Swiftly, a woman clad in pink ascended the platform. Exuding an enchanting demeanor, her features moderately appealing. Despite taking only a single step, she seemed to appear 10 paces away. It was common knowledge that agility-based fighters held an advantage over control-based ones. Even the most intricate web of control could scarcely ensnare an agile opponent. Hence, the outcome of this duel seemed predetermined. Control versus agility? What was the point? Surrender would be the wisest choice. Unfortunately for Jiang Luoran, today marked his first registration for a Silver Soul badge, and he found himself pitted against his natural adversary in his inaugural match. Would he suffer an immediate setback? We shall see. Little brother, is this your first time here? You shouldn't be in a place like this, the woman remarked. Her gaze sultry and her lips adorned with thick lipstick. Jiang Luoran, a level 43 ring control system soul master with the martial spirit of an ancient tree root, had no intention of engaging in banter. With a composed stride, he advanced, declaring, You stand no chance against me, so surrender quickly. Otherwise, I will unleash my full strength. And you won't be able to withstand it. Haha, an ancient tree root? And you think you can hold back? The audience erupted in laughter at Jiang Luoran's audacious words, deeming him overly arrogant. What? You're only level 40? Mia Xiaowai's expression faltered, incredulous that he was merely a child in his teens. Level 40? Surely, you jest. Yet, the Soto Great Soul Arena was known for its integrity. Everyone was aware of that. Mia Xiaowai, a level 39 agility system soul master with the martial spirit of a fluttering butterfly, had participated in 10 matches since joining the arena, emerging victorious each time. She assumed an offensive stance, undeterred by Jiang Luoran's higher rank, confident in her agility. If one is bound by worldly constraints, how can they ever aspire to reach the pinnacle? Jiang Luoran replied with a faint smile, a hint of melancholy in his expression. I shall send you off the stage. With a sudden rush, a sound reminiscent of extreme speed echoed as Jiang Luoran vanished from sight, the sound of his muscles crackling growing ever closer. Wind speed. As an agility system fighter, Mia Xiaowai understood the distinction of speed. To achieve such a state, one would need to be a level 60 Soul Emperor. Before she could contemplate further, Jiang Luoran materialized right before her, too close for comfort. The child emanated a suffocating aura, a manifestation of his martial spirit's dominance and a natural superiority in speed and strength. Bam! A pink figure was sent hurtling off the platform, crashing against the iron barrier. It was all too swift. The spectators barely comprehended what had transpired. Mia Xiaowai's eyes widened in disbelief, her face reflecting shock as she was launched away without even a chance to scream. I held back, Jiang Luoran stated coolly as he stepped off the platform. A flurry of debate erupting behind him. One strike, just one blow, and no one even saw the technique employed. Not only the referee but the audience found it hard to believe. Is it possible for a control system soul master to outrun an agility system one? This is absurd. If control could surpass agility, what would be the point of the distinction? The circumstances surrounding this victory were indeed suspicious. What transpired? We demand answers. There were murmurs suggesting that Jiang Luoran might have employed underhanded tactics, urging the referee to investigate thoroughly. After all, the Soto Great Soul Arena had never witnessed such a scandal before. If this issue remained unresolved, protest would ensue. The integrity of martial spirits could not be fabricated. And the spectators were aware of this. Registrants had to undergo one-on-one verification. Thus, there existed only one possibility: Jiang Luoran had utilized some skillful means. The referee, perplexed, had not witnessed the events clearly. Mia Xiaoai jumped down from the wall, spitting blood thrice. Her hand pressed against her chest, as she weakly declared, "He won, without employing any tricks." This statement quelled the uproar. The referee took the microphone, congratulating Jiang Luoran on earning a point. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoran strode away with purpose. In this arena, expressions of sympathy were not permitted. Upon his return, Tang San and Xiao Wei turned a point as well. Ning Rongrong remained stationary, unable to participate as her martial spirit was purely supportive, lacking offensive capability. "Hey, Tang San, could you assist Rongrong in a doubles match?" she implored. I helped Xiao Ao in the same manner. Dai Mubai approached, increasingly resembling a big brother. The dean had advised mutual assistance among students. Their levels conveniently fell below level 20. Dai Mubai was no fool. He recognized the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu. It was evident they wished to form a team. Among those present, Jiang Luoran was the best choice to assist Ning Rongrong. However, he was a level 40 soul respect. Partnering with Ning Rongrong in a doubles match would pit them against two level 40 opponents, a disastrous prospect for her future. He hesitated to approach Jiang Luoran with such a request. Ning Rongrong couldn't merely watch them continue to win. Such a path would hinder her graduation. Being a girl, she felt too shy to approach Jiang Luoran directly, especially while he was engaged in discussion with Tang San. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Luoran interjected. "I will team up with you. Let us go." Even a fool could see Tang San was in a bind, and Xiao Wu was visibly upset. Although Xiao Wu could partner with Oscar or Jiang Luoran, Dai Mubai recognized that Tang San and Xiao Wu's emotional ties would prevent that. Hearing Jiang Luoran's offer, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of joy, yet the disparity in soul power posed a significant threat. They would face level 40 opponents once they teamed up, and her inability to fight meant Jiang Luoran would essentially be battling two opponents alone. "Luoran, I really can't accept. You have such a significant advantage." Ning Rongrong's voice trailed off. "You have no better options," Jiang Luoran insisted, leading Ning Rongrong toward the doubles registration area. "Thank you, Luoran." Tang San smiled at him. "We're brothers. You're still my big brother." Jiang Luoran waved dismissively, not even turning his head as he walked away. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing perked up, eager to witness how Jiang Luoran would perform in the doubles match. After completing their registration, Jiang Luoran and Ning Rongrong's team was dubbed the Beiming combination, as she insisted Jiang Luoran choose the name due to her sense of indebtedness. Jiang Luoran has always been a decisive individual. When the opponent hesitates, he strikes. Why yield? This is not his wife, after all. The two of them proceeded into the duo competition area. The host fluttered in once more, proclaiming, "I hereby announce the upcoming duel battle, featuring the following two teams: Iron Battle Soul Staff versus the Beiming combination." The Beiming combination is somewhat peculiar. Aside from the 40-level contestant Jiang Luoran, there is also a 26-level young girl. Jiang Luoran continues to astonish us. Just because he cunningly triumphed over the diminutive Xiaoai, he believes he is invincible. He dares to partner with a 26-level girl in a duel against a 40-level soul master. I hope he endures until the very end, and doesn't he forfeit. It has been a long time since I have heard the sound of bones snapping. Two burly men approached, their rugged appearances accentuated by bulging muscles that even surpassed Zhao Wujia's. They donned earth-toned leather attire, exuding an aura of having weathered many storms. "We are the Iron Battle Soul Staff. Do not withdraw, young man. It has been ages since we have broken bones." They spoke in unison, looking remarkably alike. Clearly, they were brothers. Jiang Luoran, a 40-level 3-ring control system soul master wielding the martial spirit of an ancient tree root, stepped boldly between the two men, appearing as though he intended to take them on single-handedly. Ning Rongrong, a 26-level 2-ring support system weapon master with the martial spirit of the 7-treasure glazed tile, trusted Jiang Luoran to protect her. Thus, she boldly activated her martial spirit. The 7-treasure glazed tile? The brothers echoed in unison. "We must not harm this little girl. She undoubtedly possesses a significant family background. Let us instead target her companion." Unfazed, Jiang Luoran awaited their attacks without even activating his martial spirit. Although the assistance provided by the 7-treasure glazed tile is formidable, the gap of 14 levels is significant. The brothers scoffed. Mo, a 40-level 3-ring assault system soul master wielding the soul staff, was enveloped in soul power, with 3 soul rings of yellow and purple swirling around him. A red staff soon materialized in his grasp. Moe, a 39-level 3-ring assault system soul master, shared the same attributes, with 3 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple surrounding him, also wielding a red staff. The two aligned their soul staffs, filling the dual battle platform with swirling black embers. Chapter 45, Astonishing Attention. The soul staff, you say? Upon noticing the red staffs adorned with cloud patterns and shimmering glimmers, Jiang Luoran resolved to confront them head-on. As he charged forward, Moe laughed heartily, swinging down his staff aimed directly at Jiang Luoran. You think you can withstand my soul staff at just 40 levels? You are mistaken. Let us together render him incapacitated. Mo Jia raised his soul staff, targeting Jiang Luoran's throat. Bang! Jiang Luoran stood resolutely, not flinching as he seized Moe's iron rod overhead with his right hand while firmly gripping Mo Jia's penetrating iron staff with his left. A cascade of shimmering energy erupted around them, forming a visible golden vortex. Mo Jia and Moe, their faces flushed with exertion, were astonished that Jiang Luoran could withstand their spirit soul sticks. With a triumphant exclamation, Moe summoned all his strength to thrust the spirit soul stick forward, while Mo Jia infused his own might into the weapon, intent on forcing Jiang Luoran back. A thunderous impact ensued as the spirit force unleashed ferociously, causing Jiang Luoran to arch his back, spring from his rear foot, and leap skyward, flipping over Mo Jia and Moe. Mo Jia, initially dismissive, felt his confidence waver as he witnessed Jiang Luoran's graceful maneuver. Descending from above, Jiang Luoran clenched his fists tightly, the fluctuations of his 40th level spirit power resonating profoundly. Was he preparing to execute a sky kill? With the renowned 7 treasures might, he felt invigorated. The radiant hues of the 7-colored light enveloped him, amplifying his power exponentially. This exhilarating blend of strength and agility stirred within him a desire to unleash a triumphant roar. With a resounding clash, his fist struck the spirit soul stick, igniting a flurry of sparks and a tumultuous wave of energy, the sound deafening. Both Mo Jia and Moe staggered back, struggling to maintain their footing, nearly toppling over. Even the 7 treasures glazed tower cannot amplify power to this extent. Moe exclaimed, bewildered. Foolish brother, he was merely feigning weakness. This youth possesses an alarming spirit. Mo Jia warned, signaling to retreat. There was no time to lose. Jiang Luoran, leaning forward, darted towards Moe like a specter, a trail of white energy flowing behind him, his cloak fist. A series of metallic sounds erupted as Jiang Luoran's fists, akin to a well-oiled machine, relentlessly hammered Moe's spirit soul stick. How could Moe withstand such an onslaught, especially when Jiang Luoran was bolstered by the 7 treasures glazed tower? The spirit soul stick trembled violently, on the verge of breaking, particularly as blood flowed from his already split palm. Break. Jiang Luoran's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a punch that shattered Moe's weapon. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a furious barrage upon Moe's face. The sound Jiang Luoran delivered a powerful punch that felled Moe before he could kick his opponent out of the ring. He caught hold of the flaming staff wielded by Moe. At that moment, the staff triggered a critical hit, sending a jolt of numbness through Jiang Luoran's arm as he was pushed backward, carving a trench into the ground. Mo Jia, consumed by rage, displayed an astonishing ferocity for one so young, intent on inflicting harm without hesitation. I cannot let you live, he declared. In response, Jiang Luoran, who had initially bowed his head, suddenly lifted it, casting a cold glance at Mo Jia. Nor can I allow you to survive. With that, he unleashed his full power, no longer holding back. Jiang Luoran's feet suddenly sank into the ground, dissipating all thrust. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Mo Jia crashing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Luoran leapt high into the air, his knee descending, intent on crushing Mo Jia. Moe, wielding the soul staff, charged forward, the purple soul rings shimmering as he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the explosive strike. Boom. A shower of sparks erupted in midair, sending a jolt of pain through Jiang Luoran's knee. He swiftly retreated, rolling to the ground to regain his composure. Onward. Mo Jia raised his fiery staff, striking at Jiang Luoran from various cunning angles, targeting his vital weaknesses. Again, Moe was genuinely injured, executing his 3rd soul skill, the explosive strike. The Mo brothers displayed their exceptional staff techniques, while Jiang Luoran fended off their attacks, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension as the audience erupted in cheers. But wait, wasn't this young boy a control-type soul master? He had effortlessly defeated a speed-type opponent in the first round, and now he was engaged in a fierce battle with the powerful Mo brothers. How had the control-type transformed into a multifaceted brawler? Why was he not utilizing his strengths to restrain the Mo siblings? What were they to make of this? In the midst of the fierce combat, Jiang Luoran repelled the Mo brothers, deploying his 2nd soul skill, Shadowing Presence, his 1st soul skill, Creation from Nothing, and his 3rd soul skill, Blood Fiend's Prison. Purple, black. 3 soul rings materialized, enveloping Jiang Luoran, as the entire arena seemed to be invigorated in an instant. The Blood Fiend vines, twisting like serpents, manifested in all corners, reaching an impressive height of 3 meters, saturating the entire arena. 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings. The audience erupted in excitement at the unprecedented display of such soul rings. Look, it's the first soul ring. They gasped. This is impossible. Can a 12-year-old absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? No wonder he had been relying on sheer physicality. He was setting the stage. Was this strategy truly necessary? Could he not directly utilize his soul skills to defeat his opponents one by one? This was the essence of the battle's terror. This youth preferred to avoid risks, striking with lethal precision when he revealed his abilities. The 7 treasures were renowned. 7 treasures, 1 day of speed. 7 treasures, 2 days of strength. For radiant beams of light descended upon Jiang Luoran, who simultaneously controlled his martial soul and soul skills. The blood fiend vines emanated a brilliant purple light, growing thicker and more formidable. The second soul skill, Shadowing Presence, was indeed enhanced by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The overwhelming blood fiend vines surged toward the Mo brothers, carrying an irresistible force. They struggled to breathe, utterly at a loss as to how to counter this colossal entity. Even the mere fluctuations of soul power were enough to annihilate the arena. This was not mere entrapment. It was annihilation. The martial soul, born of the heart, revealed that this young man's control martial soul harbored lethal capabilities. Such means were truly terrifying. The Mo brothers exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to resort to their ultimate technique, the fusion martial soul technique. If they executed that move, given their current state, they might not endure the strain. But was there any choice left? In the arena, particularly in such a high-stakes match, one must unleash their killing blow when the moment arises. They leapt into the air, shouting, fusion martial soul technique. Soul of war, annihilation. A resounding boom echoed as the Mo brothers soared from the ground, enveloped in swirling golden waves of energy, with yellow lightning crackling around them. White, yellow, 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 purple, purple. 6 soul rings appeared simultaneously, spiraling around the golden energy, whirling at high speed. The Mo brothers transformed into a single, thick, elongated golden battle staff. Though merely an illusion, the pressure it exuded was suffocating. The simultaneous explosion of 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul skills clashed in a display of their fusion martial soul technique. Who would prevail? The audience was electrified. Initially, many believed Jiang Luoran would undoubtedly triumph, but the Mo brothers wielded a fusion martial soul technique. The crowd had witnessed fierce battles before, but never one where skill and power combined so compellingly. As the golden battle staff surged forward, crackling with countless bolts of lightning, it collided with the expansive blood fiend vines. Boom! The blood fiend vines disintegrated like paper meeting fire, vanishing into purple smoke. Ha! You thought you were strong, but it seems you are but a shadow. The golden battle staff aimed for Jiang Luoran's head, intent on his demise. However, Jiang Luoran did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He bent one knee, adopting a half-crouch leap before the battle staff, ready to ensnare his opponent. I forgot to mention, my first soul skill, creation from nothing, can accommodate any level of energy, including all these blood fiend vines. In other words, all this was but a ruse. What appeared to be a mere illusion was merely a transitional image. Now, the real confrontation began. Without a moment to spare, dozens of blood fiend vines emerged from the golden battle staff, multiplying and expanding, akin to parasitic creatures unleashed, relentlessly squeezing and fracturing the staff inch by inch. Boom! The golden battle staff exploded under the pressure, while the blood fiend vines surged forth as if they were inexhaustible. Wrapping, binding, twisting, an intricate display of control ensnared the Mo brothers like sticky rice. Should Jiang Luoran choose to strike, the blood fiend vines would mercilessly crush them. How did you know we possessed a fusion martial soul technique? Mo Jia, having absorbed Jiang Luoran's earlier explanation, felt he had lost comprehensively. Yet, this detail remained elusive. If the opponent was unaware of their fusion martial soul technique, he would not have held back his ultimate move. Confidentiality is key. I simply know, Jiang Luoran replied, glancing at the referee, signaling that the result could be announced. The Mo brothers, exhausted, conceded, we are defeated. The scoreboard flashed. The Beiming Douluo wins. Let us congratulate the newly debuted Beiming Douluo on their first victory, as the referee rushed forward. What about the 1,000-year soul ring? It was a first ring, after all. There must be an explanation. Indeed, this is truly unfathomable. Do such soul rings even exist? I suggest reporting this to the Spirit Hall, demanding they send an elder to investigate. This is a significant matter. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, some even rushing toward the arena. A riot ensued. Such an uproar had never been witnessed in the history of the Great Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong retreated, while Jiang Luoran positioned herself protectively in front of her to avert any unforeseen dangers. Jiang Luoran's third soul ring possessed the remarkable ability to automatically change colors. Although it was originally merely a century-old ring, it is widely acknowledged that control-type soul masters excel in strategy. The reason she revealed the color of her soul ring was to sway the judgment of the Mo brothers. A man emerged, his golden hair glistening, his countenance amiable, and his physique rather slender. This was Sai Mu, one of the principal overseers of the Grand Soul Arena. In Soto City, he was virtually a household name. A man whose life shimmered like gold, endowed not only with wealth but also with formidable power. The oppressive aura emanating from his soul ring was palpable. A staggering 10,000-year-old ring. Some bold individuals spoke up, emboldened by the atmosphere. What if one could even mimic the essence of a soul ring? Saimu wore a somewhat forced smile as he regarded them. Speak freely, go ahead. If you doubt, I could fabricate tales. Whether the truth or fiction, it matters little. Whatever I declare will be deemed reality. He was a master, and having made such declarations in person, the crowd remained skeptical yet hesitant to propagate rumors. For there were those who could not afford to offend a soul master. Saimu's intervention was unmistakably intended to assist Jiang Luoran. Even the dimmest among them could recognize that. Jiang Luoran's millennium and 10,000-year soul rings present a captivating enigma, both tangible and ethereal. The truth here resembles a leaf drifting upon the river's surface. Do you consider it to have sunk into the water, or does it remain untouched? Everyone silently withdrew, refraining from taking action or pressing for the truth. Rong, let us depart, Jiang Luoran stated coldly. If these individuals dared to attack, he would have no regard for his own life. He still possessed a martial soul, capable of instilling fear in them, and could carve a path if necessary. It is essential to understand that all combat techniques are predicated upon one's inherent capabilities. If he could exert such prowess without his martial soul, what might he achieve with the Kunping martial soul? Regardless, if he could no longer navigate the realm of soul masters, he would return to seek Feng Linger and elope. Once his strength burgeoned, he could assert his will as he pleased. Luoran, Rong, are you both unharmed? Daimubai grasped their hands. Moments ago, he had intended to rush in, but was restrained by the rationality of Tang San. Tang San understood well that their presence would be futile. Strength was paramount. Without sufficient power, they would only provoke a collective assault. Xiao also felt anxious for Jiang Luoran and Ning Rong, wishing fervently to avoid such a vast and overwhelming spectacle once more. Jiang Luoran smiled faintly, saying, Dai Lao, we are fine. I believe that one day, I shall encounter this scene again. By then, I might have no choice but to kill. Luoran, look, Ma Hongjun is coming, exclaimed a voice. As Ma Hongjun placed one hand on Jiang Luoran's shoulder while pointing at the diminutive figure of Xiao Ai. Let's go, little monsters. Flinder and Zhao Wujia emerged, appearing as though they had just emerged from a fierce battle, swaggering arrogantly before the crowd. Upon exiting the Grand Soul Arena, the duo dashed away, declaring they would return to their dormitory unaccompanied. A beautiful woman approached, clad in revealing attire that accentuated her long legs, her face adorned with makeup. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up, and he nudged Dai Mubai with his elbow, saying, Dai Lao, shall we go? That's the one from last time. Hearing Ma Hongjuan's excited voice, Dai Mubai grew anxious. He turned to Zhu Zhiqing and whispered, Fatty, you go away. Have I ever behaved like this? Still pretending to be innocent? Ma Hongjun pulled Dai Mubai along, insisting, hurry up. Don't let someone else take her. Control your own desires and don't drag me into your mess, Dai Mubai retorted, clearly irritated. At this distance, how could Zhu Zhiqing not have heard? Weren't you the one who said women don't count as a demographic resource? Haha. Ma Hongjun laughed as he noticed Dai Mubai's voice dwindling. He was still vexed about not spending the previous money. When did I ever say such nonsense? Get lost. Dai Mubai was on the verge of losing his temper. Although he was supposed to be the leader, Ma Hongjun insisted on dragging him down, making him appear as if he was utterly ineffectual. Fine, if you're not going. I'm leaving, Ma Hongjun declared as he chased after the woman. From a distance, onlookers could see him draping an arm over her shoulder. This isn't how it is. Trust me, Dai Mubai lamented, unsure of how to explain himself. Filthy. Zhu Zhiqing did not even glance back, continuing on her way. Dai Lao, let us head back. Jiang Luoran and Tang San encouraged, patting Dai Mubai on the shoulder. Chapter 47. The true form of the sorceress Xu Qing, hear me out. I can give you an explanation. Dai Mubai implored at the entrance of Shrek Academy, his voice earnest. Zhu Zhiqing paid him no mind, striding forward with an icy expression. Ignoring his pleas, Dai Lao, Tang San intervened, preventing Dai Mubai from pursuing further. She has participated in 2 matches. She must be tired. Perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow morning. Dai Mubai sighed, shaking his head in despair. These matters were far more complicated than Tang San suggested. Zhu Zhiqing was a person whose martial spirit matched his own, and he would not allow anyone to take her from him. Ning Rong, following closely behind Jiang Luoran, laughed incessantly. Aren't you Dai Mubai, the one who can have any woman he desires? Why are you floundering now? Her words startled the crowd. For Ning Rong typically presented herself as weak. Her sudden boldness was unexpected. This moment left Tang San and the others bewildered. Ning Rong suddenly realized she had perhaps been a bit too ostentatious, and with so many eyes upon her, her true nature was exposed. She had initially planned to slip away unnoticed. What did you say? Dai Mubai approached, pointing at Ning Rong. What business is it of yours? Get lost. Ning Rong, known for her fiery temperament, was not one to be trifled with, especially being doted on by 2 Title Douluos, both around level 94. Surely, no one could expect her to be modest. What? You can't handle a few words? You're just a fickle man. And now the girl you fancy is about to run off with someone else. Ning Rong retorted defiantly, shaking off Dai Mubai's grip. You. Dai Mubai was already in a foul mood, and he suddenly unleashed a golden aura, causing Ning Rongrong to stagger back, her steps faltering as he advanced. Don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you. Come then. Ning Rongrong shouted back. Let us see how you would kill me. Daimubai. You are nothing but a coward. Even if you had a few more guts, you wouldn't dare to kill me. Fine. Daimubai spat out the word with palpable loathing, summoning a mass of golden energy. Don't think that just because you're the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I wouldn't dare to act against you. I have more than enough resolve to kill. Oscar, feeling anxious, cast a glance at Jiang Luoran and Tang San, wishing he were a battle soul master capable of shielding Ning Rongrong from any impending attack. Ning Rongrong's gaze remained fixed on Daimubai, a mixture of fear, terror, and defiance evident in her eyes. Xiaowu and Tang San exchanged glances. Indeed, the Douluo continent was as chaotic as their teacher had described. They could not hesitate any longer. If Daimubai continued down this path, he might truly take a life. This is a scene Tang San dared not contemplate. Jiang Luoran firmly grasped Daimubai's golden right fist, while Tang San skillfully applied his Xian Yu hand to seize the vital point of Daimubai's left hand. In a seamless motion, they neutralized Daimubai's soul power. Big brother Dai, please refrain from this. We are all classmates, Tang San urgently implored, emphasizing the need for calm. Big brother Dai, steady yourself. Your state today is not ideal, Jiang Luoran interjected. Must we resort to violence over mere words? How terrifying. Daimubai's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing that they were acting for the sake of the team, both individuals were control-type soul masters and displayed remarkable rationality. Frand and Zhao Wuji approached, seemingly oblivious to the squabble among the youths. Frand, Ning Rongrong called out, but Frand remained unfazed. I command you to cease, Frand, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. The audacity of directly addressing the dean's name caused the onlookers to hold their breath. What is it, esteemed princess? Frand replied with a vacant gaze, his tone icy. The Academy's regulations are clear. This humble place cannot accommodate a princess of your stature. Please, make yourself comfortable. With that, the two continued their conversation about financial matters as they walked deeper into Shrek Academy. I will provide you with funds, Frand. Just hold your position. Once Daimubai is expelled, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will support you, Ning Rongrong insisted, wiping away her tears. You may leave. Frand's aged voice faded into the distance. Go. Upon sensing the dissipating soul power of Daimubai, Jiang Luoran and Tang San relinquished their hold. Let me never see you again, Daimubai declared, turning away. What arrogance! Do you believe yourself invincible? Tang San retorted. I will offer you resources. The 7 treasure glazed tile school will unconditionally support you. Eliminate Daimubai for me, Ning Rongrong bellowed. With the situation reaching a critical point, Tang San departed with Xiaowu, while Jiang Luoran followed closely behind with Oscar. Luoran, you must take care of Daimubai, Jiang Luoran commanded, urging him to halt. The following morning, Fran stood at the center of the training ground, hands clasped behind his back. I have heard that you do not appreciate Xiao Ao's sausages. He feigned regret. How could you not enjoy such delectable sausages? Oscar raised an eyebrow, a proud grin adorning his face. In future battles, you will be united as one. Xiao Ao's sausages must be consumed. From now on, each of you shall receive one. Oscar, adhering to the command, distributed sausages to everyone, and when he reached Jiang Luoran, he generously offered him an extra sausage, acknowledging the fatigue from yesterday's training and expressing gratitude for Jiang Luoran's earlier act of saving Ning Rongrong. Thank you, Jiang Luoran exclaimed, holding 2 sausages as he quickly devoured them. The flavor was delightful, and he felt invigorated. Oscar's sausages were no ordinary fare. They provided comprehensive recovery for ailments, stamina, and even concealed injuries. Eat up. What are you waiting for? Fran teased, dismissing any mundane incantations. This is merely a sausage meant for replenishing energy. On the battlefield, you would consume anything, be it sausage or even vermin. Ning Rongrong was the first to seize a sausage, devouring it with a bold spirit. Oscar couldn't shake the feeling that she consumed it with a hint of fury, causing a sudden tension in a certain part of his body. The rest followed suit, swallowing their sausages as well. Excellent, Fran nodded. Shrek Academy only accepts exceptional individuals. You should have heard this since your admission. We do not emphasize theoretical instruction. We merely require you to grasp fundamental knowledge. Here, you will learn the art of survival under the harshest conditions. Our teaching at Shrek is always aimed at pushing the limits of the human body. You shall not encounter textbooks here. What awaits you is endless training and real combat. Daimubai particularly admired Fran for this approach. When firmness was required, he upheld it without compromise. As a soul master, one must possess an indomitable will. Tang San, hailing from the Tang sect, wholeheartedly agreed with this philosophy. If not faced with cruelty now, how would they confront formidable foes in the future? Jiang Luoran mused that he considered himself to be quite heartless, and he wholeheartedly endorsed such unpretentious training. After half a month of rigorous practice, they were to take a day of respite. In the afternoon, they would accompany Zhao Wujin to the soul-fighting Great Forest, assisting Xiao Ao in procuring his 3rd soul ring. This endeavor was not merely a matter of lending a hand. One must understand that the synergy of a team is of utmost significance. Each member must be able to entrust their backs to one another, the Shrek 8 monsters. With a dismissive gesture, Flandra vanished, allowing Zhao Wujin to prepare for the task ahead. Chapter 48. The Comical Turtle. Is it true, Xiao Ao, that you have reached level 30? Dai Mubai approached with exuberance, playfully patting Oscar on the back. Dai Lauda. Oscar replied with a forced smile, as he was concerned about Ning Rongrong's feelings. Congratulations. Tang Sen chimed in. Xiao Ao, how have your soul powers risen so swiftly? Xiao inquired, perplexed. Because he possesses innate full soul power, Jiang Luoran clarified. You heard correctly, innate full soul power of the food system. How can a food system have innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, for the food system was considered a subclass of support. No one in the support category had ever been endowed with innate full soul power. Even she. Hailed as a genius by her father for her potential to shatter the constraints of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and transform into the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower, had awakened with merely level 9 soul power. Yet, this Oscar was indeed a unique case of innate full soul power within the food system. Oscar bashfully scratched his head. Indeed, this was a monster academy. Although Zhu Zhuqing was not particularly loquacious, she recognized the innate talents and potential of each individual. There was not a single slacker among them. They were all formidable. Are they not monsters? Dai Mubai remarked. Otherwise, why do you think the dean would specially invite Xiao Ao to join? He is a treasure of Shrek. Though Ning Rongrong had a somewhat domineering nature, her intellect was not to be underestimated. She pondered, could it be that she truly was the weakest among them? Jiang Luoran held but a singular impression of the soul-fighting forest, De Ming and Air Ming. After all, no lives were at stake. They had to proceed. Tang San had also obtained his soul bone during a similar venture. The 8 of them grew familiar with one another when they noticed the battered Zhao Wujie approaching. Come along, you little rascals. Zhao Wujie bellowed with a tone steeped in animosity. Hurry, Tang San and Jiang Luoran will lead the way. We must reach the soul-fighting forest at full speed. We must arrive at the nearby and before dusk. Those who lag behind will have to sleep outside. Third brother. I shall take the lead. You will flank on the left, and Mu Bai will cover the right with his boxing skills. Zhu Zhuqing, with your swift pace. You should scout ahead. Xiao Ao and Rongrong will hold the center, ensure to replenish your energy. Lastly, Ma Hongjun will bring up the rear. Jiang Luoran lifted a colossal stone weighing over 1,000 pounds and dashed forward. This served a dual purpose, to train on the road and to regulate his speed, ensuring his companions did not fall behind. Humph, Zhao Wujie scoffed, mistaking Jiang Luoran's actions for a display of superiority. In truth, the dean and master were deliberately restraining Jiang Luoran's uniqueness, believing it to be for his own benefit. After all, what future could a restless soul master hope to attain? With a millennium of soul rings, a level 40 rank, and a repertoire of combat skills, he should utilize what he could to his advantage. The group traversed for an entire afternoon, and as twilight approached, they planned to lodge at an inn on the periphery of the soul-fighting forest. Since the academy's instructors could not exploit the students' privileges, Dai Mubai ordered a feast, while Zhao Wujie was notably absent. As they dined, a group from Tsanghui Academy cast disdainful glances in their direction, exuding an air of superiority. What are you staring at? Ma Hongjun mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg, his belly protruding. Do you dare to provoke us? The others covered their heads. This was a man whose lecherous reputation was beyond redemption. The dean had said that a soul master who instigates trouble is not a worthy soul master. Luoran, little 3, do you dare to fight? Dai Mubai grasped the chair tightly. Before Jiang Luoran or Tang Sen could react, Xiao Wu charged forth, dispatching the Tsanghui Academy students with a flurry of punches and kicks. The patrons of the dining hall, upon witnessing the scuffle, quickly retreated, yet remained within sight, eager to observe the spectacle. After all, a clash between soul masters was a rare and captivating sight. I would like to see who possesses the audacity to strike our Tsanghui Academy students. Yu Zhiqiu approached, adjusting his glasses. Which academy do you hail from? We are from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun declared, giving a thumbs up. Shrek? I have not heard of it. Yu Zhiqiu mused, pondering if it was a second-rate institution. Indeed, in recent years, the Spirit Hall has tightened its grip, making it difficult for just anyone to establish an academy as prestigious as ours. Jiang Luoran remained oblivious to how profoundly lonely his expression of invincibility appeared. Was it merely ignorance that led him to consider himself a person of significance? Dai Mubai placed his hands on his hips, shocked by being insulted by a mere child. Yi Zhiqiu scoffed, clearly unaccustomed to the world. You have likely been deceived by a second-rate academy. Allow me to showcase my soul rings. Xian Gui manifest. Yi Zhiqiu summoned his martial soul, 5 soul rings materializing before him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. A level 53 soul king. Upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu, Ma Hongjun erupted in laughter, unafraid. At your age, reaching such a level must have been quite a challenge. Age. At this remark, the remaining 7 burst into laughter. Indeed, once Yi Zhiqiu activated his martial soul, his limbs shrank considerably, rendering him more akin to an elderly man. His adorably naive expression was simply ridiculous. Most strikingly, he wore a disdainful look that seemed almost whimsical. Yi Zhiqiu's countenance shifted, one could hardly deem him ordinary. Even soul masters would regard him with a measure of reverence. Yet these youngsters dared to mock him? Their expressions bore no trace of fear. This was not a facade. He could see it clearly. He couldn't fathom what sort of delusion their teacher had instilled in them, rendering them so bereft of common sense. A smirk graced Yijichio's lips. I am a Soul King. Apologize to our Tsanghui Academy at once, or... Oscar was on the verge of tears from laughter. Huh? This teacher is simply adorable. So silly and endearing. Oscar playfully patted Yijichio's turtle shell, producing a series of thuds. Stop it. Being a person is no easy feat. For reasons unknown, Jiang Luoran's mind suddenly conjured an image of Yijichio strutting down a runway. Are you seeking death? Yijichio's soul power surged, forcefully pushing Oscar away as he roared. Today, I shall impart upon you a lesson in society. Before Yijichio could finish his sentence, Jiang Luoran stuffed dirt into his mouth, insisting, why say so much? Just do it. With his martial soul activated, Dai Mubai transformed into a white tiger and charged forth, raising his fist to strike Yijichio's face. Meanwhile, Xiaowu lunged in to stomp on him. Yijichio shielded himself with his turtle shell, sustaining no significant harm, though the dirt in his mouth was quite uncomfortable. Is this fellow truly so arrogant, even with dirt clogging his mouth? Ma Hongjun hit the hardest. Fueled by his fiery spirit, Yijichio's soul power erupted, sending all 8 adversaries flying. Without hesitation, he burst through the door, eager to unleash his fists and feet. I await your arrival. This was an invitation for them to duel. Brothers, activate your martial souls. Jiang Luoran brandished a blood vine and dashed outside, followed closely by 7 colorful figures, all rushing to join him. So, they were merely soul masters in their 30s? I initially thought Yijichio would remain silent upon seeing the soul rings. More than 30 levels? Each of you possesses over 30 levels. How is that possible? You are merely teenagers. This is beyond human capability, truly a monstrous feat, achievable only by the insane. Boom. Jiang Luoran hurled the blood fiend vine around Yijichio's neck and delivered a powerful punch toward his face. This straightforward yet adaptable approach epitomized Jiang Luoran's combat style. Do not be too arrogant, Yijichio retorted, his shell encased in icy coldness. Come at me all at once. Chapter 49. Winter is approaching. Bang. Jiang Luoran raised her leg and charged forward, delivering a punch that struck Yijichio's turtle shell, shattering a fragment of the icy exterior. Jiang Luoran was taken aback, astonished by the formidable strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew. Did he truly intend to escape? Yijichio, being of an older age, found his bodily coordination lacking. Should he engage in a physical confrontation with those youthful adversaries, he would struggle to keep pace. The last thing he desired was to injure his back and become a source of amusement. Thus, he resolved to employ his soul techniques directly. With a flourish, he summoned his first soul skill, the Xiangui Shield, followed by his third soul skill, the Xianshui Surge. The white and yellow soul rings simultaneously ascended, enveloping Yijichio's shell with an additional layer of mist. His shell, composed of ice and water vapor, provided a triad of protection. Immediately, the Xianshui surged forth, radiating outwards in concentric waves from Yijichio's center. The closest individuals, Jiang Luoran and Dai Mubai, found their breath stifled as an intensely frigid and acrid chill enveloped them. In mere moments, they were transformed into sculptures of ice. Tang San, plump in stature, summoned blue silver grass, thick as a python, which erupted from the ground to envelop Yijichio, hoisting him aloft. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, encased in crimson flames, summoned forth his yellow soul ring, unleashing his first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line. The intensely adhesive flames erupted, exploding against Yijichio's shield and clinging to the blue-silver grass, intensifying the blaze. Yijichio was left in a state of shock, pondering the nature of these flames that clung stubbornly to his shell, impervious to extinguishment or removal. He held a profound conviction that had this rotund figure in red been of equal rank, he would have stood no chance against him. Furthermore, the youth who had just shattered his ice with a single punch, was he employing the Iron Sand Fist? Even now, he felt a surge of blood and energy within him. Bang! Jiang Luoran and Dai Mubai simultaneously broke free from the ice sculptures, sending countless shards of ice scattering. They positioned themselves on either side of Yijichio. The first soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zhuqing surged forward like a fleeting shadow, her merciless claws striking at Yijichio with deadly intent. The fourth soul skill, Light of the Xian Turtle. Yijichio exhaled a breath of black and white energy, sweeping it towards Zhu Zhuqing. Swift as lightning, Zhu Zhuqing executed 3 flips and a leap, evading the attack. Before the black and white energy could dissipate, it continued to rush towards Tang San and the others. I'll take care of this. Ma Hongjun inhaled deeply, unleashing Phoenix Fire Line. The clash of black and white energy against the ferocious fire line erupted with tremendous force, creating fissures in the ground within a 3-meter radius. Everyone understood that the light of the Xian Turtle had merely lost its potency due to prolonged release. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun would have been unable to withstand it. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaowu had appeared behind Yijichio, raising her leg to strike at his head. Yijichio's soul skill was interrupted, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Zhu Zhuqing had been lying in wait, and with a swift claw, she attacked his head. I'll come. Jiang Luoran concentrated his soul power, channeling it entirely into a single punch, enveloped in layers of white energy. With a resounding impact, the white fist, infused with fierce energy, struck Yujichio's turtle shell, shattering the icy mist surrounding it. Though his shell was hard, it could not withstand great force. Yujichio was sent flying, his blood surging and his head spinning, feeling a wave of nausea in midair. The first soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Daimubaya waited on the ground, his yellow soul ring glowing, as a terrifying golden sphere erupted from his mouth. Boom. Yujichio's turtle shell faced another brutal blow, the golden sphere peeling away its outer layer, causing him to crash down again, shattering the ground beneath. This scene appeared remarkably harmonious, the turtle shell resting atop the cracked earth, a perfect match. The coordination of the 8 members astonished Yujichio, such a well-synchronized tactic, such closely knit attacks. If he were to be struck throughout the day, he would not only be injured, but would surely shed layers of skin. They certainly had the prowess to look down upon the students of Tsanghui Academy. Even the female student who had reached level 30 was still beneath their notice. Hold on. Summon your teacher. Yujichio thought these were mere children who lacked understanding, and felt compelled to seek an explanation from their instructor. If all else failed, he would suppress them. Surely their teacher could not exceed his own strength. Our teacher instructs us never to reason with others, Oscar remarked, seated on the ground, one hand cradling his fair face, his eyes betraying weariness. What a bizarre teacher. Not to mention the oddity of this group of students. Is this Shrek Academy truly a reputable institution? Little did Yujichio know, the 8 before him comprised the entirety of Shrek Academy's members. Very well. I shall first discipline you, and then your teacher. Yujichio was enveloped in a terrifying chill, ice forming inch by inch around him. As he prepared to unleash his 5th soul skill, Winter is Coming, Blue Silvergrass, and Snare. Tang San utilized the blue silvergrass to entangle both Yujichio and the ice, leaving the top exposed for their allies to assess the situation. Jiang Luoran, with a flash of inspiration, proposed to concoct a soup from this old relic. With a swift motion, he unleashed dozens of blood fiend vines, entwining them tightly with the blue silvergrass to fortify the defenses around Yujichio. Fatty, don't hold back on those soul skills. Unleash them directly and boil him. Jiang Luoran commanded. Brother Jiang, although he disdains the opponent, tactically, he must heed the control-type soul master. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Second soul skill, Fiery Phoenix. Old Tortoise, you are the most nourishing. Enough of this. Yujichio exclaimed, panicking as the blue silver grass and blood fiend vines ensnared him, effectively immobilizing him. I advise you to release me at once. With a thunderous crash, a torrent of fire surged forth, colliding with Yujichio, whose body was encased in layers of frost. Following this, a fiery rooster, engulfed in flames, charged towards him. Boom. A vast sea of flames erupted, an unquenchable inferno that burned with relentless desire. Yujichio attempted to break free, but the fiery tide crashed down upon him like a relentless wave. The blood fiend vines and blue silver grass continuously surged forth, reinforcing the defense. Their intent was to simmer their opponent alive. The ice had long since transformed into boiling water, bubbling furiously. Yujichio bellowed, vowing retribution against them. As his skin neared the point of being thoroughly cooked, that should suffice. Jiang Luoran and Tang San exchanged glances. Third brother. He is a level 53 Soul King after all. Should I find myself in peril, assist me with your hidden weapon. Absolutely, Tang San understood Jiang Luoran's intentions. Jiang Luoran's feet arched, her body leaned forward, and with a resounding thud, she propelled herself like an arrow released from a bowstring. The force and inertia behind her punch possessed a power akin to that of a cannon. With a resounding crash, her right fist shattered the blue silver grass and blood-slaying vines, striking directly upon Yujichio's shell. Caught off guard, Yujichio was pushed several meters back, unable to steady himself. Crack! An astonishing sight unfolded as the shell of Yujichio fractured, revealing a series of fissures from his legs to his waist. I am a level 53 Battle Soul King. How could my shell be shattered by you? Yujichio spat out a mouthful of blood. After enduring numerous heavy blows without breaking his shell, how could it possibly be shattered by a single strike from this youth? It was inconceivable. Jiang Luoran scoffed. The interplay of heat and cold, even the most resilient of substances may shatter. Ice is your forte, yet it is also your fatal flaw. The true Xian turtle possesses a shell of gentleness. Such defense cannot be scorched by fire, shattered by water, or ruined by frost. Chapter 50. Departure to the Soul Dual Great Forest. The true Xian turtle? The alternating of heat and cold? This was the first time Yujichio had encountered such terminology. Had I erred in relinquishing support to adopt an aggressive stance? You are truly incorrigible, Jiang Luoran thought, having never seen someone so foolish. How could such a person be a teacher, who said that the Xian turtle could not opt for an offensive path? Yet, you wish to embrace the aggressive while relying on the power of your martial soul for defense. In our battles, you have not launched a single attack. All you do is defend. Were it not for your claim of being an offensive type, I would have assumed you were merely a support character. Yujichio's expression darkened as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rising from the ground while clutching his chest. Very well. I shall remember the name Shrek. I will sever my connection to the ice attribute, even if it means discarding my soul rings and starting anew. Thank you. Yujichio departed silently, with the students of Tsanghui Academy following in silence. After all, these 8 had defeated their teacher, What more could they say? Excellent resolve. Jiang Luoran nodded, yet he felt pity for Yi Zhiqiu, as none of the students he nurtured were willing to support him. Luoran, the interplay of heat and cold? Tang San approached, noting the similarity to his own techniques in crafting hidden weapons. Not merely similar, Jiang Luoran smiled wryly. It was a kinship of principles. This too, on Earth, is a discipline of forging. From the very beginning, we were instructed to target Yi Zhiqiu's sole weakness, his shoulder's shell, Dai Mubai remarked. After countless trials and the bombardment of various soul techniques, and with the relentless alternation of heat and cold, that shell shall undoubtedly shatter. Jiang Luoran ascended to the rooftop, ready for rest. For tomorrow they would confront a formidable beast. The others nodded. Jiang Luoran's thought process indeed suited the role of a control-type soul master, though it carried its own risks. What if the opponent did not act as expected? Would he not be courting death? As for the great beast, they did not take it seriously, assuming it to be merely a 1,000-year-old soul beast to be hunted. The dim sky gradually birthed streaks of dawn, imparting a sense of the world awakening. Slowly, a hint of fish belly white appeared in the sky. Tang San practiced his purple extreme magic eye nearby. While Jiang Luoran regulated his breathing, the first rays of dawn marked the moment when the air's spiritual essence was most pristine. They had long since grown accustomed to this routine. Before long, Teacher Zhao led the students out, maintaining the formation from the previous day as they advanced swiftly. Let me make one thing clear. I will not intervene unless we encounter a 10,000-year soul beast or find ourselves in a perilous situation. This time, it was my turn alongside Mubai to take the lead, with third brother in second place, and Shu Qing maintaining her agile position. Jiang Luoran and Dai Mubai ventured towards the Soul Dual Great Forest, clearing obstacles along the way. Amidst the densely packed forest, a refreshing breeze invigorated them. The closer they neared the Soul Dual Great Forest, the more vigilant they became. Dangers lurked everywhere. Zhu Qing, highly alert, manifested her 2 yellow soul rings to enhance visibility and coordinate the front line. Dai Mubai and Jiang Luoran activated their martial souls to eliminate threats and forge ahead. The rest of the group remained alert, scanning their surroundings. Mubai, Luoran, let's not concern ourselves with the decade-old soul beasts. The reckless slaughter by soul masters is already cruel enough. If we were to kill these young soul beasts, would we not be losing our sanity? Tang San interjected to halt Dai Mubai. Yet, continuing at this pace would hinder their progress. Dai Mubai frowned, having never contemplated this. The young soul beasts have done nothing wrong. Must we kill them just to hasten our journey? Xiao exclaimed indignantly. I concur with third brother's sentiment. To lose the celestial way is to lose the hearts of the people, and thus, oneself. Moreover, slaughtering these young soul beasts would provoke their families, leading to even greater troubles, Jiang Luoran stated as he summoned the Blood Devil Vine to clear a path for the group. What? The celestial way? Tang San pondered, finding a connection to his own world. Very well, Luoran, we shall only clear obstacles. Dai Mubai, retract your sharp claws. Indeed, merely a reflection of humanistic moral theories. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, continuing forward. The 8 of them, in their most formidable state, pressed on, though the inevitable consumption of energy led them to pause after several hours. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, distinctly the noise of a soul beast moving at high speed. With his purple extreme magic eye and the Xiantian technique, Tang San immediately sensed something amiss. What was that sound? All on alert, Zhao Wujing sprang to his feet. Even he knew to tread carefully in the Soul Dual Great Forest. Zhu Qing, please investigate, Tang San instructed. Zhu Qing leaped into a tall tree, crouching and peering intently. After a few moments, she called out, it is a flying snake, adorned with a fleshy crest, blood red as if dipped in crimson, and its tail is fan-shaped. Moving at great speed, Zhao Wujing's eyes lit up, bursting into laughter. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Little Ao has struck luck, but we cannot ascertain its age. Zhu Qing, can you provide an approximation of its size or length? Tang San employed his purple extreme magic eye, but the distance was too far. Approximately 7 meters long, with a large fan-shaped tail, adorned with a red gem. It approaches. Zhu Qing swiftly leapt to another tree, wary of an attack. This is a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake, likely around 1,300 years old, perfect for little Ao. Tang San nodded. Zhao Wujing, knowing Tang San's master was the Grandmaster, trusted his words. It seemed they could return soon, having had good fortune. Then, 2 control-type soul masters, hurry and devise a strategy. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake is non-venomous but exceedingly swift, employing a singular method of attack, constriction to crush its prey. I will engage it to restrain, while you provide covering fire. In terms of speed and strength, I am the only choice for containment. Each of you must fulfill your roles. Should I find myself in danger, unleash your attacks. If necessary, Mubai and I will swap positions, Jiang Luoran declared, dashing forward and transforming into a streak of white light, disappearing from sight. Indeed, the most straightforward approach is often the clearest. Against such a swift opponent, it is the only course. Let us move. Tang San and the other 6 dispersed, preparing to encircle the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. With a powerful descent, Jiang Luoran aimed directly for the head of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Hiss! The snake shrieked in response, lunging at Jiang Luoran, both combatants moving with remarkable speed. Boom. In an instant, they clashed. Jiang Luoran's punch was evaded, and he nearly fell victim to the deadly embrace of the phoenix tail, which was akin to the roots of an ancient tree. Not daring to linger, Jiang Luoran let out a fierce cry as he leaped towards the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake. With a resounding thud, he shattered the creature's skull with his fist, yet found himself ensnared by the phoenix tail. How cunning this soul beast was! Jiang Luoran felt a surge of alarm. This creature aimed to inflict 1,000 wounds upon its enemy, while suffering 800 itself. His second soul technique, Shadow of the Shadow, activated as the violet soul ring around him gleamed brilliantly. If he did not summon the ancient roots soon, he would be ensnared to death. The 400-year-old roots manifested, transforming into hundreds of towering trunks that shot skyward, binding the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake to the ground. The roots utilized their branches and tendrils to pierce the flesh of the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake, disrupting its nervous system. The second soul technique, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai exhaled a golden energy orb, compressing the surrounding air with a tumultuous force. The searing and intense golden light bombarded the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake. Jiang Luoran sensed that the opponent's strength was waning. He exerted himself to pry apart the robust serpentine body. Chapter 51, Shadows of Darkness. Third brother. Synchronize with my second soul skill to reinforce the binding threads. Jiang Luoran landed and rolled, crouching low to the ground. He pondered how to control his strength without leading to mortal peril. As is widely known, the weakness of the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake lies in its fleshy crest. So Jiang Luoran decided to reserve the final strike for Oscar. Second soul skill, Ethereal 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of the vast disparity between her and the millennium-old soul beast. Thus, if she were to attack, she would have to summon her utmost strength. The black afterimages engulfed the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake, tearing apart several areas of its serpentine form. The massive body coiled around the shadows, unable to catch up. Seizing the moment, Jiang Luoran acted swiftly, clamping the snake's head with his left hand and striking its fleshy crest with his right, causing a portion of it to deflate. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake writhed, severely wounded, resorting to the self-preservation energy within its crest. Third brother, Jiang Luoran gestured for them to maintain control, flinging out a dozen bloodthorn vines, employing his first soul skill, creation from nothing. Blue silvergrass bind. Tang Xin brought his hands together and struck the ground, unleashing a wave of blue silvergrass. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake could retreat, the powerful control from the two pinned it firmly to the ground. Little Oscar, are you still waiting for the soul ring to come to you? Hurry. Zhao Wujiet tossed a dagger to Oscar. All right. Oscar dashed over, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Wait. Jiang Luoran halted him. Mubai, take the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake and go to the nearby woods to absorb it. Remember, no matter what happens here, do not emerge until the soul ring is fully absorbed. Long Gong Mengshu and Shi Pa Chao Tianxiang. Jiang Luoran could not overlook them. They should avoid confrontation if possible. After all, Tang Xin had not married his granddaughter. There was no need to entangle in such relations. This way, their group's risks could be minimized. Although it was ill-advised for soul masters to evade trouble, they would need to encounter teachers from the Tsanghui Academy or individuals of comparable stature. To confront figures like Long Gong and Shi Po was tantamount to courting death. Was survival not preferable? If they provoked trouble, they would retaliate. The rest were perplexed, bewildered by his insistence on absorbing the soul ring in the woods. However, on the battlefield, controlling soul masters served as the tactical core, embodying the most rational judgment. Since they were already a team, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhao Wujia. All right, I'll carry the massive phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake. Little Oscar, follow me. Luoran, have you discovered something? Zhu Zhuqing leaped down from the tree, yet she had not detected any anomalies. They have arrived. Jiang Luoran observed the two dark figures before them. Everyone, act convincingly. You will understand shortly. Who was approaching? Had anyone ever seen a phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake fly? An elderly lady with gray hair approached, wielding a staff over 2 meters tall. Yellow, purple, black. 6 soul rings surrounded her. The implication was clear. In the Douluo continent, strength dictated respect. If the opponent lacked a comparable expert, she could act with impunity. She posed questions that demanded responses. If necessary, she could resort to cruelty. Discontent? Come and strike. Then, Zhao Wujia was struck by the sight of her staff, his expression shifting. Yellow, purple, black, black, black. 7 soul rings descended, swirling around him. Upon seeing the 7 soul rings, Chao Tianxiang's expression softened. Respected soul sage, have you encountered an injured phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake? It belongs to my granddaughter, who disobeyed and flew this way. The snake matriarch was probing. Her straightforwardness aimed to gauge Zhao Wujia's reaction for any signs of shock or abnormality. Should he display such signs, she would unhesitatingly unleash her 6 soul skills, summoning Long Gong in an instant. Ah, it is the esteemed snake matriarch, Zhao Wujia replied. maintaining his composure. He realized that Jiang Luoran's actions had led the serpent to fly towards them. I intended to capture it for my students, but it vanished in the blink of an eye, presumably activating its life-saving energy. Oh, so it's the immutable King Zhao Wujie, the snake matriarch mused, dispersing her soul rings. Indeed, the outside world claims the immutable king is slow and cannot keep pace with the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake at full speed. She chuckled inwardly at Zhao Wujie's short legs. Oh, how dare you? Zhao Wujie smiled, oblivious to the multiple times the snake matriarch had silently laughed at him. I heard you were teaching now? Is it true that you have students reaching level 20 so quickly? The snake matriarch approached them. Amidst the shadows, another girl appeared, brandishing a serpent spear, her figure striking in a snakeskin outfit, with a pleasing appearance. Ming Yuran. Haha, Sister Chao Tianxiang. These little monsters are not hunting for their second soul rings, they are after the third. One even aims for the fourth. Zhao Wujie. When the time comes to be proud, do not act petty. Third soul ring? Fourth soul ring? Chao Tianxiang looked at the boys behind him. Her soul master rank surpassing 60. She could easily discern their true ages. They are merely teenagers, some not even 13, yet they claim to seek third soul rings. Such bold words, do they not fear their tongues will trip them in the wind? It's utterly laughable. If a youth truly possessed a second soul ring at this age, I would willingly marry off my granddaughter. This immutable king was known to be no saint, rumored to have pilfered undergarments. It was unexpected to hear such brazen lies spill forth without a hint of hesitation. What a skillful performance. Affection, -1 -2 -1 -10,086. Oh. Haha. So that's how it is. I shall not intrude further. Please, continue your search. The snake matriarch had intended to linger a while longer to rest, but the presence of such individuals made her uneasy. Iran, let us depart. The air here is unpleasant. Haha. Yes, Grandma. Meng Yuran smiled brightly, also finding them amusing. Ma Hongjun could no longer suppress his fiery urges. Upon seeing that smile, he felt an overwhelming desire welling within him, ready to explode. Oh, haha, Sister Chao Tianxiang. Take care. Zhao Wujie was not afraid of Chao Tianxiang. His concern lay with the combined attack of Long Gong and the snake matriarch. Remarkable, Luoran. How did you sense Chao Tianxiang was coming? As the snake matriarch moved away, Zhao Wujie approached. That Chao Tianxiang is merely a soul emperor, Teacher Zhao. You are a soul sage, could you not sense her? Tang San restrained the impulsive Ma Hongjun. You do not understand. If Long Gong had arrived, I might have sensed it. But the snake matriarch's martial spirit is unique, especially in the forest. Even a soul Douluo would find it challenging to detect her presence, Zhao Wujie mused, stroking his leg. Tang San refrained from further inquiries towards Jiang Luoran, as he remained an enigma in this regard. This was not the first occurrence. Teacher Zhao, how deep are we into the soul-fighting forest? Jiang Luoran pressed her fingers against the ground. Surrounding us were the echoes of a century. And though we had traversed but a few hours, we now found ourselves within the realm of 100 years, an intricate tapestry of the outer and inner circles. Zhao Wujing stroked his chin, pondering the situation. There is no time left, Jiang Luoran remarked, sensing a formidable and unsettling surge of brute force emanating from the earth. What do you mean there is no time? Zhao Wujing inquired, perplexed. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. The entire soul dual forest trembled as if struck by an earthquake, resonating with deep, thunderous sounds. Yet, upon closer listening, it seemed as though a colossal entity was hastening towards us, drawing nearer with each moment. If it's too late, then let us fight. Jiang Luoran summoned her martial spirit, the blood fiend vine, while a few formidable soul beasts stood atop the pyramid, among them the Titan Great Ape and Air Ming. Chapter 52. An unexpected encounter. Awaken your martial spirits. Zhao Wujing bellowed, no longer hesitating. A terrifyingly massive brown bear surged forth, cloaked in shadows behind Zhao Wujing, as his soul power skyrocketed to level 76. He was a soul sage, capable of sensing an overwhelming danger approaching. Its intensity rivaled that of the purple avian he had encountered 6 years prior, though he had merely glimpsed one of its wings. Little Ao had also absorbed a soul ring, and alongside Dai Mubai, they emerged, hastily summoning their martial spirits in preparation. The 8 of them formed a protective circle, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. I must warn you, our adversary is extraordinarily fearsome. Be sure to protect yourselves, Jiang Luoran cautioned, her soul rings illuminating, clearly laying a trap. The trembling trees suddenly stilled, and the quaking ground settled, as a massive stone rolled past, restoring tranquility to the scene. The 8 knew well that this terrifying soul beast had arrived, lurking somewhere nearby. Just as they prepared to retreat, a colossal head emerged from the thicket. Roaring with an earth-shattering ferocity, its very roar shattering the stones and trees around them. The group stumbled, unsteady under the oppressive aura, their hearts pounding with fear. Before them stood a soul beast resembling a small mountain, its body ensconced in thick, resilient black hide, rippling muscles hinting at immense latent power. Red totems flowed across its form, resembling a gigantic ape. Without a hint of anger, it exuded an overwhelming majesty, the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Zhao Wujing's composure shattered. The stronger the soul beast, the greater its animosity towards humanity. Had the rampant slaughter by soul masters incited the wrath of the forest sovereign? Zhao, take this opportunity to flee. Jiang Luoran urged, fully aware that the Titan Great Ape would not harm them. Its desire lay solely with Xiaowu. Should Zhao Wujing recklessly attempt to seize her, he would surely meet his demise, thus she felt compelled to emphasize this point. As for the Soul Master's indiscriminate killings, Ming likely had not considered this aspect, for Xiao Wu occupied 99 of the beast's consciousness. No, Luoran, you and Tang Sen take everyone and escape. This is the Titan Great Ape. Zhao Wujing roared, fear evident in his voice. Die, take Rong and little Ao and go. Jiang Luoran and Tang San positioned themselves at Zhao Wujing's sides. Ma Hongjun longed to protest, wishing someone would suggest he flee as well. He had wished to escape long ago. White Tiger, merge. Damubai, though under immense pressure, summoned all his strength to stand firm. I will not run. 7 treasures are renowned, 1 day of strength, 2 days of speed. Ning Rong channeled 7 beams of colorful light into their bodies. The more individuals receiving aid from the 7 treasures glazed tower, the stronger they became, yet the consumption was rapid. After releasing just 2 layers of support, she collapsed. Utterly exhausted. A terrifying howling erupted once more, signifying that the Titan Great Ape was enraged and poised to strike. The effects were evident, thanks to Ning Rong's support. The 7 did not succumb to the beast roar. We have no choice but to fight. Zhao Wujing was the first to charge forward. Unleashing his martial spirit, great strength Diamond Bear. 7 soul rings blazed to life, a dazzling display. Zhao Wujing, adorned with 7 soul rings, underwent an exaggerated transformation. His form swelling as if inflated. Golden fur, yellow eyes, and robust bear limbs coalesced, culminating in a towering golden bear standing 5 meters tall. Reaching level 30 as a Soul Master is a significant milestone. Reaching 70 marks an even greater threshold, as Soul Masters with martial spirits experience a substantial boost in power. This transformation is a desperate measure. Once unleashed, it grants a duration of 30 minutes during which soul techniques beneath the 7th soul ring can be employed indefinitely and with 150 potency. Even more formidable. The Great Strength Diamond Bear boasts a 200-point enhancement to its defensive attributes. However, forcibly activating this martial spirit comes at a steep cost, after use. Zhao Wujing would retain only 50 of his energy for 7 days, rendering him exceedingly vulnerable, a true gamble. Jiang Luoran was quite perplexed. Hadn't Zhao Wujie previously sought to plead for mercy in a subtle manner? Why had he now chosen to confront directly? This was certainly unorthodox. The 2nd soul skill. Ghost Vine Parasite. The 1st soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. The 2nd soul skill, Netherworld's 100 Claws. The 1st soul skill, Phoenix Firelight. The 2nd soul skill, Phoenix in the Fire. The 1st soul skill, Born from Nothingness. The 2nd soul skill, Shadow Following. The 3rd soul skill, Blood Fiend's Demonic Prison. Waves of soul rings illuminated, with all soul skills directed towards the Titan Great Ape's head. Bang! The Titan Great Ape merely roared, unleashing a shockwave that shattered these soul skills effortlessly. To it, the foremost threat was now Zhao Wujie, this 5-meter-tall golden brown bear. Given Zhao Wujie's current state, he posed a significant danger. Bang! The golden brown bear's fist struck towards the Titan Great Ape, yet before the blow could land, it was intercepted by the ape's massive palm. The disparity between Zhao Wujie and his opponent was still too vast. The Titan Great Ape exerted its strength, pressing the golden brown bear inch by inch into the ground. The difference in power was palpable. If Zhao Wujie were not endowed with formidable defenses, his martial spirit would likely shatter under such pressure. Quickly, unleash the soul skills to disrupt the Titan Great Ape's senses. The myriad strands of blue-silver grass released by Tang San were merely trivial threads to the Titan Great Ape. This won't he do? Our efforts are futile. The gap is insurmountable. Ma Hongjun had been scorching the Titan Great Ape's groin for an eternity. It had scarcely grazed its hide. Zhu Zhuqing's black claws trembled. She had exerted all her strength. Jiang Luoran charged forward alone. Having exhausted all his resources, his soul power was completely drained, leaving only his legs to fight. I have a mushroom sausage. I have a mushroom sausage. Hurry, hurry. Xiao Ao, what are you doing? Run. Dai Mubai forcefully pushed Oscar aside, shielding him from the oncoming boulders. Listen to me. My 3rd soul skill can grant the flight speed of the phoenix-tailed chameleon snake for 1 minute. Consume it quickly and flee. Oscar already held 4 white sausages in his hands. This soul skill astonished everyone, yet in such dire circumstances, it was difficult to feel any joy. With the cloak fist, 3 hearts operated simultaneously and combined with the impact and inertia of extreme speed. Jiang Luoran targeted the Titan Great Ape's head, unleashing dozens of punches. It is widely recognized that the brilliance of this martial art lies in the principle of using force against force. The more strikes delivered, the greater the damage inflicted. Jiang Luoran's fists were bloodied, and even with such force, it merely caused the Titan giant ape to tremble slightly. Ah! Zhao Wujie's golden arm was on the verge of breaking as he bellowed. Why aren't you scoundrels running? Aim for its eyes! Tang San exclaimed, unleashing hundreds of piercing needles that flew towards the Titan giant ape's eyes. Teacher Zhao was about to succumb. Activate your soul skills. Bang! 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 Yet the adversary merely closed its eyes, effortlessly blocking all the piercing needles and soul techniques. The Titan giant ape struck down Zhao Wujie with a single punch. Despite its colossal size, it moved with surprising swiftness, extending its long arms to seize Xiao Wu, preparing to make its escape. No! Tang San roared in fury, pursuing relentlessly. A howl unlike any other echoed as the Titan giant ape released waves of black ripples from its mouth. Such a terrifying force left everyone trembling with fear. Tang Xin kicked Ma Hongjun down, then followed suit, crawling down himself. Dai Bai grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and leaped into the pit. Oscar tackled Ning Rongrong to the ground, pinning her down to ensure that even if he were to be implicated, he would perish first. Jiang Luoran, with unwavering determination, grasped the colossal boulder with both hands, resolutely refusing to relinquish his hold, while embedding his legs deep into the earth. As anticipated, the ferocious sound waves dissipated, revealing the side of Xiao Wu being effortlessly grasped by the Titan Great Ape, who whisked her away with a single hand. In a frenzy, Tang Xin bent low and leaped forward, intent on pursuing, only to witness a flash of white light dart past him, swift, almost blinding, akin to a shooting star. This was a velocity that transcended the very fabric of air, defied resistance, and seemingly conquered time itself. Such speed was wild and unrestrained, as if liberated from all constraints. Kunping strike. Jiang Luoran surged forward on one leg, his entire being suffused with streams of white energy. Even the remarkably swift Titan Great Ape found itself pursued by him. The Titan Great Ape pivoted, unleashing a punch with its left hand aimed squarely at Jiang Luoran, with a resounding thud. The moment Jiang Luoran's form met the Titan's stone fist, a numbing sensation coursed through his legs, as if he had been struck by a myriad of electric currents. In that instant, he even lost awareness of whether his legs still existed. Jiang Luoran was sent flying, facing the might of the Titan Great Ape. Who could fathom where he would land? Chapter 53. Beneath the water, someone is present. Luoran, Zhao Wujie's gaze was fixed on Jiang Luoran as he was hurled away. Such force could very well have cost him his life. Damn it. Dai Bai looked skyward and shouted in anger. He felt at a loss for words. With his limited strength, whom could he blame? Oscar furrowed his brow, and the mushroom sausage in his hand was swept away by the preceding gust. Tang San, his eyes ablaze with fury, approached Oscar and murmured, "Little Ao, give me a mushroom sausage." Little San, you. Oscar suddenly met Tang San's blood-red gaze. Little San. Xiao Wu is likely in grave danger. You must restrain your grief. This is all my fault, Zhao Wujie said, his face ashen as he had just regained his footing. Luoran was in peril. Should they find him, he would likely be gravely injured and unable to cultivate in the future. Their priority was to locate him and escort him home. To be realistic, this was the true nature of the battlefield, never to harbor hope. In truth, Zhao Wujie wished to express that encountering the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, and only losing 2 comrades was, in fact, a considerable success. Yet, such words remained unspoken. With determination, Oscar lifted a mushroom sausage with one hand and said, "Little San, I understand your feelings. If it were Rong who had been taken, I would act in a similar manner. Though I am merely a support type, I would still charge at the Titan Great Ape. You little rascal, what are you doing?" Zhao Wujie winced as movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to spit blood several times. Tang San snatched the mushroom sausage from Oscar and consumed it. Almost immediately, wings sprouted from his back, lifting him from the ground. Xiao Wu is my most cherished person. I am sorry. I entrust Luoran to you. Ning Rongrong unleashed a radiant spectrum of light, bestowing it upon Tang San. Third brother, be a man. With a gentle flap of his wings, Tang San vanished from sight. Teacher Zhao, if there are punishments to be meted out, let them fall solely upon me. Oscar stepped forward. Prepare more mushroom sausages, cured sausages, and all sorts of sausages. We shall pursue together. Damn it, if it comes to it, we might as well die together, Zhao Wujie said, generously, as he squatted on the ground to recuperate. In the inner outskirts of the soul-fighting great forest, upon a branch of an ancient towering tree, a ragged young boy was clinging, his disheveled hair revealing an awakening intent. Jiang Luoran. After enduring an immense shock, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Miraculously, he realized he had not perished. He had merely been thrown aside. As he regained his senses, he recalled the final moment when he beheld 8 golden soul rings, a sight that had graced him before. Each time, it materialized during his most perilous moments. Unable to comprehend, he chose to dismiss the thoughts. Feng Lingao had advised him to navigate through life in a state of confusion, asserting that the mysteries would unravel as he matured. Shedding his tattered garments, he leapt from the tree, discovering numerous stains of blood and dirt adorning his body, prompting him to seek a cleansing. Jiang Luoran's physique was remarkably robust. Every muscle defined and powerful, as if each fiber was enveloped in an immense reservoir of explosive energy under the radiant sunlight of Yanggu. After cleansing himself in the water, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. He had merely shed his tattered garments, which he had discarded upon a tree. When had another piece of clothing appeared here? This attire was evidently crafted from exquisite fabric, adorned with silver edges and a silvery gray material, exuding an ethereal and sacred aura. It was perplexing to consider who might require such garments. However, Jiang Luoran immediately thought of Bibi Dong, who seemed to don similar attire. Could this be a papal robe? But what of this one? Jiang Luoran, almost instinctively, reached out to touch the fabric. The texture. It was as smooth as silk. Suddenly, a stunning woman emerged from the water, droplets glistening on her dark, damp hair. She was naturally beautiful, with ruby lips and porcelain skin, exuding an enchanting allure. Was this the scene of a lotus blooming from the water? This sight startled Jiang Luoran, causing him to retreat repeatedly. After all, he was merely bathing when an unexpected woman appeared. What was the meaning of this? He had no intention of losing his virtue, at least not for the moment. Such a rogue. This young lady has captivated countless hearts, yet today marks the first time someone has plotted against me. She spoke boldly and directly. Her words laced with an irresistible charm, even as she noticed Jiang Luoran's hand lingering on her garment. Regardless of her tone, a beguiling quality permeated her voice. I was unaware of anyone beneath the water, and I harbor no interest in you. Please do not misunderstand. Jiang Luoran quickly realized he had misspoken. But upon seeing her face, he recognized her. Hulaina, you know my name? It seemed she had come specifically for him. Hulaina surged from the water, using her soul power to evaporate the river water from her body before donning a silver garment. Jiang Luoran forced a bitter smile, unexpectedly discovering that Hulaina was also training in the Soul Do forest at this moment. Were the two Title Douluos from the Pope's palace present? He was acutely aware that he could not hope to contend with them, even retreating would likely prove futile, as Hulaina charged forward with her fist raised. Jiang Luoran realized there was no means of evasion. He surged forth from the water, meeting her delicate fist with a powerful strike of his own. The clash sent Hulaina staggering backward, carving a furrow into the ground as her expression shifted from alluring confidence to perplexity. The force of his blow felt akin to a mountain's impact. This indicated that his strength was on par with hers. Could it be that he too was at the 41st level of the Battle Soul sect? At this juncture, Hulaina was indeed only at level 41. Despite the disparity of a single level, Jiang Luoran's combat skills and cultivated physique were not to be underestimated. After all, Hulaina did not rely solely on her fists for combat. With agility, she leaped into the air, aiming a fierce kick at Jiang Luoran. When it came to leg techniques, Jiang Luoran excelled. Instead of retreating, he advanced, delivering a kick that sent Hulaina reeling. In a moment of deadly resolve, Hulaina summoned forth her spirit rings, 4 of them, glowing a vibrant yellow and purple. An extraordinary sight unfolded as the rings illuminated in sequence, with each ring that shone. The faint reddish glow enveloping Hulaina intensified. This was a manifestation of her murderous intent. Jiang Luoran tightly shut her eyes and casually picked up 2 leaves from the ground, stuffing them into her ears. In doing so, one cannot blame me for being impolite. Is it too ruthless? Jiang Luoran surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Hulaina's throat. Realizing her charm was ineffective, Hulaina had no time to ponder how her opponent had discerned this and swiftly attempted to evade the attack. However, she was utterly unprepared for the fact that the straightforward jab was merely a feint. A devastating hook followed, threatening her very head. Hulaina found herself with no opportunity to employ her soul skills. Faced with such peril, she steeled her resolve and launched a fierce kick aimed at Jiang Luoran's lower body. Jiang Luoran had previously trained with Fenglinger, naturally acquiring the skill of discerning sound and direction. He immediately berated the female rogue, questioning her imitation of Ma Hongjun, before stepping back and leaping away. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Hulaina inquired, skeptical that a youth with such formidable soul power could be an ordinary individual. Moreover, at this stage, the opponent had yet to unleash their martial soul. Nameless, without sect, faction, or identity, Jiang Luoran extracted a leaf from his ear and subsequently opened his eyes. The adversary would no longer launch an attack. This woman, possessing pride, had already conceded in battle. Although it was merely a minor clash without the use of soul rings to bombard one another, both parties were acutely aware of their disparity. This is impossible and illogical, Hulaina remarked as she approached. You exhibitionist. It's entirely reasonable. My clothes are merely torn, Jiang Luoran replied coldly, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. Your strength is commendable. Should you wish to join the spirit hall, seek me out, Hulaina stated, discarding her white male attire before vanishing from sight. Hey, that's my outfit, exclaimed Xiao, displaying dismay. Chapter 54. The True Cloak Fist. The spirit hall is so stifling. I have no desire to go there. Jiang, throughout his life, has lived for himself. Why should he toil to serve Bibi Dong? Jiang Luoran donned a white garment and gazed at the sky, pondering that the third candidate should be hunting the humanoid magic spider. I shall delve deeper and join them. In truth, he was quite taken aback upon encountering Hulaina today, especially in the water. This Hulaina is indeed remarkable. Even Tang Hao holds her in high esteem, asserting that Bibi Dong is nurturing her as the prospective next pope. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that Hulaina's enchanting abilities were exceedingly terrifying. To kill without a trace. This was a form of insidious power. It is worth noting that in a few years, during the prestigious Soul Master competition across the continent, if Shrek were not graced by the presence of Tang San, their defeat would be inevitable. Suddenly, shadows flickered in the darkness, prompting Jiang Luoran to halt his steps. Years of rigorous training had bestowed upon him the qualities of a seasoned Soul Master. With a soft hiss, a vibrant, venomous liquid emerged from the shadows, splattering onto the stone beside Jiang Luoran, producing layers of white ash and swiftly dissolving the coarse rock. Jiang Luoran's expression was stern. Had it not been for their swift actions moments ago, they might have succumbed to the lethal poison. How potent could this toxin be? That it could even corrode solid rock? A pungent, sweetish odor permeated the air, compelling Jiang Luoran to suppress their revulsion while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Those who delight in striking from the shadows are seldom noble creatures among the spirit beasts. Out of a sense of reluctant mercy, I shall grant you passage to the afterlife. Whoosh. Jiang Luoran flicked his wrist, unleashing a bloodthirsty vine that extended over a dozen meters. Executing a complete 360-degree rotation to assault his surroundings without a single blind spot. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque frog, draped in iridescent skin, leaped from the air. Its mouth drooling with saliva, particularly revealing a set of sharp, menacing teeth that sent chills down the spine. The seven-treasure bullfrog. Jiang Luoran frowned, cursing his misfortune to encounter such repugnant creatures, determined to slay it. This soul beast, akin to the human-faced demon spider, was notorious for its carnivorous appetite, particularly for carrion. The multicolored hues adorning its body were indicative of its potent venom, yet it could only expel a limited 3 puffs daily. To ascertain its age, one must carefully observe its physique. This seven-treasure bullfrog stood 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. If his deduction was accurate, it should be over 2,000 years old. Jiang Luoran's fury stemmed from the fact that the seven treasures bullfrog would not relinquish its prey. Enveloping herself in bloodthirsty vines, she shielded her entire body, particularly her fists. As the bullfrog was venomous throughout, bang, 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 Jiang Luoran delivered 3 powerful punches, striking as though against a surface paradoxically both soft and unyielding, baffling in its structure. The bullfrog was knocked back 3 meters, grinding to a halt against the ground. Gurgle. The seven treasures bullfrog gazed at Jiang Luoran, its eyes shimmering with a chilling hunger, an almost anthropomorphic desire as it flicked its long tongue over its ghastly white teeth. Kill. Jiang Luoran bellowed, usually restrained in his ferocity. Yet who would concern themselves with the fate of a soul beast, particularly one as frenzied as this? Jiang Luoran wielded 2 bloodthorns and lashed them towards the seven-treasure bullfrog. The creature leaped effortlessly into the air, evading her strike, and lunged at Jiang Luoran with its mouth agape. With a swift motion, she unleashed her first soul skill, creation from nothing, directing it into the bullfrog's gaping maw. As the creature's mouth became ensnared with the bloodthorns, Jiang Luoran raised the vines and sent the seven-treasure bullfrog flying, sneering, "Today, your demise is inevitable. I am devoid of compassion." Goo goo. The bullfrog retaliated, using its venom to corrupt the bloodthorns in its mouth and biting through them. Its voice transformed into a furious roar, echoing, "A whoa." With a resounding crack, the confrontation escalated. Jiang Luoran raised the bloodthorn vines and struck them forcefully against the face of the seven-treasure bullfrog, interrupting its cacophony and sending it sprawling to the ground. With a series of resounding thuds, the 2 bloodthorn vines danced wildly as if animated, relentlessly assaulting the creature until one of its teeth was forcibly dislodged. With a furious roar, the seven-treasure bullfrog leapt from the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, its crimson tongue, glistening with saliva, lashing out towards Jiang Luoran. It seemed intent on devouring him whole, refraining from lethal force initially, but now, enraged, it sought to kill before it feasted. Even spirit beasts possess aspirations and desires. Jiang Luoran swiftly discarded the blood thistle vines from his hands and immediately summoned his martial soul, enveloping his entire body in a suit of armor woven from the same sinister vines. Poisonous. He needed an even deadlier strategy to fight. This was what Feng Linger had taught him. Aya. A chilling glint erupted from Jiang Luoran's eyes as he surged forward instead of retreating. With his right hand, he seized the crimson tongue, while his left brandished a jagged stone, slashing it down upon the fleshy appendage. Asaske, verdant blood splattered as the severed half of the tongue writhed upon the ground, as if yearning to return to its original form. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware of the immense effort he had just exerted. It was the strongest he had summoned in over a decade. The sharp stone was severely battered. The Qibao bullfrog trembled violently, its entire body shaking as if engulfed in excruciating pain, its limbs incessantly pounding the ground, as if attempting to summon an earthquake. To kill with one's tongue? Do you take me for a fly? Jiang Luoran half-squatted, preparing a cape punch. The Qibao bullfrog let out a furious roar, raising its palm to collide with Jiang Luoran's fist. A resounding boom echoed as waves of energy surged forth, causing the surroundings to resonate ominously. The ground cracked, forming fissures that extended 3 meters and beyond. The Qibao bullfrog's eyes darted about, and with a remarkably human-like gesture, it raised its left fist, aiming a strike at Jiang Luoran's head. Boom. Jiang Luoran unleashed a punch in defense, his face etched with a fierce expression, revealing his sinister white teeth as he exclaimed, "Kuimping slaughter." A radiant white light appeared at the center of his brow before vanishing, followed by a surge of soul power enveloping him, conjuring a magnificent white kuimping behind him. Waves of white energy surged forth, creating a colossal gust of wind that echoed with a continuous hissing sound, the ultimate resonance of air friction. With a thunderous crash, the seven treasures bullfrog was propelled away by the immense white force, crashing through numerous ancient tree roots before finally coming to a halt. Remarkably, despite such overwhelming strength, its skin remained unscathed. Jiang Luoran, driven by an almost frenzied intent to annihilate, surged forward with an unwavering determination, as if he would not rest until his adversary was vanquished. The cloak punches multiplied in number, and the strength he harnessed continued to grow exponentially. In the heart of the forest, a duel ensued between man and frog, each exchanging hundreds of lethal blows, neither side willing to yield. Astonishingly, Jiang Luoran's speed matched that of the seven treasures bullfrog. which was renowned for its remarkable velocity among spirit beasts. Even a sixth-ring soul master might struggle to keep pace with it. The bullfrog, bewildered, suspected that its opponent might be a soul sage. With the activation of his second soul skill, as shadow follows, Jiang Luoran's purple soul ring shone brightly. A root, aged over 400 years, emerged from the purple glow, resolutely weaving its way toward the seven treasures bullfrog. The bullfrog's eyes quivered in trepidation as it desperately thrashed its body, causing the ground beneath to indent. Yet, to its astonishment, it found itself completely immobilized, ensnared by the dry roots that clung to it like a lover's embrace. Could a root, drawing upon centuries of vitality, ever be easily escaped from? The primary function of this soul skill was to summon creatures or beasts at will. Jiang Luoran now stood in a position akin to battling a spirit beast that could not retaliate. With each step closer to his dreams, he envisioned the day he would confront a Title Douluo incapable of resistance. Unfettered, the ancient roots proclaimed, "Today, I shall no longer remain inconspicuous. Today, I shall slay a seven treasures bullfrog over 2,000 years old." With the cloak punch, Jiang Luoran's fists were enveloped in a purplish-pink bloodvine, tightly entwined. As three hearts synchronized their rhythm, channeling power through his legs, hips, waist, shoulders, and arms, coordinating a relentless assault with his fists. If 30 punches were insufficient, then 100 would suffice. Harnessing strength through strength, the onslaught continued unabated. Chapter 55. The inconceivable. The forest reverberated with explosive sounds, evolving from the initial thuds to a cacophony of resounding blasts. Chunks of beast flesh littered the ground, stained with viscous green blood, intermittently releasing plumes of white smoke. The anguished cries of the seven treasures bullfrog weakened, ultimately fading into silence as it succumbed to its fate. In the final strike, Jiang Luoran employed a silent sleeve arrow, aimed precisely at her opponent's forehead, delivering a lethal blow that penetrated through the brain. The surroundings lay in utter disarray, with scattered rubble, fallen trees, and the ground marred by numerous depressions. This was the fierce contest between a millennium soul beast and a soul venerable. Nearby, some feeble soul beasts had long since fled, fearful of the impending disaster. Jiang Luoran ultimately achieved a breakthrough, delivering a relentless barrage of 100 punches. By the time he reached the 95th strike, he had harnessed a power capable of shattering the very essence of his opponent. The ferocity of his blows was so profound that it obliterated not only the heart of the bullfrog, but also the ancient roots of the tree that lay behind it. Jiang Luoran even contemplated whether, if he unleashed the cloak fist, he might not even be able to slay the Soul Emperor with a single blow. What is this? He approached and picked up a moon blade from the ground, a weapon of the evil moon. Indeed, these two brothers were undoubtedly in cahoots. He then glanced around and spotted the evil moon, who had been ensnared by the bullfrog and stuffed into the food hole. No wonder the bullfrog had hesitated to deliver a fatal blow earlier. It was clearly aiming for a dual-flavored dish. Whoa. The pupils of the evil moon dilated as he stammered incessantly, for he was completely immobilized by the food hole, his body and mouth ensnared. Nevertheless, he had witnessed the scene of Jiang Luoran dispatching the seven treasures bullfrog with utmost clarity. That technique was exceedingly ruthless, with combat skills and speed that were unparalleled. And the twin martial souls, how extraordinary. Moreover, what was the significance of those soul rings? The first was a millennium, while the third was a myriad of years. This Douluo continent cannot withstand such absurdity. What peculiar and monstrous beings have I encountered today? They are simply beyond comprehension. Even the golden trio of the Spirit Hall would feel embarrassed to reveal themselves before him. Earlier, when Jiang Luoran employed his second soul skill, all three soul rings had simultaneously shimmered. Holding the moon blade, Jiang Luoran struck down upon the trunk of the food cave, cleaving it asunder and extracting the malevolent hue. He pondered whether to obliterate the evidence, for he needed to remain inconspicuous. If the Spirit Hall were to focus their attention on him now, he would have no choice but to flee back to the Holy Soul Village. Who are you? Who are you? Your martial spirit does not resemble that of a sect disciple. The sinister you grasped Jiang Luoran firmly. I am you, one of the golden trio of the Spirit Hall. Jiang Luoran contemplated, deciding against it. Should the Spirit Hall uncover any clues, they would surely pursue him. That would indeed complicate matters. It is essential to remember that they belong to the Spirit Hall, and they might unearth his whereabouts. Primarily, he was still too feeble to endure significant upheaval. My brother. I have a sister of extraordinary beauty, and I would gladly introduce you. We could become one family. You rambled nonsensically. In essence, he sought to recruit Jiang Luoran. Mind your demeanor, brother you. Are you not usually aloof? Has your attitude shifted merely because I saved you? Jiang Luoran thrust the moon blade back into Yu's hands. Take your weapon and depart. Do you not wish to join the Spirit Hall? Yu's demeanor cooled as he spoke, his tone turning icy. If you are not with the Spirit Hall, then you are an enemy. Though he knew he could not defeat his opponent, he could summon his sister to utilize their martial spirit fusion technique to vanquish Jiang Luoran. I saved you, and yet you wish to kill me? Jiang Luoran sensed the murderous intent emanating from you, yet he met it with an unwavering gaze, unperturbed. It is not that I cannot provoke you. Rather, I simply do not wish to engage with you at this moment. Jiang Luoran remarked that Xie Yu was indeed formidable, with such exceptional talent. He could easily eliminate all members of the Golden Generation. His current combat prowess was akin to that of countless enchanting apparitions. The term enchanting apparitions refers to the fusion technique of Xiaoyu and Hu Lai's martial spirits. With a swift motion, Xiaoyu charged forth wielding dual blades. His body enveloped by 4 radiant soul rings. He bellowed, "Full moon." Confronted by such a powerful adversary, Xiaoyu was compelled to employ his self-created soul technique, rendering his other abilities entirely superfluous. To this young man, he posed no tangible threat. A blood-red mist dispersed, as Xiaoyu exuded a palpable aura of death, his dual blades gleaming ominously with a chilling light. A splendid Xiaoyu, Jiang Luoran thought, then I shall terminate you. With a powerful push from his legs, he launched into the air, directing his knee against the blade, neutralizing its force and driving Xiaoyu down to the ground. With a resounding thud, Xiaoyu's prideful self-created soul technique was effortlessly thwarted by Jiang Luoran's single maneuver. He lay on the ground, coughing up blood, while the earth beneath him cracked open. I forgot to mention, my legs are my forte. When I dispatched the 7-treasure bullfrog earlier, I was merely practicing my boxing skills, Jiang Luoran declared, stepping on Xiaoyu. What could be wrong with joining the spirit hall? You seem to be a wanderer. Do you not yearn for a promising future? Xiaoyu, immobilized and in pain, found himself unable to respond. As Jiang Luoran prepared to deliver the final blow, he was suddenly confronted by an overwhelming aura of murder, accompanied by the rapid approach of an adversary. This malevolent presence was imbued with a chilling essence, emanating strength capable of ending his life with a mere hand. The only individual who came to mind was the ghost Douluo. Fortunately, Jiang Luoran was swift, transforming into a streak of white light and vanishing from sight. In the brief span of a second, a massive black ghostly hand emerged where Jiang Luoran had just stood, clawing at the earth in an attempt to claim a life. However, thanks to that fleeting moment, Jiang Luoran concealed his presence and fled to a distance of several miles. What is the matter with you, Xiaoyu? Ghost Douluo inquired. Accompanied by Hu Laina, both puzzled by the scene. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his lips, Xiaoyu asked, Master Ghost, have you ever encountered someone whose first soul ring could absorb a millennium's worth of power? I have never seen such a thing, Ghost Douluo replied tersely. If he claimed ignorance, it was certain that no such individual existed in the world. Why the sudden inquiry? Hu Laina questioned, observing his unusual demeanor and disheveled state. Were you attacked by a soul beast? Xiaoyu glanced at the severed remains of the 7-treasure bullfrog. I too wish that what transpired was merely a dream. He kept Jiang Luoran's secret to himself. Today, however, I did witness a young man with exceptional agility and formidable attack methods. His soul power was remarkably high. In the distance, he spotted Zhao Wujin and the monsters of Shrek Academy, though their condition appeared far from optimal. As Jiang Luoran descended swiftly, he beheld Long Gong and Sheepa preparing to launch an attack on Zhao Wuji and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Luoran propelled himself forward, charging directly into the white tempest conjured by Long Gong. With a thunderous clash, the swirling winds transformed into a cascade of white threads, scattering into the air. Jiang Luoran landed deftly, stirring up a cloud of dust, and cast a cold glance at Long Gong, demanding, What are your intentions? Chapter 56, Escape from the Tiger's Mouth. Long Gong and Sheepa exchanged glances, fully aware that the soul power they had just unleashed was at least at the 50 level. Yet now, it was effortlessly dispelled by their adversary's kick. How could this be possible? Luoran, where have you been? Dai Mubai and the others, upon witnessing Jiang Luoran's unscathed appearance, clad in fresh attire, expressed their joy. Luoran, you're alive? Zhao Wuji, clutching his chest, bore a pallid and anguished expression, with blood staining the corner of his mouth. Zhao Wuji had always been forthright, unconcerned with the niceties of speech. His volatile nature and many enmities could be attributed to his unvarnished tongue. Having been delayed by certain matters, he declared. Leave it to me now. As Jiang Luoran summoned several blood-red vines, they began to unfurl around him. Do not act rashly. That is Long Gong and Sheepa. I will hold them off for you. If you quicken your pace, with your speed, they won't be able to pursue you. Hurry. Zhao Wuji stood resolutely, positioning himself before Jiang Luoran. It's of no concern, Teacher Zhao. Consider this. If Long Gong were to kill us today, how many would seek to avenge our deaths? Jiang Luoran's eyes gleamed with ferocity. How many of our kin would be slaughtered? Dai Mubai was the prince of the Xinglua Empire. Ning Rongrong the princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Zhu Qing descended from nobility, and Tang San's father was a Title Douluo. Not to mention others. Let them attempt to take a life. Impudent. Long Gong struck the ground fiercely with his iron staff, summoning a tempest that shattered rocks. Who dares to threaten me? His fury surged. Never had anyone dared to confront him in such a manner, not even a child. Such audacity. I shall slay you. Mangaran, enraged, unleashed her serpent staff, which emanated a ghostly purple light, hurtling towards them, her 2 yellow soul rings shimmering ominously. Jiang Luoran's legs were ensnared by the blood thorns, yet she aimed a kick at the pointed tip of the serpent staff. With a resounding thud, she sent the serpent staff flying. Immediately thereafter, She harnessed her soul power to force Meng Yiran back. With a single move, she defeated her opponent, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. After all, Meng Yiran was a level 30, second-ring soul master. It seemed somewhat implausible that she could be vanquished in such a manner. Even Meng Yiran herself was left disoriented, unsure of what had transpired, as the sequence of events had unfolded too swiftly for her to comprehend. It was the simplest of techniques, executed with precision in calculating the angle of attack, eschewing flamboyant and superfluous gestures, and directly leading to victory. This was the essence of Fenglinger's teachings. Jiang Luoran did not wait for others to inquire. He unveiled a portion of his garment from his chest. Addressing Long Gong, "Behold, what is this?" Upon closer inspection, 5 deep claw marks were etched into his left chest, emanating a sinister black glow, with blood continuously seeping forth. "What is this?" Snake Granny, possessing keen observation, discerned the underlying mystery. The severity of such injuries could not have been inflicted by an ordinary Title Douluo. Impossible. Long Gong's pupils widened as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, this was the mark of a strike from the Spirit Hall's Ghost Douluo. Despite possessing unparalleled speed, I still could not evade the mark left by my adversary. This was merely a consequence of the pressure created by the claw marks. Had I encountered even the slightest touch of the black claws, I would have likely met my demise. Jiang Luoran was equally astonished. He had underestimated the power of a Title Douluo. Furthermore, how could one so powerful be evaded so easily? Where is he? What does he intend? Why did he attack you? Alternatively, how did you manage to escape the strike of a Title Douluo? Long Gong remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. This fresh claw mark was the most compelling evidence of the Title Douluo's presence. He had lost control. After I was sent flying, I witnessed him engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. If I were to activate my fusion ring skill now, the atmosphere I would create would be significant enough for the Title Douluo to notice. Jiang Luoran spoke with conviction. Long Gong is merely concerned about his reputation and does not wish to sacrifice this human-faced demon spider. Moreover, you cannot kill us. Additionally, your granddaughter cannot absorb this human-faced demon spider. Few are those whom Long Gong fears to kill. Long Gong and Snake Granny stepped forward, their expressions cold. I do not intend to threaten either of you. I merely state the truth. My brother and I are disciples of the Master. This human-faced demon spider is at least 1,000 years old. If Meng Yiran were to absorb it, she would not withstand its power, Jiang Luoran asserted with unwavering resolve. Disciples of the Master? Snake Granny glanced at Long Gong, intrigued by the credibility of the Master's teachings. Meng Yiran must not encounter any mishaps. Long Gong nodded. How can you prove your status as disciples of the Master? This, Jiang Luoran pointed to the item tied around his brother's waist, is a gift from the Master. Long Gong understood and replied, while this soul beast may still be unsuitable for absorption, we cannot simply abandon it. We are under no obligation to help you hunt soul beasts, Snake Granny pondered. How about you little ones join our sect? Not merely for this human-faced demon spider. But when you require more powerful soul rings, we can assist in hunting. The promise of a Title Douluo made Jiang Luoran's eyes gleam with clarity, unflinchingly meeting the gaze of his interlocutor. What did you say? A promise from a Title Douluo? I find that hard to believe, Long Gong scoffed, finding the notion absurd. Zhao Wujie approached and whispered a few words into Long Gong's ear. The crowd observed as Long Gong's demeanor softened, the coldness in his eyes dissipating. Even so, he turned to Snake Granny, and the two engaged in hushed conversation, inaudible to the others. What if we refuse? Both Snake Granny and Long Gong radiated immense soul power, exuding an aura of terror. We are left with no choice but to risk everything to draw the Ghost Douluo here, Jiang Luoran lamented, his soul power surging as he prepared to fight desperately. Remember what you have said. We shall depart. Long Gong and Snake Granny spoke slowly. Grandfather, grandmother, will you truly let them go? Especially that one in white? Meng Yiran pointed at Jiang Luoran. At your age, grandfather cannot be hostile towards the younger generation. Yiran must learn to be self-sufficient. Long Gong and Snake Granny pulled Meng Yiran away. As she left, she cast a venomous glance at Jiang Luoran. Little San, quickly absorb the soul ring. Zhao Wujie urged Tang San to act while the others remained on guard. Tang San had no time for further conversation with Jiang Luoran. He plunged a blade into the body of the human-faced demon spider and sat down to absorb the soul ring. Luoran, how did you survive? Daimu Bai found it hard to believe that anyone could endure a blow from the Titan giant ape. Oscar and Ma Hongjun examined Jiang Luoran's body, suspecting he might be a ghost. Perhaps it is precisely because I am so weak that I did not perish. Jiang Luoran clutched his chest wound, where pain still lingered. What is happening? Zhao Wujie steadied him. Teacher Zhao, the Ghost Douluo will not come here for the time being. Jiang Luoran sat cross-legged, needing to heal. Otherwise, he would suffer lasting ailments. Is your injury genuine? Zhao Wujie contemplated how fortunate Jiang Luoran was to have survived the lethal strike of a Title Douluo. You must have used all your luck in this lifetime. It is true. However, my constitution is unique. Toxins and the specter cannot penetrate my body, allowing me to recover autonomously, Jiang Luoran stated, refraining from further elaboration as his soul power gradually ascended. Chapter 57. The Master arrives. Bang. Zhao Wujie raised his fist and struck down another Millennium Soul Beast. This is a perilous place. We must not linger here. Once Luoran and Little San have recovered, we will retreat immediately. Luoran, Sangu? Xiao Wu rushed over, sensing something amiss. What happened to them? Xiao Wu, how did you return? Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun took a step back, perhaps for the first time retreating in the presence of a girl. Oscar was bewildered. Surely she could not be a ghost. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were equally startled. That enormous creature suddenly threw me to the ground, and I have no idea why. Then, coincidentally, I found a dead Millennium Soul Beast nearby, so I absorbed its soul ring and returned, Xiao Wu explained with an apologetic smile. You've reached level 30? Zhao Wujia's mood began to stabilize. He had become numb to the astonishing feats of these young prodigies. These wretched geniuses are playing with the hearts of ordinary people. Jiang Luoran has recovered from his injuries and risen to his feet. His physique has always been commendable. Now, one can merely discern a faint scratch mark upon his chest. Xiao Wu feels reassured. Her third brother is unharmed, and Jiang Luoran conducts himself as if everything is perfectly reasonable. Meanwhile, Tang Xin oscillates between calmness and unease. His soul power becoming increasingly restless, a cycle that persists. Jiang Luoran sensed that his soul power had been fully absorbed, indicating that he was now ready to hunt for his fourth soul ring. His physique was exceptionally robust, capable of withstanding immense soul power and pressure. After a rough calculation, Jiang Luoran estimated that upon absorbing the fourth soul ring, his soul power could potentially surge to around level 47. After all, he had remained at this juncture for quite some time. However, the hunt for a soul ring was not feasible at present, as Zhao Wujie was in poor condition and could not assist Jiang Luoran in hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. If Zhao Wujie and Jiang Luoran combined their efforts, they might indeed be able to slay a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Luoran's stamina would leave him no time to recover. Especially in the perilous Stardo forest, one must possess the means to take life and the fortune to return alive. Ah! Tang San let out a cry, as a purple soul ring swirled around his waist, emanating waves of purple soul power that wreaked havoc. Success. Crack. The sound of sizzling bones echoed. Instantly, 8 spider legs sprouted from Tang San's back, adorned with swirling purple light, sharp and glinting with a chilling blue sheen. 8 spider spears. Ah! Ma Hongjun displayed a look of fear that surpassed even Tang San's. What was this? This was an external spirit bone, and Jiang Luoran pulled Ma Hongjun up. Not only they, but even he felt a shiver at this scene. Apologies for the worry. I am fine. Tang San forced a smile. Well, since all is well, let us depart swiftly, Zhao Wujie declared, taking the lead. Third brother, allow me to carry you, Jiang Luoran interjected, directly hoisting him onto his back. The Shrek team hastily made their way back to the academy. At Shrek Academy, in the principal's office. Xiao Gang, you truly came. Flinder rose from his recliner. Having you as a teacher in my academy is certainly an improvement over Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie. Flinder, have they not yet emerged from the Stardo forest? Yu Xiaojiang frowned, his expression perpetually unchanged. They have emerged, but are still recuperating, especially Zhao Wujie, who narrowly escaped severe injury. Flinder poured 2 cups of fine tea and handed one to Yu Xiaojiang. To survive such peril is commendable. After this incident, the abilities and synergy among the students are likely to improve significantly. Upon hearing that there were no fatalities, Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of relief. What is the situation with Jiang Luoran? He possesses many peculiar traits. I initially thought him a monster, though Flinder spoke of him as a monster. A smile lingered on his lips. Luoran's circumstance is rather unique. After reviewing your letter detailing his recent activities, I find it hard to believe. Perhaps he truly is a monster, possessing his own cultivation system. The master delves into soul beasts and soul masters, yet lacks practical experience. Thus, he must witness it firsthand to form a conclusive judgment. Indeed, I have already issued the necessary notifications. From now on, all teacher assignments will be under your purview. You will design the training regimen for the students, Flinder proclaimed, intending to take a hands-off approach. He would retain the academy's original mission, but would not involve himself in the specifics. Gather the children on the playground. The master strode toward the center of the field. Now, they have just returned from the Stardo forest. Flinder observed Yu Xiaojiang's stern expression and quickly added, very well. The 8 members of Shrek stood in a row, their expressions weary, clearly having not rested adequately. Teacher? Jiang Luoran and Tang San bowed to the master. Jiang Luoran was well aware that the master had assumed the role of instructor for Shrek's training regimen, which was notoriously rigorous. Flanders, the master, and Zhao Wujie approached, their faces bruised. I apologize for my tardiness, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, but the master disregarded him, tersely stating that breakfast, lunch, and dinner must be consumed promptly, as they were essential for training. Furthermore, he urged them to discard superfluous knowledge, promising to impart more profound insights into the art of soul mastery. Each of them ought to establish reasonable goals, which he would later facilitate. For today, rest is paramount. Relentless practice is not a prudent choice, he declared simply, without elaborating on specifics. Upon hearing the final remark, Shrek's members speculated that the newly arrived teacher was rather lenient. Master, I wish to address an issue. The food at our academy is insufficient, Ma Hongjun said slyly, casting a glance at Flanders with a grin. We are currently addressing this. Changes will be implemented tomorrow. Flanders replied, meeting Yu Xiaojiang's cold gaze with a smile. You are all extraordinary beings and cannot be trained by conventional standards. I hope you take this seriously. Your current efforts will serve as the foundation for your future, the master concluded, making his way to the academy's dining hall to personally oversee the nutritional arrangements, which must be utterly rational. Master, all steamed buns must be replaced with buns filled with meat. Xiao Xian, should they be vegetarian or meat-filled? Master, they must contain beef. And please add less green vegetables and mugwort. Pork should be substituted with chicken legs. Moreover, the soup must not skimp on ingredients such as black fungus, white fungus, red dates, and ribs. The portions must be generous, absolutely ample. The 8 members of Shrek responded with excitement. Flanders exclaimed, please don't involve me. I am financially constrained. Zhao Wujie was also elated. Previously, with Flanders around, he could scarcely afford to purchase a chicken. Now, however, he could indulge in the academy's provisions. I intend to eat my fill from this moment forward. Xiao-san, Luoran, your teacher appears quite affable. Surely, the instruction will not be overly challenging. Dai Mubai remarked. Arms crossed over his chest. Tomorrow, you shall witness. The Master-S training will unveil the vistas of hell, Jiang Luoran cautioned them. Make sure to rest well tonight. Especially you, fatty, do not venture out. Surely, Brother Ran, you mustn't frighten the fat one. Oscar chimed in, handing Jiang Luoran a sausage. I am entirely serious. Jiang Luoran replied, departing with the sausage. He intended to seize an opportunity to leave briefly, as he now sought to absorb the 4th soul ring, requiring Feng Ling-er's assistance. His ambition was to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Perhaps, after absorbing the Soul Ring, he might even strive for the title of Soul King. Chapter 58. Internal strife. The 8 members of Shrek finished breakfast early, standing resolutely in the training ground, awaiting the Master-S arrival. Jiang Luoran and Dai Mubai stepped forward. Next, we shall engage in a practical exercise, while the rest observe. Luoran, you are prohibited from utilizing your 2nd and 3rd soul skills, and your 1st soul skill may only be employed once. Jiang Luoran nodded, acknowledging that even if he were permitted to use it, he would refrain. Very well, let us engage in another battle. After his previous encounter, Dai Mubai was acutely aware of the futility of opposing his adversary. Having observed several matches, he held a profound admiration for Jiang Luoran's formidable prowess. This was indeed an unequal contest. It was difficult for Dai Mubai to fathom that such an individual as Jiang Luoran existed in the world. At such a young age, he exhibited such overwhelming strength. It was inevitable that he would ascend to become a preeminent Title Douluo in the future. The battle commenced. Do not lose focus. Jiang Luoran sprang into action, unleashing a powerful kick that sent a wave of energy crashing against Dai Mubai's arm. The impact was thunderous, caught off guard. Dai Mubai staggered back several paces before collapsing to the ground, his chest vibrating with a dull ache. White Tiger possessed. 2nd soul skill, White Tiger shield. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger transformation. When facing Jiang Luoran, he knew he must maximize his physical capabilities. Roar. The sound of a tiger's roar erupted as Dai Mubai's brow radiated with a fierce white light, his golden hair billowing behind him. Ultimately, a robust, malevolent-eyed white tiger manifested behind him, his muscles bulging dramatically as he activated his 2nd and 3rd soul skills, which he had not previously had the opportunity to employ. I wish to ascertain. Jiang Luoran retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Dai Mubai staggering backward. Come again. The clash of fists echoed as they exchanged blows, each strike generating increasingly ferocious shockwaves, a testament to their formidable strength. Observably, Dai Mubai's muscles quivered, and the veins on his arms became pronounced. His fists reddened from the ferocity of the combat. It was hard to fathom that despite being a formidable attack-type fighter, Dai Mubai, utilizing his 3rd spirit ability, was unable to prevail against the control-type Jiang Luoran. Ma Hongjun, it's your turn. Master directed towards the 2 warriors engaged in fierce combat. 1st spirit ability, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun summoned forth his Fire Phoenix martial spirit, enveloped in a golden aura, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from his mouth. With a swift motion, Jiang Luoran repelled Dai Mubai with a punch, then harnessing the force of the wind, he directed a powerful strike towards Ma Hongjun's raging inferno. Bloodthirsty Vine. Bam! Jiang Luoran's hands were enveloped in layers of blood fiend vine, shielding him from the relentless barrage of flames that erupted around him. The force radiated outward, igniting everything in its path. When confronted with such a formidable martial spirit, one must exercise caution. However, Jiang Luoran, confident in his superiority of soul power and strength, knew that his blood fiend vine would continue to thrive until Ma Hongjun's flames were extinguished. Moreover, during this interval, he was fully capable of withstanding the onslaught. Be careful. Dai Mubai cautioned, his martial spirit manifesting as a wave of soul power. 2nd soul skill, White Tiger's radiant wave. A resounding hum echoed as a golden orb of light blazed forth, dazzling to the point of being blinding. filled with explosive soul energy. Gradually, the golden light expanded, accelerating with remarkable speed. Now, Jiang Luoran shouted, unhurriedly using his blood fiend vine shield to deflect the overwhelming sea of flames unleashed by Ma Hongjun. With a forceful grip of his left hand, he captured the surging white tiger's radiant wave, akin to a bomb about to detonate. The shockwaves generated by their clashing attacks reverberated through the air, leaving the ground beneath Jiang Luoran's feet in ruins, transformed into a deep pit. Crack! The terrifying golden sphere shattered, revealing an unimaginable brilliance of light. With a barehanded rip, Dai Mubai was struck with awe as he witnessed this scene unfold once more. Was his white tiger's radiant wave truly ineffective? Why did it seem insignificant regardless of the opponent? Shao San, your turn, the master nodded, recognizing Jiang Luoran's potential. In response, Tang San leaped gracefully, striking the ground with a flourish, causing over 30 strands of blue-silver grass to surge forth, enveloping Jiang Luoran from all angles. Now, Jiang Luoran unleashed his level 40 soul power, shattering the Phoenix Fire Line and White Tiger's radiant wave, sending countless sparks and radiant golden light flying. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of white lightning, darting about to evade Tang San's grasp. The master contemplated deeply. Although control-type attacks were generally weak, their capacity for control was formidable. Typically, an exceptional control-type soul master could restrain an opponent with a soul power deficit of 10 levels. However, Luoran's speed had surpassed the wind, rendering Tang San's attempts largely ineffective. No soul master is without flaws, each possessing strengths and weaknesses. Realizing he could not capture his elusive opponent, Tang San resorted to his third soul skill, spiderweb binding. A purple soul ring spiraled upward, emanating a faint purple glow. With a swift motion, a sphere of purple soul power pursued Jiang Luoran, and upon contact, it erupted, branching into thousands of delicate blue-silver grass strands. As hard as steel and as resilient as rock, they were not only formidable, but also imbued with poison. Jiang Luoran allowed the rampant growth of the blue-silver grass to engulf him. He rolled and evaded dozens of strands, once again sprinting with agility, deftly maneuvering past all the encroaching foliage. Apologies, for Jiang Luoran's sole intention was to vanquish Tang San. With a fervent shout, Tang San clenched his fingers, and his delicate palm transformed into a hue resembling jade, emanating an icy chill. The clash of their fists resounded with a force that rivaled the earlier intensity of his battle with Dai Mubai. Controlling the crane, capturing the dragon. Tang San's wrist glimmered with a faint crimson light as he seized Jiang Luoran's iron fist. Bloodthirsty vines. Jiang Luoran unleashed two tendrils that entwined around both his and Tang San's arms, binding them together. I am well acquainted with your tactics, regardless of the techniques you employ. I can foresee them in advance. Tang San's controlling the crane, capturing the dragon had become futile. He found himself ensnared. Second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. Ma Hongjun radiated an overwhelming sea of flames, a fiery rooster charging toward Jiang Luoran with fervor. Jiang Luoran released the bloodthirsty vine, thrusting her palm to push Tang San aside, and charged towards the lustful rooster. Bang. Jiang Luoran was ensnared by the blood fiend vine, rampaging through the sea of flames, where sparks continually ignited and the inferno blazed ever more fiercely. The blood fiend vine was scorched inch by inch, vanishing. Yet simultaneously it grew anew in layers. Concerning Ma Hongjun's formidable fire martial spirit, Jiang Luoran found himself at a loss, for the temperature was exceedingly high. The most rudimentary approach was to endure it, channeling immense soul power through the blood fiend vine until the flames were nearly extinguished. At that moment, the master issued a resolute command. All of you, besiege Jiang Luoran. Defeat him. Chapter 59. The outcome of the monster clash. As the master's words fell, a shadow darted through the flames, moving so swiftly that it created an afterimage. The second soul skill, Ethereal Claw of the Underworld. A yellow soul ring swirled around Zhu Zhuqing, transforming her already rapid silhouette into a projectile, hurtling towards Jiang Luoran with explosive speed. Proud as she was, Zhu Zhuqing would not allow Jiang Luoran to exist in such a manner. Should the seven of them fail to vanquish Jiang Luoran, it would be a significant blow to her pride. Victory was imperative. Jiang Luoran faced off against Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun in rapid succession, channeling his soul power to its utmost limit. Were it not for the compounded damage of the cloak fist, utilizing the force of his adversaries against them, Jiang Luoran doubted he could withstand their might. At present, he had maintained the cloak fist for 67 strikes, his fist brimming with explosive energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of black claw energy surged forth, each strike a visceral assault that sent chills down the spine, even from a meter away. One could sense the frigid aura enveloping them. It was a chilling essence, akin to the very breath of death itself. Let it come, he cried. Bloodthirsty vines enveloped Jiang Luoran, winding from his heels to his shoulders, tightly binding him in a protective embrace. The claw marks of Zhu Zhuqing had already reached Jiang Luoran, who responded by delivering a kick that disrupted Zhu Zhuqing's soul technique. Defying gravity, Zhu Zhuqing was sent hurtling toward the ground. Bang! Jiang Luoran, correspondingly, has paid a price. The bloodthirsty vine on his leg has been shredded, leaving 5 deep claw marks on his calf. With his third soul skill, instantaneous movement, Xiao Wu somersaulted through the air, transforming into a radiant pink aura, and pounced behind Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that he must not allow his opponent to entangle him. He moved forward with haste, while Xiao Wu, endowed with the ability of instantaneous movement, followed closely behind him. The 7 treasures are renowned for their might, 1 day's strength. The 7 treasures are renowned for their swiftness, 2 days' speed. 6 paths of 7-colored luminescence descended upon Tang San and his companions, causing their innate soul power to ascend continuously. Xiao Wu placed her hands on Jiang Luoran's shoulders, her legs entwining around his waist, and then swiftly reversed to secure his limbs. With a taut arch of her back, she propelled her feet towards Jiang Luoran's head, using her hands to push against the ground for additional leverage. Jiang Luoran lost her gravitational pull, soaring into the air, reaching a height of 3 meters and continuing to ascend. This vividly illustrates the immense power behind Xiao Wu's strike. How could Tang San and the others let such an opportunity slip away? They promptly unleashed their soul skills. The first soul skill, blue-silver grass entanglement. The second soul skill, parasitism. The third soul skill, spiderweb binding. The second soul skill, white tiger's radiant light wave. The first soul skill, phoenix fireline. The second soul skill, fiery phoenix. The first soul skill, netherworld stab. The second soul skill, waist bow. Jiang Luoran was taken aback as he beheld a dazzling expanse of yellow soul rings manifesting upon the ground, each representing a formidable offensive capability. The soul energy, poised yet unspent, coalesced into a terrifying aura of power. Furthermore, augmented by the attributes of the 7 treasures glazed tower, the impending damage threatened to reach unimaginable levels. This was a clear intent to take his life. Jiang Luoran's gaze was icy and focused. If she were to make a stand, her first soul skill, which conjured something from nothing, would only be able to control a single individual, and moreover, it could be employed but once. It seemed her master had set a trap for her, compelling her to leap into it. Clearly, the master wished to observe the aptitude and potential of everyone, so as to adjust the training regimen accordingly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blue-silver grass surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the ground, the sky, and the surroundings. The white tiger's radiant light rippled through the air, emitting a resonant thunderous sound, trailing closely behind the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao followed. There forms a striking image akin to the fiery flames of a phoenix, capable of searing through the heavens. With the third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. The scene was such that Jiang Luoran dared not confront it head-on, opting instead to utilize a group control skill. As for the rules set by her master, she had long since cast them aside. Moreover, the master had only instructed her to spar with Dai Mubai, yet now there were 7 participants, rendering the previous regulations moot. The Blood Fiend Magic Prison first ensnared Ningrongrong, halting her assistance. Subsequently, a series of magical prisons enveloped both the individuals and their soul skills, entrapping the 6 within. Bang, bang, bang. Such a multitude of soul skills could not be contained by a single Blood Fiend magic prison. Tang San and the others swiftly broke free from their confinement, surging forward with their soul skills in tow. Jiang Luoran's objective had been accomplished. He had deprived Ning Rongrong of her supportive energy, while simultaneously exhausting the soul skills of the 6. The second soul skill, shadow following, was activated. Jiang Luoran executed a graceful flip in the air, stabilizing his form as the purple soul ring around his waist shimmered into view. A centuries-old tree root, over 400 years in age, emanated a radiant purplish-pink glow as it surged forth, aiming directly for the expansive swath of blue-silver grass. Tang San found himself momentarily restrained, yet it was merely a fleeting predicament. With the force of his cloak punch, Jiang Luoran charged towards Dai Mubai, the second strongest fighter of Shrek. Utilizing his first soul skill, creation from nothing, a myriad of bloodthirsty vines erupted around Dai Mubai, ensnaring him from his feet to his head. The more he struggled, the tighter the bloodthirsty vines constricted around him. A clash of control versus brute strength ensued. Jiang Luoran's cloak-clad fist shattered the white tiger's blazing wave, tracing arcs of golden brilliance as it descended, leaving behind a white phantom. With a single punch, it struck Dai Mubai in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away. One adversary vanquished, the next target was the Phoenix spirit wielder, Ma Hongjun. He must perish, he must die first. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai being sent flying, Ma Hongjun promptly took flight in a desperate bid for escape. Jiang Luoran gripped his fists tightly, unleashing the blood-devouring vine to shield himself from the vast torrents of blazing phoenix flames. He plummeted from the sky, descending directly into the fiery onslaught. With a resounding thud, Jiang Luoran pivoted, delivering a kick that sent the blood-devouring vine flying from his leg, creating an opening through which he swiftly escaped. The ancient roots, having expended their energy, vanished, failing to obstruct the blue-silver grass that was about to unleash the Three Souls technique. Tang San launched a powerful strike. Employing the control of the crane to capture the dragon, his Xianyu hand adjusted to its utmost strength. Just as Jiang Luoran prepared to land a punch upon Ma Hongjun's head, Tang San retaliated with a fist of his own, accompanied by the blue-silver grass, colliding with him in a fierce clash. Jiang Luoran's fist trembled as he staggered back several paces before finally regaining his balance, having been struck rather severely by the blue-silver grass. Subsequently, tendrils of blue-silver grass transformed into entangling beams of light, weaving around Jiang Luoran's form. The air buzzed with intensity as 3 soul rings materialized, causing Jiang Luoran's soul power to surge dramatically, amplifying his fighting spirit severfold and shattering the blue-silver grass entirely. However, slender strands of blue-silver grass reappeared, binding him tightly around his arms, waist, fists, and legs. This was Tang San's third soul skill, spider web binding. Not only did it possess formidable control capabilities, but it also carried a paralyzing effect. Should the ensnared soul master struggle frantically, this skill would only tighten further, ultimately leading to asphyxiation. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware of the exquisite utility of the soul skill, thus, she had no choice but to harness Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flame to sever it. Ignoring the restraints of the blue-silver grass and the excruciating pain it inflicted, Jiang Luoran tugged at the massive expanse of blue-silver grass and leaped into the fiery inferno conjured by Ma Hongjuan moments earlier. If his strength had faltered, Jiang Luoran feared he would not have been able to execute such a technique. With a resounding thud, the flames severed the blue-silver grass. Yet they also scorched Jiang Luoran's garments and skin. He emerged from the blaze, now on his 95th strike of the cloak fist. The power of his impending blow would be beyond their capacity to withstand. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his fist to strike at Tang San's face. I possess a mushroom sausage. Oscar had long prepared 5 mushroom sausages, which he tossed to Dai Mubai and the others. Ascend. Tang San led the 5 into the air, their movements reminiscent of ethereal wings in a frenzied flutter, as they simultaneously unleashed their fists towards Jiang Luoran. Observing their technique, Jiang Luoran drew back his fist to defend, his arm shielding his face, bracing for the fatal blow. A thunderous clash erupted, the soul power surged, overwhelming and relentless. Jiang Luoran's arms, electrified, could scarcely withstand the combined force of his adversary's 5 punches, sending him hurtling to the ground, crashing into a thicket and raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 60. Team Spirit coughing, Jiang Luoran rose from the earth, expelling mouthfuls of dirt. He had never imagined that one day he would find himself felled in battle. The collaboration of the Shrek 7 was indeed formidable. Were it not for his agility and soul skills, he might have succumbed long ago. Most crucially, however, was his foresight. He understood them too well, deftly evading several potentially lethal strikes. That recent barrage of soul skills was so overwhelming that even a Soul King would likely falter against it. His ability to devise a counter-strategy in such a short time stemmed from his profound understanding of them. Tang San and his companions encircled Jiang Luoran, trapping him in their midst. Enough, the master commanded, halting their assault, having gleaned all he needed to see. Tang San dispelled his wings, prompting the others to withdraw. As the control-type soul master of the match, all were obliged to heed him, rather than the master, as was the custom on the battlefield. Luoran, I must ask why you did not adhere to the rules we established, the master inquired, supporting Jiang Luoran with an expectant gaze. In the ever-changing chaos of battle, if the enemy disregards their commitments, I see no reason to uphold mine. Moreover, even if they did comply, I retain the discretion to disregard it, contingent upon my own strength. Jiang Luoran spoke weakly, having sustained considerable damage. Indeed, this is the essence of a true monster, adaptability in the face of change. Blindly charging forward is the domain of the ordinary. However, Luoran, your disposition is rather rigid, necessitating transformation. Your offensive techniques remain underdeveloped, requiring refinement. Excellent, the master remarked, a peculiar smile gracing his face. He relished engaging with exceptional individuals, finding their decisiveness and logical reasoning a delight. They exhibited clear objectives, steady minds, and remarkable adaptability, true dreamers of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai exchanged a triumphant fist bump with Tang San, signaling their effective collaboration. Zhu Zhiqing, however, remained indifferent. She felt it was a disgrace that they had only triumphed by uniting their strengths. Let us address you first, Mubai. You could have restrained Luoran earlier yet opted to unleash your soul skills, failing to provide sufficient combat space for your teammates. Remember, as a power-type soul master, this is your responsibility, the master began to critique. Mubai, I intended to express that Jiang Luoran's iron fists were unyielding, each blow more forceful than the last, making it impossible to withstand, he protested. Yet, this was merely an excuse. As a power type, he should not retreat from the battlefield due to such justifications. Haha. From the outset, I unleashed my evil fire, keeping Luoran firmly in check, Ma Hongjuan quipped, raising an eyebrow at Dai Mubai. And you, Ma Hongjuan, when you attacked, you foolishly employed 2 soul skills simultaneously. Are you aware of the toll that takes on your soul power? In battle, both stamina and willpower are paramount. If you exhaust your self-defense measures, how do you expect to survive? Furthermore, your evil fire did not assist your teammates but rather provided Jiang Luoran with an opportunity to escape, the master admonished. Zhu Zhiqing and Xiaowu lacked composure, allowing their emotions to sway them. And most importantly, Tang San, as the commander, why did you not coordinate your team for a concentrated assault? The battlefield is ever-evolving. If a solution can be executed in 1 second, do not delay it to 2, the master concluded his critique. It is my fault. I believed Luoran's second soul skill would be easily countered, Tang Xin admitted, filled with self-reproach. In future combat, you must solidify your tactical coordination and positioning. Now, let us distribute today's tasks. You are to carry the stone baskets I have prepared for you from the village to Notting City and back, running around the village. The master instructed. What? Running? The distance from the village to Notting City is approximately 6 kilometers, Ma Hongjun groaned. So, your task is to run 10 laps before nightfall. And you are not permitted to use your soul power, the master declared, gesturing for them to commence. 10 laps? That's around 60 to 70 kilometers. The Shrek 7 exclaimed in disbelief. Is this a jest? Oscar lamented. This seems inhuman. Even though they were soul masters, their bodies, honed through years of intense training, were not invincible. Carrying heavy loads for 70 kilometers without utilizing soul power was an impossible feat. Your duty is to execute this task. Consider it a form of discipline. The master's gaze was piercing. Must I participate as well? Ning Rongrong inquired. What do you think? If you still regard them as your comrades, then join them. The master replied, arms crossed. Jiang Luoran bore the weight of a hefty load of iron stones, amounting to over 1,000 pounds. The burden was undeniably formidable. Compounded by the necessity of running around the village to return to Notting City, which further intensified Jiang Luoran's sense of pressure. Crucially, the use of soul power was prohibited. Shortly thereafter, Tang San and the other 6 commenced carrying their respective stone blocks. Among them, the weights of Tang San and Dai Mubai were the most substantial, followed by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, and finally Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shuqing, and Xiao Wu. Without further hesitation, Jiang Luoran took the lead. Sparing the master from having to argue his case, the master possessed a considerable pride. He would not permit others to question his teachings, and as a disciple, it was only fitting to preserve his dignity. Tang Xin understood this and followed suit, as did Dai Mubai and the others. Observing their departure, Flinder and Zhao Wujin emerged. Xiao Gang, this punishment seems excessively harsh. I fear they may not endure it, Flinder remarked with a furrowed brow. He was acutely aware that, in essence, Yu Xiaojing valued their growth even more than he did. I have gauged the physical capabilities of each of them. They won't be easily exhausted. With the nourishment they receive at every meal, are we to let it go to waste? The master declared authoritatively. In this regard, your word is final. However, Flinder interjected. The academy's funds are truly insufficient. He counted on his fingers. I have already mortgaged all our establishments in Notting City. We are utterly out of money. Zhao Wujin was taken aback. He had yet to receive his salary. This matter shall be addressed by me, the master stated, though he possessed little wealth. He had accumulated some savings over the years, sufficient to sustain the Shrek Academy students. If not, perhaps you might consider borrowing from her. She would undoubtedly assist you. Flinder suggested with a cunning glint in his eye, raising an eyebrow. The master, witnessing Flinder's expression, became incensed, deeming it utterly unreasonable, and promptly turned to leave. Having not ventured far, Dai Mubai was already panting, while beads of sweat glistened on Tang San's forehead. Jiang Luoran is doing well, but after 5 laps, he will likely find himself in the same predicament. Luoran, Dai Lauda, let us wait a moment, Tang San said, placing his hands on their shoulders, signaling that the 3 of us would lead the way. In comparison, the challenge we face in completing our task is not daunting. However, what about the others? What do you wish to convey, Xiao San? Dai Mubai gasped for breath. Perhaps we should remain here until the others catch up, allowing us to assist them with the stones. Running together would provide mutual support. As we are a team, Jiang Luoran noticed Tang San's perspiration and spoke on his behalf. Indeed, Tang San nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Oscar and the others approaching, Jiang Luoran immediately advanced to greet them. Xiao Ao, could you spare me some stones? That is not appropriate, Oscar replied. Though he often jested, he would not trouble others lightly. The punishment bestowed upon us by the master serves to strengthen both body and spirit. We ought not to shirk our responsibilities. Brother Jiang, you are my own flesh and blood. Please help me carry some stones, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, raising his voice. Dai Mubai, exasperated, seized a massive stone from Ma Hongjun and another from Zhu Shuqing, continuing onward. Tang San took a large boulder from Xiao Wu. Jiang Luoran also took the colossal stone from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, then continued to dash forward. The 8 companions advanced at a measured pace. With each lap, they were rewarded with a sip of the master's meticulously concocted saline solution. As the sun ascended, its brilliance intensified, casting a fiery glow upon the ground, creating a truly enchanting spectacle. Along the way, the stones intertwined, and they cooperated seamlessly in their retrieval efforts. In Chapter 61, The Battle of the Emperor, they completed 10 laps, then 5, then 1. With a thud, all 8 members of Shrek collapsed at the finish line, barely managing to offload their burdens. Their exhaustion was palpable. Sweat drenched their bodies, as if they had just emerged from a pool. Each one gasped for breath, their physical faculties utterly spent, teetering on the brink of spasms. Ma Hongjun's eyes were nearly glazed over, while Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Jiang Luoran appeared to be on the verge of losing consciousness, merely prostrating themselves on the ground, desperately seeking to regain their breath. Their lungs felt as though they were ablaze as they beheld the master approaching. Jiang Luoran weakly uttered a respectful address. He wished to convey that this training was even more harrowing than the hellish regimen imposed by Feng Linger. At least Feng Lingo allowed for moments of respite. Perhaps at that time, being younger, she feared pushing them too hard. Tang-san, you and Luoran have committed the gravest errors. Thus, your punishment should be more severe. Add 2 more laps. The master halted, his tone unwaveringly authoritative, leaving no room for rebuttal. Not even now. Jiang Luoran was well aware that Tang-san would face an additional penalty of 2 laps, and was preparing to plead with the master on his behalf to allow Tang-san to make up for it the following day. However, to his surprise, he too was to endure a similar punishment. While training is indeed a beneficial endeavor that strengthens oneself, excessive training amounts to self-harm. There was no choice. One must obey the master's orders. The two exchanged a glance and continued onward. Luoran, Xiaosan, I shall accompany you, Daimu Bai declared. Rising unsteadily from the ground and stumbling towards the two. I want to join as well, Xiaowu added, her flushed cheeks further adorned with a forced smile. Xiaojiang. This is too harsh. Flinder, unable to bear it any longer, approached the master and murmured. The master remained unfazed, responding with an air of indifference. Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong shared a glance before following suit. It had scarcely taken 3 steps when they collapsed. Oscar and Ma Hongjun trembled uncontrollably, succumbing to unconsciousness as well. Jiang Luoran and others had not ventured far before succumbing to shock, collapsing to the ground, saliva dribbling from their mouths. A complete rout. Zhao Wujia's pupils widened in astonishment. His training paled in comparison to that of the master, rendering him insignificant. Was this individual also starved for affection? Best to avoid provoking him. Xiao Gang, is it not enough? Do you intend to drag them back to consciousness? Flander interjected, halting the master. He had merely tested their teamwork, assessing their progress thus far. Take them all back to the dormitory. Additionally, enlist the aid of some village women to assist the female students. The master, undeterred by the dirtiness of the task, hoisted Jiang Luoran and Tang Sen over his shoulders, making his way to the boys' dormitory. An hour later, the chatter of the women could be heard. Oh, those young ladies have splendid figures. When they removed their clothing, their skin was delicate, smoother than silk. Their faces are quite lovely as well, fair and pristine. Could it be that soul masters can influence their appearance? Upon awakening, Jiang Luoran discovered that Tang San and Oscar were still immersed in their medicinal baths. He emerged, rinsing himself with cool water, and soon noticed a note left by the master. There is food in the cafeteria. Do not rest during the night. Continue cultivating your soul power. The master's teaching was indeed stringent, yet the resulting benefits were undeniable. How could a powerful soul master be without a robust physique? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Luoran's stomach growled. He was famished. After donning his attire, he stepped outside, gently closing the door so that Tang San and Oscar could sleep undisturbed. At the Shrek cafeteria, Luoran, did you manage to complete those final 2 laps? Damubai smiled, inviting Jiang Luoran to sit. He recalled fainting and was unaware if the others had indeed finished. No, I collapsed with Sangu and have been oblivious until now, Jiang Luoran replied, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Ah, I see. Daimubai observed Jiang Luoran's ravenous appetite and refrained from further comment. Gradually, the 6 members of Shrek devoured their meals with the fervor of those who had just emerged from a fierce battle. We must hasten back to our cultivation and bring some food for Xiao Ao and the others. Daimubai was the first to rise. Go quickly. The master has not permitted us girls to cultivate during the night, Xiaowu urged, gesturing for them to clean their plates without assistance. Upon returning to the dormitory, they immersed themselves in rigorous training. Jiang Luoran and the others exchanged no words throughout the night. Inexplicably, their soul power surged rapidly. Jiang Luoran increasingly felt that her soul power had become more profound. At dawn, she sat on the eaves, basking in the gentle rays of the morning sun. Meanwhile, Tang San was diligently training his purple extreme magic eyes beside her. In the days that followed, the group frequently engaged in spirited duels, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2. Their fierce exchanges becoming increasingly intricate and fluid, shedding any semblance of awkwardness. After all, they were all exceptional talents of the younger generation, and through their battles, they amassed invaluable practical experience. As time gracefully flowed on, they adapted to the weight-bearing runs established in their earlier training, now able to increase their burden. Tasks that once took an entire day were now completed in mere half a day. Flinder occasionally led them to participate in competitions at the Soto Great Soul Arena, where they had yet to taste defeat, concerned that their youthful appearance might draw too much attention. The master provided each of them with a mask and conferred upon them titles of distinction. Jiang Luoran is known by the title, North Underworld Douluo. Tang San, Thousand-Handed Azura. Daimubai, Evil Eye White Tiger. Oscar. The team battles are fiercely contested. They recently triumphed over the Mad Rhinoceros team, gaining widespread acclaim. Now, even children don masks to impersonate the Shrek 7 monsters. 3 months have passed. Jiang Luoran's physique has grown increasingly robust, with a piercing cold light emanating from his gaze and his facial bone structure becoming strikingly sharp and handsome. His mental fortitude has also deepened, a testament to his extensive training and the profound teachings of his master. Tang San, though his transformation is less pronounced, has also developed tighter muscles, each finely defined muscle harboring an astonishing reservoir of power. Daimubai's musculature has exaggeratedly expanded, appearing quite fierce, while his eyes shine with heightened brilliance. Ma Hongjun has slimmed down considerably, having abstained from venting his energy for several days. Oscar's condition has improved significantly, yet he still appears slender and frail. The girls have experienced a substantial increase in stamina. Today, there will be no training, only leisure activities. Upon concluding his announcement, the master stepped down from the platform, calling for Flender to take the stage. Is this for real? I haven't been out in ages. Flender cleared his throat. Little monsters, after 3 months of rigorous training. You have all progressed remarkably, and I am quite pleased. Tonight, there will be a grand feast. Eat heartily. For afterward, we shall head to the Soto Great Spirit Arena for a team competition. Remember, should you emerge victorious, a late-night snack will be added. And we shall dine at the luxurious Soto Castle Hotel. Flender raised an eyebrow. Wow! Oscar and Ma Hongjun exclaimed, their expressions filled with disbelief and excitement. Tang San and Jiang Luoran exchanged knowing smiles, finding their antics amusing. Director, the stingy old bird has finally loosened his purse strings. Ma Hongjun chattered incessantly. After discussions with the main officials of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, your Copper Spirit Team badge has been upgraded directly to a Silver Spirit Team badge. Your opponents will be a royal team cultivated by the Royal Academy, whose members possess formidable strength. The captain, Yu Tianheng, hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The master handed a detailed dossier about the opponents to Tang San and Jiang Luoran, as they needed to devise a strategy. Chapter 62, The Battle Begins. Vice Captain Yu Tianheng, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, is a level 39 Assault System Spirit Master, wielding 2 yellow and 1 purple Spirit Ring. Captain Du Guyan, with the Emerald Scaled Snake Martial Spirit, is a level 38 Control System Spirit Master, also possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple Spirit Ring. Team Member Oscar, with the Ghost Leopard Martial Spirit, is a level 36 Agility Attack System Spirit Master, similarly endowed with 2 yellow and 1 purple Spirit Ring. Team Member Yi Lingling, with the 9 Heart Begonia Martial Spirit, is a level 35 Support System Spirit Master, boasting 2 yellow and 1 purple Spirit Ring. Team Member Shiremo, with the Xian Gui Martial Spirit, is a level 37 Defense System Spirit Master, equipped with 2 yellow and 1 purple Spirit Ring. Team Member Shiremo, again with the Xian Gui Martial Spirit, is a level 38 Defense System Spirit Master, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple Spirit Ring. Teammate Yu Feng, with the Windbell Bird Martial Spirit, is a level 36 Agility Attack System Spirit Master, also sporting 2 yellow and 1 purple Spirit Ring. Tang San fell silent. While Jiang Luoran was already aware of the opponent's details, thus he understood the situation without needing to look. Isn't this a bit too strong? Daimubai pondered, stroking his chin. Our team even has a great Spirit Master, while their entire team consists of Spirit Elders in their 30s, Ma Hongjun lamented. This match holds significant suspense. The primary point of victory in this battle hinges on the martial spirit fusion techniques of Luoran and San, as well as Mubai and Zhu Qing. In moments of crisis, I permit you to utilize the 8 spider lances, the master directed at Tang San. Exercise caution. Retreat if necessary. Master, trust us. We can win this. Jiang Luoran exclaimed passionately, feeling confident in their impending victory. Previously, the Shrek team had triumphed through cooperation, and with his inclusion this time, he believed the challenge would not be insurmountable. In the last match against the Violent Rhinoceros team, Luoran had not participated, so he would replace Oscar this time. Against such an enemy, we need not rely too heavily on support. What we lack is offensive capability, the master stated. Indeed, should you win this match, each of you will receive 1,000 gold spirit coins, and how about an additional 2,000 for supplemental tuition? Flender approached with a smile. There will still be a late-night snack. Where would such funds come from? Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily dazed. With such money, he could indulge in more upscale pursuits. Of course, this is provided by the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Now, focus your minds on how to battle. Flender resumed his seat in the wheelchair. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware of everything. Naturally, he was tasked with orchestrating the strategy. He promptly summoned the remaining 6 members and directed, in the Great Soul Arena, have you heard? A 7-member team has emerged this past month. They have entered the arena and have never faced defeat, continuing their winning streak. It is said to be the fastest and most victorious team in the history of Soto's Great Soul Arena. Their name is Shrek. Inside the Royal Combat Team's chamber, humph. Is this all the information about our opponents? Some of them haven't even reached the Soul Master level. They are hardly a concern, Du Guyan declared as she slammed the manual onto the table. However, we must remain cautious of Tang San and Daimubai, Yu Tianheng remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. And what about Jiang Luoran? Why is his soul ring classified as unknown? Yu Feng picked up the manual, which indicated the capacity to create virtual soul rings. Yet the reality was 2 yellow and 1 purple. Such a mundane soul skill, it is a wonder they can even present it. Merely a trick to intimidate, Shimo laughed. A man clad in an opulent robe approached. His handsome visage and flowing golden hair exuded an air of cold authority. Do not underestimate them, he warned. Qingming. The 7 stood at attention and bowed in respect. Do not belittle Shrek. Even if there is a disparity in soul power, they must not be taken lightly. If a control system soul master like Yin Yin becomes complacent, this team will grow arrogant as well. With that, Qin Ming departed. Shrek. Dugu Yin enunciated each syllable through gritted teeth, resolutely articulating the name. This was the central square of Soto's Great Soul Arena. And now we would welcome two exceptionally young yet formidable teams. The host, with an elegant flourish of the microphone, announced, on the battle screen, Royal Combat Team vs. Shrek Team. Upon seeing these two teams, the audience erupted in fervor, eager to rush to the arena and cheer. Some even stood in excitement, as many had placed bets. Flandris gathered 500 gold soul coins, wagering them all on Shrek's victory, smiling as he said, "Little monsters, if you don't win, be prepared for a beating next semester." He wished to bet more, but lamented his lack of funds, nearly moved to tears at the thought. First, we invite the Shrek team to take the stage. Leading the way was Jiang Luoran, followed by his 6 teammates, all captivated by the vast arena, which was more than 3 times the size of a standard arena and boasted excellent terrain. Now let us welcome the Royal Combat Team. The host bellowed. Though he feigned enthusiasm, he had cursed the Royal Combat Team 1,000 times in his mind, as their failures had reduced his monthly salary. These losers should just leave. Tonight, I must cheer for Shrek. My salary depends on you. You are Jiang Luoran? Dugu Yin sneered. You look like a lucky charm. All show and no substance. What did you say? Dai Mubai stepped forward, ready to confront. Having undergone extensive training, their camaraderie and friendship had reached a significant level, and they would not allow anyone to insult their teammate. Jiang Luoran grasped Dai Mubai's arm and inquired, "Shall we commence?" Just then, the host approached and bellowed into the microphone, "The soul fight begins." As the martial souls were unleashed, Jiang Luoran's soul power surged to level 40. Entering his most formidable state, bloodthirsty vines. Tendrils of blood-red vines emerged in his grasp, his objective clear, to incapacitate Yi Lingling of the 9-heart Sea Tang. Behind him, beams of light materialized, and the soul power became increasingly tumultuous, each wave more fearsome than the last. Even the host dared not linger in the vicinity. The battle between the Imperial Fight and Shrek had also commenced, with martial souls and soul rings activated, the soul power gradually intensifying as it surged toward Shrek. 2 formidable forces of soul power clashed invisibly, their glares fierce and unwavering. Combat was imminent. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Luoran was the first to plunge into the Imperial Fight's ranks, targeting Yi Lingling. Unfazed, Dugu Yin interposed herself with a mocking smile. "You dare to storm into our ranks alone? How eager you are to meet your demise." While it was indeed the auxiliary soul masters who typically fell first, one must possess the means to survive. Undeterred, Jiang Luoran pressed forward. Suddenly, Yu Tianhing descended from above, his dragon claws crackling with blue lightning as they collided with Jiang Luoran's. A resounding boom echoed as their soul powers generated a shockwave, rippling outward. The 2 fists met, locked in a stalemate, with Jiang Luoran slightly gaining the upper hand. Yu Tianhing's expression shifted. He had unleashed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, not merely a chicken claw. How could the opponent respond so effortlessly, even without employing soul skills or lightning energy? Jiang Luoran was no ordinary adversary. Chapter 63. Insufficient strength in a theoretical sense, these were no longer mere human fists. Without hesitation, Yu Tianhing summoned the power of lightning, channeling it into a strike. Jiang Luoran felt an electric surge coursing through him, from his fist to his entire body, inducing a paralyzing effect, yet he remained steadfast. "Tianhing, what is the matter? Quickly defeat him." Du Guyan frowned, initially believing that Yu Tianhing was merely toying around. Vice Captain Shimo charged forward, raising his heavy, robust arm to deliver a powerful blow to Jiang Luoran's head. "Ha!" Jiang Luoran shouted, lifting his right leg and slicing through the air with a resonant sound, delivering a fierce kick to Shimo's fist. "Ah!" Shimo felt as if his fist had been struck by a thunderous force, a tingling sensation enveloping his entire body, even affecting his bones. Defying gravity, he was sent hurtling backward to the center of the arena. The remaining members of the Emperor's combat team finally grasped the situation. Jiang Luoran's combat prowess was formidable, and Yu Tianheng was not merely playing around but was indeed a challenging opponent. Yu Tianheng was alarmed. As an offense-oriented fighter, could he truly be bested by the fists of a control-type soul master? Such a defeat would be a source of ridicule. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, a lineage too noble to be tarnished. His first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. A yellow soul ring materialized around Yu Tianheng's waist, and terrifying blue lightning enveloped his entire being. A dreadful wave of electrical energy surged forth, expanding across the entire arena. Jiang Luoran forcefully pushed, sending the yet-to-form blue dragon claws of Yu Tianheng sprawling outward, and then swiftly dashed towards Yi Lingling. Even in his current state, he dared not confront the thunderous dragon claws head-on. That would be an audacious overreach. "Do you think our Imperial Combat Team members are mere decorations?" The furious Dugu Yin was incensed, for Jiang Luoran clearly regarded them with disdain. He infiltrated the enemy ranks as if plucking flowers and leaves at will. Did he intend to sever their auxiliary spirit masters before everyone's eyes? Such arrogance was utterly outrageous. Jiang Luoran was certainly not so arrogant as to believe that a single individual could obliterate the royal fighting team. Such a notion is simply unrealistic. He was employing strategy. Who are the members of the royal fighting team? They are a collection of nobles, each one proud, each one formidable, each having been exalted by their elders. A mere commoner like himself charging into the enemy camp, though it may be a fleeting display of audacity, would ultimately necessitate his retreat when true combat ensues. Yet, that was sufficient. By manipulating their mindset, he aimed to expose their vulnerabilities. Our feigned arrogance would compel them to reveal their genuine hubris. The brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo roared in unison, for their Xian Gui was an unparalleled martial spirit, and they could not endure such a profound humiliation. As the two donned their emerald green turtle shells, they hesitated no longer and hurled themselves towards Jiang Luoran. Xiao Yufeng soared in. With a phantom wind chime bird screeching behind him, almost immediately, 3 soul rings glimmered around him, summoning a tempest to assail Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran observed that the wind bell bird was lacking in authenticity, merely a fade, exuding a feeble aura. It bore none of the majesty associated with a supreme martial soul. Compared to Fenglinger, it was like the vast chasm between heaven and earth, utterly insignificant. Yutong Heng, having fully charged his thunder dragon claw, leaped into the air, twisting through the sky like a dragon soaring aloft, accompanied by a multitude of lightning strikes. Duguyan sprang up, a yellow soul ring swirling around her, while the emerald-scaled serpent king coiled around her form, its scales becoming increasingly chaotic. A smirk curled upon Jiang Luoran's lips as he unleashed his utmost speed, his legs propelling him directly towards Duguyan, undeterred by her gender. With a resounding thud, before Duguyan could fully unleash her soul skill, and while the emerald-scaled serpent had yet to take shape, Jiang Luoran delivered a powerful kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Duguyan was taken aback by the ferocity of her opponent. Not to mention the strength of his kick, she felt as though her abdomen might be shattered. Yi Lingling rushed to administer aid. Yinzi, Yutong Hung exclaimed, his anger now directed at Jiang Luoran. I will kill you. The Shi brothers manipulated their turtle shells, transforming them into shards that hurtled towards Jiang Luoran. Buzz. The hurricane erupted, lifting from the ground. Jiang Luoran stood suspended in the air, precariously situated in a perilous position, unable to evade the assaults from 3 fronts. After sending Du Guyan flying, his expression turned frigid. Emotions were a luxury he could not afford, particularly in the presence of one so youthful and emotionally immature. Just as the trio of attacks was about to descend upon him, he suddenly felt something wrap around his waist, prompting a hearty laugh. At last, the moment had arrived. Jiang Luoran was seized by the blue-silver grass, tracing an arc in the air, a manifestation of Tang San's control technique, the grasping crane and capturing dragon. A flawless escape. Bang. The immense energies from the 3 parties clashed violently, shattering the display screen suspended in midair. Yu Tianheng, whose soul skill was handcrafted, was caught too close and sustained injuries. Brothers, it's time to strike. Jiang Luoran landed and, alongside Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, charged into the heart of the Imperial fighting team. Shrek was acutely aware of their inferior strength, thus, when strength was lacking, technique must compensate. Do not underestimate the subtle enhancements. A multitude of factors combined could unleash a formidable energy capable of altering the tide of battle. Third brother, maintain control from the rear. We will target Osro first. I have long been displeased by that golden-haired one, Jiang Luoran declared, launching a punch towards the rapidly approaching Osro, but alas. The opponent was too swift, and the strike missed. Allow me, Zhu Qing transformed into a shadow, ensnaring Osro, while Dai Mubai delivered a powerful blow aimed at Osro's head. Bang! Osro's tongue nearly fell out. He was stunned by the impact. Immediately after, Jiang Luoran aimed a kick at his head, sending him flying. Do not linger in battle. Their auxiliary soulmaster is the 9-heart Sitang. No matter how grievously injured, they can be healed in an instant. Having already disrupted their rhythm, they surged forward. Jiang Luoran soared into the fray, only to encounter the Shijia brothers. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind descended upon them, akin to a maple leaf in trajectory, charging towards Jiang Luoran and his companions. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself upon spotting the avian soul beast. He collided directly with it. Bang! The searing Phoenix Fire Line restrained the ferocious whirlwind, sending shockwaves of soul power that made one shiver. You shall not pass. The Shijia brothers intoned in unison. First soul skill, second soul skill, third soul skill. 2 dark green turtle shells shattered into countless pieces, rapidly spinning to form a terrifying green gale aimed at Dai Mubai. Mubai, can you handle it? Jiang Luoran shouted, knowing he must draw near to Yi Lingling to control the situation. A decisive strike. Yi Lingling stepped forth, preparing to heal the injured. A man cannot falter. Dai Mubai roared, delivering a punch into the swirling green gale of the Shijia brothers. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Rong. Jiang Luoran slid forward, gliding across the ground and swiftly maneuvering behind the Shijia brothers. 7 treasures are renowned. On the first day, strength. 7 treasures are renowned. On the second day, speed. 2 beams of 7-colored light enveloped Dai Mubai, empowering him to confront the lethal onslaught. Do not fear. We are the Imperial fighting team. Victory and glory will forever belong to us, Yi Lingling proclaimed, her hands clasped. As a pink, blooming nine-heart, Si-Tang materialized in her grasp. Jiang Luoran swiftly appeared before her, invoking her first soul skill, creation from nothing. Chapter 64, The Convergence of Skills. A resonant hum filled the air as the violet soul ring shimmered, casting a radiant purple light upon Yi Lingling. Tendrils of purplish-pink blood thorns spiraled forth, erupting from Yi Lingling's form, entwining her legs with an unyielding grip. Glory and victory are not mere words to be spoken. They must be fervently pursued. Jiang Luoran gracefully approached, signaling the end. No, Yufeng hastily prepared to soar towards Yi Lingling. A piercing cry of a phoenix echoed, as surging flames once again restrained Yufeng. Yu Tianheng's gaze was icy, his heart ablaze with a fury yearning for release. Jiang Luoran paid no heed. His purple soul ring surging as he manipulated the blood vine with his right hand, clenching it tightly. Crack! The blood vine constricted even more fiercely, slicing through Yi Lingling's garments and leaving delicate trails of crimson upon her fair skin. Yi Lingling's agonized scream pierced the air, her expression twisted in torment like a drowning girl. The searing pain of the thorns embedding into her flesh. Who could fathom such suffering? This man, devoid of mercy. Was he even human? To inflict such cruelty upon a girl. And those eyes. How utterly ruthless must one be to possess such detached, indifferent pupils? Oslo was stunned, then scrambled to his feet, charging toward Jiang Luoran. Third soul skill, Shadow Leopard Clone. As an agility-type soul master, Oslo was confident in countering a control type. His yellow soul ring flashed, summoning another sapphire leopard. The two beasts flickered, swapping positions as they lunged at Jiang Luoran. Second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing blurred into motion, her yellow soul ring trailing like a phantom as 100 dark claw marks clashed with Oslo's assault. Boom. Outmatched in both soul power and soul rings, Zhu Zhuqing was sent flying the moment their attacks collided. Whoosh. A strand of blue-silver grass shot out from an uncanny angle, ensnaring Zhu Zhuqing and swiftly yanking her away. Down you go. Jiang Luoran sprinted toward Yi Lingling, his fist aimed squarely at her face. Outrageous. Yu Tianheng's worldview shattered. Even in battle, opponents typically only forced Yi Lingling to retreat. Never had he seen someone so intent on disfiguring her. Was this brute raised in the wilderness? Boom. You dare? Oslo sacrificed one of his clones to intercept, never expecting Jiang Luoran's punch to carry such devastating force. 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. First boost, Strength. 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Second boost, Speed. 2 radiant beams of 7-colored light descended upon Jiang Luoran, amplifying his soul power to the 40th rank instantly. His body thrummed with newfound vitality. Every movement fluid and effortless. Race me in speed? Why wouldn't I dare? In a blink, Jiang Luoran vanished, reappearing behind Oslo. Mantle Fist. Boom. The air itself howled as his fist tore through space. Oslo, an agility-type battle soul master, barely registered the attack. His opponent's speed was humiliating. Instinctively, he raised his arms to block. Boom. The impact sent Oslo skidding backward, his heels scraping the edge of the arena. A fraction more, and he would have been flung out entirely. All of this transpired in a single breath. Time to end this. Having wasted enough time, Jiang Luoran retracted his fist, then drove it straight into Yi Lingling's abdomen. Thud. Blood sprayed from Yi Lingling's lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that final moment, disbelief flickered across her face. Nine-hearted begonia, heal. Her frail whisper was the last thing she uttered before Jiang Luoran's strike hurled her off the platform. Petals of the nine-hearted begonia drifted down, alighting upon each member of the Imperial battle team. Miraculously, their wounds vanished instantly, their eyes blazing with renewed fury. Pride and dignity no longer permitted them to hold back. Too late. Jiang Luoran nodded in reluctant admiration. To think Yi Lingling could still activate her soul skill at the last moment. Her willpower is commendable. Dai Mubai barely escaped the Emerald Tempest only to lock eyes with the terrifying gazes of the Shi brothers. Those eyes, bloodshot and merciless. You're dead, Jiang Luoran. Yu Tianheng snarled, his voice dripping with venom. Third soul skill, Shadow Leopard Clone. Oslo split into twin sapphire leopards, charging at Jiang Luoran. Off the stage with you. Your support soul master is already defeated. This is nothing but your last surge of adrenaline. Jiang Luoran widened his stance. Mantle Fist. Boom. His iron fist grazed the air, obliterating one of Oslo's clones in a burst of starlight. Oslo teleported behind Jiang Luoran, his fist aimed at the nape of his neck, a lethal strike. Jiang Luoran delivered a powerful kick to Oslo's chest, forcing him back, and seized the opportunity to pursue him relentlessly. Yu Tianheng roared in fury, his soul power surging forth like a tempestuous sea, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning as he activated his second soul skill, Thunderclap. Bai Hulai Guangbo could not simply stand by and watch this madman assault Jiang Luoran, so he charged forward decisively. Dazzling poison of the emerald-scaled serpent. Dugu Yan's eyes turned crimson as she felt the searing pain from Jiang Luoran's strike to her abdomen. A wave of emerald serpents surged forth, releasing a cloud of toxic mist that enveloped Jiang Luoran. Tang Xin could only smile wryly. The enmity Jiang Luoran had drawn was truly unparalleled. Without hesitation, he tossed 4 bags of medicinal wine into the fray and shouted, "Fatty, got it." Ma Hongjun seized control of the wind manipulation, pressing the opponent's face to the ground. He then directed a plume of phoenix flames at the bags. With a loud bang, the bags exploded, generating a mist that dispersed the toxic fumes, gradually rendering them non-existent. Tang Xin smirked. His opponent dared to compete with him in the realm of poisons? It was utterly laughable. The Tang Sect's toxins were far superior. As the toxic mist dissipated, Du Guyan covered her red lips in astonishment. This was simply unfathomable. It could not be true. The Shijiao brothers braced themselves, commanding the dark green wind to swirl towards Daimubai, intending to coordinate their assault with Yu Tianheng. Qing, the pressure on Daimubai surged. Jiang Luoran was entangled with Osro, and they had no choice but to try. Daimubai and Zhu Shiqing were enveloped in a violet aura, drawing closer as they prepared to fuse their powers. What is this? The Shijiao brothers manipulated the wind to chase Daimubai. A martial soul fusion skill? Yu Tianheng charged ahead, urgency in his voice. Quickly, shatter them. We cannot allow their fusion. Xiaowu, Tang San's voice rang out. And a pink figure darted toward Yu Tianheng. As if my sister Xiaowu does not exist? Xiaowu utilized her teleportation skill, appearing right beside Yu Tianheng. Delivering a swift kick, Yu Tianheng had sensed something was amiss. There was supposed to be another girl from Shrek, yet she seemed to have vanished. It turned out she possessed a teleportation ability, designed for this very strike to thwart any attempts to interrupt the martial soul fusion skill. With a swift motion, Yu Tianheng felt a painful strike to his waist, an agony that was almost unbearable, and before he could contemplate further, he was slammed to the ground. Yiming White Tiger. Daimubai and Zhu Shiqing spun rapidly, their soul powers intertwining to create a fearsome white-purple hurricane that spiraled upwards, growing ever more intense. Roaring with ferocity, the tiger's might obscured all vision, even shattering the defensive barrier of the spectator area. Once the chaos subsided, a fearsome, 3-meter-tall tiger, striped in white and purple, stood majestically at the center of the arena, exuding power without fury. Chapter 65, The Climax of Battle. Roar. The Yiming White Tiger targeted the Shijiao brothers with a thunderous roar, shattering the dark green wind. The dragon from the clouds, the wind from the tiger. Shuremo and Shuremo shouted, their soul skills disintegrating instantly, utterly outmatched. Blood spurted from Shuremo's mouth as he braced himself against the ground, kneeling on one knee. Tianheng, Osro, and Du Guyan shouted, only to be pinned down by Yu Tianheng, struggling against the terrifying wave of energy. This single roar sent tremors through the soul arena, filling the air with a sense of peril and overwhelming soul power. Zhu Shiqing, exhausted, was forced to separate from the Yiming White Tiger and fell to the ground. Daimubai, too, lost strength, and both plummeted to the earth. Their brother, Xiaowu, Jiang Luoran's 3 soul rings pulsated, interlinked and releasing an irresistible aura of soul power. Virtual soul rings? But why can I feel the oppressive weight of a 10,000-year spirit? Yu Feng frowned, pressing a hand to his chest, still reeling from Ma Hongjun's earlier strike. I am a divine beast. Ma Hongjun, feeling humiliated for not yet defeating Yu Feng, unleashed his second soul skill, Phoenix in the Flames. I will burn you alive. A torrent of searing flames surged toward Yu Feng, engulfing him entirely as Ma Hongjun exerted all his strength, spewing forth the flames of the phoenix. Up. Tang Xin activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, swiftly arriving beside Daimubai and Zhu Shiqing. He gently lowered them to the ground using the control crane seizing dragon technique, then charged towards the Shijiao brothers. Jiang Luoran was about to launch an attack on the injured Yu Tianheng when Osro intervened. The 3 soul rings upon Osro glimmered simultaneously, transforming into 2 shadowy figures that raced forward, adorned with radiant starlight. Let me show you what true speed is. Jiang Luoran gradually morphed into an ethereal silhouette, his feet gliding along the ground as he became a streak of white lightning. If the dark, radiant stars resembled a relentless torrent crashing against a dam, then the white lightning was akin to a wild, unrestrained silver blade slicing through the air. What? Osro's expression shifted as he felt utterly suppressed by the opponent's soul power and velocity. This is the speed of breaking through the void. How is this possible? For Osro, even a top-tier agility-focused martial spirit could only achieve such velocity at the Soul King level. Moreover, Jiang Luoran was a control type. Yet at this point, onlookers no longer cared about Jiang Luoran's classification as a control type. His performance clearly indicated he was a formidable assault type. Could it be that he was a false controller? With no time to ponder further, the clash of speed occurred in an instant. Jiang Luoran raised his fist and struck Osro on the head, delivering a powerful push. The soul power radiated outward. Osro tilted his head back, spewing blood, as he was sent flying off the stage, landing in a crumpled heap. Upon examination, his facial bones were shattered. Osro, Yu Tianheng dashed over, preparing to retaliate against Jiang Luoran. Take care of yourself first. Xiaowu landed and exchanged a flurry of punches with Yu Tianheng. Rongrong and Tang Xin refrained from using their 8 spider lances, thus finding themselves somewhat overwhelmed against the Shijiao brothers. Furthermore, He had to protect Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun behind him. He could not afford to leave. For the safety of his teammates hung in the balance. 7 treasures are renowned for a day of strength. 7 treasures are renowned for a day of speed. This was my final soul power. Ning Rongrong unleashed 4 beams of 7-colored light, bestowing them upon Jiang Luoran, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, before collapsing to the ground. It's time to end this, you rascals. Dugu Yin summoned her martial spirit, a serpentine green snake slithering forth. What good will it do to dispel my poison? Can you even neutralize a clash of soul power? A thick cloud of toxic gas surged forth. Like a venomous serpent seeking to claim lives, its forked tongue hissing ominously, especially with Dugu Yan's eyes glowing an eerie green. The aura of murderous intent enveloped the arena. In the final battle, Jiang Luoran executed a lightning-fast movement, floating gracefully in the air, employing the launch technique imparted by Feng Linger, his second soul skill, like shadow. Following form. Bang. The arena was upheaved by the roots of an ancient tree over 400 years old, a 2-meter-tall root rampant in the stage, blocking the toxic gas and extending tendrils toward Dugu Yin, temporarily restraining her. Third brother, let us kick the Shijia brothers off. Jiang Luoran delivered a kick to Shimo's chest, who attempted to shield himself with his turtle shell. All right. Tang San seized the opportunity, ensnaring Shimo with 4 thick blue-silver grasses that erupted from the ground, binding all 4 of his arms. Let us go on the offensive. Jiang Luoran initiated the attack, followed by a response. Bang. A layer of green light exploded as Jiang Luoran's fist struck the turtle shell, failing to connect with Shimo's face. It can still retract. Shimo sneered, adopting an arrogant demeanor, believing that by controlling him, he could act with impunity. And what about me? Shimo charged at Tang San with the turtle shell, aiming to interrupt his soul skill to rescue Shimo. With his first soul skill, creating from nothing, Jiang Luoran's purple soul ring illuminated, and his palm emanated a violet glow as he forcefully directed it toward the airborne Shimo. Whoosh! Shimo, still hovering in the air, suddenly felt numb. Bloodvine erupted from within him, ensnaring his head, neck, limbs, and tendons tightly. Shimo found himself unable to escape for a short while. He plummeted to the ground, screaming in agony, unable to break free from the bloodvine. Does having a turtle shell guarantee your safety? Jiang Luoran raised his fist high, 2 bloodvines coiling up his waist, wrapping tightly around his right fist, shimmering with a violet-pink luminescence. It's futile. You're just a control-type soul master, Shimo thought, sensing danger in Jiang Luoran's punch as he struggled against the blue-silver grass. Stay put. Tang San employed his second soul skill, parasitism, reinforcing the nearly shattered blue-silver grass, then hurled a purple sphere toward Yu Tianheng, invoking his third soul skill, web binding. A distraction. Xiao Wu, battling Yu Tianheng, feared she could not prevail. However, with the web binding, she could at least hold on until their arrival. Tang San, Yu Tianheng, a battle soul master, was, of course, unable to evade the control of the web binding. He was now thoroughly ensnared, and any slight movement only tightened the strands enveloping him. The most alarming aspect was the presence of poison in the web. Oh! Yu Tianheng cried out in pain. Tianheng. Dugu Yin struggled against the ancient tree roots, unable to escape its grasp for the time being. Aren't the opponent's soul rings merely a century old? How can they summon such a formidable spirit? And why is this ancient root so tightly binding my exposed parts? Bang! With the cloaked fist, Jiang Luoran's powerful punch landed on Shimo's turtle shell. Crack! The forceful fist, imbued with wind, shattered the shell, producing a resounding boom. I truly underestimated you. Jiang Luoran retreated. Third brother, if we can't attack from above, let's strike from below. Just as he intended, Tang San threw the blue-silver grass, binding Shimo's left leg and swiftly lifting him into the air, exposing his lower half. Don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Luoran summoned a 3-meter-long bloodvine, targeting Shimo's lower regions with a fierce strike. Crack! This is too much. Shimo howled in agony, his features contorted in rage as he shot a venomous glare at Jiang Luoran, realizing he had no time to maneuver his shell for defense. To make matters worse, Tang San's blue-silver grass still clung to his ankle, rendering him unable to break free. Once more, Jiang Luoran ensnared Shimo's right ankle with the 3-meter bloodvine. Collaborating with Tang San, they exerted force, akin to flying a kite, making Shimo spin in the air. What are you planning? Shimo sensed something was amiss. The turtle shell was too small to protect his entire body, sending you brothers off the stage. Jiang Luoran and Tang San exchanged glances, synchronizing their strength and launching Shimo toward the grounded Shimo. Bang! Shimo had just broken free from the bloodvine and was preparing to continue his assault when he noticed Shimo hurtling toward him, hastily reaching out to catch him. You're too late. Jiang Luoran's hands radiated an intense violet glow as he unleashed 30 bloodvines toward the Shijia brothers, surging forth with incredible swiftness. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty vine surged forward like a torrent crashing against a dam, sending the Shijia brothers flying. Coupled with the fact that Shimo was preoccupied with the stone mill, he lacked the strength to withstand the onslaught of the bloodthirsty vine. With a thud, the Shijia brothers fell outside the ring, marking their defeat. After all, Tang San and his opponents were at a disadvantage in terms of soul power and spirit rings. They could not afford a head-on clash. They sought victory through steadiness. Now, only 3 adversaries remained: Yu Feng, Du Guyan, and Yu Tianheng. Fatty, when will you be ready? Isn't the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tile tower formidable? Jiang Luoran remarked as he charged towards Yu Tianheng, intent on defeating him first. The phoenix flames erupted entirely, engulfing half the arena in flames. Yu Feng stood no chance. He fell beside Yu Lingling like an extinguished fly. Charred and tattered, he looked as if he had just emerged from a boiler room. A man cannot admit defeat. Ma Hongjun thought, feeling utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. His mouth twisted in determination. The money is mine, and the women are mine. None shall escape. With his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, and the third soul skill, Thunderbolt, Yu Tianheng grew weary of Xiao Wu's relentless attacks. His yellow and purple soul rings flickered, with strands of lightning coiling around his arms. Boom. Thousands of blue bolts of lightning erupted, encircling Yu Tianheng. This was the terrifying might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, a top-tier assault-type martial soul. Xiao Wu dared not confront him directly and swiftly utilized her teleportation to evade, positioning herself behind Tang San. My soul power is dwindling, Jiang Luoran thought. Having unleashed multiple soul skills and high-damage cloak fist, now feeling fatigued. Since the beginning, he had been the one suppressing the royal fighting team. There was no choice. Against a soul master wielding the 9 hearts begonia, they had to fight this way. Allow me to finish him, Jiang Luoran declared. Extending his hands as the 8 spider lances, infused with venom, materialized behind him. An altered martial soul? Yu Tianheng, unaware that this was an external soul bone, believed Tang San possessed an altered martial soul. Third brother, it's up to you, Jiang Luoran said as he retreated with Xiao Wu, ready to unleash their final group control skill if necessary, providing protection for Tang San. With the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San's gaze radiated a violet light as if he could see through all mysteries. Swish. Swish. 2 teleportations allowed Tang San to evade Yu Tianheng's lightning zone, positioning himself beside him. With his first soul skill, blue-silver grass binding, the Xian Yu hand, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. The blue-silver grass could hinder electricity but not entirely block it. Dozens of strands briefly restrained Yu Tianheng. Tang San's jade-like hand emitted a chilling aura, shielding him from Yu Tianheng's surrounding lightning. The soul power released by controlling the crane and capturing the dragon drew Yu Tianheng closer. The 8 spider lances severed all the deadly blue lightning that sought to approach, plunging into Yu Tianheng's body. Boom. The entire sequence occurred in an instant, leaving Yu Tianheng with an incredulous expression as he glanced at the wounds on his body, purple venom seeping from them. As Tang San prepared to attack the weakened Du Guyan, Yu Tianheng summoned his last reserves of strength to shout, "We concede." Yu Lingling was the first to rush onto the stage, looking quite disheveled. 9 hearts begonia, heal. Countless petals fell, scattering over the injured members of the royal fighting team, invigorating them and momentarily erasing their previous pains. Yu Tianheng clenched his right hand tightly. The poison in his chest intensified, unbearable in its agony. He even contemplated clawing at the necrotic flesh. Tang San approached coldly, using the 8 spider lances to extract the venom before retreating. The scene was chaotic. The referee, bewildered, shouted into the microphone, "The battle is over. The victors are the Shrek team." The referee thought to himself, "Finally, my salary can be restored." Tang San, drained of soul power, collapsed against Jiang Luoran. Oscar hurried over, offering them recovery sausages. The group returned to their reserved room at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Back already? Flender appeared calm on the surface but was elated within. Since the little monsters had triumphed, his investment would yield great returns. What a substantial sum. Haha. So exhausted. Ma Hongjun slumped onto the lavish golden-embroidered sofa. "Teacher, today is over. It's like a vacation." After months of tension, even Jiang Luoran felt the strain. "Well, as mentioned before, I'm granting you 7 days of vacation, to be arranged at your discretion," the master nodded. "This phase of training is complete. I must prepare the next training objectives." Upon hearing about the next training phase, the Shrek members felt a jolt of electricity. The children are worn out. It's time to relax. "Flender, you want to back out on tonight's supper, will you?" Zhao Wudre grinned broadly. Flender frowned, then shrugged off Zhao Wujia's arm. "Do you think I, Flender, and want to go back on my word? Director, are you really treating us to a meal? This is the first time." As far as I know, Oscar rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. "Flender, I am Qin Ming, standing outside the door, bowed." "Oh, it's Little Ming." Zhao Wujie smiled. "Don't be so formal. You're too polite." "Little Ming? Your soul power," Flender remarked, noticing the high level of Qin Ming's soul power. "You truly are impressive, having emerged from Shrek. I must thank all the teachers for their guidance. I am now the leader of the royal fighting team." The very team we just sparred with, Qin Ming, dressed in luxurious attire, showcased his successful endeavors. "Ah, so you're the leader," Flender chuckled. Well, those who come from Shrek are indeed accomplished. Are these your fellow students? So young?" Qin Ming inquired in surprise. "So you wear masks to conceal your true ages?" "Since we were just discussing dinner, Little Ming, join us." Flender led the way, followed closely by the teachers and students. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Qin Ming followed suit. Chapter 67. The Abyssal Bull Python. After finishing their supper, the master and Qin Ming conversed, deliberating on providing better training facilities for the Shrek students. No, Shrek is my lifelong endeavor, Flinder replied, ready to argue, pointing his finger animatedly. The master and Flinder began to bicker, both drinking in frustration. Zhao Wujie, feeling disheartened, intervened to prevent their quarrel from escalating. After their meal, the Shrek members were persuaded by their teachers to return. Their dispute seemed to have escalated into a scuffle. This was evident as Zhao Wujie bore the marks of a black eye the following day. The next morning, while the other students were still asleep, Jiang Luoran left Shrek Academy, heading towards the soul-hunting forest. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly be transformed, emerging as a true miraculous existence. Jiang Luoran first visited the Soul Division Hall to receive the gold coins designated for Soul Masters. Subsequently, he concealed himself in a secluded location to awaken his Kunping martial soul, then swiftly made his way to Sacred Soul Village. He left 40 gold soul coins with Old Jack, not daring to linger, and hurried towards the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Jiang Luoran, endowed with unparalleled speed, accomplished these tasks in merely half a day and ventured deep into the soul-hunting forest. A swift shadow sliced past Jiang Luoran, cleaving through the ground and unleashing a tempestuous force aimed at his head. With a graceful leap and a somersault, Jiang Luoran, possessing the Kunping martial spirit, executed the maneuver with fluidity, narrowly evading the lethal strike. A vibrant purple energy surged upward from the ground as if animated, relentlessly pursuing Jiang Luoran's chest. Such ferocity? Jiang Luoran felt a surge of urgency as his fists collided with the violet light. As Jiang Luoran's fists made contact with the purple light, a numbing sensation coursed through him, and his shoulders trembled, emitting a cracking sound. Ah! Jiang Luoran involuntarily cried out in despair as he plummeted from the heavens into the river, emerging like a drenched chicken. Lingo, why have you chosen to employ soul power this time? Are you eager to see whether I have made any progress over these past few months? It seems you haven't improved much yourself. Windlinger maintained her usual demeanor, perched gracefully upon a log by the riverbank. She resembled an innocent maiden untouched by the world's chaos, her eyes devoid of ripples, reflecting only the serene undulations of autumn waters. I recall you extolling the virtues of Shrek Academy. Surely, such praises are but an exaggeration. Jiang Luoran smiled wryly. You strike me with your soul power, and yet your speed remains astonishing. He refrained from continuing, for Fenglinger had previously stated that there are no excuses in battle. My physical prowess has indeed improved, yet my speed has not increased significantly. What brings you back? To hunt for the fourth soul ring? Fenlingo inquired. Perhaps we might even seize the opportunity to acquire the fifth soul ring, directly advancing to the rank of Soul King with 5 rings, Jiang Luoran replied, a note of excitement creeping into his voice. When will you assist me in this endeavor? There are no suitable soul beasts for you here. We shall venture to the Star Doe forest, Fenglinger said, gradually becoming ethereal. The purple light surged around her, ultimately transforming into a resplendent 6-tailed Fenling bird. Now, Jiang Luoran asked, recalling that he had just been there 3 months prior. Otherwise, what? The 9-tailed Fenling bird descended to the ground. You are too slow. I shall carry you. Jiang Luoran leaped onto its back. There were 2 forest overlords there, yet he seemed unperturbed by danger. Those 2? Old acquaintances, the 9-tailed Windchime bird declared, its wings unfurling as it soared with a single flap, covering miles in an instant. Shouldn't spirit beasts despise humans for hunting them to obtain spirit rings? Jiang Luoran mused, sensing that Fenglinger was less a spirit beast and more akin to a human. Spirit beasts, like humans, have their virtues and vices. Hunt the wicked ones, Fenglinger replied, her tone icy. Besides, if you don't grow stronger, how will I return to the northern abyss? And those old acquaintances in the forest, you know them? Jiang Luoran pondered. We've crossed paths before. The violet light around them accelerated, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. What spirit beast should I choose for my 4th spirit ring? Jiang Luoran followed the humanoid Fenglinger as they descended into the depths of the spirit battle forest. The burrow serpentox, Fenglinger mused. You mentioned wanting to materialize your spirit. Though I don't understand your reasoning, I assume you have your purpose, which is why I advise against hunting the swamp brute. Its enhancement of durability is negligible. I've heard of the burrow serpentox, an elusive and formidable creature, ranking among the top 5 defensive spirit beasts. However, its ability to materialize a spirit is uncertain, almost illusory. Jiang Luoran had done his research. The swamp brute offers a 50% certainty of granting me materialization. I consulted the Grandmaster earlier. Then reserve materialization for your 5th or 6th spirit ring, Fenglinger advised, guiding him away from rigid thinking in his cultivation. You'll have more opportunities. Fair point. Jiang Luoran followed her into a tawny cavern. Can you locate the burrow serpentox? We're already here. Stand back. Fenglinger vaulted into the chasm below. Sister Linger, a 20,000-year-old one will suffice. Jiang Luoran's 3rd spirit ring had been 10,000-year-old. And after rigorous training, he dared to bridge the gap this time. The leap from 10 to 20,000 years was no trivial matter. Boom. As Jiang Luoran had not yet departed, the ground trembled violently, and before my eyes, the cavern collapsed. A violet luminescence enveloped an expanse of 5 miles, steadily expanding. Jiang Luoran, without needing to glance, could easily surmise the spectacle of a soul beast, surpassing 60,000 years in age, confronting a mere 20,000-year-old subterranean bull python. A resounding hum filled the air as a torrent of potent purple soul energy coalesced, erupting violently, propelling a massive subterranean bull python from the depths of the earth, sending it crashing before Tangsan. Its towering frame, exceeding 3 meters in height, lay in a state of utter disarray. Its head was marred by broken limbs, and remnants of an unfinished rabbit beast meal were lodged within its maw. The subterranean bull python was equally merciless, with a penchant for tender flesh, often abandoning its companions in the face of peril. Sisterlinger, is this it? It's already dead? Jiang Luoran's pupils dilated in astonishment, aware that even Zhao Wujia would require a considerable exertion of spirit to subdue such a creature. This exemplified the chasm of disparity in power. With such a formidable ally, acquiring soul rings below 100,000 years would pose no challenge whatsoever. To vanquish a 20,000-year-old soul beast, must I truly resort to employing my soul skills? Linga regarded the scene with a cold gaze, hastily absorbing the energy, contemplating whether she could ascend directly to level 50. How do you know? Jiang Luoran was cognizant that even Flanders had failed to detect the flaw in his aura, yet Linger seemed to possess insight into his complete absorption of soul energy. Furthermore, having been constrained at level 40 for such an extended period, coupled with his accumulated experiences, it was plausible he could leap to level 50. Crack! With a decisive grip, Jiang Luoran seized the throat of the ground-dwelling bull python, shattering its life force. A resonant hum emitted as a black soul ring materialized, spiraling towards the crown of Jiang Luoran's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Luoran settled into a meditative posture, focusing on his martial soul. A violet-pink bloodvine unfurled, entwining around the black soul ring and ensnaring Jiang Luoran's body. With a thunderous impact, a potent aura of soul energy radiated outward as the bloodvine multiplied. Coiling around him from 3 meters away, Jiang Luoran furrowed his brows, expelling a mouthful of crimson blood. His expression contorted in agony as he cried out. Chapter 68, Tempered Through Trials. The energy of this soul ring was beyond Jiang Luoran's capacity to bear. It was not merely the intensity, but rather the tumultuous soul power of the subterranean bull python that sought to inflict harm upon his body. Caught off guard, Jiang Luoran had not anticipated such an assault, resulting in the unexpected strike of the python's soul power. The crimson blood he expelled was a manifestation of the bruises accumulated from previous injuries. The collision with the subterranean bull python inadvertently alleviated Jiang Luoran's hidden ailment. In this precarious situation, Jiang Luoran could only allow the emergence of white vigor, harnessing this force to absorb the soul ring. With a resounding hum, waves of vigor erupted, tearing through the ground, leaving no blade of grass in their wake. The carcass of the subterranean bull python was cleaved into several pieces, a testament to the ferocity of the wind. Gradually, the subterranean bull python ceased its tumultuous thrashing, as it was on the verge of disintegration under the pressure of the vigor. With a thud, 3 soul rings of purple and black manifested, followed closely by the black soul ring of the subterranean bull python, which encircled Jiang Luoran's waist, interlinking with the other 3 rings. The fusion was successful. All 4 soul rings gleamed brilliantly and spun in unison, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Jiang Luoran has yet to awaken, for his soul power continues to grow. He must now concentrate deeply on sensing this power, otherwise, he risks a catastrophic explosion of his own body. 41, 43, 46, 48, 49, 50. Jiang Luoran was overjoyed. Leaping 10 levels in a single bound, it is unlikely that anyone else in the entirety of the Douluo continent could match such an extraordinary feat. It is hardly surprising, given that he is a congenital soul master, and the pressure of his prolonged cultivation has rendered the dam incapable of containing this torrent. Jiang Luoran was originally only capable of reaching level 48, yet the soul power bestowed by the abyssal bull python proved to be immensely beneficial. Upon returning to Shrek, revealing this to Master and Flanders will undoubtedly leave them astounded. In a mere 7 days, a soul master has ascended to a soul king. What is a soul skill? Feng Lingo noticed Jiang Luoran awakening. Jiang Luoran, with a gentle grip, lifted a bloodthorn vine as thick as a python, its surface increasingly crystalline and transparent, revealing intricate patterns resembling armor encasing it. There was no need for further elaboration. This bloodthorn vine had grown more resilient. Furthermore, it was now fireproof. Ordinary flames posed no threat to its integrity, yet the fire wielded by Ma Hongjun was an entirely different matter. After slaying the fish associated with the 3rd spirit ring, the cold resistance of Jiang Luoran's bloodthorn vine had reached remarkable heights, equivalent to its resistance against water. In summary, this could preliminarily address its capabilities against both water and fire. My 4th spirit skill, Thousand Forgings, bestowed upon me the ability to materialize my martial spirit. This meant compressing the martial spirit, allowing it to take on any desired form, as long as the bloodthorn vine was sufficient and my soul power abundant. I could maintain this compression indefinitely. The duration was negligible. If it were not subjected to gravity, it could persist eternally. This trait aligned perfectly with the nature of the earth-devouring python, and I considered myself fortunate. Jiang Luoran clenched his fist tightly. I was now ready to absorb the fifth spirit ring. After becoming a spirit master, I felt a profound transformation within my body. I now felt incredibly agile. My strength amplified, and my speed significantly heightened, accompanied by an insatiable desire for combat. The next target was a 50,000-year spirit beast, the Lord of Darkness. The ghostly head wraith ape. Feng Lingo guided Jiang Luoran towards a dimly lit corner. It seemed he was quite familiar with this place, as though it were his own home. Jiang Luoran cleared the thorns obstructing their path to allow Feng Linger to enter, having lived here for a millennium. How could one not be familiar? Moreover, the space was exceedingly compact. One could see through everything at a glance, prompting Feng Lingo to remark on its smallness. Jiang Luoran stood in stunned silence, for the soul-fighting forest was undoubtedly one of the three great forests of the Douluo continent. Could it be that the Beiming forest was even larger? If so, why then reside in the hunting soul forest, which seemed far smaller? Jiang Luoran found himself unable to keep pace with Feng Linger's thoughts. You are too weak. Do I truly rely on corpses to traverse the soul-fighting forest? He mused. Furthermore, size held no significance for him. It was merely pragmatic reasoning. Feng Linga shot him a disdainful glance once more. Suddenly, a hoarse cacophony erupted. Reminiscent of countless tormented spirits howling in anguish, the deafening noise reverberating throughout the dark expanse. Merely hearing that sound sent shivers coursing through Jiang Luoran's body. Were there soul beasts? Or perhaps humans? The four soul rings adorning Jiang Luoran glimmered simultaneously. Sister Lingo, be cautious, he warned. I shall not intervene until the moment of peril arises. Feng Lingo gracefully leapt onto a tree branch, observing Jiang Luoran below. A trial, is it? Though he had just emerged from a grueling training regimen, Jiang Luoran's spirit surged dramatically after absorbing his fourth soul ring. Very well. Let us see the might of the chaotic wind, he declared. With a surge of energy, the fourth soul skill, refined to perfection, unleashed a vibrant violet-pink radiance, causing the black soul ring to tremble violently. Tendrils of bloodthirsty energy coalesced, compressing and solidifying around Jiang Luoran's right hand. Jiang Luoran currently possesses a soul power of level 50. Having expended half of his soul energy, he has managed to forge a purple grass hammer measuring over 1 meter in length. This illustrates the immense consumption of soul power required for his fourth soul skill. With great investment comes substantial reward. Such a vast expenditure of soul power guarantees that the hammer will be remarkably sturdy. Feeling the weight and soul energy emanating from the hammer brings Jiang Luoran immense joy, reminiscent of the familiar grip he once had. Is this truly for the sake of a mere hammer? Feng Lingo observes the unfolding events with keen interest, for they are on the periphery of the Dark Lord's territory, teeming with flesh-eating soul beasts. Let the battle commence. With the hammer in hand, Jiang Luoran feels a surge of confidence as he leaps into the dark abyss. Undaunted by the presence of any soul beast, he intends to crush them all. A 1,000-year-old malevolent black tiger, exuding ripples of deadly intent, lunges forward with its razor-sharp claws poised to strike Jiang Luoran down. Unfazed, he charges forward with an indomitable spirit, wielding his hammer with the essence of a tempest. Simultaneously, his three hearts synchronize their rhythm, channeling power from his legs to his feet and concentrating it into the hammer as he harnesses his soul energy. This sequence unfolds in an instant as he elevates the grass hammer, spinning it around him in a complete circle. With a resonant hum, the purple-hued hammer rushes towards the black tiger's head. Should this strike fail to deliver a fatal blow, the tiger's claws would surely tear through Jiang Luoran's throat. The sound of a dull impact reverberates as Jiang Luoran feels the hammer shatter the black tiger's skull, pulverizing its brain matter. Turning to assess the aftermath, he finds that half of the tiger's body has been obliterated, leaving a gruesome mess that bears no semblance of life. Astounding. This is merely the first strike. The difference in effect between a punch and a hammer strike is indeed profound, with the disparity in damage being staggering. He dares not hold back. The essence of his tempestuous strikes lies in leveraging force to amplify his own. He eagerly anticipates witnessing the spectacle of his 70th strike. Suddenly, dozens of 2-meter-long 1,000-year-old venomous centipedes emerge, spewing toxic venom as if starved for centuries, rushing towards Jiang Luoran. With a burst of speed, Jiang Luoran transforms into a white lightning bolt, darting across the terrain as he aims the grass hammer at the centipedes. The moment the hammer connects, the centipedes' bodies erupt like crushed fruit, splattering green blood across the ground. Their remaining segments writhe in agony as Jiang Luoran's hammer strikes faster and faster, sweeping through the enemy ranks. Regardless of the adversary he encounters, a single strike is often sufficient to obliterate them, occasionally requiring two. As the foes grow stronger, so too does the hammer in Jiang Luoran's grasp, its power compounding exponentially. 11 strikes, 13 strikes, 16 strikes, 20 strikes, 30 strikes. Chapter 69. The uncontrollable tempestuous strikes. 40, 50, 60, 70. The winds of the hammer howl, and the purple light upon it intensifies. With each strike, he could obliterate a 3,000-year-old soul beast, crushing it to dust without a trace of flesh left behind. This limitation stems from Jiang Luoran's current fatigue and insufficient soul power. Otherwise, even a 4,000-year-old soul beast would find itself gravely wounded by his hammer. His arms tremble, and the grass hammer continues to whirl in his right hand. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that if he were to halt his actions now, he would need to rotate several hundred times to dissipate all his exertion. He no longer possessed such stamina. Therefore, when it comes to making decisive choices, one must act with the suddenness of a bomb being thrown. Feng Linger's expression grew increasingly solemn. The application of this hammer technique was truly astonishing. Even she could sense the immense energy contained within that hammer. Jiang Luoran charged recklessly, forcing his way into the depths of this place. The grass hammer in his hand felt unbearably heavy, and in his desperation, he struck out wildly. Where had the soul beasts gone? They had vanished. The reckless momentum could not simply be halted, at least not by Jiang Luoran in his current state. With nothing to attack, the force of the grass hammer bore down upon him. He could not withstand it. With no other options, Jiang Luoran struck the ground fiercely. Crack! The earth trembled, trees were uprooted, and stubborn stones shattered, fissures extending deep into the darkest path. The soul energy surged wildly. When Jiang Luoran lifted the grass hammer once more, he beheld a massive imprint in the ground, over a meter in length, unfathomably deep. Suddenly, a black wolf emerged. Standing 3 meters tall, its body adorned with brown runes, its eyes radiating a blue glow. Upon encountering the soul beast, Jiang Luoran was consumed by an insatiable hunger. His eyes veined with crimson, yearning to charge forth at that very moment. With a single strike upon the soul beast, he could alleviate his burdens of gravity. The chaotic winds were an intoxicating thrill. The dark dragon-patterned leopard, initially perched high above, gazed down upon Jiang Luoran, but upon locking eyes with him, it suddenly froze. There was an urgency in his gaze, as if he desperately sought acknowledgement. Had he been deprived of affection in his youth? That penetrating stare sent chills down the spine of the dark dragon-patterned leopard, leaving it feeling as though it were being preyed upon. Come to me, Jiang Luoran bellowed, twirling his grass hammer overhead in a complete rotation before bringing it crashing down upon the dark dragon-patterned leopard. The beast let out a fierce roar as it crouched low, launching itself at Jiang Luoran's hammer with its claws raised. For reasons unknown, it experienced an instinctive aversion to colliding with the hammer. Yet, despite its instincts, it was compelled by its realm of awareness to confront Jiang Luoran head-on. The clash was nothing short of spectacular. In the celestial expanse, Jiang Luoran and the dark dragon-patterned leopard collided in a dazzling display of sparks. The ethereal purple grass hammer, imbued with surging soul power, struck against the cold, sharp claws of the leopard. The tempestuous soul energy dispersed in all directions, layering upon itself, while the earth 3 meters below succumbed to its influence, erupting into a cavern as though compressed by a colossal weight. With a resounding crash, as the leopard's claw shattered upon impact, it exhibited an unexpectedly human-like expression, its pupils widening in shock and disbelief. Descend, Jiang Luoran commanded, gripping the hammer tightly, exerting force as the hammerhead continued to collide, bending under the immense strength he possessed. This was a true manifestation of power. A mournful cry erupted from the dark dragon-patterned leopard as it howled in agony, its paw now broken, plummeting into the pit at their feet, perfectly entombed. Jiang Luoran, wielding the grass hammer, swiftly directed his strikes at the 2 colossal trees flanking him. With a series of resounding thuds, the trees snapped like mere chopsticks, crashing into the abyss below. Despite its predicament, the dark dragon-patterned leopard continued to struggle, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the pit. Speed was its forte, yet it had previously underestimated its adversary and failed to utilize its strength. However, Jiang Luoran would not afford the creature any opportunity. He executed a full 360-degree spin and swung his hammer down with relentless force. The mere presence of the soul power on the grass hammer caused the surrounding air to warp and transform. This was now the 83rd strike, and its potency was nothing to be trifled with. The hammer enveloped the cavern's mouth, compressing the dark dragon-patterned leopard beneath it, shattering the ground beneath and allowing slender beams of light to filter through the newly formed crevice. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that he had penetrated the depths of darkness, and beyond lay the ghostly head of the nether ape. The sound of sizzling beams echoed, drawing ever closer. Not only here, but even the soul combat forest trembled in resonance. From a distance of 1,000 meters, Jiang Luoran could feel the immense heat emanating from the colossal figure. No, it was not mere warmth, but a soul power as formidable as a volcano. Every vein in Jiang Luoran's body surged, coursing with blood, as he advanced with the force of thunder, each step leaving a profound imprint upon the ground. For reasons unknown, the soul energy within a radius of several meters began to coalesce around the grass hammer. It seemed as though the chaotic wind hammer technique commanded the grass hammer to autonomously absorb the soul power. The 99th strike, the most potent force he could muster at this moment. Coupled with all his soul energy and strength, he endeavored to augment the grass hammer with unprecedented speed. With this blow, even Jiang Luoran could not fathom the outcome it would yield. He only knew his opponent was formidable. There was no need for him to harbor any doubts. He hoped fervently for his adversary's strength. The surroundings began to blur, as Jiang Luoran envisioned himself as an invincible deity of war, effortlessly demolishing everything in his path, shattering numerous colossal trees with ease. The 6-meter boulder beneath his feet felt as fragile as foam. The sensation was akin to sprinting through snow. Even a slight exertion would cause one to sink. Chaotic wind. Jiang Luoran instinctively uttered the name of the hammer technique. A violet vortex materialized above the grass hammer, voraciously drawing in Jiang Luoran's soul power as if it were a living entity. He aimed at the approaching sound and, with all his might, hurled the grass hammer forward. He stumbled, collapsing to the ground, his arms limp and devoid of strength. His legs were no better. His heart and organs felt liberated, beating and breathing rapidly. Buzz. The grass hammer soared like a violet stellar line, transcending boundaries. In one heartbeat, it was meters away, and in the next, it appeared over 100 meters distant, accelerating with astonishing speed, akin to an unleashed thunder dragon. The path ahead was silent. Jiang Luoran looked up to see, over 700 meters away, two streams of soul power clashing against each other. The mere pressure of the soul power wreaked havoc in this vicinity. At that moment, the purple glow grass hammer resembled a ravenous demon, relentlessly breaching the defenses of the ghost-headed nether ape step by step. With a resounding crack, sparks erupted, tenfold more dazzling than fireworks, followed by the ominous sound of collapsing debris. The ghost-headed nether ape had risen. Jiang Luoran even heard the mournful wails of the ghost-headed nether ape. It was a sound steeped in sorrow and despair, had it not been for its self-inflicted demise. Such a tone would likely have remained unheard. Excellent. This hammer technique is commendable. However, your proficiency is insufficient to wield it with complete mastery. Feng praised the chaotic and flamboyant hammer technique. Jiang Luoran sighed, lamenting that if he could wield his power freely, he would have confronted the Pope directly, rather than engaging in this futile pursuit of soul rings with you. Had the ghostly-headed nether ape perished? Upon uttering his thoughts, he realized something was amiss. His voice was hoarse, a clear indication of his overexertion, leaving him in a weakened state. Chapter 70. The enigma unveiled that was a ghostly-headed nether ape of 5 millennia. How could it possibly be vanquished by a single strike from you? Such a notion is overly simplistic. However, had you possessed a soul power of level 57, that very blow might indeed have been sufficient to slay it. Allow me to assess the force of that strike. It was akin to a half-hearted effort of mind, wielded with soul power. At your age, being capable of delivering such a blow renders you unparalleled among your peers. With a few more years of growth, your potential remains boundless. Feng led Jiang Luoran forth, preparing to hunt the ghostly-headed nether ape and procure its soul ring. Upon hearing Feng Linger's assessment, Jiang Luoran felt a sense of joy within his heart. After all, Feng Linger was, in essence, his mentor, and he genuinely yearned for her acknowledgement. Is there truly only this one? Jiang Luoran inquired, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of witnessing the appearance of the ghost-headed Beiming monkey. What if a multitude were to emerge? How would he contend with such a scenario? At present, he could not unleash his energy, relying instead on his second technique, the 99 hammering wind. With only one of these apex soul beasts in existence, how many more could one expect? I believe there exists a chance to obtain a soul bone this time. As Feng Lingo occasionally imparts knowledge about various soul beasts to Jiang Luoran. Soul bones. Jiang Luoran had not considered this aspect, for such things are serendipitous and elusive. Tang San, however, possessed an external soul bone that, as he grew stronger, revealed boundless potential. Additionally, within the spirit hall, Qian Dala wielded another external soul bone known as Measuring Heaven. This soul bone could serve as a formidable weapon, with Qian Dala using it to decimate his foes, silencing any who dared to oppose him. Its power was truly staggering. The old man had even set a lofty goal for himself, to eradicate all the world's masters, ensuring that no one could challenge the supremacy of the spirit hall. Returning to thoughts of the soul bone, if given a choice, Jiang Luoran would prefer to acquire an external soul bone first, as it would significantly enhance his own strength. Yet, such treasures are rarely available for selection. Upon entering, he beheld a dark, looming mountain radiating waves of heat, with a profound chasm gaping at its summit. As he ventured closer, he realized that it was not a mountain at all, but the ghost-headed nether ape. Good heavens, it was even larger than a titan giant ape, leading Jiang Luoran to question whether it truly was a soul beast. What could it possibly have consumed to grow to such a size? The ghost-headed nether ape breathed heavily, its voice hoarse, and its ebony eyes possessed a depth that seemed to draw one in. Feng Lingo stood protectively before Jiang Luoran, locking gazes with the formidable creature. Is it you? The ghost-headed nether ape uttered weakly, its dark pupils emanating a fearful glow. It was afraid. Logically, it should not be capable of speech, but it had activated its soul skill, granting it the ability to communicate, albeit temporarily. It is not I, but him, Feng Lingo said, gesturing towards Jiang Luoran with an indifferent demeanor. He lacks a soul ring. I believe you are the most suitable. Good heavens. What kind of look was that, sisterling? Jiang Luoran could hardly discern who the true master of darkness was. Did these two harbor a grudge? Ha! Cough, cough, the ghost-headed nether ape rasped, laughing while spitting out a few mouthfuls of black blood. I had no intention of offending the North Underworld messenger. Moreover, are you jesting? Which of my earlier attacks was delivered by him? What advantage would I gain from deceiving you? Prepare to meet your demise. Feng Linger stepped forward. Wait. I am willing to submit beneath the North Underworld. To be commanded, the ghost-headed nether ape exclaimed in desperation. Is it easy to survive for 50,000 years? I must fight for my own chance. Yet Feng Linger remained unmoved, seemingly deaf to its pleas. Sister Linger, how do we deal with such a massive creature? Jiang Luoran queried, following her lead and preparing to unleash his Kunping martial soul to sever the ghost-headed nether ape's head. In a swift motion, Feng Lingo moved like the wind, growing ever faster, her purple light expanding inch by inch until it transformed into a six-tailed wind-bell bird towering over 4 meters. With a resounding thud, the six-tailed wind-bell bird's wings obscured the sky, blocking all light as it descended upon the ghost-headed nether ape with tremendous force. This was what it felt like to unleash a torrent. Jiang Luoran was nearly breathless, overwhelmed by an immense force. The entire soul fight, great forest trembled, as if struck by a meteor, with the ground shaking for miles around, resembling the apocalypse. Jiang Luoran leapt onto Wind-Bell's back, narrowly escaping this calamity. He now understood the ferocity of battles involving high-level soul beasts. Their strikes could annihilate the heavens and the earth, shattering mountains and stones, and assaulting the seas. In comparison to such combat, his own seemed trivial. The body of the ghost-head nether ape had long been obliterated, and Wind-Bell transformed into human form. Standing amidst the desolation she had wrought, holding the ape's stone. Sister Linger, you've slain it. How will I absorb the soul ring? Jiang Luoran queried. Though he trusted Wind-Bell's judgment, the ghost-head nether ape needed only its head. Its previous pleas for mercy were merely a prelude to its soul skills. A fatal blow was essential to prevent its escape. Remember, once you identify your enemy, do not hold back, crush them decisively. Wind-Bell tossed the stone to Jiang Luoran, urging him to absorb it. With no hesitation, he struck the stone of the ghost-head nether ape with a powerful fist. A dark soul ring materialized, swirling with ominous energy, a hallmark of a top-tier soul beast. As the black soul ring attempted to flee, it was forcefully ensnared by a dozen bloodthorn vines, leaving no chance for escape. Impressed by its tenacity, Jiang Luoran crouched down and unleashed over 30 bloodthorn vines, effectively binding the black soul ring to himself. Boom! The dark soul energy surged forth, causing the surroundings to resonate ominously. If absorbing a 2,000-year soul ring felt like gulping down a river, then assimilating this 50,000-year ghost-head nether ape was akin to being battered by tempestuous waves. Confidence swelled within him, yet now that he had commenced, there was no turning back. Jiang Luoran's expression twisted with agony, his veins threatening to burst, as white mist escaped from his nostrils and his body flushed crimson. Was it not possible? Feng Lingo sensed the anomaly and, upon her confirmation, deduced that Jiang Luoran had no trouble absorbing the energy of a 50,000-year soul beast. Jiang Luoran cried out in torment, as if his heart had been wrenched from his chest. This time, he truly could not withstand the energy of the soul ring. His mind descended into chaos, as a ferocious and bloodthirsty ghost-head hell monkey charged at him, seizing his throat and dragging him towards an endless abyss. This feeling of helplessness, the stark disparity in strength was palpable. Suddenly, 8 golden soul rings coalesced around Jiang Luoran's waist, emanating a dazzling radiance. This was a divine aura. Not only in his consciousness but also in reality, 8 golden soul rings adorned Jiang Luoran's form. These soul rings seemed to have naturally grown upon him, harmoniously exchanging positions and producing a melody that resonated with the divine. This sound reverberated through the heavens, like golden waves crashing gently upon the vast soul fight forest. All soul beasts felt this divine energy. They prostrated themselves in reverence. This remarkable essence, how could it originate from within you? Feng Linger's pupils trembled, followed by a smile as she remarked on Jiang Luoran's madness. It was unimaginable that something capable of making Feng Lingo quiver could exist. Chapter 71. The hellish boots. The agitated black soul ring quieted, willingly merging with Jiang Luoran and propelling him into a new realm of soul power. The phantom of the ghost-head hell monkey gradually faded, allowing Jiang Luoran to regain his composure. With the enhancement of the 5th soul ring, the barrier of level 50 shattered instantly. Levels 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. The residual soul power of the ghost-head hell monkey enabled Jiang Luoran to ascend 5 levels. As the golden soul rings dissipated into his body, the divine aura suddenly vanished, leaving nothing but void. 5 dark purple soul rings emerged, swirling around Jiang Luoran and producing a harmonious sound. Soul King. A 55-level Soul King. It was worth noting that even Qin Ming, many years after graduating from Shrek, had only reached 60-level Soul Emperor. Yet here's to Jiang Luoran, a Soul King at level 55. If time continued, he might very well shatter Qin Ming's record. An unprecedented sensation of exhilaration enveloped Jiang Luoran, as he felt an explosive power coursing through him. Every inch of soul power enveloped his muscles, should he choose. This energy could erupt forth in an instant, shattering his foes. The contrast with his prior experience as a soul master was stark. The former was like a child, easily bullied. Regrettably, he hadn't even had the time to savor the soul sect realm. Dark glimmers of light began to manifest beneath his feet, revealing an entire piece of soul bone resembling stone, fitting perfectly against Jiang Luoran's foot. Ultimately, the stone shattered, revealing a pair of eerie black armored boots adorning his right leg. An external soul bone, specifically, a leg bone. This undoubtedly augmented Jiang Luoran's terrifying combat prowess. Wasn't the ghost-head hell monkey's greatest strength its arms? How could a leg bone emerge? Although Jiang Luoran was puzzled, he nonetheless cherished this piece of soul bone. It suited him splendidly. Who said the ghost head hell monkey's strongest attribute was limited to its arms? Tell me the effects of that soul bone, Fenglinger inquired. Regardless of the user, it would enhance strength by 50, speed by 20, and agility by 5. Furthermore, if the user could strike swiftly, it might trigger a critical hit rate increase of 150. This additional effect aligns perfectly with my abilities. Unfortunately, there is only one, Jiang Luoran mused. In the future, should any attacks be unavoidable, he would employ the external armored boots for defense. They were incredibly sturdy. No longer would he have to rely on his flesh to shield himself. Ultimately, it willingly submitted. And these additional effects were tailored to his physical condition by the ghost head hell monkey. If it were to be used by another, the enhancement would undoubtedly be less significant. This soul bone is comparable to a top-tier external soul bone. Fenglinger nodded, satisfied with this acquisition. I have named it the Hellish Boots, Jiang Luoran declared. Stomping upon a stubborn rock. With a resounding crash, the rock crumbled like foam beneath his feet. This is my 5th soul ring, Jiang Luoran proclaimed. Lifting a black soul ring infused with dark energy, referred to as the Hellish Armor. This soul skill can be utilized by 3 individuals simultaneously, when bestowed upon allies. It grants 50 defense and 50 agility. In simpler terms, it is designed for escape. When applied to enemies, it increases their weight by 200, excluding soul power, and imposes an additional 50 points of pressure energy. What a formidable hellish armor. Your safety is no longer a concern. This armor is not solely for retreat. It can equally be wielded to vanquish foes, Fenglinger turned. Declaring that this harvest was substantial, let us depart. As Fenglinger ventured deeper into the soul fight forest rather than the soul hunting forest, Jiang Luoran inquired, Sisterlinger, are we not returning to the soul hunting forest? He concealed the hellish boots. You are already at level 55. Why return to the soul hunting forest? From now on, come find me in the soul fight forest. Moreover, you have been too tense these past years, training daily. It is time to relax, Fenglinger waved her hand. Come to the soul fight forest from now on? Jiang Luoran was uncertain whether he would attract the attention of Erming. It was not until he ventured into the heart of the soul combat forest that he beheld a serene lake, within which lay a colossal azure python, towering over 5 meters in height. At that moment, it resembled a statue, utterly motionless, its eyes remaining closed. Nevertheless, the sheer aura emanating from its form instilled an overwhelming sense of peril in Jiang Luoran. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the Titan giant ape charged forth, raising its fist to strike at Fenglinger, completely disregarding Jiang Luoran. Alarmed, Jiang Luoran realized that hostility was indeed present, should a confrontation ensue. He would undoubtedly side with Fenglinger. Simultaneously, 5 soul rings of deep violet and black illuminated, imbuing Jiang Luoran with an infusion of combat spirit and power. The shadowy boots manifested, a surge of warmth enveloping him, igniting an intense desire to sprint immediately. With a formidable strength of 50, a speed of 20, and agility rated at 5, he was poised for action. Jiang Luoran transformed into a streak of white light, swifter than lightning, and propelled toward the colossal stone fist of the Titan giant ape. The ethereal boots collided with the Titan stone fist, triggering a critical hit of 150. Enhanced by the soul power of a level 55 Soul King, the sky seemed to ripple as if under the assault of a scorching wave, sending undulating waves across the landscape, causing even the waters along the riverbank to recede. With a resounding thud, the Titan giant ape retracted its arm. The ground beneath its limbs crushed to rubble, revealing tremors coursing through its right arm. The sheer force capable of halting the Titan's stone fist was a testament to the magnitude of this power. One could only imagine the cataclysmic impact such a kick would unleash upon the earth. Jiang Luoran executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing deftly beside Fenglinger, his right foot crashing down to create a substantial crater. To be candid, he had felt a pang of trepidation moments prior. After all, he was confronting the sovereign of soul beasts. However, following that single maneuver, his confidence surged, even though his legs, encased in the ethereal boots, remained somewhat numb. The Titan giant ape regarded him with a look of bewilderment, as if it were observing an anomaly. With a thunderous roar, it charged forth, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. Jiang Luoran was preparing to resist once more when Fenglinger intervened. So hasty? Fenglinger transformed into a 6-tailed wind chime bird and, before the Tianqing Niumang, struck the Titan giant ape with a single palm, sending it flying. The Titan giant ape's formidable form resembled a broken kite, crashing through a small mountain and thudding to the ground with a resounding thump, akin to the detonation of a bomb. Just one strike? Jiang Luoran furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of such strength. The adversary was indeed a Titan giant ape. They were both soul beasts of 60,000 years, and yet the disparity in power was astonishing. Roaring in humiliation, the Titan giant ape leaped into the air, its massive form resembling a small mountain traversing the land, each step reverberating with a deep rumble. Enough. Have you not noticed that she has shown restraint? The Tianqing Niumang opened its eyes, emitting a piercing azure light. I am here, which signifies that my return home is imminent. This is her offspring. Fenglinger morphed back into human form, comfortably reclining against a willow tree. Jiang Luoran stood alone, feeling quite awkward. Shouldn't they engage in combat? Their tone suggested something peculiar. The Kunping martial spirit? The Tianqing Niupong glanced at Jiang Luoran and sighed. Upon your return, there shall surely be a sea of bloodshed. He possessed the Kunping's secret treasure, which could be activated upon reaching a certain level of mastery. At that moment, it would not be impossible to carve a path through the bloodshed. Feng Lingo pointed at the Titan giant ape, suggesting, if you seek a sparring partner, let it be him. With that, the Tianqing Niupong submerged into the depths of the water. Jiang Luoran was utterly bewildered. Was he truly expected to spar with the Titan ape? Was this a serious proposition or merely a jest? Chapter 72. The first encounter. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful waves of soul energy surged around him. Jiang Luoran had lost count of how many times he had been sent flying. He felt grateful that, without the spectral boots on his feet, his leg would have surely been rendered useless by now. Having engaged in numerous confrontations with Erming, Jiang Luoran found himself perpetually on the receiving end of blows, fleeing in a state of utter disarray. Fortunately, his opponent seemed disinclined to take his life. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Fifth soul skill, hellish battle armor. Jiang Luoran spread his arms wide as black soul rings swirled around him. Vines of malevolent energy materialized, enveloping his body and transforming into a tangible, purple armor. Before he could fully unleash his fourth soul skill, Erming struck him yet again, sending him hurtling through the air. The hellish battle armor shattered, scattering into the ether, while Jiang Luoran found himself dangling from a tree branch, clutching his injured arm. What had happened to the promise of relaxation? This world was sorely lacking in compassion. Old tree root, those who commit wrongful acts shall inevitably meet their own downfall. Jiang Luoran lowered his gaze and observed an elderly man accompanied by a young maiden approaching. They appeared to be prominent figures, likely here to procure a soul ring for the man's granddaughter. However, upon closer examination of the elder's martial spirit and visage, an unsettling realization struck him. This was Jilin. Given that his own martial spirit resembled a mutated celestial vine, Jiang Luoran had immediately thought of Jilin. He would serve as the pivotal key to this matter. Jiang Luoran concealed her presence, hidden amidst the willows, observing intently. The young girl possessed a luminous gaze, emanating a chilling light akin to near-zero temperatures. Tall and commanding, her flowing green hair danced in the breeze. The subsequent scene left Jiang Luoran in a state of profound shock. The first soul skill, Blood Sea Thorns, manifested as 3 soul rings illuminated around the girl, 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing the optimal configuration of soul rings. A 1,000-year-old flying armored hedgehog, injured by an elder, was swiftly strangled to death by the girl's gray-tinted wisteria. Sitting cross-legged, the girl focused on her martial soul, commencing the absorption of the soul rings. Was that gray wisteria not a reflection of her own recently awakened martial soul? Jiang Luoran remained oblivious to the fact that his fists had instinctively clenched tightly. Indeed, his martial spirit was inextricably linked to the celestial blue vine. Should he proceed to capture them and interrogate them now? Jiang Luoran shook his head. This was evidently not a viable option. Jilin was an 8th ring, level 83 control system Soul Douluo. How could he possibly stand a chance? Feng Lingo, Erming, and Deming would undoubtedly not come to his aid. If they were willing, they would have directly divulged the circumstances to him. Taking a gamble, he thought, to strike unexpectedly. He would attack first. And if he truly found himself unable to prevail, Erming would surely appear to rescue him. With the shadowy nether boots, he activated his 5th soul skill, Hell Armor, and then his 4th soul skill, Tempered Steel. Jiang Luoran armed himself, as the heavy hell armor enveloped his entire body, concealing his face. A formidable grass hammer materialized in his grasp, while the Kunping martial spirit manifested behind him, radiating a powerful aura. Everything was in place. Bang! Jiang Luoran was the first to lift a colossal boulder, hurling it towards the girl to distract Jilin. Who dares? Jilin bellowed. For Ji Hui was the future of the Ji family. He could not permit any disturbance during the absorption of the soul ring. The chaotic wind. Considering his opponent was an 83rd level Soul Douluo, Jiang Luoran commenced with a lethal assault, unleashing only his most formidable techniques. The chaotic wind he employed was empowered by the Kunping martial spirit, its destructive force beyond imagination. The violet grass hammer swept forth, accompanied by a terrifying white gale, aimed directly at Jilin's head. Just a soul king, today I shall eliminate you, wretched child, Jilin thought, observing Jiang Luoran, armored and enigmatic, concealing even his visage. Bang! The violet grass hammer, wielding the chaotic wind, was thwarted by a verdant azure vine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Luoran swiftly relinquished the hammer and retreated. In a mere exchange, he sensed the unfathomable soul power of his adversary, akin to a raging flood. Still wishing to escape? Jilin declared, as with a single hand gesture. 3 azure vines shot forth like lightning towards Jiang Luoran. Whoosh! Jiang Luoran moved with astonishing swiftness, his hellish armor and nether boots amplifying his speed exponentially. A streak of white light flashed as he lunged toward Jilin. Is this truly the speed a Soul King can achieve? Jilin was stunned. He had never witnessed such velocity before. Even a Soul Douluo might struggle to match it. But Jiang Luoran was even faster. He launched a flying kick, his nether boots aimed squarely at Jilin's head. Celestial Vine! Jilin slammed his palm against the ground, summoning a towering emerald vine that erupted from the earth, intercepting Jiang Luoran's strike. Boom! The celestial vine shattered into countless green fragments, scattering like mist. The impact sent Jiang Luoran hurtling backward, smashing through dozens of willow trees before crashing to the ground. Impossible. You're merely a soul king. How can you withstand my killing technique? Jilin's suspicion deepened. Something was profoundly wrong. If close combat won't work, then I'll resort to soul skills. Jiang Luoran's soul power surged violently, peaking at the 55th rank. Purple, purple, black, black, black. 5 soul rings materialized, orbiting his waist. Jilin's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the impossible sight. Blood rushed to his head, veins bulging crimson in his gaze. At that moment, the young woman, having just absorbed her soul ring, opened her eyes and froze at the sight of Jiang Luoran's 5 rings. Even her usual icy composure shattered into speechless shock. Can a human's first soul ring truly be a millennium? And the third onward, 10,000-year rings? Who are you? Jilin roared, charging forward. First soul skill, creation from nothing. Jiang Luoran clenched his fist, and in an instant, 100 bloodthirsty vines erupted from Jilin's body, coiling around him like serpents. These vines now bore the enhancements of 2 additional soul beasts, far deadlier than before. A millennium soul ring, it's real? Jilin could feel the terrifying energy radiating from them. Vines of this caliber would trouble even a soul emperor, let alone a soul king. But Jilin was a soul Douluo. He sneered. Crack. With a burst of power, he shattered every vine. Today, he would uncover this anomaly's identity. Second soul skill, Shadow's Pursuit. Third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Demon Prison. Fifth soul skill, Hellish Armor. Jiang Luoran hadn't expected Jilin to break free so effortlessly. Retreat flickered in his mind. As Jilin advanced, his body became encased in violet armor. As though dipped in dye, the bloodthirsty demon prison erupted from the earth, ensnaring Jilin in its grasp. Countless vines lashed out, binding his limbs. The gnarled, millennia-old tree root burst from the soil, its bark thick and unyielding. It roared at the sky before lumbering forward, its massive branches embracing Jilin, and the layers of vines in a crushing grip. The root merged with the vines like liquid, locking Jilin in place. 3 soul skills unleashed simultaneously, enough to annihilate even a soul emperor. Yet against Jilin it still wasn't enough. Jiang Luoran withdrew swiftly, leaping gracefully to a branch 100 meters away. At that moment, the young girl stood in stunned silence, still reeling from the recent shock. The Soul King, astonishingly, could even restrain the actions of a soul Douluo, truly unfathomable. Chapter 73, Defeat Bang. You cannot escape. Jilin unleashed his soul power, shattering the bloodthirsty vines entirely, and then struck the ground, summoning the heavenly blue vines. 10 heavenly blue vines erupted from the earth, piercing through the roots of the ancient tree. Jilin stood atop the vines with Jiwei, transformed into a radiant green light, pursuing Jiang Luoran relentlessly. Grandfather Jilin, who is this person? Jiwei inquired, gazing at the white light before them. Regardless of his identity, he must be detained today. Jilin spread his arms, accelerating in his pursuit of Jiang Luoran. Merely a soul king, yet capable of such speed? Jilin clung to Jiang Luoran like sticky taffy, unable to be shaken off. Indeed, as a soul Douluo, the sheer momentum of his pursuit forced Jiang Luoran to break into a sweat. The first soul skill, creation from nothing. Jiang Luoran pivoted instantly, his purple soul ring flickering as he pointed at Jilin with both hands. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Jilin raised his hand, the bloodthirsty vines erupted from his heart, extending throughout his limbs. Break. Jilin's soul power surged forth, causing the bloodthirsty vines to shatter as if made of paper. Futile, even with prodigious talent. One cannot overcome a disparity of over 20 levels in soul power. I shall see who you truly are. How can one know without a trial? The fourth soul skill, tempered by 1,000 strikes. Jiang Luoran grasped the branch, propelling himself into the air like a monkey, the black soul ring swirling around him. A series of purple grass hammers materialized, suspended in the air, releasing purple soul power like shooting stars, bombarding Jilin's head. A 10,000-year soul skill, indeed impressive. Jilin felt intrigued, clasping his hands together, summoning the heavenly blue vines. Hundreds of heavenly blue vines erupted from the ground, carrying Jilin and Jiwei as they shattered the dozens of grass hammers and surged swiftly towards Jiang Luoran. This marked Jiang Luoran's first encounter with a soul Douluo. To claim the pressure was negligible would be a lie. He had exhausted all his skills, yet they were effortlessly countered. Jiang Luoran, drenched in sweat, found his infernal battle armor and ghostly boots on the brink of collapse. With no other recourse, he was compelled to invoke his second martial soul, still clinging to a fragment of fighting spirit. With a swift and agile somersault, he transformed into a radiant streak of white light, launching himself toward Jilin with the ferocity of a Kuenping. Jiang Luoran had truly been pushed to the brink. Otherwise, she would not have revealed her second martial soul. Such a significant counterattack caught even Jilin by surprise. A sound resonated, indistinguishable yet reminiscent of both a whale and a rock, imparting an impression of boundless tranquility. A soul beast, half fish and half rock, materialized behind Jiang Luoran, its white wings resembling those of a newly hatched creature, unfurling majestically for hundreds of meters. Ethereal white energy, akin to mist descending from the heavens, enveloped the surroundings, shrouding several miles in a veil of white fog. Is this her second martial soul? The mere thought quickened Jilin's heartbeat. He had to discern its identity. With a surge of power, he unleashed his third soul skill, Azure Vine Tsunami Strike. A vast expanse of azure vines surged forth like ocean waves, the soul power boiling to its utmost limit. Bang! The clash of green and white light created a shockwave. Jiang slightly bending his arm before firmly pushing against the onslaught with both hands. The might of the Kunping martial soul was astonishing, filling Jiang Luoran with newfound confidence. This was solely her pure soul power, devoid of any soul rings. If the Kunping martial soul were to be enhanced with soul rings, it would undoubtedly wield overwhelming strength. Jiang Luoran is presently uncertain about what kind of spirit ring would be worthy of the Kunping martial soul. Suddenly, the forest trembles violently as the Kunping martial soul bursts forth from the heavens, bringing with it a torrent of formidable energy aimed at Jiang. As it constricts, Jiang gestures towards Jiang Luoran, his right arm swirling effortlessly. The black spirit ring illuminates. Verdant vines surge from all directions, coalescing into a green vortex that penetrates Jiang Luoran's body. With a resounding thud, he is struck once more, having already endured numerous battles, and can no longer contain the blood that surges forth from his lips. Fortunately, the hellish battle armor provides some measure of protection, otherwise he would have surely perished by now. As the Kunping martial soul dissipates, Jiang Luoran collapses to the ground, propping himself up on one knee. His gaze is dimmed, and the world around him appears blurred. His spirit power has long been exhausted, and he bears internal injuries, left utterly drained. I must uncover what secrets the Douluo continent harbors, he muses, as Jiang pulls Zhihui down from above. With a swift motion, Jiang Luoran lifts his right foot, adorned with the phantom boots, and delivers a precise kick towards Jiang's neck. Dare to resist? Jiang's spirit power radiates outward, sending Jiang Luoran hurtling away, crashing against an ancient willow tree. Allow me, Zhihui leaps gracefully, landing beside Jiang Luoran. She raises her hand and tears away his armor mask, her expression one of astonishment. Is this a child? One nearly of my own age? And yet, a soul king who can contend with a soul Douluo? The disparity strikes Zhihui deeply. What is the matter, Zhihui? Jiang approaches, his gaze falling upon Jiang Luoran's youthful visage. A child. He is at the level of a soul Douluo, and one can discern the truth of his age. A mere teenager, yet a soul king? Moreover, he possesses twin martial souls, with one being a millennium old and the other spanning 3 millennia. The gap is staggering. Having lived a lifetime, Jiang has only attained the rank of soul Douluo. Realizing that further progress is beyond his reach, this child possesses boundless potential. Yet, his face seems vaguely familiar, though he cannot quite place it. Who are you? Why have you attacked us? Jiang's eyes gleam with cold intensity. He could easily end Jiang Luoran's life in an instant. Jiang Luoran's expression remained impassive, the silent dart in his hand resonating like the ominous sound of Hell's Gate being unlatched. Seizing the moment while soul Douluo was unguarded, he launched a bone-piercing needle. Even if it did not claim a life, it would surely leave its mark. The needle, akin to a specter of death, whistled through the air, aimed at Jilin's head. Yet, defiant as ever, Jilin raised his hand in defense, only to have the merciless needle pierce through his right hand, pinning it to his collar. Grandfather? Ji Hui's pupils dilated in disbelief. What manner of weapon could wound a soul Douluo? Jilin, staring at his bloodied hand, fell silent for a moment before casting a cold glare at Jiang Luoran, gripping his throat. What is this thing? Coughing, Jiang Luoran felt disheartened at his failed strike. Indeed, soul Douluo was not easily dispatched. You will eventually learn who I am. As for this silver needle, it is of no concern to you. Ending your life is but a mere flick of the wrist. I am issuing a command, not engaging in a negotiation. Jilin's right hand tightened, producing a taut sound. Erming, if not now, then when? Jiang Luoran shouted hoarsely. Thud, thud, thud. The forest trembled as if struck by a great mountain, leaving one disoriented. Aru. Erming seemed to descend from the heavens, landing beside Jiang Luoran, causing the ground to quake. Aru. Erming roared at Jilin, his mouth emitting dark ripples akin to waves of soul power, battering against Jilin's entire being. What is this? A Titan great ape? Ji Hui fell to the ground, fully aware of the dominance of the creature within the forest. Jilin, momentarily dazed, relaxed his grip, casting Jiang Luoran aside. Run. Ji Hui made a swift decision and turned to flee. 8th soul skill, Celestial Net. Jilin's hands, akin to a creator's, summoned a black soul ring that shot toward the Titan great ape. The ground, the sky, and the jungle intertwined with incoming azure vines, all converging on a singular target, the Titan great ape. Jilin, ensnared by 10 azure vines, made a hasty escape, fully aware of the peril he faced. Chapter 74, The Perpetrator. Because I am unworthy to be with you, I am unworthy. A plea for recommendations. Aru, the Titan great ape, having severed all the azure vines, let out a tremendous roar at Jilin but did not pursue. The fighting prowess of a soul Douluo was indeed terrifyingly oppressive, even if I exert all my strength. Escape is not guaranteed. Jiang Luoran clutched his chest, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Each level of soul power was an insurmountable chasm, and the disparity between each soul ring was even more pronounced. It seemed that enduring too many intense battles was not feasible, otherwise he would perish before attaining the title of Title Douluo. While pressure can be beneficial, sustained excessive pressure is tantamount to self-destruction. Jiang Luoran crouched on the ground, recuperating from his injuries. After a considerable period, the lingering pain subsided and the bleeding ceased. As for his soul power, it would undoubtedly take at least a day to fully recover. Having accomplished all that needed to be done and possessing everything that was required, he hesitated not for long before departing the forest alone. Since he could not contend with Jilin, he resolved to target his granddaughter instead. After all, as a Soul King, he ought to be able to extract some information. Alas, fate had conspired to leave him entangled in a grand enigma crafted by his parents. If his deductions were correct, Jilin's territory should be situated adjacent to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Upon exiting the forest and entering the city of Sodo, Jiang Luoran intended to hire a carriage to the capital of the Sylph's kingdom. The rationale behind this decision was simple: his soul power was depleted, making it arduous to activate his martial soul for swift travel. Moreover, expending too much soul power to arrive promptly was simply not worthwhile. Jiang Luoran entered a hotel and indulged in a sumptuous feast, for he was far from lacking in funds. After all, the soul coins in the hands of soul masters held little significance. The higher the rank of a soul master, the less they regarded money. Having transcended the constraints of ordinary mortals, except for Flinder, of course, the hotel resembled an ancient inn, where one could also rent or purchase carriages by simply inquiring at the front desk. "Excuse me, how much to hell this?" Jiang Luoran leaned on the counter, asking earnestly. "Are you heading to the capital of the kingdom? Would you prefer a fast carriage or a standard one? Our carriage fees are quite considerable." The receptionist replied politely, perceiving him as merely a child who might not afford the fare and could potentially cause trouble. "Time is of the essence. I require the fastest available." Jiang Luoran insisted earnestly. He was well aware of the receptionist's reservations, especially given his youthful appearance. "The quickest carriage belongs to Mr. Sorosin, who is also bound for the capital, and it accommodates 4 passengers, charging 10 soul coins per person," the receptionist explained as she operated the machine. "That totals 40 soul coins. Can we depart immediately?" Jiang Luoran inquired, retrieving a pouch of coins from his pocket. The receptionist counted and confirmed the exact amount. Having received the payment, she dared not hesitate, promptly stating, "I will contact Mr. Sorosin right away. Please hold on." Upon hearing his tone and observing his readiness to pay, the receptionist recognized that he was not someone to be trifled with. Over the years, she had developed a keen sense of discernment. While it took some time to reach the carriage owner, Jiang Luoran stepped outside, passing by the Sodo City Soul Arena, intending to visit the auction house in search of treasures. At that moment, he spotted a familiar face, Ma Hongjun. To his dismay, he witnessed Ma Hongjun being assaulted by a man clad in black, targeting a particularly vulnerable area. The sight was nothing short of brutal. Nearby, a young girl wept and collapsed in fright, too terrified to flee. Indeed, it was understandable. Ordinary individuals would naturally be intimidated by the aura of a soul master engaged in battle. It was quite fortunate that the girl had not succumbed to her fear. Jiang Luoran discerned the situation at a glance. Ma Hongjun had sought out a talented young woman in the grass hut, intending to book a room, when he was unexpectedly confronted by Bulu. Such a lecherous individual as Bulu would never allow such a prize to escape, and thus, a confrontation ensued. "Brother Ran. Oh, Brother Ran, save me." Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up upon spotting Jiang Luoran's presence. "Stop." Although Jiang Luoran's soul power had not yet recovered, he was more than capable of dealing with Bulu, as he could easily resolve the matter with his fists alone. If necessary, simply unleashing his 5 soul rings would suffice to overpower his opponent. "Another brat is trying to steal my woman. Do you really think you stand a chance?" Bulu grinned lewdly, exposing his large front teeth, and even more disturbingly, he licked his lips with a sinister smile that made one feel nauseous. "Brother Rand, why waste words with him? Just take him down." Ma Hongjun's face bore the marks of battle, bruised and battered. "Ha! I am a soul master. You think you can defeat me? Surely, you must have dulled your wits during your training." Bulu laughed heartily. "Nonsense. Brother Ran is also a soul master. You old cucumber, I doubt anyone would find you appealing. I truly wonder how someone like you could exist in the world of soul masters." Unable to best his opponent in combat, Ma Hongjun resorted to insults to vent his frustrations. "What? You may call Bulu weak, but do not speak." Jiang Luoran revealed his soul ring to instill a sense of trepidation in the adversary. Should the opposing party seek vengeance upon his brethren, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, their nefarious methods would likely escalate. In such circumstances, he would find himself committing malevolent acts rather than virtuous ones. Jiang Luoran would not contemplate eliminating an opponent unless faced with a significant threat to the innocent. However, if an evil soul master were to endanger the common folk or conspire to unleash a catastrophic event, Jiang Luoran strikes with lethal intent. 2 men, one tall and one short, approached with an air of peculiarity, unmistakably indicating they were no good. "Old Goose, Tianya, save me." Chapter 75. Humanity's constant betrayal. "Old Goose, Tianya, save me." The voice of Bulu was now tinged with a delicate timbre, lacking strength, and suffused with tears of helplessness and grievance. "Bulu? Good heavens! Is this truly Bulu?" The diminutive old goose caught sight of the blood on Bulu's attire, swallowing hard in trepidation. Was this to frighten him to death? What transpired? Tianya inquired, furrowing his brow, soon engulfed by fury as 5 soul rings simultaneously shimmered around him. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. He was a soul king, albeit with a rather subpar configuration of soul rings. Who dared to harm Douluo? Such audacity was indeed vexing, given Douli's temperament. Would he not seek retribution against him and Old Goose? What a troublesome predicament. In fact, among the rogue soul masters of Douluo continent, Douluo was one of the strongest. It was I, Jiang Luoran, who had not restrained my soul rings, continuing to gaze at Old Goose and Tianya. Their arrangement of soul rings was the most inferior, greatly diminishing their strength, rendering them significantly weaker than an average soul king. Besides, my current power stood at a formidable level 55 soul king. Employing my full capabilities, I could easily contend with those of level 60. What a twist of fate. I had just pondered how to deter their malevolence, and now here they were. Mirroring Douli's expression, Old Goose and Tianya displayed eyes wide with disbelief, questioning their own vision. What was this? Soul rings? Sensing danger, Old Goose grasped Tianya and began to retreat. Surely this cannot be real. Tianya broke free from Old Goose's grasp, activating his soul ring and launching a punch aimed squarely at Jiang Luoran's face. Would this devolve into a contest of combat prowess? Jiang Luoran did not need to summon his soul power. A spectral boot manifested on his right leg as he delivered a fierce kick towards Tianya's fist. The impact was thunderous. The moment Tianya's fist made contact with Jiang Luoran's spectral boot, it shattered, and his entire arm felt as though it had been struck by lightning. Tianya was sent flying, half of his body smeared with blood, dangling alongside Buell from a tree branch, howling in pain, his teeth clenched. I, Old Goose, have harmed countless people, yet today I face a formidable opponent for the first time. What do you intend to do? Old Goose was prepared to flee at any moment. He felt the oppressive weight of the true age of the soul ring, rendering him breathless. If this continued, he would likely spew blood from the strain. Harmed countless people? In what manner? Jiang Luoran's expression remained impassive. If the adversary truly exceeded limits, he would eliminate the threat to the innocent. Killing was certainly an option. Old Goose's expression turned vacant, his eyes darting as he assumed Jiang Luoran was merely young and intrigued, for the allure of malevolence is often hard to resist. In Soto City, how many families have we tormented? Arson, murder, pillaging, every atrocity committed. How about it? Care to join us? Old Goose smiled slyly. Nonsense. My brother Jiang is a beacon of righteousness. How could he possibly ally with you wretched miscreants? Ma Hongjun staggered over, clutching his face, hurling insults along the way. How many families? What a crime. This man has the audacity to ingratiate himself. He must be mad. After careful consideration, Jiang Luoran made his decision. He swiftly approached Old Goose, grasped his throat, and yanked Buell and Tianya away, sprinting into the distance. Brother Jiang. Ma Hongjun realized Jiang Luoran's intent. He wasn't seeking mercy for the trio, but rather could not bear the tension. If Jiang Luoran acted, would it not be excessively cruel? However, upon reflection, those families they had harmed lived in dire straits. How much blood stained their hands? Fatty, how are you? Jiang Luoran returned from afar, landing on the stone bridge. Steadying him. Can you hold on? I'm all right, thanks to your timely arrival. Otherwise, I might have been severely injured. Ma Hongjun sensed the murderous intent emanating from Jiang Luoran. How could a mere teenager remain so composed after taking a life? What manner of monster was he? Then I shall not see you off. I just rented a carriage to the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom. I must take my leave. Jiang Luoran released Ma Hongjun. For a soul master, sustaining injuries was trivial, especially one from Shrek Academy. You are heading to the capital? Will you not wait for us? Ma Hongjun regretted his words. All right, travel safely. As Ma Hongjun gradually receded, Jiang Luoran decided against visiting the auction house, for time was no longer on his side. I wish to follow you, Soul King, the young woman stated, fully aware of Jiang Luoran's formidable strength. The key was his youth. His future promised to be extraordinary. Moreover, his willingness to act was, after all, for her sake, as Buell had mentioned earlier that Jiang Luoran would also vie for her. Thus, the young woman believed him, leaning towards Jiang Luoran. Her body pressed against him, her lips trembled slightly, adopting a demeanor of submissiveness. Jiang Luoran felt somewhat dazed, hastily waving his hand and retreating, realizing that living authentically was the essence of life, and one should not depend on others. Subservience is a frightful condition. He merely spoke these words casually, as only a scant few ordinary individuals lack the spirit to stand firm. Faced with formidable soul masters, they can only choose to endure humiliation. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Luoran encountered an elderly man with white hair, whose demeanor was robust and clad in formal attire, resembling a lion unwilling to succumb to the ravages of time. Greetings. Esteemed soul master, the old man approached, extending his hand to Jiang Luoran. How do you know I am a soul master? I have not mentioned it to the receptionist. Jiang Luoran replied, bewildered. Aside from soul masters, I cannot conceive of anyone else who could afford to directly rent my carriage. You are not only a soul master, but also a remarkably powerful one. Despite your tender age, Sorosan smiled. Shall we depart now? Jiang Luoran inquired. There is little sense in delaying further. It would be wiser to set forth promptly. Are you in such a hurry? Having rented my carriage, The timing of our departure is at your discretion. Then let us embark at once. Sorosin led Jiang Luoran to a luxurious carriage. Jiang Luoran leapt up swiftly, promptly closing the door behind him. Sorosin, with a mere glance, discerned the character of the individual before him, cracking the whip to urge the carriage onward. At the periphery of the Royal Tiando Academy, within the confines of the Ji family estate, a question lingered. Who is this person capable of commanding the Titan great ape of the forest? The air was thick with suspicion, as I had never encountered such an enigmatic figure. Ji Lin sat upon a wooden chair, reflecting on the conversation at hand. Indeed, this individual is peculiar. Should we apprehend him? Ji Zhuang furrowed his brow, intrigued by the other's potential. Of course we must capture him. I am eager to uncover his true identity. Ji Lin declared, striking the table emphatically. How is the situation at the Jiang residence? Have they dealt with it thoroughly? Ji Lin asked coldly. Absolutely clean. I swept through ruthlessly, leaving no survivors. They will not stir up any further trouble, Ji Zhuang replied, his demeanor one of ease as he regarded his right hand. Ji Hui, you should proceed with your training. Today's events may have affected you significantly, Ji Lin instructed, signaling for Ji Hui to depart as they needed to discuss certain matters. Ji Zhuang glanced around, noticing no one else was present, and leaned closer to whisper into Ji Lin's ear. The palace was dimly lit, yet Ji Lin's expression remained marked by a chilling detachment. Chapter 76. A reunion with Hulaina. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Jiang Luoran surveyed the scene at Silvis for a moment, sensing an indescribable oddity. The ground was littered with disoriented soul masters. The mingled scents of strong liquor and herbal smoke permeated the air, creating a chaotic atmosphere that was disconcerting at first glance. Occasionally, he witnessed several soul masters, missing limbs, being carried away. Sorosin dismounted gracefully, adjusting his black gentleman's hat, and bowed elegantly to Jiang Luoran, stating, Young soul master, you have arrived at Silvis. I have fulfilled my mission and look forward to our next encounter. Indeed, this elder exuded an air of wisdom and kindness throughout their exchange. Moreover, his carriage had proven remarkably swift. The outskirts of Silvis, however, are truly disorderly, Jiang Luoran mused, frowning. If Soto City represented the realm of soul masters, then Silvis served as the domain of the formidable and influential. The powerful soul masters resided within the inner city, while the weaker ones were relegated to the outer layers. As the numbers increased, their worth diminished correspondingly. In terms of civilization, life improved significantly upon entering the inner sanctum. Yet, despite the elegance and politeness of the inner circle, the murderous intent within the hearts of its inhabitants was no less than that of those on the fringes. Do you require bodyguards? That is my side profession. Additionally, I offer haircuts and guidance on soul master training, Sorosin smiled. Not at the moment, Jiang Luoran replied, wishing to avoid further idle chatter with Sorosin as he ventured deeper into the shadows. As he walked along, he observed several soul masters engaging in combat on the streets, activating their soul rings. A crowd gathered, cheering them on while sipping the lowest quality ale. Standing prominently along the path to the inner city was a silver arena, boldly obstructing the throng, marked with the word Spirit Hall. The air was rife with raucous voices, laden with unscrupulous banter. Jiang Luoran encountered an old acquaintance, Su Yuntao. Observing his current attire, it seemed evident that he was not faring well, exuding an aura of desolation akin to that of a widower. It was not difficult to infer that he had likely been cast aside by that spider, or perhaps some other yaya. Next, the Knight of the Spirit Hall gestured towards the crowd below, urging the challengers to step forward. Could this truly be the case? With such formidable adversaries present, how could we possibly prevail? Is the Spirit Hall not overly domineering, now that the two great empires can no longer reign it in? Hush! You are mad to speak so openly of the Spirit Hall. Do you not fear that you may not awaken from your slumber come nightfall? Who among us possesses the strength to vanquish this young girl? It is said that she is an elite of the Spirit Hall, sent forth to hone her skills and augment her prestige. Perhaps she is the next successor to the Pope? The Knights of the Spirit Hall cast cold, scrutinizing glances toward the man, their eyes brimming with lethal intent. All were acutely aware that this man was doomed. Some even suggested, if you can manage to consume something, do so. Defeat me, and you may join the Spirit Hall and gain entry into the inner circle. You will also be rewarded with 500 gold soul coins. Furthermore, if you cannot overcome me, how do you expect to survive within the inner sanctum? Hulaina stood upon the arena, surveying the throng below. Hulaina lacked the requisite prestige, thus she sought to cultivate her reputation, for without it, her ascension within the Spirit Hall would be fraught with difficulty. Additionally, the Spirit Hall had begun to devise grand schemes, necessitating the inclusion of formidable individuals. It was not solely Hulaina. The Spirit Hall had commenced its monopolistic endeavors across numerous domains. Upon noticing the situation, Jiang Luoran pondered whether conflicts within the Douluo continent could only be resolved through force. He initially intended to stealthily depart from the right side, but inadvertently caught the attention of Hulaina. After all, Jiang Luoran stood out in the surroundings due to two prominent factors, his youth and his distinctive attire. You come here, Hulaina commanded. Have you made your decision? In a flash, Jiang Luoran swiftly ascended to the arena. Am I to join the Spirit Hall? Hulaina harbored the feeling that this individual's inclusion might bring about significant changes. If I do not join, perhaps in a few years, I will depart. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, stating, I wish to enter the inner circle. Would you make way? Of course, I cannot contend with you, Hulaina replied, stepping aside. Yet, you possess neither a sect nor an academy. How have you cultivated your skills? Moreover, everything about you remains an enigma. I have been unable to uncover any pertinent information. Upon her return, Hulaina diligently researched Jiang Luoran's records, albeit solely by searching for his appearance. Had there been a name attached, the Spirit Hall's capabilities would surely have unveiled something of substance. Jiang Luoran possesses a nimble intellect, and I have an academy, albeit one that remains elusive to your searches. As for my prowess, that is a matter of personal circumstance. Moreover, if I were to owe you a favor, would you be inclined to assist me? Joining the Spirit Hall and becoming part of our team would immediately resolve the matter. Hulaina has always adhered to this belief, as she holds that there is nothing insurmountable for the Spirit Hall. She hardly considered the gravity of Jiang Luoran's request difficult for the Spirit Hall. It is inconceivable to even entertain the notion of difficulty. Regarding favors, Hulaina remains indifferent. She is yet unaware of Jiang Luoran's soul ring situation. Otherwise, she would never permit him to depart unaccompanied. Very well, I shall manage it myself, as Jiang Luoran strides towards the inner sanctum. The Spirit Hall stands as an imposing mountain, where those endowed with strength and status bask in warmth, while the less powerful find themselves confined. Wait. Accompany me to the Spirit Branch Hall for discussions. Without waiting for Jiang Luoran's consent, Hulaina took his hand and led him into the outer Spirit Branch Hall. This place resembles the Spirit Branch Hall in Nodding City, adorned with resplendent totems, crystal windows, and chandeliers of luminous pearls. In the midst of a chaotic exterior, the existence of such a clean and orderly space is indeed a rarity. Any soul master harbors a sense of trepidation towards the Spirit Hall. Those who provoke disturbances rarely survive to see the dawn of the following day. Jiang Luoran sat gracefully in the ivory chair, retrieving a ceramic cup from beneath the table and pouring himself a glass of water, sipping it leisurely. Have you been here before? Hulaina remarked, observing Jiang Luoran's ease in navigating the surroundings, noting even the arrangement of the furniture. The Spirit Hall branches are generally alike, just as the rules are universally applied. He replied, Am I not a spirit master? I receive a stipend each month, so I have become quite familiar with this place. Jiang Luoran sighed. Since I am receiving funds from the Spirit Hall every month and bearing its insignia, why should I not humbly join the Spirit Hall? Hulaina retorted with a cold gaze. Jiang Luoran nearly spat out his drink. There was no denying the truth in the other party's words, leaving him without a counterargument. If one were to consider it from that perspective, Tang San had indeed experienced similar circumstances, ultimately leading to the downfall of his adversaries. Though the Spirit Hall had also dared to provoke Tang San's ire, the contrast was stark. For Jiang Luoran, both the two great empires and the Spirit Hall were essentially the same. Within the two empires, political machinations ran deep, filled with treachery and bloodshed. Dai Mubai was similarly coerced into his position. The Spirit Hall's dominance was primarily due to Qian Xuanji's formidable strength, bolstered by Qian Douluo's support. Eliminating Qian Xuanji would leave only Bibi Dong, and the Spirit Hall would still appear to possess a certain order. This is why the combined might of the two empires still fell short against the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, it was Tang San alone who bore the brunt of the fight. One could argue that without Tang San, the Spirit Hall would have triumphed. As for their ambition to dominate the Douluo continent, Jiang Luoran was indifferent, uncertain of their intentions once they achieved supremacy. Chapter 77. Tang San's disciples. Such assertions cannot be made lightly, while the Spirit Hall offers support. I am but one among countless others. If I were to decline, would you cease your endeavors? Jiang Luoran's expression turned serious. In a sense, that was a valid point. May I inquire as to why you are reluctant to join the Spirit Hall? Hulaina remained unwilling to let the topic rest. Jiang Luoran, the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall. Has this girl been brainwashed? She cannot utter a sentence without mentioning the Spirit Hall. My name is Jiang Luoran. I beseech you to assist me in uncovering everything about myself. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall is stifling. I detest feeling inferior to others, and I possess a rather irritable temperament. Jiang Luoran drinks water. You have a bad temper? Hulaina muses. Jiang Luoran, is it truly your desire to learn everything about yourself? Jiang Luoran nodded, stating that he had lived in a riddle since birth. Thus, when asked who he truly was, he remained uncertain. Now, he found himself requiring your assistance to uncover his identity. So it was. Hulaina maintained her frigid demeanor, akin to a glacier that has never thawed. Do you manage affairs of human sentiment? I cannot say, yet you may take a gamble. Gamble on the significance of my goodwill. Jiang Luoran rose, preparing to depart, for he detested waiting. He believed Hulaina would swiftly arrive at a decision and execute it forthwith, as they were kindred spirits, both possessing an icy countenance. Yin Tao, cease your entanglement with me. It is truly inappropriate. CC, listen to me. I have now been reassigned to the Silvis branch. Within 10 years, no. 5 years, what are you planning to do? Don't pull me. CC, trust me. I am now a sole sovereign. As Jiang Luoran stepped out of the spirit hall branch, he heard Su Yuntao's furious shout. What are you, to dare to harass my woman? A steward of the spirit hall, clad in golden attire, forcefully pushed Su Yuntao aside. To Jiang Luoran's astonishment, he encountered Su Yuntao just days after arriving in Silvis. The man had come to the capital for love, yet the situation seemed far from optimistic. Come on, break his limbs, and throw him into the Silvis Soul Arena, to be delivered to the fierce god battle team. Don't touch me, get away. You scoundrel, who knows how many women you have outside? Don't think you can deceive CC. The sounds of violence echoed from outside, causing Jiang Luoran's heart to race. Killing in the streets? How brazen. Does the spirit hall turn a blind eye to infighting? How can they accept such morally corrupt individuals? Jiang Luoran turned away, contemplating. Even morally bankrupt individuals have their uses, for they follow orders unconditionally and can be relied upon to maintain control. Of course, the spirit hall does not favor such unethical people. They will be dealt with subsequently. Hu Laina replied. Help me rescue Su Yuntao, and then send him back to Nodding City, Jiang Luoran said as he swiftly departed, moving towards the inner sanctum. Although he entrusted Hu Laina with the investigation, he still felt uneasy. In the Douluo continent, one must harbor doubts about everything, even regarding those well known to them. Moreover, should there be matters that even the spirit hall cannot uncover, he must visit the residence of Jiling. He must capture his granddaughter as well. In the capital of Silvis, at the periphery of the Royal Academy, Jiang Luoran indeed beheld a forest, the very site of the residence of the Wisdom Forest. With his Soul King prowess, enhanced by the power of the Nether Boots, he could effortlessly infiltrate unnoticed. However, his own strength remained insufficient. Had he attained the rank of Title Douluo, he would have simply kicked the door open. Alas, his cultivation progress was still far too slow. Halt! How dare anyone intrude here? Do you not recognize that this is the Royal Academy? A golden-haired young man, clad in noble attire, crossed his arms and regarded Jiang Luoran with disdain. Jiang Luoran was inwardly astonished. His solitary intrusion was indeed inappropriate. Theoretically speaking, his intention had been to approach the interior and conceal himself. Yet he was unexpectedly confronted at the periphery. He silently cursed, wondering if those from the Royal Academy were so idle, meandering about the academy instead of diligently practicing. My apologies, I was merely curious and had no intention of trespassing. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Luoran resolved to feign departure before discreetly re-entering. Hey, our prince is addressing you, and you simply intend to walk away? Country folk truly lack manners, remarked 6 attendants, each chiming in after the prince avalanche. Prince? Jiang Luoran chuckled inwardly, surprised at his own carelessness for encountering a prince upon entry. However, he disagreed with the notion of etiquette. Whether a country bumpkin or a highborn noble, politeness was not guaranteed. The most discerning in manners were often those of middle standing. Aha, you impoverished wretch. Open your eyes and behold. This is His Highness, the 4th Prince of our empire, Avalanche. Rare is the chance for an ordinary person to behold him. You shall have tales to boast of back in your village for a lifetime, one man proclaimed, gesturing towards the golden-haired Avalanche. Avalanche? Jiang Luoran shook his head, preparing to depart. There was nothing of merit to discuss. This Avalanche was merely imitating King Gojian, feigning weakness under the guise of power. A ruse to evade being slain by Qianren Shui. Since the other party was enjoying the charade so thoroughly, he would refrain from interrupting. Moreover, he would eventually become Tang Xin's disciple, so it was prudent to adopt a conciliatory approach. Although the royal family was embroiled in fierce internal strife, Avalanche was hardly a virtuous character. His claims of self-preservation were mere pretexts. Did he not harbor ambitions of usurpation? It was an impossibility. Did I permit you to leave? Come back here. Otherwise, I will report to the teachers that someone has intruded upon the Royal Academy. Let us see how you shall enter again. Avalanche smiled, exuding an air of contempt. It was all but a performance. Why take it so seriously? You enact your drama, and I shall pursue my own path, Jiang Luoran pondered. If the teachers of the Royal Academy became vigilant, would he still have an opportunity? This audacious prince was courting trouble. What do you desire then? It was my misstep to trespass upon the Royal Academy, but until I have crossed that mountain range, I have not truly entered. Is merely gazing upon the Royal Academy a crime? If all else fails, I shall resort to force, he mused. What do I desire? To avoid breaking a leg. For how could I explain to my trusted teacher? The royal family had always led by example, asserting that the Royal Academy was inviolable. Avalanche and a cadre of ineffectual nobles erupted in laughter. You, caught amidst the web of authority, play your part well. Otherwise, I will inform your elder brother. And you know the consequences. Jiang Luoran was not one to be trifled with. For Avalanche, the most effective weapon was verbal confrontation. Physical altercations were unnecessary. Moreover, if a situation could be resolved with intellect, why resort to violence? What did you say? Avalanche's eyes were bloodshot as he turned to his inept companions, shouting, You lot. Get lost, and stay far away. Prince Avalanche, what troubles you? That country bumpkin is the real issue. One retorted. Indeed. What is the meaning of this? Do I need to repeat myself? Believe it or not, I will have you chopped up. Avalanche shot them a fierce glare, one they had never witnessed before. The brutality of his gaze startled them, prompting their hasty retreat. Chapter 78. A thief in my house, Prince Avalanche. Will you return to the night? We had agreed to go elsewhere. The reason Avalanche exhibited such a transformation was that only two individuals were privy to this matter, Douluo and his uncle, Prince Xuexing. Jiang Luoran was inextricably linked to both. Faced with significant events, he could no longer afford to act foolishly. Reprimanding these nobles was one thing, but executing them was another. My sincerest apologies, brother. Let us sit and converse. Avalanche beckoned Jiang Luoran into a stone pavilion. Do not trouble yourself. I shall not partake in the power games of the royal family. I will neither assist you nor Xuexing, Jiang Luoran replied. He had not anticipated such a profound change in the other. Perhaps this could serve as a breakthrough, transforming the other to his advantage. However, he must not become too enmeshed, lest he be drawn into the royal family's conflict, a burden he could ill afford. It was essential to recognize that even with Avalanche's backing, a Title Douluo like Douluo was ever cautious. Noble battles were decided by the strength of Title Douluos. Whichever side had greater numbers would prevail. My dear brother, you are not an underling of Mr. Douluo, nor my uncle. Avalanche was taken aback. However, since the other claimed he would not engage in this struggle, he could relax his guard slightly. No, you may even disregard my existence entirely. But should you compel me or frame me, I assure you, I possess the means to render you utterly irretrievable, Jiang Luoran stated plainly. You? Avalanche? With years of temperament and noble standing, how could you endure such an affront? Yet he restrained himself, knowing that a moment's ruin could lead to a lifetime of destruction. Rest assured, as long as you do not target me, I shall not pose any trouble for you. Conversely, if you choose to align with me, I could even facilitate certain matters for you. Avalanche entertained thoughts of alliance. Although uncertain of Jiang Luoran's prowess, the latter's demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual. What commoner would dare to threaten and intimidate him? That will not be necessary. While I may offer convenience, I shall also relinquish certain things. Moreover, our values do not align. I am simply too costly, Jiang Luoran replied, making his exit toward the Jilin Manor. Avalanche was taken aback by Jiang Luoran's swift departure. Jiang Luoran, indifferent to everything, harbored a deep disdain for those who indulged in cunning schemes. Regardless of other matters, in just 6 years, he would ascend to the rank of Title Douluo. As for attaining godhood, that was merely a matter of time. By then, Tang San would likely have achieved divinity as well. Two deities safeguarding the empire of Skefeng? How utterly delightful. Yet, what could the other party offer him? Merely trifles of the mundane world. Amidst the chaos of war, what concern was it of his? He was in haste to journey to the northern abyss. Jiang Luoran lay in concealment within the forest of the Royal Academy, his gaze fixed upon a residence over 100 meters away. Though it bore no insignia to denote its owner, Jiang Luoran discerned clearly that it was the Jilin mansion. The presence of azure vines surging within the estate indicated that members of his family were engaged in cultivation. Holding his breath, he dispelled his murderous intent, sealed his lips, and channeled his soul power, donning the spectral boots upon his right leg before encasing himself in the infernal armor. It was crucial to acknowledge that the Jilin mansion likely housed at least one formidable soul duelist. A brazen intrusion would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, before embarking on his incursion, Jiang Luoran meticulously prepared for every contingency, ensuring traps were set to facilitate his escape should any occupants emerge with lethal intent. Jiang Luoran pressed against the ground, invoking his first soul skill, creation from nothing. His third soul skill, Blood Fiend's Prison, followed, succeeded by the fourth, 1,000 Forgings, and the fifth, Hellish Battle Armor. For soul rings simultaneously flickered, rotating from top to bottom, transforming into strands of energy that sank into the earth. With his second soul skill, Shadow and Echo, Jiang Luoran summoned the roots of an ancient tree, over a millennium old, standing ready in place. Having accomplished all of this, Jiang Luoran took a deep breath, allowing his heart to beat slowly, and relaxed his body. Whoosh! As Jiang Luoran sprinted with the direction of the wind, he endeavored to merge his breath with the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the gate of Jilin Mansion, scanning the surroundings for any signs of life. Without hesitation, he vaulted over the high wall and surged toward the inner courtyard. The fact that Jilin had accompanied him to hunt the soul beasts undoubtedly indicated that she was the direct granddaughter of the opposing party. If that were the case, her usual residence would most certainly be within the inner sanctum. The inquiries he wished to make could only be answered by individuals of the inner circle. Thus capturing his granddaughter became imperative. GK, have you noticed that in recent days, the clan leader and Lord Ji seem to be acting rather peculiarly? I am at a loss. Shi Qiang, they consistently remain cloistered within the palace, neglecting to instruct us in our training. GK, can it be that even someone as astute as you cannot discern the reason? Could it be that our lackluster performance has incited the clan leader's ire? Alas, Jiang Luoran paid little heed to them. The periphery was characterized by a cacophony of chatter. Within the walls of the Jilin residence, the architecture was a labyrinth of intersecting structures, adorned predominantly by lush foliage. Here, there were no blossoms, only the verdant tendrils of climbing vines. The intricate barriers rendered the place reminiscent of a maze, obscuring one's path. It bore a striking resemblance to the Bagua formations Jiang Luoran had traversed back on Earth. Setting aside the rationale behind Jilin's peculiar architectural choices, Jiang Luoran possessed a rather straightforward solution to navigate through. The answer lay in scaling the walls. No matter how complex the maze, one could always surmount the barriers. If it proved too arduous, one could simply opt not to traverse it. While an ordinary individual might struggle to leap 3 meters high, Jiang Luoran was certainly capable of such feats. Jiang Luoran resembled a spectral wisp of white. Her body taut with tension as she glided along the walls and leaped into the depths beyond. Jiang Luoran had long forgotten the number of walls he had crossed. As he strolled beside a serene lake, he beheld Ji Hui clad in emerald attire. At the center stood a grand hall, its doors firmly shut. And even the curtains were drawn, casting an oppressive aura. Heavenly blue vine, annihilation. Ji Hui, sensing Jiang Luoran's presence, unleashed her soul technique directly at him. With a resounding thud, a flurry of gray heavenly blue vines hurtled through the air, each one armed with formidable gray thorns, intent on piercing Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran was taken aback, only to realize that his left foot was resting upon a gray vine of the sky blue variety. So this was the reason. The other party had finally detected his presence. Bang! Jiang Luoran stood his ground, clad in hellish armor, raising his right hand to confront the azure vine. With a resonant hum, the gray tendril was shattered, transforming into countless gray particles that scattered through the air. Despite the significant disparity in soul power, Jiang Luoran's strength utterly overwhelmed his opponent. Is it you? Ji Hui exclaimed upon recognizing Jiang Luoran in his formidable armor. What are you planning to do? You will find out soon enough, Jiang Luoran replied, bending low and leaping towards Ji Hui, lifting her and sprinting towards the exit. In an instant, Ji Hui felt herself being hoisted into the air. Such speed. What? Ji Zhuang roared as he burst from the palace. Who dares to intrude upon my estate? Seeking death. Are they? Jilin also emerged in haste. Jiang Luoran dared not hesitate. He swiftly turned and fled, no longer needing to be timid. As he leapt upon the rooftops and departed, a thief has entered my home. Capture the intruder. Chapter 79. Who has stolen my granddaughter? The sound of a howl echoed behind him, but Jiang Luoran paid it no mind, propelling himself outward with utmost speed. If it hadn't been for Jiang Luoran inadvertently stepping upon the heavenly vine of Ji Hui, he would not find himself in such an embarrassing predicament. The Title Douluo would have remained oblivious. He had indeed been careless. However, it was Jiang Luoran's first attempt. Successfully abducting Ji Hui was no small feat. The entire Ji residence reverberated with Jilin's furious roar as they rushed out to intercept Jiang Luoran. Who dares to invade my Ji residence? Do they seek death? GK charged forward, his 2 soul rings manifesting, a 23rd level control system soul master, wielding his martial soul. Jiang Luoran delivered a swift kick directly to his opponent's face, sending GK soaring to the rear mountain, where he visibly shattered several ancient tree roots upon impact. With one decisive strike, the enemy was vanquished. In such a critical moment, Jiang Luoran cared little for the conventions of the Douluo continent. He would confront anyone who dared to challenge him. GK, alongside Shi Qiong, charged forth with a furious glare, 2 yellow soul rings swirling around him. Invoking his first soul skill, Verdant Regret. Get lost. Jiang Luoran, clad in his hellish battle armor, charged forward, sending Shi Qiong flying. His right leg, enhanced by the phantom boots, increased his velocity. Were it not for his opponent being 5 or 6 levels higher, he could have easily eliminated them. However, with each passing second, Jilin and that young man would surely pursue him, and he pondered how to withstand their onslaught. Kuimping, manifest. A resonant hum filled the air as a creature emerged behind Jiang Luoran, resembling both a Qilin fish and a white-feathered sacred peng. This martial spirit embodied the most formidable attributes of both beings, exuding an indescribable strangeness. With the Kuimping martial spirit activated, although Jiang Luoran could not soar through the skies, his speed multiplied exponentially. The combined effects of the hellish battle armor, the enhancement from the phantom boots, the unparalleled swiftness of the Kuimping martial spirit, and Jiang Luoran's calculated mastery of wind pressure transformed him from a mere flash of white light into a piercing bolt of lightning, nearly impossible to evade. Do not even think about escaping. Jilin, hot on his heels, raised his hands skyward as if in prayer, invoking his 8th soul skill, Celestial Net. Boom, boom, boom. Tendrils of azure vines erupted forth, shooting towards Jiang Luoran in a dazzling display. The sheer abundance of these vines was overwhelming. While control-type soul masters are indeed formidable, as long as one possesses sufficient speed, there is little to fear. Jiang Luoran advanced with remarkable speed, vaulting over every barrier with the grace of a soaring eagle. He propelled himself forward with an urgency akin to flight, gliding through the air like a mythical creature. What exactly do you intend to do? Why have you seized me? Ji Hui, though wounded by Jiang Luoran moments ago, still managed to maintain a semblance of consciousness. The pace at which they moved was already causing Ji Hui to struggle for breath. You will soon find out, Jiang Luoran replied coldly. Upon reaching the outskirts, Jiang Luoran felt a wave of relief wash over him, as Jilin had yet to pursue. He needed only to cross this great threshold to secure his escape. Ji Dai, a level 57, a master of the 5-ring control system, wielding the martial spirit of the celestial green vine, approached with an air of authority. Who are you? Dare you reveal your name? Ji Dai, with hair as white as snow and a frame resembling mere skin and bones, strode forth, despite his frail appearance. His eyes shone with a penetrating intensity, as if they could unravel the deepest secrets. 5 vibrant soul rings, hued in shades of yellow, purple, and black, encircled the elder, emanating an aura of formidable soul power. Jiang Luoran sensed that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. How could a prestigious intellect like the Ji family be so easily evaded? Moreover, he had abducted the granddaughter of that very family. As Ji Dai's words echoed, a throng of family disciples surged forth, encircling Jiang Luoran completely. With nowhere left to turn, he had no choice but to fight back. Jiang Luoran, a level 55 control system Soul King, resolved to confront Ji Dai, the most formidable threat among the crowd. Ji Dai's pupils narrowed, and his hands emanated a green luminescence. Clearly aware of Jiang Luoran's intentions. Third soul skill, Green Vine Restraint. With a thundering sound, a sky blue vine sprang to life, swirling in place before ensnaring Jiang Luoran with its soul energy. In response, Jiang Luoran invoked his 4th soul skill, Forged Through Trials. A purple grass hammer materialized in his grasp as he aimed it at the encroaching vine. With a resonant thud, the hammer struck its target. Yet the vine rebounded like jelly and continued its relentless advance toward Jiang Luoran. What? Such a soul skill existed? Jiang Luoran was momentarily taken aback. Although the opponent's skill was insidious, it was precisely the best tactic for a control system soul master. By employing softness to conquer hardness, one could remain unbroken and unscathed. Moreover, the control it exerted was formidable. Once ensnared, escape became exceedingly difficult. As the vine hurtled toward him, Jiang Luoran swiftly activated his soul ring, employing his 2nd soul skill, Shadow of the Self. With a resonating hum, the purple soul ring enveloped him, splitting into another incarnation of Jiang Luoran, which bravely confronted the entangling vine. Jiang Luoran's clone was swiftly bound and shattered, while the green vine lost its power and disbanded. The chaotic wind blew. If Jilin were to arrive, Jiang Luoran raised his grass hammer, seizing the initiative to strike at the bewildered Ji. The colossal grass hammer in Jiang Luoran's grasp resembled a piece of toffee, with the hammerhead trailing behind and the handle bent into a graceful arc. This was a manifestation of formidable strength. With such a blow, even Ji might not withstand it. 5th soul technique, Green Vine Parasitism. Ji's 5th soul technique could replicate any of his previous soul techniques, with an efficacy of 50% and a quintuple increase in quantity. 5 supple azure vines emerged to shield Ji, deflecting Jiang Luoran's hammer strike. The dissipating soul power and force shattered houses over 10 meters away. Crack. The ground fissured, with countless cracks slithering like serpents across the land, extending into the distance. Abandon the hammer. Jiang Luoran decisively withdrew, rolling over and creating a wave-like motion. His objective was to escape, rather than to defeat his opponent. It had always been this way from the very beginning. Moreover, he realized that Ji Dai had not exerted his full strength to block him. In fact, at the last moment, he had even given Jiang a push with his soul power. Not only that, the scant soul power within him rapidly surged in response to that nudge. The affectionate gaze of the old man left Jiang Luoran even more bewildered. What was happening? There was no time to ponder such matters now. Jiang delivered a powerful kick to the Ji family gate, shattering it with arrogance, and then charged forward. To be honest, had Ji Dai not shown leniency, Jiang Luoran would have never managed to escape. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay even for a second. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ji Zhuang's voice echoed behind him. You scoundrel, halt. Do you dare intrude upon my Ji family's estate? Do you wish for death? Ji Zhuang wished he could cover the distance in mere steps. Could so many people not even stop him? Truly inept, Jilin continued the pursuit. Jiang Luoran had long vanished into the depths of the forest, yet Jilin pursued relentlessly. Jiang Luoran leaped from his previous position, striking the ground with urgency as he hastily fled. The roots of the ancient tree and the remaining 4 soul techniques were triggered simultaneously, unleashing an overwhelming onslaught of blood-slaying vines and branches of the ancient roots. They surged forth, intertwining and cascading relentlessly, as if the very essence of a ravenous ogre, devouring the wisdom forest. Panting heavily, Jiang Luoran felt the effects of his hell battle armor dissipate, causing it to shatter and fall away. Upon reaching the entrance of the Royal Academy, he encountered Prince Avalanche. Come here, Avalanche exclaimed, seizing Jiang Luoran and leading him into a cavern beneath the mountain. Boom. The wisdom forest shattered the grasp of all blood-slaying vines, letting out a wild roar. Who has stolen my granddaughter? Chapter 80. The desire to reveal Jiang Luoran barely had time to express his gratitude to Avalanche, for a searing pain gripped his chest, staining his cheap garments with crimson. What ails you? Avalanche inquired, removing from Jiang Luoran the burden of Zhihui. For the sake of beauty, you truly are quite reckless. Did you barge in to elope with her? Zhihui appeared frail, her gaze unfocused and lips slightly parted, clearly still reeling from the oppressive force they had just endured. Jiang Luoran's injuries were severe, and he could hardly concern himself with such matters. Even if you were to assist me, I would refuse to be entangled in your power struggles. It was merely a trivial matter. I had no expectations of your help. Shuepeng rose, drawing a blade to tear open Jiang Luoran's garments. Blood gushed from his chest, revealing ghastly white bones, with a glimpse of his vibrant, beating heart barely visible. What level of injury was this? Should it penetrate deeper? Jiang Luoran would have no chance of survival. Xue Peng's hands trembled. Merely aiding in the tearing of his clothing had left his hands stained with copious blood. To emerge alive from the clutches of Title Douluo was no small feat. You are deserving of recognition. Given your youth, you must hail from some esteemed hidden lineage. Suppressing his trepidation, Xue Peng retrieved a medicine box from the shadows, clumsily opening a vial to administer treatment to Jiang Luoran, wrapping his wounds. With no name or identity. Merely escaping was a stroke of fortune. Jiang Luoran's face was marred with sweat and blood. He recalled the final moment when he had been engulfed by Jiling's soul power. A mere brush yet sufficient to pose a threat. Were it not for the assistance of the intellect from the Ji family in restoring his soul power, he would have succumbed here. Bear with it. This is for disinfection, Xue Peng said, as he pressed the ground herbs directly onto Jiang Luoran's chest. Jiang Luoran possessed an exceptional physical constitution, able to endure despite the circumstances. Ji Hui stirred from her stupor, gazing vacantly at the writhing Jiang Luoran. Her reticence unshaken by the sight of blood. Xue Peng, the prince, clumsy and uncoordinated, had inadvertently inflicted several injuries upon Jiang Luoran's heart, now drenched in sweat. Strangely, Ji Hui retrieved a bandage soaked in medicinal liquid from the medical kit, undeterred by the blood, and proceeded to dress Jiang Luoran's chest with a practiced hand. Observing this, Xue Peng, relieved to have someone else take over, sank to the ground, gasping for breath, appreciating the presence of a dependable woman. Their bond appeared quite strong. Jiang Luoran and Ji Hui both wore unexpectedly cold expressions, their silence chilling to the bone. How could there be an opening here? And from whence did the medicine box originate? Jiang Luoran glanced at Xue Peng. Initially taken aback, Xue Peng then allowed a self-deprecating smile to flicker across his face. The regulations of the Royal Academy are quite stringent. Conducting business under the cover of night is rather inconvenient. This opening was excavated on my orders by a few of the enforcers. As for the medicine box, it originally contained that type of medicine. Xue Peng blushed. Hesitating to elaborate, Ji Hui's hands suddenly stilled. Her pupils flickered, yet she uttered not a word, resuming her bandaging. Is the performance to be taken to such an extreme? Jiang Luoran was rendered speechless. This was the epitome of acting. A selfless dedication to the role. What is the pinnacle of acting? It is to portray a character so convincingly that one even comes to believe oneself to be wretched. Yet, in the moment one achieves their goal, their true thoughts surge forth like a tempest. The most natural performance embodies the highest artistry. Xue Peng cast a nervous glance at Ji Hui, shushing her, cautioning against revealing too much. Surely, she would not speak. If I were to perish, I would certainly drag you down with me. How could a person on the brink of death divulge your secrets? Jiang Luoran sprang to his feet, seizing Ji Hui's neck and pinning her against the wall. Hey, what are you doing? Are you and your spouse quarreling? Just a moment ago, you were tending to her wounds, and now you wish to take her life? How cruel can you be? Xue Peng retreated, fearing that Jiang Luoran might have ulterior motives to eliminate him as well. Years of indulgence had left Xue Peng with an inexplicable affection for beautiful women, an emotion he could scarcely articulate. Jiang Luoran disregarded the avalanche and instead cast an angry glare at Ji Hui, asking, "Why is your martial soul a gray sky vine?" Jiang Luoran paid a considerable price to bring her out, so she must inquire about certain matters. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the wound she bears. It is simply the way of life, is it not? Ji Hui furrowed her brow, her complexion flushed, as she struggled to breathe under Jiang Luoran's grip. She could sense that the other party truly wished her demise. Moreover, Jiang Luoran was already prepared to carry out the act. This individual was even more ruthless than herself. You must understand, my inquiries extend beyond these matters. Jiang Luoran gestured towards the impending avalanche with her left hand. You would do well to be forthright, otherwise, I would not hesitate to allow him to act upon you. Jiang Luoran promptly inquired. The habits of Prince Avalanche over the years must surely evoke a sense of despair. Do they not? Avalanche felt bewildered, perceiving Jiang Luoran at that moment as an emotionless overlord, impervious to all, inflicted with the gravest of wounds, uttering the harshest of words. Even the most Na'vi Avalanche comprehended that these two were foes, not allies. Ji Hui clenched her teeth, reflecting, since the day I was born, I have existed in a shroud of fog. I have adhered to my father's commands without question. I once endeavored to unravel this enigma, only to find it utterly intractable and beyond my reach. All I can ascertain is that my mutated martial soul is a legacy bestowed by a certain family. That family possesses martial souls of the same azure vine. As for everything else, I am unable to provide answers. Even if you were to subject me to unbearable torment, I would still remain at a loss for words. Jiang Luoran momentarily lost his focus, his right arm suddenly slackening as he took a step back. Was it from another family? And that family's martial spirit was also the celestial green vine. Is this all there is? The person he had fought so hard to extract. And this was all he could inquire? Jiang Luoran swiftly organized his thoughts. He now faced two paths. The first was to place his trust in Hulayina and wait for the Wuhuan temple to uncover the truth. The second was to bide his time until he had amassed sufficient strength to personally visit the Ji residence and confront them. Ji Hui had not lied. Jiang Luoran understood that she had been shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. The adversary knew that no matter how fiercely one resisted, escape from his grasp was futile. Such a stance was not only ineffective, but also lacked wisdom. Then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Jiang Luoran unleashed his 55th level soul power, causing the wound in his chest to crack open further. Yet, he maintained a cold gaze fixed on Zihui, seemingly impervious to the pain. To kill? Dear? You are the granddaughter of Jilin. Are you not afraid of being hunted down? Xuebing seized Jiang Luoran's sturdy arm. This is madness. How desperate for affection must one be? To speak of murder without a thought for the consequences. The intensity in Jiang Luoran's eyes resembled that of a warrior prepared to vanquish all heroes of the world. What? Have you developed a sense of pity? I can afford to wait a little longer. Consider it a repayment for your earlier kindness. Jiang Luoran sensed that if Xuebing agreed to this, he would inevitably sever ties with her in the future, for her character had already deteriorated beyond repair. She was no longer worthy of even a shred of trust. Of course, Jiang Luoran had no intention of forging a deeper connection with Xuebing. He merely contemplated some subtle exchanges of mutual benefit. Chapter 81. An alliance? Xuebing was taken aback. Had she truly become such a figure in Jiang Luoran's eyes? What a disappointment. I feared you would not withstand the pursuit of a soul Douluo. Since you care not for your safety, do as you wish. Xuebing was no saint. There was no need for her to cling to him. Jiang Luoran transformed his palm into a fist, gradually amplifying his soul power, aimed directly at Jihui's head. Wait. Jihui bit her lip tightly, her pupils dilating in fear. No one is unafraid of death, especially a woman who possesses hope. She was a genius with the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. To perish so unjustly was unacceptable to her. A final word? Or merely to buy time? Such tactics would be futile against Jiang Luoran, who bore the calm demeanor of one accustomed to slaughter. No, I can assist you. Provide you with the knowledge you seek. Jihui's neck pulsed with anxiety as she spoke. You need me to accomplish this. Jiang Luoran felt a flicker of temptation. Jihui could very well serve as the optimal breakthrough in this matter. However, could she be trusted? How could she possibly forsake her family and elders to aid an outsider? It was simply unthinkable. Jihui was acutely aware of Jiang Luoran's doubts. You need not worry. I am equally eager to uncover the truth behind this. I merely require an ally. Why? Are you not the granddaughter of Jilin? Jiang Luoran was momentarily stunned. The contrast presented by Jihui was startling. Everyone has their hidden struggles, but it was the first time he had heard of a family member betraying their own. This girl was even more ruthless than he had imagined. I have my reasons. Just trust that I stand with you on this path toward truth. Jihui wiped the blood from her lips. I do not believe you. How could I possibly trust you? Yet, Jiang Luoran found himself beginning to believe her. For he had already retracted his right arm, and his soul power had dissipated. He voiced this to gauge her sincerity. You could easily take my life without a second thought. Do you not wish to gamble for the sake of truth? Furthermore, given your cultivation potential, you will only grow stronger, eventually surpassing even Jilin. If I deceive you, I willingly accept death at your hands, Jihui asserted. Jiang Luoran, 55 level. 5-ring control system soul master, martial soul bloodthirsty vine. This is my information. I hope it proves useful to you. Jiang Luoran disclosed his identity for her verification. What of your soul rings? Are they genuine? Jihui regarded him intently. You need not fabricate lies. They are real, but I cannot disclose the reasons, Jiang Luoran replied, resting against the stone wall while covering his wound. I am Jihui, 32 level, 3-ring control system soul master, martial soul celestial green vine. Jihui lowered her head, close enough that they could feel each other's breath. To assure you, I can share a truth. Jilin is not my grandfather. I do not consider it betrayal, nor do I feel guilt. This woman was of his age, yet already at 32 levels. Her formidable prowess rivaled that of several members of Shrek Academy. She was undeniably a prodigious talent. He had not anticipated such potential hidden within the Ji family. This was a setup for a significant undertaking when the opportune moment arrived. Jilin had indeed played his cards well. You are not his granddaughter. You may leave now. Jiang Luoran began to channel his soul power to heal his wounds. Farewell, Jihui rose, first conducting a careful survey before quietly departing. Xuebing said little, refraining from inquiring about the underlying circumstances surrounding Jiang Luoran. Curiosity could be perilous. All he sought was to survive amidst the power struggles. A day and a night passed, and Jiang Luoran's soul power only increased, indicating that his healing required a substantial amount of energy. Fortunately, his robust physique, combined with the soul power, allowed his injuries to gradually mend. This was the most severe wound he had ever sustained, and he had nearly lost his life. Reflecting on this, he recalled Jihui from earlier. As he changed the bandages, Xuebing entered, casting a cold glance at Jiang Luoran. This time, you won't have the delicate touch of a lady. Endure the pain. Troublesome. Jiang Luoran braced himself. When Xuebing tore open the bandages, she was astonished to find that Jiang Luoran's wounds had already begun to fuse. What miraculous healing abilities you possess. Yesterday, he had been on the brink of death, his bones nearly shattered. Today, he had made such a remarkable recovery? When did a soul master's physique become so inexplicably resilient? Thanks to the elixir I provided, you are recovering well, Xuebing teased as she applied fresh bandages. Where does this passage lead? Jiang Luoran inquired. gesturing toward the cave entrance. To the royal palace, Xu Weibing replied tersely, as if it were a difficult topic to broach. What is that? The kingdom's leader? Jiang Luoran clearly did not comprehend, as the name sounded akin to a royal palace. The most renowned venue for women in Sylves is where we often conduct our affairs. Are you entirely ignorant? The women there are of notable distinction. Xu Weibing rambled on. But Jiang Luoran raised his hand to halt her. I shall depart tomorrow via this route. This passage leads directly to the back entrance of the royal palace, specially designated for us by Yi Qing. If needed, you may mention my name. If not, feel free to leave. Avalanche departed with the medicine chest, casting one last glance at Jiang Luoran. Considering the days, Shrek's leave was nearing its conclusion. Given his current level of mastery, he pondered whether Flander might grant him graduation directly, for there was little left to teach him. However, it was impossible for them to settle at the Royal Academy. For once Avalanche commenced his performance, it would be uncontrollable. The outcome was well known. Everyone from Shrek would be expelled. Yet, this could be fortuitous, as it would allow them to pursue admission to the Blue Tyrant Academy. His circumstances were unique, and he was currently in pursuit of the truth. The next steps would have to wait for Flander's guidance. Retracing his steps was not an option, given his injuries, should he encounter a member of the Ji family again. He might very well be struck down. Thus, the path Avalanche had carved out must be traversed. As the night passed, Jiang Luoran's injuries had mended significantly. Yet a lingering pain persisted, making complete recovery impossible. Such a feat was unrealistic. Healing from such trauma required at least 100 days. Stretching his limbs, Jiang Luoran ventured deeper into the cave. Initially, the entrance grew increasingly dark, as if it led to an endless abyss. Eventually, a beam of white light illuminated Jiang Luoran's face, signaling that he had arrived. Jiang Luoran sprang forth, leaping from the cave's entrance, and before he could acclimate, he was astounded by the scene before him. This is certainly ill-timed. Moreover, was it not stated that the avalanche would affect the backyard? How did it lead directly to the room? Chapter 82. The madman here. Opulence reigned supreme. The walls were adorned with gilded single-leaf roses, and crimson carpet sprawled across the floor. Curtains fashioned from silk billowed gently in the breeze, imparting an air of grandeur and spaciousness. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Luoran opted to depart quietly. Young sir, you must be a friend of His Highness the Avalanche. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Jiang Luoran disregarded her and strode directly outside, his destination being the Sylvis Grand Arena of Souls. It is the most unsightly and lawless arena within the entire Douluo continent, where he could encounter the students and teachers of Shrek Academy. Moreover, Jiang Luoran was eager to swiftly quell the ferocity of the fierce god team. Was it not true that Shrek and his companions felt intimidated and repulsed by their formidable opponents? If they dared not act, he would take it upon himself to do so. The 7 Title Douluos posed no challenge for Jiang Luoran. As he traversed the distance beyond the confines of Sylvis, he sensed that he was being followed. He feigned several times to test and conceal himself, yet he could not ascertain the position of his pursuer. If it were Hu Laina, she would have revealed herself long ago. There was no need for her to lead Jiang Luoran in circles. It could not possibly be Zhi Wei, as she lacked the requisite soul power. The ability of the pursuer to evade his search and calculations indicated a level beyond his own. Yet the fact that he could perceive their presence suggested that their rank was not significantly higher than his own. Perhaps they were also a soul king. Unable to discern the truth for the moment, Jiang Luoran chose to ignore his follower and stepped into the interior of the Sylvis Grand Arena. The air was thick with a stench of decay, as most soul masters clutched mugs of ale, hurling curses at the soul battle platform that resembled an iron cage. The dim atmosphere was suffocating and oppressive. In the distance, the referee's voice rang out with fervor. Fierce God, they have once again annihilated their opponents. Indeed. The term annihilation signified killing. They murdered in public, yet held their heads high like valiant warriors, arms raised in triumph. The entire spectator area erupted in fervor, with shouts of jubilation echoing throughout. Jiang Luoran approached the front desk, where a man clad in black was meticulously polishing the shimmering soul coins with a handkerchief. I wish to participate in the soul duel, Jiang Luoran stated, placing 20 golden soul coins upon the table, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the man. The man diverted his gaze from the coins, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Luoran before looking behind him, only to find the space utterly vacant. A one-on-one duel registration required merely 5 golden soul coins. Although the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena lacked formal regulations, the front desk adhered rigorously to its own rules. They never dared to overcharge, as the proprietor was reluctant to offend too many soul masters. Should the arena's misconduct be discovered, it would spell catastrophe. The desk attendant was well aware of this reality. He surveyed his surroundings, a glint of avarice illuminating his smile. It was evident that Jiang Luoran was a man of means. Since you've already presented 20 golden soul coins, might I suggest a generous tip of 15 coins? I can arrange for you a weaker opponent, ensuring your victory all the way. Oh, a weaker opponent? Jiang Luoran crossed his arms, sensing an opportunity. The attendant retrieved a thick volume of materials on the Grand Soul Arena from beneath the counter. Jiang Luoran bent down to observe. Yi Ling, a level 21 second ring support spirit master with the spirit of Igrass, once had his arms severed by the fierce god team, leaving him crippled. Shenyuan Nanchang, a level 26 second ring assault spirit master with the spirit of Xinyuan sword, once gravely injured by the fierce god team, on the brink of death. Now, he is also disabled. Ouyang Xiao, a level 31 third ring agility spirit master with the spirit of Galebird, had both legs severed by the fierce god team. The more he looked, the more heart-wrenching it became. Nearly all the injured individuals here had been harmed by the fierce god team. If one were to say that Jiang Luoran was devoid of feelings, then this group. The fierce god team was indeed more malevolent than demons. Initially, Jiang Luoran was unaware of these matters, but upon uncovering the truth, a fierce fire ignited within him. These individuals had already been maimed, some even on the verge of death. Why would they still step onto the soul-fighting platform? Jiang Luoran inquired. Since they were crippled, they had lost their value. If they did not participate in the soul battles to earn some money, how could they support their wives and children, or even themselves? The man at the front desk shrugged indifferently. Very well, Jiang Luoran replied, a cold smile crossing his face. The man's expression shifted, startled by Jiang Luoran's demeanor. Is this a child? Seems a bit eerie, doesn't it? This is over 1,000 gold soul coins, all my savings. You can keep the change. The remaining 1,000 gold soul coins are all on my victory. Jiang Luoran produced a golden pouch from his pocket and placed it on the counter. All right, no problem. I'll handle it immediately. The man at the front desk's eyes lit up at the sight of money, but, regardless of whom you face, the odds are quite evident. Thus, even if you wager 1,000 gold soul coins, you might not earn much. Trust me, this money will multiply by dozens. No one will bet on my victory. Jiang Luoran asserted. Why not? Who will you choose as your opponent? The front desk man was puzzled. Such a clear disparity in strength. How could no one bet on Jiang Luoran's victory? I want to choose them. Jiang Luoran pressed his hand on the words fierce god team. I've given you the money. Arrange for me to compete immediately. I want their next opponent to be me. The man's heart skipped a beat, nearly fainting from shock. The gold soul coin slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. You want to fight the fierce god team? Precisely. What about your teammates? I will take on the fierce god team alone. I do not need teammates. Are you insane? The front desk man nearly laughed out loud. This was the most absurd and ridiculous statement he had ever heard. 1v7, and against the most brutal fierce god team at that. This boy must be out of his mind. I will wait in the preparation area, Jiang Luoran said, offering no further explanation, and departed. The front desk man wouldn't concern himself with Jiang Luoran's life or death. Moreover, since the gold coins had already been paid, he had no reason to prevent Jiang Luoran from participating. Behind him, the man called out, crazy kid, wanting to die yet putting on a show. I'll arrange it for you right away. Let us see how you intend to fight. And you're right. No one will bet on your victory, including myself. Anyone who does would be as deranged as you are. On the battle screen, next match, Fierce God Team versus Jiang Luoran. One person, unprecedented, unheard of. In the Silvis Grand Soul Arena, for the first time in history, a one-person showdown against a team of 7. This is a challenge, a blatant targeting. And Jiang Luoran is merely a teenager. When the members of the Fierce God Team learned of this, they erupted in anger, agitation sweeping through them. Upon receiving this news, the Grand Soul Arena became a veritable tsunami of excitement. Everyone rushed to place their bets, and the betting stakes for the Fierce God Team reached an unprecedented height. This was a frenzied confrontation. A continuous stream of spectators arrived to witness this match. Even before the competition began, cheers erupted. 1v7. 1v7. I tell you. I'm here today just to watch the match. The Fierce God Team is bound to win. But the deposits are too many. With so many people diluting 1,000 gold soul coins, I fear I might not earn even a single copper soul coin. 1,000 gold soul coins? Who wagered that? Which boy did that? How could the Silvis Grand Soul Arena allow a 1v7? This is an unfair fight. Precisely because it is Silvis, it permits a 1v7. But I wonder how this boy intends to fight. After all, there are 7 fierce gods. How can he possibly win? I am already in a frenzy. Could this boy be a master? Perhaps a scion of a great family, strategizing from behind the scenes? The age is noted above. Jiang Luoran is 17. At such a young age, how could he be so powerful? To my knowledge, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Tianheng, is 20 years old and barely a level 40 spirit master. He can be called a contemporary genius. Such a genius cannot possibly take on the Fierce God Team alone. Let alone Jiang Luoran. What could have compelled him to challenge the Fierce God Team single-handedly? Damn it. The captain of the Fierce God Team slammed his fist down on the table. How arrogant. Who does he think he is? Tear him apart. We must destroy him. It seems we'll have to kill someone this time. The members of the Fierce God Team exchanged glances, revealing their sharp, menacing teeth. Jiang Luoran approached the dilapidated soul-fighting platform, calmly entering the iron cage he had opened. This would be the final match of the day. The referee descended from above, placing a hand on Jiang Luoran's shoulder. Everyone was aware that our Mr. Jiang Luoran was about to challenge an entire team of fierce warriors. The audience's gaze shifted towards him, filled predominantly with derisive remarks. Now, let us welcome the Fierce God Team. The referee gestured towards the opposing side, signaling the opening of the cage. 7 towering men, their bodies sculpted with muscle, strode in, emitting roars akin to wild beasts. It felt less like a confrontation with humans and more like facing soul beasts. Just as the referee was about to speak, Jiang Luoran snatched the microphone from his hand. Is this the Fierce God team? They appear merely as bloated, muscle-bound cattle. How many families have suffered and been tormented by them? Those soul masters who have been treated unjustly continue to endure hardships and wander under the open sky. Today, Jiang Luoran is determined to vent his grievances against them. He intends not only to berate his opponents but also to hold them in contempt. The referee stands in bewilderment, expecting Jiang Luoran to be utterly intimidated. However, he is taken aback when Jiang Luoran seizes the microphone to hurl insults at the fearsome God team. Does this youth not comprehend the nature of fear? This is no longer a game. The referee flaps his wings and ascends into the air. On the opposing side, the members of the fearsome God team appear ready to self-destruct, the 7 soul rings adorning them pulsating ominously. The entire arena erupts into chaos. You are exceedingly weak. Rendering me utterly disinterested, Jiang Luoran proclaims, microphone in hand, addressing the host. Is this truly the pinnacle of strength within the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena? In the spectator section, astonishment prevails. Good heavens, this is my first encounter with such an audacious youth. The fearsome God team stands on the platform, and his demise seems inevitable. What is happening? Why is this youth so composed? It is utterly bizarre. Suddenly, the captain of the fearsome God team charges forward with a punch, disregarding whether the match has officially commenced. Jiang Luoran effortlessly discarded the microphone and, with his right hand, seized the opponent's throat. No one would believe that he could single-handedly grasp the neck of the fearsome team captain. It seemed implausible, setting aside the formidable energy surging from the captain. His very realm was terrifying enough. Initially, onlookers anticipated a spectacular display, yet they were taken aback as this young man appeared to be a mere jest, poised to be obliterated by a single blow. However, the ensuing scene astonished everyone, even shattering all records and perceptions within the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. Jiang Luoran gripped the captain of the Fierce God team tightly, resembling one who would grasp a chick by its neck. In a fit of impatience, she resolved that he should meet his demise first. With a forceful squeeze of her right hand, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The captain's neck bent at an unnatural angle, his windpipe crushed. A thud resounded. Jiang Luoran delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's chest, reducing his limbs and bones to mere dust. Rendered incapacitated, this individual was left in a state of utter devastation. The most favorable outcome would be a life as a mere shell of a person. Jiang Luoran cast him onto the arena and turned his gaze towards the remaining 6 individuals. That glance left an indelible scar in the hearts of all present. With a single strike, he had slain a soul master, and astonishingly, he had not employed any soul rings or soul power. While formidable soul masters are typically revered, no one dared to cheer for Jiang Luoran at that moment, for they had never encountered such a terrifying gaze. It was as dark as a void leading into the depths of hell. Run! The fierce god battle team rushed towards the edge of the arena. With a swift motion, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison. Dark soul rings swirled around Jiang Luoran, releasing 6 tendrils of black mist. The entire fierce god battle team found themselves ensnared within a prison formed of purple vines, utterly immobilized. Even the most foolish among them realized this was a certain death sentence. Black soul rings? Could it be that he is at least a soul emperor? This is impossible. He is far too young to possess such power. They thought incredulously. I would not believe it even if I were to witness it with my own eyes. Jiang Luoran paid no heed to the surrounding chaos, appearing before the 6 individuals like a wraith. With a series of rapid strikes, he targeted the energy centers of each opponent. In the face of such overwhelming force, they were rendered incapable of even a scream, their weakness painfully evident. The 6 prison cells detonated simultaneously, and the 6 fell to the ground, leaving only a singular proclamation. The entire fierce god battle team was utterly defeated. Those present gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could accommodate 2 eggs. No one anticipated that the fierce god battle team would meet such a swift demise. Was there truly a need for extermination? Jiang Luoran gazed at the stunned referee in the sky. Jiang Luoran wins. The referee hurried outside to report the outcome to the proprietor. As Jiang Luoran approached the front desk, a man prostrated himself on the ground. My lord, your magnanimity is boundless. I have erred in my judgment, and I humbly apologize. Where is the money? Jiang Luoran inquired. It is all accounted for, the man replied. When you incapacitated the captain of the fierce god team, I calculated the sum owed to you. He retrieved a gold note from the counter. For your convenience, I have issued a gold card in the name of this soul arena. Here are 300,000 soul coins, valid throughout the entire Douluo continent. Initially, it was over 200,000, but I employed a few clever tactics to round it up to 300,000, he said, obsequiously presenting it to Jiang Luoran. Haha. A portly man approached, exclaiming, I knew it. I was certain Jiang Luoran would emerge victorious. Where is my money? Is it you? Jiang Luoran exclaimed upon seeing the man in a suit. My lord, he is the second, and also the last man to wager on your victory. The front desk attendant remarked, holding his hands up. It is an honor to finally meet you, Jiang Luoran, the suited man said warmly, extending his hand for a handshake. Excellent timing, Jiang Luoran replied, directing his gaze towards the front desk. Please hand me the previous roster. The attendant, unsure of Jiang Luoran's intentions but wary of offending someone of his stature, quickly complied, fearing even the manager would not dare to deny him. By following me. You have also profited, Jiang Luoran stated, taking the roster and the gold note and handing them to the man in the suit. You are a shrewd individual. Distribute the gold coins according to this roster. Ensure each person receives neither too much nor too little. The man in the suit was momentarily taken aback, experiencing his first lapse in composure, as it was his first encounter with someone like Jiang Luoran. Are you certain you wish to donate 300,000 gold coins? Furthermore, we are complete strangers. How can you place such trust in me? You are far more capable of handling this than I am. And I have no doubt you will execute it flawlessly, Jiang Luoran remarked, waving his hand dismissively as he departed. Chapter 84, Reincarnation in Another's Body Inside Sylvis. Blueba Academy. Jiang Luoran could no longer follow Shrek and the others to the Royal Academy, for that would inevitably lead to an encounter with Jilin. Dissuading Flanders from going was also impractical, as he had no evidence to support his stance. Thus, he resolved to remain at the Blue Tyrant Academy. The master valued discretion, and there was no need for him to disclose his status as the master's disciple. Naturally, he had no obligation to forge a connection with Lu Erlong. Upon his initial assessment, it was clear that upon meeting Flanders, Jiang Luoran would be granted immediate graduation. At that point, there would be no reason for him to linger here any longer. Jiang Luoran has also devised a plan, intending to traverse the world and diligently enhance his own capabilities. His second objective is to attain the esteemed title of a Title Douluo of rank 93 or above within a span of 6 years. The first destination on this ambitious journey is the city of Slaughter. However, unlike Tang San and Hulaina, he lacks the formidable connections that could intimidate the bosses within. Nevertheless, his current prowess far surpasses theirs. Upon entering, he will maintain a low profile before gradually ascending. Jiang Luoran pondered for a moment when a bolt of lightning struck him from behind, directly impacting the back of his head. An ambush? In broad daylight. Even Jiang Luoran was taken aback by the audacity of such an assault. The lightning surged forth, transforming into a thick and menacing serpent, lunging straight at him. You dare? Boomed a voice, echoing like that of an elder, as a brilliant green light emerged, intercepting the oncoming lightning. The wood-carving thunder. The vibrant green radiance not only repelled the enemy's electricity but also harnessed it for its own use. Wood too can summon thunder. The eye could perceive the intertwining of green light and lightning, a colossal force crashing against the serpent of electricity, dispersing it violently. As the lightning serpent disintegrated, a young man tumbled forth, collapsing to the ground and repeatedly spitting blood. As the green light faded, a figure stepped out, kneeling on one knee before Jiang Luoran. I, an old servant once under the Jiang household, pay my respects to the young master. Such a stark contrast. Jiang Luoran gathered his thoughts. If he was not mistaken, the old man had been following him since he left the Royal Academy. With just 2 sentences, Jiang Luoran discerned the truth. This was indeed a family member. As for the underlying circumstances, that could be discussed later. Please rise, old sir. We shall address our matters shortly. Jiang Luoran gestured to the man, who was continuously spitting blood. Who is he? This man is the Lord of the Night from the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. Young master, you have incapacitated his fearsome god squad, and he has come seeking revenge. Ji Dao replied, indignantly. So that is how it is. I wondered why there was an air of hostility along the way. Jiang Luoran nodded. He is the Lord of the Night? Then he must be the root of all evil. If we eliminate him, we can at least diminish some of the wickedness surrounding Sylvis. Leave these matters to me. There is no need to sully your hands, young master, Ji Dao asserted, his purple soul ring shimmering. A vine of azure green entwined the man's body, binding him tightly until the sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. The man's pupils widened as he struggled feebly. I cannot die. The azure vine grew increasingly aggressive, engulfing him like a swamp and contorting his body into a grotesque shape. Without hesitation, Ji Dao commanded the vine to burrow into the earth, dragging the man deep underground. The Lord of the Night from Sylvis was thus buried alive, his existence reduced to a cruel jest. You have leveled up? Jiang Luoran sensed a change in the old man's power. Upon learning that the young master was still alive, the old servant had been overwhelmed with excitement and had broken through to the 58th level that very night. But compared to you, young master, who at your age has already reached the 55th level, Ji Dao once more knelt in reverence. I emerged from the cave. And you have been following me ever since? Jiang Luoran was not keen on how Ji Dao had discovered him. He simply sought the outcome. Indeed, I dared to follow you. Young master, to observe your character. I did not expect you to be so discerning between right and wrong, striking with such thunderous force, embodying your own insights and convictions. Ji Dao said, cupping his hands. You must know something. Recount everything from the beginning. Jiang Luoran guided Ji Dao to a rubberwood bench beside the Blue Tyrant Academy. The Azure Vine martial spirit belongs to both the Jiang and Ji families. I was born into the Jiang family and directly served your grandfather. Then came your father. And now you. Alas, my talents are lacking. At my age, I have only reached the 58th level, otherwise I could have been of greater assistance. Then how is it that you are in the Ji residence? If I am not mistaken, there is an unresolved enmity between these two families. Yet you, a descendant of the Jiang family, hold a position of authority within the Ji family. This seems rather illogical. Jiang Luoran queried. Indeed, young master. My original name was Jiang Luoran. A few years ago, on a dark night, the master sought me out, claiming that the Jiang family was in peril, and requested that I act as a mole within the Ji family. Whether to aid the Jiang family in the future or to secure a retreat, I was deemed crucial. The reason being, I bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Dao. Furthermore, the master instructed your father to take you away first, Ji Dao expressed with a hint of melancholy, as if aging decades in an instant, releasing a weary sigh. You killed Ji Dao? Jiang Luoran was taken aback. The Jiang family was indeed ruthless, directly eliminating innocence. What a clever ploy. Indeed, I killed Ji Dao that day and stealthily assumed his identity without a trace. Fortunately, Ji Dao's demeanor was aloof, which made it difficult for me to expose any flaws. Since then, I have been secretly communicating with the Jiang family every month, reporting on the movements of the Ji family. At this point, Ji Dao's gaze sharpened with resolve. The world is indeed vast, full of wonders. That you were able to exploit such a gap is truly impressive. Jiang Luoran could not help but admire their fortune. Yes, even I did not foresee this. Just a few years ago, the Jiang family suddenly fell silent, as if they had vanished from existence. I suspected something was amiss. Yet, within the Ji family, no one spoke of this matter, as if they were entirely unaware. What is even more peculiar is that the Ji family became reclusive, forbidding anyone from leaving. Ji Dao remained vigilant, wary of being detected. So, you endeavored to become a law elder in the Ji family? This would grant you the privilege of temporary outings. Jiang Luoran found this reasoning quite plausible, though he remained cautious. Regardless of whether the other was from the Jiang family or not, after so many years, could he truly remain untainted by treachery? The human heart is indeed treacherous. Jiang Luoran does not place complete trust in Ji Dai. In fact, he remains cautious around him, wary of potential backlash. To this day, Jiang Luoran has revealed none of his secrets. It is imperative to exercise vigilance, especially given his current vulnerabilities. Indeed, he remains uncertain about the true state of the Jiang residents, as Ji Dai's expression contorts with anguish. Do you recall the exact location? Jiang Luoran inquires about the whereabouts of the Jiang estate. It is not feasible, young master. You have never returned home. Even if I were to provide you with the location, you would be unable to enter, Ji Dai laments. Then take me there, Jiang Luoran insists, rising to his feet. That is also impossible. Although I am the enforcer of the Ji family, I cannot be absent for long without raising suspicion. My identity as an informant still holds value. I will do my utmost to uncover the information you seek. When the opportunity arises, I will certainly escort you, Ji Dai assures him, sensing that the time will come swiftly. With a respectful bow, Ji Dai swiftly departs. Chapter 85. The choice. Jiang Luoran watched as Ji Dai departed, though he still did not comprehend the full truth. A vague outline began to form in his mind. Ji Dai had been cautious. If he were a fraud, Jiang would have the opportunity to discern his true nature firsthand. It was worth noting that during their last encounter, he had been subdued without utilizing his soul skills. However, with those skills at his disposal, Jiang Luoran was confident he possessed a 60% chance of vanquishing his opponent. Moreover, he had the silent sleeve arrow at hand. As for the previous occasion when Ji Dai assisted him in escaping, it could merely be a strategy to reel him in for a more significant catch. Alternatively, Ji Dai might be solely self-serving, intending to entrap both the Ji and Jiang families. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He rubbed his temples. He reclined on a rubberwood chair at the entrance of the Blue Bra Academy and began to meditate, patiently awaiting the arrival of Flanders and the others. Wu Ji, I must tell you, I was reluctant to come to this Royal Academy from the outset. Did you not observe their demeanor? Ah, Flanders, was it not your agreement? Why does it now fall upon my shoulders? And that Douluo, he is excessively domineering. Who does he think he is? Ah, well, let us refrain from excessive chatter. Our purpose in meeting with the principal of Blue Bra Academy is to discuss whether we can provide these children with some support. Indeed, I have noticed that Blue Bra Academy's admission criteria favor only the impoverished. This speaks volumes. The other party must be a magnanimous individual. Jiang Luoran understood that the previous quarrel undoubtedly involved Zhao Wuji and Flander, while the reprimand that followed came from the master. The dean and the teachers, he felt, deserved a semblance of basic courtesy, which Jiang Luoran intended to uphold. Lang Ge, I thought you had graduated early, Ma Hongjin said sheepishly. Luoran, what is going on? There are whispers about you in the academy, Dai Mubai inquired. Ah, Luoran, how is it that you are here? Flander and the others approached. With the master intervening to inquire first, I heard from Ma Hongjin that you have already attained the rank of Soul King. What is the story behind this? Soul King? Indeed, I am now at level 55, a control system Soul King, Jiang Luoran revealed, a radiant glow emanating from him. 5 soul rings, each a deep hue of purple and black, encircled his waist, resonating in harmonious unison. Soul King? The students and teachers of Shrek exclaimed in unison. And you possess 3 soul rings, each 10,000 years old? It is important to note that at this age, not only is it a challenge to become a Soul King, but even achieving the rank of Soul Sovereign is quite arduous. Not to mention, having 3 soul rings of such ancient age as a soul king. The greater the age of the soul rings, the more substantial the enhancement and controllability they bestow upon the martial spirit. Should Jiang Luoran ascend to the rank of Title Douluo, he would undoubtedly be a formidable presence, capable of overwhelming opponents of the same rank, and even surpassing those of higher tiers. The disparity between soul rings is not a trivial matter. In Jiang Luoran's grasp, the blood curse vine had already taken on the semblance of a divine vine. Good heavens, level 55? Brother Ran, are you using cheats? In just 7 days. How could you ascend 15 levels? Do you think this is merely a game? Oscar stuffed his finger into his mouth. To be honest, if he possessed Jiang Luoran's current prowess, he would immediately rush to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to seek a marriage proposal. The envy was palpable. No one could resist the exhilarating thrill of leveling up. How is this possible? I have never heard of someone like Brother Ran. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was ensnared by the 5 soul rings encircling Jiang Luoran. Even she felt it was surreal. Is it because you remained stuck at level 40 for too long? Has that allowed you to leap 15 levels in one bound? The master glanced around, urging, quickly conceal the soul rings. We must not let anyone discover them. Jiang Luoran dissipated his soul power and soul rings. My 5th soul ring is that of a ghost head nether ape. Its overwhelming soul power propelled me to the 55th level. The ghost head nether ape. Which one from the depths of darkness? Asked Flender. They, the Golden Iron Triangle, had traversed countless forests across the continent and, of course, had heard of it. How did you slay it? The master furrowed his brow. After all, it was a nether ape over 50,000 years old. And who aided you in hunting your 4th soul ring? It was my sister who assisted in the hunt, Jiang Luoran replied truthfully, though he refrained from revealing that she was a soul beast. Your sister? The master and Flender exchanged glances. To slay a top-tier soul beast over 50,000 years old, one would need to be at least a soul Douluo on the verge of becoming a Title Douluo. This lad has connections? They mused. Indeed. Those who came to Shrek often had some wealth behind them. Neither dared to delve further, nor wished to pursue the matter. These 8 little monsters each possess their own stories. As their elders, must they unearth each tale? Junior, your future path is immeasurable. Qiming approached, patting Jiang Luoran on the shoulder. You were the first in our school's history to break the shackles of being a mere monster. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Luoran offered a resigned smile. All right, let us not stand idly. Tonight, I shall cover the expenses to celebrate Luoran. Flander stroked his beard. Without uttering a word, Jiang Luoran could discern the thoughts swirling in his mind. He was undoubtedly contemplating ways to profit from Jiang Luoran or perhaps promote the academy. Director, you mentioned that reaching level 40 guarantees graduation. Is there still a need for me to remain at the academy? Jiang Luoran inquired. Flander cast a weary expression towards the master. Indeed, Luoran had little reason to linger here. The master nodded thoughtfully. Yet, do you not wish to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition? Compete? Wouldn't that be somewhat unjust? Jiang Luoran understood the implications all too well. Even now, he could defeat every individual from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall without breaking a sweat. The disparity was simply too vast, rendering any sense of proportion meaningless. What does it matter? If it is unfair, then so be it. You meet the age requirements. What can they possibly say? They can only blame their lack of diligence and training. Flander, rarely one to delve into philosophical discourse, continued Luoran. While your prowess may not have been solely forged by Shrek, it embodies the efforts of both the teachers and students of Shrek. Do you not wish to fight for the academy? Indeed, we cannot presume to claim your achievements as our own. However, this Advanced Soul Master competition is your stage to shine, Luoran. Consider it well. Countless aspire to partake in it. Moreover, the Douluo continent has never been fair. If they desire fairness, they must attain strength akin to yours to merit such a claim, the master asserted with conviction. Junior, I have lamented my missed opportunity at the Advanced Soul Master competition throughout my life. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with sincerity, indicating he spoke truthfully. Luoran, the choice to stay or leave rests with you. The 7 members of Shrek smiled encouragingly. With a qualification of level 55, should he participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition? Jiang Luoran contemplated, realizing that practical experience would enrich his learning immensely. Jiang Luoran contemplated the prospect of first engaging in battles with various soul masters before venturing into the City of Slaughter. This approach might significantly enhance his chances of survival. Moreover, during this period, he hoped to elevate his rank to that of a soul emperor, reaching level 60. In Chapter 86, Fearsome Enemies, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were filled with excitement at the thought of fighting alongside a soul king like Jiang Luoran in the Soul Master competition. The spectacle would surely be one of overwhelming dominance. Their collective ambition, as a group of extraordinary individuals, could only be to secure first place. Failure to do so would mean none could graduate. Flanders chuckled foolishly. May I inquire if there are any soul kings participating in the elite competition? Ning Rongrong questioned, as she had never taken part, and even Ning Fengji had said little on the matter. Very few, if any at all, came the reply. To my knowledge, among the current generation of prodigies, only Mu Bai stands as a pinnacle, yet he is merely a soul respect and not a soul sect, let alone a soul king. Furthermore, Luoran possessed a complete set of top-tier soul rings, making it rare for anyone to rival him, the master pondered. All right, this lad is being exalted beyond measure, he remarked. In my opinion, anyone not yet a Title Douluo remains insignificant, Flanders retorted in indignation. Master, does our academy have the qualifications to compete? Tang Xin inquired. Flanders found himself in a predicament. Rest assured, as your instructors, we will undoubtedly secure your participation. This is not a concern for you. Indeed, I can assure you that you will participate in the Soul Master competition. The master's gaze was resolute, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. This Lamba Academy is truly commendable. Teaching here would be far superior to my previous experiences, Zhao Wujia expressed with a look of longing. A surge of unspoken ire ignited within Flanders as he turned to Zhao Wujia. During this time, Luoran need not partake in training. Focus on your own methods of cultivation. The master encouraged, patting Jiang Luoran's shoulder. Indeed, upon the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, I will promptly award you your graduation certificates, Flanders gestured. Let us hurry inside and see if they are willing to accept us. Jiang Luoran returned to the team, offering a faint smile to everyone. Luoran, what brings you here to wait for us? Such a coincidence. Dai Mubai remarked with a curious expression. The Blue Tyrant Academy only admits students from impoverished backgrounds, so the likelihood of encountering you here is quite high, Jiang Luoran shrugged. Truly deserving of a control-type soul master, such meticulous reasoning, Oscar remarked with a wry smile. From now on, I shall unconditionally obey the commands of third brother and Luoran, Ma Hongjun declared, his belly protruding and old scars still visible on his face. You can't say that, fatty, Tang Xin interjected. In battle, it is crucial to heed the commands of a control-type soul master. However, the most vital aspect is adaptability. We must function as a cohesive unit. Only through synchronized intent can we unleash our full potential. Moreover, we are living beings, not machines. If we cannot express ourselves on the battlefield, what meaning remains? Additionally, a control-type soul master cannot perfectly allocate roles among the remaining 6. This necessitates teamwork. Jiang Luoran displayed a look of helplessness. Though we are a team, there will come a day when we must face formidable foes alone. At that time, whose commands shall we follow? Tang San concluded. In combat, each individual's self-awareness and control must coalesce to form synergy and understanding. The members of Shrek are not foolish. If they were lazy, they would not have been accepted under Flander. After his speech, the 8 fell silent, lost in their thoughts. As Tang San had said, there would inevitably come a day of separation. In a moment of boredom, Qin Ming burst forth, exclaiming, Junior classmates, the principal of this academy is Master S. Fiancé. He boldly declared his intent to rename the Blue Tyrant Academy to Shrek Academy. How delightful. Come inside. We have a place to settle. As an established member of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming was genuinely pleased, finally relieved from the burden of wandering. Haha, I knew it. I knew we could make it. No more beating around the bush. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in a frenzy of excitement. Oscar and Ma Hongjun playfully nudged each other. Fatty, are you sure you aren't smitten with some girl and reluctant to leave? Damubai teased. The teacher's fiancé? Tang San looked at Jiang Luoran in astonishment. Having never heard the teacher mention it before. You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Luoran said, moving towards the door. Since we now know our base, I shall commence my training. Everyone should train diligently. Even if we acquire greater strength to face our adversaries, we must remain vigilant. You're leaving? Where to? Daimubai inquired. There are matters that should have been resolved long ago that remain unfinished. I must see to them. Moreover, the teacher has stated that I need not participate in any upcoming training. I shall return by the time of the competition. Third brother, please convey my regards to the teacher. I am departing, Jiang Luoran waved. Very well, until we meet again. I shall also grow stronger, Tang San responded, leading the remaining 6 to follow Qin Ming into the campus. At the Sylvis Spirit Hall, just as Jiang Luoran was about to enter, he suddenly sensed a surge of overwhelming and rampant blue lightning approaching. This suffocating sensation could only be manifested by a singular type of soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. With little time for contemplation, Jiang Luoran recalled his past experience and swiftly ducked, evading the strike of the blue lightning. Indeed, their lightning could not curve. It was released in a straight line. The lightning cleaved through the sky, shattering the clouds above. One could only imagine the might of such a blow. Its sheer force could only be exhibited at the Soul Sage level. Hell's Boots, 5th Soul Ring, Hellish Armor. Jiang Luoran dared not relax, promptly summoning his armor and boots, merging them with his being. With a whoosh, another thunderous crack of lightning echoed. Jiang Luoran has yet to find an opportunity to turn and discern who his adversary truly is. Once again, lightning strikes. Jiang Luoran leaps into the air, transforming into a dragon-like form. This time, it is not an assault on his foe, but rather a means of evading the onslaught. He lunges into the void. As a bolt of blue and white lightning, thick as the roots of a tree, surges beneath his chest. Even so, a searing heat and pain wash over him. A clear indication that at the very least, a layer of skin has been grazed away. The lightning narrowly misses Jiang Luoran, instead colliding with the wall of the spirit hall. With a resounding crash, the wall collapses by a staggering 3 meters, crumbling from top to bottom, leaving a massive crater in the ground below. Jiang Luoran was engulfed in terror, realizing that while the first strike had been restrained, the second bore the formidable strength akin to that of a soul Douluo. I have never trespassed upon the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Why must you ruthlessly seek my demise? Jiang Luoran spun in the air, landing upon the shattered bricks and tiles beneath him. Truth be told, had he not fortuitously known the weaknesses of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, he would have likely perished at the very moment of the initial strike. Under such overwhelming power, even he would have been reduced to a mere pool of ash. Moreover, the audacity of his opponent to shatter the walls of the spirit hall signified an extraordinary status within the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Turning to face his adversary, he resolved that even in death, he would seek clarity in his final moments. Jiang Luoran beheld the visage of the person opposite her and was instantly rendered speechless. Jiang Luoran, Chapter 87. A dragon can only be a dragon. Before me stands a man with hair as white as snow, yet his countenance betrays no signs of aging. Still adorned with traces of the vigor of his youth, he possesses a robust physique, clad in a noble robe adorned with intricate blue dragon patterns. And his keen eyes now reveal a hint of bewilderment. Jiang Luoran gasped in astonishment. Who is this person? I have never seen anyone like them before. The striking visage and commanding presence evoked a sense of oppression. Impressive speed. How did you evade my attack? The elder inquired. And who are you? Why did you ambush me? Jiang Luoran's expression turned grave, for he sensed within himself that this individual would prove to be an unprecedented adversary, seemingly more formidable than even the ghost Douluo. Ambush. No. I, Yu Yuanjin, never resort to such tactics. A dragon can only ever be a dragon, and will never stoop to the level of a mere insect. Yu Yuanjin stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Yu Yuanjin? Jiang Luoran's heart was struck with a jolt, pounding vigorously within his chest. This was none other than the father of his teacher, the grandfather of Yu Tianheng, and presently the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Moreover, he was a formidable Title Douluo, known by the illustrious epithet of Thunder Douluo. If Jiang Luoran's memory served him correctly, in a few years' time, he would face 6 Title Douluos, slaying 2 and wounding 4. Such remarkable feats were indeed a marvel within the Douluo continent. Why was he being ambushed? Was he merely seeking to toy with the younger generation out of boredom? Furthermore, if such a powerful being wished for his demise, could he possibly evade it? His current pride and his speed would surely be of no avail, for his opponent was not only a blue electric Tyrannosaurus, but also possessed an exceptionally swift martial soul. What was he to do? Jiang Luoran was in a state of urgency, beads of sweat forming as her entire being became restless. Before she could react, the formidable hand of Yu Yuanjin reached out. Intertwined with crackling lightning and spreading flames, upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a dragon's claw. Even if you intend to take my life, let it be a noble demise, Jiang Luoran proclaimed, simultaneously rolling over and pressing herself against the ground, channeling her utmost soul power to propel herself away. With a resounding crash, the dragon's claw struck the earth, creating a vast crater, causing the entire spirit hall to tremble. Are you truly a soul king? The once stern visage of Yu Yuanjin now bore a hint of excitement. Jiang Luoran perceived that the thought processes of the other party were undoubtedly distinct from his own. Yu Yuanjin should not feign nonchalance before the devastated spirit hall, exclaiming, I did not intend to. I implore you not to hold me accountable. Did this old man consider the might of the spirit hall to be as insubstantial as water? Moreover, they brazenly engaged in combat right before the spirit hall. The likelihood of being encircled was exceedingly high. I am but a mere soul king. Is it truly worth it for a figure of such stature to personally take my life? Jiang Luoran had barely evaded the opponent's strike and was already on the verge of exhaustion. Do you know me? Yu Yuanjin was taken aback, for this confirmed Jiang Luoran's extraordinary identity. After all, only individuals of at least the rank of the lower 3 sects would possess such knowledge. Thunder Douluo, Yu Yuanjin. Is it not? The spectral boots upon Jiang Luoran's right leg emitted a resonant tremor. In response, Yu Yuanjin clenched his right fist, condensing arcs of lightning into a spherical form, which he then unleashed towards Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran abruptly raised his head, invoking his first soul skill, creation from nothing. He pointed towards a towering white wall, and suddenly, a thick, blood-red vine emerged, ensnaring Jiang Luoran and lifting him into the air. A blue lightning orb erupted behind him, illuminating the sky in a brilliant azure hue. Jiang Luoran did not need to look back to know that a wasteland lay behind him. His opponent approached with a mocking demeanor, intent on battle. Had he truly wished to end Jiang's life, he would not have afforded him a moment to react. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoran commanded the bloodthirsty vine to surge towards Yu Yuanjin, unleashing his 4th soul skill, Thousand Forgings. The colossal grass hammer expanded in size, firmly gripped in his hands, as he concentrated all his soul power into a single point, propelling it rapidly towards Yu Yuanjin. What is this? A chaotic gale. Yu Yuanjin's eyes gleamed with intensity. He refrained from utilizing soul power and instead relied solely on brute strength to meet Jiang Luoran's grass hammer. Boom. A surge of purple light erupted, engulfing Yu Yuanjin entirely. The ground cracked, radiating 3 meters outwards from Jiang Luoran's position. Staggering back, Yu Yuanjin's pupils dilated as he stared in disbelief at the power of the 10,000-year soul ring. The amplification was indeed considerable. Is anyone from the spirit hall present? Jiang Luoran bellowed, raising the grass hammer high, determined to pursue Yu Yuanjin relentlessly. He had to create a commotion, hoping Hulaino would take notice. Only if Yu Yuanjin engaged with the spirit hall would he find an opportunity to escape. Bang! When Jiang Luoran struck Yu Yuanjin with the grass hammer, he realized that the hammer had already transformed into a mere grass stick, the hammerhead having fallen aside. Humph! Yu Yuanjin was merely surprised that Jiang Luoran could evade his attack. To him, everything else was merely showy theatrics. Roar! Yu Yuanjin's right arm crackled with blue lightning. Dragon scales emerging and extending to his fingertips. A dragon is forever a dragon. First soul skill, creation from nothing. Second soul skill, shadow following. Jiang Luoran's figure flickered as he retreated 10 paces. Whoa! The ancient tree roots were entwined by the bloodthirsty vine, attempting to shield against the overwhelming thunder. Bang! The dragon claw, akin to a cosmic artifact, pierced through in less than a second, obliterating the ancient tree roots into massive bloodthirsty vines. Ancient tree roots. Third soul skill, bloodthirsty demon prison. Fifth soul skill, hellish battle armor. Jiang Luoran unleashed all his soul power. His opportunity to employ soul skills before a Title Douluo lay in his knowledge of the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, which harbored a fatal weakness. It could only attack in a straight line, incapable of retracting its strikes. Yu Yuanjin, with his temperament, was no exception. Yet for now, he could only rely on his speed to barely hold on. Bang! As anticipated, the hellish battle armor and bloodthirsty demon prison were shattered before they could envelop Yu Yuanjin. Bang! Looking down, Jiang Luoran discovered that his abdomen had been struck, merely by a thin, feeble bolt of lightning. Puff! Jiang Luoran collapsed, spitting blood, and was hurled a considerable distance by the force of the lightning, finally crashing into the white wall of the spirit hall before coming to a halt. Yu Yuanjin gazed at the 5 soul rings enveloping Jiang Luoran. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Pray tell, what is the secret behind your soul rings? I shall not divulge it to you. Even if I did, you would be incapable of understanding, Jiang Luoran replied, his composure faltering in the face of life and death. Then your continued existence serves no purpose, Yu Yuanjin thundered. A tempest of lightning surging beneath his feet as he materialized before Jiang Luoran, seizing him by the crown of his head. Ah, ah, ah. Jiang Luoran cried out in agony as the tyrannical electricity coursed through him, from his head to every fiber of his being. He felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. It seemed certain that death awaited him today, devoid of dignity and without reason. Chapter 88. The dragon locking thunder formation, who dares to engage in battle, disrupting the sanctity of my spirit hall? Have you mistaken this place for an arena? The voice resonated, echoing through the heavens and shaking the earth beneath. It was unmistakably the voice of a Title Douluo. Yu Yuanjin, clutching Jiang Luoran's head, transformed into a shadow and drifted away, not out of fear of the spirit hall, but because he felt morally compromised. He could not justify smashing someone's wall and then brazenly confronting them. In a secluded forest, Jiang Luoran remained firmly held by his adversary, his skull seemingly on the verge of shattering. How could a venerable elder appear here and seek to personally end my life? Jiang Luoran's eyes brimmed with rage, blood trickling from the corners. Should he perish, it would indeed be an egregious injustice. As the elder grew older, he often gazed at portraits, feeling something was amiss. Today, he yearned to see his son, and Yu Yuanjin's countenance remained placid. Since you have come to see the master, what purpose does my demise serve? Are you so devoid of amusement? Jiang Luoran's demeanor crumbled, his tone laced with irreverence. Why would you kill me when you are here to see your son? Our paths are entirely disparate. Indeed, upon closer scrutiny, I discern that you are no ordinary individual. The first ring is a millennium old, and the subsequent rings are all 10,000 years. How could I not investigate the presence of such an extraordinary being on the Douluo continent? There was a hint of amusement in Yu Yuanjin's tone, mingled with an inexplicable sensation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoran was taken aback. It was evident that he had attracted attention due to his soul rings. After all, in the Douluo continent, he resembled an alien clad in peculiar attire. Earlier, the master had instructed him to conceal his soul rings, yet he had not anticipated being observed, especially by a Title Douluo of such stature. Reveal the truth about your soul rings, or I shall end you, Yu Yuanjin warned, gripping Jiang Luoran's skull with renewed force, fracturing it. The agony surged through Jiang Luoran's body, and his gaze became unfocused. I will be honest with you. I possess 2 martial souls that can only absorb powerful soul rings when in harmony. Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Unaware of the existence of twin martial souls? It is impossible for them to harmonize. Though anger surged within him, Yu Yuanjin was nonetheless taken aback by the notion of twin martial souls. There were scarcely 5 of them across the entire Douluo continent. Today, he had encountered one. What if I were inherently at level 40? Jiang Luoran declared defiantly. I have said all that needs to be said. I refuse to succumb to your hand so easily. He mustered a fierce glare towards Yu Yunjin. Yu Yunjin instinctively recoiled, releasing Jiang Luoran's head. Is it possible that there exists an innate level 40? And a twin martial soul at that? What secrets does this youth harbor? Moreover, his martial soul appeared not to belong to any prominent family. Could Xiaogang truly have a chance to prove himself? Very well, you refuse to accept your fate? I, Yu Yunjin, greatly admire those who dare confront their fears. As your master, you must demonstrate whether you can fulfill the subtle expectations within your heart, he proclaimed, lifting Jiang Luoran and drifting forward. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, two colossal stone dragons stood sentinel on either side, while towering slabs of electric stone loomed in the center. Countless electric stones formed a grand formation, occupying an area of 5 miles. The stones sparked blue flames as they made contact, casting an atmosphere of desolation and darkness. Devoid of any life, Jiang Luoran's pupils widened in astonishment. Is this truly the realm where the descendants of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus cultivate? This is the Jade Dragon Locking Thunder array of my clan. I shall grant you 1 month. If you can emerge from it and evade my full-strength 5 strikes, I will allow you to depart. Should you fail to escape in a month's time, regardless of whether you live or die, I shall personally eliminate you. Yu Yunjin's gaze upon Jiang Luoran was unwavering and left no room for doubt. Why should I heed your words? Jiang Luoran was utterly confounded. First, he was ambushed, then engaged in combat, and now he was compelled to enter the Jade Dragon Locking Thunder array. Furthermore, he was to contend with him in 5 strikes. And with full strength, no less. Was this a jest? Was the other party testing him on behalf of the master? Because you were his disciple. I wish to ascertain whether you possess the merit to redeem his disgrace. Moreover, you have slain the Lord of the Night, who is the illegitimate son of Yu Luomin. And he seeks your life. As for me, I merely fortuitously encountered Xiaogang while in search of Yu Luomin, and then you. Yu Yunjin ceased his words, seizing Jiang Luoran and thrusting him into the heart of the Jade Dragon Locking Thunder array. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoran felt a chill descend upon him. Another illegitimate son of Yu Luomin? The Lord of the Night? How capricious can one be? Furthermore, that was a matter concerning Shi Dai Sha. What was it to him? And how could they possess such swift intelligence? A death on the streets, and they know immediately who the perpetrator is. As gravity dissipated, Jiang Luoran utilized inertia to flip in mid-air, dissipating the force exerted upon him, and landed squarely within the Jade Dragon Locking Thunder array. Buzz. The Jade Dragon Locking Thunder array seemed to have been triggered, with each substantial electric stone intertwining and moving in a frenetic dance. The pace quickened, culminating in a dizzying spectacle. The rapid movement caused each electric stone to emanate a pulsating current. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him, Jiang Luoran began to breathe heavily. Surely, only a Soul Saint-level powerhouse would be deemed worthy to enter this place. Jiang Luoran bore wounds upon his body, and his foremost priority was to heal. He sat cross-legged, channeling his soul energy. For an entire 2 days and nights, Jiang Luoran remained motionless, yet he did not lower his guard against the surroundings. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from above, prompting Jiang Luoran to swiftly retract his soul energy. With his right hand against the ground, he propelled himself upwards with a forceful leap, akin to a nimble monkey, deftly evading the lightning. As his feet touched the ground, his expression transformed. Assuming a stance ready to strike, clearly, the time for action had arrived. From the outset, Yu Yunjin had granted Jiang Luoran the time to recuperate, but now, the moment had come for the attack to commence, indicating that time had run out. Henceforth, Jiang Luoran's life hung by a thread, with no respite to be afforded. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bolts of thunder descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the crown of Jiang Luoran's head. Bloodthirsty vines. Jiang Luoran waved his right hand, targeting the 3 bolts of lightning, unleashing 3 tendrils of bloodthirsty vines. Boom. 6 forces of energy collided, producing a singular sound as blue and purple light erupted. Ultimately, all was drawn into the void, simultaneously dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Luoran was thrown back by the shockwave, tumbling 3 meters before regaining his balance. Indeed, lightning represented the most formidable form of assault. Even the vines, when confronted with it, would endure a tempestuous impact akin to that of a raging dragon. He could not afford to linger any longer. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. The only viable escape was to dash forward with unrelenting haste. Jiang Luoran rose to his feet, gazing at the towering electric stone that pierced the heavens. Transforming into a white lightning bolt, he surged towards the stone, unleashing his 4th soul skill, 1,000 forgings. With a resounding thud, as the grass hammer struck the electric stone, the verdant light was instantaneously engulfed by a tempest of thunder, too swift for even the keenest eyes to follow. Jiang Luoran displayed a look of incredulity. How is this possible? Chapter 89, Thunder Dragon. What kind of power is this? The mere process of its expansion instills an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Bang. Jiang Luoran dared not continue the confrontation. Instinctively, he retreated several meters. His entire right arm trembled, an indistinct current raging upon it. The grass hammer had transformed into a mere grass stick. How terrifying could it be? Jiang Luoran furrowed his brow. The force displayed was comparable to a strike from a soul saint. A single electric stone was hardly sufficient to unleash such tremendous power. Moreover, the fragility of the electric stone could not possibly sustain such a potent current. It must have long since exceeded its capacity. The towering walls around him were as insurmountable as mountains, leaving no hope of escape. Thus, he resolved to try something different. Clenching his fists tightly, he arched his back, bent his right leg, and launched a powerful kick. The spectral boots collided with the electric stone. Boom. Dense blue lightning surged forth, resembling intricate energy patterns, cascading towards Jiang Luoran's right leg. Each friction of the electric stones had already ignited a myriad of sparks, accompanied by the slanting bolts of lightning. So this was the case: each electric stone, while operating independently along its own trajectory, was ultimately derived from the same source, allowing their energies to converge effortlessly. Furthermore, any attack on any electric stone would trigger the lightning within. The resultant damage would be the cumulative energy of all the electric stones. What a degree of devastation! It was off the holding a grass stick. Jiang Luoran struck the carbide with a swift motion, leveraging gravity to extract her right leg. From the outset, Yu Yuanjin had cautioned Jiang Luoran that brute force alone would not suffice for an escape. Only speed could facilitate her departure. Speed was indeed the paramount method of evasion. There were no alternatives. When carbides intersected, they formed gaps, and within those gaps, the electric sparks represented the weakest defense of this place. Aware of this secret, Jiang Luoran did not land. Instead, she surged towards the gap. The wind speed? Insufficient, utterly inadequate. Even if she surpassed the speed of the wind, it would still be insufficient for her escape. Jiang Luoran aimed to surpass the speed of sound, even approaching the velocity of light. Suddenly, a phantom white-feathered Kunping manifested upon his back, emanating an aura of formidable power. The hellish battle armor and the nether boots swiftly restored and merged seamlessly with Jiang Luoran's form. Wielding the blood fiend vine shield, he transformed into an almost imperceptible white streak, darting towards the crack in the air. Bang! A thunderous bolt of lightning struck, so swift that it took one by surprise. With a sweeping motion of the colossal wings behind Jiang Luoran, he boldly ascended into the sky, exhibiting an overwhelming force that shattered the thunderous strikes akin to water barrels. As he approached the narrow gap, the intensity and frequency of the lightning increased exponentially. Before him lay a vast expanse of dense lightning, resembling a towering web of thunder. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoran charged into the fray. The sole strategy for victory here was singular: evade. To avoid confrontation whenever possible. To refrain from striking if evasion was an option. Boom. The air was rife with the sound of countless rolling thunders as Jiang Luoran sprinted forward, scarcely aware that his hellish battle armor had already been reduced to tatters. With his second soul skill, Shadow Following, Jiang Luoran landed and deliberately slowed his pace. The ancient tree root, unable to breach the ground due to the biological isolation of this realm, fell beside him, taking the initiative to confront the deluge of rolling thunder. As countless bolts of blue lightning struck the ancient root, Jiang Luoran's vision transformed into an indelible hue of blue. With a decisive slash from the magnificent white wings of the Kunping behind him, he cleaved through the torrents of thunder, dispersing the electric onslaught. The ancient root persevered, coiling its branches upwards to withstand the lightning that descended from above. The sheer force of the collision staggered Jiang Luoran, prompting him to activate his fifth soul skill. Hellish Battle Armor. Bloodthirsty vines entwined around the battered ancient root, merging into it and manifesting as a resplendent purple armor. With newfound vigor, the ancient root unleashed its full might, hoisting the thunder aloft and clearing a path for Jiang Luoran's escape. Remaining true to his purpose, he adhered to the principle: if one could evade, one must never engage. Jiang Luoran turned to his side, his white wings unfurling from front to back, transforming into a white arc that shot forth in a graceful C shape. He successfully pierced through the first electric barrier, but the old wound on his chest reopened, and crimson droplets began to seep out. Having commenced this perilous journey, there would be no respite for him. The path ahead promised to grow increasingly terrifying. The strong are often reborn from the brink of death. Prior to entering this place, Jiang Luoran had meticulously observed that he must navigate through 77 such electric barriers to attain his freedom. Bang, bang, bang. Here, the lightning was even more intense, sweeping across the surroundings like a frenzied thunder deity passing judgment upon the mortal realm. Jiang Luoran pondered for but a fleeting moment before being struck by a formidable bolt of lightning, causing him to collapse to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. It must be said that Yu Yuanjin was exceedingly ruthless, casting him into a realm where only a soul saint could survive. He questioned whether he was worthy of proving himself as a master. Surely, such grueling trials were unnecessary. The pressure had already descended upon him. To retreat now would be to abandon his manhood. Jiang Luoran rose from the ground and stepped into the next realm. A cacophony of howls echoed. Soul beasts? Here. In this place, there were still soul beasts? Jiang Luoran advanced cautiously, his senses heightened, as he prepared his fourth soul skill, forged by 1,000 strikes. A grass hammer materialized in midair, and he grasped it firmly. The howling grew ever closer, and he felt the sky dim, as if shrouded by an unseen force. Suddenly, a colossal wave of lightning, as thick as a stone pillar, surged toward him from behind. In the face of such overwhelming power, Jiang Luoran appeared insignificantly small. Sensing imminent danger, he whirled around, raising the bloodthirsty vine shield on his left arm, invoking his first soul skill, creation from nothing. Upon contact with the terrifying lightning, he was nearly thrown off balance. Indeed, the phantom boots and hellish armor could not withstand this force. They shattered into fragments, scattering away. Looking down, he beheld a stone trench, several meters long, carved into the ground by his own feet. This was a death sentence. He lifted his gaze to discover a massive dragon head, composed entirely of lightning, continuing to unleash waves of electric fury. This was not a soul beast. What then could it be? Could it be the guardian deity of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan? Unthinkable. Jiang Luoran immediately refuted this notion. For if the guardian beast of the clan were to appear, she would undoubtedly be the first to be annihilated. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoran discarded the blood fiend vine shield in her grasp, and with a powerful flap of her white feathered wing, she evaded the area of the thunder dragon's attack. With a resounding crash, the ground to her right was shattered. Undeterred, Jiang Luoran charged towards the lightning, raising her grass hammer high, aiming for the dragon's head amidst the chaos. Chapter 90. A narrow escape. With a mighty swing, the grass hammer sliced through the thunder dragon's body, severing its dragon whiskers. Yet, in mere moments, the dragon's head rapidly regenerated. Composed entirely of pure lightning, devoid of life, Jiang Luoran landed, her face a mask of disbelief. Could it be that someone was controlling it? Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous pursuit from behind left Jiang Luoran no time to rest. Abandoning the thought of slaying the thunder dragon, she resolved to first traverse the electric stone formation, knowing that the thunder dragon would ultimately self-destruct. Roar! The claw of the lightning dragon descended upon her. With the grass hammer in hand, Jiang Luoran swept forward with a forceful gust. With a thunderous clash, she felt her form falter, barely able to hold her ground. Drawing upon her third soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison, black soul rings encircled her, ascending towards her neck. The Blood Fiend vines intertwined in the air, weaving a cage that enveloped the thunder dragon's head. Since the thunder dragon refused to yield and pursued her relentlessly, she would carve a path with the chaos of her storm. Jiang Luoran was also stirred by a fierce passion within his heart. With a wild cry, he leapt and ascended the Blood Fiend vine, charging toward the dragon's head. Bang, bang, bang. The grass hammer in his hand danced wildly, shattering the claws of the thunder dragon. His soul power, at level 55, surged upward, hinting at imminent breakthrough. 51, 52, 56. As he sensed the uncontrollable force emanating from the grass hammer, his entire being became electrified. The hammer in his right hand grew heavier, increasingly imbued with an ethereal sensation. Jiang Luoran even believed that he could shatter this electric stone formation with a single blow. 60. Jiang Luoran was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot with intensity. As his right hand wielded the grass hammer to smash the head of the thunder dragon, he remained vigilant, for the thunder dragon had the ability to regenerate. Jiang Luoran activated the Kunping martial soul and continued to surge towards the next barrier. During the assault on the thunder dragon, Jiang Luoran had traversed through dozens of areas filled with thunderous stones. By reckoning the days, 6 had already passed. After enduring thousands of strikes from the lightning, Jiang Luoran's agility became ghostly elusive, moving with a speed that rivaled the very essence of thunder itself. His velocity had exceeded the speed of sound, reaching a state where his heart and intentions were in perfect harmony. This mastery would greatly assist Jiang Luoran in later activating his Kunping martial soul, which had yet to be endowed with any soul rings. Such latent potential was indeed formidable. It remained uncertain whether the overwhelming nature of the lightning or Jiang Luoran's inherent potential was the cause, but miraculously, the nether boots evolved. They transformed into white battle boots imbued with blue electricity, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning streaked across the ground, aiming to cleave Jiang Luoran in two. Jiang Luoran leapt into the air, her limbs gently adhering to the lightning, harnessing its velocity and impact to soar further into the distance. Witnessing such a spectacle would undoubtedly leave onlookers astounded. What speed does lightning possess? And who would dare to utilize its power? To harness the energy of lightning, one must approach it with unwavering proximity. Having traversed 61 levels, Jiang Luoran now found herself at the periphery, perilously close to the most treacherous edge. Jiang Luoran landed on the ground. If what lay behind was a net of heavenly thunder, then what lay ahead was a world of lightning. In this realm, there was no solid ground to stand upon, only a tumultuous sea of destructive and aggressive thunderbolts. Jiang Luoran could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. For had he not traversed the arduous 60 layers behind him, his previous agility would surely have been inadequate to navigate such a perilous storm. With unwavering determination, Jiang Luoran had consistently relied on the vulnerabilities of the lightning to survive thus far. Boom, boom. Jiang Luoran understood clearly that the thunder dragon had awakened once more. Throughout his journey, he had severely wounded it thrice, yet with each encounter, the thunder dragon emerged even more formidable. Now that he had arrived at this juncture, he feared the creature would be even more terrifying. Withdrawing his Kunping martial soul, Jiang Luoran positioned his right leg, as his soul power was nearly depleted and he endeavored to conserve it. The current netherworld boots could withstand intense lightning strikes and had enhanced both strength and speed. A deafening roar erupted from the thunder dragon as it soared into the sky, intertwining with the dark clouds and spiraling majestically above. Bang! Jiang Luoran swiftly dashed 3 steps forward, delivering a powerful kick towards the colossal dragon's head. Boom! A white shockwave erupted, intensifying the pressure on Jiang Luoran as he rapidly summoned 5 soul rings into soul energy. Purple, purple, black, black, black. The 5 soul rings, harmoniously aligned from top to bottom, emitted a resonant tremor, swirling around Jiang Luoran's waist. Jiang Luoran's pained expression suddenly twisted into one of astonishment. The nether boots were resisting the lightning, yet why were there lingering traces of soul power in the surroundings? Could it be that this formation had been fueled by soul power all along? Who could possess such formidable soul power? Not even Yu Yuanjin would be capable of this. Soul masters are beings who cultivate and expand their innate soul power through gradual refinement and training. Of course, this process also requires drawing upon external energies. But this dragon's head, it was as if it served as the inexhaustible conduit for the entire Jade Dragon Lightning Ceiling formation. Boom. After dispersing the Thunder Dragon, Jiang Luoran could finally rest until the next one awakened. He sat cross-legged atop the crackling lightning, replenishing his soul power. Through prolonged exposure to the lightning, Jiang Luoran had developed an immunity to the finer tendrils of electricity coursing along the ground, a benefit granted by the nether boots. Moreover, after enduring repeated lightning strikes, he discovered that the ordeal had significantly unblocked his body's extraordinary meridians. Not only that, but this unblocking greatly aided both his cultivation and recovery. Jiang Luoran, devoid of the Xiantian skill, found no necessity to memorize the meridian gates contained within the Xiantian treasure record, living under such immense pressure daily. Jiang Luoran began to manifest subtle signs of a breakthrough. After 2 days and nights, Jiang Luoran ascended to level 56. What delighted Jiang Luoran the most was the remarkable enhancement of the lightning resistance effect of the Blood Fiend Vine, which had increased by more than double. For the subsequent half-month, after each encounter with the Thunder Dragon, Jiang Luoran would sit quietly in the Thunder Zone, immersing in profound silence for several days, primarily to consolidate his realm. With only 5 days remaining until the deadline mentioned by Yu Yuan, the anticipation grew palpable. Jiang Luoran resolved to summon all his strength and break through the final 5 layers of barriers. He now possessed both the speed and power to escape this place. If the deadline arrived and provoked Yu Yuanjin to personally hunt him down, that would be an utterly unjust fate. Once I'm out, I'll evade your 5 strikes, Jiang Luoran declared with unwavering determination as he gazed at the storm clouds. He sprinted swiftly, his figure becoming agile under the sheer velocity. Ahead, thunderclouds loomed ominously, their rumbling vibrations resonating deep within his chest. 5th soul skill, Hellish Battle Armor. Clad in the infernal armor, Jiang Luoran endured the searing currents of electricity, tearing through the crackling blue lightning and finally breaking free from the Jade Dragon Thunder prison formation. Night had fallen, and the cool evening breeze carried a refreshing chill. Jiang Luoran shivered slightly, still unaccustomed to the outside world after so long. The sensation of liberation was undeniably exhilarating. Within the Jade Dragon Thunder prison formation, the ceaseless roar of thunder had numbed his ears day after day. Dare to murder my son? Jiang Luoran, prepare to die. Yu Luomian had been lying in wait for this moment. With a thunderous bellow that shook the heavens, he surged forward, wielding crackling lightning in his grasp. After enduring relentless training for countless days, Jiang Luoran had honed his instincts to perceive danger instantaneously. Reacting purely on reflex, he swung his grass hammer, meeting Yu Luomian's assault head-on in a single, explosive clash. Boom. The collision of their forces sent shockwaves rippling through the air, turbulent soul power erupting violently and uprooting the surrounding trees. Yu Luomian's pupils constricted in disbelief. Though he hadn't unleashed his full strength, the force he had exerted should have been beyond the capacity of a mere soul king to withstand. Moreover, he had launched a surprise attack. How had Jiang Luoran seemingly anticipated everything, countering with such precision in the blink of an eye? Jiang Luoran was seething with indignation, taken aback by the unexpected provocation. Did the other party truly believe he could provoke him without consequence? The scoundrel, Yu Luomian, had already disgraced himself with his flirtations, and now he sought to implicate him in his offspring's misdeeds. Furthermore, it was evident that it was the child who had committed murder first. How could he lay the blame at Jiang's feet? Jiang Luoran sensed the rising power of his adversary, realizing that he was nearing his breaking point. You have emerged at last? The ethereal figure of Yu Yuanjin materialized, effortlessly deflecting the attacks of both parties with a single sweep of his hand. Jiang Luoran staggered backward, his fists clenched tightly. If these two intended to end his life, he was certain he would not survive. If all else failed, he might as well attempt to unleash his own annihilation, turning this place into chaos. He had slain Shepi, and Yu Luomian pointed at Jiang Luoran, his furious gaze directed at Yu Yuanjin. How could a man of ill intent ever be deemed worthy to join my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably meet their demise. Such individuals are nothing but refuse. It is all you're doing, indulging in fleeting pleasures outside. With one Shepi dead, there are still others. It was evident that Yu Yuanjin intended to assist Jiang Luoran in clearing them out. Jiang Luoran, despite any perceived foolishness, has come to a profound realization. Yu Yuanjin holds the utmost admiration for Yu Xiaojiang. As his disciple, there lies a chance for him to prove his worth. Should he emerge from the Yulong Lock Thunder Array, it would signify his deserving of reliance. On the side of Yu Luomian, Yu Yuanjin would naturally suppress any dissent. As for the Yu Shepi, it is likely the Lord of the Dark Night. Father, why do you favor outsiders? Yu Luomian nearly gasped in disbelief. It is not a matter of favoring outsiders, but rather a steadfast commitment to the ideals held within one's heart. A dragon is eternally a dragon. And Yu Yuanjin radiates with crackling lightning. The surrounding air thickens with a volatile tension. Yu Luomian gazes at Jiang Luoran in astonishment, snorts coldly, and strides out. To emerge from within proves that I have not erred in my judgment. Your second martial soul possesses the attributes of agility and offense. Yu Yuanjin has yet to dissipate his soul power. With the guidance of my esteemed predecessors, my agility has advanced significantly, and my speed now surpasses that of the past. Jiang Luoran stands resolutely, unyielding in the face of pressure. 5 moves. Yu Yuanjin forms his hands into blue lightning dragon claws, striking toward Jiang Luoran from 2 distinct angles. Sensing the approaching claws, Jiang Luoran silently acknowledges their swiftness. He floats in the air like a leaf in autumn, shrouded in violet light. The hellish battle armor and the nether boots manifest on Jiang Luoran in nearly 0.5 seconds, seamlessly integrating him into a state of combat. Jiang Luoran found himself suspended between the 2 dragon claws. Observing through the violet extreme demon eye revealed that the currents were perilously close. Mere strands separating him from the onslaught. This form of attack he had evaded countless times before. With a thunderous shout, his eyes radiated a chilling light as he unleashed his 4th soul skill, tempered by 1,000 strikes. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not worthy of the title. Merely enduring 5 strikes was not enough for Jiang Luoran. He refused to be a mere target for others. He would not engage in such trivialities. Still wishing to resist? Yu Yuanjin emanated blue lightning. Confident that Jiang Luoran could not penetrate his defenses. With his 2nd soul skill, Shadow following, Jiang Luoran flicked his left hand and swung his hammer with his right, targeting Yu Yuanjin's crown. The purple soul ring sank into the ground, and a root from a tree over 1,500 years old erupted from the earth, disrupting Yu Yuanjin's soul power release. Control? Yu Yuanjin felt momentarily disoriented, yet as a Title Douluo, he steadied himself with a powerful thrust of his left foot. Thud. The club struck Yu Yuanjin's crown, but his defenses were formidable, rendering him seemingly impervious to pain. In that instant, Jiang Luoran realized that before a Title Douluo, he was akin to a newborn child. It appears you bear a grudge against me. Yu Yuanjin's blue lightning surged, sending Jiang Luoran flying. Daring not to express fear, Jiang Luoran acknowledged the immense skill imparted to him by his predecessor, grateful for the training. Without the past few days of rigorous practice, he would have been unaware of such a significant enhancement in his speed. Speed was his lifeline. The faster he moved, the safer he felt. One more strike, and then I shall unleash my true power. Although Yu Yuanjin appeared ruthless, he still harbored thoughts of restraint. Emerging from the Yulong Locking Thunder Array as a Soul King demonstrated a level of talent that earned Yu Yuanjin's respect. Moreover, this young man was merely in his teens, with ample time ahead for cultivation. There was a high probability he could become a Title Douluo. With Xiao Gang by his side, his safety was considerably enhanced. As for his character, it remained to be seen and required further observation. A modicum of pressure within 5 strikes would suffice, yet when the moment to kill arrived, he must exercise restraint. Without waiting for Yu Yuanjin to make his move, Jiang Luoran commanded the ancient root to ensnare him. First soul skill, creation from nothing. Jiang Luoran clapped his hands upon the ground, and purple light penetrated into the earth. Blood-slaying vines enveloped Yu Yuanjin, while the ancient root sought to submerge him. Suddenly, blue lightning erupted like a tornado, tearing through the ancient root and blood-slaying vines. This soul skill is utterly ineffective against me. You ought to contemplate how to evade the next 4 strikes. Yu Yuanjin's gaze was filled with contempt. The pressure from a Title Douluo's soul power? Jiang Luoran knelt upon one knee, feeling as though his very organs were being crushed. This oppressive force bore down on him like a mountain, rendering him breathless. Boom. Centered around Yu Yuanjin, the tempestuous wind and thunder transformed into a mighty wave, sweeping out 3 meters. Thunder extinguished. Without needing to be told, Jiang Luoran understood that Yu Yuanjin had held back. The soul power aura of a Title Douluo extended at least 10 meters away, perhaps even further. Moreover, the soul power released by the opponent was far from full strength. Had it been at full force, he would have been obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere blood. Come on. Jiang Luoran pressed forward. Even as his held battle armor shattered, he recognized that in the face of lightning, there was no need to evade within 100 meters, as their speeds were nearly identical. Thus, hiding was unnecessary. Adapting swiftly was the key to survival. The terrifying lightning sphere grotesquely expanded, ultimately measuring several meters in diameter, hurtling towards Jiang Luoran. Witnessing such an attack from Yu Yuanjin, Jiang Luoran felt a surge of trepidation. No wonder Title Douluos are said to possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. This assault was indeed extraordinary. Kuenping, embody. The white-feathered Kuenping manifested behind Jiang Luoran, and with a powerful push, he leapt into the air. First soul skill, creation from nothing. Beneath Jiang Luoran, the ground swiftly thrust forth a blood-red vine, elevating him until he soared above the terrifying electric orb. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Yu Yunjin remained unfazed, his hands interlaced as he pressed his fingers together, amplifying the pressure of his soul force. As Jiang Luoran felt the overwhelming tide of the opponent's soul energy, he could not help but cough up blood in midair. The sudden intensification was unbearable. Who could withstand such force? Not to mention, his adversary was a Title Douluo. Although he had not exerted his full strength, nor even 70% of his capabilities, his attacks were lethargic and lacked pursuit. As Jiang Luoran descended, a glancing blow from the thunderball struck his shoulder. He gritted his teeth against the pain, gasping for breath upon landing. The opponent's assault was akin to an omnipresent barrage, leaving him to evade from the most precarious angles. What was this? From Jiang Luoran's perspective, he beheld the resurgence of thunder dragons, their forms enveloped in azure lightning. They swiftly transformed into 9 colossal blue dragons, ascending skyward with increasing grandeur. Chapter 93, A Brush with Death. The 9 thunder dragons coalesced behind Yu Yunjin, their mere presence pressing Jiang Luoran into the earth. A black soul ring encircled Yu Yunjin's waist, within which the specter of a dragon ancestor seemed to linger. With a thunderous roar, Yu Yunjin activated his soul skill. This was the true power of a Title Douluo, incomparable to what had come before. Jiang Luoran found himself ensnared in the depths of the earth, unable to extricate himself. The white aura of the Kunping martial spirit erupted around him. With the activation of his 5th soul skill, Hell Armor, 5 soul rings simultaneously encircled him, enveloping Jiang Luoran in a new suit of Hell Armor. In the face of such formidable offense, his feeble defense was utterly inadequate. Speed was Jiang Luoran's only path to survival. You may choose to evade this strike, however. Your life belongs to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex lineage, a disdainful smirk gracing Yu Yunjin's lips. In the depths of his heart, Jiang Luoran cursed vehemently. Yu Yunjin truly possessed an exceptional talent for scheming. Born as a son, I, Jiang Luoran, can face death, but I shall never bow in submission. Even if you were to kill me, that would not suffice, Jiang Luoran gasped, nearly exhausting the air from his lungs to utter those words. Not even in death? Yu Yunjin's brow furrowed, transforming into a dragon's whisker as he spoke earnestly. Indeed, Jiang Luoran bellowed, resolutely rising from the ground, determined to showcase the might of my most formidable Kunping agility. If you perish, I shall not inform Xiaogang, Yu Yunjin declared, raising his right hand as 9 thunderous dragons ascended into the sky. The spectacle was overwhelming. A blinding blue light engulfed the scene, leaving Jiang Luoran with nothing but a glimpse of dragon scales. One could only imagine the magnitude of such a dragon, nay, not just 1, but 9. Yet, Jiang Luoran remained unperturbed. A formidable assault does not necessarily equate to an insurmountable challenge. In the face of such power, he felt akin to an ant, while his adversary resembled 9 towering trees. As long as the ant evaded the crushing weight of the trees, it could survive. In Jiang Luoran's eyes, these 9 dragons were equivalent to a single entity. Boom. With the Kunping martial soul enhancing him, Jiang Luoran leaped several meters high, actively seeking an advantageous angle to evade. The closer he approached the thunder dragons, the greater the pressure he felt, to the point where his bones began to crack under the strain. Arrogant! Yu Yunjin bellowed in pain. Even a Title Douluo would not dare to confront my soul skill directly, yet you wish to charge headlong into it? Yu Yunjin resolved silently. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Luoran, he instinctively held back. Was this child truly a madman? Lacking love? Boom. The Hell battle armor and the nether boots shattered simultaneously, no longer capable of shielding Jiang Luoran from harm. Cracks appeared in his flesh, blood trickling down. Approaching. At that moment, the 9 dragons swept down with a thunderous roar, resonating with a booming sound. Both entities moved with unparalleled speed, completing their actions in a mere 2 seconds. With all his soul power, Jiang Luoran activated the Hell battle armor. A black soul ring emerged, descending from his head. As the black soul ring enveloped him, it coated Jiang Luoran in a layer of radiant purple battle armor. The defensive capabilities of the Hell battle armor surged to their zenith. Jiang Luoran felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Yet he had no choice but to endure with fortitude. To his right, he extended his hands towards the formidable horns of the Thunder Dragon. Yu Yuan was lost in contemplation. If this was indeed Jiang Luoran's means of evasion, it was certainly a clever strategy. However, could he withstand the oppressive might of the lightning coursing through the dragon's horns? He must not inadvertently sacrifice himself in this endeavor. Bang! Jiang Luoran clung tightly to the dragon horn of the thunder, triggering 100 arcs of blue lightning, as the infernal battle armor upon her swiftly dissipated, akin to a sheet of white paper engulfed in raging flames. With a sudden push, Jiang Luoran propelled herself behind Jiolong. Boom! The intertwining Jiolong erupted violently against the ground. At that moment, all members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family found themselves unable to open their eyes. It was as if they were engulfed by an endless sea of blue light, affecting their bodies, their vision, their very breath. In that instant, they felt as though the heavens themselves were transforming. The thunderous roar of the explosion defied description, for there exists no word or language capable of encapsulating such a sound. Finally, all succumbed to silence. Jiang Luoran lost consciousness in midair, only to awaken upon crashing to the ground, where she vaguely beheld Yu Yunjin standing with his arms crossed. Just 2 more moves, Yu Yunjin remarked with an air of indifference. Jiang Luoran was awakened by a piercing ray of sunlight, murmuring to himself, "Am I dead?" He skeptically glanced at his left hand, shielding his eyes from the blinding light with his right. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that he lay within a shattered pit. After dying in the Douluo continent, could he possibly traverse back to Earth? Surely, the deceased should not behold the sun. A youth clad in the uniform of the Thunder Academy approached and sat down before Jiang Luoran. This individual possessed a strikingly handsome visage, and his eyes betrayed a hint of concealed arrogance. His countenance seemed to declare, "I am simply that cool. Did elder you spare my life?" Jiang Luoran wondered. Rising cautiously from the ground, "I am Yu Tianqin. I witnessed the battle between you and the family head that day," Yu Tianqin replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Jiang Luoran. "Oh, you are Yu Tianqin," Jiang Luoran remarked, touching the bandages on his body. "Thank you for assisting me with the dressing. That was my younger sister's doing, not mine," Yu Tianqin dismissed with a wave of his hand, signaling his disinterest. "On another note, I greatly admire you. Shall we engage in a duel?" Jiang Luoran refrained from responding. "Given that I am still alive, why was I not provided with a proper bed, instead of being left to lie in the stony pit?" Setting aside the question of why Yu Yuanjin did not eliminate him, is it not reasonable to expect a somewhat decent room for one who has lost consciousness? It is rather concerning that he remains exposed outdoors. What if someone were to engage in some inexplicable actions upon him? The family head declared that only members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family are permitted to reside within the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Unless one is willing to marry into the family, the patriarch would graciously bestow upon you a residence. For now, allowing you to rest upon the land of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect is considered his final act of mercy. Moreover, you have been lying here for 2 days and 2 nights. Just how exhausted are you? Yu Yuanjin clearly perceived the presence of a formidable opponent, his gaze becoming increasingly fervent. As for marrying into the family, Jiang Luoran dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, lightly massaging his head. Did he truly lose consciousness for 2 entire days and nights? Jiang Luoran felt a tinge of disbelief. Yet he acknowledged that someone like Yu Tianqin would likely not deceive him. "To duel with me, as a form of gratitude for your care," Yu Tianqin declared, unleashing his soul power with a serious demeanor. Having engaged in numerous battles beyond his level, Jiang Luoran felt the need for rest. "Please take me to see Elder Yu," he implored. "I have heard that you have attained the rank of Soul King. Given your injuries, let us postpone our battle until another day." Without offering assistance to Jiang Luoran, Yu Tianqin turned and walked towards the main estate. "Follow me." Jiang Luoran's lips twitched. This individual was indeed a battle fanatic, possessing an unwavering spirit. As for the contention with Yu Tianheng for the position of clan leader, Jiang Luoran felt it unwise to comment further. What perplexed him most was Yu Yuanjin. He had refrained from killing him and had yet to reveal 2 of his moves. Did he perceive some value in Jiang Luoran's existence? The esteemed Title Douluos reveled in playing with the lives of the younger generation, vocally clamoring for bloodshed yet ultimately refraining from action. Chapter 94. The ominous prelude to a storm. The main residence was neither lavish nor destitute. Its defining characteristic was its sheer size, immense. Indeed, the walls were uniformly adorned in blue and white, exuding an air of cleanliness, punctuated by the occasional arrangement of exquisite flowers scattered throughout, creating a rather monotonous ambience. Were it not for his faith in Yu Tianqin's character, Jiang Luoran might have believed he was being deceived. Did this truly resemble a place where someone resided? Right here, Yu Tianqin pointed to an ancient wooden door. "You just stated that no one from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family is permitted to enter the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect," Jiang Luoran remarked. Jiang Luoran did not harbor any aversion. After all, in such a vast family, order is essential. "You are now a guest, as stated by the head of the family. Yu Tianqin shall return the same way she came. Remember, you owe me a duel." Jiang Luoran forced a smile, embodying the essence of a Soul King, capable of defeating Yu Tianqin without lifting a finger. A mere exertion of soul power could extinguish his opponent. Before he even approached the wooden door, he overheard a fervent debate within. "Well, I refuse to be indifferent. How do we address the matter of Tianheng's injury? Must we, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, simply endure in silence? Why have I never seen you display such resolve before the Spirit Hall? Luomian, cease your nonsensical ramblings. And Tianheng, is it fair to blame others for your own shortcomings? In my view, he requires such a setback. Even before the Spirit Hall, one must show deference. Moreover, did you truly consider inviting this young man to join us? What is your true intention? To curry favor? Are you aware of the implications of your words? You are a dragon, one of the esteemed members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, and the divine does not require your obsequiousness." With a resounding crash, Yu Luomian shattered a teacup, rising to exit and encountering Jiang Luoran, who was bound in countless bandages, resembling a mummy. Jiang Luoran is not one to be easily trifled with. The master of the house must protect himself, and to forego some mischief would be a disservice to this opportunity. He donned an expression that was both unpleasant and mocking as he looked towards Yu Luomian. How dare such a lowly creature feign sophistication? Live well for a few more days. Yu Luomian waved his hand and departed in a huff. A tendency to anger is detrimental to cultivation and may adversely affect one's disposition. Jiang Luoran shut the wooden door, no longer glancing at Yu Luomian. "I ask you, and you shall answer truthfully," Yu Yuanjin stated, his gaze scrutinizing. Very well, consider this a compensation for not killing me, Jiang Luoran acknowledged. Recognizing he had no right to refute the other. I shall reserve those 2 moves for later. I will reclaim them. The first question. Who are you? Although Yu Yunjin was aged, his voice was robust and resonant. My true name is indeed Jiang Luoran. That much is accurate. As for my lineage, it appears to be connected to the Tian Qingting family. So the soul power and potential you currently possess are a gift from Shaogang? Not entirely. 30% is attributable to the Master S influence. I also have a senior brother named Tang San, who was nurtured by the teacher. You need not worry. The Master's teachings are grounded in sound reasoning and are entirely rational. Jiang Luoran perceived Yu Yunjin's thoughts. Indeed, a glimmer of delight appeared on the old man's face. Very good. I find his character quite commendable. It is unfortunate about his martial soul. No need for concern. Senior, everything follows its destined course. And when the time is right, it will unfold. Jiang Luoran found the elder's sighs exceedingly irksome, yet he could not declare the other wrong. At this juncture, further lamentation is futile. It would be wiser to contemplate solutions. When the time is right, Yu Yunjin mused, stroking his beard before inquiring. Why did you go to the Martial Soul Hall that day? Are you secretly affiliated with them? Not at all. I am not under anyone's command. I went to the Martial Soul Hall to seek their saintus regarding certain matters. I did not expect you to intervene so suddenly, Jiang Luoran grimaced. Feeling pain still radiating from his back, the world has become increasingly tumultuous. The Martial Soul Hall may be on the verge of birthing an unprecedented storm, Yu Yunjin mused, casting a glance out of the window rather than at Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. The old man spoke with such candor, without the slightest hesitation. He addressed such a significant matter with complete directness. Jiang Luoran recalled Ning Fingxi's words, that the upper 3 sects must be united as one to evade this calamity. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Yu Yunjin was aware of this matter. Perhaps the two had already conspired on how to confront their adversaries. It was unfortunate that they prepared for the enemy's approach, yet remained oblivious to the overwhelming force of the Spirit Hall, which surged forth like a tempest, ruthlessly cutting through all in its path. Are you not astonished? Yu Yunjin inquired, noticing Jiang Luoran's deep contemplation, his expression betraying no sign of emotion. I fail to see the purpose of my astonishment, nor do I know what actions to take, Jiang Luoran replied with a wry smile. Tang San grew powerful to protect Xiaowu. Ma Hongjun became strong to showcase his fire phoenix. Dai Mubai needed strength for the sake of his family. Yet I, Jiang Luoran, have always sought strength solely for my own preservation. This is to remind you to be vigilant and safeguard Shaogang, should the situation become dire. I will send someone to escort you to safety, Yu Yunjin gestured, indicating that Jiang Luoran was free to depart. Jiang Luoran forced a smile, realizing that the Spirit Hall had unleashed its thunderous might, with several Title Douluo making their move. It seems you were unable to send for assistance in time before being encircled. Jiang Luoran rose and walked to the door, suggesting that perhaps the senior should take a step back, for one must understand that the harmonious blend of firmness and gentleness is the true path to victory. The humble wit of a junior like myself certainly does not merit comparison with your esteemed wisdom. I merely wish to voice this thought. Jiang Luoran offered his counsel. For individuals of such stature require but a single word of advice. To elaborate further may inadvertently give rise to unnecessary misunderstandings. Yu Yunjin remains unchanged, perpetually resistant to the counsel of others. You may remain in the training grounds of the estate for the next few days. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. Yu Yunjin remarked. Thank you. Jiang Luoran departed swiftly, for the opportunity to access the training grounds of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect is exceedingly rare. The immediate priority is to restore one's health and recover soul power. You have emerged? Yu Tianxin said impatiently. The Patriarch has consented to your entry into the training grounds. Indeed, how did you know? Jiang Luoran inquired, puzzled. The Patriarch stated that if you had not emerged, it would mean he had killed you. If you did come out, he would take you directly to the training grounds, Yu Tianxin replied candidly. Jiang Luoran, with a hint of resignation, uttered, then please lead the way. To his surprise, the training grounds of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family were located in the back mountains. As he approached, he found his breath becoming more effortless, filling him with a sense of refreshing tranquility that gradually awakened his mind. Who knows how many spirit beasts had perished here? Suddenly, a youth emerged, his figure enveloped by a yellow spirit ring, wielding a blue electric spear aimed directly at Jiang Luoran. How dare you trespass upon our grounds? He shouted, brimming with arrogance. Jiang Luoran, however, moved with an ethereal grace, his agility unmatched even in the presence of Yu Yunjin. With a resounding thud, Jiang Luoran struck the spear with his white, ghostly boots, shattering it effortlessly. The force propelled towards the boy's chest, causing him to stagger back, blood spilling from his lips as he felt his insides roiling violently. He collapsed, his vision blurring, nearly losing consciousness. Who are you? Is this a rebellion? Jiang Luoran declared, his voice imbued with righteousness. I am here on the family head's orders to train. To obstruct me is to obstruct the master. Yu Tianxin cast her gaze upon the spirit bone at Jiang Luoran's feet. Is that a spirit tool? Its power is formidable. This individual is indeed extraordinary. She then glanced at the fallen youth, her expression one of disdain. Your father is Yu Luoran. Do you dare to strike me? The boy spat, blood still staining his lips. His roar reverberated in Jiang Luoran's ears. Another illegitimate child? How many more are there? Chapter 95. Yulingjiao Yufochin, temper your arrogance. This individual is designated by the family head and is permitted to train here. Do not let your meager talents lead you to overstep your bounds, Yu Tianxin admonished. Looking down on such insignificant figures. Yufochin? What a name, indeed. How many debts of passion has Yu Luoran incurred? Jiang Luoran mused. Moreover, was Yufochin truly an illegitimate child brought in from the outside? Not wishing to meddle in others' affairs, Jiang Luoran remained silent. Yu Tianxin, you would aid an outsider? Yufochin exclaimed, his heart in turmoil. No, you have never belonged to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. What talk of insiders and outsiders is this? Yu Tianxin dismissed him, preferring to engage in battle with the strong rather than indulge in such trivial conversations. You all converse. I shall find a suitable spot, Jiang Luoran declared, departing with purpose. In a thicket where the air was humid and fragrant, sunlight streamed down, imbuing the surroundings with vitality. This will do, Jiang Luoran settled onto the ground, tearing off his bandages to channel his spirit power for healing. After several days of relentless recovery, Jiang Luoran gradually mended his wounds and fortified his spirit power. His injuries had healed, and he was on the verge of reaching level 57. During this period, Yu Tianxin's younger sister visited once to change his bandages. Graciously accepting her kindness, Jiang Luoran learned her name was Yulingjiao. Though outwardly fierce, she possessed a gentle and caring nature. In the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, the family head was the ultimate authority. Jiang Luoran's ability to evade 3 attacks has already stirred the hearts of several young warriors. Having engaged in multiple battles beyond his level, he has found himself unable to recuperate each time. This time, Jiang Luoran vowed to heal fully before re-emerging. After half a month, he has been revitalized, his vigor restored. His skills have significantly improved, and the mysterious Kuanping movement technique allows him to appear and vanish without a trace. His current speed rivals that of a Soul Emperor of over 60 levels in agility. At this moment, Yulingjiao approached with a food basket, a radiant smile illuminating her face, as if she had just savored honey. To be frank, at Jiang Luoran's level, whether to eat or not merely serves to savor the flavors. Yet, one cannot refuse such kindness. Out of politeness, Jiang Luoran took his seat first. Have you considered the matter we discussed? Are you inclined to join? Yulingjiao urged him. I apologize, but it is inconvenient for me. I wish to cultivate in peace. Jiang Luoran firmly declined. This refusal was not just a present sentiment. He had previously dismissed the idea as well. However, Yulingjiao insisted that he ponder the proposal before giving his final answer. Luoran, have you truly thought this through? The opportunity to team up and eliminate the members of the evil spirit sect comes from influential families. If you miss this chance, it will be exceedingly difficult to find another. This opportunity was granted to you by the family head, Yulingjiao asserted with righteous fervor, reminiscent of the goddess Athena, who delights in punishing the wicked. Jiang Luoran, feeling idle? Has the evil spirit sect provoked him? He seems determined to take up arms against them. Absurd. Let those from prominent families handle it. The maintenance of world peace should rest upon their shoulders. Moreover, Yu Yuanjin clearly harbors intentions for Jiang Luoran to marry into their family. As for Yulingjiao, she is merely using the pretext of eradicating the evil spirit sect to entangle herself with Jiang Luoran. Is she truly there to confront the evil spirit sect? It is evident that she covets his very being. How despicable. Observing Jiang Luoran's indifference, she exclaims, Brother Luoran, your strength is unparalleled. Without you, I fear I may fall into the hands of the evil spirit sect. In this chaotic crowd, they are all advanced soul masters. I am terrified. Jiang Luoran's face was inscribed with the phrase, none of my business. If you're afraid of death, then don't go. I certainly did not push you. Recently, there have been faint signs of a breakthrough, and I wish to linger here for a while longer. Lingjiao, you should seek out someone else. I believe Yufochin would be a suitable protector. I would feel reassured. Jiang Luoran picked up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. Upon hearing this, Yulingjiao conceded, realizing that pursuing further was pointless and would only become tiresome. If that's the case, then let it be. I shall stay with you. There are still those from the Spirit Hall involved in this collaboration, which is quite unsettling, considering their sour expressions. The Spirit Hall? Are you saying they are participating as well? Jiang Luoran's interest was piqued. Indeed, it is said to bolster the Spirit Hall's reputation and to enhance the prestige of their young talents. That is rather overbearing. The thought alone is repugnant, Yulingjiao remarked. Will Hulaina be attending? Who is Hulaina? The holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, one of the golden generation. Oh, her. Is her name really Hulaina? It is said that this event is prepared specifically for her. She will undoubtedly be present. I see. Ahem. Actually, it's not that I cannot go, considering your safety. And after much contemplation, I have decided to attend. Yulingjiao, there is something amiss. Something is definitely afoot here. You still bear injuries. It would be unwise to venture out. You should recuperate here. I am already well. I was just practicing the Kuanping technique today. Now is the perfect time for your training. You cannot miss this opportunity to elevate yourself in this environment. Hey, Lingjiao, real combat is what truly strengthens a person. Perpetual training leads only to becoming a decorative vase. This is what our teacher and the dean have always taught us. Actually, it's not necessary. I can go alone with Yu Fengqin to protect me. Lingjiao, do not continue to deceive yourself. Yu Fengqin is merely a soul master of a little over 20 levels. How can he protect you? Yu Lingjiao thought, this person is quite ruthless. Hundreds of words swirled in her mind, unsure of whether to voice them. When do we depart? Jiang Luoran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing this, Yu Lingjiao felt helpless once more. The other party had made their intentions clear, and she could not continue to beat around the bush. The day after tomorrow at dawn. Then I shall wait for you at your door. Jiang Luoran smiled sincerely. Jiang Luoran was not qualified to enter the main residence, so he could only wait outside. Yu Lingjiao's chopsticks snapped in her grip, her delicate face contorting into a smile more bitter than tears. Damn it. After all the pleading before, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Now, he is suddenly so enthusiastic. It's utterly heartbreaking. You're not going to hunt the evil spirit sect. You're just lusting after Hulaiina's body. Disgusting. Fine. I'll leave first. Yu Lingjiao gathered the dishes. Let me help, Jiang Luoran said, stacking the used plates into a straw basket. Focus on your training lately. Don't waste time. Don't worry. If we encounter the evil spirit sect, just stay behind me. I'll do everything in my power to protect you. Thank you. Brother Luoran, Yu Lingjiao nodded politely before taking the basket and leaving. Once she was gone, Jiang Luoran fell into deep thought. It seems the Spirit Hall is prioritizing Hulaiina's development. The question is, will they dispatch a Title Douluo to guard her? If so, approaching her will be difficult. Especially that chrysanthemum Douluo, unpredictable and erratic. By now, Hulaiina must have reached a conclusion. Having sorted his thoughts, Jiang Luoran steadied his mind and resumed his cultivation. With time pressing, he needed to prepare thoroughly. First, breakthrough to level 57. Soul power swirled around him, manifesting in layers of energy. Chapter 96. Death Canyon Boom. The soul power dispersed as Jiang Luoran regulated his breathing, assessing his current state. Level 57. Success. After an hour of practicing the Kunpeng body technique, Jiang Luoran faced the dawn, performing push-ups with a massive boulder on his back. Instantly, he felt his peak condition return. Time to depart. With a leap, Jiang Luoran soared over a dozen meters, gliding with the wind toward the main residence. To an observer, it would seem as though he were flying rather than jumping. I insist on going, Lingjiao. I'll protect you. No need, Brother Fengqin. Stay home. I've already found someone else. A major family can send up to 4. Why exclude me? Besides, I already spoke to father yesterday. He agreed verbally. At the mention of father, Yu Lingjiao shuddered involuntarily. Little sister, Tianheng 1T be returning. P.S. representing the Royal Academy. That makes 4, Yu Tianxin interjected. What do you mean, 4? There are clearly only 3 of us here. Big brother, you mean? Yu Lingjiao glanced at Yu Fengqin. She never considered her elder brother and Yu Fengqin particularly close. Why help him now? Exactly. Let him come along, Yu Tianxin said without even looking at Yu Fengqin. Yu Tianxin's reasoning was simple. In times of danger, someone had to shield Yu Lingjiao. And Yu Fengqin, with his blue lightning black tortoise, a defensive spirit, was currently the most suitable in age and talent. Never mind that Yu Fengqin had inexplicably fixated on offensive soul skills like the Thunder Spear. As long as his spirit could protect Yu Lingjiao, Yu Tianxin would allow it. Yu Fengqin was genuinely moved, mistaking Yu Tianxin's pragmatism for camaraderie. All past conflicts vanished from his mind. Apologies for the wait. I was training. Jiang Luoran descended from the sky, landing gracefully before the trio. A flight soul skill? Yu Tianxin frowned. He had never seen anyone fly before. Misunderstanding. This is my Kunpeng body technique, Jiang Luoran chuckled wryly. It seemed strength-altered perception. When he walked, they called it flying. When he slept, they called it enlightenment. Jiang Luoran desired to maintain a low profile, believing that such discretion would ensure longevity. However, their self-aggrandizement would not permit it. What Brother Luoran uttered was merely a reflection of our recent emergence. Cultivation is of utmost importance. We must never allow ourselves to hinder your progress, Yu Lingjiao smiled. Yu Fengqin's countenance was ashen, for he had already stood there for an hour. Moreover, Jiang Luoran does not even belong to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. How could he represent them? Yu Fengqin could not fathom that the final participant was Jiang Luoran. They do not even share the same surname. This is akin to 2 entirely unrelated parallel lines, or perhaps even divergent paths. Yet, given the display of strength, Yu Fengqin refrained from speaking further. For provoking the other party could result in embarrassment for himself. Get in the car. I shall enlighten you about the evil spirit cult. Yu Tianxin always spoke with unwavering decisiveness. Jiang Luoran greatly admired this quality of his. Unadorned and commendable, the 4 of them sat within the opulent blue carriage, as the driver cracked the whip, urging the horses onward. After passing through the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was confirmed that the evil spirit cult resided within the Death Canyon. Yu Tianxin gestured toward the outside of the carriage. The Death Canyon? Jiang Luoran seemed to recall something. He remembered it to be a perilous place, where Hulaina had once contemplated training, but ultimately, she had ventured into the city of slaughter. Have you been there? Yu Tianxin's voice was frigid. No, I have merely heard of it. Please continue, Jiang Luoran replied, disinterested in further dialogue. The evil spirit cult comprises a group of fanatics who study martial souls. They relish concocting various potions aimed at experimenting with different martial souls. To put it succinctly, they have strayed into the path of darkness. Their murderous intent is profound, and they can easily emerge to endanger the populace. It is essential to realize that the harm a spirit master can inflict upon ordinary individuals is beyond mere numerical assessment. It is said that the potions they develop can cause one's body to swell, with both mental and spiritual powers surging explosively for a brief period. This means that if a spirit master were to consume one of these potions, it is highly probable that they could instantaneously ascend to the rank of Spirit King. Fortunately, we discovered that they are merely in their nascent stages and have not yet expanded further, Yu Tianxin remarked, her demeanor unruffled. To become a Spirit King directly? That utterly contravenes the path of the Spirit Master. Zhang Lingjiao's lips quivered slightly. It is only temporary. Once the effects wane, one may find themselves forever incapable of cultivation. Yu Tianxin nodded. Upon hearing that the potion could elevate one to Spirit King status, Yu Fengqin's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Yet, upon learning of the subsequent inability to cultivate, her fervor swiftly extinguished. Jiang Luoran pondered deeply. Indeed, relying on dubious methods for advancement is a path fraught with peril and destined for brevity. True strength must be earned through one's own efforts and struggles. How many individuals are present? Shall we face danger? Yu Fengqin speculated, contemplating the possibility of hundreds opposing them, all consuming potions simultaneously. What a terrifying sight that would be. I do not know, Yu Tianxin confessed candidly. You mean to say that such a fearsome organization exists, and yet you are oblivious to it, sending me to my demise? Yu Fengqin was baffled. Brother Yu, one must not speak recklessly. You are meant to accompany us. A man should stand resolute. A word spoken is a nail driven in. Jiang Luoran displayed an expression of helplessness. It was evident that Yu Fengqin was merely a rogue. The danger had not yet arrived, and he was already faltering. Now, all major families and academies will dispatch representatives. If there is to be death, it shall not be yours alone. Furthermore, you need not rush forward. My intention in bringing you along is for you to use your martial soul to protect Ling Jiao. Yu Tianxin felt it necessary to clarify. He had his own motives as well. Participating in this battle would afford him prestige, which he could leverage against Yu Tianheng in the pursuit of the family leadership. I require no protection. I shall charge forth alongside Luoran, Yu Lingjiao declared. Casting a glance at Yu Tianxin, I must emphasize that we remain unaware of the true strength of our adversaries. However, since the Spirit Hall has sent their saints for this trial, it indicates that the members of the evil spirit cult cannot be excessively powerful. At most, they would be at the Soul King level. Naturally, some families may send elders to address extraordinary circumstances. Now, the four of us must be well acquainted. Allow me to introduce myself. Yu Tianxin, level 43, for rings, Assault Type Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Lingjiao, level 29, 2 rings, Assault Type Soul Master, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Fengqin, level 29, 2 rings, Support Type Weapon Soul Master, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Black Tortoise. Having reached this gathering, Jiang Luoran saw no need for modesty. They were all aware of their formidable abilities. Excessive humility would be mere affectation. Moreover, who would believe that Blood Fiend Vine is merely an old tree root? Jiang Luoran, level 57, 5 rings, Control Type Soul King, Martial Soul, Blood Fiend Vine. Yu Tianxin, Yu Lingjiao, Yu Fengqin. In Chapter 97, A Soul Bone, Yu Lingjiao almost thrust her hand into her mouth. Astonished by the notion of a Soul King at such a tender age, it felt overwhelming. Yu Tianxin gasped, unable to withstand the impact of this revelation, for he prided himself on his martial prowess. Yu Fengqin could no longer contain herself. You are level 57? What an anomaly. Have you been training since the womb? Surely, you cannot be a transformed soul beast. Brother Luoran, how have you cultivated to such an extraordinary level? Yu Lingjiao's complexion paled slightly. Although she was aware that Jiang Luoran had evaded 3 strikes from Yu Yuanjin, she was oblivious to his astonishing level of power. If that were indeed the case, it would mean that Jiang Luoran surpassed even the younger generation of the family, particularly Yu Tianheng, by several folds. This was nothing short of a complete domination. Jiang Luoran smiled bitterly. He had retained his second martial soul, along with the external soul bone, the netherworld boots, and his soul ring configuration. It turns out there truly are individuals beyond individuals, mountains beyond mountains. I shall catch up to you one day. I eagerly anticipate our duel. Since you specialize in control, you shall determine the positioning of our team members. Yu Tianxin's gaze was uncharacteristically fervent. Jiang Luoran nodded, declaring her readiness to take the lead. With Tian Xin positioned to her left, behind her stood Ling Jiao. Fengqin, you shall protect Ling Jiao. That is the plan. Is that truly all? Yu Tianxin questioned. her brow furrowed in confusion. Shouldn't we devise a strategy to address potential challenges? Do you wish to perish in the pursuit of saving the world? Jiang Luoran retorted, her inquiry laden with unspoken weight. I cannot afford to die at this moment. Yet if it is for the sake of peace, I would willingly embrace such a fate. Yu Tianxin responded, her words imbued with a certain rigidity. Jiang Luoran nearly burst into laughter. This fellow was rather melodramatic. With great power comes the responsibility to save an even greater world. Why not aspire to be a Title Douluo and shape a broader realm? Instead, he insisted on confronting death here. Jiang Luoran stated with righteous fervor. Are you suggesting that we refrain from offense and solely focus on defense, merely to preserve our lives? Yu Tianxin felt astonished. No wonder this fellow had managed to survive for so long. However, Yu Tianxin relished competition and despised timidity. You may have usurped the prestige of the Spirit Hall, yet you shall reap no rewards. Conversely, if you participate in this battle with a sense of decorum, you may indeed earn commendation. Of course, it ultimately hinges on your agreement. Jiang Luoran refrained from elaborating further. Otherwise, it would be devoid of interest. Should the other party express dissent, he would engage in the fray. But at that juncture, the casualties among the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be beyond his control. Moreover, his initial intent was not to annihilate the evil spirit sect, but to locate Hulaina. For Yu Lingjiao, the distinction between fighting and refraining held little significance. So he remained non-committal. Yu Fouqi would gladly support such a course of action, even suggesting they retreat further. Very well, let us observe for now. However, if the front line falters, I shall undoubtedly intervene. Yu Tianxin's thoughts wrestled for quite some time. After a bumpy journey, night had fallen. Yu Lingjiao had dozed off against Yu Tianxin, while Yu Fouqi rested her head upon Jiang Luoran's feet. Halt. The Spirit Hall is executing a mission here. You must not trespass. The individuals aboard this vehicle are the young master of my family, here to partake in battle. The elder produced a Spirit Hall insignia, embossed with the image of a blue lightning dragon. Please enter. We have arranged 2 tents for you. Yu Tianxin was the first to disembark, followed closely by Jiang Luoran and the others. The elder's role was solely to escort them. He would not accompany them further inside. This had always been the tradition of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Unless absolutely necessary, elders would not intervene to assist the younger generation. Guided by the sergeant major to the space between the 2 tents, they observed the Blue Lightning Dragon insignia etched upon them. One for Lingjiao. And the 3 of us can squeeze into the other. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. With only 2 tents set up here, was there any need for further deliberation? Why are the 4 of you just standing at the entrance? I fear that if the evil spirit sect sends someone to attack. Moreover, you all crowding together would surely disrupt rest, Yu Lingjiao said softly. Tianxin, what if Jiang Luoran had not finished speaking? Indeed, although this is the territory overseen by the Spirit Hall, one cannot dismiss the possibility of danger. Given my responsibility to protect Lingjiao, allow me to take the lead. You all should rest well. Yu Fengxin's expression was exceedingly earnest. One might perceive her as a selfless hero, ready to sacrifice her life. You all handle it. I shall retire to sleep. Jiang Luoran strode toward the male tent. Are not the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan fundamentally resolute and tenacious? Why complicate the simple act of sleeping? In truth, Jiang Luoran was far from tired. He intended to seek out Hulaina that very night. However, he needed to wait for the others to slumber first. After a brief moment, Yu Fengxin entered, begrudgingly and somewhat irately, settling beside Jiang Luoran. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Luoran had just taken a brief nap, while Yu Fengxin, oblivious, had already dozed off. When Yu Fengxin had entered, Jiang Luoran felt a surge of excitement. For had it been Yu Tianxin who walked in, he would have found it far more challenging to depart. It is worth noting that this fellow had a rather stubborn disposition and would likely harbor thoughts about Jiang Luoran. Whoosh! Jiang Luoran unleashed the Kunping martial soul, transforming into a white arc that vanished from the bed. The surroundings were enveloped in lush greenery, and the towering wall opposite was clearly newly erected. Beyond that wall lay the Death Canyon, which would soon be visible. The financial prowess of the Spirit Hall is remarkable. Jiang Luoran lowered his gaze and made his way toward the main tent of the Spirit Hall. Ahead, a young man clad in the Spirit Hall's white uniform walked with a steady and vigorous stride. Although his face was not visible, his profile was distinctly recognizable. Could it be Xieyu? Upon seeing Xieyu venture deeper, Jiang Luoran followed suit. Encountering Xieyu would undoubtedly lead him to the Spirit Hall's tent and, more importantly, to Hulaina. As expected, Jiang Luoran arrived at the tent area of the Spirit Hall. However, upon glancing around, he was confronted with a multitude of white tents. How was he to proceed? Should he be unfortunate enough to lift the flap of the tent belonging to the Chrysanthemum Douluo, only to find her in a state of undress? That enchanting visage would undoubtedly leave him flustered. Jiang Luoran could hardly fathom the situation. You have arrived? A melodious voice echoed. I have already conducted an inquiry and located their position, yet approaching it will necessitate a fierce battle, murmured Xieyu. Come inside. Jiang Luoran followed the sinister moon and beheld Hulaina. This was indeed a perfect alignment. It could be described as a smooth journey. He truly ought to express his gratitude to this wicked moon. Jiang Luoran stealthily approached and crouched outside the tent of Hulaina, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight within. Was that Bibi Dong? Goodness, the radiant, divine light emanating from her was so intense that Jiang Luoran found it nearly impossible to open his eyes. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. It was important to note that this was the Pope, undoubtedly having emerged from seclusion for the sake of Hulaina. Jiang Luoran hastily calmed his racing heart, lest he be detected by a deity like Bibi Dong. Had he not utilized the enhanced Kunping movement technique just now, he would undoubtedly have fallen prey to her keen awareness. It is worth noting that his current Kunping technique is as gentle as a soft breeze, and it moves with the wind, offering remarkable stealth. In the presence of the Pope, I have discovered their stronghold and successfully evaded capture, he proclaimed, bowing deeply. Speak, then. Bibi Dong's voice carried an ethereal resonance, imbued with an expansive clarity. Jiang Luoran could only glimpse the profile of Bibi Dong through a narrow crevice. The beauty was indescribable, exuding an air of sanctity. From this side view alone, any man would be compelled to behold her full visage. Truly, Master is exceptionally fortunate. However, to infiltrate the lair of the evil spirit sect, we must first address the obstacles ahead. They essentially occupy the Death Canyon. Yet, this task is not insurmountable, as we have garnered the support of various families and academies, riding the current of this endeavor. The Evil Moon Doctrine. Indeed, the sole masters of the evil spirit sect, who violate moral codes, deserve to be eliminated. We merely take the opportunity to acquire some items. Is that soul bone present? Bibi Dong's gaze turned icy. I have seen it. They indeed possess that soul bone. The Evil Moon bowed respectfully. Very well, this soul bone shall be yours. However, I require you to retrieve it personally, to uphold the prestige of our spirit hall. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Hulaina. Yes, I shall not fail in this mission. Hulaina knelt on one knee, her pupils quivering. One can only imagine the significance of such a soul bone. A soul bone? Jiang Luoran's gaze intensified, and her expression grew solemn. It was unexpected that this was not merely a mundane demon-slaying operation, but rather a calculated scheme to seize power. The spirit hall was indeed focusing on nurturing Hulaina. A palpable aura of menace filled the air. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows. Who was it lurking outside? Chapter 98. Explosive Revelations. The gathering of various families and academies was merely a fade to showcase Hulaina's formidable strength. When Hulaina personally annihilated demons and claimed a soul bone, how many geniuses would be overshadowed by her brilliance? Once an individual's spirit is shattered, what aspirations could they possibly harbor? They might find themselves perpetually unable to hold their head high in Hulaina's presence. Jiang Luoran could not refute this thought. If the emperor of the Tiando Empire were to wield power now, he would likely compel his son to undertake a similar path. Outside the tent, Jiang Luoran exhibited a momentary lapse in composure, which did not escape the keen observation of Bibi Dong. This illustrates the formidable nature of the Title Douluo. The Kunping movement technique was executed with exceptional finesse, nearly reaching the pinnacle of utilizing the Kunping martial spirit. Xiaoyu burst forth from the tent, leaping into the air with blades in hand, delivering a cross slash towards Jiang Luoran. Behind him, two crimson crescent arcs surged forth, aimed directly at Jiang Luoran's neck. With his first soul skill, creation from nothing, Jiang Luoran remained steadfast, his right hand manifesting a purple soul ring as he took aim. Suddenly, 6 bloodthirsty vines materialized in the air, shattering the alluring red blade aura and hurtling towards Xiaoyu. Break! Xiaoyu shouted, his moon blade radiating a brilliant red light as it descended upon the 6 fractured blood vines. With a resounding impact against the vines, Xiaoyu's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated to avoid being ensnared and suffocated. Unbreakable? How bizarre. As a soul master, he found it unfathomable that his full-force strike could not sever such tendrils. The vines continued their relentless assault, forcing Xiaoyu to evade while engaging in fierce combat. Observing Xiaoyu's constraints, Jiang Luoran felt a sense of relief. Yet he dared not allow his legs to rest. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that Bibi Dong, as the Pope, held a position of unparalleled authority. How could she possibly deign to intervene for the sake of a mere soul master, merely sensing a trace of murderous intent? Thus, there was no reason to fear an attack from her. Martial soul, manifest. Who dares? Jiang Luoran scanned his surroundings, despite being a soul king. He was utterly oblivious to the presence of his opponent. Suddenly, Hulaina appeared before him, her eyes radiating a captivating crimson glow. After all, her attack, rooted in the powers of the Nine Tails and Allure, necessitated a direct gaze with Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran turned his head, locking eyes with Hulaina, and inadvertently fell victim to her allure. He had never anticipated that she would be Hulaina. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, his heart raced, and an insatiable desire surged within him. Why are you here? Hulaina inquired, her enchanting facade momentarily set aside, clearly astonished to recognize Jiang Luoran. Judging by the overwhelming aura he exuded, it was evident that Jiang Luoran possessed unfathomable strength, far surpassing her own capabilities. Hence, she had initially unleashed all her powers, employing her 4 soul skills without reservation. I've been ensnared. Jiang Luoran gasped, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. If you had killed me just now, I would have undoubtedly perished. You came looking for me? Even Hulaina, though not particularly astute, grasped the situation. Indeed, let us depart swiftly, Jiang Luoran urged, seizing Hulaina's hand as they prepared to flee toward the Death Canyon. How audacious to intrude upon my spirit hall territory. Bibi Dong's voice, though not loud, resonated with an unmistakable authority that enveloped the entire Death Canyon. One could only wonder how she would react if she discovered Jiang Luoran's intent to abduct her saintess. You must leave now. We will speak again when the opportunity arises, Hulaina insisted, forcefully pushing Jiang Luoran away and turning towards Xiaoyu. Alas, Jiang Luoran sighed, lamenting that their encounter had been so brief, with no time for discourse. Xiaoyu and Hulaina unleashed their combined strength against the 6 blood saber vines, with Hulaina summoning her 9-tailed spirit. What kind of martial spirit is this? Xiaoyu exclaimed, noting that the wielder was undoubtedly at least 10 levels above them, rendering their defeat exceedingly difficult. As he spoke, the blood saber vine sliced through his chest. Suddenly, a petal from a chrysanthemum flower whirled through the air, effortlessly severing all the blood saber vines. Did you see that person just now? The chrysanthemum Douluo radiated a golden holy light, casting a beguiling gaze at Hulaina. I didn't catch a clear glimpse. He managed to escape. Hulaina hesitated, pondering whether he might belong to the spirit evil sect. I shall pursue him, the chrysanthemum Douluo declared, preparing to depart. Elder, what if we startle the snake in the grass and damage the reputation of our spirit hall? Hulaina interjected just in time. If the chrysanthemum Douluo were to chase Jiang Luoran, he would be beyond salvation, no matter how many lives he possessed. Do you know the individual we just encountered? The chrysanthemum Douluo inquired sharply. Voices emanated from the spirit hall tent. There is no need to investigate such matters. He is but a minor character. Let him be. Jiang Luoran executed the Kuenping technique, drifting through the territory of the Heavenly Water Academy. Had it not been for Hulaina's intervention, Zhu Huaguan would undoubtedly have had the opportunity to pursue Jiang Luoran and deliver a fatal blow. First, he breached the intelligence mansion, then confronted the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, and now he finds himself entangled with the spirit hall once more. Jiang Luoran did not wish to court disaster, yet his lineage constrained him. While taking a breath, he beheld the exaggerated sleeping posture of Shui Binger. Indeed, youth was on her side, and her talents were commendable. With the blood fiend vine, he gently adjusted her blanket before gracefully leaping away, buoyantly returning to the territory of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. You Fengqin, what are you doing? If you continue like this, I shall summon others. You are well aware of my brother's temper, yelled Yu Lingjiao. Having overslept during the day, she intended to seek Jiang Luoran for a leisurely outing, only to inadvertently provoke Yu Fengqin. Lingjiao, you know I have feelings for you. This is my only chance, declared Yu Fengqin boldly, even patting his own hairstyle. Yu Lingjiao, taken aback, momentarily thought she had misheard. You wretch. We share the same roots, both surnamed Yu. We are all members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. And yet you dare to. I considered you as a brother. You have completely lost your mind. Yu Lingjiao seethed, filled with indignation, contemplating whether she could overpower Yu Fengqin. No, I shall strangle this wretch. How can you harbor such thoughts? I never regarded you as a sister. I am the illegitimate child of our father, not truly one of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Fengqin declared with righteous fervor. Yu Lingjiao was left speechless, laughter tinged with fury escaping her as she staggered back. The other party was utterly shameless when it came to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. One was either in or out. Previously, she had wondered why Yu Fengqin persistently clung to her, wearing an expression as if he could see through her. Because their bloodline linked them as siblings, she had thought little of it. Who could have known that he harbored such base thoughts? Get away from me. I find you repulsive. Yu Lingjiao raised her hand, aiming to strike Yu Fengqin. He restrained her, insisting, listen to me first. I have not wronged you. Yu Fengqin was genuinely fearful of Yu Tianqing. If he discovered that Yu Fengqin was bullying his little sister, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Ah, Yu Lingjiao shouted. Hey. Yu Fengqin quickly covered her mouth. The two of them lay on the ground, embroiled in a scuffle. As Jiang Luoran returned, she was greeted by a shocking scene that nearly caused her eyes to bulge out of their sockets. What is this? Surely, this cannot be normal. It defies all reason. Is this madness? Rain Luo Mian has indeed given birth to an exceptional son. Truly, like father, like son. This is utterly explosive. Hey, what on earth is happening here? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Luoran rushed forward. Chapter 99, The Cult of Malevolence. Bang! Jiang Luoran delivered a forceful kick to Yu Fengqin, sending him flying, before assisting Yu Lingjiao to her feet. Young master Yu, I remarked, is your desire so insatiable that you must turn against your own kin? Have you inherited your father's character, devoid of any moral compass? Yu Fengqin, having been propelled through the air like a mere piece of paper, ultimately collided with the roots of an ancient tree, coming to a halt. His entire body was now engulfed in pain, and he felt as though he were on the brink of losing consciousness. Initially, he had not intended for things to escalate in this manner. However, in the heat of the moment, overwhelmed by the aura of Yu Lingjiao, he had decided to go with the flow. Little did he realize that Jiang Luoran's arrival was most untimely. Coughing, Yu Fengqin spat blood thrice, clutching his side as he sat up, feeling as if he were on the verge of death. In such dire circumstances, a single remark from Jiang Luoran sufficed. There was no need for further commentary. Too many words would tarnish Yu Lingjiao's honor, while silence could be perceived as a lack of loyalty. A single utterance would be just right. Yu Lingjiao clung desperately to the coarse sleeve of Jiang Luoran's garment, elucidating the events that had transpired. She feared that Jiang Luoran might misconstrue her actions as voluntary. Should such a misunderstanding take root, he might believe her to be a woman of questionable virtue. For Yulingjiao, that would be an unimaginable blow. Jiang Luoran understood the underlying circumstances, a bitter smile playing on her lips as she shook her head. This matter could also be attributed to Yu Fouqin. It was one thing to express affection for Yulingjiao, but another entirely to resort to violence. Why not simply retreat to the tent? Surely, Yulingji would not chase after her, shouting. How foolish could one be? Luoran, I truly did not know he was such a brute. Do you believe me? Yulingji began to weep. Yes, I believe you, of course, Jiang Luoran replied helplessly. But what does it matter whether I believe you? You must believe in yourself and not engage in self-deception. Besides, judging by her temperament, she likely wouldn't be so bold, especially in public. Fouqin, are you capable? If not, I shall carry you back. Do not make a scene again, Jiang Luoran said coldly. The other party was at most a scoundrel. Lacking the audacity to be a true threat, one could play with him like a child. After all, such encounters were rare. This time may well be the last. Humph. Jiang Luoran, I shall remember that kick of yours, Yu Fouqin retorted, his words strained as though someone were grasping his throat. He staggered into the tent, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Luoran. I shall retire as well. You should rest early, Jiang Luoran remarked disinterestedly. After he acted that way, you still dare to share a bed with him? Aren't you afraid of being knifed in the dark? Yulingjiao hesitated, fearing that Yu Fouqin might harbor feelings for Jiang Luoran as well. What else could it be? A girl should not overthink. How about we step outside for a bit? It should be nighttime now. What is there to see? The moonlight is lovely. We passed by a lake earlier. Let us go there. What is so wonderful about a lake? It cannot compare to the comfort of sleep. Are you made of wood? Do I have to beg you? I am truly exhausted. Jiang Luoran replied lethargically. I do not care, Yulingjiao insisted, pulling Jiang Luoran away. The moonlight was bright, the lake rippling gently. And a few owls perched on the trees, gazing at Jiang Luoran and Yulingjiao by the lakeside. This scene reminded Jiang Luoran of the time Xiaowu went on a date with Tang San. What does it feel like to battle a Title Douluo? Yulingjiao suddenly inquired. Huh? A Title Douluo? Jiang Luoran exclaimed, his eyes twitching. What feeling? It feels like you're on the brink of death. Does that count as a feeling? Do you think a Title Douluo is a joke? The damage is utterly overwhelming, capable of overturning the very heavens and earth. It is merely by sheer luck and fortuitous encounters that I am still alive, protected by others. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. If you wish to know the sensation, you should try it yourself. You must experience it yourself, or perhaps become a Title Douluo, Jiang Luoran replied with a faint smile. I will certainly become a Title Douluo. Without a doubt, Yulingjiao expressed her fervent ambition for power. If that is the case, then heed my advice. Do not return home after this outing. Venture forth alone for your trials. Jiang Luoran understood the fate that awaited her. Yulingjiao, though still young, had already reached the level of a 29th ranked soul master. Her future potential was boundless. She might indeed possess the makings of a Title Douluo. However, if she did not distance herself from her family, she would be stifled by the spirit hall. The thought of such a pure and innocent girl being killed stirred a sense of resistance within Jiang Luoran. Thus, as long as Yulingjiao did not return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, limitless possibilities awaited her. Alone? Can I accompany you? Yulingjiao asked timidly. I can assist you in acquiring your third soul ring, but thereafter, you must forge your own path. It would be best if you brought your brother along. You are a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. You possess your own tenacity. No one should require your submission, not even the sun or moon. Jiang Luoran intended to leave Yu Yuanjin some hope. It was uncertain whether Yu Yuanjin would come to terms with this. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? As Yulingjiao spoke, a vividly lifelike blue lightning dragon materialized in her hand, emitting a series of howls. The following morning, the bells of the spirit hall rang out. It is time to depart. A group stood in the plaza, gazing at the high platform. After a brief moment, Hulaina and Zhu Hua came forth. Standing atop the platform, as anticipated, Bibi Dong had come incognito, solely for Hulaina, hence she did not intend to reveal herself. It was well known that the evil spirit sect was devoid of conscience, tarnishing the reputation of soul masters, an affront to the natural order. They had developed a potion called Doula, capable of instantaneously elevating one's soul power by 15 levels. This already defied the laws of nature. Should we not eradicate such abominations? Hulaina commenced with her soul power, an aura of deathly stillness enveloping the area. Kill, kill, kill. Jiang Luoran had initially believed that no one would pay heed to the spirit hall, nor would anyone lend their support to Hulaina. However, to his astonishment, every sect and academy erupted into fervor. The clamor of impending conflict echoed through the air. What profound animosity could prompt such a dramatic shift? Enabling you to set aside your prejudices and collaborate with those you despise? Jiang Luoran, of course, was unaware of the intricate thoughts of the higher-ups. Firstly, the evil spirit sect defies the heavenly path. As soul masters, they possess a heart of unwavering courage and would never allow such malevolence to go unchecked. Secondly, the evil spirit sect, in its madness, has harmed innocent people, with numerous disciples from various sects falling victim to their malevolence. How could they not be enraged? They yearn to storm into the lair of the evil spirit sect and obliterate its very foundation. Their resolve has reached a pinnacle. We are fortunate to have representatives from 2 of the top 3 sects, along with 4 lower sects, and the esteemed Hulaina from the 4 Elements Academy, all of whom will be introduced in turn. As one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect naturally occupies the foremost position, nearest to the elevated platform. Upon spotting Jiang Luoran, Hulaina was taken aback, nearly losing her balance and tumbling from the platform. Many cast admiring glances toward the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, for it is widely known what formidable spirit they possess. With their presence, a sense of assurance enveloped the proceedings ahead. Jiang Luoran felt a pang of inner turmoil. Their group had intended to take a respite. Yet the collective gaze of their companions rendered them somewhat abashed. The precise location of the evil spirit sect had already been determined, a cavern on the right side of the Death Canyon, and with that, Xiaoyu made his appearance. Without further ado, I took the lead, declaring, "Slay the demons." Hulaina was the first to charge forth, while Zhu Huaguan refrained from following, allowing Hulaina the opportunity to showcase her prowess. Kill, kill, kill. The sounds of battle reverberated, akin to a thunderous eruption, echoing throughout the Death Canyon. Many began to pack their belongings, intending to follow Hulaina, yet they observed Jiang Luoran and the others remaining motionless. If the Spirit Hall was the primary battleground, then the 3 upper sects were undoubtedly the second. Kill. For youths clad in resplendent azure robes surged forth, adorned with the emblem of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Kill. Jiang Luoran bellowed, joining the fray, urging his comrades, "Do not delay, adapt as the situation unfolds, and stay close to me." Chapter 100. The battlefield of carnage. Over 200 elite youths burst forth from the white walls, resembling famished beasts, as they followed Hulaina into the Death Canyon. The scene was reminiscent of a stampede, dust swirling in the air, a spectacle unmatched by mere mortal strength. Bang, bang, bang. A resounding tremor emanated from the opposing side, followed by an increasing cacophony, as if a multitude of colossal entities were charging toward them. Hulaina halted, signaling the rear guard to silence. The rumbling grew ever closer. Awoo. In that moment, the collective fervor of all present reached an unprecedented crescendo. Before them loomed a mass of shadows, both soul beasts and humans, their eyes all a striking crimson. The bloodthirsty desire to hunt for life was palpable, inducing a shiver of trepidation. They were preparing to counterattack. Dora not only bestowed upon its user a soul power amplification of approximately level 15, but also induced a state of exhilaration. Soul beasts could be commanded. And behind Hulaina, the 9 tails unfurled, her aura growing increasingly enchanting. The 4 from the 7 treasures glazed tile school shouted. Yet Hulaina refrained from issuing the command to engage. She was waiting, biding her time for the optimal moment to strike. The fervent advance of the evil spirit sect would undoubtedly deplete their oxygen. Thus, it was imperative for her side to conserve energy while launching an assault. Conversely, rushing in at that moment would lead to their own exhaustion. On the battlefield, even the slightest advantage must be fiercely contested. The opposing side had gone mad. Were they not also losing their sanity? What were they waiting for? Let us charge, Xue Peng shouted, feigning ignorance of the battlefield's intricacies. Hulaina raised her hand, signaling for silence and preparation. Everyone, unleash your martial souls. Hundreds of soul rings activated simultaneously, various martial souls manifesting, their cries resonating throughout the Death Canyon. In an instant, the canyon erupted with a divine energy, the overwhelming soul power piercing the heavens. This was a magnificent assembly of over 200 elite soul masters. Any advanced soul master would understand that only the battlefield could nurture true soul masters. Their elders and mentors had undergone significant mental strife to send them here. Golden and purple, for soul rings encircled Hulaina, and in that moment, her alluring presence took on a chilling aura. Kill, kill. The throng surged, shaking the ground beneath them. The sheer force of their soul power created depressions in the earth. The 2 factions, as if preordained to clash, engaged in fierce combat upon their first encounter. The brutality was harrowing. Various soul techniques flew wildly, resembling a hellish battleground, energy interwoven throughout the air. The evil spirit sect fought like rabid dogs. Some had their hearts pierced, yet they continued to strive to annihilate a young soul master. The madness was truly appalling. The individuals on Jiang Luoran's side unleashed their soul techniques, chaotic yet markedly more precise than those of the evil spirit cult. It is essential to note that these young elites have undergone rigorous training, placing great emphasis on the release and preservation of their soul power. Some even executed martial soul fusion techniques, engaging in combat with the uncontrollable spirit beasts. Both sides appeared oblivious to who their leader was. As the moment they entered the fray, battle ensued, rendering the scene utterly chaotic. They were advised to refrain from overextending and to maintain coordination with their teammates to avoid being isolated. Once stability was achieved, they could no longer hold their ground. And Hulaina charged into the enemy ranks alone. She resembled a spectral apparition, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake, blood splattering in her path. Upon catching sight of Hulaina's eyes, the members of the evil spirit cult seemed to be ensnared, their raised massive axes coming to an abrupt halt. Follow me, commanded Xiaoyu, leaping 3 meters high, wielding his crimson blade with ferocity. clearing the way for others and rushing to support Hulayina. The crowd surged forward, their spirits ignited by the thirst for battle. Yu Fengqin, already wounded, could hardly endure such turmoil and resorted to activating her martial soul for self-protection. In contrast, Yu Tianqin remained composed, having dispatched several evil spirit masters attempting to assail Yu Lingjiao, his hands stained with blood. As the leader, Jiang Luoran stood confidently at the heart of the battlefield with her small squad. During the skirmish, she vanquished 3 frenzied soul beasts and 5 malevolent spirit masters. Her first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Descends, was unleashed. The yellow soul rings encircling Yu Lingjiao shimmered as a terrifying Thunder Dragon emerged behind her, unleashing bolts of lightning from its mouth and swiftly annihilating a soul master who dared to charge forward. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Indeed, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was formidable. With a mere 3 levels of soul power difference, it could annihilate its opponent. Given the inherent prowess of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was hardly surprising that it exuded an air of pride. It could protect the surrounding soul masters. Yet one must be cautious of their own soul power. Jiang Luoran whispered, Tianqin, clear the path. The 4th soul skill, blue electric divine dragon rush. Yu Tianqin, being youthful, was somewhat unnerved by the sight of so many corpses. A deafening dragon roar resonated through the heavens as the blue electric dragon behind Yu Tianqin propelled him forward, reducing 3 soul beasts to mere pulp. The shockwave from the battle also claimed the lives of 3 malevolent spirit masters. Fengqin, you should leave. With your current strength, I cannot guarantee your survival, Jiang Luoran stated candidly. Even if Yu Fengqin followed, it would only be to activate her martial soul for self-preservation. And even Yu Lingjiao could not ensure her safety. She would be of little use. The adversary bore no deep-seated grudge against him. If she wished to depart, she was free to do so. Yu Fengqin's purpose for coming was Yu Lingjiao, and given the chaos, there was no need to engage in a futile struggle. Departing now meant no one would pursue her, least of all the spirit hall. Yu Fengqin withdrew without uttering a word. On the battlefield, no one would condemn her choice. Everyone feared for their lives, and she had the right to make her own decisions. Let us go, Jiang Luoran urged, taking Yu Lingjiao by the hand as they hurried to catch up with Yu Tianqin. Under the crescent moon, the double blades in Shi Yue's hands glowed ominously red, on the verge of eruption. In that instant, the crimson blade energy engulfed everything, obscuring the vision of all present. It opened the path toward Hulayina. As Shi Yue surged forward, grasping her right hand, the seductive and alluring red light consumed the battlefield, enveloping both Hulayina and Shi Yue. Martial soul fusion skill. All eyes turned skyward, eager to witness the impact of the strike. Enchantress. With that utterance, a magnificent red blade, resembling a celestial weapon, manifested in the sky. Sharp beyond compare, evoking a sense of inevitable demise to any who dared to encounter it. With a swoosh, the red blade descended, sweeping across with a singular sound. Centered around Hulayina, the majority of the malevolent spirit masters and soul beasts within a 4-meter radius lay dead, with only a few surviving. Moreover, those who perished were cleaved in half by a single strike. This was a martial soul fusion technique only attainable by 2 soul masters of the soul sect. The scene was so formidable that it left onlookers speechless. Having withstood 3 waves of attacks, all had reached the right side of the Death Canyon. Along the way, they encountered numerous dangers and traps. The group's stamina was nearly depleted. This was still under the condition of conserving soul power from the outset. Over 200 elite soul masters had fought fiercely, and now only a little over 100 remained, some barely clinging to life. What about Xu? He was a prince. Where did the prince go? At this stage of slaughter, who cared for titles? They shouted directly for Xu. He fled long ago. I saw him being taken away by the guards. Bah, what kind of prince is that? Royalty behaves in such a manner? I can't go on. Let the top 3 sects handle it. I need a break. Where is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex? Hurry and take the lead. I can't hold on any longer. Indeed, let the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clear the way. That would be effortless for them. Chapter 101, Tangbai. Luoran, what should we do? Let us go. Yu Lingjiao bit her crimson lip, feeling somewhat constrained. Go. In this situation, it's prudent to preserve oneself. Otherwise, why would they be making such a commotion? Have you not seen that all 4 members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are dead? Is it not better to become a Title Douluo in the future and contribute to the Douluo continent? Why must we confront them directly? Jiang Luoran interjected, blocking Yu Lingjiao's path. Tianqin, you are here. Feng Xiaodian approached, appearing quite disheveled. Yu Tianqin remained unfazed, staring blankly at Feng Xiaodian. What are you waiting for, Tianqin? Let us go. My brothers will follow you. Let us eradicate the evil spirit sect. Indeed, the saints of the Spirit Hall and Shi Yue have already charged in. We must hasten to support them. Jiang Luoran's face twitched, and this Feng Xiaodian was certainly not one to shy away from trouble. Who could have anticipated that Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin would burst forth, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Tianqin? Throughout their journey, amidst a myriad of dangers, it was evident who had exerted more effort and who had not. In truth, Jiang Luoran and the others had not acted with undue caution. They had diligently protected the elite soul masters nearby and ventured into the most perilous regions inhabited by soul beasts. I shall take my turn. Yu Tianheng gasped. Struggling to breathe, his soul power nearly depleted, his body in tatters, drenched in blood. Under such circumstances, he ought to have returned to the Royal Academy long ago. The Spirit Hall had regulations in place to prevent unnecessary losses. Elite soul masters who were rendered incapable of further combat were expected to retreat immediately. Yet, Yu Tianheng, in his pride, remained steadfast, even on the brink of ruin. Du Guiyin, too, was far from unscathed, yet she persevered, steadfastly accompanying him. Yu Tianxin, unwilling to be outdone, resolved to step forward, refusing to be overshadowed by Yu Tianheng. Jiang Luoran grasped him firmly, questioning the relevance of the rumors. Soon, there would be a moment requiring your strength. Did you not observe Yu Tianheng's exhaustion? You must save him shortly. Were you not the Soul King? I would dismiss your counsel. Yu Tianxin retreated. Yu Tianheng sneered, coward. When did you become so feeble? Tianheng, cease this at once. Let us return. Du Guiyan's eyes were clouded with confusion. No. Yu Tianheng directed his focus towards the towering boulders, invoking his fourth soul skill, Thunderous Might. Whoosh. Roar. A cacophony of thunder, imbued with a dragon's roar, erupted forth as Yu Tianheng, enveloped in crackling electricity, shattered the boulders with a single punch. Charge. Charge. The group surged forward. By vanquishing the evil spirit sect, they would earn the praise of the world and bring glory to their academy or family. Follow me. Jiang Luoran beckoned to Yu Tianxin and Yu Lingjiao, leading them towards a towering mountain on the right side of the Death Canyon. Howl. From the cave on the right, hundreds of malevolent spirit masters and frenzied soul beasts emerged, immediately clashing with the elite soul masters. This must be the last remnants of the evil spirit sect, Jiang Luoran mused nonchalantly as she stroked her chin. Since it's the final stand, let us lend our aid, urged Yu Lingjiao. We shall approach from the rear. Tianxin, remain here. At my signal, unleash your explosive prowess upon the mountain top. Your blue lightning Tyrannosaurus is perfectly suited for this task. Jiang Luoran charged downwards with Yu Lingjiao. Have you lost your senses? There are still our people below. They are signs of noble families. What if something goes awry, and they trace it back to us? Yu Tianxin shouted at Jiang Luoran. Yet, Jiang Luoran had already dashed far ahead. With her second soul skill, Shadow's Embrace, she summoned a violet soul ring on her left hand and struck the ground. Howl. The ancient roots of a tree, cultivated over 2 millennia, erupted from the earth, confronting the rampaging soul beasts. Jiang Luoran, accompanied by Yu Lingjiao, rushed towards the cave, moving in stark contrast to the frenzied evil spirit masters. As anticipated, the moment Jiang Luoran approached the cavern, these malevolent practitioners and their soul beasts, consumed by madness, turned back in pursuit of her. They seemed oblivious to the attacks from their adversaries. The ancient tree roots unfurled their myriad vines, thick as 100 skins, to obstruct the advance of the wicked sorcerers. The elite scions of various clans were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in circumstances. What had been a relentless battle now fell into an unexpected calm. Come forth. Fourth soul skill, forged by 1,000 strikes. Jiang Luoran raised her purple grass hammer high. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends. Yu Lingjiao unleashed a thunderous dragon that struck fiercely into the ranks of the evil spirit masters. Boom, 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 in Jiang Luoran's hands. The grass hammer danced wildly, striking fiercely at the malevolent spirit masters, creating chaos. This tumultuous technique, aptly named Chaotic Gale, was particularly effective in the midst of a large-scale melee. With a single swing, Jiang Luoran could topple 4 adversaries. Yu Lingjiao had never witnessed such a brutal combat style before. Captivated, she followed closely behind Jiang Luoran. Hurry, lend your assistance. The elite soul masters, though unfamiliar with Jiang Luoran's method, understood that this was not the time for passivity. Detonate. Jiang Luoran bellowed, the grass hammer never pausing in its relentless assault. Blue Electric Dragon, swift as the wind, sensed an opportune moment. Yu Tianxin commanded the dragon to obliterate the mountain peak. Boom. The massive 4-meter-high summit plummeted from the sky, crushing several malevolent spirit masters and effectively blocking the path for the elite soul masters. Jiang Luoran let out a cold laugh. This was precisely what he desired, allowing Hulaina ample time to retrieve that soul bone. In exchange, he sought the intelligence he craved. With a chaotic wind, level 79, Jiang Luoran's soul power surged to level 57, wielding his grass hammer with ferocious might, ruthlessly cutting through all in his path. Brother, I have come to assist you. A youth clad in white soared into the fray, his martial soul manifesting as a white sparrow. With stormy fury, the young man unleashed his hands like wings, striking at the frenzied horde of soul beasts. Jiang Luoran was taken aback, questioning, "Who on earth are you?" Immediately addressing him as brother. "Who are you?" Ling Jiao interjected. "Do not unleash your soul skills. Conserve your soul power for survival and merely stand behind me." Jiang Luoran wielded a massive hammer, shouting in fervor. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the team, a 4,000-year-old emerald bat. This bat possessed deadly toxins, capable of dissolving stone and severing metal with a single droplet of saliva. Its entire form exuding an irresistible emerald hue. This emerald bat could undoubtedly be regarded as the most formidable spirit beast in this realm. Jiang Luoran urged Yu Lingjiao to embrace him, and then he forcefully broke through the surrounding soul beasts, soaring towards the emerald bat. The Kuanpeng's ethereal agility allowed Jiang Luoran to maintain his speed, even while carrying Yu Lingjiao. We are flying. Yu Lingjiao's eyes widened in astonishment. With a swing of the grass hammer, the emerald bat spread its wings to defend itself. This was the 80th strike. The force had escalated to a terrifying degree. Bang! The emerald bat stood no chance against Jiang Luoran's blow, tumbling and rolling several times. The evil spirit master shouted fiercely, "Kill him! Everyone, attack!" Soul beasts surged around them, intent on encircling and exterminating Jiang Luoran. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus surged forward. Yu Tianxin had long been in awe of Jiang Luoran's prowess in battle, and now that he faced peril, she naturally rushed to his aid. Boom! The divine dragon descended, obliterating all the soul beasts and foes that stood in Jiang Luoran's way. Yu Tianxin landed, her hands crackling with lightning, standing back-to-back with Jiang Luoran. In the final moments, as he finished off his adversaries and prepared to depart, Jiang Luoran hurled the grass hammer at the emerald bat's head. A strange buzzing emanated from the emerald bat, leaving Jiang Luoran and his companions momentarily dazed. Jiang Luoran was ambushed by the emerald bat, forcefully pinned to the ground. In that fleeting moment of falling, Jiang Luoran propelled Yu Lingjiao away. "Quick, assist me." Jiang Luoran is still regaining consciousness. "Here I come." Tang Baifei arrived, unfurling his wings to send the emerald bat soaring. "Brother, I am Tang Bai." Jiang Luoran let out a bitter laugh. Even amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he introduced himself. "I am Jiang Luoran," he bellowed, brandishing his grass hammer and leaping from the ground. His stance resembled that of soaring through the air. "Brother Luoran, I shall lend you my strength." Tang Bai transformed into a radiant orb of light, hurtling towards the emerald bat with his fourth soul skill, Daybreak. Boom! Jiang Luoran struck the head of the emerald bat with her grass hammer, while Tang Bai collided with its body, delivering a powerful blow that shattered it. What a thrill! Ha! As Tang Bai landed, he wore a carefree, foolish grin. This person must be quite eccentric, Jiang Luoran thought in astonishment. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over her. There were ambushes in the cave, 10 soul masters and 5 soul kings. The holy maiden of the spirit hall and Xie Yu were surrounded, even before the speaker arrived. Their voice echoed through the air. Jiang Luoran's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed towards the cave. "Luoran, what are you doing? Our objective has been achieved. Isn't preserving our lives of utmost importance?" Yu Lingjiao interjected, blocking his path. "Pressure cultivates growth," Jiang Luoran retorted, disregarding all caution and vanishing from sight. Chapter 102, 50,000 Years of Soul Bone. The Moon Tiger Battle Soul Blade. "Yu Fengqin, I thought you had returned. What brings you here?" Yu Tianxin inquired, forming a bolt of blue electricity in his hand as he approached Yu Fengqin. "I am uncertain about the circumstances. I was bound in a cave until the Saintess rescued me. Shortly thereafter, we found ourselves surrounded." Yu Fengqin spoke with a flustered tone, clearly at a loss. "Luoran has already entered. Brother, we must assist him," Yu Lingjiao urged, grasping Yu Tianxin's arm. "Brother, wait for me." "Ha!" Tang Bai, seemingly oblivious to the dangers, followed Jiang Luoran into the fray. "Xie Yu, you traitor! I have long suspected your treachery. That is why I disclosed the location of the evil spirit sect to you. How does it feel to be deceived in return?" The leading figure in black emitted a chilling laugh. He was none other than the leader of the evil spirit sect. Xie Yu furrowed his brow, realizing his oversight had led him and Hulaina into enemy territory. "Xie Yu, do you still possess soul power? Release the demon charm once more," Hulaina commanded, her demeanor unwavering in the face of peril. "It is futile. 5 soul kings render the demon charm ineffective against them." Xie Yu replied. "You are the future of the spirit hall. Retreat," he added, gripping his twin blades as he confronted the leading man in black. "Gui Tong, I will cleave you." Gui Tong, drawing a gleaming large blade from his sleeve, revealed a weapon with a chilling edge, its hilt adorned with a vividly carved golden tiger. It was evident even to a discerning eye that this was a blade forged from soul bone, for no blacksmith could craft such an exquisite weapon. With a swift motion, Gui Tong swung his blade, sending Xie Yu's twin blades flying and seizing him by the throat. "So, the soul bone is indeed in your possession." Xie Yu fixed his gaze on the relic. Currently, it was common knowledge across Douluo continent that the weapon in Title Douluo's grasp, the Liangtian, had been transformed from a soul bone. It was hard to fathom that another such weapon existed. This moon tiger's soul-cleaving blade had fallen from a 50,000-year-old battle soul beast. "I hear you wish to claim it for yourselves?" Such naivety, Gui Tong sneered. "Release my sister, or you shall be hunted down and killed by the spirit hall." Xie Yu threatened. "That will not be necessary. We can break through," Hulaina declared, unleashing her 9 tails towards Gui Tong, holding the moon tiger soul-cleaving blade. Gui Tong effortlessly sliced through Hulaina's 9 tails. "Let them all perish." Jiang Luoran seized the moment, delivering a powerful blow with his blood-fiend hammer. At level 57, his soul power surged forth, 5 soul rings of purple and black encircling the hammer. Gui Tong, caught off guard, was interrupted by the sudden strike and hastily attempted to defend himself. Yet, he was no match for Jiang Luoran's surprise attack, executed with the Kunping-esque grace, which had reached the realm of a sole emperor of agility and defense. Boom. Gui Tong fell beneath Jiang Luoran's hammer, perishing instantly, unable to mount any form of resistance. Master! The remaining 14 cried out, recognizing that their opponent was also a Soul King. Kill him! Jiang Luoran grasped the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade, performing a swift maneuver to reach the side of Xiaoyu. This soul bone is called the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade? Is it you? So it is you. You have already ascended to the rank of Soul King? Xiaoyu recognized Jiang Luoran. Soul King? Hulaina was taken aback. Yet the soul power emanating from Jiang Luoran indeed confirmed his status at the Soul King level, surpassing even the 55th tier. Had he been cultivating since the womb? Without further ado, Jiang Luoran seized the nearest evil spirit master, raising his blade with his right hand and striking decisively at their neck. A fatal blow. This blade was astonishingly sharp. No wonder it was a soul bone weapon bestowed by the Spirit Hall. Third soul skill, Evil Spirit Technique. Third soul skill, Evil Spirit Technique. Fourth soul skill, Evil Spirit Technique. Observing the surrounding evil spirit masters unleashing their soul skills, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina positioned themselves back-to-back with Xiaoyu. Each of them wielded the exact same soul skill? What a jest! Jiang Luoran recalled the Master's teachings, who had once stated that each soul skill is unique to the individual. There are no two soul skills or martial souls that are identical in this world. Even within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, there exists a hierarchy of strength among their martial souls. This is the nature of evil spirit masters. They have subverted the moral compass of soul masters. Within the evil spirit sect, each member possesses only one soul skill, and the enhancement of their soul rings solely amplifies the potency of that singular skill. Once the evil spirit technique is activated, their attacks can obliterate enemies in a fiery explosion. It is only when they are utterly drained of soul power that this soul skill ceases. Hulaina urged Jiang Luoran to prepare himself. Fifth soul skill, Hellish Battle Armor. Jiang Luoran raised his right hand, summoning 3 sets of purple battle armor for the 3 of them to don. This armor felt incredibly comfortable, igniting within him an insatiable desire for battle, while simultaneously enhancing his physical prowess. Xiaoyu retrieved the moon blade from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Countless tendrils of dark energy surged forth, enveloping the trio in a suffocating embrace. Faced with such peril, Jiang Luoran dared not hold back any longer. Kunping, manifest. Behind Jiang Luoran appeared a white-feathered Kunping, sweeping in with formidable energy. Grasping the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade, he advanced to meet the challenge head-on. The opponent launched an attack without any blind spots, leaving Jiang Luoran with no opportunity to divert his attention. To save Xiaoyu's life was already Jiang Luoran's greatest act of benevolence. The Hell Armor had also been bestowed upon them. Each must now fight with all their might. Twin martial souls. Hulaina's eyes flickered, as she sensed a peculiar feeling emanating from the opponent's beast martial soul. Buzzing, Jiang Luoran shattered several wisps of dark energy, intending to eliminate a few malevolent spirit masters first. However, he did not anticipate that this dark energy could explode, sending him hurtling back to his original position. Bang, bang, bang. An endless wave of black mist engulfed the 3 of them, and Xiaoyu had already sustained injuries. Hold your ground, do not panic, and wait for an opportunity. Jiang Luoran urged, shielding Xiaoyu from the onslaught of dark energy. There is no way out. This is a malevolent spirit spell. We may be trapped to our demise. Even Xiaoyu, a person of remarkable composure, began to lose hope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of streams of black gas shot towards them from both sides. Xiaoyu was gravely wounded in the abdomen, while Jiang Luoran defended the left and Hulaina the right. With a resounding thud, the 2 managed to fend off the attack and retreated to their original spot, both slightly fatigued. This was particularly true for Hulaina, who faced the formidable power of a Soul King. Their ability to withstand such force was attributed to their astonishing talents. Jiang Luoran was doing well, possessing not only the strength of a Soul King but also wielding the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade. Unable to break free, Hulaina felt her confidence dwindle to its nadir. If they could escape, they could confront their enemies. Grasping the blade firmly, Jiang Luoran passed the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade into Hulaina's hands. This would balance their strengths and significantly enhance their chances of survival. Furthermore, had Hulaina articulated her intentions from the outset, Jiang Luoran's swiftness would have precluded any opportunity for the adversary to encircle him. Regrettably, it was too late now. This is a 5,000-year-old soul bone. Are you certain you wish to offer it to me? Hulaina was astounded. It was unheard of for anyone to reject such a treasure in the presence of a soul bone. Her thoughts were in disarray, as her life had been dominated by rigorous training and merciless trials since childhood. It was difficult to fathom someone as carefree as Jiang Luoran. Chapter 103, Frenzied Ascension. Enough with the chatter. I leave the rest to you. Jiang Luoran donned the netherworld boots. Third soul skill, Storm Fright and Fury. Fourth soul skill, Heavenly Sun. Tang Baifei arrived, attacking the evil spirit master from outside. A flash of white light. The 2 soul skills manifested simultaneously, obliterating 3 soul masters in an instant. Third soul skill, Wrath of the Thunder God. Yuxiangson roared, his hands wielding blue electricity to vanquish 2 soul masters. Second soul skill, Thunderclap. Yulingjiao struck, eliminating 1 soul sovereign. Jiang Luoran and Hulaina felt an immense relief, their spirits soaring unexpectedly. At the same time, Xiaoyu glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival, suddenly invigorated. Did they dare to entrap me? Did they still wish to take my life? With great effort, Xiaoyu rose, unleashing a furious slash of blade energy. The evil spirit sect, devoid of conscience, had rewarded their killers, none were to be spared. A new layer of enchanting crimson mist enveloped Hulaina as she wielded the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade and charged forth. Hulaina's intent was clear. Every individual who aided her in vanquishing the evil spirit sect would earn merit, an incentive for all to exert themselves. Little did they know, this was all in service of Jiang Luoran. Meanwhile, the remaining elite soul masters were obstructed by Duanshan, unable to join the fray until the battle concluded. With his first soul skill, Nothingness, Jiang Luoran conjured a violet soul ring from his left hand, targeting a soul king. Bloodthirsty vines erupted from the ground, their sharp tendrils piercing the soul king's body, delivering a fatal blow. Sensing the dire situation, the evil spirit masters huddled together, desperately consuming potions. As they imbibed the elixirs, Hulaina relentlessly pursued them. All soul skills were unleashed simultaneously as Jiang Luoran bellowed, fully aware of the terrifying potency of those potions. Fourth soul skill, Forged by 1,000 strikes. Yu Tianxin, fourth soul skill, Blue Electric Divine Dragon's Fury. Yu Lingjiao, second soul skill, Thunderclap. Tang Bai, second soul skill, Corona Wings. Xiaoyu, injured and temporarily unable to unleash advanced soul skills, invoked the Crescent Moon. With her martial soul manifested, Hulaina transformed into a mesmerizing nine-tailed fox. Brandishing the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade, various attacks converged, surging towards the evil spirit masters. An astonishing scene unfolded. In that moment, Jiang Luoran's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Second soul skill, Shield of the 100 Clans. Yu Fouqin transformed into a colossal blue tortoise, shielding the evil spirit masters. Astonishingly, his soul power surged to level 35. And it continued to rise, seemingly boundless. Haha. An evil spirit master laughed, as if witnessing something exhilarating. This potion is indeed formidable. My strength is on the rise. Yu Fengqin's eyes glowed crimson, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Levels 40, 45, 50. He continued to ascend, like a flood breaking a dam, unstoppable. Moreover, he had shattered the restrictions of soul rings, employing an unfathomable method. Typically, a soul master must hunt a soul beast to acquire a soul ring in order to advance to the next level. Yet, Yu Fouqin had now surged to a level 56 soul emperor. This was simply unbelievable. Boom. The blue tortoise thwarted all incoming soul skills, its shell shimmering with intricate patterns. Yu Fouqin, what are you doing? Yu Tianxin rebuked, gazing at the agitated Yu Fouqin. Ignoring Yu Fouqin turned to the evil spirit masters behind him, contemplating. Could it be that I can continue my journey without facing death, ascending from Soul King onward? Indeed, this is our latest potion, capable of unleashing your full potential. The leading evil spirit master smashed the empty vial to the ground. Our power has returned. Jiang Luoran and his companions suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. For the aura and soul power emanating from the opposing evil spirit masters had transformed into something terrifying. In an instant, some among them had even ascended from Soul Kings to Soul Emperors. Run! Jiang Luoran commanded the group to retreat. Haha. Jiang Luoran, your demise is inevitable. Do you still wish to escape? Yu Fouqin descended from the heavens, bearing a blue tortoise shell, positioning herself between the caverns. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of power, accompanied by an intense and ferocious fighting spirit, even believing she could single-handedly take on 6 foes. Yu Fouqin, do not be swayed. The evil spirit sect is no force for good, Yu Lingjiao advised. Am I not wielding this power for your sake? You admire the strong, and I have become one. Yu Fouqin responded with a smile. Moreover, I have procured an additional vial from the elder, which I have reserved for you. Yu Lingjiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, rendering her speechless. Yu Fouqin, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting to Lingjiao? Yu Tianxin's eyes crackled with blue lightning. No more arguments. Yu Fouqin was suddenly struck down by an elder of the evil spirit sect, while slaying the sect's leader. Ghost Eye, resulting in her untimely death. We mourn her loss. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Luoran snatched the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade from Hulaina's grasp and charged toward Yu Fouqin. If we do not eliminate Yu Fouqin, we shall all perish here. Jiang Luoran resolved, steeling himself to shoulder the burden of sin. How brazen. Jiang Luoran, I have long harbored disdain for you. Are you more handsome than I? Or do you possess a stronger background? What right do you have to command Lingjiao's unwavering loyalty? But Yu Fengqin's strength had surged dramatically, her basic rationality remained intact. However, Jiang Luoran would not engage in further banter. I shall ask you one last time. Will you step aside? I shall not. Yu Fouqin bellowed without a moment's hesitation. Buzz. The Moon Tiger soul-slaying blade in Jiang Luoran's hand suddenly erupted, emanating waves of heat from its blade, causing the surrounding air to become fervently charged. Jiang Luoran sensed that the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade was voraciously absorbing his soul power, threatening to drain him entirely. It became evident that this blade could only siphon energy from Soul Kings and above, which explained Hulaina's usage of such an ability. All eyes turned towards the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade, which had become the most conspicuous presence in the vicinity. Unbeknownst to them, the blade emanated an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of trepidation akin to gazing directly at the sun. In that moment, Jiang Luoran's surroundings erupted into a fervent white light as he swung towards Yu Chen. With a swift motion, the Moon Tiger's soul-cutting blade cleaved through the air, trailing a blazing arc that carved an indelible black mark across the fabric of reality. Yu Chen, in the final moments, experienced a pang of regret, but by the time he sensed the impending strike from Jiang Luoran, it was already too late. Jiang Luoran's strike was so rapid that his body was cleaved in twain before he even comprehended it. In his final moments, he cast a lingering glance towards Yu Lingjiao. Clutching a vial of a novel potion, the malevolent spirit spell surged forth, an overwhelming tide of soul power that pressed against the eyelids of those present, expanding until it coalesced into a black hole-like entity. Tianqin and Lingjia retreated first, while Lao Bai bore the weight of the evil moon. Jiang Luoran returned the Moon Tiger's soul-cutting blade to Hulaina. Kunping embody. Jiang Luoran tightly shut his eyes as his hair transformed into a pristine white, imbued with a celestial aura. This radiance soon enveloped his eyebrows, body, and visage, each undergoing a divine metamorphosis. With a whoosh, two immense white wings unfurled, suspended in midair, halting everyone in their tracks. "Brother, it is indeed you," Tang Bai said as he shouldered the evil moon. For reasons unknown, he always felt a profound connection between Jiang Luoran's second martial spirit and himself. Hulaina, meanwhile, coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, her chest ablaze with pain, her entire being aflame, while her 9 tails quivered uncontrollably, growing in intensity. Jiang Luoran also sensed an unusual tension, an inexplicable attraction between him and Hulaina. The soul fusion technique. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered these words. Chapter 104. The vastness of heaven and earth. Hulaina and Jiang Luoran swiftly charged towards the location of the evil spirit master. The enchanting red light and the sacred radiance met, two distinct energies intertwining in a mysterious manner. The white feather Kunping detached from Jiang Luoran's body and soared into the sky, under the illumination of the enchanting red light. The Kunping grew larger, infused with a hint of earthly essence. Buzz, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina melded seamlessly into the magnificent Kunping, which soared with its wings outstretched, shattering the very stone of the cavern. Its eyes transformed into an enchanting shade of pink, devoid of any seductive allure, yet brimming with boundless divine might. The 9 tails emerged, sweeping across the ground, while its white-feathered wings sliced through the cave with astonishing speed, confronting the evil spirit master head-on. With a thunderous crash, the collision of the black, demonic portal and the white-pink Kunping obliterated the space within a 3-meter radius in an instant, relentlessly expanding thereafter. Upon the exquisite form of the white-pink Kunping emerged 5 soul rings belonging to Jiang Luoran, swirling in hues of purple and black. Following closely, 4 soul rings belonging to Hulaina appeared, adorned in yellow and purple. The 9 soul rings intertwined harmoniously around the Kunping, as if they were born of the same essence. Simultaneously, the Kunping underwent a remarkable transformation, its body swelling and its aura growing increasingly formidable. How could this be? The evil moon revealed a perplexed expression. Hulaina was meant to be the soul partner for unleashing their martial soul fusion technique. To witness it manifest now with an unrelated bystander was utterly confounding. Had the Douluo continent changed? The martial soul fusion technique required not only compatible martial souls, but also a profound connection in temperament. Jiang Luoran had barely acquainted himself with Hulaina. How could they possibly resonate so deeply? Even the evil moon struggled to comprehend this bizarre situation. Not only he, but the very combatants, Hulaina and Jiang Luoran, were equally bewildered. Their martial souls inexplicably drew upon one another as strength, creating an immensely powerful fusion technique whose might compounded exponentially. Having devoted his life to the study of martial souls, he could not articulate what manner of soul beast this was. Yu Lingjiao could hardly keep his eyes from glazing over. Boom! The mountain behind them erupted, and onlookers beheld Yu Tianheng's pale, cold visage, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. As the mountain crumbled, Yu Tianheng collapsed to the ground, appearing as if lifeless. Upon witnessing his fall, Du Guyan felt as if a weight had lifted, succumbing to unconsciousness herself. Elite soul masters rushed in, only to find a heap of corpses strewn across the ground, alongside the collapsed cavern and the rampant surge of soul power energy. Where were the evil spirit masters? Where was the saintess? Feng Shaotian scanned the surroundings. Who had sealed the path moments ago? They nearly trapped me. The multitude of soul masters erupted into a cacophony of chatter. The saintess was locked in a desperate battle against the last remnants of the evil spirit sect, while the evil moon pointed toward a colossal Kunping in the distance. What is that? A soul beast? 1,000,000 years old? How could it be so immense? My heavens, what is that dark figure before us? This is the dark arts of the evil spirit sect, a common tactic among them. The greatest advantage of this soul technique is its ability to consolidate myriad strengths into one. Boom. The Kunping began to dissipate, and the black hole vanished abruptly. Jiang Luoran supported Hulaina, wielding the Moon Tiger's soul-vanquishing blade, and with swift precision, he dispatched 3 nearly lifeless evil spirit masters before pausing. In this battle, the evil spirit sect was utterly annihilated. Can you still manage? Jiang Luoran gently nudged Hu Laina. Although he verbally questioned her capabilities, he too felt disoriented. His mind still clouded. How did you absorb your soul rings? Hu Laina, on the brink of unconsciousness, mustered the strength to inquire. It's innate. Don't dwell on it, Jiang Luoran replied, urging her to relinquish such thoughts. Should Hu Laina ever attempt to emulate him and inadvertently meet with disaster, it would be a regrettable affair for Jiang Luoran. Then I shall refrain from further questioning, Hu Laina said, pressing her hand against her chest. What is the name of your second martial soul? Kuenping, Jiang Luoran replied, perceiving Hu Laina's bewilderment, indicating her unfamiliarity with it. Indeed, she had never heard of it. Yet from its manifestations, it was evident that it was an extraordinary beast martial soul, immensely powerful. Hu Laina recognized this strength, particularly as Jiang Luoran had not bestowed any soul rings upon the Kuenping. The fact that such formidable power could emanate from the Kuenping without any soul rings was thought-provoking. This blade is yours, Jiang Luoran declared. After all, you cannot return empty-handed. He encouraged Hu Laina to accept it. Very well, we shall use it together. We can exchange it when necessary, Hu Laina affirmed, not one to hesitate. Moreover, she truly needed a weapon to fulfill her obligations. No need for formality. We've already utilized a martial soul fusion technique, and I do not regard you as an outsider, Jiang Luoran said, waving his hand dismissively. His intention was not to belittle Hu Laina, but rather to express that sharing such a technique implied a deep mutual understanding. If there was such understanding, it fundamentally meant that betrayal was out of the question, akin to the bond of the closest friends. Although on the Douluo continent, those capable of executing martial soul fusion techniques often became spouses, and the likelihood of such unions was significant, Jiang Luoran refrained from broaching such matters prematurely. Hu Laina's face flushed, clearly misinterpreting Jiang Luoran's intent. I shall observe this matter further. What shall we name our martial soul fusion technique? Jiang Luoran suddenly realized that Hu Laina's mention of observation referred to the previous commission she had given her to investigate her origins. It seemed she had come in vain, as they had yet to uncover the truth. More observation was required? That would indeed be troublesome. As for the martial soul fusion technique, let us name it Qian Kuan Wanli. Jiang Luoran was equally perplexed. Just how difficult was it to investigate his family's lineage that even the spirit hall required such an extensive duration? Hu Laina, in her current state of bewilderment, had entirely dismissed the matter Jiang Luoran had entrusted to her, as various shocks had rendered her somewhat dazed. Such matters were hardly troublesome. The name of the spirit fusion technique was rather impressive, a fact that resonated with her. Suddenly, Hu Laina found herself appreciating Jiang Luoran in a different light. Given the fervor with which he had rushed in to rescue her, a word of thanks was certainly in order. Calm yet resolute, despite not possessing striking good looks. Buzz. A flurry of chrysanthemum petals drifted down, landing beside Jiang Luoran, and from within emerged the resplendent chrysanthemum elder. Elder? Hu Laina rose. Have you obtained the items? The chrysanthemum elder did not cast a glance at Jiang Luoran. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hu Laina realized she had indeed succeeded. Excellent. Let us depart. The chrysanthemum elder transformed into a cascade of petals, enveloping Hu Laina before vanishing from sight. Jiang Luoran discarded his tattered hellish armor and staggered towards the elite soul master. Allow me to assist you, my brother. At the sound of this voice, Jiang Luoran beheld a fair-faced man clad in golden attire approaching him. With his golden hair and a delicately refined visage, the man's smile exuded an inviting warmth. Shueqingha, Jiang Luoran exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 105, The Unfathomable Outbreak of Conflict. Do you know me? Shueqingha suddenly furrowed his brow, as it seemed they had never encountered each other before. Jiang Luoran felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids. It was not merely recognition. He was almost intimately familiar with Shueqingha. The thought that the other party was a woman, yet presented herself with a masculine voice and visage, sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Qianren, your act is undeniably taxing. However, Jiang Luoran had previously asserted that both the spirit hall and the royal family are bound by an absolute relationship of interests. There are neither the best nor the worst. It is merely a matter of perspective. Take Ningfengji, for instance. He is a person of considerable stature, which is why he despises engaging in conflict with the younger generation. Yet, should he encounter the spirit hall, he would not hesitate to employ cunning methods to resist, even if they are exceedingly nefarious. In the war for royal power, there is no right or wrong, only human sentiment. It is solely about who is willing to assist whom. Thus, Qianren refrained from exposing the truth. Let them cause their commotion as they please. The Crown Prince Shueqingha, the next heir of the Tiando Empire, how could I possibly be unaware? Jiang Luoran thought with a bitter smile. Yet at this moment, he was indeed quite wretched, his attire in tatters and numerous wounds adorning his body. Regardless of his noble status, he remained human. If my brother does not mind, let us become sworn brothers, Shueqingha suggested with a slight smile. He had observed the previous events with clarity. Such talent as Jiang Luoran must be brought under her command. A person of such caliber cannot be allowed to remain unclaimed, or she would be restless. I consider myself lowly, Jiang Luoran replied, his expression darkening. The other party wished to forge a brotherly bond? with such a status. Making such a request meant that refusing would clearly be perceived as disdain. There was no alternative. Jiang Luoran could only respond firmly. He harbored little interest in Qian Rinxue. Yet her insistence on brotherhood was a stark contrast. It seems my brother finds me undesirable and does not wish to swear brotherhood, Shuqinghe remarked, her tone measured, devoid of anger or excitement. Or perhaps, we could pledge to the heavens and earth. I actually quite admire you, Jiang Luoran replied with a mischievous grin. Disgusting, she retorted, curious to see how he would respond next. Jiang Luoran always comprehended a certain dilemma if one could not respond to the repugnant inquiries posed by others. It was far more effective to introduce a topic that would evoke even greater disgust. Maintaining a friendship was an acceptable endeavor for her, after all. Who would mind having a strikingly beautiful female companion? However, the crux of the matter lay in Qian Rinxue's desire to embroil her in the War of Succession. This, Jiang Luoran resolutely refused. What did you say? Shuqinghe's mind nearly faltered under the weight of the revelation. He had come perilously close to regurgitating his last meal. The thought of spewing it upon the other was almost overwhelming. This was, of course, while still cognizant of his own feminine identity, had he truly been a man. He could scarcely bear to contemplate the outcome. To his astonishment, his brother's preferences were decidedly unconventional. Shuqinghe's face flushed with embarrassment, and his breath quickened. Jiang Luoran, with great exuberance, draped his arm over Shuqinghe's shoulder and leaned closer to his face, suggesting, why not consider this, brother? Wouldn't it be far better if we simply became husband and wife? Fortunately, Jiang Luoran was aware of the other party's true identity as female, otherwise he would have been utterly repulsed. This was truly a collision of performers. Observing the invasive glint in Jiang Luoran's eyes, Shuqinghe took a few steps back, for otherwise Jiang Luoran might have pressed his lips against hers. What could be wrong with being my brother? When I ascend to power, I shall bestow upon you the title of imperial teacher. Second only to one, your status shall henceforth be esteemed, revered as supreme. With her hands clasped behind her back, Shuqinghe was already channeling her soul energy. Jiang Luoran, a figure of formidable prowess, is one who should be captured if possible. If not, then he ought to be slain while gravely injured. Such is the mundane perspective of the world. Why should one concern themselves with the status of others? Even in a state of severe injury, Jiang Luoran, as the Soul King, can perceive Shuqinghe gathering soul power. It is laughable. Had Jiang Luoran been a mere Soul King, he would have perished countless times by now. This Soul King possesses strength that rivals even that of a Soul Emperor. Particularly remarkable is his speed, which is truly unfathomable. According to my brother, do you harbor greater ambitions? Shuqinghe frowned. I absolutely refuse to partake in your power struggles. Spare me the trouble. Jiang Luoran waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall have no choice but to avoid you and join another faction, Shuqinghe retorted, conjuring a golden sphere of light and launching it toward Jiang Luoran. Is this where you cannot restrain yourself? Jiang Luoran transformed into a specter, evading the golden orb and appearing before Shuqinghe. How swift! Shuqinghe barely registered Jiang Luoran's presence before he was upon her. Is this man endowed with wings? During the previous skirmish, he did not exhibit such speed. Such velocity, it is uncertain whether even she, a Soul Sect member, could contend with it. Perhaps he is an agile attacker? There is no time for further contemplation. Shuqinghe comprehends one undeniable truth. She must engage Jiang Luoran with her utmost strength, leaving nothing to chance. Even though he is gravely injured, he remains far beyond her capability to defeat. Yet, the thought of Jiang Luoran being so flamboyant, while possessing such formidable strength, is quite unsettling. Die! Shuqinghe brandished a golden sword of light, striking toward the crown of Jiang Luoran's head. Even the Soul Sect wishes to kill me? Perhaps a bit more training is in order. Jiang Luoran leaped, channeling his soul power to deliver a powerful kick that sent Shuqinghe flying. The disparity in their strengths is immense, even in his wounded state. Jiang Luoran is not a match for Shuqinghe. She fell to the ground, spitting blood, casting a defiant glance at Jiang Luoran. Qian Rinxue, had I called upon my martial soul, even a single vine could have obliterated you. I have made my intentions clear. I have no desire to become embroiled in a power struggle, Jiang Luoran stated with nonchalance. What did you call me? Shuqinghe's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if she had heard the most terrifying ghost story. Qian Rinxue, since you have sought to take my life, I shall not beat around the bush. Jiang Luoran had no intention of killing Qian Rinxue. There are numerous lives that would be affected by such an act. Not to mention the pursuit from the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall. Could I withstand it? Regardless of how you discern my identity, your demise is inevitable today. Shuqinghe radiated golden light. Bang! The golden light erupted, and two grand, sturdy angelic wings unfurled, revealing the exquisite visage of a female angel. Qian Rinxue. She unveiled her true form to confront Jiang Luoran. Prepare to meet your end. Second soul skill, Void Wings. The wings upon Qian Rinxue trembled, and the golden light surged like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Futile, this will not kill me. I have no wish to provoke you, if you are wise. Depart now. Jiang Luoran appeared utterly unconcerned. First soul skill, Angelic Charge. Qian Rinxue raised her angelic sword, two yellow soul rings swirling around her. Whoosh! Qian Rinxue transformed into a stream of sharp golden light, seemingly intent on cleaving Jiang Luoran in two. Bloodthirsty Vine. Jiang Luoran seized a purple-pink bloodthirsty vine and lashed it toward the golden light. Bang. Chapter 106, Complete Defeat. With a resounding thud, the golden light shattered, leaving behind trails of radiant golden brilliance upon the ground. Qian Rinxue fell from the sky, having been bested in a single strike. It was only due to the additional state granted by her second soul skill, Void Wings, that she emerged unscathed. After just one blow, her worldview was shattered. How powerful is her opponent? It is simply astonishing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of sword light sliced through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Luoran's head. First soul skill, Creation from Nothing, Jiang Luoran summoned a purple soul ring at his fingertip, releasing a wave of purple gas. From the sword light, bloodthirsty vines sprouted, growing thicker and crushing the blades. With a flap of her wings, Qian Rinxue teleported to Jiang Luoran's side, resembling a judgment angel, gripping her sword and thrusting downward with force. Whoosh, Jiang Luoran's feet seemed to glide effortlessly, and he vanished behind Qian Rinxue. This was without him utilizing his soul bones and armor. Otherwise, he could have dispatched Qian Rinxue in mere seconds. Qian Rinxue's pupils trembled. Although she had prepared for his extraordinary speed, she never anticipated it to be this extreme. Her hands, clearly not exerting their full strength, swung back toward Jiang Luoran with all her might. Jiang Luoran was remarkably swift, utilizing his spiritual energy to strip away the blade's edge. With 2 fingers, he pressed against the sword's surface, driving Qian Rinxue back into the ground once more. All these actions transpired within a mere 5 seconds. So rapid that the intricacies were imperceptible. Such speed? Such velocity? Are you even human? Qian Rinxue, even in her moment of despair, was unaware that a person like Jiang Luoran existed in this world. A man forged through brutal training, Jiang Luoran thought. In truth, he felt a surge of urgency. Surely Qian Rinxue was on the verge of departing. After being so thoroughly subdued, could it be that he still had to continue the fight? Must he forcibly restrain her head and unleash a flurry of strikes upon her abdomen? That would be utterly unseemly. Moreover, such measures were unnecessary. Very well, you have triumphed. Although Qian Rinxue still possessed lethal techniques yet to be unleashed, what could they accomplish? Perhaps she would not even have the chance to deploy them before Jiang Luoran's fist obliterated her. Indeed, Jiang Luoran let his guard down, and Qian Rinxue was merely a sword's length away. Whoosh! The golden longsword swept in, aiming to sever Jiang Luoran's leg. With his shadowy boots, Jiang Luoran remained stationary, allowing Qian Rinxue's golden blade to strike. Bang! The golden sword shattered against the shadowy boots, disintegrating into a shower of golden shards that fell to the ground. Without imparting a lesson, you would never be at ease. Jiang Luoran despised underhanded tactics. He delivered a powerful kick to Qian Rinxue's abdomen. Qian Rinxue's sword several meters away, crashing into a massive boulder before finally coming to a halt. With remarkable speed, Jiang Luoran raised his fist and struck Qian Rinxue on the head. The impact was thunderous. Qian Rinxue was left battered and bruised, tumbling a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt, her wings rendered powerless and unable to soar. Jiang Luoran seized Qian Rinxue by her collar, expressing his frustration. I have made my point abundantly clear. Why do you persist in your incessant chatter? What is it that you truly desire? Submitting to the Spirit Hall is your wisest course of action. Kill me if you must. In the future, there will be elders from the Spirit Hall who will hunt you down, and you will undoubtedly meet your demise, Qian Rinxue declared defiantly. Her anger peaking as no one had ever inflicted such harm upon her. The only one who had ever struck her so was Jiang Luoran. I am merely a wanderer. Are you intent on binding me to the Spirit Hall? Jiang Luoran countered. What if I promise not to join any faction or organization? He raised 3 fingers in a gesture of sincerity. Are you certain? Qian Rinxue paused, taken aback. Do you truly believe you can relinquish the splendors of the mortal realm? In a short while, I shall depart. Who will care about your conflicts? Do as you please, Jiang Luoran replied with an air of nonchalance. Very well then. I hope you are not a capricious person. Otherwise, I will command all Title Douluos of the Spirit Hall to hunt you down, Qian Rinxue stated gravely. Rest assured. Even if an avalanche were to kneel and plead with me, I would remain uninvolved in this conflict. I have no interest in it, Jiang Luoran said, pulling Qian Rinxue up and brushing off her skirt, reminiscent of a caring boyfriend helping his girlfriend dust off the dirt, a heartwarming scene that belied their earlier fierce struggle. Although Qian Rinxue felt the situation was inappropriate, she dismissed it upon recalling his earlier claim of being gay. How did you come to know that the Spirit Hall is poised to clash with the 2 great empires? Qian Rinxue inquired, wiping the blood from her forehead. At this point, Jiang Luoran did not need to elaborate. Qian Rinxue could surmise that he was aware of everything, and he had not concealed anything. You needn't concern yourself with those matters. I can offer you a piece of advice, Jiang Luoran said with a smile. What advice? Qian Rinxue asked, perplexed. It would be wise for the crown prince to ascend to emperor sooner rather than later, lest the night be long and dreams turn troublesome, Jiang Luoran replied, his smile unwavering. With that, he knew that to speak further would violate his own principles. Unsurprisingly, Qian Rinxue was left utterly astonished, nodding repeatedly. I shall ask once more. Are you truly not considering joining the Spirit Hall? If you are willing, I could teach you, as you are not without talent. Jiang Luoran. Initially adorned with a radiant smile, felt an unexpected surge of anger upon hearing Qian Rushue's words, especially as she shyly gazed at him. His countenance darkened. Get lost. Qian Rushue, not wishing to linger, was perplexed as to why she had provoked Jiang Luoran, frantically flapping her wings to escape. Infuriating indeed. Did she truly perceive him as such a person? Jiang Luoran seethed with rage, regretting his earlier restraint. Having observed for quite some time, he called out, "Come out." He had long sensed someone lurking, possessing formidable strength. Brother, I noticed you were having a clandestine meeting earlier, so I refrained from interrupting. Tang Bai approached with a beaming smile. Are you also from the spirit hall? Jiang Luoran inquired. Indeed. Tang Bai responded with a gentle smile. You have quite the discerning taste. Why would you forsake such a splendid girl? Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to depart, then do so swiftly. Jiang Luoran replied impatiently, finding Tang Bai's overly familiar demeanor quite distasteful, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. You seem to be an astute individual. Why such a foul temper? It affects your cultivation, you know. Tang Bai summoned his martial spirit and soared into the sky. Take care. Should you encounter trouble, feel free to seek me out at the spirit hall. I am Tang Bai. Watching Tang Bai ascend, Jiang Luoran said nothing and made his way towards a group of elite soul masters. It must be noted that the spirit hall was exercising an unprecedented level of caution. They were currently preparing for a pivotal moment, leaving no room for unforeseen events. Little did they realize, their greatest threat was Tang San. Contemplating this, Jiang Luoran felt a headache coming on. As for having killed Yu Fengqin, he harbored some guilt, for she was but a naive child, and with commendable talent. If she were to mature, she might become the next Yu Tianheng. Chapter 107, a first encounter in the Death Gorge, an area sealed off by the Spirit Hall. Salus approached, his old shoes shuffling along. I wish you success in vanquishing the demonic foes. The Spirit Hall will report your achievements to the royal family, your academies, and your clans. All shall remember your honor. While the crowd felt buoyed by the first part of his address, their spirits waned at the latter half. Some elite academies had faced utter annihilation, and the death toll was gruesome to behold. Although they had prepared themselves for such outcomes, the reality was still a bitter pill to swallow. Some had already fled, including the leading figure, Prince Xuefeng. Everyone witnessed as Xuefeng was carried away by a squadron of knights clad in golden armor. Counting them, there must have been a whole company. The crowd murmured. Realizing why he was merely a prince and not a crown prince, with such a temperament, who would dare entrust him with power? Xue Qinghe, however, pressed forward. Unable to be halted by the knightly order, the group praised, asserting that the future of the empire was not so dim after all. The first assault was attributed to our spirit hall's saintess, Hulaina. However, she was gravely injured and required rest, hence her absence, Salus remarked with a slight smile. This statement left everyone momentarily speechless, for there was no counter-argument. Hulaina and Xiaoyu had plunged into the cavern, still engaged in combat with the second wave of evil spirit masters. Moreover, the final confrontation was entrusted to them. These individuals had effectively dispatched merely 3 waves of enemies, while the truly perilous foes had all been dealt with by Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Some felt fortunate, as had they taken action themselves, their lives would have been in peril. The latter, indeed, was Jiang Luoran of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Salus smiled. The Pope had commanded that this individual must be incorporated into the Spirit Hall. It must be done. From the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. How could his surname be Jiang? Haha. Was he perhaps a son-in-law? Quite perplexing. I have never heard of such a figure, who could be deemed a second in assault. Surely he is not an ordinary person. Jiang Luoran offered an awkward smile, for he cared little about the notion of first strikes. His sole desire was to bring matters to a swift conclusion. Such fleeting accolades were merely trifles. Should one take them to heart, they would achieve nothing of substance. Let them drift away with the wind. Infuriatingly, Salus proclaimed that a second-class merit would yield a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins, along with unrestricted access to the Spirit Hall. In essence, this was a backdoor opportunity granted to Jiang Luoran, if he so desired. The Spirit Hall would eagerly nurture his talents. Reluctantly, Jiang Luoran knew he must ascend the stage to receive his award. As Salus extended his hand for a handshake, he remarked on the remarkable qualities of this young man, whose refreshing demeanor suggested he was destined for greatness. It was no wonder he could engage with our esteemed saintess and wield the spirit fusion technique. In Salus's eyes, the ability to execute such a technique indicated a profound connection between one's spirit and character. This implied that Jiang Luoran would undoubtedly remain within the Spirit Hall due to Hulaina. With the spirit fusion technique in play, their fates were now irrevocably intertwined. Jiang Luoran was somewhat taken aback, feeling that the bishop had overly praised him. As a junior, he still had much to refine, and he was far from being qualified. Such humility. Naturally, the temperamental old man, Salus, relished having someone bow their head before him, especially one who possessed the potential to accompany the Holy Maiden for a lifetime. This sentiment was utterly delightful. Very well, let us proceed to the Spirit Hall together to meet the Pope. Salus grasped Jiang Luoran tightly, unwilling to let go. However, Jiang Luoran felt it was not the right moment. He had resolved to embark on his own path of cultivation. He desired to traverse the lands far and wide, striving for greater strength, unwilling to confine himself merely to the taste of victory. Enter the spirit hall? Nonsense. What if I encounter Qian Rinxue? Another fight? Are there not several hidden Title Douluos within? Surely, they are aware of this? Oh, is that so? Salas was momentarily astonished. However, he did not dwell on Jiang Luoran's reluctance to enter the spirit hall, as he had an inextricable connection with Hulaina. Yet, the Pope had specifically requested Jiang Luoran to visit the spirit hall, which put him in a difficult position. No, it was imperative that Jiang Luoran be permitted entry into the spirit hall. Before he could voice his thoughts, he heard Xue Qinghe's voice from behind. Bishop Salas? It is perfectly acceptable for Brother Luoran to venture into trials. Why should he be confined within the constraints of the spirit hall? Salas felt a jolt. How could he be unaware that Xue Qinghe's true identity was Qian Rinxue, the daughter of Pope Bibi Dong? Her words would undoubtedly not impede the spirit hall's development. They would only be considered from a holistic perspective. Could it be that Jiang Luoran had done something amiss? He decided to test it further. This may not be appropriate. Jiang Luoran is someone whom our spirit hall's elders have specifically requested to meet, Salas thought, feeling the weight of the situation. He believed he could not speak on behalf of Bibi Dong, for if Jiang Luoran ultimately did not visit the spirit hall, the embarrassment would fall solely upon the elders, not the Pope. What? Am I not to have authority over my own territory in the Tiando Empire? Xue Qinghe feigned a look of deep anger. At this moment, Jiang Luoran truly wished to cover her head. These two actors were remarkably skilled in their craft. Although they were clearly family, they portrayed their relationship with the animosity of bitter enemies, exuding an atmosphere fraught with tension and hostility. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that Xue Qinghe's actions were merely for the spectacle, intended to impress the emperor of the Tiando Empire. The atmosphere was charged, with rumors swirling about the discord between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall. The prince, Xue Qinghe, exhibited remarkable fortitude, truly deserving of his status as the next heir apparent. The Spirit Hall's overbearing nature had led to their support for the prince, whose character far surpassed that of Xue Lang. One could speculate that Xue Lang might ultimately capitulate to the Spirit Hall. Speak less, lest our words be overheard. Came the admonition, as Salas feigned indignation. What? Do my words hold no weight? Xue Qinghe frowned, gesturing forward. Before them stood a formidable array of royal knights clad in silver armor, brandishing their long spears, poised for battle. We, the Tiando Empire, harbor no desire for conflict with the Spirit Hall. However, I believe my brother Luoran deserves to forge his own path, Xue Qinghe remarked, careful not to diminish the Spirit Hall's formidable reputation. Maintaining a delicate balance, he understood the importance of moderation in his theatrics. Let us depart, Salas declared, sweeping his sleeve as he led the knights of the Spirit Hall into the shadows, their presence fading from sight. Jiang Luoran held a golden card worth 10,000 soul coins, uncertain of how to spend it. I urge everyone to return home and recuperate. Not only will the Spirit Hall commend you, but the Tiando Empire shall also recognize your efforts. Await the good news. As Xue Qinghe had departed, she cast a glance at Jiang Luoran, who was still suffering from a headache. Jiang Luoran did not expose them, which further demonstrated his lack of desire to partake in this battle. Luoran, let us depart, Yulingji remarked, indifferent to the matter of wealth. Within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, money is deemed the most trivial of possessions. The monthly distribution of gold soul coins is something they do not even accept. What are your plans moving forward? Jiang Luoran inquired, surveying the dispersing crowd. Chapter 108. Yu Zhiqiu. Upon hearing Jiang Luoran's words, Yu Tianqin felt a moment of confusion. He had no intention of returning home, yet he was not yet ready to traverse the seas. In a few days, the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition for the entire continent would commence. I must return to the Thunder Academy, participate in the Elite Soul Master competition, and only then venture forth for further trials, Yu Tianqin stated, his brow furrowed. It seems we shall meet again on the battlefield, Jiang Luoran replied with a faint smile. Oh, I never asked which academy you belong to, Yu Tianqin suddenly realized. I am from Shrek Academy, Jiang Luoran said with a wry smile. And my teammates are formidable opponents, each more ferocious than the last. Although Yu Tianqin was unfamiliar with this academy, he could well imagine the caliber of its members, indicating that Jiang Luoran was indeed extraordinary. The remaining few must also be quite remarkable, he remarked. You will see for yourself soon enough, Jiang Luoran reassured him, not overly concerned for Yu Tianqin's safety, since Yu Tianqin had escaped during the massacre of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family at the hands of the Spirit Hall. He had survived. Lingjiao, let us go. We have said all that needs to be said, Yu Tianqin concluded, dismissing any further delay. Jiang Luoran mentioned that he could temporarily accompany him, aiding in his quest for the third soul ring, and Yu Lingjiao waved goodbye to Yu Tianqin. Ensure her safe return. Yu Tianqin acknowledged Jiang Luoran's strength. Very well. Your teammates are seeking you, Jiang Luoran indicated towards the fellow students clad in Thunder Academy uniforms. Congratulations, congratulations. A sarcastic voice chimed in from behind, causing Jiang Luoran to glance back. There stood 7 students from Songhui Academy, their youthful naivety evident. Let us go, Jiang Luoran urged, grasping Yu Lingjiao as he prepared to leave. Surely, as an adult, he could not stoop to exchanging barbs with these younger students. It would be beneath him. Hey, why are you leaving? Weren't you quite arrogant last time? Are you scared now that you see all 7 of us? Haha. So you were one to bully the weak. The students from Songhui Academy boasted. These 7 were undoubtedly the companions Yu Zhiqiu had previously brought along, seeing Jiang Luoran alone, and having just received the coveted second prize. They could hardly contain their envy. With this thought, they unitedly sought to settle old scores. First soul skill. Yu Lingjiao, unable to contain her indignation, declared against the audacity of these minor foes. Get down. Yu Zhiqiu, infuriated, charged towards them, striking several of the students on the head. Yu Zhiqiu? Jiang Luoran noticed the harmonious fluctuation of his soul power, a faint aura reminiscent of the ancient tortoise surrounding him. My apologies, young brother Luoran. I have failed in my duties as a mentor, Yu Zhiqiu expressed, acknowledging that his current accomplishments were largely thanks to Jiang Luoran's guidance. What level are you at now? Jiang Luoran inquired, realizing he could not discern Yu Zhiqiu's level and soul power. I am somewhat lacking in talent, but thanks to brother Luoran's advice. I am now at level 63, a 6-ring defense-type soul emperor. Given my current status, I can say I am one of the principal instructors at Songhui Academy. Yu Zhiqiu stated, though he endeavored to contain his excitement, Jiang Luoran could still perceive his satisfied smile. Indeed, Yu Zhiqiu had previously been troubled by his slow progress, but after this fortuitous opportunity, he had unexpectedly ascended to the realm of the Soul Emperor. He felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Jiang Luoran, as if he had not only saved his life but also paved a path toward a brighter future. He could now gain entry to the imperial court of the Tiando Empire and participate in various significant events. Is that so? Jiang Luoran clapped Yu Zhiqiu on the shoulder. Then congratulations are in order. How could I accept such praise? I, Yu Zhiqiu, would willingly go through fire for brother Luoran. You are akin to a rebirth for me, he exclaimed, even discarding his glasses. With the enhancement of his soul power, his nearsightedness had vanished, and he appeared remarkably poised, akin to a reawakening ancient tortoise. Ah, what an age we live in. Let us dispense with such flattery. Jiang Luoran replied. If you can heed my counsel, it proves you are indeed a person of potential. Yet, you must toil diligently as a student. Otherwise, you may find yourself easily eliminated by others. They are young and inexperienced, but you are young too, Jiang Luoran remarked, conversing with Yu Zhiqiu as if he were a senior. Humph. Yu Zhiqiu was incensed, fully convinced of Jiang Luoran's wisdom. He then seized the 7 students, striking them until they were bruised and battered, resembling mere clowns. If you do not diligently cultivate your skills and continue to flaunt yourselves, I shall break your legs. Do you understand what it means to uphold virtue? Yu Zhiqiu continued to chastise them without respite. The students, unable to express their anger, were well aware that Yu Zhiqiu was a principal instructor at Songhui Academy and had now become a guest of the imperial court. His reputation had significantly risen over time. They knew better than to provoke him. Now, not only Songhui Academy, but even the Lord of Notting City would greet Yu Zhiqiu with a smile. Then I shall not interrupt your lesson any longer. Jiang Luoran decided to take his leave. Ah, brother Luoran. I had intended to invite you to my humble abode for a meal. My wife is aware of my return today. Yu Zhiqiu hurriedly interjected, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Wife? Jiang Luoran chuckled bitterly. He had merely offered Yu Zhiqiu a few pointers, and now he had risen so high, even marrying. What a transformation. You were quite something. Jiang Luoran chose not to engage further with Yu Zhiqiu and departed with Yu Lingjiao. Yu Zhiqiu bows to brother Luoran, he declared, regardless of whether Jiang Luoran acknowledged it, bowing deeply towards the direction in which Jiang Luoran had left. Teacher, he has gone far away. The students behind him helped Yu Zhiqiu to his feet. You little brats. You have received guidance from brother Luoran, akin to the decree of a Title Douluo, and yet you still dare to offend his sacred authority. Watch as I do not teach you a lesson today. Yu Zhiqiu roared, sending several students flying with a kick. Yu Lingjiao, sensing the cacophony of cries behind them, remarked, Brother Luoran, he is a soul emperor. Did you really guide him? Then please offer me some guidance as well. Yu Lingjiao implored, now grasping the significance of Jiang Luoran's influence. Your situation differs from his. You are a blue electric Tyrannosaurus. I cannot offer much advice. If I were to impart any wisdom, it would be to balance strength and gentleness, Jiang Luoran suggested. Balance strength and gentleness? Yu Lingjiao pondered, recalling having heard this phrase before, yet the specifics eluded her. Let us venture to the soul-fighting forest and assist you in obtaining your 3rd soul ring. Jiang Luoran proposed, intending to walk there and engage in trials along the way. He also recognized the urgency of elevating himself to the realm of the Soul Emperor. For the opponents he faced were formidable. Not to mention the Title Douluos, even the Soul Douluo Jilin could easily overpower him. Jiang Luoran faintly sensed that in this trial. He had the opportunity to reach the realm of the Soul Emperor. If all else failed, he would cultivate in the Soul Combat Forest, engaging in relentless battles day and night, undoubtedly paving the way for a breakthrough. This would allow him to soar to great heights and become a Soul Emperor. Chapter 109. Redemption. Traveling northward, Jiang Luoran and Yu Lingjiao arrived at Silvis, still a considerable distance from the Soul Combat Forest. They decided to dine first before heading to the auction house to procure a soul guidance device, for entering the Soul Combat Forest necessitated a preparation of resources. Jiang Luoran, lacking a soul guide device with storage capabilities, was compelled to venture to the auction house in search of fortune. Otherwise, traversing the soul combat forest with an array of burdens would prove excessively exhausting. With a considerable amount of superfluous funds at hand, one might as well put them to good use. Throughout their journey, their provisions were of the finest quality, indulging in lavish feasts. As for attire, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to don a few exquisite garments when wealth allows? No one desires to appear unkempt day in and day out. Jiang Luoran and Yu Lingjiao. One of them donned a finer attire, primarily clean. The two strolled about as if on vacation, meandering until they reached Silvis. They ordered bowls of clear soup noodles. Having grown weary of the excessive meat they had consumed in recent days, I seldom venture out. The family head remarked that I am still quite young. While Yu Lingjiao rarely leaves the house, thus he was filled with curiosity about various matters along the way. Did you remove your family crest because you are a lady? Jiang Luoran inquired. Yu Lingji responded with a wry smile. Previously, along the route, some had recognized the family crest adorning Yu Lingjiao, staring and pointing as though they were witnessing a celestial being descend from the heavens. Some even invited them to their homes as guests. After finishing their noodles, Jiang Luoran paid 10 copper soul coins and they departed. Open the door. On what grounds are you detaining me? Open the door. Be honest. Or do you wish to be knocked unconscious again? Robber? Yu Lingjiao glanced at Jiang Luoran, astonished that such audacity would be displayed in broad daylight. Follow me. Jiang Luoran navigated through several blocks with ease until they encountered a cat demon ensnared within a golden cage. This cat demon was not particularly old, possessing little in terms of soul rings. What was their purpose in capturing her? Yu Lingjiao pondered. Leave that to me. I had intended to rescue her from the auction house, but this encounter is fortuitous. That saves some coin. Jiang Luoran deftly produced a white mask from her sleeve. I have never seen you wear that mask before, Yu Lingjiao exclaimed, a thrill coursing through him. Jiang Luoran's actions undoubtedly signaled an impending heist. The notion of robbing in broad daylight alongside Jiang Luoran filled her with an exhilarating sensation. In fact, I bear another title. Beiming Douluo, Jiang Luoran declared, tearing a corner of her garment to cover Yu Lingjiao's face. Beiming Douluo. Yu Lingjiao gasped in disbelief. Who would dare to directly proclaim themselves a Title Douluo? Especially when one has not yet reached level 90. Jiang Luoran strode forth alone, her steps remarkably composed, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. We shall intercept them, she declared. If it becomes necessary to resort to force, then remain still. None of you should move. We are the Soul Kings. Be wary, for it is likely that Yu Lingjiao is inexperienced, prone to incoherence in her speech, perhaps even stumbling over her words. Quickly surrender all your money, including your armor. Yes, even your undergarments must be handed over. Upon returning, not a soul must be informed of our actions, not even the spirit hall. Simply claim ignorance. Jiang Luoran's face darkened as she hastily covered Yu Lingjiao's mouth. This was not an act of robbery. It appeared more akin to the actions of a deranged individual. The Soul King? Surely, it must be a fabrication. Who would believe that a Soul King would stoop to the level of robbery for mere sustenance? Gentlemen, within this vehicle resides merely a cat demon, nothing of significant value. I venture to say that this cat demon would hardly pique your interest. The leading guard's implication was clear. He presumed that Jiang Luoran and Yu Lingjiao were a couple, rendering the cat demon utterly unnecessary. Moreover, it might even lead to complications. Without further ado, Jiang Luoran delivered a swift kick that sent the leading guard flying, bellowing, "Be wise and roll away. Here lies 1,000 soul coins. Ample to purchase at original price, allowing you to fulfill your obligations." Jiang Luoran casually tossed aside 1,000 gold soul coins. It appeared to be an extravagant display. Yet he was acutely aware of the savings he had made. The cat demon had entered the fray, and several factions were profiting, causing prices to soar rapidly. Sensing the turn of events, several individuals hastily fled, and even the team leader was sent flying with a single kick. What purpose did they serve any longer? Brother Luoran, you seem so imposing, as if this is not your first time, Yu Lingjiao remarked with a smile. When one possesses strength, every action appears harmonious. Jiang Luoran forcefully pried open the iron cage. The cat demon, still unable to speak, cowered on the ground, occasionally glancing timidly at Jiang Luoran. Are you here to rescue her? Yu Lingjiao gently patted the cat demon. Can you stand? Alas, she was still too feeble to walk back on her own. She might very well be captured again along the way, Jiang Luoran pondered. Aren't we headed to the soul-fighting great forest? We might as well take her with us. Yu Lingjiao declared as she pulled the cat demon along. Very well, Jiang Luoran nodded. Turning to the cat demon, we will escort you home. For now, stay with us. The two were uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the cat demon's mind, yet she remained quiet, peacefully trailing behind Jiang Luoran. Brother Luoran, what does the emblem on this vehicle signify? Yu Lingjiao inquired, though she was unfamiliar with the insignia. Nevertheless, she at least knew the rules of Douluo continent. Unless one possessed a noble identity or was of vital importance, who would dare to have a custom badge? It was the emblem of the Silvis auction house. Jiang Luoran waved his hand dismissively. We intercepted their goods. How thrilling. Brother Luoran, don't you still lack a soul guide device? We could storm in and seize it back. Yu Lingjiao said, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clenched her delicate fists. Robbery is a vice that must be cured. Jiang Luoran lightly tapped Yu Lingjiao on the head. Alas, this young woman was delving deeper into the path of thievery. Would elder Yu Yunjin blame himself for corrupting his granddaughter? However, given Yu Yunjin's temperament, Jiang Luoran doubted he would. After all, he was inherently a rather savage individual, indifferent to the minor arrogance of the younger generation. Yet, should it stray into truly immoral conduct, Yu Yunjin would undoubtedly intervene. Where are you going? Yu Lingjiao asked as Jiang Luoran turned back. This cat demon is likely starving. Let's buy her a few pounds of meat to eat first. Once she is full, we shall continue our journey. The trio returned to the restaurant, and without hesitation, they ordered several bowls of beast meat. Jiang Luoran had underestimated the gluttonous appetite of the cat demon. An hour had passed, yet the creature's ravenous maw showed no signs of stopping. Bowl after bowl vanished without pause, leaving the restaurant owner utterly dumbfounded. Yu Lingjiao's eyelid twitched at the spectacle. How could any stomach endure such gluttony? But of course, as a spirit beast with eternal life, such concerns were meaningless. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Luoran ordered several pounds of beast meat to be packed for their journey to the great soul-dueling forest. Though he himself cared little for sustenance, the cat demon and Yu Lingjiao would need it. Chapter 110. A sudden turn of events after the meal. The cat demon had fully recovered, her vigor visibly restored. Moments later, the streets outside swarmed with an influx of soldiers and finely dressed merchants, all bearing expressions of frantic urgency. The reason was obvious. Jiang Luoran's theft of the cat demon had sent them into a frenzy. Such a valuable commodity. And you let her slip away? What use are you? The lead merchant berated an armored man, his voice dripping with fury. He was a soul king. We stood no chance. Indeed, a single kick sent our captain flying. He remains gravely injured. I don't care. I paid you for protection. The merchant's rage flared. And since when would a soul king stoop to robbery? Huh. Find her. I'll drag him before the spirit hall myself. The merchant clenched his fists in fury. He left 1,000 gold spirit coins behind. The armored man handed over the coins before vanishing with his men. Brother Luoran, that fat merchant is practically dripping with gold. Yu Lingjiao pointed out. Ignore him. We're heading to the auction house. Jiang Luoran placed his mask over the cat demon's face. What if we're caught? Yu Lingji was only now realizing the depths of Jiang Luoran's audacity. Stealing from them, then waltzing into their auction house. Just how fearless was he? If we're caught, we fight. The auction house of Seer West was undeniably opulent, gilded walls aside. Even the ceiling's handful of luminous pearls were priceless treasures. A maid at the entrance halted them. Sirs, only members of this establishment may enter. Jiang Luoran had long anticipated her response. He produced the golden card bestowed upon him by the spirit hall, asking, how about this? What? The golden card of the spirit hall? The maid was so startled that her legs became weak. This reaction was clearly instinctual, devoid of any pretense. One could only imagine the immense authority the spirit hall wielded over all soul masters across the continent. Please lead the way, Jiang Luoran smiled, feeling no need to engage the maid in further conversation. The golden card from the spirit hall served as a universal pass throughout the continent. Certainly, esteemed sirs. Please follow me, the maid said, her face pale as she guided them inside. She approached the auction house's manager, whispering a few words before departing. The manager rushed over with eagerness, inquiring, may I ask what you wish to purchase, esteemed guests? Greetings, we require a soul guide device for storage, Jiang Luoran replied, shaking the manager's hand. Might you have one available here? Yes, indeed. There is a soul guide device perfectly suited for you, which will be auctioned today, the manager said, contemplating. However, the auction's rules are not solely at my discretion. This item cannot be sold directly to you. I do not expect you to sell it to me at a discount. I merely wish to know of its existence, Jiang Luoran stated, showing no inclination toward greed. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed sir. I shall have someone escort you to your seats, the manager said, pleased. Such distinguished guests were indeed a rarity, at least not employing oppressive tactics against the weaker. As they entered the auction area, Jiang Luoran was met with a cacophony of voices and disputes. Wasn't it promised that the cat demon would be auctioned? How can they go back on their word? When did this auction house become so untrustworthy? Bah, what a disappointment. Do you believe I won't destroy this place? Regardless, I came here specifically for the cat demon. If it is not presented, we shall not leave. The uproar was indeed formidable, reminiscent of the grand arena battles in Sylvis. Although Jiang Luoran could not make out the specifics, he discerned the uproar stemmed from the cat demon. No wonder the merchants were so flustered. They had been cornered. The manager stepped forward to mediate, earnestly stating, the highest decision of this auction house is that all items in this auction will be discounted by 30%. Please remain calm and do not disrupt the auction of other items. Unbeknownst to him, someone had intervened. Ning Fingji cast a casual glance at Jian Shenxin, hoping the perpetrator was not someone of notorious infamy. With the countless lives lost in Douluo continent, it was unnecessary for the sect leader to concern himself with such trivialities. Yet Jian Shenxin remained impassive. Uncle Ning? Exclaimed Yu Lingjiao as she spotted Ning Fingji and Jian Shenxin. Lingjiao? Ning Fingji's eyes scanned Jiang Luoran and the cat demon. Fully aware that members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan typically did not venture out, let alone with strangers, It was clear that these two were not of ordinary status, possessing strength that warranted the clan's attention. Ah, Lingjiao, you usually do not go out. Jian Qinshin remarked with a smile, keeping a vigilant eye on Jiang Luoran, just in case he was an outlaw. I came out for a trial with Brother Luoran. And I did not expect to encounter you here, Yu Lingjiao said respectfully, clasping her hands. Greetings, young brother. I am Ning Fingji, Lingjiao's uncle. I appreciate your assistance, he said, shaking Jiang Luoran's hand. Do not worry, Sect Master Ning. Lingjiao is my friend, and I will certainly look after her, Jiang Luoran assured him. It has been several days since I last saw your grandfather. Is he well? Ning Fingji inquired about you, Yuanjin. Did you both leave home together? If Yu Lingjiao had claimed to have met Jiang Luoran by chance, Ning Fingji would have swiftly taken action to restrain him. He is well, though he appears more troubled lately. Brother Luoran and I are tasked with eliminating the evil spirit cult, Yu Lingjiao replied. Oh, I have heard that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has achieved second-class merit in the eradication of the evil spirit cult. And the key figure is likely this Jiang Luoran. Ning Fingji regarded Jiang Luoran with admiration. The evil spirit cult is a blight. I cannot coexist with them. Jiang Luoran declared with a look of indignation. How infuriating. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, none survived. Jian Qinshin's expression darkened with anger. Calm down, Jian Shishu. Entering such an arena is akin to walking a tightrope. We anticipated such an outcome, Ning Fingji remarked, taking it in stride. Moreover, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School did not deploy their strongest soul masters. The battle soul masters were among the weakest for their clan. Had they sent someone like Ning Rongrong, who possessed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, it would have been a different story. One must understand that a soul master with a 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda on the battlefield would provide unparalleled support. Ning Fingji could not, nor would he, allow it. Indeed, you speak correctly, Fingji. We send our disciples out to experience life and death. Now that they have all perished, who can we blame? Jian Qinshin lamented with a wistful expression. Jiang Luoran's cheeks twitched, realizing that Jian Qinshin had spoken boastfully. If Ning Rongrong were to perish on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly rush to the evil spirit sect to dig up graves, unleashing a barrage upon the ground in a frenzy of madness. As the saying goes, what matters most is not to grieve excessively. Young brother Luoran, if it is not too much trouble. Could you enlighten me on the fate of a few disciples within the sect? Ning Fingji's demeanor was tranquil, revealing a man of grand vision. It is no wonder that even Tang Hao acknowledged him as a rare talent in a century. Had it not been for the suppression of his rank by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, he might have already achieved the status of a Title Douluo. Perhaps, should Ning Fingji ascend to the rank of Title Douluo, he would be the one coveted by those seeking power on the Douluo continent. Who among us lacks the ambition to devour the heavens and earth? The brothers of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect fought valiantly, shedding blood on the front lines. One could argue that half of the reason they were able to forge a path through the enemy was due to their efforts. Jiang Luoran was not lying. Once the battle commenced, several men from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect charged forth like wild stallions, their desperation akin to that of a grieving soul. Initially, Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Had the intellect of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect members all been bestowed upon Ning Fingji? Though Yu Tianheng fought fiercely, his formidable strength prevented his immediate downfall. In contrast, these individuals, lacking in power, outperformed even Yu Tianheng, their faces nearly pressed against the enemy. After several waves of battle, these men were tragically slain, their deaths gruesome. I always knew that Ning Tian and the others were commendable. Ning Fingji cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Luoran. As if he possessed an intimate understanding of the situation, Jiang Luoran suddenly realized that he had fallen into a clever trap. For Ning Fingji had never publicly declared himself as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yet, every word Jiang Luoran uttered revealed that he was already aware of the other's true identity. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox. Jiang Luoran was astounded by the man's remarkable intellect. It appeared that the young brother was no ordinary individual, possessing an expansive knowledge that warranted the title of a youthful hero. Why not visit our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School this time? Ning Fingji graciously invited. We still have trials to undergo, but I shall certainly take the opportunity when it arises, Jiang Luoran thought to himself. Unwilling to immediately transition from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School into the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. That would be rather excessive. The crux of the matter was that he needed to focus on his cultivation and had no time to engage in their antics. When will that opportunity present itself? Our leader is inviting you as a guest, not to capture you. What is there to be concerned about? Jian Qinshin furrowed his brow. Jiang Luoran conceded. For the opponent was a Title Douluo, strength breeds justification. Yet, one should not be easily exploited. Sword Master. It is commendable that you understood the significance of cultivation at such a tender age. Surely you will become a pillar of our empire. And the empire shall take pride in you. Ning Fingji waved his hand. The auction is about to commence. Lingjiao, is there anything you wish to procure? Uncle Ning will acquire it for you, he smiled. Lingjiao had no particular desires to buy, only that she lacked a soul guide for storing goods. Ning Zongjiu. You need not trouble yourself. Jiang Luoran wished to avoid placing Lingjiao in debt to Ning Fingji. The way of heaven shall dictate Ling Zhao's future achievements. This is the purest blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Should Ning Fingji employ any underhanded tactics, this young lady's wits would surely fall short against him. Moreover, as a young lady of high standing, What could she possibly lack? A soul guide? Ning Fingji stroked his chin. Then I shall auction one for you. What? Are you displeased? Such arrogance. Jian Chuxin's irritation towards Jiang Luoran grew. No, then I thank you, Ning Zhongzhu. Jiang Luoran clasped her hands in gratitude. It is better to comply than to refuse. Declining further would seem disdainful. Jian Chuxin might very well leap forth and protest, due to unforeseen circumstances. All items at the auction house are now being offered at a 30% discount. This led to rather theatrical bidding, though 30% off is not exceptionally generous. At Silva's auction house, it equates to a significant loss. One could observe the auctioneer's face darkening. Blood coral, starting bid 500 gold soul coins. The auctioneer slowly presented a golden plate. 500 gold soul coins, I'll take it. 550, don't compete with me. 600. I have ample funds. Is there anyone else to contest? The blood coral was ultimately sold for 1,000 gold soul coins. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the next item. The auctioneer clapped his hands, signaling the maid to present it. This is an outfit crafted from 10,000-year-old demise silkworm silk. Through experimentation, it is waterproof, fireproof, and lightning resistant. However, overloading it could still cause harm. Starting bid, 3,000 gold soul coins. The auctioneer struck the gavel. Demise silkworm silk? My heavens, I must have this garment. For 1,000 gold soul coins. A fine item. I bid 4,500 gold soul coins. For 1,007, no one else dare contend with me. 6,000 gold soul coins. Is there any dissent? You're not playing by the rules. Is that you, Brother Demise? Jiang Luoran exclaimed in astonishment. Presently, the demise silkworm is only around 10,000 years old, right? Could that plump little worm have been captured? Yet. Considering its cleverness, escaping should not pose a problem. That aside, the Douluo continent a mere 10,000 years ago was astonishingly ordinary. Look at the items being auctioned. They are primarily soul guides or garments made from soul beasts. Reflecting on the Douluo continent 10,000 years hence, soul bones are sold like candy. Unlike now where disputes arise over a single soul bone, leading to fierce confrontations and even backstabbing is not uncommon. The Snow Emperor was even sold off. This is utterly preposterous. To be frank, the natural ecosystem is remarkably resilient. And then there's Hui Yuhao. He is a formidable figure one would dare not provoke. Anyone who does so should prepare for dire consequences. 10 million year soul rings, casting a mere light wave could obliterate a god. Jiang Luoran could still envision the tragic fate awaiting Dai Huaban. To describe it as tragic would be an understatement. At this moment, the garments crafted from the Dreaming Eye silkworm had already fetched a staggering 10,000 gold soul coins at auction. The next item on the block was a storage soul guide device boasting a capacity of 10 cubic meters. It could accommodate any inanimate object, making it exceptionally suitable for soul masters venturing into trials. The starting bid was set at 1,000 gold soul coins. The auctioneer glanced at Jiang Luoran, offering a subtle smile. A maid approached, balancing a golden platter adorned with a black bracelet. Above the bracelet rested a black diamond, the key to the 10 cubic meter storage space. This was something Jiang Luoran had no need for, as it was impractical. He dismissed it, opting to wait for the next treasure. A storage soul guide? Who would desire such a trinket? Was there truly no interest? 5 seconds remained before the auctioneer would call it off, his face betraying confusion. 1,000 gold soul coins. Let us settle it. 1,100. A flat 2,000 gold soul coins. No one contested, so hand it over to me. Ning Fingji tapped his staff. 2,000 gold soul coins for a storage device. Either this person was a fool or simply wealthy beyond measure. Several onlookers turned their gaze towards Ning Fingji. Their expressions a mix of astonishment. Did the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School truly lack a storage device? Very well, 2,000 gold soul coins it is. The auctioneer confirmed with a decisive strike of his gavel, instructing the maid and Ning Fingji's attendant to finalize the transaction. This was a privilege of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Thank you, Secmaster Ning. Jiang Luoran expressed his gratitude. No need for formality, if you don't mind. Just call me Uncle Ning. Ning Fingji's eyes radiated warmth, yet he remained curious about the identity of the girl accompanying Jiang Luoran. The cat demon stepped back, visibly flustered. But fortunately, her mask concealed any suspicion. She is a cat demon I intercepted midway. Once we reach the soul-fighting Great Forest, I shall release her. With someone like Ning Fingji, honesty was the best policy. Why spin elaborate tales? Isn't it exhausting? Oh. Ning Fingji was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the fortune of the girl being saved by the young man, he was not intimidated by the cat demon's identity. Rather, it was Jiang Luoran who struck him with awe. Reliable sources indicated that the one who abducted the cat demon was a soul king, although not exceedingly rare. Soul kings were certainly not commonplace, especially one of Jiang Luoran's youth. In contrast to Ning Fingji's contemplation, Jian Chunxin's inquiry was more incisive and resolute. What? You claim to be the one who abducted her? Jian Chunxin approached, incredulity etched across his face. You are merely around 18 years old. How could you be a soul king? Secmaster Ning, this is the soul guide device you auctioned. The maid interjected, awkwardly approaching with the golden platter. Ning Fingji gestured towards Jiang Luoran. A gift for you. Thank you, Jiang Luoran exclaimed, swiftly securing the soul guide device around his wrist. This device could resize itself in accordance with the user's body. The cat demon, intrigued, perched herself on Jiang Luoran's shoulder to admire the soul guide. The maid noticed the cat demon's yellow tail, dropping the golden platter and collapsing to the ground. Onlookers in the auction house turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Bewildered by the commotion, is that not a cat demon? What is happening today at the auction house? Do they not wish to sell to us? What is going on? How did a cat demon end up here? Is it you? A merchant rushed in from outside, recognizing the cat demon. Quickly, someone apprehended. A dozen armored warriors charged forth, brandishing long spears towards Jiang Luoran. Where are the guards of the auction house? Summon them all. The atmosphere became chaotic, with the merchant reveling in the turmoil, mobilizing the auction house's forces. Young lad, I cannot assist you in this matter, Ning Fingji remarked nonchalantly, as if he were oblivious to the approaching crowd. Souls are of the same origin. No soul beast truly belongs to anyone. When did this ecosystem become a commodity for merchants? They are hardly worthy. Jiang Luoran remained remarkably composed, for as a soul king, he could resort to force if necessary. If it came to that, he would not hesitate. The initial 1,000 gold soul coins he provided was merely compensation for the merchant's attempt to capture the cat demon. Now, however, he intended to take a stand for the ecosystem. This is how the world operates, while your arguments are profoundly logical and resonate with human nature. Few will heed your counsel. Instead, they will deem you mad. For you currently lack the power to alter the world. Support will elude you, Ning Fingji sighed. You possess a commendable spirit, young man. Would you like me to lend you a hand? Jian Xinshin radiated a blue luminescence. No, thank you, senior. These scoundrels refuse to recognize their own limitations. I, Jiang Luoran, stand on the side of righteousness and fear not the chaos that may ensue. In an instant, the railing he grasped crumbled under his grip. His soul power surged to level 57. Soul rings emerged spontaneously, swirling in shades of purple and black. 5 rings rotated above him, one settling at Jiang Luoran's waist. With practiced ease, Yu Lingjiao tore off 2 pieces of cloth, binding them around both their faces. A soul king? Ning Fingji's expression twisted in disbelief. Jian Xinshin was rendered speechless. Let us go. Jiang Luoran flickered forward, unleashing a wave of soul power. Boom. The purple light surged, exploding like a toxic gas bomb, instantly propelling 5 warriors away. Charge. Kill him. The merchant bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Dozens of warriors armed with their preferred weapons clashed with Jiang Luoran in the auction house. Nobles eager to purchase items were left dumbfounded. This was turning into an all-out brawl. What a magnificent auction house, now transformed into a battleground. Such scenes are rare, even over millennia. Strange happenings occur each year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. Some spectators, drawn by the spectacle, cheered for Jiang Luoran as he battled numerous foes. Fight him. The young lad is remarkable. If only I were decades younger. I would join you. Look at these worthless fools. They can't even capture a single child. I've become a fan of the young hero. Haha. Is it truly happening? My heavens, how amusing. The auctioneer swallowed hard, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Why has it spiraled into chaos? Moreover, the uproar of cheers grew louder. Calm down, everyone. We are experiencing a disturbance at the auction house. Please return home. The auctioneer pleaded, but not a single person budged. As if invigorated by Jiang Luoran's defiance. Get away. Jiang Luoran unleashed his soul power, kicking the leader attempting to seize the cat demon into the air. For grievances, there must be a reckoning. The merchant is the primary target. Thus, Jiang Luoran would not unleash lethal force upon the guards. I am determined to confront you. The merchant charged forward, raising his hefty fist to strike. How could an ordinary person possibly contend with a soul master, let alone a soul king? Although the merchant appeared to possess little combat prowess against Jiang Luoran, the ferocity and force of his attack were undoubtedly more formidable than they seemed. Jiang Luoran seized the merchant by the throat, delivering a powerful blow with his right fist that left a large contusion on the man's head. As if it were on the verge of bursting, the merchant, resembling a lifeless dog, was cast aside by Jiang Luoran with a thud. Jiang Luoran clasped her hands together, unleashing her soul force to send a dozen individuals flying. With a swift kick, she dispatched 5 more, pinning them against the wall of the auction house. Jiang Luoran grasped the 2 guards firmly, pressing them against the glass of the auction area with great force, producing a resonant shatter as their heads collided with the fragile surface. In an instant, her palms struck the guards behind her. This scene unfolded like a sweeping tempest, with Jiang Luoran embodying the might of a titan, utterly unrestrained, impervious to any opposition, akin to a celestial azure python traversing the earth. Prince Xuexing's expression betrayed his alarm. Clearly intimidated by Jiang Luoran's audacity, he discarded his mask and hastily exited the premises. This individual was remarkably ruthless, daring to invade the very heart of the auction house, an embodiment of lawlessness, a soul starved of affection since childhood. Chapter 113, A Brazen Invasion of the Auction House. Historically, those who lived recklessly met with short lives. Jiang Luoran's remarkable feat dazzled the onlookers. If one were to speak of madmen, Tang Hao would undoubtedly be among the few in the Douluo continent. I vaguely recall Tang Hao's ferocious assault in the Death Canyon, his bold traverse through the City of Slaughter, and his overwhelming defeat of the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall, delivering a powerful blow to Qian Chuanji's crown. Now, As the madman re-emerges, Jiang Luoran has begun to exhibit a third of Tang House ferocity. Ning Fingji and Jian Qin exchanged knowing glances and shared a subtle smile. At this point, Jiang Luoran's mind became clouded with doubt. When Zhao Wujie was previously vanquished by Tang Hao, Flinder had remarked that he was a man who dared to strike even the Pope. This suggests that Tang Hao had indeed engaged in a prior confrontation with Qian Xuanji before their fateful battle, a widely recognized clash. Realizing that lingering here was unwise, Jiang Luoran clenched his right hand, summoning forth a purple soul ring as he activated his first soul skill, creation from nothing. With a swift motion, dozens of blood vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring all others in place. Although Jiang Luoran is ruthless, he is not bloodthirsty. Moreover, killing them would bring him no advantage. With his fourth soul skill, Thousand Forgings, Jiang Luoran flicked his right hand, and a black soul ring spiraled along his arm, transforming into a purple grass hammer. It goes without saying that the merchant must have sealed the entrance upon entering this place. Jiang Luoran had no choice but to force it open. With his right hand gripping the hammer, he made a sweeping motion through the air, relying solely on brute strength without employing any soul energy. The imposing golden door before him and the ground beneath seemed to split apart like mere paper, revealing a blinding light that illuminated Jiang Luoran's figure. "Hurry," he urged, pulling the cat demon and Yuling Jiao as they dashed toward the distance. The trio retrieved the beast meat prepared by the restaurant owner and continued their journey northward, heading for Nodding City, as their path to the soul-fighting forest required passing through it. "Brother Luoran, if I had presented the emblem of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus just now, would the outcome have been different?" Yuling Jiao pondered, having been so engrossed in watching Jiang Luoran battle that she completely overlooked this detail. Relying on such things only made him feel inept. Jiang Luoran was not one to dwell in the shadows. This sense of emptiness weighed heavily on him. He bore no grudge against Yuling Jiao. The cat demon, unable to speak human language, silently trailed behind Jiang Luoran, uncertain of whether he was a hero or a villain. Yet, that was of little consequence. She recognized his strength, sufficient to tackle most challenges. "Brother Luoran, you appear unscathed, still as fierce as ever," Xuebing approached, clapping his hands in delight. "Who are you?" Jiang Luoran disregarded him and led the two women away. Xuebing, like a child, was clearly being ignored. "Playing word games? I have no time for such frivolities." Xuebing's expression darkened as he pursued them. "I even treated your wounds previously. How dare you pretend not to know me? Do you not believe that I could report you, and soon countless armored warriors would come to trouble you?" "They would not be faster than me," Jiang Luoran replied, a sense of solitude washing over him, "and they might not even be able to defeat me." Indeed, he had never lost in terms of speed. "Have you changed women again? I thought you were unloved." Xuebing scrutinized the two women. One can tell from their presence that they are far from ordinary. Is this the law of desire? The more one wishes for something, the less likely they are to obtain it. "Your Highness may call me by my name, but the term brother should not be used lightly," Jiang Luoran warned. "What if I cannot control myself?" Xuebing shrugged, indifferent. "Then I shall stitch it up for you. If it comes to that, I can even sever it." Jiang Luoran found his behavior thoroughly distasteful. While being a rogue could be a tactic, being a nauseating one was simply wrong. "This is merely annoying." Xuebing found himself momentarily speechless. He had indeed encountered a formidable character who dared to threaten even a prince. The most frustrating part was his inability to retort, as he could not find the words to counter Jiang Luoran's assertions. Upon reflection, it seemed he had continuously placed the blame on Jiang Luoran. Yet, an indescribable feeling lingered in his heart, an undeniable sense of importance Jiang Luoran held over him, drawing him closer to the man. Perhaps he had indeed fallen into a wretched obsession. Such a habit was hardly commendable. "Speak quickly. What do you want from me?" Jiang Luoran's impatience grew. After all, there were still others pursuing them, and delays were unwelcome. However, Xuebing would not betray Jiang Luoran, as it was not worth his while. He understood well the implications of his actions. He would not choose to make an enemy of Jiang Luoran or to curry favor with the auction house. "I have been with Shi Hui these past few days in search of you. Little did I expect that during this outing with my uncle, I would witness your remarkable feats," Xuebing exclaimed, eager for chaos. "Is this not your homeland? How can you laugh while I create disorder?" Jiang Luoran expressed his astonishment. "You are not getting too deep into character, are you? The future remains uncertain, and I hold little hope for the throne. I only wish to live peacefully. Besides, they are merely stationed on my empire's territory. If one family leaves, another will take their place. Money is not a concern. Take me to meet Ji Hui, now?" Jiang Luoran surveyed his surroundings. "We should leave Sylvis first to avoid the chaos in finding you," Xuebing led the way. "No need. We shall go directly to find Ji Hui," Jiang Luoran replied. "You are quite ruthless." Xuebing had never encountered someone so reckless and unrestrained. "Where are we headed?" "Brother Luoran?" Yuling Jiao inquired, unable to comprehend their conversation. Although she believed Jiang Luoran would not sell her, a fear crept in as the path grew darker. The cat demon also called out, her steps lighter yet tinged with trepidation. "Do not worry, I am merely visiting a friend to exchange a few words. We shall continue our journey to the soul-fighting forest." Jiang Luoran adjusted his mask. Under Xuebing's guidance, the four entered a dark alley. Xuebing, familiar with the route, opened the innermost door. "Come in." Is it always so dimly lit where you choose to meet? Jiang Luoran felt as though he were engaging in thievery. However, given that Xuebeng had brought others to meet him, he felt it would be impolite to nitpick. After all, as a prince, he could easily abandon Jiang Luoran if he wished. There was no need for him to persist in aiding him. Yet, the assistance was merely a matter of mutual benefit, lacking any significant bond. If all went as expected, this would be the last time Xuebeng extended a helping hand. For Jiang Luoran had not provided him with anything he desired, creating an imbalance in their power struggle. Jiang Luoran resolved to lend a hand in this avalanche, considering it a token of gratitude for the other party's generosity. Chapter 114, The Half-Understanding of Monthly Votes and Rewards Upon Entering the Dilapidated Room. The group beheld Ji Hui, clad in a green cloak, imbibing ale. Are you certain there are no tales outside? Ji Hui silently downed 3 gulps of the ale. It's not as if we are discussing matters of imperial significance. We are not that sought after. Jiang Luoran gestured for everyone to take a seat. I was referring to the tale behind you, Ji Hui retorted with irritation. Jiang Luoran remarked, outside, I have my trusted confidant, the current captain of the 6th Squad of the Royal Knights. You are free to speak your minds, the avalanche has reassured them. To be succinct, your father is a madman, and it appears you have perfectly inherited his genes. The topic of wisdom has rendered everyone rather uncomfortable. How can this be articulated? Surely, it cannot pertain to his mental state. Jiang Luoran found this entirely unamusing. If Zhi Hui summoned him merely to engage in banter, he would have to contemplate finding a different companion. Comparatively, Zhi Hui could very well meet her demise. Of course, that was not the case. I am not that trivial. Zhi Hui interjected. Over a decade ago, for reasons unknown, he violently stormed the Jifu, resulting in the deaths of hundreds and injuring countless others. It is said that after his rampage, he appeared disheveled and with fiery eyes, leading many to mistakenly believe he had succumbed to madness. However, I believe he is not insane, for it was he who, at the brink of my own demise, sacrificed his entire cultivation to save me. Had he truly been mad, I would surely have suffered a grim fate. This could merely be a rumor. Jiang Luoran waved his hand dismissively. He speculated that the individual in question was likely driven to a point of unavoidable violence, which precipitated his bloodshed. At last, a breakthrough was in sight. If the reason behind Jiang Nan's murderous actions could be unraveled, then these matters could also be resolved. Jiang Luoran understood that unraveling these matters was not particularly challenging, for they merely pertained to the Jiling mansion, which was hardly comparable to the 4 great sects. In contrast to Tang San's lineage, he found his own situation considerably less burdensome. Xuebeng was taken aback, profoundly shaken by the madness exhibited by the father and son. Should they proceed further, they might well be inducted into the ranks of the evil spirit sect's mages. The mere thought of someone like Jiang Luoran becoming an evil sorcerer sent shivers down Xuebeng's spine. Whether good or evil, a leader capable of shouldering great responsibilities is essential. The leader's thoughts dictate the team's ambitions, while the leader's potential defines the team's identity. Sometimes it is not merely because one is malevolent, but rather due to an inadequacy in their malevolence. Well, let us temporarily set aside our doubts. Initially, I too was skeptical. However, upon becoming acquainted with you, I began to believe that this matter might indeed hold validity. And there was not a trace of mockery in Zhi Hui's tone. Jiang Luoran, I shall continue. After that man went mad, he fled alone and never returned to the Jiang residence. Furthermore, the head of the Jiang family no longer acknowledged his own son and declared him to be cast out from the family. I observed a rather peculiar phenomenon. My grandfather did not go to the Jiang residence to settle accounts regarding the deceased. Instead, he vanished into silence, lost in profound contemplation. Jiang Luoran could not fathom the underlying reasons. Ji Hui's interruption suggested that she, too, was only privy to this limited knowledge. If the other party were aware of the reasons, they would undoubtedly clarify them at the earliest opportunity. My mind was about to explode. You all may continue your detective game. Xuebeng stepped outside, overwhelmed by the situation. Indeed, this world seemed to favor those of superior endowments, high intelligence, striking physique, and formidable strength. My martial soul differed from those of everyone in the Ji house. I had contemplated inquiring several times, yet the elders remained tight-lipped. They appeared to encase me in a barrier as impenetrable as vacuum glass. Ji Hui felt that these two matters could not be intertwined. Various signs indicated that you were indeed a direct descendant of the Ji house, and further investigation seemed unnecessary. So why pursue the truth so arduously? Jiang Luoran began to doubt Ji Hui once more. I live in a state of confusion. Had I not mentioned this previously? Ji Hui's hands trembled with apprehension, questioning the necessity of such caution. Recalling the near brush with death from before sent chills down her spine. Perhaps it would be best to avoid meetings in the future and communicate through letters instead. What if, on a whim, he were to become enraged and come to kill me? That would be a most unjust fate. Is that all? Jiang Luoran perceived Ji Hui's words merely as a clue. In truth, I came to advise you. It seems the elders at home may have intentions to harm you. Ji Hui rose from her chair. At present, my agility is somewhat refined. Should I encounter your elders again, escape may prove impossible. Moreover, I can reveal that my martial soul, prior to the addition of soul rings, was identical to yours. It is only through the augmentation of millennia-old soul rings that my martial soul transformed significantly. Jiang Luoran's meaning was unmistakable. So that is the case. It appears that a 10,000-year soul ring indeed possesses remarkable qualities, significantly enhancing the potential of your martial soul, Ji Hui admitted, filled with envy. Jiang Luoran was at a loss for words. This was not merely a millennium soul ring, but 3. Having discovered a breakthrough, Ji Hui confidently proclaimed that matters would soon be resolved. If it can be resolved so swiftly, you need not have lived this long. To the point of forgetting your own identity. Please observe someone for me. His name is Ji Dai, Jiang Luoran murmured. The chief enforcer of the Ji family? What issues could he possibly have? Ji Hui mused, believing that Ji Dai was the least deserving of scrutiny. The man seemed to have been born merely to exist in a state of numbness, neglecting the bonds of friendship and spending his days meditating at home, oblivious to everything around him. It was precisely due to this demeanor that Ji Lin had entrusted the position of chief enforcer to him. There is no significant concern. Merely observe his usual interactions. Jiang Luoran could not disclose that he might be Jiang Luo from the Jiang family. After all, Ji Hui was a member of the Ji family, and there was no way he would allow any gaps to linger within his household. Moreover, if Ji Dai truly were Jiang Luo, would that not mean he would be inadvertently responsible for his demise? I understand now. Take care of yourself. Ji Hui gestured towards Jiang Luoran dismissively. What do you want? Money? Jiang Luoran queried, perplexed. What use is money? Lend me a fragment of your martial spirit, and I shall delve into it upon my return. I wish to uncover some hidden intricacies that may aid my own breakthrough, Ji Hui reasoned. Believing that since their martial spirits were alike, there was much to learn from one another. Countless soul masters yearned for the wisdom of those stronger than themselves. Particularly in the case of Jiang Luoran, who had ascended through sheer determination and soul rings, a truly unprecedented feat. With a flourish, Jiang Luoran conjured a half-meter-long blood vine, its hues of purple and pink swirling together, and presented it to Ji Hui. After seeing Ji Hui off, Jiang Luoran sought out Xuebing, intending to offer assistance as a form of gratitude. However, he understood that his own words might not wield any decisive influence. Chapter 115. Merely a transaction of monthly tickets and rewards. Handshake. Here are 3 robes. Put them on and depart quickly. Xuebing gestured toward the black robes laid upon the table. Jiang Luoran chuckled coldly. Was the other party truly angered? It was hardly surprising, after all. Who would feel comfortable with a prince pressing himself against the cold backside of a commoner? The sensation was akin to a child yearning for candy in the presence of an adult, only to be denied. Your Highness Xuebing, if you wish to secure a more assured existence, I suggest you cultivate a rapport with someone named Tang San, Jiang Luoran advised, gently patting Xuebing's shoulder. Tang San? Who is he? A soul master? Xuebing inquired, bombarding her with questions. No, he is a promising talent, currently a student at Shrek Academy, Jiang Luoran replied. A student? Shrek? Xuebing pondered for a moment, recalling an encounter with that very academy, though it had ended with a golden-haired man delivering him a sound thrashing. Indeed, they're the ones. The one in blue is Tang San, Jiang Luoran remarked with a smile. Xuebing had certainly played the fool, provoking Daimu Bai without reason. It was a wonder he had not been met with a collective onslaught. Fortunately, he had escaped unscathed. Otherwise, even as a prince, he would have been reduced to seeking solace in a bowl of soup. Are you certain? They appeared to me like lost dogs. Xuebing furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Jiang Luoran was taken aback, truly unaware that ignorance absolves one of guilt. So, what is your current state? Are you indeed so much better than them? It is essential to remember that heroes do not question their origins. Why concern oneself with such identities? Your words resonate deeply, and I concede their truth. However, can that Tang San truly possess the strength to protect me? Xuebing harbored doubts. What could a mere student soul master possibly offer? Is he expected to defy the heavens? If Jiang Luoran were willing to assist him, he would surely take delight in it. For it is evident to any discerning eye that Jiang Luoran's accomplishments are extraordinary. Rest assured, I am a person who, once willing to speak, will never bring you harm. Jiang Luoran assured him, signaling that further speculation was unnecessary. Moreover, the days ahead will require patience, regardless of what transpires. Even if the spirit hall takes action against your father, you must endure. Jiang Luoran feared that Xuebing might uncover something and be directly severed by the adversary, leading to disastrous consequences. Although Xuebing had achieved little, the fundamental bond of kinship still existed. Out of sight, out of mind. Simply avoid engagement. For waiting is your sole path to victory. My intent is abundantly clear. You need not exert yourself further. Victory will come through patience, Jiang Luoran advised Xuebing. Well, then, I thank you. I trust you, Xuebing thought, uncertain why he placed such faith in Jiang Luoran. Yet, he felt an inherent belief that Jiang Luoran possessed all the answers, and that following him could lead to a promising future. I can promise that should you encounter danger, I will assist you once, Jiang Luoran stated as he and the 2 women donned their cloaks, preparing to depart. Really? Then I am grateful, Brother Luoran. Xuebing exclaimed joyfully. Let us take my carriage. My coachman will ensure your safe passage. This is merely an exchange of interests, a token of my gratitude. I reiterate. I shall not intrude upon the power struggles. Jiang Luoran and the 3 women climbed into the carriage. This conveniently spared them the trouble of renting one. And no one dared question Schwebing's carriage. Wherever you go, I shall escort you, Schwebing instructed the middle-aged coachman. Farewell, Jiang Luoran waved his hand. Yulingji remained silent throughout, recognizing that in such circumstances, silence was the best attitude. Overall, Jiang Luoran and she were essentially two completely different paths. The crux of the matter lay in one's own inadequacy, a lack of strength. The cat demon, initially somewhat out of sorts, became more settled after downing several mugs of ale. The coachman, following Jiang Luoran's direction, cracked the whip and urged the horses towards Notting City. After so much commotion, Jiang Luoran felt weary, and as he gazed at the hazy scenery, he succumbed to slumber. Yulingji observed Jiang Luoran and, unable to resist, leaned against the cat demon and drifted off to sleep. The cat demon, brimming with energy, continually stuffed pieces of Jiang Luoran's roasted meat into her mouth, as if she could never be satisfied. By afternoon, the coachman had entered Notting City, rousing Jiang Luoran and the others from their slumber. Jiang Luoran and his companions alighted from the carriage, urging the driver to depart swiftly to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Upon arriving in Notting City, they felt as if they had returned home, navigating the streets with an intimate familiarity. However, as night had already fallen, continuing their journey to the Douluo forest seemed overly hasty, and there was truly no need for such urgency. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Luoran treated his companions to a modest meal before they strolled around the city. In the Soul Spirit branch of Notting City, Yun Tao, you must cease this folly. Is it not enough already? You cannot change the inevitable, Matthew Nua implored, grasping Su Yun Tao firmly at the entrance. It is undoubtedly my lack of strength. I must grow stronger and enter the Douluo forest to cultivate, Su Yun Tao replied, his eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled. The die is cast. What are you doing? What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be will not come to pass. Matthew Nua desperately clung to Su Yun Tao. As an elderly man, he found it nearly impossible to restrain such a fervent youth, nearly straining his frail body. I refuse to accept this. Someone, anyone, hold Su Yun Tao for me. Jiang Luoran recalled the moment when he first arrived in Silvis and encountered Su Yun Tao. At that time, Su Yun Tao was on the verge of being discarded, and he had besieged Hulaina to rescue him and return him to Notting City. Clearly, the other party was unwilling to accept this. It was no surprise, as Cece, that girl, was indeed ill-suited for him. However, Su Yun Tao had genuinely developed feelings and was even more reluctant to allow anyone else to approach his girlfriend. Not to mention the present circumstances. Jiang Luoran swiftly approached Matthew Nua, delivering a decisive blow that rendered Su Yun Tao unconscious. It is difficult to ascertain whether this was a fortunate or unfortunate turn of events. Su Yun Tao had certainly endured a cruel ordeal. What could be more tormenting than the anguish of inaction when one lacks the power to intervene or resolve a situation? The sensation is excruciating. At last, tranquility returned, and Jiang Luoran expressed his gratitude to the young man, as Matthew Nua, unable to contain himself, collapsed to the ground. Grandpa Matthew Nua, do you not remember me? I am Jiang Luoran, the boy who visits each month to collect the golden soul coins. Jiang Luoran smiled. It is essential to acknowledge kindness and repay favors. Matthew Nua had previously invited Jiang Luoran and Tang San to share a meal, recognizing them as diligent students deserving of support. Oh, so you're Luoran. Has little San not returned with you? Matthew Nua's spirits lifted. No, brother San is currently training. He is quite busy, Jiang Luoran replied truthfully. Ah, splendid. You have brought your girlfriend back this time, intending to settle in Notting City? Matthew Nua glanced at the two young women, uncertain which one was Jiang Luoran's partner. However, they both appeared quite commendable. Grandpa Matthew Nua, Yiling Jiao is helping you up. The cat demon let out a feeble sound, though its words were indecipherable. They are not my girlfriends. These two are my very good friends. Moreover, I have come to journey to the Douluo forest, not to remain here, Jiang Luoran stated as he lifted Su Yun Tao onto his back. The Douluo forest? You are still quite young. Such a place is not suitable for you to venture into without an adult's accompaniment. I just deterred someone from going to the Douluo forest, and now you wish to go as well. Matthew Nua felt his composure unraveling. Will you let this old man live? Chapter 116. Farewell, Su Yun Tao. Grandpa Matthew Nua, please do not be agitated. I am now a Soul King and can ensure my own safety, Jiang Luoran hastily clarified. Otherwise, given Matthew Nua's temperament, he would inevitably cling to Jiang Luoran. A Soul King? You are not deceiving me, are you? Matthew Nua expressed his disbelief, struggling to accept that a mere teenager could hold such a title. Who would believe it? Only a madman would. Jiang Luoran raised his hand, unleashing a soul force of level 57, directing it towards the iron pillar beside the Spirit Hall's branch. With a resounding bang, the stout iron column seemed to be crushed by an unmatched energy, instantly collapsing and bursting apart. The Soul King above level 50, Matthew Nua, widened his eyes in astonishment. Although he had not attained such a level himself, his lifelong experience in testing other soul powers allowed him to gauge the opponent's strength with reasonable accuracy. I believe it now. Luoran, your future is boundless. I never anticipated such a prodigy would emerge from Notting City. It is of no consequence. First, let us escort Master Su Yun Tao back. Jiang Luoran took the lead, stepping into the Spirit Hall's branch. He had been in this state for quite some time, it was manageable when he was just pulled back, as he usually remained rather subdued. However, for reasons unknown, he had become frenzied to this extent in recent days. Fortuitously, he encountered you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. It was all due to that girl named Cece, Matthew Nuo thought as he pushed open the door to Su Yuntao's room. Jiang Luoran gently placed Su Yuntao upon the bed, yet he found himself unable to traverse the emotional barrier within his heart, rendering any words futile. Luoran, do not concern yourself with this. Allow me to handle the situation, Matthew Nuo contemplated before continuing. I shall report this matter to the Spirit Hall. I will request leniency in my name, for I have devoted my life to the Spirit Hall and surely they will lend me some assistance. Indeed. That seems a viable solution, Jiang Luoran nodded, recognizing it as a prudent course of action. Such circumstances are unwelcome to anyone, yet fate has dealt Su Yuntao this hand. At this juncture, further discussion serves no purpose. I had indeed offered my counsel at the time. Matthew Nuo descended the stairs, stating, you shall depart on the morrow. I will promptly arrange for meals to be delivered. Jiang Luoran intended to say he had already dined, but Matthew's kind insistence made him feel at ease. Once the meal was prepared, Matthew arranged 3 rooms in the Spirit Hall for them to stay. The Spirit Hall, being expansive, offered ample accommodation without concern. Upon seeing them, he suddenly felt the weight of age. Observing their vibrant personalities, he had anticipated their future successes, yet he was astonished by the magnitude of their achievements. Matthew lamented with a bitter smile. Encountering the youth always stirred a sense of passion within him, but upon glancing down, he realized he was already approaching his 60s. Feeling a poignant disparity between aspiration and ability. After their conversations, Jiang Luoran was uncertain how to assist this elder. He lacked neither wealth nor security, and his life seemed quite satisfactory. After their meal, Jiang Luoran and the 2 women each took a separate room. The following morning, Jiang Luoran rose early for his morning exercises, while the 2 women remained asleep. Frustrated by their inertia, he resolutely pulled them up. Once breakfast was prepared, Matthew had just awoken, and the 4 gathered around the large dining table to eat. Were you the one who knocked me out yesterday? Su Yuntao inquired, ruffling his disheveled hair as he descended from the 2nd floor. A level 39 spirit master? Such relentless training may adversely affect your foundation, Jiang Luoran remarked while swallowing a piece of beast meat. You had the potential to become a spirit emperor. Who are you? Su Yuntao frowned, irritated by the early morning intrusion. His anger flared anew. I am Jiang Luoran. Does Master Yuntao not remember me? You awakened my martial spirit. Jiang Luoran gestured for him to sit and join the meal. Jiang Luoran? Su Yuntao's pupils dilated, his body trembling slightly. They say it was you who requested the Saintess of the Spirit Hall to release me. You saved my life. Without my request, she would have released you regardless. Jiang Luoran nodded. Yutao, do not torment yourself any longer. Stay with me at the Spirit Hall, and there will come a time for you to shine, Matthew urged, encouraging Su Yuntao to eat. You have yet to acquire your 4th spirit ring. Perhaps you should accompany me into the soul-fighting forest. I sense you are still in turmoil, Jiang Luoran suggested. If power is what you seek, let me assist you. Are you certain? What level are you? Su Yuntao detected a tone of superiority in Jiang Luoran's voice, one that felt quite natural. Upon reflection, if Jiang Luoran had connections with the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, his accomplishments must indeed be noteworthy. I am a level 57 control system spirit king. Consider whether you wish to join me, Jiang Luoran stated. His offer was merely to help Su Yuntao acquire a spirit ring. In a real battle, a spirit sovereign would still be insufficient. Nevertheless, aiding one was akin to aiding 2. Helping him would not lead to his demise. I will go, Su Yuntao agreed without hesitation. He was determined to gain strength and would not pass up this opportunity. Moreover, he could find no other spirit king willing to assist him. What spirit king would be idle enough to lower themselves to help him? While he could apply for the Spirit Hall's enforcement to aid him, such procedures would consume valuable time. What do you require? I, Su Yuntao, will provide it all, he declared, excitement coursing through him as he longed to embark on their journey. Calm yourself, little Tao, Matthew interjected, standing. You are merely a spirit sovereign. It would be difficult for you to protect yourself in the soul-fighting forest. Matthew's concern was not that Jiang Luoran would fail to protect Su Yuntao, but rather that he was apprehensive about Su Yuntao's current temperament. It is essential to understand that acquiring spirit rings relies on fate. Moreover, entering the soul-fighting forest necessitates composure and caution. I will do my utmost to ensure their safety. You need not worry, Jiang Luoran reassured Matthew, urging him to sit. Within the soul-fighting forest, he was acquainted with 3 dominant spirit beasts, and there was no imminent danger. Should they encounter an insurmountable beast, he would lead everyone to safety. Seeing the earnestness in Jiang Luoran's gaze, Matthew gradually relaxed, ceasing his objections. Nevertheless, his attitude clearly indicated he remained reluctant for them to venture forth. The 4 swiftly finished their breakfast and bid farewell to Matthew. Along their journey, Su Yuntao remained taciturn, resembling Jiang Luoran's shadow. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Luoran chose to remain silent. They arrived at Old Jack's home in Holy Spirit Village, where Jiang Luoran presented him with 100 gold soul coins. After a brief exchange of words, Jiang Luoran led his companions onward towards the soul-fighting forest. In just half a day, they reached the outskirts of the soul-fighting forest, which was as chaotic as ever, filled with vendors' cries. Is this your first visit? Ling Jiao? Jiang Luoran inquired, noticing her gaze wandering. It is not my first. I acquired all my spirit rings here. I simply did not expect such a crowd this time, Ling Jiao replied, puzzled. Jiang Luoran's expression darkened. How could the presence of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex in the soul fight forest not cause the onlookers to disperse? Chapter 117. The moon ticket reward of the black pearl centipede, with a courteous gesture. Little girl, are you familiar with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex? A man approached, likely perceiving that Jiang Luoran and her companions appeared affluent. Meanwhile, Ling Jiao, seemingly quite gullible, was taken aback. Of course, Ling Jiao replied, momentarily stunned. As someone suddenly emerged, questioning the purpose of the inquiry. I'll let you in on a secret. I am the illegitimate son of Yu Luomian from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Ling Jiao, Jiang Luoran exclaimed. With the bloodline of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family coursing through my veins, I feel an overwhelming urge to embark on a grand endeavor. Allow me to protect you as we venture into the soul-hunting forest to procure soul rings. It requires but 10 golden soul coins. As he raised his hands to form a cross, Su Yutao trembled. You hail from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Jiang Luoran pulled Su Yutao away, seemingly exhausting all efforts to become stronger, yet even his intelligence was fading. One could deduce, with a modicum of reasoning, that as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, it was beneath him to undertake tasks worth merely 10 gold coins. The mere existence of the Dark Knight Lord, another illegitimate offspring of Yu Luomian, who dominated the soul arena of Sylvis, underscored this notion. If he were truly a scion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, engaging in such trivial pursuits would indicate a lack of significant achievement, verging on ineptitude. Before them lay a lush forest, its verdant canopy vibrant and thriving, yet all that could be perceived was a sea of green. One could scarcely fathom the vastness of this woodland. Indeed, even the term boundless might fail to encapsulate its grandeur. To my left stood Su Yutao, while Ling Jiao occupied my right. And the cat demon lingered behind. The formation must remain intact. I would oversee all as Jiang Luoran, despite his repeated ventures into this realm. Could not afford to let down his guard. It is imperative for a person to remain humble. Arrogance can invite peril. Vigilance is always prudent. As the quartet approached the periphery of the soul-fighting forest, they encountered soul beasts that had existed for decades or even centuries. Upon nearing a 1,000-year-old soul beast, Jiang Luoran halted, urging, you may go now. Here, you can truly flourish. The cat demon was perplexed by Jiang Luoran's sudden pivot and the string of nonsensical remarks that followed. The three others gazed at the cat demon, signifying that her departure was welcomed. We shall always remember you. Do depart swiftly. Ling Jiao, however, felt an unexpected reluctance. Perhaps it was the journey that had fostered a sense of dependence on the cat demon. Bewildered, the cat demon scratched her head, utterly confounded. Her innocent demeanor on full display, Jiang Luoran covered his head and suddenly thought of sign language. He pointed at the cat demon and then gestured towards a thicket on the right. The cat demon seemed to understand, with a hint of tears in its eyes. Do not be concerned. Soul beasts possess eternal lifespans, and there is nothing you should hold back. Our encounter is merely a fleeting moment in your 1,000,000 years of cultivation. I wish you could become a soul beast of 1,000,000 years and live well, Jiang Luoran said, patting the cat demon on the shoulder. Although he was unsure if the cat demon understood, he believed that when it became a soul beast of 100,000 years, it would comprehend his words, provided it did not forget them. The cat demon leapt gracefully, transforming into a streak of blue light before vanishing, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Now, we must face the 1,000-year soul beast, Jiang Luoran declared, his fist clenched tightly. Ling Jiao felt a sense of reluctance, although she considered taking the cat demon in. It would thrive better in the soul-fighting great forest, a place filled with potential. Is this what friendship is? Su Yutao felt as if he had experienced the peaks and valleys of life. Adjusting his mindset, he acknowledged that now that they had entered the soul-fighting great forest, weakness was no longer an option. His fourth soul skill, forged through trials, activated as Jiang Luoran extended his right arm. The black soul ring descended along his arm, manifesting a purple hammer. Su Yutao, a 39th level powerful attack-type spirit master wielding the spirit of the lone wolf, felt his eyes turn purple. And a massive purple wolf appeared behind him. Ling Jiao, embodying the Tyrannosaurus Rex, summoned a fearsome thunder dragon with visible scales. This was the purest blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. It was evident that she belonged to the esteemed lineage. Are you a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? Su Yutao asked, astonished as he gazed at Ling Jiao. As long as you know the roots, we can proceed, Jiang Luoran said, unwilling to linger. There was no use in surprise, survival was paramount. The trio advanced for over half an hour, encountering only a single 1,000-year soul beast and nothing more, as if the area had been entirely depleted. Yet, the emptiness heightened Jiang Luoran's caution. Do you feel that? Su Yutao scanned the surroundings, sensing an approaching presence. Observe your surroundings carefully. Release your strongest soul skill at the first opportunity, Jiang Luoran advised, gripping the purple hammer tightly. His fifth soul skill, held battle armor, was unleashed. The black soul ring emitted 3 streams of green energy, enveloping the trio in a layer of sturdy yet lightweight purple armor. Heavens, what is this soul skill? Su Yuntao exclaimed, suddenly feeling his entire body infused with strength, a warm sensation spreading throughout him. A massive black centipede, measuring over 10 meters in length and 2 meters in width, dashed forward. Unlike other soul beasts, it did not roar but instead darted towards the weakest, Yulingjiao. A 5,000-year black pearl centipede? Jiang Luoran instantly recognized its age, realizing it was courting death. With the power of a 57th-level Soul King unleashed, Jiang Luoran pulled Yulingjiao aside and swung the purple hammer, creating a vacuum in the air with the force of his strike. Bang! The head of the black pearl centipede was struck with tremendous force, causing it to lose balance and roll across the ground, crashing into several massive boulders before finally coming to a halt. Yulingjiao activated her first soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends, extending her arms to summon a yellow soul ring. A colossal thunder dragon spiraled forth, unleashing a tempest of furious thunder, its roar echoing as if thunder itself reverberated from its nostrils. Visible lightning danced within the dragon's mouth. Upon receiving Yulingjiao's command, the thunder dragon dove toward the centipede. In an instant, the scene before them transformed into an endless cascade of blue. The black pearl centipede, seemingly grievously wounded, had not anticipated that merely 2 strikes could inflict such damage. A hint of retreat flickered in its mind. Not dead yet? Jiang Luoran utilized his agility, leaping 3 meters into the air, wielding the purple hammer for a decisive blow. Bang! The black pearl centipede, unable to evade, could only brace itself as a black carapace shimmered ominously, blocking its head. The purple hammer in Jiang Luoran's hands shattered the centipede's defense, striking directly at its skull. The ground beneath them trembled as if hollowed out, forming a 3-meter-deep indentation that continued to deepen. Jiang Luoran initially intended to strike with lethal force. Yet he abruptly realized that the soul beast was ideally suited for Su Yuntao, compelling him to hold back. In the 118th chapter, the venomous claws of the demon wolf were unleashed. The head of the black pearl centipede was crushed, its form shriveling as toxins visibly erupted. It was about to unleash its final, desperate attack. With his second soul skill, Shadow following, Jiang Luoran raised a purple soul ring high with his left hand and struck the ground. The roots of an ancient tree erupted from the earth, forming a barrier before the trio, effectively repelling all toxins. A few pungent scents wafted through the air as the poison clung to the roots, consuming them like a raging fireball. Brother Yutao, act now. Jiang Luoran bellowed, urging him to seize the opportunity. Did you not say this centipede has 5,000 years of cultivation? I cannot, Su Yuntao replied, furrowing his brow. Surely you jest. To have a mere soul master attempt to absorb the essence of a 5,000-year-old black pearl centipede? That would be tantamount to courting death. If it were a lower-level soul beast, I might consider it. Whether you can or cannot is for you to decide. Think it through. Once the toxins dissipate, this soul beast will be counted as my kill, Jiang Luoran sighed. If Su Yuntao cannot even take this step, then no matter how much I wish to assist him, it would be futile. A soul master must never be timid or cowardly. Of course, there are times when one must show vulnerability. However, to claim that a soul master cannot absorb a 5,000-year soul beast, or lacks the confidence to do so, would render that individual utterly ineffectual. Very well. I shall give it a try, Su Yuntao resolved, determined to confront the oncoming tide of poison with unwavering resolve. Jiang Luoran harnessed his soul power to clear a path for Su Yuntao, preventing toxins from encroaching upon him. With a mighty swing, Su Yuntao raised his wolf claw and struck downwards, piercing the body of the black pearl centipede. A resounding thud echoed as the creature met its demise. Akin to a film suddenly freezing in its projection, the toxic spray ceased instantly. A diminutive purple soul ring floated up and settled upon the centipede's form. You shall absorb it boldly. We shall guard you. Jiang Luoran and Yulingjiao respectively took positions on either side. I am grateful, Su Yuntao responded, sitting cross-legged and focusing on his martial spirit. The purple soul ring entwined around the lone wolf's arm before descending to his waist. Have a bite. Jiang Luoran offered a piece of previously packaged beast meat to Yulingjiao. He possesses inferior talent and requires time to absorb the soul ring. Did you know each other before? Yulingjiao, unreserved, seized the opportunity to munch on the meat, acknowledging the necessity of sustenance in such a locale. He is my awakening soul master, my guide. In a sense, Jiang Luoran confessed sheepishly. I see. Perhaps I can assist him, Yulingjiao suggested. It is futile. It is already too late. Moreover, with one less enforcer from the spirit hall, another aristocrat shall rise in their stead. Jiang Luoran squatted down, embedding his purple hammer into the ground. I've long wished to inquire, is this hammer technique truly the chaotic whirlwind? Yulingjiao had been eager to ask. She recalled the first time she witnessed Jiang Luoran employing the chaotic whirlwind at the entrance of the Death Canyon. With this technique, Jiang Luoran had remarkably attained the battle prowess of his soul emperor. Initially, Yulingjiao had not perceived anything unusual, but gradually, she realized the purple hammer in Jiang Luoran's grasp grew increasingly formidable. This is not the chaotic whirlwind. What then? Indeed, it is the chaotic whirlwind. This technique has saved my life on several occasions, Jiang Luoran, not one for deceit, felt no need to lie. That is impossible. The chaotic whirlwind is a direct transmission technique of the Houghton sect and cannot be wielded by outsiders. I learned it through a friend. That individual is Tang San, the son of Tang Hao. Jiang Luoran deemed it unproblematic to share this with Yulingjiao. Tang Hao? The Title Douluo who vanished many years ago? Yu Lingjiao expressed astonishment, pondering how much Jiang Luoran truly knew. In other words, what was it that he did not know? Indeed, he is the Title Douluo. He originally resided in the same village as I, the sole blacksmith in that locale. I learned the chaotic whirlwind from him, though Uncle Tang Hao said little about it. I swear, I shall never demonstrate the chaotic whirlwind before members of the Houghton sect, nor shall I become their enemy. Jiang Luoran understood the path he must tread. Having taken from another, one must be prepared to offer something in return. Although Jiang Luoran merely learned the chaotic whirlwind, the value of this hammer technique was immeasurable. From the outset, he had never coveted the treasures possessed by Tang San, for he understood the fundamental tenets: certain matters are indeed beyond reproach. Is it that Holy Spirit village? Listening to Jiang Luoran, one could envision the kind of person he was. There is a saying, attraction begins with beauty. Love blooms from talent, and loyalty is anchored in character. Jiang Luoran stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. The requirements for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's soul ring are rather high. I recall within this Millennium Zone, there exists a Millennium Flying Claw Lingjiu beast, which should suit you perfectly. That sounds exaggerated, Brother Luoran. Yu Lingjiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. One must know that even the third soul ring designated by the family head for me is merely a sky phantom fish. Jiang Luoran directly killed a Flying Claw Lingjiao? These two are simply not on the same level. It is important to note that the Flying Claw Lingjiao is almost akin to a dragon. Even one that is merely 1,000 years old could easily rival the 5,000-year-old sky phantom fish. Rest assured, with my presence. If it were suggested that Su Yuntao absorb such a soul ring, Jiang Luoran would have reservations. However, allowing the Yu Lingjiao to absorb it would pose no issue at all. A hell pierced the air, and Su Yuntao's eyes glimmered with a purple light as he rose from the ground, gazing incredulously at his hands. Is this the disparity between soul rings? I suddenly feel that the amplification of this soul ring is terrifying. Su Yuntao's voice trembled slightly. What is your fourth soul skill? Jiang Luoran approached him after he completed the absorption. I nearly perished during the process. Su Yuntao wiped the sweat from his brow, fortunate that I persevered. My fourth soul skill is called Magic Wolf Poison Claw. Indeed, Jiang Luoran nodded. Acquiring the soul ring of the Black Pearl Centipede would undoubtedly enhance the toxicity of his martial spirit. Su Yuntao's lone wolf combined with the centipede's venom forms a remarkable support. Previously, Su Yuntao had given Jiang Luoran the impression of being fragile, but now, he exuded a certain chilling aura. Su Yuntao lowered his hands, and a purple soul ring enveloped his wolf claws, invoking his fourth soul skill, Magic Wolf Poison Claw. Whoosh! Immediately, a potent toxin manifested upon the wolf claws, and 8 claw marks formed a swirling green claw aura. Buzz! The toxic claw energy sliced through dozens of ancient tree roots as if they were mere tofu before dissipating. A foul odor arose, and the trees became stained with a greenish poison. It seems the soul ring is indeed well-suited for you, Jiang Luoran mused, having gained profound insights from his master. He possessed a solid understanding of the soul ring configurations for soul masters. Moreover, these concepts are rather straightforward. Much like on Earth, snakes and jiaos are closely related creatures. With this analogy, it is not difficult to deduce which martial spirits correspond to which soul beasts. Thank you. Back then, I thought yours was a useless martial spirit. It was my oversight that nearly buried a talent. Su Yutao felt a twinge of guilt when he had declared Jiang Luoran's martial spirit to be worthless. Did that not now render him less than worthless himself? Contemplating this, Su Yutao bowed his head in shame. Chapter 119. A spectacular battle. Jiang Luoran gestured for Su Yutao to cease his words. Regret is the most futile of emotions, and he found no need for it. Initially, he had some reservations, but with your input, he felt there was no harm in attempting it. Jiang Luoran picked up the purple hammer from the ground and signaled for them to follow. In the soul-fighting forest, within its inner depths, lay a lake. I will engage in battle. Yuntao, direct your fourth soul skill at the wound of the soul beast. Lingjiao, seize the opportune moment to unleash a decisive strike. Is that understood? Jiang Luoran stated once, boldly striding into the lake with the hammer in hand. A cacophony erupted from the lake, filled with the roar of the dragon and the sounds of combat. It was evident that the fight had commenced. Utilizing his second soul skill, Shadow Follow, Jiang Luoran effortlessly released a black soul ring. From the depths of the lake, ancient roots began to sprout, growing thick and towering until they transformed into a colossal tree, directly ensnaring the flying claw Lingjiu beast. The creature, desperate to escape, exerted its strength, snapping several of the tree's vines. Wishing to flee? First soul skill, Creation from Nothingness. Third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. Jiang Luoran formed a claw shape with his left hand. The purple and black soul rings enveloped his hand, emitting an eerie glow. Suddenly, a purple cage materialized above the flying claw Lingjiu beast, ensnaring it within. With a thunderous roar, the beast hurled itself against the cage with all its might. Immediately, countless blood fiend vines erupted from its body, wrapping around it, particularly ensnaring its head. Jiang Luoran soared through the air, brandishing her violet hammer with great fervor. With a swift motion, she struck the head of the flying claw. A resounding boom echoed as the surface of the lake erupted into a tumultuous frenzy. The flying claw, gravely injured, plummeted into the water, unable to rise. Utilizing her fourth soul skill, 1,000 hammers, 100 refinements, a dark soul ring emerged, swirling around her fingertips. This soul ring emitted a chilling black light, which resonated with the blood-slaying vines ensnared around the flying claw, creating an irresistible attraction. With a subtle curl of her fingers, the black soul ring responded as if commanded, radiating beams of dark luminescence. The blood-slaying vines that clung to the flying claw solidified, encasing it as though it were enveloped in a suit of armor. Now, it found itself utterly immobilized. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. One must recognize the formidable vitality of the flood dragon. Although it appeared that the adversary was on the brink of collapse, should it tap into its latent potential, it remained a formidable entity not to be underestimated. With a wild flourish, Jiang Luoran's soul force surged, and a piercing purple light emanated from his eyes, radiating an aura of icy determination. In that moment, he resembled a loaded sniper rifle, an explosive energy bursting forth that could instill fear even from 100 meters away. This sensation was akin to the innate dread we feel towards a tiger, which suddenly springs forth from its lair, poised to strike. Sensing Jiang Luoran's murderous intent, the flying claw Lin Jiao beast quivered, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed, a sound reminiscent of a hammer striking steel rebar with fervor. Boom. The flying claw Lin Jiao beast severed all the bloodthirsty vines, transforming as if it were a dragon preparing to soar. Its entire carapace unfurled, its head swelling to a more draconic visage, particularly accentuated by its horns, resembling those of a dragon. With a flick of its obsidian tail towards the lake, the water erupted as if under a barrage of gunfire, surging violently in response. After 2 millennia, the flying claw Lin Jiao beast elicited a look of astonishment from Jiang Luoran. In truth, while ordinary soul beasts were easier to discern, the flying claw Lin Jiao required one to compel it to reveal its full prowess to ascertain its age. Records from masters were scarce, and it was through the synthesis of knowledge from Earth and this realm that Jiang Luoran gained a deeper understanding of the soul beast's attributes. Hell, the flying claw Lin Jiao beast took the initiative, propelling itself upward from the lake's surface before diving from the sky. Boom. With its soul power unleashed, Jiang Luoran was no longer merely emanating purple light from his eyes, his entire being radiated with violet soul energy. If he had previously resembled a loaded sniper rifle, he now embodied a missile poised for launch. This was a cataclysmic aura. Boom. In their first clash, the purple hammer collided with the dragon's head, creating a streak of fire as they passed. Jiang Luoran turned back once more, dragging his hammer with his left hand as he executed the Kunping movement technique, descending in a flash. This method of utilizing momentum and velocity to amplify force was a tactic Jiang Luoran employed with relentless satisfaction. Boom. A streak of white light slashed through the horn of the serpent's head. The dragon, caught off guard, recoiled as if struck by lightning. Roar. The winged claw-scaled beast let out a piercing howl, its maw seemingly brimming with a surge of dark flame. Jiang Luoran was perplexed by the intentions of his adversary, as the situation had transcended his comprehension. Suddenly, a jet of black flame erupted, surging towards Jiang Luoran with formidable force. The mere propulsion of this fiery assault was akin to that of a supercharged water cannon. It is essential to recognize that bullets achieve their lethality through velocity. Similarly, the strike from the flying clawed beast was anything but trivial. Jiang Luoran was already clad in his hellish battle armor, yet he did not dare to let his guard down. With his hands firmly gripping the hammer, he concentrated all his strength and soul power into the purple hammer. A cacophony erupted as 5 soul rings emerged like the keys of a pianist, producing a deafening resonance. The 2 surging energies finally collided. To be precise, both sides had only taken 3 seconds to prepare. This was a battle ignited in an instant. Boom. Black flames erupted against the purple light, clearly meeting resistance. Jiang Luoran felt a surge of alarm within, relieved that the lifespan of this flying-clawed Qilin beast was not extensive, allowing her to barely withstand its presence. Had it been a creature of 3,000 years, she would have had no choice but to flee. The purple hammer in Jiang Luoran's grasp was gradually being extinguished, his entire being propelled towards the heavens as if caught in a tempest of 12 degrees. It was merely a passive endeavor. Had it not been for the enhancement of his soul power, the purple hammer would have likely dissipated like a leaf at the moment of collision. Feeling the fiery lines emerging around him, Jiang Luoran's body was subjected to a searing heat. This flame was an almost unparalleled black fire, nearing its utmost intensity. With all his might, Jiang Luoran's hands gripped tightly, the 5 soul rings encircling his waist resonating with a thunderous sound, cascading down to his hands. Suddenly, the strength coursing through him surged, more than doubling. The 5 soul rings, like frenzied piano keys, spun and interchanged desperately around Jiang Luoran's hands. Bang! Jiang Luoran descended like a colossal boulder, plunging toward the dark fire line. In a swift motion, he wrapped his right hand around the hammer's handle and seized the hammer's tail with his left. With a powerful tug, he tore through the dark flames, which dispersed like severed cloth throughout the sky. The flying claw Lin Jiao beast was taken aback, ascending into the clouds. This lethal strike, intended to be fatal, could not vanquish Jiang Luoran, rendering further efforts futile. Why linger? Attack! Jiang Luoran surged forward, breaking through the lake's surface like a tracking projectile, soaring upward. Chapter 120. A Reunion with the Douluo Tulip. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yuntao and Yu Lingjiao were already captivated by Jiang Luoran's splendid combat prowess. Despite being merely a soul king, he had achieved such an extraordinary state of battle. They were utterly enthralled with his fourth soul skill. The poisonous claw of the demon wolf, the lone wolf behind Su Yuntao radiated a violet glow, a purple soul ring adorning its 10 claws. Suddenly, the combined claw strike swiftly grazed Jiang Luoran's side, landing on the injured area of the flying claw Linjiao beast. Bloodthirsty vines. Jiang Luoran summoned a bloodthirsty vine, binding it to the purple hammer. With a vigorous whirl, the grass hammer, ensnared by the bloodthirsty vine, completed a full rotation, striking the beast's head. Roar. The dragon, now weary, was inadvertently brought down into the lake. Like a war deity, Jiang Luoran hovered in the air, raising his hammer aloft. The violet soul power and bloodthirsty vine visibly surged into the purple hammer. The massive hammer, akin to a cart, descended, completely submerging the upper half of the beast. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends. Second soul skill, Thunderous Lightning. Yu Lingjiao's left and right hands each bore a yellow soul ring, emanating a radiant glow. In an instant, lightning erupted, accompanied by the roar of dragons. One yellow soul ring levitated, encircling Yu Lingjiao, transforming into a dragon of thunder and lightning. The other yellow soul ring enveloped the thunder dragon, summoning the heaven's resonance and unleashing 100 bolts of lightning. Roar. The sky darkened as the thunder dragon, engulfed in countless bolts of lightning, collided with the beast. The water's surface rippled, and the entire lake resonated with thunder and flashes of lightning. Jiang Luoran leapt swiftly to avoid being affected. The flying-clawed Linjiao beast lay lifeless, forever extinguished, and even from a distance, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Once the lightning had dissipated, Jiang Luoran descended into the lake to retrieve the flying-clawed Linjiao beast. Yu Lingjiao sat cross-legged beside the beast, her focus directed towards her martial spirit as a majestic thunder dragon materialized beside her. From the beast's severed head, a violet soul ring emerged, which the thunder dragon gracefully ensnared with its tail. Jiang Luoran, feeling the strain of expending his soul power, settled down to recuperate both his energy and vitality. Su Yuntao, acting as a vigilant guardian, surveyed the surrounding area. He could not help but admire the formidable strength of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which could indeed be described as terrifying. Su Yuntao had never witnessed such a wildly dominating martial spirit and soul skill. It was as if this martial spirit was favored by the heavens. In comparison, both his martial spirit and soul skills paled significantly in contrast. Even the force displayed moments ago led Su Yuntao to believe that he would have sustained injuries had he faced it himself. It was important to note that there was a disparity of over 10 levels between them, feeling utterly dwarfed. Su Yuntao perceived himself as standing at the very base of the Soul Master hierarchy. After a night had passed, the two remained in a meditative position. Su Yuntao nibbled on some dried meat while sipping from the lake, even pondering if they would continue in this manner indefinitely. Meanwhile, Yu Lingjiao appeared unwell. Her forehead glistened with beads of sweat, as if she were enduring some unseen torment. Jiang Luoran gradually regained consciousness, and, upon witnessing Yu Lingjiao's condition, could not help but furrow her brow. Such matters could only be resolved by herself. Moreover, as a wielder of a supreme martial soul, absorbing soul rings came far more easily to her than to us. Just moments ago, I managed to drive away several thousand-year soul masters. While Su Yuntao stood with his garments unfastened, revealing several fresh wounds upon his chest. You should rest for a while. Allow me to take over the watch. Jiang Luoran said as she handed a vial of medicine to Su Yuntao. What is that scent? Jiang Luoran suddenly detected a fragrant aroma, and as she inhaled deeper, she felt a surge of fervent energy rising within her. Do you smell it too? Su Yuntao inquired, scanning the surroundings in search of the source. Jiang Luoran, guided by an unusual scent, arrived beside the lifeless body of the Feijua Linjiao beast. His fingers glowed with a violet hue as he summoned a bloodset vine, slicing open the creature's abdomen. To his astonishment, he discovered a Douluo tulip within. The sight nearly caused him to collapse in shock. What did it signify to encounter a Douluo tulip in the Soul Dual Great Forest? It would undoubtedly attract a horde of soul beasts. If it were a mere specimen under 4,000 years, it might be manageable, but should it be of considerable age, even in abundance would be beyond his capability to contend with. Moreover, with the Yu Lingjiao still present, escape seemed impossible. The beast had evidently consumed the Douluo tulip only to meet its demise before digestion could occur. Such a divine herb could not decay alongside the creature. Its fragrance permeated the air as the beast's body began to rot beyond concealment. From this moment forth, this area would become a perilous zone. A Douluo tulip? What manner of thing was that? Su Yuntao sensed that something was amiss, as it was rare for Jiang Luoran to lose his composure. Surely, he had encountered a dilemma even he found difficult to resolve. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as countless soul beasts rushed toward them in a frenzy, as if competing for mates. Jiang Luoran intended to swiftly eradicate the threat, but time was not on her side. Yuntao, if you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you, she declared, leaping in front of the jade-scaled dragon. Rest assured, I will not abandon this battle. Su Yuntao spread his arms wide, invoking the spirit of the lone wolf. A spectral purple wolf emerged, adorned with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple, emitting a chilling howl. With no choice but to exert his full strength. Jiang Luoran's left eye shimmered white while her right glowed purple. Kunping, manifest, she commanded, unleashing the bloodthirsty vines that coiled around her like serpents. Dozens of blood-red tendrils enveloped her, while the white-feathered Kunping descended from the heavens, settling behind her. In an instant, a tide of beasts surged forth, overwhelming in its rapidity. Utilizing her second soul skill, Shadow's Embrace, Jiang Luoran dashed toward the oncoming horde. Roots of ancient trees erupted from the ground, voraciously ensnaring over a dozen soul beasts like carnivorous flowers. Before she could articulate her third soul skill, a millennium-old unicorn collided with her, sending her sprawling. Magic Wolf's venomous claw. Xiyun Tao roared, charging forward with reckless abandon, unleashing a torrent of claw energy. He was acutely aware that none of his soul skills could inflict significant damage upon these ancient soul beasts. Additionally, overuse of his fourth soul skill would deplete his soul energy. Yet, there was no alternative. The reason behind the frenzy of these soul beasts remained a mystery. Jiang Luoran deftly somersaulted in midair, swiftly bringing his hands together in a prayer position, invoking his first soul technique, creation from nothing. The violet soul ring whirred through the air, merging seamlessly with the ground. A surge of bloodthirsty vines erupted chaotically, intertwining with the ancient roots to ensnare a vast throng of soul beasts. The scene descended into utter turmoil, as the soul beast proved utterly uncontrollable. With a fierce determination, Jiang Luoran unleashed his fifth soul technique, hellish battle armor. His right hand grasped the dark soul ring, releasing 3 beams of purple light, excluding himself. 2 beams descended upon Xiyun Tao and the ancient roots. In such a dire moment, there was no time to conserve soul power, amidst the overwhelming tide of beasts. Even a full exertion of strength might not suffice to withstand the onslaught for long. Let it come, Jiang Luoran thought, embracing the madness of the situation. With no feasible strategy at hand, he resolved to charge forward with unwavering resolve. The black soul ring trailed from his arm, manifesting a grand purple hammer. With a resounding thud, he descended like a shooting star, his hammer sweeping horizontally with ferocity. The weighty impact of the hammer upon countless soul beasts made Jiang Luoran break into a cold sweat. Chapter 121. Overall enhancement. The purple hammer barely repelled the soul beasts before him, its might significantly diluted in the process. This only enraged the horde of soul beasts, who converged upon Jiang Luoran with fervor. The ancient roots and the hellish battle armor strained under the relentless pressure, emitting mournful groans. Xiyun Tao could not withstand such an assault and tumbled once more into the lake. All that remained was to fight with everything they had. Hoping that by the time Jiang Luoran exhausted his soul power, Ling Jiao would have completed its absorption. Jiang Luoran sensed that the jade Ling Jiao was nearing the end of its absorption process. Behind him, the white wings flapped wildly, while the purple hammer was wielded like a tornado, not daring to pause for an instant. Setting aside the question of whether Jiang Luoran could endure, the sheer number of soul beasts was beyond control, with many slipping through the net. Their ultimate goal was the exquisite Kiro gold tulip. Not to engage in a futile confrontation with Jiang Luoran. I will hold them off, Xiyun Tao declared, rising from the waters to intercept the straggling soul beasts. His 4 soul rings shimmered as if disregarding their own peril. At that moment, Xiyun Tao felt an overwhelming urge to confront the beast with his own soul rings. For the density of the soul beast before them was staggering. Retreat, Jiang Luoran shouted, flapping his wings to force the surrounding soul beast back. Yet, even at this juncture, neither of them had vanquished a single soul beast, and their numbers continued to swell. Jiang Luoran executed the Kunping movement technique, swiftly locating an opening, and transformed into a streak of light that shot forth. He grasped the Qi Luo tulip firmly in his hand. This was Jiang Luoran's only recourse, as he aimed to lead the Qi Luo tulip away from the Yuling Jiao, diverting all the soul beasts in the process. This strategy would at least ensure that Yuling Jiao could safely absorb the soul ring. Meanwhile, I, alongside Xiyun Tao, found ourselves in disarray, our garments tattered and our bodies stained with blood, barely resembling our former selves. Jiang Luoran is indeed in a precarious state, with more than a dozen claw marks marring her abdomen, still oozing with blood. Do not approach. Jiang Luoran leaped into the circle of soul beasts, causing a flurry of excitement among them, as if they had encountered a delectable delicacy. Massive heads surged forward, encircling Jiang Luoran completely, while behind these colossal visages, additional beastly heads sought to push their way in. Jiang Luoran possesses an unwavering belief in perseverance until the very last moment. At present, he resembles a caretaker, poised to distribute sustenance to these ravenous children, who, paradoxically, would even consider consuming him. The third soul skill, Explosive Nebula Tornado. Yulingju descends from the heavens, her violet soul ring encircling her head like a halo of creation. She wields a yellow soul ring in each hand. Her delicate fingers transformed into claws as the 3 rings attract one another and whirl with frenzied energy. A dragon's roar erupts from an unknown source, bearing down with the weight of 1,000 pounds, momentarily numbing all soul beasts within its reach. Dark clouds obscure the sky, and the winds, laced with electricity, grow increasingly fierce, as if converging into a raging river. Whoosh! At this juncture, only the rain remains, accompanied by a tempest rife with countless bolts of lightning. Yulingju lands beside Jiang Luoran, and centered around her, the storm's tornado dramatically expands, unleashing all its latent energy. Boom. Soul beasts, instinctively attuned to their ancestral fears, are now further compelled to retreat by the sheer pressure. An opportunity to escape arises. With the utmost swiftness of the Kunping, Jiang Luoran darts like a white arc, scooping up Yulingjiao and teleporting away as Su Yuntao lifts her as well, vanishing instantly from their previous location. When the soul beasts open their eyes again, they find Jiang Luoran has already disappeared. Moments later, an inexplicable tremor shakes the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the earth appears on the brink of collapse, fracturing into intricate fissures. Within the heart of the Soul Dual forest, at the center of the lake, Jiang Luoran paused at that location, gently placing the two individuals upon the ground. "How are you?" Yulingjiao inquired, activating her soul guide device to retrieve a potion and administer medicine to Jiang Luoran. At this moment, even if the enchanting tulips of Qilua were to be placed here, they would not dare to pursue, as Jiang Luoran and the sky blue bull python were but a hair's breadth apart. After meticulously applying the salve and binding their wounds, Yulingjiao, exhausted, sank down onto the ground. After enduring immense pressure in the previous battle with the dragon, Jiang Luoran subtly sensed a breakthrough in his soul power. After a day and night, he rose from the ground, having ascended to level 58, and his injuries had significantly healed. This remarkable recovery was largely attributed to the enchanting aroma of the Kira tulip, which had facilitated his progress. Yulingjiao's spirit and physique were also invigorated, as he gazed in awe at this extraordinary flower. As for Su Yutao, his injuries had miraculously healed, and he too exhibited signs of an impending breakthrough. "We should share this flower," Jiang Luoran asserted, disliking any hesitation. Sharing was indeed the most equitable approach. Besides, he had never contemplated hoarding the flower for himself, as it was unnecessary. "Please, you should consume it," Yulingjiao insisted resolutely. "Brother Luoran, you have hunted the soul rings for us. Without you, our very existence would be in jeopardy. Indeed, your contributions are paramount. This flower rightfully belongs to you," Su Yuntao concurred, refraining from claiming it for himself. Although he yearned for greater strength, he understood that without Jiang Luoran, even his current prowess felt unattainable. Recognizing the virtue of contentment is the truest manifestation of human brilliance. Jiang Luoran observed their temperaments with a sense of joy, for it affirmed that he had not misjudged their character, nor had he squandered his resources on unworthy individuals. Unlike some of his acquaintances on Earth, who had treated him merely as a source to be drained, leaving him feeling desolate. Furthermore, Su Yuntao possessed a temperament that was indeed rare. It was perplexing how he found himself entangled in sordid emotional affairs. "If you wish to partake, then indulge," Jiang Luoran stated coolly, as he grasped the exquisite Qilua tulip and offered it to the mouth of Yulingjiao. Yulingjiao had gradually come to understand the nature of this individual. "Just one will suffice for me," she declared, plucking a delicate, translucent bloom to savor. "Likewise. One is ample," Su Yuntao concurred, appreciating the singular offering without opposing her sentiment, thus allowing himself a taste as well. Each of them plucked one flower. Jiang Luoran, not to be outdone, selected the 3 largest blossoms and returned them to the soul guide device. With a satisfying crunch, the trio exchanged glances. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant, even sweet, as they began to chew. Jiang Luoran swallowed the remaining branch, suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming heat that coursed through her entire being, as if her organs and blood were in a frenzied dance. The 3 individuals sat cross-legged on the ground, each attuned to their martial spirits. After a day and a night, Su Yuntao rose to his feet, invigorated, having astonishingly ascended 4 levels, now standing at level 44 in the Battle Spirit sect. Simultaneously, he felt as if some shackles on his body had been released, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Another day and night passed. When Yulingjiao abruptly opened her eyes, a bolt of blue lightning shooting forth from her gaze. At level 35, she had attained the status of a Battle Spirit Master in the Assault category. At her age, achieving such a rank would surely earn her the admiration of Yu Engine upon her return. Yulingjiao, still caught in the euphoria of her recent achievement, having ascended 5 levels immediately after acquiring her spirit ring, now felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if her power had more than doubled. As the purple soul energy surrounding Jiang Luoran grew increasingly dense, the blood fiend vine unfurled in layers, as if in reference to something profound. The 2 observers did not disturb Jiang Luoran, yet they were acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Jiang Luoran was destined to ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor. Henceforth, his worth would be revered beyond measure. To say nothing of the matter, merely being in the presence of such an individual would be a considerable blessing. It is essential to remain vigilant and discern the true nature of such a person. An individual with such grand ideals and solitary potential is someone to be befriended, not provoked. Chapter 122. The 9 Nether Demon Crow. As Jiang Luoran's aura grew increasingly robust, his soul power coiled around him like purple silk. After 3 days and nights, Su Yutao and Yulingjiao, initially filled with trepidation, found themselves dwelling within the territory of the soul-fighting forest overlord. They felt akin to 3 lambs, perpetually at risk of being slaughtered, which was undeniably unsettling. With a deep breath, Jiang Luoran rose from the ground, the violet light in his eyes still shimmering. What transformation had he undergone? It was known that he had consumed a rare Kira tulip, elevating him to level 59 with certainty. This unprecedented power caused him to scrutinize his palm. As he clenched it, a sound akin to sizzling beans resonated. Although Jiang Luoran could not precisely articulate the change within him, he felt undeniably stronger, an enhancement of approximately 50% compared to before. Perhaps the Kira tulip had altered his physique and potential, or perhaps it was as if he had undergone a complete renewal. Luoran, how are you? Yu Lingjiao, observing Jiang Luoran's state, suspected he might have been possessed. An indescribable sensation washed over him, akin to a baptism, as he opened his garments. The wounds that had marred his body vanished, replaced by skin as smooth as jade, far superior to that of the average maiden. It was time to seek the sixth soul ring, yet prior to that, he needed to ensure the safety of Yu Lingjiao and Su Yuntao. It was imperative to recognize that they were facing a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and Yu Lingjiao and Su Yuntao would be of no assistance. They could even become liabilities. Follow me, Jiang Luoran commanded, leading the two deeper into the heart of the central lake. They harbored no doubts about Jiang Luoran's instructions. If he had intended to harm them, he would have done so already. Nonetheless, entering the territory of the soul-fighting forest overlord evoked a sense of inexplicable anxiety. The three lambs ventured forth, waving their hands in greeting. Hello, have you eaten? Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as dust billowed. Akin to an army of thousands charging forth, yet all knew it was not merely an army but a soul beast of colossal proportions. Jiang Luoran, unfazed, approached as if greeting a long-lost brother, exuding an aura of camaraderie. From the waters emerged a gigantic azure bull's head, its horns alone towering like a 20-meter-high structure. Instinctively, Yu Lingjiao activated her martial spirit, summoning a lifelike thunder dragon adorned with dragon scales, standing tall between the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. The three beasts exchanged glances, filled with curiosity. Upon absorbing her third soul ring, Yu Lingjiao's martial spirit had undergone evolution, now boasting formidable dragon scales. The thunder dragon's form was further perfected, subtly embodying ancient symbolism. You have returned, a voice called out, revealing a celestial and ethereal maiden approaching, exuding an aura that transcended mere humanity. These are my friends, Jiang Luoran smiled. No one here will harm you, rest assured. Yu Lingjiao nodded weakly, retracting her martial spirit. Indeed, had she engaged in combat, she might have already found herself within the belly of the azure bull python. As per our usual arrangement, I will incapacitate. And you will ensnare. Feng Lingo flashed forward, standing before Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran covered her face, expressing that the situation was not as straightforward as robbing a bank. Under such terrifying pressure, Su Yuntao's legs trembled uncontrollably like a machine gun, a sensation that few could comprehend. Yu Lingjiao, on the other hand, remained relatively unperturbed, her noble lineage granting her resilience against the oppressive presence of high-level spirit beasts. This time, I bring you gifts, for you, ancient spirit beasts. These celestial herbs hold little significance. Thus, Jiang Luoran retrieved 3 identical blossoms of the exquisite Qilua tulip from her soul guide device, distributing one to each of them, sufficient for them to experience its essence. The 3 blossoms floated towards them, merging into their abdomens. Let us go. Feng Linger was the first to step forward, unbothered by the surroundings that would not hinder her ability to absorb the flower. My friend, Jiang Luoran said with a wry smile, they will safely await your arrival. As the Tianqing Niumang pulled a tuft of grass from the lake, offering it to Yu Lingjiao and Su Yutao. Then I can rest easy. Once I ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor, I will take you away, Jiang Luoran assured as she patted Su Yuntao's shoulder, signaling him to calm his trembling. Human, you need not fear. Although we harbor disdain for your kind, in your current state, you pose no threat to me, the Tianqing Niumang remarked with indifference. Upon hearing this, Su Yutao inexplicably trembled even more violently, on the brink of hysteria. Within the depths of the soul-fighting forest, amidst a grove of purple cypress, one could see the white crow, over 60,000 years old, bathing. Feng Linger, with a demeanor that suggested they were not avian creatures, remarked. It has been nearly 70,000 years, Sister Linger. Jiang Luoran, you must discern when to speak and when to remain silent. Do not worry. I possess the bloodline of the Kunping, and currently, I could contend with the Tianqing Niumang without issue. The white crow was merely one of the ancient spirit beasts. Nearing 70,000 years, Feng Linger nodded in agreement. Then I shall proceed. Jiang Luoran cleared her throat and stepped forward. Hey, become my soul ring. With a loud caw, the white crow flared its wings, releasing 10 feathers as large as pillars. Jiang Luoran was bewildered as the Kunping technique instinctively unfurled, propelling him towards 10 streaks of white feathers. With a swift maneuver, he propelled himself closer to the white crow. The creature, initially believing it had vanquished the seemingly frail human, was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Luoran, its expression shifting to one of unexpected humanity. Faced with such a formidable spirit beast, Jiang Luoran commenced with his most potent soul skill. 5 soul rings, cloaked in hues of purple and black, encircled his hands, unleashing a barrage of purple weaponry fashioned from bloodthirsty vines. The air erupted with a cacophony of sound as countless purple weapons inundated the white crow and even the entirety of the lake. Indeed, should the adversary have been drinking at that moment, they might have met a watery demise. In that instant, Jiang Luoran comprehended the exhilaration akin to wielding a Gatling gun. As the sweeping sensation was truly exhilarating, The clash of white feathers and purple weaponry ignited a cascade of sparks, one soaring above while the other remained grounded, fueling a fervor within the onlookers. With a powerful flap of its wings, the white crow ascended from the ground, seemingly preparing to engage Jiang Luoran in close combat. Jiang Luoran deftly summoned 5 soul rings, from which emerged a colossal hammer measuring 3 meters in length and 6 meters in width. To confront a formidable opponent, one must wield an equally imposing weapon. Without affording Baiya any opportunity to take flight, Jiang Luoran struck decisively, driving it into the ground. With a flick of his left hand, the 5 soul rings floated towards him and aligned perfectly, unleashing a barrage upon the earth below. The ground reverberated with the sound of metal clashing against metal. It was evident to Jiang Luoran that his adversary had activated some form of ability akin to a soul skill. Suddenly, a sleek, luminous Baiya soared towards him, its left wing unfurling to deliver a fierce slash. The attack was exceptionally formidable. The glistening white feathers resembled blades forged from stainless steel, slicing through the air with an air of futuristic technology. Jiang Luoran stood firmly, descending swiftly from the heights. With the activation of his first soul skill, he conjured the essence from nothingness. Following this, he unleashed his third soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison. Dozens of Blood Fiend vines surged forth from the earth, while the Blood Fiend Demon Prison descended from above, resembling intertwining chains and cages, intent on ensnaring the white crow. As a soul beast of over 60,000 years, the white crow possessed an unfathomable strength, radiating a brilliant white luminescence. In an instant, the white crow expanded dramatically, akin to an inflated balloon. Before the Blood Fiend vines and the prison could draw near, they were effortlessly severed to pieces. Jiang Luoran wielded a purple hammer, hurling it directly towards the abdomen of Baiya. With a sharp cry, Baiya's eyes glimmered ominously, and with a swift motion of its wings, it severed the purple hammer as if wielding a blade, charging towards Jiang Luoran. Enhanced by the Kunping's agility, Jiang Luoran narrowly evaded the attack and swiftly drew a purple spear from 5 soul rings, aiming it at Baiya's obsidian eyes. Whoosh! The purple spear soared through the air, its attached soul energy swirling like a vortex. Baiya closed its eyes, successfully blocking this targeted strike. Jiang Luoran marveled inwardly, wondering if Baiya's eyelids were forged from iron. It appeared that Baiya was no longer inclined to continue this game, displaying a human-like disdain. Echoes of sound waves reverberated throughout the mountain forest, resonating off the towering peaks, within the depths of the woods, and across the lake surface. The generated echoes grew increasingly intense, leaving Jiang Luoran's mind momentarily vacant, as if he had been plunged into a dream. Before him lay a sea of white. Yet this whiteness only evoked a sense of impending doom, akin to an inescapable death. Silence enveloped him. Jiang Luoran yearned to scream, yet in that fleeting moment, he seemed to forget how to utter a sound. Ironically, although he had forgotten how to speak, he could still recall conversations with friends. No one responded, as if they had never existed, sinking deeper and deeper into oblivion. Fear. Indeed, it was fear, a sentiment Jiang Luoran had rarely experienced lately. Hey, don't be foolish. Feng Lingo smiled, gently patting Jiang Luoran's right shoulder with her left hand. Jiang Luoran's pupils constricted abruptly as the blinding white light instantly dissipated. Gasping heavily like a drowning man just pulled from icy waters, he awoke drenched in cold sweat. Join me in hunting the spirit beast, came the command. Let me demonstrate true combat. Like a phantom untouched by sound, Feng Linger strode fearlessly into the sonic tempest, her hand gripping an amethyst-hued feather. Jiang Luoran, for reasons unbeknownst to him, suddenly developed an immunity to sound waves. He grasped his hammer and followed the graceful footsteps of Feng Linger. Upon catching sight of Feng Linger, Baiya was abruptly enveloped by an intense sense of danger. With a fluidity akin to the wind, Feng Linger struck with her right hand, sending Baiya crashing to the ground beneath the force of her purple feathered attack. Jiang Luoran summoned 5 soul rings simultaneously, unleashing an avalanche of purple weaponry. Without hesitation, he sought to annihilate his foe. Feng Lingo vanished in an instant, sweeping horizontally towards Baiya's head. In a state of panic, Baiya flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Jiang Luoran crossed his arms, the 5 soul rings swirling around him. His eyes radiated a violet glow, as his soul power surged to a boiling point. Within the soul rings, an endless tide seemed poised to erupt. Baiya dispelled the sound waves and, with a powerful flap of its wings, charged towards Jiang Luoran, intent on eliminating the weakest adversary first. With the 5th soul skill, Hellish Armor, Jiang Luoran swiftly donned his ethereal protection, advancing rather than retreating. Bang! A brilliant white light shattered like glass, forcefully propelling Jiang Luoran backward. Manifesting the form of a white-feathered Kunping behind him, he regained his balance. Slash! An extravagant beam of purple light descended from the heavens, casting a shadow over the entire forest. To Jiang Luoran's perspective, it resembled a colossal wave of purple energy crashing down. Bang! Baiya, caught off guard, was struck squarely on the head, the shockwave from the impact even brushing against Jiang Luoran's face. Wasn't the intention to be more ferocious? What are you still holding back? Feng Lingo approached Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran observed Feng Lingo's expression, which seemed to convey a message of playful simplicity, as if they were merely engaged in a trivial game. In stark contrast, Jiang Luoran found the soul masters of the Contra level to be exceedingly amiable. At the very least, they would engage in a spirited battle with Baiya for a considerable time. Go ahead, absorb the soul ring. Feng Ling remarked before vanishing from sight. With the fourth soul skill, refined through repeated trials, Jiang Luoran aimed at the wound on Baiye's back, wielding a sharp spear, and thrust downward with precision. Whoosh! Baiye was instantly struck down, his dark eyes closing for eternity. Jiang Luoran moved swiftly, settling onto the ground as he drew upon the dark soul rings adorning him. With a resounding thud, the blood fiend vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the numerous black soul rings that encircled Jiang Luoran. Initially, he exhibited no signs of discomfort, perhaps due to the influence of the Qilua tulip. Or perhaps his body had acclimatized to such formidable energies through the exposure to various high-level soul rings. Days passed, and Jiang Luoran continued to absorb the soul rings. In truth, he was nearing the completion of this process, yet he seized the opportunity to elevate his level further. Indeed, after becoming a soul sage, participating in the continental elite competition would likely be a more prudent endeavor. Jiang Luoran contemplated thus. For 5 days and nights, he was enveloped in 6 dark purple soul rings, undeniably a soul emperor. He remained seated in meditation, for the effects of the Qilua tulip still lingered. Not to mention that he had just absorbed a soul ring. His level continued to rise, 60, 61, 63. Jiang Luoran opened his eyes, and the violet light within them seemed to cause the surrounding soul beasts to retreat faintly. He slowly rose to his feet, his entire body crackling like beans in a hot pan, especially his heartbeat, which was deep and powerful, resonating with a steady thump. The sensation of being a soul emperor was indeed unparalleled. If the Soul King could be likened to a river, then the Soul Emperor was akin to a vast lake. This feeling was akin to possessing the strength to overpower all Soul Kings in existence. It was a level of power that could not be compared to his previous abilities. Jiang Luoran raised his hand, and a layer of ancient gray enveloped the blood fiend vine, rendering his martial spirit even more resilient. With his 6th soul skill, Jiang Luoran arched his entire body, the black soul ring on his right arm swirling with dark energy, transforming into a black-gray spear. This weapon emanated an intense chill, not merely from the drop in temperature, but rather a sense of impending death. The cursed spear, Jiang Luoran mimicked the stance of a javelin thrower, sprinting several paces before unleashing all his strength to hurl the spear. Whoosh! The gray spear shot forth like a tiger released from its cage, swift as lightning, barely perceptible to the eye. Boom! A mountain across from him seemed to be struck by divine retribution, shattering instantly. Dark energy billowed from the site, a manifestation of the spear's curse, rendering individuals incapable of wielding soul power for an hour, leaving them exceedingly weak. Jiang Luoran felt immense satisfaction with this soul skill, and a faint desire to spar with Zhao Wujie began to stir within him. Upon sensing another fluctuation of soul power, he turned to discover soul bone. Chapter 124. The Curtain Falls. This was a right-arm soul bone radiating white light, hinting at the vast power contained within. A heavenly treasure had descended. And without hesitation, Jiang Luoran grasped the soul bone with his right hand, preparing to absorb it. Although arm soul bones are typically suited for power-type individuals, this particular right arm bone, known as the White Crow, was designed to enhance speed, making it perfectly compatible for Jiang Luoran. While enhancing speed, it did not diminish strength. Strength should be balanced, and what Jiang Luoran truly required was swiftness. Soul bones are comprehensive in nature, focusing on one aspect more prominently. This was akin to the right arm bone of the Titan giant ape. Despite its immense power, it also offered an increase in speed. With this, Jiang Luoran believed he could achieve lethality without a trace. His speed could be so rapid that even swinging a hammer would take but a fleeting moment. For an entire day and night, Jiang Luoran immersed himself in the experience of the soul bone. The absorption process was seamless, and the 9 nether white bones successfully fused with his right hand. This overwhelming sensation led Jiang Luoran to feel as though he could crush a small mountain with a mere grip, even subduing a missile like the flying dart. Especially regarding speed, Jiang Luoran gained a profound understanding. He raised his jade-like right arm, observing the faint white glow surrounding it, approaching a massive boulder. Jiang Luoran grasped it with his right hand. Bang! The boulder crumbled as easily as dough under his grip, akin to squeezing tofu. There was no challenge at all. On the lake's surface, Jiang Luoran clenched his right fist and struck the water with force. Boom! His right arm moved like a flash of white light, crashing into the lake's surface like a projectile. The entire lake reacted as if impacted by a whale, roaring as it generated towering waves that surged incessantly. At level 63, a soul emperor with an external soul bone and a right arm bone, he was now well prepared for the elite competition across the continent. Should he advance to Soul Saint, he could likely defeat opponents with nothing more than a glance. He recalled that the elite competition featured an academy known as the Elephant Armor Academy, where a certain Huyan Li possessed a skull bone. However, the threat he posed was now minimal. Having gathered everything, Jiang Luoran returned to the central lake. Luoran. The most astonishing sight must be the Jade Spirit Flood Dragon, he heard someone exclaim. Despite Jiang Luoran having absorbed the 6th soul ring, resulting in some changes to his physique, she still recognized him. What's the matter? Jiang Luoran noticed Su Yutao was also watching him. Upon entering the lake, Jiang Luoran realized he had altered in appearance. His originally fresh and gentle face now bore a hint of handsome charm. His muscles had become robust, resembling a figure of strength.